The man sold a glass cup bought for $1 for 10 taels of gold. Later, he used a bag of rice that few people ate to marry 10 wives. It was because the man was an ordinary delivery boy, but during a delivery, he happened to meet a 200-pound big sister who jumped from the roof due to emotional problems and fell directly on Chu Chen. Because of this, Chu Chen accidentally traveled to an ancient feudal dynasty, taking with him an entire shopping mall as well as supplies and space within a 2-kilometer radius. The original owner was the son of the village's only teacher, only 21 years old. His biological mother had passed away at a young age, and his father had also passed away 6 months earlier, leaving him and his wife, Qinglian, alone and dependent on each other. Although the original owner's family had a fortune accumulated by his father and should have had no worries about food and clothing, the original owner was addicted to gambling and quickly squandered the family fortune, leaving only a ruined home. Qinglian was the wife the original owner's father had married for him. She was 19 years old and originally came from an ordinary peasant family. Their family was poor and even suffered from years of natural disasters and wars, making life difficult. To help her through these difficult times, the original owner's father took 2 taels of silver and bought her home to be his wife. Unfortunately, not long after she married, her husband became addicted to gambling, and the family fortune quickly slipped away, making even basic living a luxury. Not long ago, Chu Chen lost everything gambling and even owed the casino 5 taels of silver. Furious, he argued with the casino, only to be beaten and taken home. The casino staff threatened to take Qinglian away to pay the debt if she didn't pay within 5 days. Unwilling to accept this, Chu Chen unexpectedly died in the dispute. It was during this time that Chu Chen took over the original owner's body. Although Chu Chen didn't know much about some things, his reputation for domestic violence spread far and wide. To win the favor of his friends, he once unconsciously said something like beating my wife to entertain everyone. However, just after Chu Chen passed away, his second uncle unexpectedly arrived and broke everything. Upon learning of Chu Chen's death, this strong farmer hurried to the coffin shop to buy a coffin. But he didn't expect Chu Chen to be alive and sitting on the bed, staring blankly. Seeing Chu Chen resurrected, his uncle immediately rushed over, touched his forehead, and pinched his face. His calloused hands seemed particularly heavy. "Nephew, how do you feel? You really scared us," he said. Chu Chen only nodded woodenly without responding. Seeing this, his second uncle continued, "It's good that you're alive. Live a good life with Qinglian. I'll help you find a way to pay off the casino debt. I won't let Qinglian pay it off." The words of his second uncle made Chu Chen feel a little warm, but he remained silent. His second uncle left in a hurry to stop others from preparing the coffin. At this time, Chu Chen and Qinglian were the only ones left in the room. Qinglian looked at Chu Chen fearfully, her voice trembling a little. "Husband, you are alive. Do you feel uncomfortable?" Qinglian's voice betrayed a deep fear. After all, the beatings and scolding she'd endured over the past year had left her with a very negative impression of Chu Chen. Chu Chen stood up, noticing Qinglian's retreat, and a wave of guilt welled up in his heart. He looked down at her coarse linen shirt, vaguely noticing the bloodstains covering her arms, and a pang of pain welled up in his heart. He forcibly pulled Qinglian's hand, lifted her clothes, and was stunned to see her skin covered in bruises. This woman before him had endured so much suffering. The original owner's evil deeds made him feel extremely guilty, like a bastard. "Husband, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me." Qinglian saw Chu Chen stop talking and asked hurriedly. Chu Chen took a deep breath and looked at Qinglian in front of him, his heart aching. If it were modern times, how could he marry such a woman without money? "It's okay, I'm just getting used to it. I'm hungry. Go cook me something to eat," he said softly. After hearing this, Qinglian hurried into the kitchen and came out with a bowl of black wild vegetable porridge. "Husband, this is the wild vegetable porridge I made. Eat it while it's hot." Chu Chen picked up the bowl of porridge and frowned at the floating vegetable leaves and sparse corn. He took a sip and immediately spat it out. The bitterness was unbearable. "You call this porridge?" Chu Chen couldn't help but ask. Qinglian's tears immediately welled up after hearing this. "I'm sorry. Husband, I know you don't like this wild vegetable porridge. I'm going to help the village chief with some work, earn some money, and buy you some rice to make porridge. Please don't hit me." Looking at her pitiful appearance, Chu Chen felt guilty. Qinglian in front of him was pretty and thin, but her beauty was still unconcealed. He took a deep breath and suddenly remembered his life in modern times. It's okay. These vegetable leaves are too bitter. I'll think of a way. Later, Chu Chen walked to the kitchen and found several earthenware jars filled with boiled vegetable leaves, which seemed to be prepared by Qinglian herself. He opened the rice jar and found it empty. He had originally wanted to make something to eat, but there was no rice to cook. Then he walked out of the kitchen, thinking as he walked that he had to find a way to solve the urgent problem at hand. Walking outside, Chu Chen finally took a closer look at his home. It consisted of 2 adobe and thatched huts, one for the kitchen, the other for the bedroom. A thatched hut stood nearby. Inside, a bed made of planks was covered with a thin quilt and straw mat. A few bricks supported a simple dining table. That was all he had. I finally understand what it means to be penniless. This is too poor. Chu Chen sai hao ba. At this moment, Qinglian came out with a basket. Husband, you rest at home. I'll go to the village chief's house to do some work. Qinglian was truly kind. Even though she was nearly sold out by her original owner, she still thought about earning money to cook a good meal for Chu Chen. Watching Qinglian's receding figure, Chu Chen turned and lay back down on the straw mat-covered bed. His body was still exhausted, having just traveled through time, and this body had just experienced the beating in the casino. Now that he was at rest, the pain throughout Chu Chen's body became even more pronounced. Without giving it much thought, he fell into a deep sleep again. Hey, was I dreaming just now? Did I read too many novels? Or am I missing my wife so much? In his dream, Chu Chen seemed to be back in the familiar shopping mall, surrounded by a dazzling array of goods still neatly arranged. No, why is the mall suddenly empty? Where's that 200-pound woman who fell from the sky? Chu Chen began to notice something was amiss. The mall was completely silent, not a soul in sight, only the merchandise and buildings standing silently. He walked out of the mall, and the scene outside made him even more confused. Within a radius of about 2 kilometers, the surrounding buildings were still there, but in the distance, there was a gray, blank space. The roads were empty, and not even a car was visible. Did I travel through time with this place? Chu Chen suddenly thought of this possibility and was shocked. He ran back to the mall, found a clothing store, and stood in front of the mirror to look at himself. The man in the mirror was covered in scars, wearing ancient clothes, about 1.8 meters tall, and much more handsome than in his previous life. If he took a short video with that look without beautification, he would definitely charm a lot of girls. How do I get out? A thought popped in his mind. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and saw the familiar thatched roof and the simple house with bare walls. I'm back again. Was it through my mind? Chu Chen murmured. With a thought, he found himself back in the mall. The mall's furnishings remained unchanged, as did the architecture. I can move back and forth freely. Chu Chen thought to himself, and casually took a cigarette and a lighter from the convenience store at the entrance of the mall. With another thought, he returned to the familiar room. Looking at the cigarette in his hand, he hurriedly opened the package and lit one, his eyes full of excitement. I actually traveled through time with a large supermarket. Then, he returned to the mall and walked around the outer circle. In addition to the mall, he saw many high-rise buildings and shops, and even a police station. Looking at everything in front of him, Chu Chen shouted loudly, I am the ancient Doryman. What should I be afraid of if my life is not good? A few minutes later, Chu Chen returned to the house again with a bag of rice, a piece of pork, some vegetables, and an iron pot in his hand. He then bustled about, in and out, back and forth, oblivious to the pain, until he was sweating and panting heavily. Unnoticed, the adobe house had overflowed with all sorts of food and seasonings. To avoid arousing suspicion, Chu Chen tore off the packaging and placed them in various clay pots. He also found some medicine at the pharmacy next to the supermarket, bandaged his wound, and took a few anti-inflammatory pills. Seeing the wounds on his body, Chu Chen's eyes flashed fiercely. This casino is really ruthless. They not only beat me with fists and feet, but also use knives. When I recover, I will never let you off easily. Chu Chen whispered, full of hatred. After everything was done, he sat quietly on the bed, waiting for Qinglian's return. As night fell, Qinglian walked into the room tiredly. Seeing Chu Chen lying on the bed, she sighed and walked towards the kitchen. Ah! Qinglian suddenly screamed and hurried back to the room. Seeing Chu Chen lying on the bed with his mouth wide open, Qinglian was stunned. She said in panic, there's a ghost in the kitchen. The rice jar is full, and there's even meat. Chu Chen looked at the panicked Qinglian in front of him and asked with a smile, What's wrong, my lady? Did you bring them back? Where did you get the money to buy so many things? It's such a waste. How can an ordinary family buy so much refined rice? Li Qinglian said while trying to break free from Chu Chen's arms, but the big hands held her tightly. You are my wife. How can you break away from your husband? Chu Chen said with a wicked smile. Li Qinglian finally reacted at this time. Chu Chen in front of her had changed. She stared at him blankly, her heart full of doubts. Go ahead and cook. Those things were given to me by a divine friend of mine, Chu Chen said gently. Li Qinglian burst into tears. She began to wonder if Chu Chen had sold herself to get the money. Those so-called divine friends were just excuses. I know you always complain that I'm too thin to work. It would be better to sell me. At least I can give you enough food to eat for a few days. But you are too extravagant, she whispered while crying. Chu Chen was somewhat helpless. You misunderstood, Qinglian. I was wrong before, but that beating in the casino woke me up. I'm not that bastard anymore. Just wait. I will definitely give you the best life. And at the moment of my death, I dreamed of an old man with a white beard who taught me many things. Li Qinglian lay quietly on Chu Chen's shoulder, her heart in disbelief. She felt the embrace of this man, as if everything had become unreal. Could it be that Chu Chen had really changed for the better? After Chu Chen comforted Li Qinglian, he lay back down on the bed. After an afternoon of intense activity, his body seemed to be straining. He needed a few days of rest. In a couple of days, he planned to go to the city to sell some items like glassware, something this world had never seen before. He took a glass from the mall space and carefully hid it under the bed. Chu Chen knew that before he became strong enough, he must not let anyone know that he had a space. Otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Now, he had to make enough money to better keep this secret. About half an hour later, the aroma of meat wafted from the kitchen, and Chu Chen's stomach couldn't help but growl. Long periods of hunger had left his body feeling particularly weak. He couldn't help but think that if he could have a decent meal, perhaps he could regain some strength. It's time to eat, husband. Li Qinglian walked into the house, carrying a clay pot. Chu Chen leaned over to take a look and saw 2 or 3 pieces of meat floating in the pot. The rest was a large bowl of soup, a few green leaves, and 2 bowls of rice porridge. Seeing this scene, Chu Chen couldn't help but frown. Although the meal was really shabby, he could understand that in this era when people couldn't even get enough food, meat was a luxury for them and ordinary people couldn't afford it all. He didn't say anything more, picked up the bowl, and started eating. He drank the porridge almost in one breath. Looking up, Chu Chen looked at Li Qinglian, only to see her holding a bowl of rice soup and drinking it carefully. Chu Chen took her bowl and looked inside. It was just rice soup, not a single grain of rice. A pang of sadness washed over him. He put the bowl down, stood up, and walked into the kitchen. In a short while, he had chopped up nearly a pound of meat, stir-fried a vegetable in a wok, and cooked a full pot of rice. Li Qinglian watched Chu Chen snatch her bowl and walk towards the kitchen, feeling uneasy. She thought Chu Chen was angry and was afraid that she had eaten too much and made him unhappy, so she froze in place, not daring to move. Chu Chen's actions warmed Li Qinglian's heart. In less than half an hour, Chu Chen returned with a plate of cooked vegetables and a bowl of rice. Placing the food in front of her, he sternly said, Qinglian, from now on, you have to cook such delicious meals for me every day. If you're still this thin in a month, I'll sell you off. In that era, when poor families married, they often hoped to find a woman who was strong, capable of working, and able to bear children. A frail woman like Li Qinglian was clearly not an ideal wife. Therefore, the original owner's father paid 2 taels of silver to marry her home. Li Qinglian looked at the delicious meal in front of her, feeling both warm and distressed for Chu Chen's wasted food. Under Chu Chen's insistence, she ate a full bowl of rice and a whole plate of meat. She felt like she had never had such a satisfying meal in her life. At night, the couple slept in their clothes. Li Qinglian curled up on the simple straw mat bed with her back to Chu Chen. As his injuries had not yet fully recovered, Chu Chen had no other thoughts and fell into a deep sleep. However, in the middle of the night, a cold wind woke him from his sleep. It was almost winter, and the nights were especially cold. The dilapidated house was drafty. Chu Chen couldn't bear to see Li Qinglian shivering in the cold, so he stood up and covered her with the patched, thin quilt. He wanted to take out a Simmons mattress and duvet from the space, but he resisted the urge and went to the kitchen to light a fire. Looking at the faint flames, Chu Chen thought to himself, it seems I have to go to the city tomorrow. The next morning, the sounds of chickens crowing and dogs barking woke Li Qinglian from her sleep. She got up, but found Chu Chen was not beside her. She jumped out of bed, her heart filled with anxiety. In this era, men usually woke up early, while women who woke up late were considered lazy. Are you up? Chu Chen walked up to her with 2 bowls of egg noodles. Husband, I'm sorry, I ate too much last night and got up late. Li Qinglian whispered, as if she felt she had made a big mistake. It's okay. If you want to sleep, go ahead and sleep a little longer. It's too damn cold today. Chu Chen said casually. Li Qinglian felt relieved when she saw that Chu Chen was not angry. She stood aside at a loss, but Chu Chen seemed indifferent. What are you standing there for? Get up and have breakfast. After breakfast, I'm going to the city. You just stay home and don't go anywhere. Chu Chen continued to instruct. Go to the city? And what does his mother's coldness have to do with us? Li Qinglian asked cautiously while eating noodles. Chu Chen answered nonchalantly. Why go to the city? My injury hasn't healed yet, so I can't go to the casino. Then why are you going to the city? Li Qinglian asked, even more puzzled. Didn't I tell you that I dreamt of a divine grandfather yesterday? Who taught me something? I want to go see if I can make some money, Chu Chen explained. Your injuries haven't fully healed yet, so how can I let you go out and make money? You should just rest at home. Li Qinglian seemed very considerate and concerned about Chu Chen's health. Chu Chen was touched by his wife's gentleness and thoughtfulness. He couldn't help but think that traveling through time seemed much better than being a takeout delivery boy. After some persuasion, Li Qinglian finally agreed to let Chu Chen go to the city. Chu Chen quietly took out the glass from under the bed and walked towards the city. Qinglian town belongs to Qinglian city, and Chu Chen's goal is to go directly through Qinglian town and head to Qinglian city. The glass cup is undoubtedly a precious treasure in this era, but it probably won't fetch much in Qinglian town. Chu Chen decided to try his luck in the city. Li Qinglian stood at the door, watching Chu Chen go away, and felt a little warm in her heart. She thought to herself, maybe Chu Chen really started to get better. Just then, Chu Chen had just walked to the village entrance when his second uncle hurried over. Nephew, you haven't recovered from your injuries yet, and you're already thinking about going to town to make a killing? Second uncle stepped forward and shouted. Second uncle, why are you here? I'm going to Qinglian city, not the casino in town. Chu Chen zeep leap. The second uncle looked at Chu Chen and thought to himself, this kid can't possibly be selling Li Qinglian. He's going to the city now, and he has to go with him to prevent him from doing anything stupid again. Okay, I'm going to Qinglian city too, so I'll have someone to look after me on the way, the second uncle said pretendingly. Chu Chen felt that with his uncle by his side, he wouldn't get lost on the road. So he replied generously, Great. I'll treat you to a drink when we get to the city. Just as the two were about to leave, an untimely voice rang out. Oh, Brother Chu, you're so generous today. You even have money to treat us to a drink. Take me with you. The man who came was none other than Ma San, the village's scoundrel. He spent his days doing nothing but stealing. Chu Chen had a very bad impression of him. Seeing him, Chu Chen couldn't help but clench his fists, but soon relaxed again. So, he responded with reluctance. So it's third brother? You didn't have sex with the village chief's wife today, so you came to hang out at the village entrance. What's going on? Is the village chief home? Chu Chen, are you looking for death? If you keep talking nonsense, I will ask the casino to come and collect the debt tomorrow. Hearing Chu Chen openly revealing his affair with the village chief's wife, Ma San threatened viciously. At this time, the second uncle pulled Chu Chen towards Qinglian city. What are you talking to this kind of person? Haven't you been hurt enough by him? The second uncle said while cursing as they walked. The second uncle's name was Chu Dazhuang. He joined the army when he was young, but was injured in the leg and sent back to Masan village. After returning, he honestly farmed at home and lived a very hard life. Chu Chen was pulled by Chu Dazhuang like a chick, and soon, the two disappeared at the village entrance. Masan village was over 20 miles from Qinglian city. A cripple and a fellow who had just survived a beating. This combination was as slow as a turtle. After walking for about 3 hours, they finally arrived outside Qinglian city. Chu Chen felt extremely tired. His injuries hadn't healed yet, and after walking such a long distance, he collapsed on the ground as soon as he reached the city gate. You should exercise. You're as tired as a chick after walking such a short distance. The second uncle criticized him mercilessly, and without giving Chu Chen a chance to breathe, he directly pulled him towards the city gate. A long line formed in front of the city gate. Chu Chen looked at his second uncle in confusion. Second uncle, why are you queuing? Are you handing out wash basins? Before his second uncle could answer, the person in front turned around and said, "Out-of-towners, right? You have to pay an entrance fee to enter the city." "Do I have to pay to enter the city?" Chu Chen muttered to himself, turned around and looked at his second uncle, who also looked confused and said he didn't know either. So, Chu Chen asked the person in front of him awkwardly, "Excuse me, Annie, I'm from the countryside and don't know the rules. How much do I have to pay to enter the city? Which village in the countryside?" The old lady looked at Chu Chen and suddenly asked. Chu Chen was stunned by the question, and his second uncle was also a little stunned, thinking, "Aren't we in Masan village? It's a small mountain village far away." "Auntie, you haven't told me how much it costs to go to the city," Chu Chen asked. The old lady held up 2 fingers and said arrogantly, 2 cents per person. "Fuck, it's so expensive." Chu Dazhuang immediately pulled Chu Chen away from the crowd after hearing this. "Uncle, what are you doing? We're almost there. Why are you going out again?" "Chu Chen sao de." "Do you have any money?" Chu Dazhuang asked. "I don't have any. How about you?" Chu Chen looked at his second uncle in confusion. "The money is all with your second aunt. Where did you get the money?" Chu Dazhuang's eyes widened, indicating that he didn't bring any money either. Chu Chen looked helpless, thinking, is it possible that he didn't even bring a few coins when he went out? "Okay, let's go back. We can't get into the city today." Chu Dazhuang sighed and reached out to grab Chu Chen. Chu Chen immediately dodged and said, "You must be joking. We've been walking for so long. How can we possibly go back? What on earth are you going in for?" Chu Dazhuang sat down with a worried look on his face. He had been to Qinglian city when he was young, and there was no such thing as an entrance fee at that time. Chu Chen looked at the people coming and going at the city gate and suddenly said, "Second uncle, wait here for me. I'm going to the toilet." Lazy people poop and pee a lot, even if there's nothing to do. Chu Dazhuang cursed as he sat down on the ground. Finding a corner where no one was paying attention, Chu Chen slipped into the mall. What should I sell? He pondered for a moment and finally chose a small sack filled with about 3 pounds of rice. Then, he wandered over to Chu Dazhuang and sat down. Look, my second uncle brought 2 liters of rice to marry a wife, but unexpectedly, his wife ran away. Selling rice cheap, selling it cheap. Chu Chen sao de." This shout scared Chu Dazhuang. "Smelly boy, where did second aunt run away? Where did you steal this rice?" Chu Dazhuang asked in surprise. "Oh, don't worry about it." Chu Chen quickly interrupted him. As Chu Chen was shouting, some people gathered around and grabbed Chu Chen's rice to take a look. "Hey, how much is this rice?" a middle-aged man asked. Chu Chen looked at his second uncle and asked quietly, "How much is the rice?" Chu Dazhuang was confused. "I've never bought any. Who can afford to eat this stuff?" "Hey, young man, I think your rice is of good quality. The market price is 5 cents per liter. How about I give you 2 liters for 12 cents? The man said with a smile, his eyes flashing with cunning. Chu Chen looked up at him and cursed inwardly. 5 cents? Do you think I'm stupid? But now is not the time to haggle. He should get into the city first. Money wasn't an issue anyway. "Brother, you're generous. Sell it." Chu Chen et Gelim. Although he knew the price was unreasonable, his immediate goal was to get into the city. The man happily handed over 12 copper coins, grabbed the sack, and disappeared into the crowd. The people watching him shook their heads. Such fine rice is so good, and you can even afford it at 20 coins a liter. What a fool who has never seen the world. Of course not. He just told me it was from the countryside. It must be from the mountains. Oh, such good refined rice is wasted. If I had known earlier, I would have bought it earlier. Chu Chen ignored those people and pulled his uncle towards the city gate. "Let's go, uncle, into the city," he shouted. Chu Dazhuang looked at Chu Chen with a distressed look on his face. This kid still has the ability to ruin the family. After waiting in line for almost half an hour, they finally arrived at the city gate. Chu Chen took out 4 copper coins and entered the city smoothly. The official at the city gate looked at the ragged boy with contempt. Entering Qinglian city, Chu Chen was shocked to discover the vast disparity between the rich and the poor. The streets were bustling with traffic, and people dressed in gorgeous clothing walked through them. The bluestone streets were dotted with food stalls, and ready-made clothing shops displayed a wide variety of clothing. The aroma wafting from the restaurant made Chu Dazhuang swallow. "Uncle will eat here later," Chu Chen said arrogantly. Chu Dazhuang looked at his and his 2 incompatible clothes, and then glanced at the 8 copper coins left in Chu Chen's hand, thinking, this kid is really not simple. They stopped in front of a shop with the word pawn on the door. "What are you doing here?" Chu Dazhuang asked in confusion. "Wait here for me. I'll be out in a moment." Chu Chen strode into the pawn shop. The pawn shop clerk saw the ragged boy and waved him away. Go beg somewhere else, and don't disturb my business. Are you sure you want to kick me out? Aren't you afraid that your boss will deduct your salary and fire you? Chu Chen looked at the clerk and said calmly. The waiter glanced at Chu Chen with a hint of interest in his eyes. Hey, sir, what heirloom do you want? Chu Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of teasing, and he said coldly, Be careful. Can you see it? After that, he took out a glass from his arms and placed it casually on the tea table. The waiter's eyes nearly popped when he saw the glass. This thing was truly extraordinary, extremely valuable, and only the nobles of the capital could afford it. But then he looked at the ragged boy in front of him and couldn't help but wonder, where had he stolen it? He couldn't help but ask, Boy, which rich family did you get this thing from? Tell the truth. Fuck you. Stop talking nonsense and call your boss out. Chu Chen zet ponde balun li. The waiter was stunned. The boy's aura didn't seem like that of an ordinary person. Could it be that some wealthy young man was pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger? He replied doubtfully, Wait a moment. After that, he turned and went to the back hall to pass on the message. After a while, the waiter's voice came. Young master, the shopkeeper invites you in. Chu Chen strode into the inner hall like a dandy young man. The place was luxuriously decorated, and the elegant furnishings showed off his wealth. A middle-aged man was sitting and drinking tea. Seeing Chu Chen's appearance, he immediately stood up to greet him. Sir, please sit down. Chu Chen smiled at the shopkeeper, sat down, and casually threw the glass on the table. The glass hit the table with a crisp sound, and the shopkeeper's hand shook, and the tea spilled out, shivering from the heat. Little ancestor, please don't break it, the shopkeeper shouted hurriedly, his face full of heartache. Chu Chen chuckled, knowing that the cup was very sturdy and would not break. Judging from the shopkeeper's reaction, it was estimated that this thing was worth a lot of money. The shopkeeper picked up the cup, played with it gently for a while, and asked, Sir, do you want to pawn it alive or dead? Pawn it dead. I can't die any more deadly. Chu Chen said without hesitation. Hurry up. I'm anxious to make a profit. The shopkeeper knew what was going on. This young man must have lost a bet and was cashing in his valuable glass cup. He smiled and held up 5 fingers. 5,000 taels deal. Chu Chen frowned. 5,000 taels? Are you kidding? 500 taels, fixed price. The shopkeeper felt a little proud when he heard this, thinking he had gotten a bargain. 500 taels? This cup is not easy to sell. If you want it urgently, this is the only price I can give you. The two began to bargain and finally settled on 600 taels. Chu Chen took the heavy bag of silver in his hand and prepared to leave the pawn shop. When he walked out of the pawn shop, Chu Dazhuang was anxiously waiting for him. Seeing Chu Chen coming out with a large bag of things, he couldn't help but wonder, You kid, you've been in there for so long. Didn't you go gambling? This isn't a casino. Uncle, can't you even recognize a word? Chu Chen asked doubtfully. Did your head get stuck in the door? Our family is illiterate. The only ones who can read are your father and you. Chu Chen couldn't help but smile, and then handed the silver to his uncle. It's too heavy, uncle. You carry it. What is this? Chu Dazhuang opened the bag and saw that it was full of silver. He was so shocked that he almost sat on the ground. Where did you get so much money? I had a dream last night. I saw an old man with a white beard. He taught me some magic and gave me some money. Chu Chen made up an excuse. Chu Dazhuang's eyes widened when he heard it. An old man with a white beard? Could he be the reincarnation of an immortal? Chu Chen quickly grabbed his second uncle. Second uncle, don't tell anyone, or I will lose my magic. Chu Dazhuang was so scared that he almost knelt down. Then where are we going? He asked nervously. Chu Chen smiled and said, Second uncle, can you drive cart? Yes, there's nothing I can't do. In the army, I transport food and fodder. Chu Dazhuang said confidently. Okay, let's go buy a car. Chu Chen decided to give his second uncle a little excitement. Buy a car? Are you crazy? Chu Dazhuang was completely confused. The two asked along the way and finally arrived at the carriage and horse shop. In the shop, the horses were leisurely eating grass. Chu Chen walked over, touching this one and looking at that one. Seeing this, a servant hurried over and said, Sir, do you want to buy a horse? Yes, recommend a few to me. Chu Chen didn't even realize the price was so high. The servant excitedly recommended, This is a pure wild horse from the frontier. It can travel 1,000 miles a day. You can take it away for 100 taels of silver. Chu Chen was stunned. What the hell? An ancient Rolls Royce? He looked at Chu Dazhuang, wondering if the horse was worth it. Uncle, I don't understand. Go ask. Chu Dahong Fizawen. You can't just buy a horse. You have to choose carefully. The two were taken to another row of stables, and in the end, Chu Dazhuang chose a mule, which, along with the harness, cost a total of 30 taels of silver. Chu Chen saw it and thought his uncle was really narrow-minded, but he didn't say much. After all he needed was convenience. He took out the silver ingot, handed it to the servant, and got on the mule cart. Chu Dazhuang was driving in front. Nephew, where are we going now? Spending. Chu Chen's mouth curled up slightly, urging his uncle to move forward. Chu Chen and Chu Dazhuang went to the market and bought 200 kilograms of rice and half a lamb. In that era, pork was not common because pigs had a fishy smell and almost no one raised pigs. Chu Chen suddenly understood and recalled the pig farming in the countryside when he was a child. The piglets had to be castrated before they could grow up. It was estimated that this technology had not been mastered in this era. After buying food, Chu Chen took Chu Dazhuang to the clothing store. Although he had a lot of modern clothes, they would definitely look out of place in this era. Do you want to buy clothes? The shopkeeper greeted them enthusiastically. Just looking around, Chu Chen replied calmly. Suddenly, an inopportune voice broke the silence. Boss, can even beggars come into this store to buy things? A fat woman said, covering her nose as she looked at Chu Chen and Chu Dazhuang. Chu Chen ignored her and continued to choose clothes, while Chu Dazhuang walked out of the store embarrassedly. Seeing this, the woman continued to sarcastically say, Little beggar, can you afford these clothes? Just touch them. If Chu Chen hadn't been injured, he really wanted to teach her a lesson. So he asked coldly, Does this store belong to you? The woman replied arrogantly, These are the clothes I liked. You've touched them, so I don't want them anymore. The shop owner looked embarrassed and looked at Chu Chen. Chu Chen glanced at the woman and sneered. You're so fat. How can you wear these clothes? You can't afford a mirror and you don't even look at yourself. The woman was stunned for a moment and angrily retorted, Stay away from me. You smell like the sea. You haven't washed in a few days. Chu Chen looked at her, frowned, and continued, It's easy to get sick if you hold it in for too long. Right as it itchy down there, the woman blushed with anger, pointed at Chu Chen, and couldn't even speak. Chu Chen ignored her and turned to the shopkeeper and said, I've packed up all the clothes I've picked out. I don't want any that have been touched by women for fear of infection. The shopkeeper also secretly glanced at the woman, wondering in his heart, could she really have syphilis? The shopkeeper silently helped Chu Chen pack his clothes and took out a few pieces of cloth. Chu Chen nodded with satisfaction and walked outside the store to greet Chu Dazhuang. Second uncle, come in and move the things. Hey, you ran out first. It seems you know something about flowers and willows. Chu Dazhuang was bewildered, looking at Chu Chen, confused as to what was going on. Then he looked at the woman, whose expression changed, and she hurried towards the clinic, covering her face. Chu Chen chuckled inwardly. I'll show you what it means to be afraid of what others say. The shopkeeper watched the woman hurried into the clinic and thought to himself, could it be? At this time, the other customers in the store also quietly left, as if there was an infectious disease in the air. Young master is truly a miracle doctor. He could tell what was wrong with that woman right away. The shopkeeper stepped forward to flatter him. Chu Chen was taken aback. What's the relationship between this boss and her? Then he smiled and said, Shopkeeper, have you been feeling unwell lately? Why are you so unsteady? You usually go to brothels, right? Be careful. After hearing this, the shopkeeper's eyes lit up. Divine doctor, you are amazing. He suddenly knelt down and said, Divine doctor, save me. I've been feeling a little weak lately. Can you help me? Chu Chen was helpless, thinking that he did not know much about medicine. The woman had such a strong smell. It must be a gynecological disease, and the boss did not look well either. He must be weak. Boss, this is called last-minute juice squeeze. It's not a serious illness. I could just go back and make some medicine. Chu Chen said with a smile. Divine doctor, I won't charge you for the clothes. Please help me treat it. The boss's face was full of anticipation. Chu Chen was delighted. In that case, next time you come to the city, I'll help you make some medicine to treat your weakness. After saying that, he turned and left, laughing in his heart. I've made a profit this time, and I don't even have to pay for clothes. Chu Chen boarded the mule cart and prepared to leave. Suddenly, he noticed several people quietly following him. Startled, he felt something was amiss and wondered, could it be someone from the pawn shop? Or is there someone behind that woman? He kept formulating his strategy. Uncle, stop the car. I need to go to the bathroom. Chu Chen suddenly shouted, hurriedly running into the grove and taking the opportunity to enter the supermarket space. After entering the space, he found an equipment warehouse and saw a room full of modern equipment. Chu Chen thought for a moment, selected a dagger, a stun gun, and a pistol, and quietly walked out. After getting back on the mule cart, Chu Chen was alert. Those people are following us. They are definitely not good people. He whispered to De Zhuang, "Be careful. There are a few strange people behind us." The mule cart reached a corner, and all was quiet. Suddenly, a man in black appeared in front of them, blocking their way. He stood tall with his hands behind his back, looking like a martial arts master. Chu Dazhuang's eyes narrowed, and his heart skipped a beat. "It's over, we've been robbed." He whispered to Chu Chen, "Nephew, I'm afraid we've been robbed." Chu Chen chuckled and looked at Chu Dazhuang in front of him. He was very moved. This second uncle always thought about protecting himself. "You go run, I'll stop them." Chu Dazhuang continued. Chu Chen pretended to be frightened and pretended to escape. "If I run away, what will you do? It's okay, don't worry, my old bones are much stronger than a little chicken like you." Chu Dazhuang comforted him. However, Chu Chen got off the mule cart, took out a black electric baton, and handed Chu Dazhuang a dagger. "How could I, a modern man, let these people rob me?" Chu Chen walked forward, thinking to himself, "After all, this is an era without much law, and he will not be easily frightened." At this moment, 3 people suddenly ran out from behind the mule cart and surrounded it. "What are you doing blocking my mule cart?" Chu Chen asked coldly. The man in black chuckled. "You're quite courageous. You can still be so calm." "I'm short on cash lately, sir. Can you lend me some money?" he asked bluntly. "Borrow money? Just rob me. Don't pretend to lend me money," Chu Chen replied disdainfully. "You two are dressed like this, and you still want to rob me?" Chu Chen continued, his attitude still calm. "Haha, why are you talking so much nonsense? Leave the mule cart behind and get out." The man in black waved his hand. Chu Chen sneered in his heart and shook the electric baton. "How much benefit did the pawn shop owner give you? If you want to kill him, I will double it for you." As soon as these words came out, the 4 people immediately became alert, and it was obvious that the matter was exposed. "Boy, now that you know, you can't leave alive," the leading man in black said coldly. Then, he waved his hand, and several people drew their swords and surrounded Chu Chen and Chu Dazhuang. Chu Dazhuang tightly grasped the dagger in his hand and blocked Chu Chen behind him. Chu Chen felt a warm feeling in his heart when he saw this scene. His second uncle had always been so protective of him. But at this time, he did not explain much, but shouted, "Wait." The man in black stopped immediately and said, "Boy, do you have anything else to say?" Chu Chen raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, "Nothing. I just want to show you a treasure." As he said that, he handed the electric baton to the man in black. The man in black was stunned for a moment and reached out to take it. But unexpectedly, Chu Chen suddenly pressed the switch of the electric baton. The man in black instantly began to twitch and fell to the ground. Before the other 3 people could react, Chu Chen had already stabbed the second person fiercely. The electric current hit him, and he fell to the ground instantly. At this time, the last man had been stabbed in the thigh by Chu Dazhuang with a dagger and was wailing in pain. Chu Chen rushed to the man and continued to shock him with the electric baton, making him dare not make any sound. Chu Dazhuang watched all this in horror, completely unable to believe the scene before him. "They saw my artifact. I can't let them live," Chu Chen said coldly to his uncle. Then, the 2 dragged the body into the jungle and covered their tracks. Chu Chen looked up at the sky. It was covered with dark clouds, and it seemed that it would rain heavily soon. "Uncle, keep going. Once the rain stops, we will be safe," Chu Chen said to his uncle. In the car, Chu Dazhuang noticed the electric baton in Chu Chen's hand, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Nephew, is this also given to you by the white-bearded old man?" Chu Chen nodded easily. "Yes, looking at the dagger in your hand, it should be something extraordinary." Only then did Chu Dazhuang realize the dagger's exceptional sharpness. Its material was even finer than any military weapon, resembling a divine weapon. "Is this a divine weapon?" Chu Dazhuang asked cautiously. "If you like it, take it," Chu Chen said calmly. Chu Dazhuang was obviously hesitant. "Can you really give me such a precious thing?" Chu Chen smiled. "You are my second uncle. You always take care of me. I'm just giving you a dagger." The second uncle was no longer pretentious. He accepted the dagger and continued to drive the car towards Mashan village. As night fell, they finally arrived at the village entrance. Beneath the old locust tree at the entrance, several villagers gathered to exchange news. Seeing Chu Dazhuang driving back, they couldn't help but be surprised. Hey, is that Chu Dazhuang? He can actually drive a mule cart. Yeah, I heard that he went to the city with his prodigal nephew this morning. How come he came back rich? An elderly man shouted to Chu Dazhuang. Dazhuang, you've made a fortune, right? You even bought a mule cart. No, my nephew Chu Wazi bought it for me. Chu Dahong Ansua Brudi Li. Chu Chen also jumped out of the car and said hello. Chu boy, I can't believe you've made a fortune. No, I made a little money, Chu Chen replied with a smile. Hey, Chu boy, you should be more careful when making money. Don't buy so many fancy things. An old man said with concern. Chu Chen couldn't help but smile inwardly. His reputation as a prodigal son had long been well known, but he didn't care. He continued to walk towards the dilapidated house with a smile. As the night deepened, Chu Chen saw a familiar figure in the house, looking forward to his return. Chu Chen was so moved that he almost cried. Seeing Li Qinglian's reaction made him feel warm. When the mule cart slowly stopped, he couldn't wait to jump off and gave Li Qinglian a bear hug, completely ignoring his second uncle beside him. Uncle is still here. Li Qinglian pushed Chu Chen away, her face flushed. Chu Chen touched his nose and turned to his uncle awkwardly. Uncle, help me unload the things. Okay. Chu Dazhuang responded loudly, as if trying to eliminate the awkwardness just now. Chu Chen sighed silently in his heart. This world is still too conservative. If he could push the bikini away, the streets would be bustling with activity. With a slight smile on his lips, Chu Chen looked at Li Qinglian and thought to himself, let her gain some weight first. Maybe she can get a size up. Chu Dazhuang was busy moving things, starting with rice, cloth, and clothes. Halfway through, Chu Chen called him, Uncle, let me do the rest. Chu Dazhuang looked at him with some doubt. Chu Chen picked out 50 kilograms of rice, cut a leg of lamb, and took a piece of cloth. Uncle, take these back and ask Aunt to make some clothes for you. Chu Chen smiled and stuffed a 10 liang silver ingot into his hand. When Chu Dazhuang saw these things, his mouth opened wide and he felt a little stunned. Nephew, this is not acceptable. No merit, no reward. Chu Chen waved his hand. Second uncle, you blocked for me today, that's enough. Don't be pretentious. Go home quickly. Second aunt and brother Huzi must be waiting anxiously. By the way, let brother Huzi come over tomorrow. Chu Dazhuang was stunned for a moment. Before he could react to what pretentious meant, Chu Chen rushed him home and took these things with him. Li Qinglian stared at the things in front of her in amazement, unable to speak for a moment. Chu Chen urged impatiently. Why are you standing there? Cook quickly. I'm hungry. Make more. Li Qinglian didn't ask where these things came from, but turned and went into the kitchen. Taking advantage of the break, Chu Chen got into the carriage and took out a few juvets and some daily necessities from mall. Then he slowly walked into the house. Seeing that there was a lot more meat on the table than yesterday, Chu Chen nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. You've made great progress. You're too weak, so you need to eat more. Li Qinglian looked at Chu Chen and suddenly asked, Husband, so many things must cost a lot of money, and there's also the mule cart. She was still a little uneasy, worried that this suddenly rich man was too unreal. Chu Chen smiled and waved his hand, saying, Don't worry about it. Anyway, your husband has been enlightened by the immortals and will have more strange things happen in the future. Don't ask anything. Just follow me and enjoy the good life. Li Qinglian didn't quite understand what he was saying, but she didn't ask any more questions. As night fell and the temperature plummeted, Chu Chen asked Li Qinglian to take down the 2 down quilts from the mule cart. Li Qinglian was stunned for a moment, as if she hadn't reacted, seeing such soft quilts for the first time. She was just a farm girl. She had never even been to the county town. She was curious about these modern things, but she also regarded them as high-end goods from the city. Chu Chen did not explain further, but instructed her, Come on, go to bed first. I'm going to the toilet. Chu Chen was worried. After deducting today's expenses from the 600 taels of silver, he still had a little over 500 taels left. He had another idea, to do an experiment to see if things from this world could enter the supermarket space. He took out 100 taels from the bag, leaving the rest in the bag. With a thought, he entered the supermarket space. Seeing the bag enter with him, Chu Chen couldn't help but jump a few times in excitement. With this, I don't need to bring anything with me, wherever I go. What a surprise. Then, he took out 10 silver ingots weighing 10 taels each from the space, walked out of the space with the silver, and slowly walked towards the house. Li Qinglian was sitting on the bed, staring at the duvet in a daze. Suddenly, a clang broke the silence, and 10 silver ingots fell onto the bed. Chu Chen looked at her with a grin. "Young lady, I'll give you 100 taels. Can you stay with me for one night?" As soon as Chu Chen said this, Li Qinglian's face flushed red, and she was so scared that she couldn't speak. Li Qinglian's eyes instantly moved from Chu Chen to the silver ingot on the bed, and she asked in shock, "Husband, where did you get so much money?" Chu Chen replied helplessly, "I went to the city today to treat a wealthy man and was paid for it." Tears welled up in Li Qinglian's eyes, and she choked up, "Husband, put away quickly, otherwise if people find out, it might attract bad guys." Chu Chen sighed, thinking, this person is so easy to cry about. But he didn't know that for this poor peasant girl, 100 taels of silver was an astronomical figure. Since her family fell into poverty, Li Qinglian had been relying on odd jobs to make ends meet, and this amount of money was simply too much for her to bear. "Please accept it. This money is for you. Keep some money with you in case of emergency." "Chu Chen advice." Li Qinglian shook her head. "I can't accept it. It's so much money. It's better for my husband to keep it." Chu Chen grabbed her shoulders helplessly and looked at her seriously. "My wife, we are rich now and are no longer the same as before. You must change your mindset as soon as possible, understand?" Li Qinglian stopped crying and nodded after hearing what he said. Although she didn't understand some of the words, she still nodded vigorously. Chu Chen gently wiped away her tears, his eyes soft. "I hope that when I wake up tomorrow, I can see a confident and beautiful Li Qinglian." Li Qinglian looked at Chu Chen's gentleness and felt a happiness she had never felt before. She nodded gently. "Okay, husband, I will listen to you." Chu Chen pointed to the clothes and cloth in the corner and said again, "Those clothes are bought for you. Try them on to see if they fit you. If they don't fit, give them to second-hand. There's also cloth. Please make a few sets of clothes for me." Li Qinglian was stunned for a moment before she realized that Chu Chen had bought her more than one piece of clothing. She was so moved that she almost cried, but a look from Chu Chen stopped her. Chu Chen thought to himself, it will take a long time to turn her from a farm girl who couldn't even get enough to eat into a rich person. Li Qinglian held the clothes in her hands, still staring at herself blankly, her heart full of emotion. Chu Chen looked at Li Qinglian's actions, his heart full of doubts. "What's wrong? Changing clothes?" Li Qinglian said timidly. "My husband, I want to change clothes." Chu Chen casually replied, "Then change. You don't need to report changing clothes." Hearing Chu Chen say this, Li Qinglian's face flushed immediately. She didn't expect Chu Chen to be so direct. She was stunned for a long time, but still didn't react. Chu Chen sighed inwardly. The original owner was such a fool, he had never even looked at his wife properly. So, he softly consoled her. "Qinglian, we're husband and wife, why be shy? You can watch me change clothes." Li Qinglian hesitated for a moment, but still slowly took off her clothes. Chu Chen looked at her scars, feeling both excited and distressed. He was excited that he had finally seen a woman's body, but he was distressed that these scars were all caused by him. He sighed and decided to turn around and leave, letting Li Qinglian change her clothes. Li Qinglian stood there quietly, head down, feeling a little lost, thinking her husband still didn't like her body. However, not long after, Chu Chen came in again, holding a bottle of ointment. "Qinglian, I was wrong before. This is the medicine my master gave me. It can reduce swelling and relieve pain. Let me apply it to you." Li Qinglian nodded silently and lay down, letting Chu Chen gently apply the ointment to her. Chu Chen resisted the urge to continue, trying not to touch her wound. They slept quietly together, hugging each other tightly, all night long without saying a word. The next morning, there was a sudden, urgent knock on the door. "Who is it? Stop knocking. The door will fall down if you keep knocking," Chu Chen shouted. Li Qinglian was woken up by the noise. She had slept soundly the previous night and was now in good spirits. She quickly got dressed, and Chu Chen went to open the door. A figure was standing outside the door. It was Chu Dazhuang's son, Chu Xiao. Chu Chen asked impatiently, "Brother Huzi, it's still dark. Why are you standing here?" "Hey, Chu Wazi, what's wrong with your eyes?" Huzi asked puzzledly. Chu Chen was speechless for a moment. It seemed that this big guy was really a simple and honest guy, and he couldn't get angry. "It's okay, Brother Huzi, sit down first. I'll go wash my face and brush my teeth." Chu Chen turned and walked towards the well next to him. Huzi's mouth watered when he saw the mutton in the kitchen. "Sister-in-law, come here quickly.
Chu Chen has been poisoned. Hu Zi shouted. Chu Chen was thrown to the ground by him. His mouth pinched, and he made a whimpering sound. Li Qinglian heard the noise and hurried over with a toothbrush. It's over. That one is poisoned too. Hu Zi let go of Chu Chen and pounced on Li Qinglian again. Li Qinglian turned and ran away in fear, leaving the room in chaos. Chu Chen finally took a breath and shouted, "You old man, I'm brushing my teeth. Stop chasing me." Hu Zi was stunned and stopped chasing. "Hey, Chu boy, you are not poisoned? We're brushing our teeth. The white foam is toothpaste bubbles." Chu Chen et lai hao ba. At this time, Chu Dazhuang and second aunt also arrived. "What's going on?" second uncle asked anxiously. Chu Wazi was foaming at the mouth just now. "I thought he was poisoned and cried out," Hu Zi explained. After hearing this, second uncle asked with concern, "Are you okay, nephew?" "No, I'm just brushing my teeth, and there's some toothpaste foam," Chu Chen explained again. Li Qinglian finished washing up, and Chu Chen prepared a toothbrush for her. She gradually got used to this new lifestyle. "Uncle and aunt, I'll go cook. Let's eat together," Li Qinglian suggested. "No, let's go home and eat." "Hu Zi, let's go." After saying this, uncle pulled Hu Zi away. Hu Zi, however, was still staring at the mutton in the kitchen, his eyes fixed on it. Chu Chen looked at him helplessly, knowing in his heart, Hu Zi was just a foodie. "Uncle, if brother Hu Zi isn't busy, I'm planning to have him help me out. I'll pay him 5 taels of silver a month." Chu Chen turned to his uncle and suggested, "What? 5 taels of silver? Is this kid worth 5 taels?" His uncle looked disgusted. "No, uncle, I have to pay him if I ask him to help me. This is only natural," Chu Chen insisted. "However, if he doesn't obey and slacks off, I will deduct his salary," Chu Chen said seriously. The second uncle was still hesitant. 5 taels of silver a month? Isn't that too much? Chu Chen patiently explained. "He is my brother. I have my reasons for giving him a certain amount." "Okay, second uncle, brother Hu Zi, do you agree?" Chu Chen asked again. Hu Zi had no objection. He thought to himself, 5 taels of silver this month. Food and accommodation are all included. Who would not agree? "It's time for dinner." "What are you three talking about?" second Annie called out, her voice echoing through the room. Hu Zi had long been distracted, his eyes fixed on the bowl of steaming noodles and mutton soup on the table. If his father weren't there, he would have pounced on it. Chu Dazhuang and Hu Zi picked up their bowls. The table was small, so they each filled a bowl with noodles, scooped a ladle of mutton soup, and squatted on the doorstep to eat. The next scene made Chu Chen exclaim that Hu Zi had spent too much money. Hu Zi swirled the noodles around the edge of the bowl and swallowed it in one gulp. Chu Chen's eyes widened as he watched him eat 4 bowls of noodles in a row. He finally put the bowl down embarrassedly, but his eyes were still fixed on the large piece of mutton in the soup. This scene made his uncle and aunt want to slap the boy in front of them, thinking he eats too much. What if he doesn't want it? The others were full after eating only a bowl of noodles. Except for Chu Chen, no one touched the meat in the mutton soup. It was probably because Chu Chen didn't say anything that no one dared to touch it. Chu Chen looked at all this, shook his head, and sighed. It seemed that to change their poverty, they had to start from their mentality. So, he picked up a spoon and filled everyone's bowl with mutton. He gave Li Qinglian a thumbs up and said, "I finally decided to cook mutton today." Then, he picked up the remaining mutton soup and walked towards Hu Zi. "Brother Hu Zi, are you full?" "Ah, no, I'm full." Hu Zi protested, but his body was honest, and his saliva was almost flowing out. Chu Chen stuffed the basin into his hands. "Brother Hu Zi, follow me. As long as you are obedient, although I can't guarantee that you will have meat every day, at least you can eat enough every few days." Hu Zi didn't understand what Chu Chen meant, so he just held the bowl and started eating. Chu Dazhuang and his second aunt Wang Ernie looked at Chu Chen awkwardly, as if thinking, "Your brother is just like that. You have to bear with him." Chu Chen didn't care. Instead, he thought of their families' names and couldn't help laughing. Chu Dazhuang, Wang Ernie, Chu Xiaohu, these names are so careless. Just as Hu Zi put down the basin and burped, an untimely voice suddenly came from outside the door. "I heard that our eldest son, Chu, has become rich. It seems to be true. He can even eat mutton." Ma San and a few other scoundrels leisurely approached. Hearing this sarcastic voice, Chu Chen frowned. "It seems the casino's creditors have come knocking on our door." He shouted, "Hey, third brother, why are you bringing so many people? Has the affair with the village chief's wife been exposed?" The village was small, and Chu Chen shouted at the top of his lungs.
The entire village heard him and gathered around him. Chu Chen, watch your mouth. Don't gossip like a woman, Ma San replied guiltily. Tell me, what are you doing here so early in the morning? Ma San whispered a few words to the man beside him, turned around, and looked at Chu Chen with a smile. This is Brother Long from the Sanha Casino in town. You owe the casino 5 taels of silver. It's time to pay it back. The man named Brother Long glanced around and finally locked eyes with Li Qinglian behind Chu Chen, a lustful glint in his eyes. Chu Chen, you borrowed 5 taels of silver for the casino a few days ago. Now, with the interest compounding, the total is 8 taels. Hurry and pay me, Brother Long said coldly. Chu Chen cursed in his heart. This is fucking robbery. 8 taels of silver. No wonder so many people are forced to sell their children. 8 taels of silver, no problem. But I don't have change. How about you give me the change? Chu Chen took out a 10-tael silver ingot from his clothes and said to Brother Long. Seeing Chu Chen take out 10 taels of silver, the crowd was stunned and began to murmur. It seems this kid has really made a fortune. I saw him driving a mule cart back yesterday. Yes, I even smelled mutton coming from his house this morning. And looking at Li Qinglian's clothes, it's obvious that only city dwellers can afford them. Ma San and Long Gu also stared at Chu Chen in astonishment. They had originally thought that Chu Chen had no money and would definitely use Li Qinglian to pay off his debts, but they didn't expect him to come up with so much money. Actually, it's no problem to give you these 10 taels of silver. I don't care anyway, Chu Chen said again. Everyone exclaimed again. It seemed that Chu Chen's ability to squander money was still there. Brother Long's eyes gleamed with greed. Good boy, you're on the right track. Hurry and give me the money. Chu Chen looked at him with a smile, then turned and secretly asked Huzi, Brother, how many of these people can you beat? Huzi chewed his noodles and replied leisurely, I'm full, so I can beat anyone. Chu Chen quietly handed Huzi a dagger, thinking in his heart, according to the laws of Daxia, those who break into other people's homes and commit crimes can be killed without further investigation. Brother Long, I have no problem giving you the money, but I remember that day you punched and kicked me, and you guys didn't eat in vain. Chu Chen said with a smile. Are you looking for death? Brother Long roared, waving his hand for his men to draw their swords and charge towards Chu Chen. Chu Chen, holding a black stick, stood in front of Li Qinglian and Second Aunt. Hu Zi and Chu Dazhuang, each holding a dagger, looked fierce, forming a triangle formation. Come on. Chu Chen stretched out his hand and beckoned. Brother Long suddenly waved his hand, signaling the others to step back. Back off. After years of wandering around a martial arts world, Brother Long immediately understood the laws of Daxia and quickly realized the problem. Boy, do you think I'm stupid enough to be fooled? Dare to cheat me? If you want to show off, come out. Brother Long said coldly. Chu Chen replied, I won't go out. If you have the guts, come in. The initially tense standoff suddenly degenerated into a childish quarrel. After an hour of stalemate at the door, they all sat down. The onlookers, feeling bored, dispersed. Chu Dazhuang finally understood Chu Chen's plan. Huzi moved a small stool and sat at the door, unconcerned. Kid, just wait for me. If you have the guts, never leave this room. Brother Long made a final harsh statement and prepared to leave with his men. Don't worry, your father will go to the town tomorrow. See if I dare. Chu Chen shouted loudly in the house. Brother Long snorted and cursed in his heart. This kid is worse than a scoundrel. Wait, I'll see how I deal with you. Then he hurried away with his men. Chu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Long and the others had finally left. Although he didn't want to expose the weapons in the space, if he didn't solve these problems, he would be forced to use them sooner or later. He decided to go to town tomorrow and make preparations in advance. After seeing everyone leave, Chu Dazhuang took his second aunt home, while Hu Zi stayed behind. Chu Chen had nothing else to tell Hu Zi to do, so he sent him back. Qinglian, I'm going to the mountains for a while. You stay home obediently. Chu Chen said to Li Qinglian, then walked towards the back mountain. In fact, he wanted to enter the space and find a hidden place. He didn't want Li Qinglian to know about it and avoid scaring her. At present, he didn't want to reveal the secret of this space to anyone. Chu Chen arrived at a secluded valley and entered the shopping mall. He headed straight for the dispatch agency and suddenly remembered a news report from before his time travel, which mentioned that they had confiscated a lot of contraband. These included bows and crossbows, long swords, air rifles, etc., which were just right for him. So he walked for a long time in the 6-story building and finally found a warehouse full of weapons. The room was filled with all kinds of weapons, long swords, pistols, crossbows, air guns, and inflatable equipment. Chu Chen picked up a crossbow and 20 arrows, put on a pistol, and quietly walked out of the space. In order not to attract attention, he put on a robe and a down jacket. Chu Chen was in high spirits as he walked home, carrying 2 long swords and a crossbow. However, the scene outside his house made him nervous. There were people surrounding him. What's going on? Are they back again? Chu Chen was startled and quickly ran home. Curses rang out from inside the door. You little slut, you actually teamed up with Chu Chen to slander me. Chu Chen hurriedly pushed through the crowd and saw Li Qinglian thrown to the ground, with slap marks on her face, obviously beaten. A woman stood in front of Li Qinglian. It was the village chief's wife, her face bruised and blue, as if she had just been beaten. Chu Chen walked forward, looked at the woman's appearance, and sneered. Oh, everyone says that people with no flesh on their faces are not vicious. It seems that appearance really reflects the heart. The young girls and wives in the village were used to being bullied by this woman. When they heard Chu Chen say this, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. You dare come back? If I don't tear your mouth apart today, I'm not the most beautiful woman in Mashan. The woman roared in frustration, ready to attack. Chu Chen stretched out his foot and easily kicked her to the ground. Chu is hitting someone. She fell to the ground, throwing a tantrum, completely losing her mind. Village chief Wang Defa rushed over upon hearing the noise. Seeing his wife being bullied, his face turned livid with anger. Chu, you're getting more and more presumptuous towards your elders. Wang Defa raised his hand to strike, but Chu Chen coldly held his long knife across his face. Uncle Wang, if Annie hadn't come to my house to bully my wife, why would I have attacked her? Chu Chen said calmly. Why? You want to come together? Seeing the long knife in Chu Chen's hand, Wang Defa immediately became timid. After all, he had heard about Chu Chen's recent affairs. He knew that he had become rich, could eat meat, and even bought a mule cart. Uncle Wang, don't you think your wife's behavior is ridiculous? You're the village chief. How can you tolerate her fooling around with the village scoundrels? Chu Chen walked over to the woman and pretended to smell her. Uncle Wang, why don't you go to the clinic and have a look? Is this smell of dead fish a sign of syphilis? The village chief's heart tightened at these words, sensing something was amiss. He also vaguely remembered that his wife had been keeping him away from her for the past few days, suggesting something was amiss. The woman's face paled instantly, and she lowered her head in panic. Seeing this, several men in the village quietly withdrew from the crowd. Wang Defa was so angry that his face turned blue and he shouted angrily. You bitch, why don't you go back to me? You are embarrassing yourself. As he said that, he grabbed his wife's hair and dragged her away. Go back and ask the uncles to go to the clinic too. Chu Chen watched them leave and pulled Li Qinglian back into the house. The crowd outside began to talk. Where's that damned woman of mine? She was just here. You bastard. How am I any less capable than that crazy woman? Chu Chen took Li Qinglian back to the house and said softly, I'm sorry, my lady. I've wronged you. Don't worry, it won't happen again. He felt the warmth in Li Qinglian's palm, and a sense of happiness surged in his heart. Li Qinglian was a little worried and whispered, My husband, I'm fine. I just offended Brother Long and Ma San this morning, and just now I offended the village chief. What if they retaliate against you? Chu Chen calmly picked up the crossbow beside him, quickly loaded the arrow, and pulled the trigger. The arrow shot out like lightning towards the tea tree at the door, piercing into the trunk, and the tail of the arrow trembled slightly. My wife, don't worry. My husband has a magical weapon given by the immortal grandfather. Who dares to retaliate against me? Li Qinglian looked at the crossbow in Chu Chen's hand with her eyes wide open. She had never expected that this weapon would be so powerful that it could even penetrate hardwood like the tea tree. Chu Chen handed the crossbow to Li Qinglian and said, I'm going to town tomorrow. For your safety, don't go out for the next few days. Don't tell anyone that I'm going to town. If anyone dares to enter the house, shoot him. The laws of Daxia stipulate that if someone breaks into a house and commits a crime, they can be killed without charge. Li Qinglian was a little hesitant. Are you going to give this thing to me? No. Husband, you should take it for self-defense. I'll be fine at home. Chu Chen comforted her. It's okay. The immortal grandfather gave me many magic weapons. I have more than one. Don't worry. As he spoke, he began to teach Li Qinglian how to use this magic weapon. After several demonstrations, Li Qinglian gradually mastered the technique. As night fell, The two finished dinner and went to bed. Li Qinglian was still uneasy and whispered, "Husband, can you really not go tomorrow? I'm worried." Chu Chen sighed and replied, "No, Qinglian, in this world, the only way to solve trouble is to delve into it. Go to sleep. The matter has been decided." The two fell asleep in each other's arms, but Li Qinglian tossed and turned, clearly feeling anxious. It wasn't until the crowing of a village rooster broke the silence that Chu Chen slowly opened his eyes, feeling that his injuries were almost healed. He reached out and touched the side, and found that Li Qinglian had already gotten up and was cooking breakfast in the kitchen. Chu Chen finished washing up and walked to the table, and Li Qinglian came out with a bowl of noodles. After breakfast, Chu Chen looked back at the direction of the mountain behind him, a smile on his face. Last night, he noticed Ma San sneaking into the mountain, apparently preparing for something. He took out 2 Qinglian silver ingots from the supermarket space, threw them a few times at the door, and then walked towards his second uncle's house. In order to ensure Li Qinglian's safety, Chu Chen gave the long knife to Hu Zi and asked him to stay at home to guard it, saying that he would go into the mountains. After giving Hu Zi instructions, Chu Chen walked towards the mountain while tossing the silver ingot. He successfully bypassed Ma San and headed towards the town. Ma San saw Chu Chen taking a detour and became suspicious, but did not ask any questions. As soon as he arrived in town, Ma San rushed to the Sanha casino, panting, and told Brother Long that Chu Chen had already left with 20 taels of silver. His news aroused Brother Long's interest, and he immediately gathered his men and prepared to take action. At the same time, Chu Chen came out of the supermarket space, took several pistol magazines, and tied them to his equipment belt. He also had a pistol, an electric baton, and a dagger hanging around his waist. He wore an explosion-proof helmet and a stab-proof suit. He was fully equipped and armed to the teeth. He hid in the grove leading to Qinglian town, waiting for Brother Long's group. He wasn't sure how many people Brother Long would bring, so he didn't show up rashly, but hid. Less than half an hour later, the sound of dense footsteps could be heard. Chu Chen took a quick look and saw Brother Long leading 4 people, including Ma San, walking towards this side. Chu Chen thought silently, "It's just right, a team together, it seems Qinglian is safe." As they gradually approached, Chu Chen suddenly started singing. "There are 2 cows on the opposite hillside. The bull said, 'I love you' to the cow." "Ooh, who is screaming in there?" Brother Long and his men were startled by the sudden singing and looked towards the source of the sound. Chu Chen stared at them in surprise. "Fuck, Brother Long and third brother. Where are you going in such a hurry, so early in the morning? Are you rushing to reincarnate?" Brother Long roared and rushed toward Chu Chen. "Boy, you are looking for death, beat me. Brothers, don't let him get away." The others also drew their weapons and rushed towards Chu Chen. Seeing several people rushing towards him, Chu Chen ran without hesitation, heading towards the mountains. "Boy, don't run away if you dare. I'll torture you." Ma Sen yelled as he ran. Chu Chen ran and laughed at him. "You think I'm your father? I am stupid. I stood there and let you beat me. Who do you think you are? A mountain eagle?" The few people didn't realize that Chu Chen was deliberately provoking them. After running for about half an hour, Chu Chen finally stopped, propped up his knees with his hands, and gasped for breath. "No more running, guys. If you keep running, your lungs will explode," he said breathlessly. The pursuers stood 10 meters away. Brother Long said viciously, "Run? Why don't you run? You chose a good place for yourself." Chu Chen muttered to himself, 8 bullets and 5 people. It can't be that inaccurate. Before he finished speaking, he took out a handful of black objects from his waist. Brother Long looked at him in confusion. "This kid, is he really not afraid of death?" "Brother Long, tell me, what conditions can let me go?" Chu Chen said after taking a breath, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Brother Long smiled complacently, clearly feeling he had the situation under control. "I heard you made a lot of money in the county. What do you say give me the mule cart, your wife, and 100 taels, and I'll pretend this never happened?" 100 taels is no problem. I'll give you the mule cart as a gift. As for women, hasn't third brother wanted them for a long time?" Chu Chen sneered, his words full of sarcasm. Hearing this, Ma San's eyes lit up, and he immediately revealed a smug expression. "Chu Chen, wouldn't it have been better if you had thought of this earlier? You got beaten up in the casino for nothing. Hee hee, third brother Long, don't be anxious. This kid was just ignorant before. How about this? Come here, I'll show you a treasure," Chu Chen said, raising his pistol, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Brother Long looked at Chu Chen in confusion. What treasure? Are you trying to pull some kind of trick? For safety's sake, Brother Long waved his hand, and several people quickly surrounded him. However, as they approached, Chu Chen pulled the trigger. With a loud bang, Brother Long's eyes widened, and he fell straight down. Ma Sen looked at the bleeding hole on Long Ji's forehead and instantly realized that something was wrong. He quickly grabbed someone a block in front of him and shouted in fear, "There's a hidden weapon!" Chu Chen's second shot was originally aimed at Ma San, but Ma San reacted too quickly and the bullet deviated and hit the head of the person in front of him. Then, the remaining two people swung their long swords at Chu Chen, and at the same time, another person stabbed at Chu Chen. Chu Chen quickly fired back, knocking down the man who had stabbed him with one shot, but the other man's long knife slashed hard on his right helmet, making him dizzy. Chu Chen shook his head, quickly raised his gun, and pointed it at the attacker. Seeing Chu Chen's invulnerability, the man screamed in fear and tried to flee. Ma San, realizing the situation was dire, quickly turned and tried to flee. There was no way Chu Chen would let them have their way. He immediately fired 2 shots, and the 2 men instantly fell to the ground. Chu Chen walked over and shot the knife-wielding man in the head, ensuring he wouldn't have any chance to fight back. Finally, he walked towards Ma San, only to see him clutching his waist and groaning in pain. "Chu Chen, don't kill me. I was wrong. Please let me go." Chu Chen squatted down with a smile on his face. "Let you go? You're so ugly, but you're dreaming." A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. "Tell me, why did you take me to the casino?" Ma San was trembling with fear and shuddered as he said, "It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Brother Long came to my house that day and fell in love with Qinglian, so he asked me to take you to the casino." Chu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. This Ma San was still lying. How could Brother Long fall for Li Qinglian? He had his own thoughts. The most likely reason was that he had joined forces with Brother Long and the others. Chu Chen made a decision in an instant. "Well, since you're so honest, I'll take you to the 18th floor underground," Chu Chen said, and cut Ma San's neck with a knife. Ma San's eyes became empty and blood gushed out. After wiping the blood off the dagger, Chu Chen turned and walked leisurely towards Mashan village. An hour later, Chu Chen arrived at the back mountain, holding a crossbow in his hand, lying on the ground, looking coldly at a female wild boar and her 3 piglets in front of him. With a whoosh, the arrow pierced the wild boar's head accurately. The sow collapsed instantly, struggled a few times, and died. Before the remaining piglets could react, they were trapped by a large net. Chu Chen was secretly pleased with himself, as his plan had gone as he wished. Last night, he had deliberately walked around Ma San's body and headed towards the town in order to create evidence of his absence in case of trouble later. He put the 3 piglets into a woven bag, tied it up, dragged the dead pig's body, took out a dagger, and stabbed a few holes in the pig's body, making sure to leave no trace. After packing everything up, Chu Chen slowly walked toward the village. After arriving at Mashan village, he shouted loudly, "Brother Huzi, come and help." The villagers who heard the shouting turned to look at him. They saw him carrying a torn sack on his back and dragging a black object in his hand that looked like a wild boar. Huzi heard the sound and hurried over with a long knife in hand. "Hey, Chuwazi, did you hit this thing?" "Of course not. Yesterday, I went to the back mountain to pee and saw it from afar. This morning, I went up and set a trap and caught it," Chu Chen said tiredly. The surrounding villagers gathered around, and one of the middle-aged men asked, "Chuwazi, I didn't expect you to have such a skill. Although this wild boar doesn't look big, it's not easy to hunt it face to face." Chu Chen smiled and said, "No, I learned a trap outside and trapped it with a rope. That's how I got it." "What is a trap? Can you teach us?" Uncle Lu from the village had curiosity in his eyes. Chu Chen smiled and replied, "No problem. Uncle Lu, I will teach you when I get back. To thank you all for taking care of me, I decided that we will all eat this wild boar together." "What? Chu boy, you are really willing to do that?" Uncle Lu was a little surprised. "Of course, if we all eat together, we won't lose out," Chu Chen said as he led the villagers to carry the wild boar towards the village. Chu Chen knew that if he used this meal to treat everyone, if the government came to him in the future, these people would definitely testify on his behalf that the wild boar was eaten by everyone, thus saving him a lot of trouble. In Mashan village, in Chu Chen's courtyard, a large cauldron had been set up in the open space, flames leaping and smoke rising. Li Qinglian stood aside, looking at Chu Chen with concern. Husband, not only did you return safely, but you also brought a wild boar and several live piglets? She was a little confused until she thought carefully and understood Chu Chen's plan. Chu Chen handed the piglets in the sack to her and said, Madam, let's find a place to raise them. Raise them? Although the meat is not poisonous, it is not tasty. Li Qinglian asked doubtfully. It's okay, I have a way. In the future, this may be a way to make money. Chu Chen zip Li. Li Qinglian didn't ask any more questions, but said softly, Husband, is everything resolved? Chu Chen smiled slightly and said comfortingly, Don't worry, no one will be able to harass us in the future. After that, he walked out. Li Qinglian's face showed joy, and she walked to the other side with the piglet. Chu Chen came to Hu Zi and handed him 10 taels of silver. Brother Hu Zi, I have a favor to do you. Go to the town to buy some food and wine. There are so many people in the village, and one wild boar is not enough to eat. When Hu Zi heard about buying wine, he immediately nodded in agreement, set up Chu Chen's mule cart, and took the two young men to the town. Looking at the busy villagers, Chu Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of deep meaning. He already had a plan in mind. This was not only to let everyone have a hot meal, but also to take this opportunity to stabilize the entire village. Meanwhile, at the home of village chief Wang Defa, the atmosphere was tense. His wife knelt on the ground, her eyes filled with remorse. Defa, please forgive me this time. I was truly bewildered and allowed Ma San to succeed. I was unwilling to do so. Wang Defa looked at her angrily. How dare you say that? You bitch? If it weren't for Chu Wazi, I would still be in the dark. He whipped her angrily. Did you know that Ma Lauer and several other men were at the clinic that day? It turned out that since Chu Chen mentioned that she had syphilis, several men in the village had gone to the town's clinic, and Wang Defa happened to run into them when he took his wife there. Seeing these men blushing, Wang Defa was immediately furious, but he had no evidence, so he could only vent his anger on her. After the doctor's examination, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and the men left in disgrace. Wang Defa was so angry that he dragged his wife home and started beating her. According to Daxiao law, unfaithful women could be punished by being cast into a wooden horse. However, to save his reputation, Wang Defa did not report the matter to the authorities, but instead sold her to a pawnbroker. Just as he was about to rest after finishing his work, he heard a knock on the door. Who is it? Wang Defa straightened his clothes and walked to the door. Uncle Wang, it's me, Chu Wazi. Chu Chen's voice came from outside the door. Wang Defa fronit. Chu Chen? He had offended Chu Chen yesterday, so what was this guy doing here again today? Chu, you little bastard, what's the matter? Did you go to the city to make a fortune, and now you come to my place to make fun of me? Wang Defa asked with an unhappy look on his face. Chu Chen smiled and said, Uncle Wang, what you said is nonsense. It's all a misunderstanding. I'm just thinking about your health. As he said that, he handed over the rice and mutton. Wanda was stunned for a moment, and his eyes softened. You kid, you just came, but why bring anything with you? Aren't you being too formal? He was secretly happy. Although the village chief was of noble status, he was also a farmer. He didn't have many opportunities to eat meat. How could not be tempted by such a large piece of mutton and fine rice today? Uncle Wang, I went to the mountains this morning and killed a wild boar. Uncle Lu and the others are now lighting a fire and setting up the stove at my house. Chu Chen said with a harmless smile, I came here today, firstly to apologize for my recklessness yesterday, and secondly, to invite Uncle Wang to my house to eat wild boar meat. Wang Defa was in high spirits after hearing this and immediately replied, Could it be that you, Chu boy, are so thoughtful that you still remember an old man like me? Then I'll come over and bother you later. Chu Chen was satisfied that his goal had been achieved, so he turned around and said goodbye. When he returned home, the aroma of meat was already wafting from the pot, and Hu Zi had also returned with the shopping on time. He handed the remaining 200 copper coins to Chu Chen. Chu boy, there are still 200 coins left. You keep them. Chu Chen smiled and shook his head. No, brothers, you have worked hard. You could divide it among them. After hearing this, several people immediately smiled happily, thanked Chu Chen one after another, and unloaded the supplies from the mule cart. It was almost noon, and although winter was approaching, the area around Chu Chen's house was filled with laughter and joy as everyone was busy preparing for the wild boar feast. The open space was already filled with tables, chairs, and benches, and the atmosphere became lively. With Wang Defa's arrival, the atmosphere reached a climax. Huzi bought a lot of corn from the town and steamed a full pot of corn rice. There was a jar of wine on each table. Although the wine was not much, only a few pounds, in this era, wine was still a luxury. Chu Chen tasted the wine and found it bland. So he went back to his room and took out a few bottles of erguotu from the supermarket. To avoid being too conspicuous, he filled a large vat with water and carried it to the open space. When Wang Defa saw the wine, his eyes lit up. "You are really rich. How come you have so much wine? It must have cost a lot of money, right?" Chu Chen smiled and shook his head. "Uncle Wang, don't laugh at me. I just made a little money. Come on, let me fill it up for you." As he said that, he poured Wang Defa a glass of erguotu diluted with water. Wang Defa raised his glass and took a sip, then immediately frowned. "Chu Wazi this wine." Chapter 15. Eat and drink to buy land. Chu Chen's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. Could it be that Wang Defa discovered something? After all, even erguotu diluted with water is much better than the wine of this era. "You kid, you must have bought it from the county town. The wine in town doesn't taste like this." After hearing this, Chu Chen felt relieved and thought to himself, "I just like the way you look like you have never seen the world. Yes, I bought some the last time I went to the city, but not much. I'll bring some back to Uncle Wang later." Chu Chen said with a smile. Wang Defa gave him an appreciative look, finished the bowl of wine, stood up, and said, "My fellow villagers, today we are honored to have Chu Wazi invite us to eat meat and drink wine. I am very happy. Everyone knows that when Mr. Chu was here, he made a lot of contributions to the village. Although this kid Chu was a bit of a jerk, he has now turned over a new leaf. From now on, everyone should help each other and remember his kindness. Damn, this old man is smart. After all, he is the village chief. Now that I see that I have made money, even my father has made great contributions to the village. Soup without salt is worse than water. People without money are worse than ghosts." As expected, every world is the same, Chu Chen thought to himself. After Wang Defa finished speaking, he sat down, and Chu Chen stood up with a wine glass. "Everyone, Chu was a jerk before, but he has changed for the better now. So without further ado, let me toast to you all." Without much conversation, the scene became heated after one glass of wine. Regardless of gender, everyone was eating meat with big mouthfuls and drinking wine with big bowls, and their mouths were full of praise for Chu Chen. The lunch lasted until nightfall. Halfway through, Chu Chen used the excuse of being drunk as an excuse to enter the room early. Qinglian followed in and asked, "Husband, are you trying to silence everyone?" Looking at Qinglian's clever appearance, Chu Chen could never imagine that she was just a farmer's daughter. "I'm just afraid of trouble. In this world, strength is everything." After Chu Chen finished speaking, he hugged Qinglian into his arms. But looking at this thatched house with leaks everywhere, Chu Chen suppressed his rising anger. This environment was too. The next day, Chu Chen knocked on Wang Defa's door again. In his hand was a jar of erguotu mixed with yesterday's plain water. "Chaboy, just come. Why are you so polite?" Wang Defa said no, but his body was unusually honest. He reached out to take the jar of wine and led him into the house. "Chu Wazi, what brings you to me today?" Wang Defa asked. "Actually, it's no big deal. You know my dilapidated house, so I want to buy the vacant land in front of the house and rebuild a new house." Chu Chen said to Wang Defa straight to the point. He had also inquired about it these past few days and wanted to build a house, although it would not be as troublesome as in the modern world. You also have to go through the village chief, then buy land, and go to the town government office to handle the relevant procedures. So, he found Wang Defa again. In order to make Wang Defa agree readily, he continued, "Uncle Wang, you also know that building a house requires labor. When the time comes, you can talk to the village and I will start paying you." Wang Defa pretended to think for a moment and said, "Indeed, your shabby house is drafty everywhere. It's time to give Qinglian some space to enjoy it. How big a house are you going to build? How many acres of land are you going to buy?" Chu Chen immediately said, "The vacant land around my house is at least 10 acres. I'm also planning to buy the mountain behind it, which is about 50 acres. Wang Defa was shocked when he heard this. How much money did this kid make? 50 acres. Even the rich families in the city don't have such a spacious house. In fact, Chu Chen has his own idea, which is to build an ancient villa. Before traveling through time, I was living in that rental house of more than 10 square meters. Now that I've traveled through time, can I enjoy myself? Then Wang Defa said, 50 acres. Logically, I can't give you that much, but considering your father's previous contributions to the village, I agree. The vacant land in front of the gate was originally priced at 5 taels per mu, but I'll charge you 4 taels per mu. The land on the mountain behind the gate was priced at 2 taels per mu, so I'll charge you 1 tael. After saying that, he looked at Chu Chen with a smile and said, Boy, Uncle will be nice to you this time. Damn, the village chief saved 50 taels with just 1 sentence. This operation is awesome. Chu Chen said with a smile. Thank you, Uncle Wang. What are the procedures? As he spoke, he handed over a 5 liang silver ingot and gave him 8 10 liang silver ingots as money to buy the land. Haha, it's a small matter. Leave it to me. I'll go to town right away and help you get it done. It's true that money makes things easier. Just pay 5 taels of silver and you don't have to do anything. Strike while the iron is hot. Thank you very much, Uncle Wang. When you come back from town, come to my house for dinner and I will prepare something delicious for you. Wang Defa actively put on his clothes and walked towards the town. Chu Chen was also tactful and let Hu Zi drive the mule cart and go together. Wang Defa, sitting in the mule cart, looked at Hu Zi, who was driving the cart for him with a long sword hanging from his waist. Suddenly, I felt like I was the county magistrate. At this moment, Chu Chen was counting. 10 acres of flat land cost 40 taels, and 40 acres of mountain land cost 40 taels, a total of 80 taels of silver. He earned 600 taels from selling the cups, gave 100 taels to Li Qinglian, and spent about 100 taels on himself. There are more than 300 taels left. If I want to build a modern villa in the future, I will probably need more money. It seems I have to go to Qinglian City tomorrow to make some more money. Li Qinglian watched Hu Zi driving the village chief out of the house and said to Chu Chen, My husband, what are you doing? Qinglian, come here and take a look at the back mountain. Chu Chen pulled Li Qinglian over and pointed at the back mountain and said, what's so good about this mountain? Except that you can plant a lot of crops. Li Qinglian said with a puzzled look, Farming is a small-scale business. Why would you still farm if you have money? Chu Chen said, I was born in the countryside before I traveled through time, and I had to work hard in the fields when I was a child. You traveled through time with a supermarket, and you still farm. Isn't it good to enjoy life? Then he said, What kind of land do we need to farm? I want to turn the open space in front of our door into our house, and the hill behind it into our back garden. What? My husband is squandering money again. How much money would it cost to turn such a big place into a house? Besides, there is no need for the two of them to live in such a big house. Chu Chen looked at her surprised expression and continued, When the time comes, I will go to the county to buy you a few maids and old women, and you will just be responsible for being beautiful at home. But such a big house will cost a lot of money. Besides, I don't need any maids or nannies. I just need to take good care of you. Li Qinglian said to Chu Chen seriously. Serve me, but the environment here is not good. Let's wait until the house is built. Regardless of whether Li Qinglian agreed or not, he just told her, Don't worry about money. Have you forgotten that I'm a disciple of an immortal? Just stay home and enjoy yourself. After saying that, he pulled her towards the house. Chapter 16. Gift of Immortal Pill in Qinglian City. In the evening, Wang Defa came back with the document and asked Chu Chen to sign it. Chu Chen took the land deed and looked around. From now on, I'm also a landowner. His dream goes beyond this. This is just the first step in his soaring into this world. Sooner or later, he will have to leave Mashan village, which is like a summer resort. In the evening, Hu Zi and Wang Defa were drinking there, while Chu Chen sat beside them and watched. What a joke. It's better to drink less of the technology and hard work that comes with this convenience store. After the two men left drunkenly, Chu Chen and Li Qinglian washed up and went to bed. Everything was the same as before. Chu Chen just held Li Qinglian in his arms as he slept, and at most he would pinch her softness. Li Qinglian was having some thoughts in her mind, wondering why her husband was not the same as her second aunt, and the others said, Could it be that there was really a problem in that area? So she turned to Chu Chen and said, Husband, you see, we have been married for more than a year. If we don't have a child, we will be laughed at by the village. What? He flipped through the original owner's memories, and it seemed that he had caused her to misunderstand him. Don't worry, you are so beautiful. How can we stay on this broken bed? Let's wait until the new house is built. Chu Chen thought. In fact, he was also feeling uncomfortable. Before he traveled through time, he was a loser without a girlfriend. On the first day, he traveled through time to the feudal dynasty. He vowed to have many wives and concubines. But after seeing Li Qinglian, he really didn't want to execute her on the spot under such circumstances. It was too ungraceful. While trying hard to hold back the juices that were about to burst out, Chu Chen thought to himself that he must go and see this ancient brothel tomorrow. After a sweet night, Chu Chen quickly had breakfast the next day and told Li Qinglian that he was going to Qinglian City for a few days. He called Huzi to drive the mule cart towards Qinglian City. At this time, Huzi had completely entered the role, sitting at the front of the cart with a long sword slung over his shoulder and driving it. With a proud look on his face, he drove the mule cart very fast. Young people are definitely more aggressive than my second uncle. Because there was no shock absorption system, Chu Chen's but was almost cracked by the bumpy ride. Although there are many cars in the supermarket, if you want to take one out, even the emperor will come to watch. So, for now, I can only endure the numbness and soreness of my butt. Because the mule cart was moving very fast, it arrived at the city gate in just 1 hour. After paying a few copper coins, the two successfully entered Qinglian City. I bought a ceramic bottle from a roadside stall, took out a few pieces of wei de ge that I had prepared earlier, and put them into the bottle. He walked towards a clothing store. Fat Tao was greeting customers in the store when he saw the familiar carriage parked in front of his door. He rushed out with a whoosh. "Dr. Chu, we've finally seen you." "Come in," Fatty Tao said enthusiastically. Since the two had introduced each other last time, they also knew each other's names. "I haven't seen you for a few days. Boss Tao doesn't look well," Chu Chen said as he walked inside. After saying that, he gave Huzi 2 taels of silver and told him to find an inn to stay in. "I have too many secrets, and sometimes it's not convenient to bring Huzi with me." Huzi turned around and drove the mule cart and disappeared. "Don't mention Dr. Chu. I feel like my condition is getting worse and worse. I can't stand up at all in front of my hag at home. I only feel a little interested when I'm in Hongyun Pavilion," Fatty Tao said anxiously. "The last time I came to Qinglian City, I didn't have a good time because of my second uncle's presence and the tight schedule." When Chu Chen heard about Hongyun Pavilion at this moment, he showed an excited expression. "Well, as for your illness, after these few days and nights of nonstop refining, the elixir is finally ready," he said while shaking the pottery bottle in his hand. Fatty Tao stared at the bottle in Chu Chen's hand, as if the whole world was just the bottle. "Good, good, good," he said, and then looked at Chu Chen with anticipation. "Boss Tao, to be honest, these pills have consumed a lot of my magic power." Chu Chen looked like he was saying, "You should be sensible." Fatty Tao immediately understood. He turned around and went back to the inner room. When he came out, he was holding a plate with a dozen or so snow-white silver ingots on it, probably about 100 taels. Chu Chen put the plate away without hesitation and gave him the bottle. "Boss Tao, to reassure you, take 1 pill now, and then we'll go to Hongyun Hall to see the effects." In fact, this was entirely because Chu Chen felt very itchy inside. Boss Tao had an expression that said, "I understand," and told the waiter, "Watch over the shop. Dr. Chu and I have something important to do." After saying that, he took Chu Chen and walked towards the street. Chu Chen followed him with anticipation. There are fast food restaurants everywhere, so why would he need to eat instant noodles? "Brothel, I'm coming." Chu Chen couldn't help but howl. This attracted the attention of the people around them. Fatty Tao quickly covered Chu Chen's mouth and said, "Dr. Chu, you can't say that. You are a hermit, but I am different. If my wife gets to know about this, I will be beaten to death." Chu Chen also felt a little embarrassed. Why'd he howl out loud? Then he smiled awkwardly at the people around him, pulled up Tao to Pang, and rushed into an alley. "Hey, Dr. Chu, have you been to Hongyun Pavilion before?" Fatty Tao asked with a frown. "Where the hell have I been here? This is so embarrassing. There is no one here." So he said to him, "No, I'm not familiar with this Qinglian City." "Then how do you know the path?" asked Pang Tao in confusion. "Shit, it seems like I was born to be in a brothel. I ended up walking into the legendary path by accident." Chu Chen touched his nose and didn't say anything, but pushed Tao to Pang, meaning to let him lead the way. After Fatty Tao took Chu Chen through 3 or 4 alleys, they arrived at a 3-story wooden building. No matter how Chu Chen looked at it, he couldn't connect this building with a brothel. Shouldn't a brothel be decorated with red and colorful decorations and filled with the sound of greetings? Just kidding. It's not even noon yet, and the girls who have worked hard all night are still sleeping. Also, the back door of someone's brothel was decorated with red and colorful decorations, giving it a lively atmosphere. Feeling how quiet it was here, Chu Chen frowned and said, "It's so quiet. Are you sure this is a brothel and not the home of one of your old lovers?"
Dr. Chu, this is the back door. Have you forgotten? Fatty Tao answered in confusion. Oh my God, it's the back door. I saw Depang Tao walk forward and knocked 3 times, paused, and knocked twice more. After a while, the door creaked open. Chu Chen remembered the rhythm of Fatty Tao's knocking on the door very clearly. It must be a secret code. That's not right. Wasn't visiting brothels legal in ancient times? Why would there even be a code? Hey, Boss Tao, it's quite early today. Xiao Hong hasn't woken up yet. A middle-aged woman with thick foundation on her face came out, twisting her big waist, and said to Fatty Tao. Seeing this made Chu Chen feel sick. Chapter 17, relax when it's time. This is a fucking brothel. The quality is so bad. Following the old woman inside, Fatty Tao couldn't wait to rush up to the second floor. As he walked, he said, if you don't wake up, then don't wake up. I can't help it. Immediately afterwards, sounds inappropriate for children were heard from the second floor. At this moment, the old woman turned and looked at Chu Chen, thinking, it is understandable that Fatty Tao is so anxious, but is this handsome young man also so anxious? However, her professionalism made her smile brightly as she said to Chu Chen, Sir, do you have a lover? The man in front of me is well-dressed and obviously a wealthy man. How can I let him go like this? My dear, don't you see that I don't look familiar? This beautiful elder sister, this is my first time here. Where did you get my lover? Chu Chen said with a pure face. Hearing Chu Chen call her beautiful elder sister, although she was surprised that this person spoke so strangely, she believed that beauty could not be wrong after all. For a moment, my heart was filled with joy and my smile turned into a flower. She covered her big buck teeth with a handkerchief in one hand and patted Chu Chen's chest with the other hand. This young man is so sweet. Mom is old. How could she be beautiful? You are embarrassing me. Damn it. Chu Chen had the urge to pull out his pistol and shoot her. It completely subverts my understanding of ancient brothels. What the hell is going on? So I suppressed my nausea and said, seeing that your place is not open yet, I will come back in the evening. Mom, you go and do your work. Don't worry about me. Seeing Chu Chen's sincere look, Mommy no longer cared about him. She twisted her big waist and walked towards the second floor. Chu Chen ordered a cup of tea downstairs and waited for nearly half an hour before Fatty Tao came down with a satisfied look on his face. Divine Dr. Chu, you are truly amazing. Today, I finally feel proud of myself. Even Xiao Hong said I'm much better than those guys from last night. Thank you so much. I wonder if you could give me some more of that elixir. Fatty Tao looked at Chu Chen in a flattering manner. Chu Chen's focus was not here. It turned out that the so-called Xiao Hong was working continuously. In this ancient time, with extremely poor sanitary conditions, damn, you have such a heavy taste. Then he pretended to be angry and said, do you think these pills are garbage all over the street? Where did so many come from? Just these few pills have consumed all my energy. What Dr. Chu said is right. It's me, Ming Lang. Hey, why didn't you go up? Fatty Tao said, looking at the tea on the table. Go ahead, but you have to wait until they've washed themselves clean before you go. Who else can have such a unique taste like you? So he said to him, people who practice cultivation don't have much interest in these things. As they chatted, they walked toward the back door and onto the street. Chu Chen couldn't help but ask, Boss Tao, I'm curious about your back door and secret code operations. You're talking about this, listen to me. It turns out that the back door of the brothel was specially opened for those men whose wives were strict with them, in order to conceal their identities and prevent the real bosses from coming. Holy crap, I was so scared, so this is what happened. At this moment, Chu Chen was somewhat looking forward to the night coming soon. At noon, the proud Tao Depang brought Chu Chen to a high-end restaurant and had an in-depth exchange. But it was Chu Chen who was asking the questions and Depang Tao who was answering them. Seeing Chu Chen's naive look, he became even more convinced that he was a hidden miracle doctor. As night fell, Chu Chen and the inn dressed up carefully, put a few small umbrellas in his pocket, and hurried towards Qinglian Pavilion. He was wearing a gorgeous white robe, and with his exquisite and handsome facial features, he still looked like a rich young man. The mother who was greeting guests on the first floor saw this familiar figure and rushed out in a flash. Oh, young master is still very punctual, but after you left today, mother missed you very much. As she spoke, she took his arm. Chu Chen resisted the urge to shoot her and said, Thank you, Mom, for your concern. Today, I will come to your Qinglian Pavilion to have an in-depth exchange with the girls. Come, sir, follow me upstairs. I'm afraid the vulgar women downstairs won't be worthy of your attention." As Mommy spoke, she thought to herself, it's a pity that she's old. Otherwise, she would be able to earn money by spending money to marry such a handsome guy. Chu Chen, come on, I wouldn't even dare to pay money to someone like you. When we got to the second floor, Mommy waved her hand and called over 5 or 6 beautiful girls, both plump and thin. "This is the young master's first time here. Daughters, you must not spoil his fun." After saying that, Mommy turned around and walked out. Chu Chen glanced at everyone and immediately caught up with Mommy and said, "Is there no oiran here?" The way of opening it is wrong. Although these 5 or 6 are okay, why don't you change the operation of a new batch? Oiran? Sir, you're really joking. My courtesan daughters are proficient in playing all kinds of musical instruments and singing, and are good at playing chess, calligraphy, and painting. May I ask, sir, how about your literary talent? Mommy seemed to have heard a huge joke. There are actually people who come up and ask for the oiran. She is the treasure of the store. How can she be shown to others easily? Well, it turns out this thing is also a hunger marketing, whetting your appetite. Then Mommy added, "My daughters will be performing on stage soon. It depends on whether you can please them." After saying that, he walked down to the first floor. Chu Chen also turned back to the house and had a great time toasting with the young ladies inside. "Young master, you are so mean. Would you like to stay overnight tonight?" A young lady said while feeding Chu Chen wine. The warm body pressed straight against Chu Chen's, causing Chu Chen to look up and laugh. "Let's wait and see." Chu Chen looked at the stage downstairs with anticipation and said absent-mindedly, because at this moment, the gauze curtain of the stage was pulled open, and a woman with a very good figure, with her face covered with a silk scarf, slowly walked to the center of the stage. "Please welcome our courtesan Miss Roy to the stage to perform." As Mommy howled, there was a huge cheer from the audience. The woman bowed to everyone and then started playing and singing. The crowd below was throwing coins towards the stage like crazy. Chu Chen said that he really couldn't stand the music of this era and drank with the young ladies with a bored look on his face. Finally, after the song, Mommy rushed onto the stage. "Tonight, Miss Roy wants to test your poetic talent. If there is any gentleman who wants to see Miss Roy's beauty, he can write a poem on stage. If my lady takes a fancy to you, I will naturally invite you into my boudoir." After saying that, he left with the girl covered with a silk scarf. "That's it. You left without even meeting me, and just sang a song?" So he said to the girl next to him, "Miss, the so-called courtesan down there, can just write a poem." Little sister, it was the first time the girl heard this title. He immediately explained happily, "If Miss Roy appreciates your poetry, she might not ask for money." Chapter 18, A Long Night Talk in the Oiran's Boudoir. Damn, there are free operations, but as for writing poetry, how can I, a delivery boy, know how to do that? So he said to the girl next to him, "Little sister, please help me prepare the pen and ink. I'm going to the toilet." Chu Chen knew that there was a book section in the supermarket. In the toilet, Chu Chen flashed into the space, came to the book area, and found a collection of poems. I copied a poem on the palm of my hand, but to be safe, I didn't copy it exactly. Who the hell knows if there's a similar poem in this world? I can't write poetry, but at least I can praise you, so I returned to the dinner table full of confidence. The pen, ink, paper, and inkstone were already prepared on the table. Chu Chen looked at the brush in front of him and felt worried. I thought, it doesn't matter if the handwriting is ugly, as long as the content is okay. So he wrote on the paper with a flourish of his brush. "The courtesan is not human. She was brought down to earth by the spring breeze and rain. If I could gain your favor, I would ascend to the heavens and capture the most beautiful woman in the world." Then he wrote the 2 words, Chu Chen, with a big stroke of his pen without any shame. The servant folded the poem that Chu Chen had copied and hurried upstairs with it. On the 3rd floor, in a boudoir filled with fragrance, Roy was flipping through the poems with a bored look on his face. What's more, some people who can't write poetry just wrote, "I will give 800 taels and have a long and in-depth talk with the lady." Lecture. Miss Roy cursed softly. Then she turned to the maid and said, "It seems that I, your sister, will have to stay alone in the empty room again tonight. Miss, you are so beautiful. How can a man without great talent be worthy of you?" The maid said to Roy. At this time, the servant knocked on the door and said, "Miss Roy, here is another poem." Roy said without any interest, "Bring it in." "The oiran is not human. She has been brought down to earth by the spring breeze and rain. If I could gain your favor, I would ascend to the heavens and capture the beauty of the city." Roy muttered to himself, and slowly a happy smile appeared on his face. It's interesting, but the handwriting is too ugly. Besides, I'm not a fairy. Xiaofang, go and call this young man named Chu Chen up. Roy immediately ordered. Miss, have you found your ideal husband? The maid said in disbelief. It's not even a scratch on the head, just go ahead and call me. After hearing this, the maid ran downstairs. The servant gently opened Chu Chen's door, and the maid Xiaofang walked in and said gently, Excuse me, is this Master Chu Chen? Chu Chen was having a hot chat with several young ladies when suddenly a prettier young lady came over and called him. He stood up immediately and said, Miss, you called me? Xiaofang looked at the man in front of her and the women beside him. He was handsome, but seemed, Mr. Chu, my lady invites you, Xiaofang said immediately. Chu Chen looked at the woman in front of him with a confused look on his face. Could it be that the courtesan has taken a fancy to me? So he said to everyone, Ladies and gentlemen, let's drink next time. I'm going to pick up girls. Little sister, picking up girls? Xiaofang looked at Chu Chen in front of her, confused as she thought about these strange new words. Follow Xiaofang to the third floor. Chu Chen stared at Xiaofang and asked, Is your young lady that Miss Roy? Xiaofang rolled her eyes at him and thought to herself, You're asking even though you already know the answer. Are all men like this? They keep staring at me. So he said, unhappily, You'll know when you get in. After saying that, he left without looking back. Chu Chen was confused. How did I offend you? Are you really angry? So he knocked on the door. Miss, Chu Chen is here. Mr. Chu, please come in. An echo immediately came from inside. As he entered the room, Chu Chen smelled a faint fragrance belonging to a girl. There was a big red bed in the room, with a red quilt on it and a red gauze curtain, decorated like a bridal chamber. In front of the dressing table next to her sat a woman with a great figure, with her back to Chu Chen. Chu Chen rubbed his hands excitedly and walked towards the woman. At this time, the woman turned her head, and Chu Chen's eyes widened. He saw that this woman with a great figure also had a face that would bring disaster to the country and the people. The woman bowed slightly and saluted Chu Chen. My humble name is Roy, and I'm honored to meet you, Master Chu. Chu Chen was at a loss for words, so he said, Miss Luo, it's nice to meet you. Please give me your guidance. After saying that, he extended his hand. What kind of greeting was this? Roy suddenly became interested in the man in front of him. Chu Chen withdrew his hand awkwardly. It turned out that he still had the same personality as in his previous life. He would not behave like this when he met a beautiful woman. Roy led him to sit at the table and handed him a cup of tea. Your poems are truly unique. I was inspired by this. Ever since I saw the young lady's figure on the stage, I've been deeply fascinated by her. He took a sip of tea and continued, coupled with your face that brings disaster to the country and the people. Coupled with your peerless beauty, so stunning that it makes me fall in love with you and can't extricate myself. Mr. Chu is quite direct, unlike those hypocritical so-called gentlemen. Roy said with a chuckle, I don't know how to do that. I only know that you are beautiful and a gentleman would love a graceful lady. I simply like you. Chu Chen said without hesitation. You are a very interesting young master. I wonder where you live and whether you have any achievements. Roy asked, Holy shit, it's a blind date, and right from the start he asked about my work and where I live. So he answered, I am from the countryside and have no achievements. Which village is the rural area? Roy looked puzzled. If you say this word again, you will tear your mouth apart. Well, it's just a small village with beautiful mountains and rivers. Miss, how much silver can I pay for an in-depth conversation with you? Chu Chen got straight to the point. He came here to spend money, so why would he have the time to engage in literary conversation with her? In-depth communication? Roy felt that the man in front of him was speaking a lot of strange words. Chu Chen also looked helpless. You don't even understand this, and you still come out to do business? Then he turned and imitated the manner of a scholar. How much silver can I put into the young lady's account? After saying that, he did not forget to point to the big red bed. Seeing Chu Chen like this, Roy sighed softly in his heart. It seems that this is another man who only wants my body. Who told me to be in this brothel? Chu Chen, if I'm not greedy for your body, why would I become your sworn brother? Then it depends on how much silver you have, sir. Roy said coldly. Seeing her expression change suddenly, Chu Chen's heart was beating fast. Could this person still be a girl? So he quickly changed the subject. How about you name a price, and I'll redeem you and make you my secretary? What is a secretary? Roy asked curiously. Well,
A secretary is someone who follows me around and helps me handle matters big and small.
Chu Chen et lai.
Roy's face frowned. Isn't that just a maid? But then he asked with a sly look in his eyes, Sir, are you willing to redeem me? How much silver do you want to redeem yourself? If it's worth it, it's no problem. Chu Chen said indifferently. For a beauty of this level, buying one is no big deal. At worst, I can go to other cities to sell a few more cups. Please ask my mother, Master Chu. I can't decide my own freedom. Roy thought that if this handsome young man in front of him could help him redeem himself, it would be a better destination for him. But is this person in front of me really willing to spend so much money to redeem myself? Chapter 19. Redeem yourself and send a maid to the brothel. Seeing Roy like this, he knew that there was probably no hope tonight. Resisting the urge to push him down, he turned and left the room. I walked down the stairs to the first floor and headed toward Mommy. Judging from Roy's attitude, he should agree to go with him. Then things will be easy. Mommy, looking at your proud face, you seem a lot younger.
Chu Chen said.
It's this sweet-talking guy again, but I'm happy to hear it. Young master is so sweet-talking. He loves to tease his sister. Mommy said with a smile. Come on, I want to discuss something with you. Chu Chen said as he dragged her to the corner. What are your instructions, sir? Did our girl make you angry? No, I just want to ask, Miss Roy, how much silver is required to redeem yourself? Chu Chen expressed his thoughts directly. Mommy looked deeply at Chu Chen in front of her. This guy wants to redeem Roy. Judging from his clothes and appearance, he doesn't seem to be particularly rich, so he'll give it a try first. Oh, sir, Roy's been my daughter since he was a child, and he has never been touched by anyone. You're going to separate us mother and daughter. How can I bear it? After saying this, he tried hard to squeeze back tears, but unfortunately, it didn't work. Chu Chen looked at the mommy in front of him and immediately understood what was going on. It was just a matter of asking for a little more money, and no one had ever used it before, which made him even happier. So he said to her, why don't we talk somewhere else? There are too many people here, and they're all gossipy. Mommy cooperated and took Chu Chen to a quiet little house. In fact, she was so happy that someone was willing to redeem Roy. After all, in this world, there are so many people who are forced to sell their children. As long as she is given time, she can easily train 100 Roys. Mommy, to be honest, I'm going to take Roy. Name your price. Don't bother with anything else. My time is precious. Chu Chen in the room spoke. When Mommy saw Chu Chen's attitude, she knew that he was not easy to fool and was a man who knew the tricks. So she held up 2 fingers and said, we are mother and daughter and have a deep bond, but since you like Roy so much, you will take 2,000 taels. But after you marry her home, you must treat her well. Fuck you, 2,000 taels, why the hell don't you just go and rob it? After thinking about it for a while, he suddenly had an idea and said to Mommy, wait a minute, I need to pee. After saying that, he ran into the toilet, walked straight into the space, and took out a glass ornament that looked like an eagle with its wings spread. In the room, Chu Chen placed the glass ornaments on the table. This is a glass ornament I found far away. I spent 3,000 taels of silver on it. I don't have any cash on me. How about using this as a bargaining chip? Seeing Chu Chen take out this glass ornament, Mommy couldn't take her eyes off it. You know, this thing can't be bought even if you have money. What did you say? You want to use such precious glass to exchange for 2,000 taels? Are you serious? Mommy agreed without saying a word. Fearing that Chu Chen would go back on his word, he immediately asked someone to bring Roy's indenture contract and handed it to Chu Chen. He held the ornament with a smile on his face and couldn't let it go, without any trace of the reluctance he had just had. Looking at the indenture in his hand, it meant that from this moment on, Roy was his property. I couldn't help but sigh. People in this feudal era are really worthless. A piece of rags can be exchanged for a beautiful woman. However, I like it. The moment Mommy brought Chu Chen to Roy's room. Seeing Chu Chen shaking the indenture contract in his hand, Roy finally understood. The person in front of me was not joking with me. For a moment, I felt both happy and a little sad. I was happy that I finally left this brothel where I was accidentally defiled. The sad thing is that I have to marry this man without knowing anything about him. My daughter, Mommy is happy for you. You have finally found a good family. Although I am reluctant to let you go, I will let you go for your future. Mommy hugged Roy and cried. Chu Chen felt sick watching this. It was really like he got an advantage and still wanted to build a laurel archway. Roy was still in a daze at this moment and let his mother hold him. At Chu Chen's request, Roy moved out of the brothel overnight. Come on, I'll take you to the inn to rest. Chu Chen took Roy's hand and was about to walk out. At this time, a girl carrying a lot of bags was following closely behind. Chu Chen looked at her suspiciously. Miss, what are you doing? Son-in-law, I'm a young lady's maid. Since you have redeemed the young lady, I will naturally follow you. Xiaofang said, patting her huge chest. Chu Chen looked at his mommy in confusion. Is this a buy one get one free deal? But he didn't say anything, for fear that the mother in front of him would go back on her word, and said to the girl in front of him, Okay, then come with us. It's getting late, so I won't bother Mom here anymore. When a few people were wondering what was bothering them, Chu Chen pulled the two of them and ran out of the brothel as fast as a flash, fearing that the mother would change her mind later. He turned around and came to the largest inn in Qinglian city. Boss, let's get 2 upper rooms. The money doesn't matter, but they must be clean and comfortable. Chu Chen said, patting the counter. Husband, 1 room will be enough. Xiaofang is a maid and should serve by the side. Roy said, Damn, there's such a good thing. This evil feudal society, I love it so much. Chu Chen was cheering in his heart, and thinking of the next scene, the little brothers raised their heads high. Xiaofang, who was standing next to her, blushed. She was the young lady's maid, and was actually also considered a dowry item. Okay, boss, let them do as they please. Chu Chen sao de et si ten li. The boss looked as if he was used to it. He thought, Is this a fool? What's the big deal? Emperor's number 1, sir. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. As he said this, he took the ingot of 10 taels of silver from Chu Chen's hand. So Chu Chen was looking at this ancient luxury hotel. In the room, an extra-large wooden barrel was filled with hot water. I was wearing jeans, and it would be hard to explain later, so I said, You guys go ahead, I'll be there soon. After saying that, he left the room, went into a space in a corner to change his clothes, and then walked into the room. At this time, Roy had already entered the bathtub, and Xiaofang was waiting beside him. The scene before him almost made Chu Chen bleed from his nose. Chu Chen thought that this evil feudal society was really like a paradise. This night is destined to be sleepless. I really like this feudal society. The shopkeeper downstairs heard the inappropriate noises coming from above and punched the counter hard. He called the waiter over and said, Come and watch over here. I'm going to be out for a while. After saying that, he walked towards Hongyun Pavilion without looking back. Chapter 20. Feeling refreshed and going to buy a house. I woke up so early, I'm so sleepy. With a long and loud song, Chu Chen climbed up refreshed. Husband, get up. I will change your clothes. Roy stood up and took clothes for Chu Chen. The 2 girls helped him get dressed, and Chu Chen called the waiter to prepare breakfast for them. But looking at the 2 women sitting around the table, it seems that I have to go out and make some money today to buy a house. I can't bring it back to Mashan village, at least not yet. After the in-depth communication last night, the atmosphere among the 3 of them became much more harmonious. This world is great. Not only can you have 3 wives and 4 concubines, but most of them are experiences that no one has paid for. After breakfast, Chu Chen took the 2 girls out. To be honest, this is the first time I have seriously visited Qinglian City since I traveled through time for so long. There's a lot of traffic on the street, all kinds of shouting, bargaining, and the Andes in the information center whispering to each other. Look, this is genuine wild ginseng. The original price was 88 taels, but now it's only 99 won. Don't miss it if you pass by. The best immortal sword is only 3 or 2, and the quantity is limited. It will be sold out while stocks last. The boss and the neighbor's boss lady ran away. The 2 stores are having a joint sale. It's only for 3 days. If you don't close within 3 days, your grandson. Looking at all this familiar yet unfamiliar stuff, Chu Chen seemed to have returned to that modern society. I've been busy these few days since I traveled through time. In this situation, I still miss home a little. I wonder if my relatives in that world are grieving over the fact that I was crushed to death by a big sister weighing over 200 pounds. Or would you rather have a happy feast at home? Then he shook his head and cleared away these thoughts. Now that I'm here and have such a wonderful space, I might as well live a good life. He slowly took Roy's hand and said, I plan to buy a house here so I can accommodate you too. My husband, won't you take me home? Roy said to Chu Chen with a dim look in his eyes. It seems that I'm just a prostitute after all, and still cannot catch the eye of the man in front of me. It seems that this girl misunderstood what I meant. I still have things to do, and it's inconvenient to bring you along right now, so I'll settle you down in Qinglian City first. After a pause, he continued, I'll pick you up here when I'm done. Compared to Roy, Xiaofang next to him seemed much quieter. She knew her own identity. She was just a bed warmer. Chu Chen didn't think about this and led them towards the largest syndicate in Qinglian City. Young master and miss, do you three need any help? At the door of the pawn shop, a young man smiled professionally and spoke to the three people. Are you from this dental business? Chu Chen frowned and looked at the boy in front of him. The young man looked arrogant and gave Chu Chen a negative look. Sir, my abilities are incomparable to those of the little guys out there. I grew up in Qinglian City, so there's nothing I don't know. I'm a special agent of this dental practice, called a special commissioner. It turns out that the guy in front is the ancient busybody and the modern swindler. This piqued his interest instantly. I want to buy a house. Do you have any good recommendations? The young man heard that Chu Chen bought a house, and then looked at the two women behind him. He immediately gave me a look that said, I understand. Sir, I'm very familiar with your situation. If you trust me, come with me and take a look. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. I trust you when we meet for the first time. What the hell are you thinking? At this moment, a voice came from inside. Guzi, you are stealing my customers again. Chu Chen looked in the direction of the voice and saw a sturdy figure rushing out. He said to Chu Chen, Sir, this is a scoundrel. Don't listen to this kid. Looking at the big man rushing out, the man named Ergu in front of him instantly walked out slowly like a deflated ball. At this time, Chu Chen ignored the big man and shouted to the young man, Hey, Guzi, come here. In fact, he has his own ideas. When buying a house, you should go to a regular brokerage firm. If they don't make a premium on you, it would be a shame to the gorgeous decoration of the store. It's exactly the same as modern society. When Erguzi saw Chu Chen calling him, his eyes immediately lit up again. He came over jogging and said to Chu Chen excitedly, It's obvious that you are not a fool with a lot of money. How about we go? The dentist was helpless. Although this guy was annoying, he was indeed pitiful, and he was not wrong. In Qinglian City, there were few people who knew him better than him. Lead the way, Chu Chen said, and waved his hand towards the front. The three of them followed Guzi and walked outside. Guzi was leading the way excitedly, thinking that if he could finish this order, he could have a full meal again. Sir, I currently know of 3 courtyards that meet your requirements. One is in the west of the city, in the wealthy area. It has 3 entrances and 3 exits, and the price is 1,200 taels. The second one is also in the west of the city, with 2 entrances and 2 exits, and the price is 800 taels. The third one is in the east of the city, with 3 entrances and 3 exits, but the environment is worse, and it only costs 500 taels. Chu Chen was puzzled. Let's not talk about the price for now. How the hell did you know what I wanted? So he said to him, Go to the west of the city and see 3 ins and 3 outs first. When Erguzi heard this, he immediately became happy. The landlord had promised him that if he sold the item, he would get 30 taels of silver as a reward. A few people walked towards the west of the city and came to a busy street market. They saw people coming and going in gorgeous clothes. Most of the items sold in the market are high-end items. There are gold and silver shops, cloth shops, restaurants, brothels, and almost everything else. Chu Chen stared at the brothel with an evil smile on his face, which gave Roy a headache. My husband is so energetic. Chu Chen immediately felt that he must buy a house here. After a while, Erguzi brought Chu Chen to a luxurious courtyard, which was fully equipped with courtyards, ponds, and rockery. I roughly counted, and there were about 10 rooms, large and small. I can afford to marry as many wives as I want, Chu Chen laughed. It's only 1,200 taels. I have to bargain with him. So he said to Erguzi, This house is nice, I like it. But isn't the price a bit expensive? Sir, you have to negotiate the price with the owner. I am only responsible for bringing you here, but I dare not make the decision. It seems that there is hope for placing an order today. The young man in front of me is staring at me with wide eyes. Then call the landlord to me, and I'll talk to him. It seems that this is much better than modern agents, and you can also meet the homeowner directly to negotiate the price. In less than half an hour, a man with a big belly and dressed in silk and satin walked in. Chapter 21 Meeting a salt merchant on the way to buy a house. The man followed Ergu into the yard and asked loudly, Sir, I heard you want to buy my yard? Sir, may I ask why you want to sell this house? Chu Chen asked back, Oh, you don't recognize me? The middle-aged man seemed very surprised. At this time, Erguzi came over and explained, Sir, this is Mr. Zhou, the largest salt merchant in Qinglian City. He is willing to give up this courtyard because he's going to the capital to develop his business. Chu Chen understood as soon as he heard it. This person turned out to be a super rich man. In this era, salt is not something that can be sold casually. Please forgive my disrespect in front of the formerly renowned Mr. Zhou. Boss Zhou's name is well known. I am fortunate to meet you today. My admiration for you is as endless as the torrent of a river. Zhou Shikai felt quite comfortable with this round of flattery, and he couldn't help but admire the boy in front of him. Sir, you are too kind. How could I, Zhou Shikai, achieve such success? I am just a humble businessman. Zhou Shikai said modestly, patting his big belly. It is not difficult to see that Zhou Shikai seems very happy at this moment. Chu Chen continued, Boss Zhou, could you make this yard a little cheaper? Since you are destined to be with me, I will give you 1,100 taels at a flat price. Zhou Shikai said generously that with his wealth, money doesn't matter to him. All he wants is to be happy. Okay, it's rare that Boss Zhou thinks highly of it, so I'll buy it. Chu Chen said straightforwardly. However, at the moment he was thinking about something else, adding the convenience store warehouses to his supermarket space. There is enough salt that I can't finish eating it in several lifetimes. Moreover, there must be technical information on salt making in that pile of books. He knew that the salt in this world had a strong bitter taste due to poor technology. Moreover, even this bitter salt is controlled by those super families. So the person in front of me is definitely not simple. If you get in touch with this person, you won't have to worry about making money. So he said to Zhou Shikai, Boss Zhou, please wait a moment. I need to go to the restroom. Zhou Shikai looked at the boy in confusion, thinking to himself, could it be that he has no money? Why would he go to the toilet at this critical moment? After a while, Chu Chen came from the front with a small bag in his hand. He walked up to Zhou Shikai and whispered, Boss Zhou, please excuse me for a moment. Roy and the others looked at him in confusion. What was this kid trying to do? The longer I get to know Chu Chen, the more I feel that he is different and difficult to understand. Zhou Shikai was also confused, but he still walked aside with Chu Chen. Chu Chen handed the bag in his hand to Zhou Shikai. Boss Zhou, let me show you a treasure. Baby, does this guy have no money and has to use things to pay for the rent? What else in this world can be called a treasure? I casually opened the bag and saw that it was filled with snow-white powder. I was just about to ask what this kid meant by holding a bag of snow. But immediately he thought of something. I dipped my finger in it and tasted it. It was salty but not bitter at all. Then, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. As one of the largest salt merchants in the great Xia dynasty, how could he not understand the importance of this thing in front of him? This is enough to make his family take off again. Excuse me, sir, what's your name? I have a friend named Zhou. Zhou Shikai bowed to Chu Chen and said happily, Boss Zhou, my name is Chu Chen. I'm the only one in the world who can make this thing. So why don't we work together? Cooperation. Does this guy want to write down the method of making this thing in his own hands? Then he smiled and said, Brother Chu, do you know the method of making this? It requires extremely strong power to keep it. Hey, this old guy dares to threaten me? It seems I have to show my strength. Boss Zhou, let me show you another treasure. After saying that, he took out the pistol from his waist and put it inside his sleeve. Because the cuffs were wide, Zhou Shikai did not see the pistol in Chu Chen's cuffs. Chu Chen pointed forward, and 8 gunshots rang out. Zhou Shikai was so scared that he sat down on ground. Looking up at the courtyard wall again, he saw that bricks and stones were flying everywhere where Chu Chen pointed, and 8 small holes that let in light were created. Zhou Shikai was shocked, as he had also seen many storms. Just by pointing his finger, he could shoot through the courtyard wall. Could it be that an immortal has descended to the earth? This is the only explanation that makes sense. I was just threatening them. Just when Chu Chen was still lamenting that the bricks of this world were so fragile. Zhou Shikai knelt down in front of Chu Chen with a thud. Zhou Shikai didn't know the immortal had come. He has offended me greatly. Please spare my life. Immortal? What the hell? Are there really immortals in this world? However, he remained calm and helped Zhou Shikai up. Boss Zhou, you're really putting me in such a difficult position. Do you think I can keep this salt-making technology? Okay, Boss Zhou, let's talk about this later. Let's talk about the house first. Master Chu, please feel free to live in the house. How can I ask you for money? Oh my god, it's so easy. But Chu Chen immediately rejected the idea of getting something for free. It's nothing. I'm just afraid that this person will pester me. So I said to him, Boss Zhou, you're too serious. Let's put things in perspective. I still have to pay you. And besides, I still like your rebellious look just now.
Zhou Shikai immediately understood what Chu Chen meant. The immortal certainly didn't want me to reveal his identity. It seemed that I had been reckless again. So he immediately replied, Brother Chu, to be honest, this house is nothing to me, Zhou. I'll give you a discount. 200 taels, sell it to you. Damn, that's totally off the mark. It really is good to have strength. Chu Chen wanted to add some more, but Zhou Shikai was unwilling to do so Chu Chen had to give up. With Erguzi's busy work, the house was officially transferred to Chu Chen's name at noon. Taking Chu Chen's 20 taels of reward, Erguzi left them happily. At noon, in the number 1 private room of Zaiwaixuan, the largest restaurant in Qinglian City, Zhou Shikai poured wine for Chu Chen with a beaming face. Roy and Xiaofang were both pressed forcefully onto the table by Chu Chen. In ancient times, women were not allowed to sit at the table when men were eating. Chu Chen was not so feudal. What the hell was there in drinking without women? Brother Chu, when will the goods be available? Zhou Shikai asked during the meal. He didn't mention fine salt directly, but goods. It turns out that Zhou Shikai is really an old fox in the business world. Chu Chen smiled slightly, leaned over, and whispered in his ear, 3 months later, Qinglian Town, Mashan Village, waiting for Boss Zhou to come. After hearing this, Zhou Shikai immediately showed a beautiful smile. He kept pouring wine for Chu Chen, and they had a very enjoyable meal. Even Roy and Xiaofang slowly let themselves go and started drinking with Chu Chen. Chapter 22. Horse stepping on flying swallow, 30,000 taels. After drinking until curfew, Chu Chen and the other two finally managed to return to the inn. On the second day, Chu Chen shook his aching head and found that although this ancient wine had a low alcohol content, it was still very intoxicating. After paying Zhou's shirt-size rent yesterday, Chu Chen discovered that he had insufficient balance. It seems that I should go out and find some money. After saying this, ignoring the two girls who had not yet gotten up, Chu Chen took out a glass ornament of a horse stepping on a flying swallow from the space and wrapped it in linen. He walked out of the inn with a swagger. I probably can't go to that pawn shop last time. It was so embarrassing. So I started walking around the west side of the city. This was a street for the rich, and I thought pawn shops wouldn't do anything like murder and robbery. Chu Chen was thinking leisurely when he walked into a pawn shop that looked magnificently decorated. There were 2 big words, Jinsheng, written on the shop. When the servant saw Chu Chen, who was dressed in gorgeous clothes and holding something in his hands, he immediately came forward to greet him. Sir, are you going to pawn something? Chu Chen looked at the polite servant in front of him and sighed that clothes make the man. I just dress a little better, but the treatment is so much better. Then he said to the servant, I have some treasures to sell, and I wonder where the shopkeeper is. Well, he looked for the shopkeeper as soon as he came in. It seems that this gentleman in front of him is worth a lot of money. Sir, please sit down for a moment. I will come and invite you right away. The servant smiled and asked Chu Chen to sit down, then walked toward the back hall. About half an incense stick of time later, a thin old man, followed by a servant, came out from the back hall. The servant came to Chu Chen and said, This is our shopkeeper Zhu Fu. Zhu Fu looked at Chu Chen and said, What's your name, sir? What do you want to see me? Hello, shopkeeper Zhu. My name is Chu Chen. May I ask if you're the boss here? Chu Chen asked the person who came, What a joke, if he's not the boss. We can't reach an agreement. The glass version of horse stepping on flying swallow in his hand is incomparable to the glass cup. It's much better than the rough thing given to the brothel mother. The one owned by the brothel madam is worth 3,000 taels, so the one in my hand must be worth at least 10,000 taels. Haha, sir, you're joking. Our Jinsheng Trading Company's business is spread all over the Daxia dynasty. I don't have the qualifications to be the owner of this company, but in the entire Qinglian city, my words still count. The old man looked at Chu Chen with a smile and said, Oh shit, it turns out to be a group company. It seems I found the right place. So he said to the old man, Since you can talk, it's fine. I'm short of money today, so I'll give you something. After saying that, Chu Chen opened a corner of the sack. Zhu Fu looked at the corner of the glass that was exposed, his eyes twitched, and then he showed an ecstatic look. Qinglian City hasn't seen such a large amount of goods for a long time. If I can get it to the capital, it will be a great achievement. No, now that I have encountered it, I must take it down. Mr. Chu, please follow me to the back hall. This is not the place to talk. Zhu Fu quickly made a gesture of invitation to Chu Chen. Chu Chen chuckled and followed him towards the back hall without fear. What a joke. I'm really afraid of death. I wore a stab-proof suit
and carried a pistol and a dagger inside my clothes. With equipment in hand, he was not afraid of Zhu Fu in front of him at all. Besides, he is the president of a group company, and he should not be comparable to the owner of a small street shop. In the inner hall, several pretty maids had already prepared tea and peeled fruits and were waiting there. Chu Chen sat down in front of Zhu Fu generously, and a maid immediately served him. "Mr. Chu, this piece of colored glass is rare," Zhu Fu asked with a smile. "Although the goods are good, we still have to find out their origins, in case a thief stole them from someone else's house. If I accept it, I will be in big trouble and may even lose my position as the shopkeeper." Chu Chen immediately saw through his thoughts. He placed the ornaments on the table, lifted the linen cloth, and spoke to Zhu Fu. "Manager Zhu, you must be a well-informed person. Have you ever seen this statue of a horse stepping on a flying swallow?" Zhu Fu stared at the ornaments in front of him with his eyes wide open. "I saw that the colored glass in front of me was finely crafted, without any impurities, and the horse was lifelike, with its body raised high, stepping on a swallow as it passed by." Not only Zhu Fu, but several maids present also exclaimed in amazement. What a blessing it was to be able to see such an exquisite thing. But this handsome young man in front of me was wrapped up with just a piece of rag. This person is not simple. Chu Chen didn't know that this series of actions had already won him a few little fans. "Mr. Chu, you're joking. I can't say I'm well-informed, but I've traveled to most places in Daxia, and I've never seen anything like this before." Mr. Chu calls it horse stepping on flying swallow. Su Fu asked Chu Chen, "Can't you see? This horse, when it runs, can even step on a swallow. It means it's very fast." Chu Chen introduced it briefly. "Can't you see this thing? Wonderful, truly wonderful. May I ask, sir, what is this thing? Hey, I'm telling you whether you want it or not. Don't hesitate. I don't steal or rob, so just name your price." Chu Chen said to Zhu Fu impatiently. Zhu Fu also felt at this moment that he was overly worried. If anyone had this thing, they would have shouted it everywhere. How would he not know it? "I was overthinking it, Mr. Chu. Please don't blame me. Although this item is a rare treasure, it's not something Qinglian City can afford. So after I bought it, I had to transport it to the capital, which involved a certain risk. Therefore, I can only give you 25,000 taels of silver." Zhu Fu quoted a price instantly. Chu Chen was ecstatic. This broken thing was worth 25,000 taels of silver. Then he sighed in his heart. The price in the brothel is too low. But his face remained expressionless. "Manager Zhu, you also know that it is a good thing, and you are fooling me like this?" After saying that, he packed up the ornaments and prepared to leave. "Don't worry, Mr. Chu. I also need to make money, transport, and store it. How about this? 26,000 taels." Seeing Chu Chen about to leave, Zhu Fu quickly pulled Chu Chen and said anxiously, 30,000. I won't sell it for a penny less, not even if it breaks. Am I the one who needs that 1,000 taels?" Chu Chen said this in a boastful manner, as if he had piles of this colored glaze at home. "Mr. Chu, how about a little less?" Chu Chen ignored him, picked up the ornament, and left. 30,000 is 30,000. I have made a friend today, Master Chu. If you have any good things to sell in the future, you must think of me first." Zhu Fu shouted to Chu Chen, who was about to leave. Chu Chen turned around and looked at Zhu Fu, who had a distressed look on his face, and thought to himself, "He is really good at pretending. If this thing were to be given as a gift in the capital, its value would be beyond measure by money. That's right, shopkeeper Zhu. If you want to talk about good stuff, I really have it here." After Chu Chen finished speaking, he took out a dagger from his waist and threw it on the table. "Shopkeeper Zhu is very knowledgeable. Can you tell what the material is?" Chapter 23. Looking for a craftsman in Qinglian City. Zhu Fu was startled by Chu Chen's action and quickly picked up the dagger. He saw the blade shining brightly, and the blade was extremely sharp. And then he said, "This is a divine weapon. Will you take action, Master Chu? Look, this thing is right here with us, easily accessible. You're just ignorant. Forget about the move. I only brought this much today. I'm worried that people will covet my money. I'll talk about it later when there's a chance." Chu Chen looked at Zhu Fu in front of him and said meaningfully. But Zhu Fu didn't care about Chu Chen's intention at all. What a joke. We're a merchant group. How can we do that? Instead, he became deeply interested in Chu Chen's residence. He hurriedly asked, "How could you easily produce such a divine artifact and colored glass? May I ask where Master Chu is from?" "I'm from the countryside. Don't hesitate. Just give me the money."
Chu Chen answered casually with impatience. Seeing Chu Chen's expression, shopkeeper Zhu didn't ask any more questions. Instead, I developed a strong interest in the countryside. I thought to myself, this place must be where immortals can live. After one stick of incense, Zhu Fu gave him a warm farewell. Chu Chen walked out of the pawn shop with a stack of silver bills and a metal plate in his pocket. I looked at the brand carefully. According to Zhu Fushi in the Great Xia Dynasty, anyone who enters a store with the word Jinsheng on it with this item will enjoy VIP treatment. It seems that the ancient people already had a sense of membership. He casually put the sign into the pocket of his down jacket and walked towards the inn. In the inn, Roy and Xiaofang had already had breakfast. She was quietly waiting for Chu Chen to come back in the inn and even thoughtfully asked for breakfast for him. A few meat buns and a bowl of millet porridge. Chu Chen looked at the steaming food in front of him and felt that this was what it really felt like to visit a brothel. You guys try it. I'll just buy it. It's so delicious. After breakfast, Chu Chen took out a silver note worth 100 taels of silver and handed it to Roy. You two should go buy some furniture and live in the courtyard first. It would be better if you could buy a few girls. I have something to go out for, so I'll leave today. Hearing Chu Chen's words, Roy's eyes suddenly dimmed. Could it be that the man in front of me bought me just for this one night of tenderness? Although he bought her a house and gave her banknotes, after these few days of contact, she realized that this was not what she wanted. Who doesn't want to be loved? Who wants to be a vase? Well, it's all my fault, because I was born in a brothel. She was able to be redeemed by the young and promising Chu Chen in her best years. It's already better than those who are old and are bought by an old man to be an unwelcome concubine. Looking at the banknotes in front of her, Roy said, "No need, sir. I have saved some money over the years, which is enough for us. I will be satisfied if you can come to visit us two sisters every now and then." Hey, there are still people who don't want money these days. That's strange. Is it because I'm too handsome? He didn't believe that he could make this girl fall in love with him in just 2 days. After all, there was not enough communication. He put away the banknotes, and without saying anything more, sent the two men to the house and headed towards Tao Depang's cloth shop. At the door of the cloth shop, Hu Zi sat on a mule cart, looking anxiously like a young wife. Why hasn't Chu Wazi come yet? I hope nothing has happened. Hu Zi murmured there. Young man, just come in and sit for a while. Brother Chu said he would come, so he will definitely come. Fatty Tao shouted to Hu Zi from inside. This guy is really strange. He has been waiting for an hour and still refuses to go into his cloth shop. In fact, Hu Zi was not unwilling to go in, but he was afraid of embarrassing Chu Chen because of the coarse linen clothes he was wearing. Hey, Brother Hu Zi, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chu Chen's voice came from a distance. Chu Wazi, you finally showed up. I thought something happened to you. As soon as Hu Zi saw Chu Chen coming, he jumped off the mule cart. Brother Chu, your driver is really serious. He has been waiting for you for 2 hours, but he didn't even come in to sit for a while. At this time, Fatty Tao also walked out of the shop and said to Chu Chen, "Haha, Boss Tao, this is not a coachman. This is my cousin Hu Zi." Chu Chen introduced to Fatty Tao. "Ah, it's Brother Hu Zi. Come on, come in and sit down." Fatty Tao invited again. Hu Zi looked at his clothes and hesitated. Only then did Chu Chen understand that it was because of shyness. "Boss Tao, please pick out some clothes for my Hu Zi brother. Look at him. He's too embarrassed to even enter your store." It turned out that this person was embarrassed to come in because he saw that he was dressed so poorly. Then Fatty Tao laughed and pulled the red-faced Hu Zi into the store. Half an hour later, Chu Chen looked at the tall brother who in front of him. "Tsk tisk, it's true that clothes make the man. Look at this little temperament. It's so good." Hu Zi was like a young wife, shy and timid. He had never worn silk or satin in his life, and at this moment he felt uncomfortable all over, which was not as comfortable as his own coarse linen clothes. Then he turned to Fatty Tao and asked, "Boss, how much silver do you want for this dress?" "Little brother, it's just a set of clothes, no need to pay." Fatty Tao said straightforwardly, "What a joke, the cousin of a miracle doctor. Why would he want money?" Chu Chen handed over a 10 liang silver ingot and said, "Boss Tao, let's get this over with." After saying that, he pulled Hu Zi and left. Fatty Tao looked at Chu Chen, who was leaving, and sighed. It seems that a miracle doctor is a miracle doctor, and it is not easy to get close to him. "Chu Wazi, did you just give him 10 taels of silver?" Hu Zi said while driving the cart. At this moment, he felt even more uncomfortable in his clothes. "Okay, Brother Hu Zi, it's just a set of clothes. Don't worry about it. Just drive your car well." "Where are you going?"
Find a craftsman to go back to the village to build a house and spend some money. Chu Chen waved his hand, and Huzi drove the cart out of the city. He knew that there was a highly skilled craftsman outside the city who often helped people build houses. It was said that the Qinglian city lord's mansion was built by him. He has not been idle these days, according to Chu Chen's instructions. In order to find a good craftsman, I ran all over Qinglian city. Although I can't say I'm familiar with Qinglian city at the moment, I have no problem with the general direction. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the door of a sturdy brick house. Chu Chen had a large piece of mutton and a bag of rice in his hand. After giving the things to Huzi to carry, he followed Huzi's instructions and walked towards the house. On the mule cart, Huzi had told Chu Chen all the information he had found out. This man's name is Chong Wei. He has been building houses for people for generations. It is said that no one in Qinglian city can compare with the houses he builds. Therefore, this person has a very high status in Qinglian city, and ordinary people cannot invite him. "Excuse me, is Mr. Chong at home?" Chu Chen asked after knocking on the door. Chapter 24. House drawings shocked Chong Wei. The door slowly opened, and a young boy looked at Chu Chen in front of him, then at the thing in his hand. Then he said coldly to Chu Chen, "My father said he is not at home. You can go." Damn, it turns out that Chong Wei gave birth to a fool. "Then go ask your father when he will be back," Chu Chen said with a smile. The boy turned back impatiently. In fact, ever since Chong Wei became famous, people come here every day and ask him to build houses. Therefore, they usually close their doors to visitors. On the one hand, they don't care about those trivial things, and on the other hand, they are old and it is time for them to have a good rest. The boy came back and said to Chu Chen again, "My father said he doesn't know when he will be back. Please go back." Damn, it seems that I can't be too smart. Otherwise, I'll easily give birth to a fool. Hey, I said stupid. Bah, this little brother, show this to your father, and he will naturally come to see me. After saying that, Chu Chen handed him a piece of paper and a tael of silver, and said slowly. The boy looked at Chu Chen impatiently, but when he looked at Inzi, his eyes lit up instantly. He nodded, picked up his things, and walked towards the house. It seems that this guy is not stupid and knows how to ask for money. He's probably just a little stupid. Chu Chen felt amused and thought while shaking his head at the door. Just as he was thinking about how to persuade Chong Wei, the door slowly opened again. "Sir, my father said he is back. Please come in." With the help of 1 or 2 taels of silver, the boy was obviously much more enthusiastic than before. "Thank you, brother. Please lead the way." After saying that, she didn't forget to stuff a lollipop into his hand. The boy had never seen this thing before and looked at Chu Chen with confusion. Chu Chen stuffed the lollipop into his mouth, and then the boy made a whimpering sound. It was so damn sweet. This had to be the sweetest food he had ever eaten since he was a child. "My name is Chu Chen, and I'm honored to meet you, Mr. Chong," Chu Chen said to a man in his 50s in the main room. The man ignored Chu Chen and stared at the paper in a daze without saying a word. "Come, young man, tell me where you got this." Chong Wei spoke to Chu Chen, but his eyes were fixed on the paper, and he didn't look at Chu Chen at all. "Mr. Chong, I drew this myself." Chu Chen looked at Chong Wei and answered without being humble or arrogant. "What, you drew it?" Chong Wei turned his head in surprise and looked at the well-dressed, rich young man in front of him. In fact, this was indeed drawn by Chu Chen. In order not to shock the world, the colorful books in the space could not be taken out. So I had to find a pencil and a ruler, follow their example, and draw on an A3 paper. "May I ask which gentleman's successor you are, to be able to design such an innovative and practical house?" Chong Wei looked at the young man in front of him and immediately determined that he was the disciple of a super construction tycoon. "Well, my master keeps a low profile and doesn't want the world to know his name, so please don't disturb him." Chu Chen lied without blushing or beating his heart. "Yes, this young master is me, Meng Lang. I am a hermit, a master from another world, and only I can design such a house. Tell me, young master, why did you come to my humble abode?" Chong Wei said apologetically to Chu Chen. "Young master, since you can't refuse, just accept it." "Mr. Chong, you are really embarrassing me. How dare I call you master in front of you? Just call me Chu Chen. I came here to ask Mr. Chong to build me a house like this." Chu Chen stated his demands directly. "Oh, building a house like this? Judging from the blueprints, it's going to be quite expensive. Mr. Chu, which area of Qinglian city should we choose as the site?" Chong Wei asked seriously. It's in Masan village in Qinglian town. I'd like to ask Mr. Chong for help. Such a nice house is actually built in the village. This guy must have too much money and nowhere to spend it. The blueprint showed a 2.5-story building, but Chu Chen had replaced the space between the first and second floors with wood. The main body is made of brick and tile structure. There is no other way. There is no cement in this world, but in my own space. Chu Chen searched for a while and barely found a hardware store. However, it also solved problems such as bathroom pipes. Mr. Chu, for this blueprint, I will help you. I just have one question. Why is the toilet placed inside the house in this design? Please explain it to me. Chong Wei looked at Chu Chen expectantly and asked, Solve the doubts. How do I solve the doubts? Then he said, Nonsense. Well, this toilet is placed in the room just for the convenience of going to the toilet. I have a toilet and squat toilet made by my master, as well as some pipes for water flow, so I don't have to worry about the smell at all. At this moment, Chong Wei wanted to go to Mashan village immediately to see this so-called toilet, which could actually block the stench of the toilet. Mr. Chu, how much does the house cost? Mr. Chong, here's what I want you to do. Give me a budget. I don't know much about this or the prices in Qinglian City, so please be responsible for the entire house, and I'll just pay for it. After listening to this, Chong Wei nodded. It was indeed more convenient to do things this way. Then he said to Chu Chen, Okay, since Mr. Chu trusts me, come again tomorrow and I will tell you all the expenses. After saying that, he picked up the blueprint and started studying it. Hu Zi handed the mutton and rice to Chong Wei's son and walked out of Chong Wei's house. Before leaving, he stuffed a dozen lollipops into Chong Wei's son's pockets. This made the boy smile happily, and his attitude towards Chu Chen could be considered respectful. Alas, children are so innocent. They will be nice to anyone who gives them candy. Chu Chen blurted out something out of the blue, leaving Hu Zi confused. He scratched his head and drove the mule cart towards Qinglian City. In the western district of Qinglian City, in front of a high-end restaurant, Chu Chen asked Hu Zi, Brother Hu Zi, what do you want to eat? Hu Zi said without even thinking, Meat buns 20. Chu Chen shook his head after hearing this. It seemed that it was still difficult to change his mindset of being used to being poor. You should take it slowly. Without answering, he took Hu Zi into the restaurant. They ordered a table full of main dishes, a large bowl of rice, and 10 meat buns that Hu Zi strongly requested. 2 people at a table, a world of difference. Chu Chen was leisurely savoring the dishes in front of him, while Hu Zi was eating like a starving ghost, with his mouth full of oil. It seems that at this moment, the whole world is left with only the table of food in front of me. Looking at Hu Zi with a look of gluttony on his face, Chu Chen recalled the days when he was delivering takeout. I am the same as you. I finally have the chance to have a meal at a restaurant. Isn't it just like Hu Zi, with no image at all? How can the life of ordinary people be so refined? Chapter 25, Officials Question Masan Village. On the second day, Chu Chen came to Chong Wei's house as promised. Chong Wei's son opened the door for Chu Chen enthusiastically. Compared to yesterday, it was like heaven and earth. Mr. Chong, when can we set off if the budget is available today? Chu Chen stepped forward and said to Chong Wei, Mr. Chu, tomorrow I will take my son there to check out the terrain. The day after tomorrow, I will call the gang and start construction. What about the housing budget? Chu Chen continued to ask. I saw it yesterday. This house is not cheap to build. It costs at least 600 taels of silver. Master Chu needs to think carefully. Chong Wei looked at Chu Chen's clothes and thought that he was not poor, so he quoted a reasonable price. 600 taels, damn, a glass cup in exchange for a villa? Chu Chen immediately agreed and gave Chong Wei a deposit of 100 taels. After finalizing this matter, he took Hu Zi to the West Market to do some shopping and then set off for Mashan village. It was not until noon that the two arrived on the road to Mashan village. This time no one was following them, but there were uninvited guests in Mashan village. In Mashan village, at Wang Defa's home, 2 men who looked like officials were sitting in the main hall with their horses and swords. Wang Defa was waiting downstairs with a worried look on his face. My 2 lords, are you mistaken? We are simple folks in Mashan village. How could there be a murderer? The older officer glanced at Wang Defa sideways. Is it true or not? It's not up to you to decide. Wang Defa thought it was over. How could this kid Chu do such a thing? It was not right. But I haven't seen Ma San for a long time. Could he really have been killed by Chu Wazi? It's better to kill him. It's his fault for cheating on me. Let's go. Take us to Chu Chen's house and arrest the murderer. Wang Defa had no choice but to take the 2 of them to Chu Chen's house. Is Chu Wazi at home? Wang Defa asked at the door. Who is it? Li Qinglian's voice came from inside. As the shabby door opened, it's Uncle Wang. What's going on? Is Chu Wazi at home? The two officials want to know something from him. Li Qinglian looked behind Wang Defa, following his voice. He saw two strong officers with swords on their waists standing behind Wang Defa, looking at him with smiles on their faces. My heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Could something have happened to my husband? Uncle Wang, Chu Chen has gone to the city and hasn't returned home yet. Can we wait until he comes back to discuss anything? After hearing this, Wang Defa looked at the two officers behind him with an embarrassed look on his face. My two lords, why don't you go to my house and have a meal? No one is home. Before the leading officer could speak, another younger officer shouted sternly. Eat, what are you eating? Chu Chen has killed so many people in a row. His crimes are extremely serious. Since you said you are not at home, take this criminal woman away first. After saying this, he went forward to pull Li Qinglian without asking any questions. When Li Qinglian heard that Chu Chen had killed many people in a row, although she roughly understood what had happened, she was still shocked. At this moment, she tried her best to remain calm and said, My two lords, you see my husband is not at home. How about I make a few small dishes for you to eat while you wait? Well, since the young lady has spoken, it's okay for us to wait. The young officer said with a smile. The leading officer looked at him with disdain, but sat down helplessly. Li Qinglian turned and went into the kitchen, her mind racing. What should she do? Under the pretext of borrowing rice, Li Qinglian entered her second uncle's house. Uncle, two officials came to our house and said Chu Chen had committed murder. Please go find Chu Chen and tell him not to come home. When Chu Dazhuang heard that a murder had been committed, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the pawn shop incident was exposed? Without further ado, he told Li Qinglian not to be afraid and to try her best to calm the officers. He headed towards the village entrance. At this moment, Chu Chen and Hu Zi were driving a mule cart towards Mashan village. Not long after Chu Dazhuang went out, he saw the two of them. Chu boy, something bad has happened. Chu Dazhuang said to Chu Chen in the mule cart. Don't worry, uncle. What happened? Chu Dazhuang told Chu Chen everything in one breath, and Chu Chen finally understood. A pawn shop or a casino after a heavy rain at the pawn shop. No one should know about it. Could it be that the person who killed the casino left evidence? I have a complete alibi. Chu Chen frowned, thinking deeply about countermeasures. But no matter what, he has to face it, and he feels that it is not that simple. So he said to Hu Zi, let's go home. I'll go home, nephew. If you go home, you will be caught by them. Chu Dazhuang said anxiously. Second uncle, we haven't broken any laws, so why should we be afraid? Is there no law in the great Xia dynasty? After saying that, he looked at Chu Dazhuang deeply. Chu Dazhuang immediately understood. It seemed that his nephew must be absolutely sure, otherwise how could he be so calm? The three of them drove the mule cart and hurried back home. Wang Defa was seen chatting with two officers outside, while Li Qinglian was busy in the kitchen, delaying time. Seeing Chu Chen coming back, Wang Defa shook his hands vigorously. I wonder what was wrong with this guy. Didn't I ask Chu Dazhuang to go and report the news? Why did he bring him back? Hey, hello, gentlemen. I heard you're looking for me. Chu Chen ignored Wang Defa's winking expression and spoke to the two officers. Are you Chu Chen? Asked the leading officer. That's me. Chu Chen replied without any panic. Well, I'm Nyo Air, the constable of Qinglian town. Where were you on the 8th of this month? Sir, may I ask what you want to say? I've been a law-abiding citizen for over 20 years. Could it be that I've made some kind of contribution, and you want to take me back to receive an award? Chu Chen still looked like he knew nothing. Nyo Air was confused when he saw this. Could it be that this person was not him? Otherwise, this person is really a cruel and evil person. But according to the investigation information, this person was a prodigal son and was powerless. On the 8th day of this month, several people from your village, Sanha and Sanha Casino, died tragically in the mountains. Do you have anything to do with it? Neo Air asked sternly, staring straight at Chu Chen, as if trying to find a flaw in his face. The 8th day of the first lunar month? I was hunting wild boars in the back mountains on the 8th day of the first lunar month. Everyone in our village can testify to this. Yes, on the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, the wild boar was hunted back in the morning. We ate here the whole day, and no one in the village left. Wang Defa also spoke from the side. Well, there is evidence of an alibi, so could it be that he really didn't kill the person? Moreover, according to the coroner,
Except for Ma San, who was killed by a knife in the neck. The others were killed by unknown hidden weapons. The murderer is very experienced and must be a martial arts expert, just like this little brat in front of me. Neo Air then took a deep look at the official beside him and Li Qinglian in the kitchen and instantly understood. The person next to him is the brother-in-law of Wang Fuge, the owner of Sanha Casino. It is estimated that this person has offended Sanha Casino and is here to take revenge. Neo Air was very regretful at this moment. If you want to take revenge, just take revenge. Why drag me into this? Chapter 26, Zhou Shikai suddenly came. Hunting wild boars? Whatever you say is the truth. Neo Air was thinking, but the young officer beside him became anxious. Come back with me, and let's talk it out with our boss. The young officer looked at Chu Chen in front of him and Neo Air's expression, and was about to step forward to arrest Chu Chen. Neo Air said sternly, "The matter has not been clarified yet. Why are you so anxious? What if you arrest the wrong person?" "Hey, Brother Neo, my brother-in-law has said that this man must be arrested. Are you going to stop me?" This sentence is full of threats. Neo Air was speechless for a moment. Yes, he was just a small constable. How could he defeat Wang Fugue? Chu Chen understood at this moment that the Sanha Casino was colluding with the government. It turned out that the young constable in front of him was the brother-in-law of Wang Fugue, the owner of Sanha Casino, nicknamed Bajin. The chief constable of Qinglian town was also often a guest of Wang Fugue. This time, Brother Long and his men came out to collect debts, but they died in the mountains for unknown reasons, so Wang Fugue speculated that it was Chu Chen who did it. So he joined forces with Bajin, contacted the chief of police, and prepared to kill Chu Chen to vent his anger. Since Bajin was not in the official position and was just a temporary worker, he called the honest Neo Air. To be honest, Chu Chen didn't have a good solution at the moment, and this matter was quite troublesome. Although I'm not afraid of these people, I can't just pick up a gun and kill them all. If I do that, I probably won't be able to live a peaceful life. Now, we can only take one step at a time. So he gave Li Qinglian and Wang Defa a reassuring look and said to the young constable, "The whole village can testify for me. What else does the official have to say? Who knows if you guys are colluding with each other? Bad waters and impoverished mountains produce unruly people. Come with me and meet our chief constable first." After saying that, he ignored Neo Air beside him and walked forward to catch Chu Chen, but then he thought of something. He said to Neo Air, "Brother Neo, catch him." "Bajin, this doesn't seem to be in line with the rules." Neo Air insisted. "Rules, Brother Neo. Make sure you know your own identity." After Bajin finished speaking, Neo Air's eyes dimmed. He said to Chu Chen, "Let's go. Sorry for the offense." He went forward and controlled Chu Chen. Chu Chen did not resist, but Li Qinglian said anxiously, "Husband, you can't go." Li Qinglian thought of forcing a confession under torture, but Chu Chen didn't care. If he is really forced to take that step, it is okay for him to disappear. "Don't worry, wait for me at home. If you haven't done anything wrong, you don't have to worry about ghosts knocking on your door." After comforting Li Qinglian and others, Chu Chen cooperated and followed Neo Air towards Qinglian town. Bajin looked at Li Qinglian deeply, then walked out with a smile on his face. Chu Dazhuang was so anxious that he was running around in circles. Not long after Chu Chen and the others left, he called Uzi, took Wang Defa and drove the mule cart towards Qinglian town. They also thought that they could serve as witnesses for Chu Chen when the time comes. Just when Chu Chen and his companions arrived at Qinglian town, they saw two luxurious carriages coming towards them. Although Bajin usually shows off his power in Qinglian town, in the eyes of rich and powerful people, he is nothing. He hurriedly called out to Chu Chen to get out of the way, fearing that he would offend the noble person in front of him. But I was also wondering why this tall and powerful man came to Qinglian town, a remote place. The carriage stopped directly in front of them. "Hey, Brother Chu, where are you going? There are two officials here." The person who got off the carriage was none other than Zhou Shikai, who sold the house to Chu Chen. When Bajin heard the noble man in front of him greeting Chu Chen enthusiastically, he realized that something was wrong. So he bravely stepped forward and said, "Sir, this man is a murderer, and we are taking him back to the town for questioning." Chu Chen didn't say anything, and Bajin snatched away the right to speak. "Brother Chu, you killed someone? Who did you kill?" Zhou Shikai asked in confusion, ignoring Bajin who was standing beside him. "Boss Zhou, you see, I'm so weak that I can't even tie a chicken. How can I kill someone?" Chu Chen said with a smile.
I thought, looking at Zhou, shirt-size momentum, it seems I don't need to take action today. Brother Chu, don't joke around. It's just killing someone. For you, killing is killing. After that, he turned to Ba Jin and said, you don't need to take the people to town. Leave them to me. Ba Jin was also very angry at this moment. Who are you? Should I just leave it to you? Sir, this man is a murderer. Please don't embarrass me. What is your name, sir? I'll test your background first before I say anything. Hey, I told you you're so tactless. Slap me in the face. As soon as Zhou Shikai finished speaking, a man who looked like a servant rushed up from behind him and slapped Ba Jin twice. He beat Ba Jin so hard that he was completely stunned. How dare you go on an official mission? I think you're tired of living. No matter who you are today, in Qinglian town, I won't be called Ba Jin until I make you lose some skin. Ba Jin struggled to get up and roared at Zhou Shikai viciously. He started fighting as soon as they had a disagreement. Doesn't he know what it means that a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake? After saying that, he shouted at Neo Air, what are you standing there for? Go back and call someone. Neo Air himself disliked Ba Jin in front of him and was unmoved at this moment. Hey, this kid is so arrogant. I'm waiting for you to go call someone. Hurry up. At this time, a young man came out of the carriage and asked, Uncle Zhou, what's the delay? Ah, sir, this is the Chu Chen I told you about. He seems to have run into some trouble. Chu Chen looked up and saw a young man about his age walking towards him. Boss Zhou, who is this young man? Chu Chen asked the young man in front of him. Brother Chu, this is my young master, Zhou Heng. Boy Chu Chen, nice to meet Master Zhou. Chu Chen immediately stepped forward and saluted. He felt that the person in front of him was not simple. He doesn't have the glitz and glamour of a businessman, but he has the aura that comes from years of being superior. Moreover, Zhou Shikai, as a salt merchant, seemed to be very respectful to this person, so he must be of great importance. Brother Chu, you are too polite. I'm sorry to bother you with my visit this time. Chu Chen was wondering, didn't they agree to come back in March? Why did he come in just a few days? Looking at Chu Chen's puzzled eyes, Zhou Shikai explained. Master Chu, I show my master your treasure, and he couldn't wait to come and see you. I'm sorry for being so presumptuous. That's fine, but I'm completely unprepared right now. You two will probably return empty-handed. What a joke. Is making salt that simple? Those in stock are kept for my own use. How can I sell them to you so easily? That's all right. Brother Chu, please lead the way and we'll go to your house. I'll bother you for a while. As the group was talking, they were about to get on the carriage when a shout was heard from afar. Stop. You want to run away after beating someone up in Qinglian town? Have you had enough of living? Chapter 27, The Elegant Young Master Kills Ba Jin. Zhou Heng, who was about to step into the carriage, frowned and turned around when he heard the shout. I saw Ba Jin with 7 or 8 people, and behind him was a middle-aged man with a big belly, wearing the clothes of constable. He came towards the carriage with a long knife in his hand. The middle-aged man was the chief constable of Qinglian town. Before they even got close to the carriage, the guards beside it had drawn their swords. He shouted, anyone who dares to offend the young master will be killed without mercy. Oh, you're still killing people without mercy. Do you think you're the emperor? The middle-aged man said sternly with a face full of flesh. What a joke. How big a figure could come to Qinglian town, a place like this where no one lives? They are usually traveling merchants who come to Qinglian town to do business. Instead of showing respect to me first, they even dare to challenge me. Haha, then you take a step forward and try it. Zhou Shikai said with a smile behind him. Ba Jin is probably used to showing off his power, so how could he bear the humiliation of being slapped in the face? He went back and told his captain about the matter, and he brought people here. Now with the support of the captain of the police, Ba Jin also became more confident. He rushed forward with a knife in hand. What can happen if I take a step forward? Anyone who offends the young master will be killed. With one sentence from the head of the guards, the 6 guards moved instantly. Before Ba Jin could understand what was happening, his head was chopped off by a knife. Within a few breaths, everyone, including the captain, fell to the ground. Only then did Zhou Heng walk up to Neo Air, who was already stunned. I've seen you just watching coldly. You're not one of us. Neo Air was so scared that he was stunned. What kind of people were these? They openly killed the constables. He stood there blankly, not daring to speak. Seeing that he didn't dare to talk to him, Zhou Heng didn't make things difficult for him. He walked to the ear of a guard and whispered a few words, and the guard took his orders and left. Let's go, Brother Chu, to your home. After saying that, he got back on the carriage. Chu Chen also murmured when he saw this scene. Sitting in Zhou's shirt-sized carriage, Chu Chen thought to himself. I guess this Zhou Hung in front of me has an incredibly high status. Otherwise, why would he kill Ba Jin and his men just because of a disagreement and in broad daylight? Zhou Shikai was not surprised and chatted with Chu Chen about family matters. The group soon arrived at Chu Chen's house. When Li Qinglian saw Chu Chen was safe and sound, she couldn't help but shed tears. This is Boss Zhou, and this is young Master Zhou Hong. Chu Chen introduced to Li Qinglian. As for how he could come back so quickly, Chu Chen didn't tell her, and she wouldn't ask. Brother Chu, I can't believe it. Although your house is dilapidated, the people living inside are the envy of me. Zhou Shikai said to Li Qinglian without hesitation. Zhou Hung on the side was also looking at Chu Chen with a smile on his face, but when he saw the house, he couldn't help but frowned. I'm sorry to bother you all. Our home is poorly maintained. Please just sit down for a while. After saying that, Chu Chen ordered Li Qinglian to bring out some stools. Li Qinglian looked at Chu Chen with an embarrassed expression. There were no extra stools at home. Chu Chen touched his nose and said awkwardly, Boss Zhou, Mr. Zhou, please wait a moment. I will go to the house to get some stools. After saying that, he walked towards the room. Li Qinglian was greeting everyone awkwardly outside the door. After thinking about it, she walked towards her second uncle's house to borrow some stools. Second uncle, are you sure this person can produce such good fine salt? Don't be fooled. This question made Zhou Shikai feel embarrassed. Chu Chen clearly took out such good fine salt that day, but when he saw this dilapidated house, it has nothing to do with the wealthy people who can buy houses in Qinglian City. After a while, Chu Chen came out of the house and took out a pile of plastic chairs, one inside the other. Those plastic chairs you see at late-night snack stalls. Hey, Brother Chu, this stool of yours is quite novel. What material is it made of? Zhou Shirtsai's huge body sat on the plastic chair without shaking at all. Chu Chen gave a chair to each person in the group, including the guards. The guards also sat down at Zhou Heng's signal. Everyone was very curious about Chu Chen's chair. This, Boss Zhou, is just an ordinary stool. As for the material, I call it plastic. Plastic? Brother Chu, may I ask how much it costs? Zhou Heng asked in confusion. The cost. This was given to me by a friend from the West. I'm not exactly sure. After saying that, Chu Chen didn't say anything more, but went into the kitchen. Since they have come all the way to my house, and probably haven't eaten yet, I have to make something delicious to treat them. As a delivery boy, Chu Chen's cooking skills may not be as good as those of the chefs in restaurants, but making a stew is very easy for him. At this moment, Li Qinglian also came back from her second uncle's house, holding a few stools in her hands. But I saw that everyone was sitting quietly on some strange stools. Although he was surprised, he walked towards the kitchen calmly. In the kitchen, Chu Chen took out an iron pot and a lot of ingredients. Mutton, beef, various meatballs, and various vegetables, and 2 bottles of white wine with an alcohol content of more than 40%. In case there weren't enough tableware, I also took out some disposable bowls and chopsticks. Anyway, Zhou Shikai had seen his own methods and regarded himself as a godlike figure. So there's no need to worry about them being surprised. Set up a firewood fire outside the yard, heat oil in a pot, and pour in a packet of hot pot base. After a while, the fragrance spread far away. This caused everyone to look over here involuntarily, almost drooling. The aroma of hot pot base is not very tempting in this era where most of the food is only steamed or boiled. The conditions at home are limited, and the new house hasn't been built yet, so I'll just bear with it and have a simple meal. Chu Chen greeted Zhou Shikai, Zhou Heng, and the guards. Zhou Heng looked at these strange ingredients and dishes with a strange expression. Zhou Shikai whispered a few words in his ear, and Zhou Heng immediately showed an expression of understanding. The guards sat in various corners with serious expressions, showing no intention of sitting at the table. Chu Chen said to them, Hey, why don't you come and sit down? Everyone must be hungry. Come on, let's have a couple of drinks. The guard smiled and remained unmoved. Chu Chen turned to look at Zhou Heng again. Well, this evil, feudal society. So he turned around and went back to the kitchen, took out the same ingredients, and set up another table next to it. Li Qinglian tactfully walked to her second aunt's house. Chu Chen, Zhou Shikai, and the other two sat down together. It was already early winter, and the temperature of the stove made everyone feel a lot warmer. Chu Chen poured all the ingredients into the pot, and the guards at the table followed suit and poured their ingredients in. Chu Chen took out a bottle of wine, but before he opened it, Zhou Shirkai snatched it away. This bottle is actually made of glass. Well, forget about it. And then he said, this wine is not something that ordinary people can drink. It's only because of Boss Zhou's arrival that I am willing to open it. Then he gave a bottle to the guards and taught them how to open it. Immediately, a strong aroma of wine wafted out. Chapter 28. Fine wine in a glass bottle. Brother Chu, this is the first time I've seen this way of eating. Does it have a name? Zhou Shirkai asked while holding a beef meatball. In our countryside, this is called hot pot, also known as hot pot, and is suitable for eating in winter. Chu Chen zipli. There is no such thing as hot pot in this world. After listening to it, Zhou Shirkai agreed that the countryside must be where immortals live and is inaccessible to mortals. Hey, it's a little bland. Add some salt. After saying that, Chu Chen turned back to the kitchen, took out a clay pot, and sprinkled a handful of salt. Zhou Heng's eyes widened when he saw this scene, and he snatched the pottery jar away. Then he shouted excitedly, "Second uncle told me this before, but I didn't believe it. Brother Chu, can we really have as much refined salt as we want? What's the cost?" Finally getting to the point, Chu Chen looked at Zhou Heng with a smile on his face. "Damn, your second uncle calls me Brother Chu, and you also call me Brother Chu. This generation confusion is so confusing." Then he said, "Mr. Zhou, I can't produce a large amount of it yet, but in 3 months, it should be almost there. The cost is so low that you can't imagine. I am anxious, but Brother Chu, there are some things you may not understand. Our great Xia dynasty has been established for over 100 years, and salt has been controlled for over 100 years. The people of Great Xia have suffered terribly. So this time, you must help me. In return, I will split all the income with you 50 to 50. 50/50ths? We'll talk about it later. But salt shouldn't be difficult to make." When he went to Qinglian City this time, he also specifically inquired about the price of salt. 50 won per 2 ounces of yellow coarse salt, which ordinary people could not afford. So most people would settle for the second best and buy the smelly and sour vinegar cloth. The best refined salt on the market costs as much as 500 won per liang, and its quality is not as good as mine. It is probably controlled by salt merchants like Zhou Shirkai, who deliberately raised the price. In fact, Chu Chen guessed wrong. Zhou Shirkai was not a serious salt merchant. At best, he is a middleman and he has no method of making salt. So they bought up large quantities of crude salt as merchants and then sold it at a fair or low price. The purpose is to break the control of the family that owns the method of making salt. You know, controlling these essential materials is a powerful constraint on imperial power. In fact, Zhou Shirkai was not only a wealthy businessman, but also the second prince of the Great Xia dynasty and the emperor's younger brother. The Zhou Heng in front of him is the current 8th prince. The 8th prince has cared about the people since he was a child and cannot bear to see the sufferings of the world. He is a prince with an excellent reputation. This time, I saw Chu Chen's refined salt at my second uncle's place and learned that a second person had discovered the method of making salt in the Great Xia dynasty. So he couldn't wait to ask his second uncle to bring him to Chu Chen. Brother Zhou, I still say the same thing. If you're still here within 3 months, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Chu Chen looked at Zhou Heng's anxious look and realized that salt was more important than he had imagined. Then, I can't agree to it so quickly. In fact, Chu Chen has his own plans. He wants to live a good life in this ancient time. Then you must have your own territory, and Masan village is a very good choice. To have land and people, one must make money. Salt is indeed a good opportunity to make money, and he plans to build it into an industry. Before that, we still have to solve the housing problem first, and then recruit soldiers and expand our power. Seeing Chu Chen say this, Zhou Heng was not in a hurry. It seems that Zhou Menglang has been reckless. After all, this method of making salt may be the foundation of Brother Chu's skills. How can we easily reach a cooperation with just a few words? In fact, Zhou Heng had discussed with Zhou Shirkai before about arresting Chu Chen and forcing him to tell him the method of making salt. Zhou Shirkai rejected it without hesitation. What a joke. He had seen Chu Chen's miraculous skills. Are you going to arrest him? Moreover, if he refuses to speak, the effect will often be even worse. Also, if that noble family finds out and tries to win them over in advance, it will not be fun. Brother Zhou, you're too kind. You've seen how shabby this place is, so I need time to build a workshop and recruit people. Chu Chen said to the two of them. All right, the wine is open. Boss Zhou, Brother Zhou, and all the good guys, Chu Chen, Thank you all for helping me out today. Otherwise, I would probably still be in the cell now." After saying that, Chu Chen raised his glass and spoke to everyone. They had just eaten a little bit, and when Chu Chen took out the salt, everyone put down their chopsticks. Just now I remembered that there's still good wine. After Zhou Heng raised his glass, everyone raised their glasses and drank it all. "Hey, Brother Chu, this is a fairy wine. I, Zhou Shikai, have traveled all over the country for half my life, but I have never tasted such good wine." As the liquor goes down the throat, a spicy sensation goes from the mouth to the throat, then to the stomach, and finally to the heart. Especially the guards. All of them are martial artists and are addicted to alcohol. After the first cup, everyone started to eat with relish. Zhou Heng pretended not to know that these people were his death squads, so he was very lenient with them. On the surface, they were guards, but privately Zhou Heng did not treat them as servants at all. "Master Chu, your wine is good, but it's a little too little." A guard shouted. One bottle of wine for 5 or 6 people was indeed a little too little. So Chu Chen turned around and went to the kitchen. He took out 2 bottles and placed them on their table. The guard expressed their gratitude and started drinking again. What a joke. What can be stored in a glass bottle is incomparable to ordinary wine. Some people were eager to drink a few more glasses. Halfway through the meal, another guard arrived on horseback, whispered a few words in Zhou Heng's ear, and turned to walk towards the wine table. At this time, Zhou Heng looked at Chu Chen and said, "Brother Chu, the trouble has been resolved. At least in Qinglian City, no one should bother you anymore. As for the Sanha Casino, it has also been shut down." Chu Chen asked without thinking after hearing this, "Thank you, Brother Zhou. Brother Zhou should not be just a salt merchant." Nothing can be hidden for Brother Chu, but now is not the time. After all, we haven't cooperated yet. Zhou Heng raised his glass, smiled at Chu Chen, and drank it all in one gulp. Although he didn't have to deal with the Sanha Casino himself, as long as he solved it, he would save himself a lot of trouble. Next, you can focus on your own things. The meal lasted for an hour before everyone returned home satisfied. "Brother Chu, it's getting late. We have to rush back to Qinglian City. I will be living in Qinglian City for the next 3 months. If you have any trouble, you can come to me." After Zhou Heng finished speaking, he was about to leave with everyone. Chu Chen also generously gave him a large ceramic jar of salt and 4 bottles of wine. Consider this as their reward for solving the problem today. After everyone left, Chu Chen looked at the wine in his hand and thought to himself, perhaps brewing wine is also a good way to go. Although there are many supplies in the space, they will eventually run out. As for things like glass, you can only make a little money in the first few times, but once there are too many of them on the market, they will no longer be worth much. Chapter 29 Chang Wei finally beats Lai Fu. Early the next morning, Chang Wei and his son Chang Lai Fu arrived at Chu Chen's doorstep. "Mr. Chang, I didn't expect you to be so punctual. Have you eaten?" Chu Chen asked enthusiastically. "It's already mid-morning, and you're asking me if I've eaten." "Mr. Chu, I've already eaten. I brought feudal here today, mainly to check out the terrain. Building a house is not a simple matter. We can't be careless." Chang Wei stood with his hands behind his back, looking like a master. Chu Chen almost laughed out loud like a pig. "Damn Chang Wei, Chang Lai Fu, your father must have beaten you a lot." However, he still calmly led them to the open space beside the house. "Mr. Chang, I've chosen this place and plan to build a house here." Chang Wei took Lai Fu around the open space, nodding and shaking his head from time to time. Chu Chen looked very nervous. The two finally came to Chu Chen and said, "Mr. Chu has a unique vision. This place is particularly good in terms of feng shui and terrain. But there's one more thing you need to think about." The ups and downs of his voice made Chu Chen look nervous. I quickly asked, "Please explain clearly, Mr. Chang." "It's not a big problem, actually. The main problem is that the water supply is difficult to find here. Based on my years of experience, this place is not suitable for digging wells." He was so surprised, I thought it was some kind of problem. Chu Chen had already seen through this matter. There are plenty of water pipes in the hardware store in my own space, and the stream up the mountain behind me is much better than groundwater. So he said to Chang Wei, "Mr. Chang, this problem is easy to solve. I will take you to see something." The three of them came to the back of the room and saw that the corner was filled with water pipes and various materials. Chang Wei picked up the water pipes with a look of surprise. He said to Chu Chen, "This may have been soaked in water, but the material—" "Haha, Mr. Chang, I don't understand what material this is, but it's very useful." I plan to use this to collect water from the stream in the back mountain, and then I can solve the water problem at home. I need Mr. Chang's help with this specific operation. In the next half hour, Chang Wei took live food to understand what a water pipe, an elbow, and a water-holding bin were. There are also the toilets, squat toilets, showers, and all kinds of weird gadgets that he has been thinking about. I watched Chu Chen take out an iron lump, roast it over the fire, and then connect the two water pipes. It was so amazing that it was more like I was here to learn rather than to check the terrain. Master Chu, my father and I have learned a lot today. It turns out that there are such smart people in this world who can create such novel and useful things. Chu Chen thought, it's a pity that there is no electricity in this world. If you were shown all kinds of electrical appliances, you would be so excited that you would fly. But speaking of electricity, it seems that some rooftops in the space are equipped with photovoltaic power generation equipment and solar water heaters. It seems that they will have to be removed after the house is built. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to boil water in the winter. At noon, Chu Chen treated the father and son to a hot pot meal. At the dinner table, they saw Chu Chen actually ask Li Qinglian to sit at the table, which refreshed their cognition. In this era, women are meant to serve others, so how can they sit at the same table with men? According to Chu Chen, a wife is meant to be pampered, so why can't he sit at the same table with her? Li Qinglian was so moved by these words that she wanted to execute Chu Chen on the spot. In the afternoon, Chang Wei and Lai Fu were both drunk, and it was all because Chu Chen's wine was too strong. After seeing the two off, Chu Chen called Hu Zi, gave him 20 taels of silver, and asked him to go to Qinglian town to make some purchases. He then said, Hu Zi, I have to start construction on my new house tomorrow. When the time comes, you can ask your second uncle and second aunt to come over and help with cooking and other things. I will pay you for your work. Hu Zi hesitated to speak, but agreed without asking any questions and drove the mule cart towards Qinglian town. He still had a long sword slung across his back. The mule cart was driven very fast, which made Chu Chen shake his head. Could this be the spirited young man from ancient times? After doing all this, Chu Chen carried the items and came to Wang Defa's house. There is no other reason, just to solve the salt problem. For this matter, Chu Chen secretly stayed in the space for a long time last night and looked through all the books. Finally, a method for refining mineral salt was found for him. Many instruments were found in the space and prepared to be used for experiments. Uncle Wang, are you home? Chu Chen shouted loudly at the door. Wang Defa opened the door for Chu Chen with a smile on his face. Chuwazi, you're fine. We went to town yesterday, but we didn't see you, so we came back. Then it seems that there were guests at your house, so your second uncle and I didn't bother them. Tell me what happened. Chu Chen was confused. No wonder Hu Zi seemed hesitant to speak in the morning. It seemed that he was confused about why he came back safely. So he told Wang Defa what had happened. Of course, Chu Chen did not mention a word about the salt. It seems you've met a distinguished person. We arrived in town, but didn't see you for a long time. Then, when we saw the gambling house was closed, we came back. It turned out that several people were anxious and were ready to bypass Bajin and go directly to the chief constable. Unexpectedly, I didn't see anything. After waiting in the town for a long time, I saw the gambling house being closed down. It's okay, Uncle Wang. I guess no one will dare to bully our Masan village from now on. Chu Chen said to Wang Defa. That's good. It's a blessing for our Masan village and for you, Chuwazi, too. What's the purpose of your coming here? Wang Defa seemed anxious and said to Chu Chen. Chu Chen looked up and saw a woman in her 30s sitting in the main hall. He immediately understood. It turns out that after this old man drove out the beautiful girl from Masan, he brought back another one. As expected, the village chief is the village chief, and he is not afraid of not being able to bear the consequences. So he quickly said, since Uncle Wang is busy, I'll make it short. The first thing I want to do when I come here this time is to congratulate Uncle Wang. Chu Chen handed over the gift and said to the woman with a smile on his face. Secondly, Uncle Wang, please help me find out where we can find mineral salt in Masan village. Mineral salt? What do you want that for? You can't eat it. It's poisonous. It seems that it really exists, otherwise Wang Defa would not know so much about it. The poison that can kill people is due to impurities in it. It can be purified with modern technology and then eaten, and it is still quite pure. So he quickly asked, Uncle Wang, it's okay, just tell me where it is. I'll take that thing. It's useful. The barren hills to the west of the village, next to your house, are full of that stuff. Are you serious? Uncle Wang, I want to buy that mountain. I wonder how much it would cost. Chu Chen was surprised. It turned out that there was one next to his house. It seemed that the original owner really could do nothing but squander money. If you want to buy that mountain, Uncle Wang has to tell you first that you can't grow anything on that mountain. You have to think carefully. Chapter 30 Masan Village is busy with construction. After some discussion, Chu Chen finally bought the entire mountain for 100 taels. For Wang Defa, it is a blessing that this thing that can't be used to grow anything can be used to generate income for the village. So, after accepting the 10 taels of silver as a bribe from Chu Chen and the 100 taels of silver for buying the mountain, Wang Defa didn't even bother to have an in-depth conversation with his new daughter-in-law. Hurrying towards the town. As he walked, he said, "Don't worry, Chu Wazi, I've completed all the formalities for you today." Chu Chen returned home with a smile on his face, turned around, and headed towards the mountain west of the village. On the mountain, Chu Chen held an engineer's shovel in his hand and inserted it into the soil again and again. After digging less than 1 meter, we saw the yellow-white crystals. He immediately shouted excitedly. I originally thought that I would have to go to the beach to transport seawater, but unexpectedly, I could solve this problem right on my doorstep. So he hurried back home and found his second Uncle Chu Dajwang. "Uncle, I want to build a workshop at the foot of the mountain west of the village. Can you help me find some craftsmen in the village?" Chu Dajwang looked at Chu Chen in confusion. Is this kid going to find another way to squander the family's money? You're fine, and you can live comfortably for the rest of your life with the money you have. Why would you build a workshop? Chu Chen laughed heartily. Just listen to me. As long as this is accomplished, our Chu family will no longer be a simple small family. Chu Dajwang stepped forward and touched Chu Chen's forehead, wondering if this kid was frightened by the officers. Nephew, did the police beat you? But we didn't see you when we went to town. Later, Qinglian said you were back. Are you okay? What a joke. The police officer is already dead, but he still beats me. So he said to Chu Dajwang seriously, Uncle, don't worry, I'm fine. I built the workshop because I promised a nobleman a favor, so I have to do it for him. Seeing Chu Chen mention the nobleman, Chu Dajwang didn't ask any more questions. He said he would take care of it and was about to leave. In order to avoid trouble, he went home and spent half an hour drawing a sketch of a workshop, taking away 100 taels of silver. He found Chu Dajwang again and handed him the blueprint and silver. Second uncle, these are the blueprints and silver for the workshop. You are responsible for this matter. I only want the finished product. Kid, can you please stop squandering money? It takes so much money to build a workshop. After saying that, Chu Dajwang was about to return some of the money. Chu Chen said hurriedly, Second uncle, I believe in you. You build it well. If there is less money, I still have some. If there is any extra, I will put it with you first. Seeing this, Chu Dajwang no longer insisted, took the silver, and left in a hurry. After finishing all this, it was already evening. Chu Chen walked towards home. The housing and workshop were solved, so the next step was to let things run wild for a while. What is life for? It is for enjoyment. At home, Li Qinglian was cooking in the kitchen. The meal was simple. The hot pot we had eaten over the past 2 days was too greasy, so I told Li Qinglian to eat something light at night. Qinglian, can you read? Chu Chen asked suddenly. This question made Li Qinglian extremely confused. How could her husband not know whether she could read or not? In fact, although Chu Chen had most of the original owner's memories after traveling here, he was still relatively unfamiliar with Li Qinglian. The reason was that the original owner, Lao Lu, simply looked down upon this peasant girl. So she was treated like a maid, and there was no in-depth communication possible. Seeing this, Chu Chen said awkwardly, It's probably because of the beating of the gambling house. I can't remember a lot of things. Don't blame me, wife. Li Qinglian saw this and gently stepped forward, touching Chu Chen's head and said, My husband, you have suffered so much. I am a peasant girl. How can I possibly be literate? It's not easy to be illiterate, so I found 100 home cooking recipes among the pile of books, and my original intention was to let her learn it. Now that people are completely illiterate, it is impossible to teach them one by one. That is unrealistic. So he said, It's okay. Starting tonight, I will teach you how to read. I see my husband running around, and he must be very tired. Besides, as a woman, it's useless for me to know how to read. Li Qinglian quickly refused. Chu Chen had no choice but to take out the home cooking recipe book and said, This is a kitchen secret I accidentally found. I wanted to give it to you so that I can have endless delicious food in the future. Therefore, you must be able to read in order to understand it. Li Qinglian took the book with surprise and began to read it as if it were a treasure. There were many colorful pictures inside, which could not be seen in this world. Moreover, the dishes in the pictures made people hungry at first sight. He immediately said that he would study hard, with the purpose of taking good care of Chu Chen's stomach. That night, the two of them had an in-depth discussion and study in bed. The next morning, Chang Wei and Lai Fu brought a large number of workers and set up tents on the open space. On the road, ox carts carrying construction materials were heading towards Mashan village. He did not disturb Chu Chen and the other person who had studied until late last night and had not yet gotten up at noon. Chu Chen pushed open the door and looked at the lively scene and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. This EPC general contracting is very comfortable. You don't have to take care of anything yourself. The neighbors also gathered around. Hey, Chu Wazi, judging by your appearance, you really have made a fortune. Of course not. Look at the stone and the fine wood. This is what you'd expect from a city house. Some young girls and wives talked to Chu Chen in unison. Chu Chen smiled without saying anything, while Li Qinglian was making tea in the kitchen and greeting the people who came to watch the fun. Mr. Chang, thank you for your hard work. How can we solve the problem of food? Chu Chen stepped forward and asked Chang Wei with concern. It's okay, Master Chu. Just leave everything to me, except for the silver. Only then did Chu Chen remember that he had only given a deposit of 100 taels. So he turned around and walked into the room, took out 500 taels of silver, and handed it to Chang Wei. Look at my memory. I've forgotten about this matter. If you need anything in the future, just tell me. After that, he called Chu Dazhuang and Huzi over and said, These are my second uncle and cousin. When I'm not here, Mr. Chang can tell them about anything. Chang Wei nodded and asked everyone to start working. Some were laying the foundation, some were leveling the land. It was very lively for a while. Chu Chen felt relieved about Chang Wei and returned home, where he started having breakfast with Li Qinglian. After all, he is the top person in charge of building houses in Qinglian City and has his own team, so professional matters should be done by professionals. If you try to interfere too much yourself, it will only cause trouble. Looking at the silent Li Qinglian, Chu Chen thought of another thing. Qinglian, it's been a long time since we went back to my parents' home to visit my father-in-law and mother-in-law. Chu Chen asked tentatively. In fact, the original owner didn't even know where Li Qinglian's home was, let alone her family situation. Chapter 31. Driving a mule cart back to my mother's home. Ah, husband, you mean you want to go back to my parents' home with me? Li Qinglian asked in surprise. After saying that, she looked at Chu Chen in front of her with tears in her eyes. Well, it's just going back to my parents' home. Why are you so excited? Chu Chen looked puzzled. What's the matter, Qinglian? You're just going back to your mother's house. Why are you crying again? Husband, I am happy. I didn't expect you to still think of my parents. Well, as a son-in-law, these are what I should do. But you also know that I've been a complete bastard in the past year since we got married. So please tell me about the situation at home. Chu Chen asked awkwardly again. Li Qinglian didn't care and talked about the situation at home. It turned out that Li Qinglian came from a poor family in Longyan village on the outskirts of Qingyo town. My parents are still alive, and I have an older brother. Her father was a drunkard and favored boys over girls. Li Qinglian had been unwelcome since she was born. Also unwelcome was Li Qinglian's mother. Every time he drank, he would beat and kick her mother. But women in that era had no chance of resistance and just suffered severe beatings for most of their lives. After her brother married his sister-in-law from the same village, in order to build a new house for the family, her father sold Li Qinglian to Chu Chen's father, a scholar. He got 2 taels of silver, but the requirement was that Chu Chen could not regret the engagement, otherwise he would not return the 2 taels. I don't have any feelings for my father. The only person I can't let go of is my poor mother. My husband, you gave me 100 taels that day, and I haven't spent a cent. How about we buy some clothes and bedding from mother this time? Li Qinglian looked at Chu Chen and asked, seeking his opinion. But Chu Chen didn't think so. If Li Qinglian's house was really like this, no matter how much stuff you bought, it wouldn't solve the problem. If it is really not possible, it is also possible to bring my mother-in-law over after the villa is built. Let's go and see everything first. So he said to Li Qinglian, no problem. Don't be reluctant to spend the money. My husband has plenty of money now. While it's still early, let's go and have lunch. Now? But the house is still under construction. Li Qinglian thought that she would go there when she had free time after the house was built. Besides, someone had to watch over the construction of the house. Don't worry about building the house. Go change into your best clothes, and I'll show you off. Chu Chen waved his hand and gave instructions to Li Qinglian. Excuse me, sir. What does it mean to pretend to be cool? Li Qinglian asked. This time, Chu Chen was really stunned by the question. He replied vaguely, Go change your clothes quickly. You also want to see your mother sooner, right? After the two changed their clothes, Chu Chen followed suit and drove the mule cart towards Qinglian town, intending to purchase some things in Qinglian town and then go to Longyuan village. Qinglian town, in front of the mutton stall. What did you say? It's covered. The boss looked at the young man in front of him with surprise. He immediately reacted, packed all the mutton on the stall, weighed it, and enthusiastically carried it to Chu Chen's mule cart. Sir, the total is 8 taels of silver, the boss said, rubbing his hands. Li Qinglian on the side widened her eyes. 8 taels of silver could almost cover a rural family's expenses for a year. My husband, you don't need so much. You know my father is that kind of person. Li Qinglian said to Chu Chen. It's okay. I have to do this to make him regret what he did to you before. Just listen to me. After saying that, he went to the winery again, bought 2 jars of wine, took out 8 bottles of 52 proof technology and hard work that he brought from the space, and mixed them all in. Then he went to the clothing store and said to Li Qinglian, Qinglian, you should know your mother-in-law's figure. Go pick out some clothes for her. Don't worry, I'll buy it for my mother-in-law. No one else will. I'm not that generous when it comes to clothes, but as for food, I only eat things to show off. Moreover, Chu Chen said that he dared not drink the 4 bottles of technology and cruelty mixed in the 2 jars of wine. Then he bought some oil, salt, soy sauce, and a few bags of rice, and drove the mule cart towards Longyuan village. At the entrance of Longyuan village, some older wives and aunties were sitting at the entrance exchanging information. Hey, everyone, look! Isn't that Qinglian, the daughter of Li Lao? She's actually coming back in a mule cart. I heard that bastardly Lao heir sold her to a prodigal son from Mashan village for just 2 taels of silver. She suffered a lot. What's going on? Was it returned? Hey, I have to go to Li Laoer's house to see what Li Laoer has to say this time. So a group of people quietly followed their mule cart towards Li Qinglian's house. At this moment, Li Qinglian's mother was busy in the kitchen. A few ounces of corn, accompanied by a large pot of wild vegetables, were bubbling and steaming in a clay pot. Li Qinglian's brother works in town and doesn't go home at noon. At this time, only Li Laoer and his wife and daughter-in-law were left at home. The daughter-in-law was lying on the bed in the new house, while Li Laoer was resting with his eyes closed in the main room. Chu Chen looked up and saw that this house was not much better than his home in Mashan village. Next to the thatched cottage is a new thatched house. It was probably bought with the 2 taels of silver from selling Li Qinglian. Watching the mule cart slowly driving into his home, Li Laoer quickly got up. The daughter-in-law also came out of the room. With his family being so poor, how could a distinguished guest come in mule cart? When he saw Li Qinglian and Chu Chen getting off the mule cart, Li Laoer started cursing. You are such a loser. Have you returned it? This is my son-in-law, right? I've already made an agreement with your father that the 2 taels of silver will not be returned. This action really made Chu Chen very angry. As a promising young soul in the 21st century, he had never seen such a father. At this moment, Li Qinglian's sister-in-law also came out of the room and came to the mule cart. He chimed in, Brother-in-law, this money really can't be refunded. Look, it's turned into a house, so it can't be refunded. This is my father-in-law, right? Who said he wanted to retire? Chu Chen couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so he stood up and spoke. Li Qinglian seemed to be numb. She didn't cry or look angry. Instead, he headed towards the kitchen. If you don't want to return the goods, then what's the matter, son-in-law? When Li Laoer heard that Chu Chen was not here to return the goods, he immediately asked in confusion. My sharp-eyed sister-in-law immediately noticed the bulging supplies on the mule cart. Oh, Dad, since my brother-in-law is not here to break off the engagement, he must be here to visit you. Come on, brother-in-law, please come in and sit down. After saying this, he kept winking at Li Laoer. Hey, uncle, come in and sit down. Look at my brain. How could you possibly cancel the engagement? My Qinglian is so capable. Li Laoer seemed to understand everything at once, and walked up to Chu Chen and spoke enthusiastically. Chapter 32, Qinglian's family plays with father-in-law. Chu Chen didn't say anything and walked towards the main room on his own. When Li Qinglian came to the kitchen, she saw her mother, whom she had not seen for more than a year. He shouted, Mom, Qinglian is back to see you. After saying that, he rushed forward and grabbed his mother Lu Damiai's hand. Ah, Qinglian is back. Come and show your mother that your brother-in-law didn't beat you. Lu Damei looked at Li Qinglian. He had heard from people in the town that his daughter had married a prodigal son who spent all day in and out of gambling houses and beat Li Qinglian when he came home. I don't know how many tears I have shed for this poor daughter. He saw that his daughter, whom he had not seen for more than a year, now had a rosy complexion and seemed to have gained a lot of weight. She was wearing silk and satin that only wealthy people could wear. No, mother, my husband treats me very well. This time he wanted to visit you, so I came back. Ah, that's good. That's good. My uncle is here too. Take me to see it. After saying that, he took Li Qinglian's hand and walked outside. Husband, this is mother. Li Qinglian introduced to Chu Chen. Looking at the thin woman in front of him, she looked to be in her 60s. Li Qinglian was only 18 this year, so it was impossible for her to be that old. Then, looking at his lazy father-in-law and sister-in-law, Chu Chen instantly understood. It seemed that his mother-in-law was not having an easy time in this family either. So he quickly stood up and saluted. My son-in-law, Chu Chen, greets my mother-in-law. This action made the peasant woman in front of him at a loss for a moment, and she stood there unable to move. Li Lauer grumbled in his heart. This son-in-law is so cold to me. It seems that Li Qinglian has been saying bad things about me in his ears. Looking at his mother-in-law, standing still, Chu Chen quickly changed the subject. He said to Li Qinglian, Qinglian, let's go and move the things down. It's not good to leave the meat in the car for too long. After saying that, he ignored everyone and walked towards the mule cart. Li Qinglian followed closely behind, holding her mother. When they heard the word meat, Li Lauer and his daughter-in-law became nervous. Could it be that their son-in-law had bought meat? Because Li Qinglian's sister-in-law only saw the bulge on the mule cart, who knew there was meat inside. The courtyard wall was now also surrounded by neighbors who came to join in the fun. Chu Chen deliberately said loudly, Mother-in-law, this is the rice and meat I bought for you. You look so thin, you should eat more. Son-in-law, come if you want. You bought so much meat, it's too expensive. Keep it for you and Qinglian. Lu Damei looked at the mutton on the mule cart. It must have weighed hundreds of pounds. She had never seen so much meat before. This is such a waste. No wonder my son-in-law is still a spendthrift. At this time, Li Lauer and others also saw the mutton being unloaded from the mule cart. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Li Lauer must be very lucky to have such a good son-in-law. Oh, father-in-law, come and help me. This is the wine I bought for you. It's a fine wine I brought back from the western regions. I can't carry it. When Li Lauer heard that someone had bought him some wine, he immediately became excited. This son-in-law is a little cold towards me, but he is quite filial. Thinking about this, he rushed to the mule cart, picked up a jar impatiently, and walked into the house. This jar must weigh at least 30 or 40 kilograms, and there is another jar in the car. It took the group a long time to finally take all the things off the mule cart. Looking at the pile of things in front of them, the group felt like they were dreaming. When had the Li family ever been so wealthy? Li Lauer smiled happily, with two good sons-in-law on his left and right. He even said this to the neighbors who were watching outside in a particularly arrogant manner. Aha, Qinglian brought her son-in-law back and told him not to spend too much. Look at all the rice, flour, meat, and wine. It will take forever to eat them all. Come, come, my dear son-in-law. You must be tired. Come and sit inside. The neighbors were in an uproar. Alas, a prodigal son is a prodigal son. Giving so many things to Li Lauer is worse than feeding them to a dog. Doesn't he know how Li Lauer treats Qinglian? Who says it's not? If I were Qinglian, I would have stopped it. You are just jealous, but you don't know if this young master will take a concubine. My girl is 16 this year. I have to talk to Qinglian about it later. Come on, your girl is 16, but she must weigh more than 160 pounds. What are you thinking, Emma? Chu Chen didn't hear any of this. He was sitting in a main room, talking to his father-in-law. My dear son-in-law, it's rare that you still remember us. Please come often in the future. Li Lauer said enthusiastically. Come here often. Judging from your attitude towards Li Qinglian, when you are done with your business, take your mother-in-law over. I won't even pee in this direction. Father-in-law, I'm fine, but whether I come or not depends on what Qinglian means, don't you think? At this time, Li Qinglian also came back with her mother to change clothes. The sister-in-law looked at the new clothes on her mother-in-law and couldn't help but feel envious. His eyes were fixed on Li Qinglian. Sister, you are so filial. You bought so many beautiful clothes for Mom. He almost said why there is no share for us. Li Qinglian smiled and replied, Sister-in-law, Mother works so hard, so isn't it our duty as children to dress her well? This sentence immediately put an end to the conversation with her sister-in-law. My sister-in-law embarrassed herself and went to the kitchen to cook for the first time. At this time, Chu Chen took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it for himself, and puffed away leisurely. My dear son-in-law, what kind of magic is this? Li Lauer asked in confusion. Several people, including Li Qinglian, looked at Chu Chen strangely. Ah, this is what you're talking about. A friend brought it back to me from the other side of the ocean. It's called a cigarette. Inhaling it will make you feel like you're in ecstasy. Father-in-law, why don't you try it? Chu Chen said with a smile. After saying that, he handed one to Li Lauer. Come on, father-in-law, you have to inhale it and then spit it out. Li Lauer imita Chu Chen. After smoking a cigarette, he felt very drunk. He loved it very much. He drank every day and enjoyed this feeling. Watching Li Lauer get on the road, Chu Chen turned around and returned to the mule cart. He took out 2 packs of 10-yuan cigarettes that he had prepared long ago and handed them to Li Lauer. Father-in-law, this thing is very valuable. This one is worth 10 taels of silver. I don't have much, but these 2 are all I have in stock. I give them all to you as a filial gift. Li Lauer took the cigarette and had already forgotten his previous coldness towards Chu Chen. 1 bar costs 10 taels of silver, and this good son-in-law gave him 2 bars at once. That's too precious. Li Qinglian looked at Chu Chen deeply, not understanding what he was up to. Only Chu Chen knew that once you get addicted to this thing, it will take time to quit. Moreover, Li Lauer is addicted to alcohol, and his ability to control his bad habits is probably not high. Just wait and see. There will be a time when you will have to beg Li Qinglian for help. Chapter 33. Li Lauer adrinque. As they were chatting, the sister-in-law in the kitchen called out enthusiastically, Son-in-law, come and eat. I'm making mutton soup. This enthusiasm shows that the family is having a great time. Li Qinglian probably has never felt this kind of home atmosphere since she was a child. But she knew in her heart that this was only temporary. If Chu Chen had not brought anything, the situation would be completely different. My dear son-in-law, have something to drink, Li Lauer said to Chu Chen, holding a cigarette in his mouth. What a joke. Forget about technology and hard work. So he quickly said to Li Lauer, Father-in-law, I don't like drinking, so I'll leave it to you. Li Lauer opened the wine jar and took a deep breath of the alcohol. This is so fragrant. It is incomparable to the wines in town. It seems that this son-in-law is really filial. Since you don't want to drink, I won't be polite. Please eat more. After saying this, Li Lauer poured himself a bowl and drank it in one gulp. Chu Chen's mouth twitched when he saw this. He wondered if he had drunk himself to death. But then Li Lauer started to spit wine. The alcohol content of wine in ancient times was generally low, which was nothing compared to this 52-proof wine. If you don't get drunk, there's a problem. After 3 bowls of wine, Li Lauer was already very drunk and could not see people clearly. But he really likes this feeling. This is real wine. Putting his arm around Chu Chen's shoulders, he said, Brother Chu, what do you think of my daughter? If you give me 5 taels, I will sell her to you. What the hell is this, a godfather-in-law? Chu Chen's my Wadi Li. Seeing her father like this, Li Qinglian looked at Chu Chen with a face full of grievance. Li Lauer's daughter-in-law quickly said to Li Lauer, Dad, what are you doing? Isn't this your uncle-in-law? You are drunk. Hey, this girl is pretty good. Which family does she belong to? Which brothel is she from? This action made the daughter-in-law blush, and she pushed her father-in-law away and walked towards the room. Li Lauer could no longer distinguish people at this moment. Lu Damei wanted to step forward to stop it angrily, but was stopped by Li Qinglian. Husband, it's getting late. Let's go back. Li Qinglian looked at Chu Chen as if asking for help. Okay, then let's go back. Father-in-law, you continue drinking. I'm leaving first. After Chu Chen finished speaking to Li Lauer, he stood up and walked outside. Lu Damei also followed out. At this moment, only Li Lauer was left in the inner room, humming and drinking wine sip by sip. Li Qinglian secretly put a silver ingot into her mother's hand and got on the mule cart reluctantly. Chu Chen said to Lu Damei, Mother-in-law, I'm currently building a house. Please bear with me for a few days. I'll take you in when the house is finished. Lu Damei wiped her tears and said, Son-in-law, as long as you have this heart, treat Qinglian well and don't worry about me. This is my fate. Chu Chen didn't say much when he saw this. There was no point in saying more at this moment. But looking at the condition of my father-in-law, if I continue drinking, I'm afraid he'll die at the dinner table one day. Forget it. Let's go back first and talk about it after the house is built. So he drove the mule cart towards Masan village. Husband, are you really willing to bring mother to live with us? In the car, Li Qinglian asked tentatively. Yeah, I saw the situation today too. Your father is really not a human being. Don't worry, as long as we are together, we won't let my mother-in-law suffer. Chu Chen comforted her, saying that for him, it was just a matter of supporting one more person. Moreover, if Lu Damei comes over, she can help with cooking. Why not? Back in Masan village, night fell quietly. Chang Wei and his team had already finished work and were cooking and resting at the construction site. Seeing Chu Chen coming back, Chang Wei rushed over hurriedly. Mr. Chu, tell me what those are called. Hydropower materials, please. Also, electricity can actually be used by humans. Wouldn't the thunder god and lightning goddess be angry? Chu Chen was troubled by these strange questions, and the key was that they were difficult to explain. Therefore, Chu Chen attributed everything to metaphysics. In this ancient time, perhaps only metaphysics could explain it clearly. Looking at the smoke coming out of Chu Chen's mouth, Chang Wei was deeply envious. Chu Chen started smoking a few days ago, since there were so many cigarettes in the space. For an old smoker, how can he resist? The days passed one by one, and in the blink of an eye, it was half a month later. After half a month of contact, in Chang Wei's eyes, the young Master Chu in front of him was a god who had descended to earth. The various concepts in the field of architecture rekindled Chang Wei's passion. Look, except for working during the day, Chang Wei always stays around Chu Chen whenever he has free time. Chu Chen was annoyed by the questions. I can't afford to provoke you, but I can't afford to hide from you. In the end, Chu Chen went to the mountains almost every day at dawn. That day, Chu Chen entered the mountains on time. He found a deserted place and took out an air rifle from the space. This thing is not very good at hunting pheasants or something. Moreover, in ancient times, no one would care about you at all. Which man wouldn't yearn for that? He loaded the air rifle, put it on his shoulder, and headed towards Shenshen. For safety reasons, he also had a loaded pistol on his waist. There is a small stream in the back mountain, and about 1 kilometer ahead, there is a small waterfall. The drop is about 50 meters. Water flows down all year round, which is quite spectacular. People in Masan village call it cow woman peeing. The water flow has created a deep pool under the waterfall, where not only fish live, but also birds and beasts come to drink water. And this place is exactly Chu Chen's destination. It lay down in the grass beside the deep pool, quietly waiting for its prey to arrive. After a few incense sticks had passed, a wild rabbit was seen hopping towards the pond. Chu Chen quickly concentrated and calmed down, his finger on the trigger. With a crisp sound, the hare went to see the rabbit god. After cleaning up the rabbit, Chu Chen lay down in the same place again. Load the gun and wait quietly for the second unlucky guy to arrive. This time, he waited for a long time, but no prey came. Perhaps it was because he walked over just now and startled the small animals. Chu Chen, whose hands and feet were numb from lying down, couldn't help but sit up. He took out an air mattress from his space and lay down comfortably. Light a cigarette and enjoy this quiet time. Although it is early winter, the dry season, there's still a lot of water flowing in the waterfall. Chu Chen couldn't help but sigh at the water conservation of the mountains. There was no large-scale industry in ancient times, so the environment was naturally terrible. Not to mention anything else, just this mountain spring water is far better than what is used in later generations. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. Carrying a backpack, he was coming out of the mountains towards the deep pool, panting, looking at Chu Chen lying on something that seemed very soft. The person who came said to Chu Chen, "Hey, Chu boy, why are you running here instead of staying at home?" Chapter 34, Meeting the Widow Under the Waterfall. Chu Chen, who heard the sound, quickly got up. When he looked up, it was none other than a young widow in the village named Gu Xiufang. He is about 25 or 26 years old. She was also a miserable person, marrying into Masan village from outside. Unexpectedly, 3 or 4 years ago, her husband died accidentally while working outside. She was left alone to lead a hard life with her elderly and lame mother-in-law. The two women in the family were bullied everywhere by the villagers. Even Ma San had to climb over people's walls many times. But I don't know whether it was because Gu Xiufang was stubborn or looked down on Ma San, but Ma San never succeeded. "Sister Xiufang, it's winter now. What are you doing alone in the mountains?" Chu Chen got up and asked back. I'm here to collect some mountain products to supplement my family income. What are you doing? Huh, I was just hunting rabbits. They were building a house at home, and it was too noisy, so I thought I'd come here to get some quiet time. Chu Chen said honestly. Looking at the ragged woman in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a little sympathy. So he said to her, Sister Xiaofang, this mountain is not safe. You are a woman. What if you encounter wild boars or tigers? Gu Xiaofang took off the backpack and walked to the edge of the pond while chatting with Chu Chen. Although the weather was cold, she had probably been walking for a long time and was sweating. He took out a towel from behind, dipped it in cold water, and wiped his face and neck. While wiping, he said, I can't compare with you. My family can hardly afford to eat. The harvest has been bad in recent years. If I don't come out to make some food, I will starve in the winter. Looking at the young woman in front of me, to be honest, she is alone with an old woman with limited mobility in this era where life depends entirely on the little food she gets from the land. If there is not enough food before winter, one can imagine what life will be like throughout the winter. When I was squandering my money before, I was also so poor that I didn't have a grain of rice. At that time, Gu Xiaofang would take Li Qinglian to do some work from time to time, such as going into the mountains to dig wild vegetables and get mountain products. Chu Chen thought deeply. How about I help them myself? So he said, Don't worry, sister-in-law. If you don't have enough food in the winter, go find Qinglian. I have food at home. That's great. I heard you've made a fortune now. Not only have you bought a mule cart, but you've also built a big house. If I went to your house every day to borrow food, Qinglian wouldn't know what she would think of me. Gu Xiaofang said embarrassedly, but if Dong could really get Chu Chen's help, then this winter would be easier. What are you thinking about, sister-in-law? I, Chuwazi, am not a person like Ma San. Don't worry about it. Chu Chen thought that this woman was still worried about what people would say. When Gu Xiaofang heard Chu Chen say this, she washed the sweat off her face and neck and decided not to leave. He walked towards Chu Chen. Hey, what's going on? Although I'm not a second-rate guy like Ma San, I can't resist you, a young woman in her early 20s. Looking at Gu Xiaofang walking over, Chu Chen thought to himself, how can Ma San compare to you? I'm not bragging, sister-in-law. If I wanted to remarry, I would have done it long ago. But if I had married, my old woman would have died. After saying that, he sat down on Chu Chen's air mattress without any hesitation. Hey, Chuwazi, what's this good thing of yours? It's so soft. Gu Xiaofang sat down on it and stood up in an instant. It was too soft. Seeing Gu Xiaofang's startled expression, Chu Chen hurriedly explained. It's called an air mattress. It's from across the ocean. Gu Xiaofang touched it tentatively with her hand before sitting down again. It seems that this Chu kid has really made it big, even bringing things from the other side of the ocean. So he said to Chu Chen, Chu kid really knows how to enjoy himself. He moved this thing to the mountain. Why didn't he bring Qinglian with him? Chu Chen seemed to hear the roar of the engine. Could it be that this young wife wanted to drive at me? Putting such a soft mattress in this desolate mountain area? If it's not because of boredom, then there must be some ulterior motive. Gu Xiaofang was an experienced person and immediately thought of the key point of the matter. I thought silently in my heart. Could it be that this Chu kid is following me and waiting here on purpose? In the 3 years since her husband passed away, many men in the village have harassed her. But I look down on those rough guys. Although this Chu boy was a spendthrift in the past, he is fair-skinned and handsome, so it's not impossible for him to marry her. You go hunting if you want to, but you brought this thing with you, and you didn't bring Qinglian with you. What's the matter? Are you waiting for your sister-in-law here? Gu Xiaofang asked bluntly. Chu Chen, I came here to hunt rabbits. How did it end up being me waiting for you? But looking at the young wife in front of me, I guess it's because of years of hard work that she has a very good figure. The big ones are big, the small ones are small, probably because of going into the mountains. The few strands of messy hair on the beautiful face make her smile look unique. So I became interested since I had nothing to do anyway. Hey, my sister-in-law knows about this. This is specially prepared for you. After saying that, he didn't forget to pat the soft mattress. Chu, you become a bad boy. I heard from Qinglian that you haven't touched anyone yet. Is that not your thing? Chu Chen, this is a provocation to myself. Absolutely a provocation to myself. So he looked at Gu Xiaofang deeply and then followed his gaze down. No? If you have the guts, try it. Feeling Chu Chen's fiery gaze, Gu Xiaofang also felt a little restless. After all, she had been holding it in for 3 years. So he began to be bolder. Sister-in-law is an experienced person. Why don't I let Sister Qinglian check the goods? After saying that, she reached out to grab Chu Chen,
but Chu Chen dodged Gu Xiufang's clutches. What a joke. He wants to take me down with just a few words. I am romantic, but not vulgar. So he quickly said, "Sister-in-law, you are too impatient. This place is rarely visited. If you really provoke me, don't blame me for being rude and cruel. What's the point of talking? Just try it. I don't think you can do it. Go back and tell Sister Qinglian about it. Now that I have money, I should give you some supplements." Gu Xiufang said to Chu Chen with a smile, her eyes full of eagerness to try. "It's winter now, and you're not afraid of the cold, but I am." After saying that, Chu Chen stood up with a cigarette in his mouth. "Okay, sister-in-law, stop teasing me. I'm Yufine. It's too cold here. Next time, I'll set up a tent." Gu Xiufang also wanted to tease this handsome and rich little brother in front of her, but she was not such a casual person. So he said to Chu Chen, "Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Go home early. Qinglian will be worried soon." After saying that, he twisted his butt, picked up the backpack, and was about to leave. Chapter 35. Gu Xiufang is moved. "Sister-in-law Xiufang, please wait a minute." Chu Chen stopped Gu Xiufang, who was about to leave. He took out 2 taels of silver from his pocket and walked toward her. "Why? You don't want me to leave? Then I'll show you a treasure." Gu Xiufang thought that her action had worked, and turned around to look at Chu Chen with a smile on her face. Chu Chen walked up to her and handed the silver to her, then said seriously, "What are you thinking about, sister-in-law? You helped Qinglian so much before. You don't have much money with you today. Take it and buy some food. Don't go into the mountains again. There are no wild boars. And there are still those men in the village. They're all thinking about you." Looking at the silver stuffed into his arms, he suddenly felt moved. There are so many people in the village who are jealous of me, but who can give me money and care about me just because they have a disagreement? So he quickly said, "Chu Wazi, this is too much. My sister-in-law can't afford it. Why don't you pay me back? You're being so polite. I think my workshop will need help soon. If you come over then, you'll earn more than tending the fields." After saying that, Chu Chen turned and left, but at this time, Gu Xiufang felt a strange feeling in her heart. "Apart from anything else, I have suffered a lot in the past 3 years." Chu Chen's action suddenly made her feel an unprecedented warmth. Watching Chu Chen turn around and leave, he also carried the basket on his back and headed towards the village, but he held the 2 taels of silver tightly in his hand. After Gu Xiufang left, Chu Chen put away the mattress and walked towards the mountains with an air rifle on his back. After Gu Xiufang's commotion here, I guess we won't see any wild game today. No small animal would dare to come here. Chu Chen didn't return home until night fell. He was holding 2 pheasants and a hare in his hands. Li Qinglian had already prepared dinner early and was waiting for Chu Chen to come home for dinner. Looking at what was in Chu Chen's hand, he couldn't help but smile happily. Without modern equipment, it would not be easy to catch these wild game. In the entire Masan village, it is probably only the hunter Uncle Feng who can occasionally catch a fish. "My husband, you've been wandering around in the mountains. You must be tired. Come in and have dinner." Li Qinglian took the things from Chu Chen's hand and greeted him. The meal was simple: a plate of stir-fried meat with vegetables, 2 bowls of rice, and a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup. Li Qinglian learned these simple dishes from the home cooking cookbook these days. After so much learning, she can already cook more than 10 home-cooked dishes from cookbooks. But for Masan village, with just these 2 side dishes, probably only the village chief Wang Defa can enjoy them occasionally. For other families, they wouldn't even dare to think about it. They would be happy if they could have meat once a year. Chu Chen was shoveling the rice in his bowl, while Li Qinglian opposite him was staring at him in a daze. The more I look at this man in front of me, the more I like him. But there is one thing: he seems to be indifferent to those things. We have been married for so long, but he has never touched me. In the past, people said that he was only concerned with squandering money, but it took quite some time for him to change for the better. I met Sister Xiufang in the mountains today. She was buying mountain products. Chu Chen suddenly spoke. Li Qinglian was obviously stunned for a moment, wondering why her husband suddenly mentioned her. The 2 men in the mountains, could it be that? Women are always sensitive creatures, but she didn't say it. Although she felt uncomfortable, she was not actually dissatisfied. "Ah, Sister Xiufang. She is also a miserable person. She helped me a lot in the past." "Yes, it's precisely because she helped us that I thought you should send some food to her when you have time. We can't let people say we are ungrateful." Chu Chen continued. "Well, the gifts have been delivered, but Sister Xiufang is a nice person. If your husband really likes her, why don't you go and talk to her yourself?" Then he continued,
Why don't you go yourself, my husband? Why don't I talk to Sister Xiaofang about it? Chu Chen raised his head and looked at her doubtfully. Tell me. What? People say there's always trouble around a widow, so just go ahead. Chu Chen didn't understand the meaning of Li Qinglian's words at all and continued to eat with his head down. It seems that my husband wants fame. That's right. After all, my husband is no longer the same as before, so I'll go. Li Qinglian took this matter to heart. After dinner, the weather was cold and there was no extra entertainment in this ancient mountain village. So the two of them climbed onto the shabby bed early. Still lying in bed with clothes on, Li Qinglian seemed to be worried tonight, tossing and turning in bed and unable to sleep. Qinglian, what are you doing? You're making egg rolls, tossing and turning. Chu Chen couldn't help but ask. Li Qinglian did not answer for a long time, as if she was mustering up her courage. She turned over and hugged Chu Chen, saying, My husband, do you dislike Qinglian? For such a long time, you haven't been with me. Damn, this little girl is thinking about this. Feeling Li Qinglian on his back, Chu Chen suddenly became angry. He turned around and hugged her tightly and said, What are you thinking? How could I dislike you? But this environment, when the new house is built, we need a good environment to respect you. Then my husband, you don't. I heard from Sister Xiaofang that men are always impatient. In the dark room, Li Qinglian said with a red face. Chu Chen felt the burning temperature on Li Qinglian's face. I couldn't help but become interested for a while. The environment is not good, so I don't necessarily need that. So he said to her, So what do you say we should do? Li Qinglian was silent for a long time, then said, Then I will do it for you. After saying that, he stretched out his hands clumsily towards Chu Chen. Looking at Li Qinglian's clumsy appearance, Chu Chen couldn't help but laugh. Then he said to her, Wait a minute, Qinglian, let me show you a treasure. Is it sweet? My husband, it's late at night, what treasure? Half an hour later, Li Qinglian started a fire and boiled water in the kitchen. My husband speaks very strangely and does strange things too. However, seeing her husband's comfortable look, Li Qinglian also felt very happy. I thought to myself, as long as my partner is happy, I will be happy too. Chu Chen lay on the bed with a satisfied look on his face, waiting for Li Qinglian to boil some hot water. There are plenty of tissues and wet wipes in the space, but in a hurry, it's not easy to go in and get them. It seems I need to take some out tomorrow. At this moment, Chu Chen was as excited as a child who had found a new toy. Nothing happened that night, and Chu Chen woke up the next day. Li Qinglian was already busy preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Chu Chen got up, washed up, and took a look. Wow, she even added 2 eggs to her dish. Where did this girl hear this trick? Husband, you must be tired. You need to eat more. Li Qinglian said to Chu Chen with a red face. Thank you, Qinglian. It's great to have you. Chu Chen said, and kissed her on the face. This scene happened to be seen by Chong Wei, who came over. Hey, why is it still dark? Where am I? Chong Wei closed his eyes, turned around, and walked outside. This scene made Li Qinglian, who was originally shy, burst out laughing. Chapter 36. Workshop completed and recruiting workers. After dinner, Li Qinglian took a bag of rice and went to Gu Xiaofang's house without saying anything. Chu Chen told her last night to send some food over. It seems that the girl took it to heart. So I went there early. If I went too late, I was afraid that Sister Xiaofang would go into the mountains to collect dried goods again. Is Sister Xiaofang home? Li Qinglian shouted outside a thatched house that was even more dilapidated than Chu Chen's. Oh, it's Qinglian, come in and sit down. Hey, I told you to come. So why are you bringing anything? Gu Xiaofang enthusiastically led Li Qinglian into the house and took out a stool for her to sit on. Li Qinglian looked around the house. Although the house was dilapidated, it was clean. This is enough to prove that Gu Xiaofang is a diligent woman. Li Qinglian handed her the rice and said, My husband asked me to bring this to my sister-in-law. Thank you for helping us so much before. He also deliberately emphasized the word husband. She was afraid that it was Chu Chen who asked her to come. How could Gu Xiaofang not understand what Li Qinglian meant? She took the food with a smile, but felt touched in her heart. Hey girl, you're dying to find a companion. Gu Xiaofang spoke frankly and without reservation what Li Qinglian was thinking. Then he added, It's a pity that my sister-in-law is in this situation. You know that widows are prone to gossip. Li Qinglian didn't expect Gu Xiaofang to say that, and was also surprised. It can be seen that this carefree young wife in front of him is not like others. If someone else comes to offer food or money, they will suck it up like a leech. So the two chatted for a while, and Li Qinglian returned home, thinking that she would go back and talk to her husband and find a way for her to make some money. At this time, Chu Chen was discussing the septic tank with Chang Wei. He had no idea that his wife had found a concubine for her under the pretext of delivering food. If I knew, I would probably sigh. I love this feudal society. Mr. Chu, the septic tank you mentioned, after 3 layers, there will be no farmyard manure left. Chang Wei thought for a long time and suddenly blurted out this sentence. The question left Chu Chen at a loss for words. I have a villa, and I am here to enjoy life. Why do I need that stuff? Just as Chu Chen was making plans, his second uncle Chu Dazhuang rushed over. Nephew, the workshop is finished. Why don't you go and take a look? Wow, so fast. It took just over half a month to figure out. I just didn't know how to answer Chang Wei, and this second uncle came at the perfect time. So he turned around and said to Chu Dazhuang, That's right, we have to go and take a look. Mr. Chang, I'll excuse you. The two of them arrived at the foot of the mountain and saw a modern-style factory building of about 10 acres in front of them. The main body of the building is made of blue bricks on all 4 sides, and the walls are covered with lime. There were wooden beams and tiles overhead, which looked ordinary, but once inside, the ground was paved and hard and flat. Compared with those thatched houses in Masan village, this house is already a super mansion. Even the village chief's tile-roofed house has only stone and mud walls, and they can't afford blue bricks. Looking at the clean and tidy factory, Chu Chen nodded with satisfaction. At this time, Chu Zhuang brought someone over and said, Nephew, this is Uncle Feng Wu, the only bricklayer in our Masan village. Chu Wazi, what are you going to do with such a big house? Ah, thank you for your hard work, Uncle Feng Wu. I can use this thing very much, so I'll keep it secret for now. He turned around and said to Chu Dazhuang, Second uncle, have their wages been paid? How is it calculated? The master gets 30 won a day, and the laborer gets 10 won a day. All paid off. Damn, the labor cost is really low. A master works all year round and only earns about 10 taels of silver a year. Looking at the villagers in front of him, Chu Chen waved his hand and spoke to everyone. Since everyone has completed the project ahead of schedule, I declare that each person will receive a bonus of 500 won, and Uncle Feng will receive 1 tael. Although I don't know what a bonus is, it is a fact that Chu Wazi wants to give money to everyone. Everyone on the construction site cheered at this announcement. This Chu boy is reliable. Not only did he treat everyone to a meal, but he also paid extra wages. Chu boy, if you need this kind of work in the future, you must call me. I promise to do it beautifully for you. Yes, Chu Wazi and me. Looking at the lively scene below, Chu Chen deeply felt the charm of money. Chu Dazhuang looked at Chu Chen with a distressed expression. Why couldn't this kid get rid of his ability to squander money? Chu Chen didn't look distressed at all and spoke again. Next, there's another job. My workshop is now complete, so I need everyone to help with the work. The wages are 15 won per person per day, including 2 meals. If you want to come, stay. If you don't want to, go to second uncle to collect your wages and then go home. As soon as these words were spoken, the dozens of people in the workshop fell silent for a moment. Chu Chen thought that the price might have opened too low. Just as he was about to speak, a burst of enthusiastic cheers broke out from below. As expected, no one left. Chu Chen raised his hand to suppress it, and the scene instantly became quiet. Well, since no one's leaving, I'll tell you what to do. Find yourself some people, form groups of 10, and line up in front of me. Although everyone didn't know what Chu Chen was going to do, they had already made a plan to invite a few people. In less than an incense stick of time, 6 teams lined up in front of him. Okay, now, among the 10 of you, if anyone feels they can manage this group of 10, please volunteer, or you can push each other forward and elect your team leader. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at each other, not knowing what Chu Chen was up to. Seeing the confused crowd, Chu Chen continued. Team leaders will be paid 20 won per day. But let me be frank, not only do you have to do your job, you also have to help me monitor your team and see if there are any cunning individuals. Also, the group leader isn't fixed. If you're slacking off, all 9 members of the group can monitor you. Then, the group votes monthly to elect a group leader. Now, if you feel you can do the job, please come find me outside in a moment. What a joke. I'm not a philanthropist. I can give you food, but you have to work. Managing people is the simplest method. Chu Chen believed that those team leaders would make full use of the little power they had on Weibo to supervise their team members. And you can't slack off. If you have a high income, there will always be people who want to take your position. Looking at the hesitant people, Chu Chen also gave them time. He greeted Chu Dazhuang and Uncle Feng and walked out of the factory. Uncle Feng, this workshop still needs your hard work. Divided into 10 rooms of equal size. The last room must be made solid for me. I want to use it as a warehouse. After listening to Chu Chen's explanation, Feng Wu said that there was no problem at all. Then he turned around and went back into the workshop. Chapter 37. People busy collecting salt at the foot of the mountain. Chu Chen sat on a big rock outside and lit a cigarette for himself. After seeing Feng Wu leave, second Uncle Chu Dazhuang walked over and said with a worried look on his face, "My dear nephew, no matter how rich you are, you can't do this. It's a waste of money." Chu Chen had nothing to say about this. "Uncle, if you want the horse to run, but don't give it grass to eat, how can it succeed? Besides, spending this little money can bring you 10,000 times the income, so don't worry." Chu Dazhuang didn't know what Chu Chen was up to, so he didn't say anything else. "That's right, the money belongs to others, so I have no right to it." Suddenly, as if remembering something, he took out more than 10 taels of silver from his clothes and handed it to Chu Chen. "This is what's left over from the workshop. Keep it. My second uncle is really honest. If it were someone else, it would be good enough if he didn't ask you for more." So he pushed the silver back and said, "Uncle, what are you doing? Keep it. That won't do. I can't ask you for money without any reason. Uncle, just accept it. Don't hesitate. I have something important to do for you." As soon as he heard the important matter, Chu Dazhuang became serious. At this moment, 6 people came to Chu Chen. "Chu Wazi, tell me, what do you want us to do?" Chu Dazhuang looked at the person who came, forced himself to shut his mouth, which was curious about the important matter, and sat down on a stone nearby. Chu Chen knew all 6 of them, one of whom was Feng Wu's brother Feng Lauer. The only hunter in Masan village has amazing arm strength and is extraordinary. He was the one who spoke just now. "Uncle Feng, everyone, you all stand out from so many people, so you must have something extraordinary. Well, follow me." After saying that, he took Chu Dazhuang and 6 other people and walked towards the mountain. He picked up a shovel next to him and dug into the mountain. He took out the yellow and white stone and spoke to everyone. "What you have to do now is to dig this thing out and transport it to the factory. Wait until Uncle Feng finishes the partitions, and then I'll assign tasks to you. Each group should do their own thing and not interfere with each other. That's another story for later. Starting tomorrow, you should bring your people to dig." After saying that, he took Chu Dazhuang away. Chu Dazhuang saw that there was finally no one around. "Nephew, what's the important matter?" "Let's go, second uncle. Go home and call Hu Zi and second aunt, and we'll go home and talk." At Chu Chen's house, 5 people sat together. Looking at his second uncle and the others in front of him, Chu Chen felt that these are the only people he could fully trust at the moment. The technology for purifying mineral salt must never be leaked. It is divided into several steps. The mineral salt is mined, dissolved in water, and heated to produce white crystals. Heating the white crystals again is equivalent to repeating the first process to make them pure. Add water to the white crystals, heat them, and then place them through activated carbon and gauze to filter. Then continue to heat until the fine salt comes out. Chu Chen planned to entrust the 3 or 4 simple steps to Hu Zi, second aunt, Li Qinglian, and Chu Dazhuang. The second uncle's family was responsible for cooking throughout the entire process, while the important filtering was controlled by Li Qinglian. Moreover, Chu Chen plans to use the materials in the space to make a filtering device. You can learn the operation, but you can never learn the mechanics. Besides, the entire factory is separated. The entire filtering machine must be covered with wooden boards, leaving openings for changing the filter element, the feed inlet, and the discharge port. Each process has its own room, and there is another room between each process to store semi-finished products. This is all Chu Chen can think of at the moment. If someone else learns this, there is nothing he can do. An hour later, Chu Chen explained the operational procedures that each person would be assigned individually. Currently, we are waiting for actual operation. In the evening, Chu Chen made an excuse to go to the town, and after instructing Li Qinglian, he entered the space on the way to the town. In the space, Chu Chen began to rummage through the drawers. After a night of hard work, a huge filtering device appeared on the road. On top are iron buckets, funnels, gauze, and other items found in the space. Then he called Hu Zi, drove a mule cart, and pulled it back to the factory. The operation is also simple. Pour the boiled brine into the large funnel on the device and wait for the brine to be filtered. Just need to change the gauze and activated carbon from time to time. A lot of this stuff was found in the space, and it will be enough to use for a year or two. If that doesn't work, silk and charcoal will be almost the same. Immediately, Chu Chen locked himself in the room and started his first experiment. He asked Huzi to carry a load of crushed mineral salt to his room. Chu Chen started to get busy with his life inside. After repeated experiments, I was busy until noon, looking at the bucket of brine in front of me. Chu Chen showed a look of joy. Then, in the last room, Huzi was asked to light the fire and boil the brine. Slowly, as the water evaporated, snow-white crystals began to appear on the edge of the iron pot. Chu Chen ordered Huzi to scrape off the crystals and got a large basin of them. Huzi asked in surprise, "Chuwazi, don't tell me this is refined salt." After saying that, he grabbed a handful and stuffed it into his mouth. "Fuck you, you're such a tiger. If I'm not choking, how come you eat everything?" Chu Chen knocked the salt out of his hand and said, It's not salt. What is it?" "It's salt, but since it's my first time making it, I have to find a small animal to try it on." So he ordered, "Go find a small animal to try it out, just in case it's poisonous." Huzi nodded and walked out. After a while, he brought back a local dog. Dogs can't eat salt, because they say they can be poisoned if they eat too much. But I can't care about that at the moment, because the thing in front of me is a local dog. In a farmer's home, any leftover food is delicious without salt. After saying that, he asked Huzi to hold it down, grabbed a handful, and stuffed it into the dog's mouth. The dog resisted at first, but after being stuffed with food, he couldn't help licking his lips. He swallowed it in one gulp. "Where did this dog come from?" Chu Chen asked in confusion. This dog was just like Huzi, so damn fierce. "It's from Feng Lauer's house. I stole it. What's wrong with it?" "It's not good." Huzi looked at Chu Chen with a puzzled look. "It's okay as long as it's a dog. This thing is salt. I made it, so if it's not dead now, we'll be rich." Chu Chen looked at Huzi seriously and said, "You made it using that poisonous stuff from the mountain?" Huzi looked at Chu Chen and said. He was so excited that he almost jumped up. He was a tiger, but he was not stupid. He fully understood what this thing meant. "Don't make a fuss. Let's see if it survives first." So, in the room, Chu Chen and Huzi stared at the local dog quietly, and the local dog also stared at them quietly until night fell. Chapter 38, All the Troubles Are Caused by Motorcycles. As night fell, the dog, probably choking on the salty food, began to whimper and look for water to drink. Chu Chen was shocked when he saw the dog drooling. Could it be that this thing was poisoned? The sharp-eyed dog immediately noticed the uncooked brine and rushed over to drink it in big gulps. Chu Chen immediately figured out the crux of the problem. Could it be that he is thirsty? "Dog, let me sprinkle some salt in your mouth and see." Chu Chen instructed Huzi to go outside and fetch a bucket of clean water and looked at the dog playing happily in it. I felt relieved, but I still had to observe the dog for a few days. So, the two people and the dog returned home. Until 5 days later, there seemed to be no problem at all with the dog. Chu Chen gathered everyone together and taught them individually step by step. Moreover, the filtering machine was firmly surrounded by wooden boards. Only the inlet and outlet were left, and an opening was made where the filter element was changed and locked. From this moment on, the salt factory officially started operation. After the first batch of salt was produced, Qinglian looked at the snow-white, refined salt in her hand and asked with a worried look on her face, "Husband, doing this privately is illegal. What if you get caught?" Chu Chen looked at the worried Qinglian, gave her a reassuring look, and said, "Otherwise, I'll take you around the city." "How can I? The workshop can't do without me right now. How can I go out?" At this moment, Chu Chen also began to worry. This broken workshop had tied Qinglian tightly to Masan village. It seems that this problem needs to be solved properly. Although the machine has been sealed, even Qinglian doesn't know the structure inside, but she feels uneasy without someone watching it. "How about I take Sister Xiaofeng to my workshop?" Qinglian also understood Chu Chen's thoughts, so she offered a suggestion. What the hell is going on? How could I possibly believe her? Right now, Gu Xiaofeng is just cooking in the workshop. He immediately shook his head and said, "No, I only trust you in that place right now." Qinglian nodded after listening, and seemed to be secretly happy about Chu Chen's trust in her. "There is no better way for the time being, so I'll go to the city myself. I had agreed with Zhou Shirkai before that it would be after March, but I'm afraid we have to change the plan now. You can't just watch piles of salt sitting there." Without Huzi as the driver, Chu Chen found it particularly difficult to drive the mule cart. Not only is it very uncomfortable, but you also have to poop and pee at the slightest disagreement. So he immediately thought of the several motorcycles parked in the basement of the supermarket within the space. Forget about the cars on the roadside. They are too shocking. This thing should be fine if we cover it up well. Now I have money in my pocket and a gun in my hand. After adapting to this world, Chu Chen seemed to become braver. He pretended to take a walk to the path at the entrance of the village, and then slipped into the supermarket. I came to the basement and looked at the scattered motorcycles inside. Open the fuel tank cap one by one and check if the key is on it. Space is magical. If the person happened to park the car and did not remove the key would probably be on it. Good luck, Chu Chen said as he took out the key and opened the fuel tank cap. Hey, thanks to this old man for filling up my gas tank. Get in the car, start the engine, all in one go with the roar of the engine. Chu Chen drove it out of the space and stopped on the small road. Almost half of the people in the village were working in the workshop, so Chu Chen was not afraid of being seen. Actually, it doesn't matter even if you see it. The villagers had already been talking about it, from getting rich overnight to being able to turn stones into salt. In the eyes of the people in Mashan village, Chu Chen has long been a disciple of an immortal, and they are no longer surprised. After carrying a bag of salt at home, Chu Chen headed towards the village entrance. Qinglian town, on the street. Chu Chen rode his motorcycle, rumbling through the streets. What kind of monster is that? It's so fast. Could it be an immortal descending to Earth? What immortal? Listen to the sound of that thing. It's clearly a strange beast. Get out of the way quickly. Chu Chen didn't care about other people's eyes at all and continued to head towards Qinglian City. What kind of monster dares to attack Qinglian City? At the city gate, several officers held swords in their hands and looked at Chu Chen in front of them with vigilance. I thought to myself, this thing is too fast. I almost got bit by it. Officer, this is called an iron horse. It's not a monster, but a means of transportation we use in the countryside. Chu Chen et lai hao ba. Although he knew that once this thing was taken out, it would definitely attract a lot of attention. But unexpectedly, it attracted the police. Hey, you're that weirdo from the countryside. I don't care what you are. Come with me to see the city lord first, and then we'll make a decision. After saying that, several people came over and surrounded the motorcycle. The knife was also placed on Chu Chen's neck. Although Chu Chen had a gun in his hand, he was not arrogant enough to kill the officials at the gate of Qinglian City. So he pulled out the motorcycle key reluctantly. At this time, more than a dozen officials came from a distance. It seemed that someone had reported the news. Chu Chen thought to himself that this time he was in trouble. It seemed that he had to go to the city lord's mansion, whether he wanted to or not. In Qinglian City, I only know Zhou Shikai, Zhou Heng, and 2 women. Then let's go first. If there is any danger, don't blame me for using my immortal skills. Seeing Chu Chen being controlled, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. A man who looked like a chief official followed suit and got on a motorcycle. He slapped the motorcycle on the back and shouted go. But the motorcycle didn't move. Chu Chen almost laughed out loud when he saw this scene. Damn, that's pretty fierce, the officer said and slammed his knife on the motorcycle again. Of course, the effect remains the same. He turned around and asked Chu Chen, hurry up and tell this iron horse to walk on its own. I won't indulge it. Brother officer, I'm the only one who can ride this thing. How about you let me ride it and I'll go with you? Hey kid, you're dreaming. You want to run away? No way. After saying that, he waved to everyone. 7 or 8 officers surrounded them. Carry it back for me. Then Chu Chen saw a magical scene. Several people carried motorcycles and headed towards the Qinglian city government office. After a while, the group arrived at the entrance of a huge building. In front of the door, there is a big drum and a pair of stone lions, staring ahead with fierce eyes. This must be the ancient Yamen, without a doubt. Chu Chen's motorcycle was placed on the court, and a group of officials stood on both sides with sticks. Chu Chen asked to kneel in the hall. How is this possible for a modern person? Who in the hall refuses to kneel before this city lord? Is he a man of honor? A majestic voice came from the front. Chapter 39. The lords of Qinglian City become brothers. Chu Chen looked up and saw a middle-aged man in his 50s sitting in the seat of honor, looking at him sternly. The boy Chu Chen is from the countryside and has no achievements. Chu Chen an sui hon sti li. Hey, I have a bad temper. Since you have no achievements, you dare not kneel. I will give you 20 strokes of the cane first. Wait, sir, we can't hit people just because we disagree with each other. Chu Chen quickly said that in this era with an imperfect legal system, sometimes beating someone is useless. Hey, you kid, Are you the adult, or am I the adult? I'm giving you a chance. Do you have any background? The city lord also became interested for a moment. Having been an official for many years, he knew very well that the powerful people were either fools or people with great backgrounds. Of course you are an adult. Zhou Shikai, Zhou Heng, and I are good friends. Does this count as background? Who are you talking about? Zhou Shikai and Zhou Heng. Chu Chen said again. Oh, brother, the flood really washed away the Dragon King temple. Family members don't recognize each other. Come on, let's talk in a back hall. Damn, this attitude changed too quickly. Excuse me, my brother. Are you Chu Chen? Are you from the rural fairyland? In the back hall, the city lord asked Chu Chen to sit down, looked at Chu Chen with a smile, and asked, This city lord has amnesia. Didn't I just tell you his name? City lord, I still like your rebellious look just now. How about you recover for a while? He is so unruly and doesn't know how many heads he has. Although the person in front of him does not look like a royal family member, who can be sure that nothing will go wrong? Who are those two gentlemen? One is the emperor's uncle, and the other is the prince. Mr. Chu, may I ask why you came to Qinglian City this time? The city lord still asked tentatively. Nothing. I just want to play with Zhou Shikai. I didn't expect that before I even entered the city, I would be brought here by your people. After Chu Chen finished speaking, he was also thinking about the identities of Zhou Shikai and Zhou Heng. Logically speaking, they were both city lords. No matter how wealthy they are, they would not change their attitude towards me 180 degrees. Could it be that they're the big shots in this official organization? Then it's time to have a good talk about our cooperation. So they're looking for you too. What a coincidence. They're having tea at their residence right now. How about I take you there, brother? This city lord is too enthusiastic. He has become like an elder brother now. If we get in touch again, he will force me to marry his daughter. Chu Chen also said respectfully, Then please lead the way, Lord City Lord, but my things. Oh, I forgot about this place. After saying that, he shouted outside, Shao Yozi, bring my brother's things in. My dear brother, the little Yozi outside is so scared that he is about to pee his pants. In a short period of time, he went from being a prisoner to a good brother. He caught it himself, so how can he expect to reap the rewards later? So he quickly took his men and carried the motorcycle towards the back hall. This scene shocked Chu Chen again. He quickly said, There's no need to carry the iron horse in. Just carry it outside to the door. I just want the bag. Shao Yozi quickly ran over and said, Okay, sir, please forgive me for any offense I caused you. Chu Chen smiled and said, It's okay, sixth brother, you've worked hard. What did he say, sixth brother? Then I am also a brother to the city lord. Happiness comes too damn suddenly. Shao Yozi walked back with a smile on his face and bowed his head. Chu Chen then picked up the bag and followed the city lord inside. At this moment, Zhou Shikai and Zhou Heng were discussing how to use the refined salt in Chu Chen's hands to bring down those aristocratic families. As they were talking, they saw Qinglian City Lord Lan Tianlei walking towards them with a familiar figure. Lan Tianlei was about to step forward to say hello when Zhou Shikai came out enthusiastically. Brother Chu, what brings you here today? Please come in quickly. After saying that, he didn't forget to wink at Lan Tianlei. Lan Tianlei understood what he meant instantly, walked Chu Chen to the door, and then walked out. Chu Chen looked at the city lord who was humble in front of Zhou Shikai with confusion. There were some guesses at once. According to my understanding, the emperor of the Great Xia dynasty was named Zhou Shikai. Zhou Heng, could it be that? It seems that these big shots all like to hide their identities. So Chu Chen pretended not to understand. To be honest, he was not very willing to deal with the court. So he stepped forward enthusiastically and said, Boss Zhou, it's a long story. Maybe this is fate. Brother Zhou, how are you? He turned around and bowed to Zhou Heng again. Zhou Heng returned the greeting and gestured for Chu Chen to sit down. Chu Chen threw the bag onto the coffee table. Straight to the point, he said, I spent half a month at home working on what you want to have it. After saying that, Zhou Heng pounced on the bag and opened it to take a look. He showed a happy expression. Excuse me, Brother Chu, is this the quantity for the past half month? Zhou Heng asked nervously. Well, this is the amount for one stick of incense. Brother Zhou, are you satisfied? Ah, it's only an incense stick of time. Brother Chu, don't joke around. Zhou Heng showed an expression of disbelief on his face. One stick of incense must weigh at least 10 kilograms. Then one day, 1 year, the dream of every citizen of the Great Xia dynasty to eat refined salt will be just around the corner. Then he asked again, Brother Chu, how much do these cost? The cost is 100 taels of stone from the mountains, and 100 workers can earn 30 won per person per day, which is 3 taels per day. At least 400 kilograms of salt are produced every day. You know, this thing is sold by the pound. So he replied, as for the cost, it's definitely cheaper than those on the market. I wonder what price you're willing to set, Brother Zhou. The refined salt on the market costs up to 500 won per liang, so it should be no problem to collect 31 for yourself. Brother Chu, to be honest, you should be able to see clearly that we are not just merchants. You produce the salt and we purchase it. Don't worry, we aim to benefit the people. How much silver can you accept from us? Of course, we will never let you lose money. Chu Chen pretended to think for a long time before he spoke slowly. Fine salt on the market costs 500 coins per ounce. Since you too care about the world, is it not too much for me to charge 50 coins? Chu Chen said tentatively. Unexpectedly, the two of them immediately showed happy expressions, as if they were afraid that Chu Chen would go back on his word. Oh, Brother Chu, you really aren't a mortal who has come down to earth to save the people of Daxia. It's a deal, 50 coins per ounce. Zhou Heng couldn't wait to step forward and grab Chu Chen's shoulders and said, Damn, the offer is too low, only 50 cents. He can still make a fortune every day. What a joke. Zhou Shikai has worked hard for years, but hasn't been able to get the price of this thing down. This time, let's see how those aristocratic families survive. They knew very well that the cost of 1 ounce of salt for those noble families was about 100 coins. I'll kill you all. Chapter 40, The Flower Thief Enters the House. Lan Tianlei, get in here. After hearing Chu Chen's offer, Zhou Shikai shouted outside. After a while, the unruly city lord walked in with a nod and a bow. Master, what are your instructions? Quick, have someone prepare the paperwork. We need to sign the contract with Brother Chu. Zhou Shikai shouted excitedly to Lan Tianlei. Ah, written contract, what written contract? Lan Tianlei asked in confusion. You don't want to be the city lord anymore. You don't even know the book contract. Why don't you tell me the content? Otherwise, what's the point of signing? Lan Tianlei was so anxious that he almost cried. So Chu Chen said, Boss Zhou, don't be so anxious. Since I have agreed, I will not regret it easily. After listening to Chu Chen's words, Lan Tianlei immediately gave him a grateful look. He turned around and went out to look for the documents. Ah, it was me who got excited. Don't blame me, Brother Chu. Zhou Shikai said embarrassedly. How could he not be excited? He had been buying up large quantities of refined salt and selling it at a loss, but he still couldn't beat them. How happy he must be now. An hour later, Chu Chen had a written contract in his hand. The three of them agreed that from now on, they would send someone to Mashan village to purchase goods once a month. Payment is made first, and then the goods are received, and both parties keep the matter strictly confidential. For safety reasons, Zhou Heng also agreed to send people to guard the factory around Mashan village day and night. But these people cannot disturb the life of the entire Mashan village. The deal was done, and both parties seemed particularly happy. Since everything has been settled, I will treat you all to a feast at Suyin Tower today. I won't leave until you're drunk. Lan Tianlei asked Zhou Heng with a smile. If the 8th prince could do me the honor of having a meal with me, and I behaved well, it would not be difficult for me to go to Beijing in this lifetime. Zhou Heng turned and looked at Chu Chen. Brother Chu, what do you think? After saying that, Zhou Shikai and Lan Tianlei both looked at Chu Chen. Looking at the enthusiasm of these people, Chu Chen felt very regretful at this moment. He felt like a fool. If I had known it would cost 100 won, it wouldn't be impossible. Eat, of course you should eat. You should bring people with you, so just eat as much as you can. So he said, Can you bring a girl? After saying this, the way several people looked at Chu Chen changed. Haha, Brother Chu is really a man of temperament. If you want to bring any girl, there are plenty of girls in Siyun Tower. Zhou Shikai said it with a look of like-mindedness. Well, I have instant noodles with me, so why go to a fast food restaurant? You can use the ingredients locally, and I'll bring my own. What a joke. Roy and Xiaofang are waiting for me in Qinglian City. How can I maintain mental balance if I don't bring a few more people with me? If Mashan village wasn't too far away, I would have brought all the villagers, young and old, to come to you. Brother Chu, may I ask what instant noodles are and what kind of fast food restaurant is? I don't think there are any in the great Xia dynasty. Zhou Heng asked with a puzzled look on his face. Well, you won't understand even if I tell you. Well, I'll tell you slowly later. You guys go first, I'll go pick up the girl. After saying that,
Chu Chen walked towards the gate of the yamen. The three of them sent it out enthusiastically. Chu Chen got on his motorcycle, and with a roar, he headed towards the west of the city with smoke coming out of the back of the motorcycle. The three of them were stunned again. What the hell was this? Zhou Heng turned to look at Lan Tianlei with a questioning look in his eyes. Eighth Prince, Master Chu said this was an iron horse, but I don't know the details. The reason he was able to come to me this time was because Master Chu rode the iron horse and rammed the city gates, so he didn't dare to say anything more, for fear that the person in front of him would chop him to death if he got unhappy. Okay, we get it. Since Brother Chu doesn't blame you, then you should behave well tonight. Zhou Shikai tried to smooth things over. Zhou Heng, on the other hand, became very interested in Chu Chen's iron horse, which sped away for a long distance. Chu Chen was in high spirits all the way, riding his motorcycle towards the west of the city. Little did they know that Roy and Xiaofang were huddled in the room, trembling and looking out the door with nervous expressions. My two beauties, I have been observing you for a long time. Come out, and I will teach you the method of dual cultivation so that you can reach the peak of bliss as soon as possible. A wretched-looking white-haired old man was outside, looking in with a lewd smile on his face. What should we do, young lady? This man must be Lai Er, the famous flower-stealing thief from Jiangnan. Rumor has it that he is a martial arts expert and a lecher. He has ensnared countless decent women. Xiaofang was so anxious that she almost cried. Compared to Xiaofang, Roy was much calmer. Don't panic, Xiaofang. There's always a way. If nothing works, I'll hold him back while you run to the street and report to the police. No, miss, you go first. I'll hold him back. Just when the two were at a loss, the door was kicked open. Lai Er laughed loudly and walked into the house. Hey, I've been roaming the martial arts world for decades, and I've never seen such a beauty. It seems that my power will be greatly improved today. After saying that, he walked towards the two of them. In the blink of an eye, Xiaofang didn't know where she got the courage from. She rushed forward and hugged Lai Er. He shouted loudly, Miss, run. Haha, it's not that easy to run away. After saying that, he grabbed Xiaofang's neck and kicked Roy to the ground. It's not too easy for two weak women. This mate is quite good. When she saw me coming, she actually threw herself into my arms. After saying that, he grabbed Xiaofang's clothes and tore them off with a rip. At this moment, Roy took out a dagger from somewhere and stabbed Lai Er in the kidney. The result is predictable. He was kicked several meters away again and fell to the ground, unable to move. You have a pretty face, but you are so cruel. Just wait and see how I will deal with you. After saying that, he grabbed Xiaofang and headed towards the room. Just then, a series of rumblings sound were heard. After a while, a young figure appeared at the door. Looking at the fallen door, Chu Chen realized that something was wrong and hurriedly ran into the house. While running, he took out the pistol from his waist. When he entered the room, he saw a scene that made him very angry. You come to steal my house for no reason. Roy was lying on the ground with a look of pain on his face. Xiaofang was naked and held in the hands of an extremely ugly old man. He immediately yelled at the old man, Put the hell down on me. How dare you touch my woman? Do you think your life is too long? Oh, it turns out that the male master has returned. You know, the women that I, Lai Er, have taken a fancy to, their husbands are all dead. After saying that, he left Xiaofang and walked towards Chu Chen. Lai Er didn't take the skinny boy in front of him seriously at all. He loved tying up his male masters and looking at their desperate eyes. Boy, do you want me to do it myself? Or do you want to tie yourself up? Chapter 41. West Market Anger Kills the Rape Thief. Looking at Lai Er slowly walking towards him, Chu Chen couldn't help but feel his anus tighten. You're such a pervert. You're even attracted to both men and women. After saying that, he raised his hand, raised the pistol in his sleeve, which had already been unloaded and loaded, and pointed it at Lai Er's thigh. At such a close distance, the pistol is fast and accurate. Just when Lai Er thought Chu Chen raised his hand because he was afraid, Roy and Xiaofang both heard a familiar voice. Lai Er covered his thigh and rolled to the ground. What kind of hidden weapon is this? No, hidden weapons don't have this much power. You're using immortal methods. You have no martial ethics. I'm talking about your mother's martial ethics. But why didn't you show any martial ethics when you broke into my house without permission and attacked my woman? After saying that, he shot him in the other leg. Originally, this place was not far from the city lord's mansion. Zhou Shikai, who was drinking tea, stood up suddenly. Not good. Lan Tianlei. Quickly take people to Brother Chu's house.
He was very familiar with this voice. Chu Chen had let him witness this immortal's method before. If he appeared at this moment, it must mean that something happened in Chu Chen's house. After saying that, Zhou Shikai, Zhou Heng, and Lan Tianlei led a team of palace soldiers and headed towards the west of the city. Looking at Lai Er lying on the ground, unable to move, Chu Chen ran towards Roy with peace of mind. Fortunately, Lai Er didn't have the heart to kill Roy, so he was not seriously injured and was able to stand up now. Xiaofang, whose clothes were disheveled, threw herself into Chu Chen's arms. "Uncle," Xiaofang was so scared. "I thought I would never see you again." Roy also hugged Chu Chen with tears in his eyes. "Okay, it's okay. Luckily I arrived in time. I swear this kind of thing will never happen again." Then he carried the two into the room and persuaded them until they slowly calmed down. After comforting the two girls, Chu Chen once again walked towards Lai Er, who was lying on the ground. "Have you thought about how to die?" As he spoke, Chu Chen slowly squatted down. "No, immortal, please forgive me. I won't dare to do it again next time. You are a toad marrying a frog. You are ugly but have beautiful dreams." Just when Chu Chen was about to take action, Zhou Shikai and two other men rushed in with a group of soldiers. "Brother Chu, what happened?" Lan Tianlei ran in hurriedly, shouting as he ran. He was holding a steel knife in his hand, looking quite chivalrous. "Lord Lan, this man broke into a private house without permission. Is it okay to kill him?" Chu Chen said calmly while looking at Lai Er lying on the ground. "Hey, isn't this the long-wanted flower-stealing thief Lai Er? This guy has excellent Qinglian skills, and Brother Chu actually caught him." After saying that, Zhou Shikai and Zhou Heng also entered the house. They all looked at Lai Er, who was lying on the ground like a dog, in disbelief. Only Zhou Shikai had seen Chu Chen's methods, and he asked with a calm expression, "Brother Chu, my brother and sister-in-law, are you okay?" "Thank you, Boss Zhou, for your concern. They were just frightened and are now resting." That's good, that's good." Chu Chen looked at Lai Er lying on the ground, pulled out a dagger from his waist, and slashed his neck with one blow. "If we don't kill this kind of person, will we keep him alive for the new year?" Lan Tianlei didn't expect Chu Chen to attack suddenly, so he hurried forward to stop him, but Chu Chen was too fast. "Brother Chu, please stay." Chu Chen raised his head in confusion, looked at Lan Tianlei, and asked, "City Lord Lan, this man? He can't be killed." His eyes were full of scrutiny. Could it be that this city lord... No, it's not that he can't be killed. It's that this man has committed so many evil things. He should be paraded through the streets as a warning to the public, and then be executed by slow slicing. That would be too easy for him. Damn, you are so cruel. Chu Chen almost regretted letting him have his way. So he spread his hands helplessly. In fact, there's another major case that seems to be related to him. Lan Tianlei said awkwardly, il va se reckless. What's the big deal? But your case is a major case, and investigating it is your government's business. It's none of my business. Anyone who bullies my woman must die." Lan Tianlei had no intention of blaming him, but was very grateful. You have to know that even if dozens of people surrounded this person, they couldn't do anything to him. He could really fly over the eaves and walls. The reason I say this is simply because another case is even more of a headache. If the clues are cut off, we will investigate again and hang this person's body on the city wall to be despised by everyone. Zhou Heng looked at Lan Tianlei with a serious face and said, "Yes, Master, I have no intention of blaming Brother Chu." After saying that, he waved his hand, and the people behind him carried Lai Er's body out. Zhou Shikai looked at the two bloody holes on Lai Er's thighs. He quietly pulled Chu Chen aside and said, "Brother Chu is using the immortal method." Chu Chen smiled awkwardly and gave him an affirmative look. But Zhou Shikai turned around and looked at the dagger in Chu Chen's hand. "Brother Chu, is this the immortal weapon?" Chu Chen really couldn't stand his sneaky look, so he raised his voice. "You mean this? This is a dagger." After saying that, he handed the dagger towards Zhou Shikai. "Brother Chu calls this short sword dagger?" At this time, Zhou Heng and Lan Tianlei also gathered around. Chu Chen was helpless. How to explain this thing? So he said, "You said it was a dagger, so it must be a dagger. Brother Chu, may I ask if you can sell me this dagger?" Zhou Heng snatched the dagger and expressed his eager interest. The blade was hard and sharp. He drew out Lan Tianlei's sword and chopped on the dagger. There was no problem with the dagger, but there was a deep cut on Lan Tianlei's sword. It was just a light chop from Zhou Heng. This is the city lord's sword, which is enough to show how low the iron smelting technology of the great Xia dynasty was. Sell? Chu Chen looked at Zhou Heng's fond expression. A person who could command the city lord must be a person of high power. Although he was unwilling to deal with the court, he had to admit that in this feudal society, what could be safer than making friends with the powerful? You guys take a rest, I'll be back soon. So Chu Chen turned and walked into another room and then entered the space. Push open the warehouse where the dispatched agency seized the materials. After rummaging around inside, he finally pulled out 3 sharp steel knives. This must have been collected by some gangster. It even has a leather case. Then I went to the supermarket and took out some ingredients. Although the 3 of them did not provide any substantial help, their speed was amazing. Chu Chen could also guess that it must be Zhou Shikai who came here after hearing the gunshots. To be honest, in this unfamiliar ancient time, making friends with powerful people is an urgent problem that Chu Chen needs to solve. In the living room, Chu Chen came back and placed 3 dogleg knives in front of the 3 people and said, "Since you all like this stuff, I have 3 more swords here. Please try them out and see if you like them." Chapter 42, Immortal World Weapon Dog Leg Knife. Hey, this is undoubtedly a magical weapon. Lan Tianlei was the first to shout out. Without caring about the prince and the 8th prince beside him, he hurriedly picked up a dogleg knife and pulled it out. Zhou Heng also became interested and drew out Lan Tianlei's sword. As the 2 swords collided, Lan Tianlei's sword broke. This. Zhou Shikai, who was standing by, was so surprised that he was speechless. "Brother Chu, you must sell these 3 knives to me no matter what." Zhou Shikai even changed his tone to respectful. "Sell? No, I won't sell." "Ah, Brother Chu, I know this is hard for you to part with. How about selling one?" Zhou Shikai asked anxiously again. I'm just kidding. I'll give these 3 to you. They're just my personal belongings. It was given to us right away." The 3 of them were immediately overjoyed. "But there is one condition. You are Brother Zhou's second uncle, so don't call me Brother Chu from now on. It confuses the generations." Chu Chen said to Zhou Shikai. Only at this moment did Zhou Shikai realize that there really was a generation gap between them. So he immediately smiled awkwardly and said, "It's my fault for not thinking things through. From now on, I'll call you Master Chu." At this time, Roy and Xiaofeng also walked out of the room. "I have met Boss Zhou, City Lord Lan, and this young master." Among the 3, Roy and Xiaofeng currently only know Zhou Shikai and Lan Tianlei. Lan Tianlei has a good reputation in Qinglian City. He is diligent in his work and loves the people, so most people in Qinglian know him. "You 2 ladies are too polite. I'm sorry that Lier frightened you just now. It's all because of this thing. It didn't do its job well, so Lier got away with it." After Zhou Shikai finished speaking, he pointed at Lan Tianlei. Lan Tianlei had a lot of grievances, but it was not easy for him to apologize at this time. "Boss Zhou, you're joking. City Lord Lan has worked tirelessly for our Qinglian city." This Lai Ershing disappeared without a trace. No wonder the city lord is so surprised. Finally, there is someone who knows what she is worth. This woman is quite good. So he bowed to Roy with gratitude. Zhou Heng secretly sighed. Chu Chen is truly a role model for our generation, and his wives are all more beautiful than each other. I couldn't help but think of those things in my palace, Ba. What a thing. So he also bowed to Roy. "Okay, Roy and Xiaofeng, go get them. I'm going to cook. Since something like this happened today, we won't be going to Qinglian. Let's eat here." Speaking of eating, Zhou Shikai and Zhou Heng both smiled excitedly again. You know, they will never forget the hot pot meal in Masan village. "Brother Chu, we agreed that I would be the host tonight. How can this be?" As soon as Lan Tianlei finished speaking, he was kicked out by Zhou Heng. "If you don't want to, just go home on your own." "Master, how can that be? I swear to stand with you." Looking at Lan Tianlei's despicable look, Zhou Heng couldn't help but laugh out loud. An hour later, Lan Tianlei finally understood why the 8th prince kicked him. "It is definitely the best food I have ever eaten in my life." There was a big pot filled with lamb, beef, various meatballs, vegetables, and bean sprouts. There were so many foods he had never seen before. Next to it were still 2 bottles of wine in glass bottles. This time Chu Chen did not dilute the water. How could he control these high-ranking people by diluting the water? During this meal, Lan Tianlei lost his sense of loyalty to his subject for the first time. He didn't care about Zhou Heng and Zhou Shikai standing beside him at all. To describe him as snatching was an understatement of his speed. Chu Chen's jaw dropped when he saw this scene. City Lord Lan, the food in the City Lord's mansion doesn't look very good. Don't mention it, Brother Chu. Can I come here often to eat in the future? As long as I'm here, you're always welcome. Come on, don't just eat, drink some wine. After saying that, Chu Chen raised his glass, and Roy and Xiaofeng also raised their glasses. The six of them drank it all in one gulp. Good wine, good wine. This wine must be from heaven. How often can we taste it on earth? Lan Tianlei immediately showed an excited expression and even wrote a poem. At this time, Chu Chen looked at the guards who were still guarding outside and asked City Lord Lan, Brother Chu, don't worry about it. This is their duty. We'll go back and eat later. As a modern man, Chu Chen estimated that it was already 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. If you want to survive in Qinglian City in the future, you can't neglect these people. They're tough guys. So while everyone was drinking, he asked Xiaofeng to go to the kitchen to boil some water. He took out a box of instant noodles from his space. After a while, an unprecedented fragrance drifted into everyone's eyes. Among these soldiers, there was one he knew, Xiao Liuzi, who had captured him. So he shouted outside, "Brother Xiaolu, it's time for dinner." After saying that, he told Xiaofeng to go out with bowls of instant noodles. "Hey, Brother Chu, what is this? It makes me hungry just by smelling it." Zhou Shikai, who was already a little drunk, looked at the bowls of instant noodles in front of him with shining eyes and asked, "This is called instant noodles. Not only is it delicious, it's also filling, but it's not very nutritious." Chu Chen introduced and turned to leave. When Xiao Liuzi saw the young man inside calling him, he immediately walked up with a smile. "Sir, it's okay for us not to eat. What are you doing?" "I am just a soldier in the City Lord's mansion, and I have personally captured Chu Chen. People don't bother me, and just appreciate the hard work of my brothers." This made Xiao Liuzi very touched. Looking at the delicious food in front of me, I tried my best to suppress the urge to swallow. "All right, Xiaolu brother, everyone has a share. You're very honest, so eat it." After saying that, he called everyone and distributed more than 10 buckets of instant noodles. Delicious. What kind of divine food is this? It's so delicious. Immediately, more than 10 soldiers began to eat with relish. Everyone was starving when they smelled the hot pot inside. Unexpectedly, this tastes almost as good as hot pot. This Master Chu is someone who could be dealt with. Chu Chen didn't know that with a bucket of instant noodles, he gained more than a dozen loyal friends. Looking at Xiao Liuzi eating with hearty mouthfuls outside, the people in the room immediately looked at Chu Chen with longing. Of course, this also includes Roy and Xiaofeng. I thought to myself, boy, why doesn't he make more of such delicious food? But no one was too embarrassed to speak up. They hadn't been able to help in any way, and asking for too much would be too much. How could Chu Chen not know what these people were thinking? Speaking of this stuff, there are quite a lot of them, not only in supermarkets and shopping malls, but also in convenience stores on the streets. So he asked Xiaofeng to boil water, and he made 5 more buckets and brought them up. As for myself, I ate too much of this in my previous life. Now that I finally have money, you still ask me to eat instant noodles. So he said to everyone, "Come on, everyone, life is not satisfactory 8 out of 10 times. Why not try instant noodles with wine?" Chu Chen raised his cup, but all he got in response was a wheezing sound. Chapter 43, Secretary Roy returns to Masan. "Well, you ancient people who have never seen the world." After a satisfying meal and a full drink, Lan Tianlei said drunkenly, "Don't worry, Brother Chu, I'll send people to protect your house. What happened today will definitely not happen again. No, I plan to take them both back to the countryside. This city is too dangerous." This sentence made Lan Tianlei feel particularly embarrassed that such things happened under his rule. So he quickly said, "Could it be that Brother Chu doesn't believe me, Lan?" Lan Tianlei had said before that Lai Air was involved in a major case. So Chu Chen still wanted to bring the two back to Mashan village. If the bad guys take advantage of your absence and do something else, it will be too late to regret. Moreover, now that he has signed a contract with Zhou Shikai, Chu Chen also needs Roy's help in settling the monthly shipment accounts. So he quickly said to Lan Tianlei, "It's not that I don't trust you, but I have things to deal with at home. Besides, you mentioned earlier that there was a big case." Speaking of the so-called big case, Lan Tianlei was even more upset because the 8th prince and the prince were both here. Those sons of bitches are always looking for trouble. But he didn't say much to Chu Chen. This was his job, and he didn't want to disturb others. The three were helped home by the sergeant. Chu Chen sent them away before turning around and speaking to Roy and Xiaofang. You two are in Qinglian City. I told you to buy some guards and stuff. Why didn't you listen? Don't you have money? Yes, I had never thought of going to the pawn shop to buy a few bodyguards to guard my house. Otherwise, even if I couldn't win, I would have a chance to escape. Seeing this, Roy replied, Husband, we live here alone. And suddenly a man moved in. I'm afraid you might think too much, so... Well, I'm a modern man. How can my thoughts be so conservative? However, he did not continue to blame them, but instead told them to pack up their things. Roy, actually, I have a wife at home. You won't mind, will you? To be honest, Chu Chen was still a little hesitant when he decided to take them back. Li Qinglian should have no problem. She probably wants him to find a few to take back. My husband, you're worrying too much. Xiaofang and I are your property, so why would you mind? Roy said calmly to Chu Chen. There was no expression of dissatisfaction on his face. Seeing this, Chu Chen exclaimed that this was a crazy, feudal society. There's another problem, which is the problem of housing. There is only one room for me, and there is no room for 4 of us. It seems that I have to stay at Hu Zi's place for a few days. While the two were packing up, he went into another room and took out a 2-meter bed, a mattress, and other things. I thought that I could just sleep on the floor when the time comes. After doing all this, he went out to hire 2 ox carts, had them load the things, and headed towards Mashan village in advance. At the door, Xiaofang was carrying a package, which probably contained valuables. Roy asked, looking at the iron thing in front of him. Husband, if you say there are 3 of us, then ride this home. Yes, don't underestimate it. It's more comfortable than a carriage and faster. After saying that, Chu Chen was the first to get on the motorcycle. Then he turned around, patted the back seat, and said, What are you standing there for? Get in the car. Sir, are you going to sit on it like a horse? Roy and Xiaofang asked in confusion. Yes, just like riding a horse. Come on up. So the two of them followed Chu Chen's example and sat on the back seat of the motorcycle. Although the 3 of them had already had physical contact, they were still so tightly pressed against Chu Chen's back on the street. This made Roy blush. Hold on tight. Hold on to me. I'm going to drive. After saying that, Chu Chen turned the accelerator and the motorcycle rushed out with a whoosh. Roy was so frightened that he hugged Chu Chen tightly with his hands. Feeling the softness on his back, Chu Chen felt that this was much more pleasant than delivering food. At the city gate, several soldiers came towards the roar of motorcycles. He quickly opened the city gate and looked at Chu Chen on the motorcycle with a kind face. Mr. Chu, go back. Thank you guys for your help. Next time I come to the city, I'll treat you to a drink. Then, with a warm farewell of several palace soldiers, they headed towards Mashang village. When they returned to their home in Mashang village, the 2 girls were deeply shocked when they saw the house in front of them. My husband, you are truly a godlike hermit. Roy never dreamed that you were so simple. If I don't have money to buy you, how can I still be simple? At this time, Li Qinglian was busy in the workshop when she heard someone calling outside. Qinglian, your husband is back, riding a monster and with 2 beautiful girls. The person who spoke was Gu Xiaofang, who was cooking in the workshop. My husband is back, riding a monster and bringing a girl with him? Li Qinglian thought to herself that her husband had finally come to his senses and knew how to bring girls home. But she didn't go out, as she couldn't leave the workshop. So he said to the outside, Sister Xiaofang, I understand. I will go home after work. Qinglian is too bold. Gu Xiaofang shook her head and went back to her own business. Not long after, several ox carts loaded with goods arrived at Chu Chen's home. After unloading the goods, he asked the 2 women to clean up the room. Take down the old bed, put up the new bed, and cover it with a brand new quilt. Looking at the 2-meter-long bed, it should be enough for the 3 of them to sleep. After thinking for a long time, Chu Chen decided to squeeze in with Hu Zi. If she couldn't control herself, Li Qinglian would be so embarrassed. As for this wife, Chu Chen thought he must wait until the new house was built. As night fell, Xiaofang went into the kitchen and started cooking. Li Qinglian dragged her tired body back home. Chu Chen greeted her immediately when he saw her. Madam, you have worked hard. Wait a little longer and you won't have to be so busy. What are you talking about, my husband? Qinglian isn't tired, but these 2 sisters are? Ah, this is my husband's secretary, Roy, and this is Xiaofang, the 2nd secretary. Chu Chen immediately said to Li Qinglian. Chu Chen made arrangements with Roy and Xiaofang on the way. When they arrived in Mashan village, they stopped calling each other husband and boss and their identities were also secretaries. Roy is responsible for the workshop's accounts, and Xiaofeng is responsible for daily life. In this feudal society, even if you want to take a concubine, you have to go through a set of procedures. If it is unclear, it will inevitably lead to gossip. So let's arrange it this way for now. My husband, what is a secretary? Li Qinglian asked with a puzzled look on her face. This secretary is here to help my husband. Roy is in charge of the workshop's finances, and Xiaofeng is in charge of our food and daily life. However, they're not maids or servants, and their status is the same as ours. At this time, Roy and Xiaofeng also came forward. Roy and Xiaofeng meet Sister Qinglian. Looking at the two people in front of her, Li Qinglian did not continue to ask questions, but started chatting with them. When the three women met, Chu Chen had basically nothing to do. Chapter 44. Brother Huzi's Snoring. Chu Chen, holding a cigarette in his mouth, walked towards the construction site outside. Master Chu is back. I'm particularly interested in your rideable beast. Could you please tell me about it? As soon as Chang Wei saw Chu Chen, he immediately walked up. I saw Chu Chen bringing the girl back before, and I didn't come over because I didn't want to disturb him. Ah, that one you're talking about, it's not some ferocious beast, it's just a vehicle that can move on its own, similar to a horse. Chu Chen immediately said it perfunctorily, otherwise the old man would dig deep and ask questions again. He quickly continued, Mr. Chang, I wonder how long it will take to build a house. Looking at the three women in the room, he was indeed a little worried at the moment. Don't worry, Master Chu. You can move in within 10 days. When talking about the house, Chang Wei spoke with pride again. Since there was no electricity, Chu Chen suppressed the urge to go and check. He said goodbye to Chang Wei and turned to walk home. I drank some wine at noon and didn't eat anything, so I felt a little hungry now. Coincidentally, a fragrance came from the house. Li Qinglian, who was sitting at the dinner table, was no longer surprised to see the large Simmons bed that Chu Chen brought back. Looking at the two women, Li Qinglian also thought of this so-called secretary. She was probably the concubine brought back by her husband, but she had no name or status, so it was inconvenient to talk about her. Otherwise, why would they prepare such a big bed? After the meal, Chu Chen said to the three of them, the new house hasn't been built yet, so I'll have to inconvenience you three and squeeze in for a while. What about you? Li Qinglian asked quickly. I originally thought that 4 people would sleep together tonight, and I was mentally prepared, but Chu Chen's words disrupted my thoughts. I'm going to stay with Brother Huzi for a few nights. Mr. Chang just said that we can move in a few days. When the time comes, each of you will choose a room of your own. After saying this, he puffed out smoke and walked into the darkness in front of the 3 women's surprised eyes. Li Qinglian and the other 2 looked at each other and smiled, but remained silent. Roy thought that by coming here, the 2 of them had wronged their boss. But it's okay. I'll reward him well when we move into the new house. I just don't know if Sister Qinglian in front of me would have any ideas. So the 3 of them washed up early and got into bed. The whispers began. Sister Qinglian, you and the boss, do you usually do that on the same bed as before? I saw that thin little bed this afternoon. How could it possibly withstand the shaking? Li Qinglian was puzzled and replied, No, it won't shake if you're asleep and not moving. Don't move? How can you not move? Roy seemed to have thought of something. Could it be that Chu Chen had not yet been with the woman in front of him? Then, embarrassing and lustful words were heard from the bed. This caused the 3 girls to laugh, and in the dark night, Li Qinglian blushed again. Chu Chen, on the other hand, came to his second uncle's house leisurely. Hey, Chu boy, why are you here with me so late at night instead of going back to sleep? Huzi asked doubtfully. In the afternoon, he also saw that his cousin had brought back 2 beautiful women. Could it be that, as the rumors say, this Chu kid is not good at that aspect? There are too many people at home, so I'll sleep with you tonight. What? You're sleeping with me, and your family doesn't care? Huzi was even more surprised, and then he thought, this Chu kid, could it be? Chu, you've grown up now. You have a wife and concubines at home. You can't go astray. Hearing Huzi say this, Chu Chen kicked him out. What the hell are you thinking? There are so many people in the house, and the bed is too small to fit. What are you thinking? I'm a normal man. Stop talking nonsense and go to sleep. After saying that, he went to Huzi's room. Huzi followed behind him angrily. This Chu kid is getting too arrogant. He's so proud of the money he has. But I didn't dare to say anything. He only gave me 5 taels of silver a month, so I did whatever he asked me to do. Chuazi, I'm very interested in the smoke coming out of your mouth.
Can you? Hu Zi said to Chu Chen with a smile on his face. He felt that Chu Chen was smoking hot wherever he went and looked extremely handsome. No, this thing is poisonous. Chu Chen said angrily. What a joke. You are addicted to this. I only have so much space. How can I share it with you? Ah, it's poisonous. Why do you eat it if it's poisonous? Hu Zi said in horror. What a joke. Who am I? A disciple of an immortal. What can you do? Go to sleep. After saying that, he ignored Hu Zi and turned around to sleep. When Hu Zi saw that the smoking thing was poisonous, he gave up the idea and simply stopped thinking about it and fell asleep. In less than half an hour, Chu Chen rubbed his sleepy eyes and kicked Hu Zi out again. Why did you kick me? I've tolerated you for a long time. If you weren't younger than me, I would let you reminisce about your childhood. Hu Zi turned around and got up and said viciously to Chu Chen, Brother Hu Zi, what did you eat tonight? Soybean, what's the problem? Chu Chen wanted to cry, but had no tears. This idiot not only snored loudly, but also released exhaust gas into the air one after another. That smell filled the entire room. So he said helplessly, It's okay, Brother Hu Zi, you go to sleep, I'll go out for a walk. Hu Zi was sleeping and was kicked off the bed by Chu Chen. It was inevitable that he was a little grumpy when he woke up. He ignored Chu Chen, turned around, and started snoring again. Chu Chen came out of the house and tightened his clothes. It's really cold on this winter night, but the ancient night scenery is beautiful. It was pitch black all around, with only the moon and stars above reflecting the sun's light and illuminating the earth. Walking slowly all the way, I unknowingly arrived at a secluded valley in the back mountain. Look at the flat land beneath your feet. Could a living person be suffocated to death by urine? After saying this, Chu Chen entered the space. After coming out, I had a tent, an inflatable mattress, a down quilt, and other things in my hands. I also have a rechargeable night light in my hand. He set up the tent quickly and went right in. There were no extra entertainment activities in Masan village at night, so everyone fell asleep early. At this time, no one would notice the dim night light in the valley. However, there was one exception. She originally wanted to go see Chu Chen's house, but it couldn't accommodate so many people at once. Unexpectedly, just as I was about to reach his house, I saw Chu Chen walking out of Chu Dazhuang's house and heading towards the back mountain. So I followed him out of curiosity, wanting to see what this handsome and wealthy man was doing in the middle of the night. Unexpectedly, after Chu Chen stayed in the dark for a while, a small house suddenly appeared on the ground. And there is light. Could it be a god descending to earth? So I walked over with even more curiosity. Chapter 45. The comfort of a tent is priceless. In the tent, Chu Chen had just zipped up his tent when he heard a slight sound. Could there be a wild beast? He said as he took the pistol in his hand. As the sound got closer, he heard it like footsteps. So he asked, who? Sneaky. Chu Chen, it's me, Sister Xiufang. How can you live here in the middle of winter? Seeing that it was Gu Xiufang who was speaking, Chu Chen immediately became suspicious. Could it be that this woman was following him because he was too handsome? In this desolate wilderness, the whole village is asleep. You can't. Otherwise, how can I control myself? So he said, Sister Xiufang, why are you here? Could it be that you can't sleep either? No, I saw you had guests over tonight, so I wanted to go and see your conditions. I was thinking of asking Qinglian to come over and share a room with me. Then I saw you sneaking out, so I followed you. I thought you were stealing something you didn't need at home. Chu Chen said that he was completely unable to cope with Gu Xiufang, who was already a married woman. This method is so fucking cruel. They just drive away when there is a disagreement. And this isn't even a car for kindergarten, not even for elementary school. But when Chu Chen thought of Gu Xiufang's wet hair that day, he felt as if something had changed in his body. So that's how it is. I wanted to squeeze in with Hu Zi, but he started snoring and farting. The night is so beautiful. I thought I'd come and see the moon and camp. As she spoke, Gu Xiufang had already arrived outside the tent. Looking at the small house in front of him, he spoke. You're a pretty girl. How can you squeeze in with a rough guy like Hu Zi? And what is camping? Isn't it cold in this winter? After saying that, he went to lift Chu Chen's tent. Damn this tiger bitch. Stop tearing my tent apart. So Chu Chen opened the zipper of the tent helplessly. Gu Xiufang squeezed in as if there was no one around. Hey, it's quite spacious in here, and it's not cold at all. This house is great. Chu Chen cried out that he couldn't stand it. In this remote place, is this woman really stupid or is she doing it on purpose? Sister-in-law Xiufang, aren't you afraid of me when you come in like this? What are you afraid of? Many women have begged for it,
but failed. It's just that you know my sister-in-law's situation. She is not worthy of you. Chu Chen thought to himself, if someone like you were placed in modern society, you would be more popular than a little girl. That's it. You can't get it without a betrothal gift of hundreds of thousands. To experience it, it will probably cost at least 3,000. Sister-in-law knows that you take care of me. Give me money, food, and wages. Sister-in-law doesn't know how to repay you anyway since we met. Let's sister-in-law. Under the dim light, Gu Xiaofang put away her usual carefree attitude and spoke to Chu Chen in a serious tone. No, sister-in-law, you are a good woman, but you also know that I can't give you any status. Helping you is just a drop in the bucket for me. Don't take it to heart. There are so many good women in this world. Thank you, sister-in-law. I don't want any status. Isn't sister-in-law beautiful enough? After saying that, Gu Xiaofang pushed Chu Chen onto the air cushion. I'll get mad at anyone who says this isn't beautiful enough. Feeling the fragrance from Gu Xiaofang's body, Chu Chen gradually became erect. He casually took out a small umbrella from his bag. He said to Gu Xiaofang, if you really don't mind, I can't give you any status, and I'm afraid our affairs cannot be known to anyone. Chu Chen confirmed again. So what are you doing? You're usually so eloquent, but are you really not capable of that? This Gu Xiaofang seemed to have returned to her carefree self. The dim lights on the back mountain of Masan village went out. After some ideological struggle, Chu Chen finally accepted the reality. The arrow is on the string and must be shot. The faint moonlight falls on this quiet little mountain village. But in the tranquility, it seems not so peaceful. Insects are chirping, birds are singing, and flowers are blooming in the middle of the night in this winter. About half an hour later, everything returned to calm. Chu Chen slept very soundly that night. The first barking of a dog in the early morning broke the lake-like tranquility of this small mountain village. Chu Chen opened his eyes. Of course, the noisy dog was still the big yellow dog from Uncle Feng's house. At this moment, it is guarding its own bowl and greedily eating the chicken feed in the chicken coop. Right, a local dog that grew up in the countryside is not picky about food. Chu Chen looked at the empty space around him and couldn't help but smile knowingly. He slowly returned home and shouted to the 3 women in the house. Get up, the sun is shining on your butt. The 3 girls woke up slowly. It seemed that they had wronged the people they loved that night. Look at him, he's up and shouting so early in the morning. He must not have slept well last night. Qinglian, you were the first one to get up. Chu Chen greeted with a smile. No, it's probably the first time for the 2 sisters to sleep in this mountain village. They didn't sleep well at night and woke up a little late. They will get used to it. Li Qinglian replied, as if she was afraid that Chu Chen would blame them for getting up too late, and she was trying to excuse them. Ever since Chu Chen's family became wealthy, the big yellow dog used in experiments always arrives as scheduled at mealtimes. Li Qinglian didn't care about this. Xiaofang prepared breakfast, and Li Qinglian scooped some for the dog. The big yellow dog wagged its tail and started to eat with a snorting sound. Li Qinglian poured some food for the wild boar cubs in the pig pen before coming back to have breakfast. Look, sir, that big yellow dog is so greedy. He's eating from his own bowl, but he's still staring at the ones in the wild boar pen. These words almost made Chu Chen spit out the noodles in his mouth. This just doesn't make sense, no matter how you think about it. It was so embarrassing that he had no words to answer Li Qinglian, so he gave Gozi a kind look. After dinner, Roy was arranged to the workshop by Chu Chen, who told him how many people would be working and how much each person would be paid per month. There's also a monthly transaction. Such simple arithmetic is also something that Roy, who is good at writing, can handle. So, Chu Chen once again became a hands-off boss. Vaguely, I seem to be looking forward to the night coming sooner. The tent is priceless. The construction of the house is progressing at an orderly pace, and the main structure has already been completed. What is being carried out now are the renovations that Chu Chen requested. In modern society, Chang Wei is considered a very good architect, and he understands all of Chu Chen's requirements. Therefore, Chu Chen will not worry too much. What he needs to solve now is the problem of modern furniture and the solar power generation equipment that he has been thinking about. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to go out and purchase the things in the space. Chapter 46 Masan Villa is finally completed. For several days in a row, Li Qinglian and Roy were busy in the workshop, and Xiaofang was washing and cleaning at home. Chu Chen still went into the tent to rest every night. After these few days of in-depth communication, the relationship between Chu Chen and Gu Xiaofang has made a qualitative leap. Chu Chen thought about replacing Li Qinglian. After all, it would be boring to stay there every day. So Li Qinglian was found. Qinglian, why don't you let Sister Xiaofang take your place? You just stay home. Ah, why did my husband suddenly think of this? Li Qinglian asked in surprise. Look, you get up early and go to bed late every day. There must be a hostess at home. Li Qinglian was touched by these words. There were 2 young and beautiful women in her house. She was afraid that Chu Chen didn't like her, but she didn't expect that she would still be the hostess in this family. Okay, my husband, you have the final say. I'll do whatever you say. Really? When we move to the new house, my husband will give you candy. When talking about eating candy, Li Qinglian's face turned red and she lowered her head and didn't look at Chu Chen. Chu Chen didn't care about the specific operations. He believed in Li Qinglian. As a result, Li Qinglian immediately dragged Gu Xiaofang into the filtering room. By the way, I found a cook in the village. Gu Xiaofang seemed very calm about this sudden transfer. She knew that no one Chu Chen trusted could enter this room. It seems that it was the tenderness of these few nights that allowed me to gain the trust of this man. After telling Li Qinglian that he was going out to buy furniture, Chu Chen rode his motorcycle towards Qinglian town. In an empty corner, enter the space. The villa has a total of 8 rooms and 2 large living rooms. Fortunately, there was a home textile store in the supermarket. When Chu Chen moved out 7 sets of room furniture and 2 living room sofas, it was already afternoon. I also moved a set of tea room furniture for myself. As a delivery guy, I'm not very interested in things like study rooms. More than 20 ox carts were hired in Qinglian town, carrying all the furniture, and headed towards Masan village in a mighty procession. When the rickshaw drivers saw so many things, they thought to themselves that the kid was crazy. If you have money, everyone would go to a big city to buy property, but some people actually come back to this small village. However, when looking at these novel furniture, everyone was very cautious, fearing that they would accidentally break them, and then they would not be able to afford the compensation even if they sold their cows. God knows how expensive this thing is. In front of the new house, Chang Wei looked at the huge team and couldn't help but be surprised. Mr. Chu, such a big gesture really opened my eyes. Chu Chen laughed. These were all given to me by others. We don't have them in Daxia yet. Yeah, I think they're new. These things must be worth a lot of money. After saying that, he asked everyone to unload the goods. Chu Chen was directing the placement of the furniture. He was busy for a whole day before he managed to put all the furniture into the house. Chang Wei sat down on the sofa in the living room and was bounced up. Master Chu, this chair. Chang Wei said in horror after getting up. Mr. Chang, this is called a sofa. It has cotton-like filling inside, so your butt won't hurt when you sit on it. After explaining it to Chu Chen, Chang Wei immediately understood. I secretly thought to myself that when I get home, I must build one for my own home. The whole house is now completely built. The floor of the entire house is paved with blue bricks, and the walls are painted white with lime. In addition to the living room, kitchen, and bathroom, there are 2 rooms and a large warehouse on the first floor. The second floor is the main living area, with an extra-large master bedroom, a living room, 2 guest bedrooms, and a study. Chu Chen arranged the study into a tea room, which was actually a private place belonging to him, just for the convenience of entering and exiting the space. The third floor also has 2 bedrooms and a large terrace. In the bathroom, Chu Chen looked at the modern facilities and smiled with satisfaction. This villa is exactly the same as a modern one, except that it has no home appliances and is not made of reinforced concrete. Chu Chen looked at everything with satisfaction and praised Chang Wei's skills highly. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Chang. Your skills are absolutely amazing. I admire you. Chang Wei looked at the satisfied Chu Chen and felt a surge of pride in his heart. Mr. Chu, I have lived up to your expectations. This house is now handed over to you. He declined the extra silver that Chu Chen handed to him, took everyone with him, and was about to go back. Chu Chen repeatedly asked them to stay for dinner, but Chang Wei still resolutely walked towards the village entrance. Helplessly, Chu Chen stuffed a whole box of lollipops into Lai Fu's hands. Lai Fu took it happily. Unexpectedly, Chang Wei slapped Lai Fu on the head. Go back, you bastard. Chu Chen hurriedly stopped him and said, Mr. Chang Wei, please don't hit Lai Fu. This is a snack I gave to Lai Fu. If you refuse again, how will I dare to look for you when I go to Qinglian City in the future? After much persuasion, Chang Wei finally persuaded Lai Fu to accept the lollipop. Li Qinglian and Xiaofang entered the new house and cleaned it. Since everyone is in the workshop, they are the only 2 people who are free at the moment. Chu Chen was thinking about whether to give them a paid leave system. Otherwise, if there was an emergency at home, there would be no one to spare. Thinking of this, he immediately took action and walked straight towards the workshop. Chu Dezhuang was called over, and everyone was gathered together in a short while. Everyone, you've all been working hard these days, so I've decided to give everyone 4 days off every month. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd fell silent, with no applause or cheers. Chu Dezhuang asked doubtfully, "Nephew, what is a holiday?" Damn, it turns out people in ancient times didn't know what a holiday meant. Then he spoke loudly again. Holiday means rest. That is, there are 4 days in a month when you don't need to work. You could do whatever you need to do. When they heard about the rest period, everyone was unwilling to do so. Feng Er was the first to jump out and say, "Chu Wazi, we're not tired, just let us work. 4 days less this month means dozens of coins in wages." So this is the crux of the matter. It turns out that everyone is reluctant to spend money. So he said to everyone again, "It's okay. You will be paid during your vacation time." That won't do. That way the big guys will take advantage of you. Chu kid. No, no, no. Once again, a voice of opposition was heard from the crowd. These people are so simple and honest that in modern times, they would wish they had a day off every day. Seeing that everyone still disagreed, Chu Chen pretended to speak sternly. "This is non-negotiable. You must take 4 days off within a month. Otherwise, you can't work here anymore. Okay, we'll stop working tomorrow and have a holiday." After saying that, he turned around and left without looking back. Chapter 47. Happy moving into a new home. Looking at Chu Chen leaving, everyone understood that this was a benefit for them. At this time, Feng Er stood up and said, "Everyone, this Chu boy cares about you. So let's work harder in the future, so that Chu boy won't suffer any loss." When this was said, everyone agreed. Chu Dezhuang followed Chu Chen back home. Looking at the newly completed house and Xiaofeng and Li Qinglian who were about to move in, he quickly stepped forward to stop her and said, "Qinglian, this Chu kid is ignorant, and neither are you. How can you just move into this new house?" Chu Chen looked back at Chu Dezhuang and asked doubtfully, "Second uncle, this house is for living. Why can't we live in it?" "Oh, you spendthrift, this new house needs a fire entering ceremony for good luck." Then he added, "You can't stay here tonight anyway. Let me ask the gentleman to choose an auspicious day, and then we can talk." Chu Chen immediately stopped Chu Dezhuang. Second uncle, I'm not that particular, forget it. No, I can listen to you on other matters, but on this matter, you must listen to me. After all, I am your child's elder." After some pulling and tugging, Chu Chen really couldn't get rid of him. After much persuasion, both sides made concessions, and the fire entering ceremony will be held tomorrow. In fact, Chu Chen also knew that even in modern society, people would look for an auspicious day. What's more, this is a feudal society. So, this matter was handled by Chu Dezhuang. It just so happens that tomorrow is a holiday, so everyone in the village will be here. Chu Dezhuang spread the news, and the whole village became excited. Chu Chen thought that there would be a lot of food tomorrow, so he gave Aziz 50 taels of silver that night and asked him to prepare the banquet early the next morning. "Well, my super awesome second uncle has to sleep in a tent tonight, but sleeping in a tent seems to be quite nice." Gu Xiaofang's figure appeared in Chu Chen's mind again. As expected, I am not afraid of a girl who is 18 years old, but I am afraid of a woman who is 35. Early the next morning, Feng Er's big yellow dog seemed very excited as soon as the sky was getting light. He started howling at the entrance of the village. Chu Chen still didn't see Gu Xiaofang, who had left at some point. He stretched and crawled out of the tent, walked slowly towards home. This sight gave Chu Chen a big scare. I saw a crowd of people around my new house. It was very lively. Chu Chen was so frightened that he almost pulled out his pistol. When he got closer, he found that they were the elders of Mashan village. Arrived at Chu Chen's new home early, carrying all kinds of things in his hands. Some were carrying millet, some were carrying old hens, and some were even carrying a bunch of wild vegetables. These are probably the best things the village can offer. Looking at these enthusiastic villagers, Chu Chen couldn't help but be moved. What a simple scene. Some people are very rich and always want to take what little food you have left. And some people are so poor that there is only mud left on their buttocks, but they still want to give you the best. To be honest, from this moment on, Chu Chen slowly felt that he currently had this ability. It's time to mobilize the entire Masan village. At the very least, we must ensure that everyone has enough to eat, enough clothes to wear, that the elderly have someone to rely on, and that children have access to education. So he put away his gun with a look of emotion and walked towards the crowd. Chu, congratulations on moving into a new home. Wang Defa smiled at Chu Chen while holding two old hens. As Wang Defa spoke, others also began to offer their blessings. For a moment, all kinds of sounds were heard. Chu Chen waited until everyone was quiet before speaking loudly. Thank you all for your respect. I, Chu Wazi, have done nothing to deserve you all to worry about me. I am grateful for this. After saying that, he bowed deeply to everyone. But let's agree in advance. No one is rich, and the workshop wages won't be paid until the end of the month. So, Chu Wazi won't accept any of your stuff. Everyone, take it back. Then, today, right here, everyone come over. We won't leave until we're drunk. In the end, with Chu Chen's insistence, everyone took their things back. Chu Chen knew that these things were nothing to him. But for the big guys, that might be all. After everyone returned, they were all eager to get started. Under Chu Dazhuang's arrangement, they lit a fire, set up a pot, and fetched water to wash dishes. Hu Zi also gave Chu Chen a death order. Don't come back until you have spent all the 50 taels. So, when the sun slowly shone on Mashan village, Hu Zi and a few young men drove 3 ox carts back to Mashan village. 3 carts full of food and drinks were loaded with food and drinks as everyone worked hard. All of them turned into delicious food in the pot. Outside the house, tables, chairs, and benches from each household had already been set up. There were more than 20 tables in total. There are only about 200 people in the entire Mashan village, and 10 people per table is just right. For this purpose, Chu Chen specially sent someone to secretly take Li Qinglian's mother to Mashan village. Seeing her son-in-law's grand display, Lu Damei shed tears of relief and joy. With Chu Dazhuang calling him relative-in-law, he was arranged to sit in the main hall. At this moment, Li Qinglian's father, brother, and sister-in-law were looking all over the world for Lu Damei to make breakfast for them. At noon, the whole Mashan village was bustling with activity. Everyone's face was filled with a happy smile. At Chu Chen's request, Mashan village no longer has so many rules, and all men, women, girls, and children must eat at the table. The men drank wine in big gulps, while the women gathered in groups of 3 or 5, eating meat and exchanging information about the village. Children ran around the village carrying big bones and lamb legs. Wang Defa, Chu Dazhuang's family, and Chu Chen were sitting in the living room. Looking at this lively scene, Wang Defa smiled with satisfaction. It seems that Mashan village has not been so lively for a long time due to the natural disasters in recent years. The last time was when Chu Wazi killed a wild boar. Chu Wazi, on behalf of Mashan village, thank you. Wang Defa raised his glass and spoke to Chu Chen seriously. After saying that, he drank it all in one gulp. This Wang Defa is a bit greedy. But when it comes to Mashan village, he has nothing to say. If anyone has difficulties or family matters, he will be the first to stand up. Although his previous wife had given him some shame, he felt relieved now that he had his sweet wife in his arms. Uncle Wang, you have made the greatest contribution to this village. I'm only doing my humble part. Chu Chen said modestly and drank a glass of wine. Next, Chu Dazhuang took Chu Chen to each table to toast, and the auspicious words made Chu Chen's ears numb. The meal lasted until the evening, and everyone gradually dispersed. Chu Chen finally got the chance and went up to the second floor with a few people. Chapter 48 Qinglian's wish finally comes true. Qinglian, clean up a room for your mother-in-law and let her rest first. On the second floor, Chu Chen said to Li Qinglian. Li Qinglian nodded and took her mother to the first floor. Li Qinglian also had her own ideas. If my mother were on the second floor, it would probably be very awkward, so the first floor is just right. It's close to the kitchen and can help with housework. In a room on the first floor, Lu Damei looked at the brand new bed and quilt on the bed. For a moment, I was too nervous to sit on it. Mother, it's okay. My husband said he brought you here so you can enjoy a good life. You can live here peacefully. Li Qinglian forced Lu Damei to sit on the bed. Feeling the softness of the Simmons mattress, Lu Damei jumped up again. Qinglian, how can this bed be so soft? And this quilt? Mother is really enjoying your blessing. As he spoke, tears began to flow. Li Qinglian didn't know how to comfort her for a moment. Thinking of the past, she just started crying along with her. After a long time, Li Qinglian let her mother go to bed, then turned around and went upstairs. On the second floor, Xiaofeng had already boiled some hot water and asked Chu Chen to wash up and get rid of the smell of alcohol. Although the alcohol content in this world is low, it can make you drunk immediately, especially with a little wind. The three women stared at Chu Chen sleeping on the sofa, not knowing what to do for a moment. In the end, it was Li Qinglian who took the lead and carried him into the largest room. Sister Qinglian, you guys should go to bed early. Xiaofang and I will also go to rest. Roy looked at Li Qinglian and Chu Chen in the room. He tactfully pulled Xiaofang out of the room, stayed in the room next door. Li Qinglian took care of Chu Chen until he fell asleep. She also climbed onto the soft big bed and lay down next to him. Nothing happened that night. The next day, the annoying big yellow dog woke up the entire Masan village on time. Chu Chen shook his aching head, turned over with the quilt in his arms, and was about to sleep for a while longer. As soon as I stretched out my hand, I felt a hint of softness. When he looked up, he saw Li Qinglian looking at him tenderly. Husband, you're awake. Look, we finally live in a new house. Li Qinglian said softly. Chu Chen understood what Li Qinglian meant. He had said that living in a new house would be what she wished, allowing her to truly become the mistress of this family. So on this hot-blooded morning, the barking of Feng Er's big yellow dog mixed with its heavy breathing, weaving together to create a beautiful picture. It took a full hour before Masan village returned to peace. Li Qinglian thought diligently that she still had to go to the workshop. I have to get up while dragging my aching body. What are you doing? Chu Chen asked, holding her hand. Husband, Qinglian still has to go to the workshop. It's getting late. Silly boy, why go to the workshop? Isn't Sister Xiaofang watching over you there? You're just half asleep. Chu Chen stood up, kissed her on the forehead, and continued. Today is special. Don't go anywhere today. Just go to sleep. After saying that, he put on his clothes and went downstairs. On the first floor, Roy and Xiaofang were sitting at the dining table, while Lu Damei was still busy in the kitchen. You're here so early. Have you eaten? Chu Chen said, nonchalantly. I'm waiting for you. Auntie is busy in the kitchen. She said she's going to boil some eggs for you. How is it? Sister Qinglian can't get out of bed, right? You don't know how to cherish her. Roy said, while looking at Chu Chen with a smile on his face. At this time, Lu Damei also came out of the kitchen. She heard everything that happened in the morning clearly. Son-in-law, get up, have breakfast. As someone who had experienced this, Lu Damei didn't ask Li Qinglian at all, as if she had forgotten about it. Chu Chen knew how awkward the situation would be if his mother-in-law gossiped about him. After they finished breakfast, Chu Chen went to the tea room. That's right, he is going to dismantle those solar power generation equipment and solar water heaters today. In the morning, it's too sour to touch the cold stream water in the bathroom of your room. Chu Chen in the tea room locked the door and slipped into the space. In the residential area outside the supermarket, Chu Chen easily entered the terrace of a small villa. He took the tools he found at the hardware store and started to dismantle it shakily. Fortunately, I was born in a poor family and did a lot of jobs after graduating from college. Otherwise, there's really no way to deal with these things. The water heater was removed smoothly. He turned around and ran to the roofs of the buildings with photovoltaic panels. He took down the boards, inverters, and energy storage equipment. In the tea room, Chu Chen looked at the water heater and some photovoltaic equipment in front of him, and a smile appeared on his face. Fortunately, I designed the room to be big enough, otherwise it really wouldn't be able to fit in. After a short rest, he turned and headed towards the workshop. Uncle, call me 20 or so men. I have something to tell you. Chu Chen said to the busy Chu Dazhuang. At Chu Dazhuang's call, 20 strong men appeared in front of Chu Chen in a short while. Chu Wazi, you call us here. What do you need? Hunter Feng Er said loudly. Chu Chen then gave some instructions and led everyone towards home. On the rooftop, Feng Er and others placed those glass-like things one by one according to Chu Chen's instructions. No one bothered to ask what this thing was used for. They worked until nightfall, and under Chu Chen's instructions, they finally installed the photovoltaic panels and water heater. Chu Chen will have to personally handle the wiring and installation. After a busy day, Chu Chen was too lazy to move. So under Xiaofang's careful care, I took a comfortable hot bath in the extra-large double bathtub. After dinner, Chu Chen, who was tired after a day, had no other thoughts and still took Li Qinglian into the room. At Chu Chen's strong request, Roy and Xiaofang each chose a room to live in. Next, Chu Chen worked for 3 full days before he got these things done. At this moment, there are bright LED lights in the villa, and the hot water from the solar water heaters flows to every bathroom. The only drawback is that there are too many rooms and the hot water supply is a bit insufficient. Chu Chen thought about installing one in each room in the future. Anyway, the entire space is 2 kilometers in radius, and there are a lot of these devices inside. You just have to take the trouble to disassemble and install it yourself. In addition to photovoltaics, Chu Chen also saw many small wind turbines and a complete set of energy storage equipment in the shopping mall. There are also so many solar streetlights on the road, and we will slowly develop these later. By then, as long as he is willing, the entire Masan village will definitely be the most advanced village in the entire Great Xia dynasty. As long as I move out the entire supermarket space, this goal will be achieved in minutes. Thinking about this, Chu Chen went towards the village chief Wang Defa again. Chapter 49. Build roads first. Uncle Wang, get up. That thing is not edible. Take care of yourself. At the door of Wang Defa's house, Chu Chen shouted at the top of his voice. Wang Defa in the room was about to raise his gun and mount his horse to attack his new bride, but he shouted at Chu Chen. I was so scared that my head drooped down. This brat scared me. Wang Defa put on his pants and walked towards the door while cursing. Chu kid, what's the matter with your Uncle Wang? Although he cursed Chu Chen in his heart, he still spoke in a kind manner. Who the hell has nothing to do in broad daylight? It's your fault in the first place. Hey, Uncle Wang, you have your pants on backwards. Chu Chen did not answer, but stared at him with a smile on his face. Wang Defa's face flushed. Well, I got up too early this morning and didn't notice it. It's okay. Uncle Wang, you have to take care of your health. After all, you are old. As Chu Chen spoke, he handed him a bottle of Erguo 2 with the label torn off. Wang Defa's eyes suddenly lit up. Chu boy, why are you so polite? Hey, this wine bottle is made of glass. Chu Uncle Wang, please don't spread the news too loudly. This is not much. I came here specially to honor you, Chu Chen said with a serious face. Wang Defa suddenly realized that he seemed to be a little louder, which would be troublesome if he attracted bad guys. So he looked around stealthily and pulled Chu Chen into the house. Luckily, Chu Wazi reminded us that there are bandits in Qinglian town. If they knew about this, it would be bad. Chu Chen, who was about to speak, became nervous when he heard the word bandit. It is said that in ancient times, ordinary people had a hard life. On the one hand, the government was overwhelmed by the high taxes, and, on the other hand, various factions and forces emerged one after another. So he quickly turned to Wang Defa and asked, Uncle Wang, are you saying that there are bandits in this small town of Qinglian? I say, Chu Wazi, have you been beaten up by those people in the gambling house? The third in command of Qinglian Mountain would bring people here every year to collect a membership fee. Don't you remember this? As Wang Defa spoke, he couldn't help but touch Chu Chen's forehead. Chu Chen then said awkwardly, I guess so too. After being beaten by them, I don't remember a lot of things. Uncle Wang, please don't be offended. What's the big deal? This means you've finally gotten wise and received enlightenment from the gods. Wang Defa said nonchalantly that the entire Masan village had always believed that the boy in front of him was a disciple of a god. So many things are not surprising, as long as the money we give them every month is real. Uncle Wang, may I ask who is collecting this contribution? Chu Chen asked again. It turns out that there is a bandit organization called Manhwa on Qinglian Mountain, but its specific size is unknown. But every winter, people are sent to every village in Qinglian town to collect contributions. This so-called share is food, ranging from 1 to 2 pounds per person. In the words of the Tiger Hall, the emperor was incompetent and tyrannical, and the Tiger Hall collected contributions from the people to maintain peace in the world. To put it bluntly, it is just a dark and evil force that exploits the people. Qinglian Mountain is easy to defend, but difficult to attack. The government organized several suppression campaigns, but they were beaten back before they even reached Qinglian Mountain. So over time, coupled with frequent natural disasters in recent years and the weakening of the government, the bandit suppression efforts came to nothing. According to Wang Defa's estimation, these bandits are expected to arrive in about a month. Every year, Wang Defa collected the grain and handed it over at the village entrance. This also prevents bandits from entering the village and harming the villagers. There are only 200 people in Masan village, so the annual demand for grain is at most 400 kilograms, which is not much. So we have been living in peace over the years. Chu Chen didn't take the trouble of saving 400 kilograms of food seriously. He thought that the man was the kind of vicious person who would rape women, kill people, and set fire to things if he had a disagreement with them. So he said to Wang Defa, that's a small problem. I'll pay for the 400 kilograms of grain this year.
I came here today to ask you something else. Hearing that Chu Chen was willing to contribute, Wang Defa was overjoyed. He had originally been thinking of borrowing grain from Chu Chen's house since the harvest was not good this year. I didn't expect it to be solved this way. Uncle Wang, on behalf of the entire Masan village, would like to thank Shuwazi. This year's harvest is poor, and considering Gu Xiufan's households, the family is worried about not having enough money to support the bandits. Chu Chen touched his nose and thought to himself, Gu Xiufan's family is not poor. She is my woman. How can she be poor? So he said calmly, No, Uncle Wang, I grew up in Masan village. Now that I have the ability, it's my duty to do something for the village. Wang Defa looked at Chu Chen with relief. Then tell me if there's anything else you need. As long as I, Wang Defa, can help, it's just a matter of a word. Uncle Wang, as the saying goes, if you want to get rich, you must first build roads. I think we should build a wide road from Masan village directly to the official road. Just use the existing road to expand it, but I'll buy the field along the road, but I'd like to trouble Uncle Wang with the work. Good boy. So you want to build a road. Building roads and bridges are all good deeds. As for expanding the field along the road, that is just a matter of a word from you. So he quickly said, This is a great thing. It's rare that you're so thoughtful. Don't worry, leave it to me. You don't have to buy the land beside the road. But how wide do you want a road to be? How wide is it? At least the BYD, Chang'an, Geely, BJ80 and other cars in my space can pass side by side. That's right, if you want to transform Masan village, the first step is to build roads. Without roads, everything will be inconvenient. So how can you make a fortune? Moreover, Chu Chen was fed up with the bumpy ride of the mule cart. Although the motorcycle was comfortable, the cool wind blew into his clothes, and it was not comfortable when it rained. In ancient times, when building roads, there was no need to expropriate land or demolish houses. They could just build directly, which saved a lot of money. Uncle Wang, my idea is if we don't build it, we should build a big one, at least enough for 3 carriages to travel side by side. Look, our workshop will be shipping soon. We have so much stuff, we can't rely on that bumpy ox cart to transport it all. Listening to Chu Chen's description, Wang Defa opened his mouth in surprise. This kid, could it be that he wants to build an official road? That's a huge undertaking and the cost is enormous. But Shuwazi, building such a long road would cost a lot of money. Look at this. It's okay, Uncle Wang. I'll cover all the expenses. You just need to organize the people to do the work. When Wang Defa heard this, he was completely relieved. You pay and I work, and we use the built road together. Anyone who disagrees is a fool. Although there were about 100 people going to the workshop, there were still about 100 people in the village. By then, women and children will all come out and must gnaw their way out. If it really doesn't work, ask Shuwazi for some people. At worst, you won't earn that day's wages. So he quickly nodded and agreed. Chapter 50, Workshop Shipment Silver Full. Watching Wang Defa nod in agreement, he actively went to each house. Chu Chen also returned to the villa with peace of mind. In the villa, Li Qinglian, Xiaofang, and Roy all stayed at home, each busy with their own things. Those who cook, and those who do laundry. Everyone was curious about every part of the villa, especially the faucet that can release water with just a twist. Xiaofang is smaller after all. I don't know how many times I've washed things. Li Qinglian was leisurely making clothes under the bright LED light. With photovoltaic panels covering the entire roof, it can be said that the Chu Chen family has completely bid farewell to the dim oil lamp. Some young wives and old ladies in the village would run to Chu Chen's house, whether they had something to do or not. Come and talk to Lu Damii or something. The entire Masang village was secretly discussing that this Chu Wazi was not a disciple of a god at all, but the reincarnation of a god. They came to save the poor Masan village. Otherwise, how could they have created so many strange things? But no one mentioned these things. As long as there was such a person in Masan village, it was a blessing for Masan village. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, the workshop has been operating for a month, and it is time to deliver goods and pay wages. The last warehouse in the workshop was filled with sacks of refined salt. In the past month, everyone in Masan village knew that the workshop produced refined salt, but under the training of Chu Dazhuang and Hunter Feng Er. Everyone knew it tacitly, and no one mentioned it. They only knew that today was the day to distribute money. Chu Chen also realized that as long as the strong-looking Uncle Feng was loyal, he could definitely be the head of the entire workshop. I plan to observe for a few more months so that my second uncle and the others won't be so tired. The ones who were more anxious than the workers were Zhou Shikai
and Zhou Hong. They stayed in Qinglian City for almost a whole month, waiting for Chu Chen's first batch of goods. So, early in the morning, they showed up at the entrance of Mashan village with a dozen horse-drawn carriages and hundreds of people, both secretly and openly. "Brother Chu, it's been a long time since we last met. I miss you so much." Zhou Shikai walked towards Chu Chen enthusiastically. Zhou Hong also greeted Chu Chen excitedly. "Why can't Zhou Shikai stop calling me brother?" So he immediately took Roy to greet him. "Greetings, Boss Zhou, Mr. Zhou. The goods are ready. Please move over." With Chu Chen's warm welcome, Zhou Hong and Zhou Shikai walked towards the warehouse with a strong man in armor. As they walked, he introduced Chu Chen. "This is Captain Fang Shuzhen, son of the great general of Kyoto. Since the items are of great importance, we have specially asked him to escort the goods." Fang Shuzhen greets Mr. Chu. After the introduction, Fang Shuzhen immediately stepped forward and saluted. "Greetings, Captain Fang." Chu Chen also returned the greeting. In fact, Chu Chen didn't know much about the official positions in the Great Xia dynasty. But seeing how respectful the city lord was to Zhou Hong and the others, since this person could stay by their side, he must be very powerful. Seeing that Chu Chen showed no fear or dread when he saw him, Fang Shuzhen couldn't help but look up to him a little more. "You have to know that I am a soldier who has been on the battlefield and fought with foreign races. When ordinary people see the murderous aura on his body, they will feel an involuntary fear." Chu Chen had to know what Fang Shuzhen was thinking. "You think I've never killed anyone? Someone like you can basically be killed with just one bullet." Zhou Hong couldn't wait to step into the warehouse and untie a sack. Looking at the snow-white, refined salt inside, he grabbed a handful and stuffed it into his mouth without caring about his identity. Fang Shuzhen, who was standing by, quickly stopped him. "Sir, you can't." Zhou Shikai smiled and waved his hand to stop Fang Shuzhen, who was about to step forward, and also dipped some with his fingers and put it into his mouth. Chu Chen watched from the side with a twitch in his face. "Mr. Zhou, you don't mind being choked. I stuffed a handful of this stuff into Uncle Feng's rhubarb, and now I'm afraid of it when I see it." Only then did Zhou Hong realize his own impoliteness. "Brother Chu, please forgive me for laughing. I'm just happy. I am happy." They are happy even when they have to spend money. It seems that the people in this rich family are not necessarily smart. Since there's no problem, let's weigh it and load it onto the truck. Chu Chen said with a smile. Zhou Shikai immediately sealed the bag. From the beginning to the end, only Zhou Shikai and his two companions had seen this refined salt. It seems that the confidentiality work is done well. The entire workshop produces between 300 and 400 kilograms a day. After working for a full month, the output is about 10,000 kilograms. After weighing, Fang Shuzhen gathered a group of people and carried the goods onto the carriage. Zhou Shikai and Chu Chen walked aside. "Brother Chu, here are 10,100 caddies. According to what we said before, it's 50 won per liang, so 16 liang per caddy. That's 800 won. Your 10,100 caddies totals 8,080 liang of silver. Here are the banknotes. Please count them." "Damn, 8,000 taels a month. This money is too easy to make." Chu Chen happily took the money. Zhou Shikai was twitching at the sight. He didn't even give the change for the 80 taels. What a dishonest businessman. "It seems that I need to have a good meal at noon." "Chu Chen, what a joke. This is all earned by my hard work. One thing is one thing. I can be generous with food and drinks, but I can't be careless about this business." After the transaction was completed, Chu Chen instructed Chu Dazhuang behind him. "Second uncle, call everyone. Stop work at noon today and have team building." "Nephew, may I ask what this team building means?" Chu Dazhuang asked with a puzzled look on his face. Not only him, but even Zhou Shikai and the others looked at Chu Chen. "Well, this team building thing is just to show everyone how hard they've worked this past month. So let's make a delicious meal with plenty of meat and wine so everyone can relax." Chu Chen explained, and then called Hu Zi over, "Go get money from Secretary Roy, and buy me all the meat from Qinglian town and some wine." Hu Zi smiled and called 3 or 5 young men, and drove the mule cart towards the town amid the cheers of the crowd. Chu Chen took Zhou Shikai and the other 2 and headed towards the villa. Brother Chu is not only like a god descending to earth, but he is also very generous to his workers. I admire him. Zhou Hong looked at Chu Chen and said, "No, Brother Zhou, if you want a horse to run without giving it grass to eat, that's what humans do. If you want a horse to run, don't give it grass to eat." When Zhou Hong heard this, It was as if he had heard a great saying. After careful consideration, he realized that it contained a great truth. He couldn't help but think of his own soldiers in Daxia, who fought desperately for the safety of the Daxia dynasty, but received pitifully little pay. Some left the battlefield, returned injured, and even couldn't afford to marry or support a family. How can this not make people feel disheartened? For a moment, he felt powerless. Those aristocratic families were going too far. Just like a termite, it controls the financial resources of Daxia. If we want to change this, refined salt is the first step. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel that there must be something else he could learn from Chu Chen. Otherwise, find an excuse and stay with him. Chapter 51. Zhou Heng wants to stay in Mashan village. Everyone followed Chu Chen into the villa. But then, the three of them were stunned. This layout was shocking even to them, the high and mighty princes and nobles. It is also an existence that has never been seen before. I saw that the solid wood ceiling was inlaid with white, jade-like objects, just like jade plates. A long and strange sofa was placed in the middle of the living room. The walls were painted a white color that was unacceptable to this world, and there was an extra-large dining table in the main hall. And on each door, there's a strange lock. These locks are all anti-theft door locks that Chu Chen took out from the hardware store. Although the locks sold in the hardware store are not of good quality, they're still beyond the reach of locksmiths of this era. Chu Chen asked the three of them to sit on the sofa. As expected, the three of them jumped up at the same time. "Brother Chu, why is this stool of yours so soft?" "Ah, this one is filled with soft fabric. It's comfortable to sit on. Don't worry, sit down." Chu Chen explained again. He didn't know how many times he had explained it. Everyone jumped up the first time they sat down. So it's not surprising, just a brief explanation will do. After all, this world doesn't have it. "Brother Chu, is the roof of your building inlaid with precious jade?" Zhou Heng said, pointing to the LED lights above his head. "Value? I still have a night shining pearl." Chu Chen walked to the switch and turned on the light bulb. "This is a magical weapon. Otherwise, how could it glow by itself?" Zhou Heng was surprised again. After seeing these things, he became more determined to stay in Qinglian City and stay with Chu Chen. If you say it's a magical weapon, then it's a magical weapon. Anyway, it's better than an oil lamp. Chu Chen was too lazy to explain, and with their primary school education, they couldn't explain it clearly. So I sat down next to them. "Why didn't Lan Tianlei come today? Are you not bringing him along?" Chu Chen made small talk. He's so busy in Qinglian City, so just ignore him," Zhou Shikai said kindly. Zhou Heng stood up from the sofa, as if he was at home. Sometimes he walked into the kitchen, sometimes into the room, and sometimes into the bathroom. But they were all on the first floor, so Chu Chen didn't pay any attention to him. "Brother Chu, is this a toilet?" A puzzled voice came from the bathroom. Chu Chen shook his head helplessly. It seemed that he couldn't avoid an explanation. "Okay, then I'll let you guys see it for yourself." So he stood up and took Zhou Heng and the other two to visit each room. Half an hour later, all three of them compared Chu Chen to a celestial being. These novel and convenient things have long exceeded their cognition. "Brother Chu, I have an unwelcome request. Would you accept me as your disciple? I would like to take you as my master." Zhou Heng looked at Chu Chen and said excitedly. When these words were spoken, Zhou Shikai and Fang Shuzhen were both shocked. This was the dignified 8th prince, who was very likely to inherit the throne in the future. If he became his disciple, then the person in front of them must be the future imperial teacher. "What's going on? You want to be my apprentice? Do you want me to teach you how to deliver food?" Chu Chen hurriedly shook his head and said, "What do you mean by becoming my disciple or not? I am truly an unlearned person. Let's not talk about this matter anymore." No one expected this result. Yes, everyone overlooked one problem. How could Chu Chen know who he was? Then Zhou Shikai came out and said, "Brother Chu, would you like to reconsider? Why is Boss Zhou like this? We are all friends. Mr. Zhou and I are about the same age. How can we call each other master and apprentice?" Chu Chen continued to refuse. "What a joke. I finally managed to travel through time, and my goal was to make a lot of money and marry many wives. Forget about taking him in as an apprentice, as that would affect his sword-drawing speed. Since we can't call each other master and disciple, then we are of similar age, so let's become sworn brothers." Zhou Heng continued to speak relentlessly. "Oh my God, becoming sworn brothers with this person whose identity is mysterious and who might be a royal family member. This is possible." But as soon as Zhou Heng finished speaking, Zhou Shikai and Fang Shuzhen on the side exclaimed,
Sir, this is too serious. You need to go home and discuss it with your elders. As he spoke, Zhou Heng couldn't help but frown, and a hint of anger flashed across his face. You two want to control me? Oh my god, we're sworn brothers. Why are you angry? Chu Chen quickly came over to smooth things over. Sworn brotherhood. That could be considered, but what's going on between you two? Zhou Shikai and Fang Shuzhen had a lot of grievances. The person in front of them was the 8th prince. How could they easily become sworn brothers with him? If they really became sworn brothers, the emperor would have an adopted son. It's okay, it's okay. It's just this important matter of sworn brotherhood. Please consider it carefully. Zhou Shikai spoke. That's right, I don't mind, you guys discuss it. After Chu Chen finished speaking, he walked out and said, I'm begging you to become sworn brothers with me. At this time, Zhou Heng said to Zhou Shikai and Fang Shuzhen, I have made up my mind. You should leave me alone. Besides, Brother Chu doesn't know my identity. If you do this, won't it make people think we are too arrogant? After hearing this, Zhou Shikai and Fang Shuzhen felt that they had not considered this aspect, so they stopped talking. Just when Zhou Heng was about to go out to find Chu Chen again. At this time, cheers broke out outside. I saw Hu Zi and his men coming back with several carts full of meat and wine. Everyone was as happy as a child. Unload the goods, cut the meat, and steam the rice efficiently. The entire Masan village suddenly became lively. Chu Chen looked here and touched there, with white smoke coming out of his mouth. He didn't take the sworn brotherhood talk seriously at all. Zhou Heng then walked forward and followed behind him. Brother Chu, you and I share the same interests. Regarding our sworn brotherhood just now. What? Let's talk after we finish eating. Don't you think it's hard to see such a lively and harmonious scene in Daxia nowadays? Come and experience it. After saying that, he walked forward on his own. Well, did he guess something? Indeed, this was a rare scene in Daxia, at least since he left Kyoto for so long. All we see is the suffering of the people, which is really rare. Could it be that Brother Chu knows my identity and is hinting that he is truly a god? Chu Chen, you are such a shameless city lord. You bring military officers with you. Your surname is Zhou, and you are so young. Only a fool can't see that. Brother Chu, in the entire Great Xia, there are only a handful of people with your abilities. It's not something that can be changed overnight. Therefore, I, Zhou Heng, earnestly request Brother Chu to let me stay with you and learn for a while. So this kid was thinking about this, but he seems eager to learn, which is not bad. But what can I teach him? After all, I'm just a delivery boy. But I feel embarrassed to refuse them. Then he said, I don't have anything to teach you, because there are many things I don't know. If you really want to stay in Masan village, I will give you a room and take you to live freely. Chapter 52. Rewards and punishments are clearly distinguished and wages are paid. Zhou Heng was ecstatic when he heard Chu Chen speak. He immediately asked Fang Shuzhen to move the luggage and moved into a room on the 3rd floor arranged by Chu Chen. Looking at Zhou Heng's large and small luggage, Chu Chen sighed. This kid came well prepared. But I don't care at all. It's just one more person in the family, and he may be a super awesome person. It's all good and not bad. After finishing all this, the banquet is about to begin. So all the people in Masan village gathered in the open space in front of the villa, waiting for Chu Chen to give the order to start the meal. Wang Defa, Zhou Shikai, and Chu Chen were seated at the same table. The other escort personnel had asked Zhou Shikai to set off early, leaving only Fang Shuzhen here. Uncle Wang, you have to announce the start, otherwise no one will dare to pick up their chopsticks. Chu Chen looked at Wang Defa with a smile on his face and said, not at all feeling that he was the boss just because he was treating him to a meal. Chu Wazi, this isn't something you should say. Wang Defa rubbed his hands and said to Chu Chen, what are you talking about, Uncle Wang? Even if I, Chu Wazi, become rich in the future, I will still be under your management. Uncle Wang, please don't be polite. These words can be said to have elevated Wang Defa to a considerable height. There are wealthy salt merchants and high-ranking military officers at this table. This Chu kid knows how to handle things. So Wang Defa stood up happily and started his usual speech of encouragement and thanks to everyone. I am grateful for Chu Chen's generosity, and I also appreciate the efforts of the villagers in Masan village. Chu Chen, who was standing by, gave a thumbs up upon hearing this. The village chief's level is not that simple. However, Zhou Heng on the side noticed Chu Chen's humility. Even though he was a godlike figure, he was still polite to a small village chief. So,
Do the princes and nobles need to change their arrogant ideas? Otherwise, how can the people under your rule have a good impression of you? With Wang Defa's final words, the feast is served. Everyone ate meat and drank wine with big mouthfuls and started eating immediately. The meal lasted until sunset, but everyone controlled their drinking well and no one was drunk. Because in a moment, it will be the most exciting moment when money will be distributed. After a month of hard work, the end of the month is the most exciting moment. Okay, fellow villagers, everyone come here and line up. Salaries will start to be distributed now. Chu Dazhuang's high-pitched voice immediately attracted everyone's attention. I saw an extra-large table placed in front of Chu Chen's house. The table was piled with broken silver and copper coins, emitting a fascinating glow. Brother Chu, in Daxia, wages are paid at the end of the year. Why are you so different? Zhou Heng asked impatiently. You're only paying wages at the end of the year. Look at Mashan village. They've been hit by natural disasters year after year, and families can't even afford to eat. If you delay paying them until the end of the year, you're letting these people starve to death for the entire year. Starving to death won't do me any good. After listening to this, Zhou Heng nodded, thinking it made sense, but he asked again. Then why don't you pay them daily, Brother Chu? Well, it's tiring to pay it every day, but if there's someone who loves drinking, can he save the money? After Chu Chen finished speaking, he ignored him and turned to walk to the table. Everyone, thank you for your hard work this month. Several people have performed very well this month, so I decided to reward them. I originally thought it was just a salary, but I didn't expect there would be a reward. Everyone exclaimed again. Feng Wu, for your contributions to the construction and subsequent maintenance of the workshop, you will be awarded 500 coins and 1 pound of refined salt. Feng Er, for your diligent and responsible performance during your tenure, leading your team to exceed the target, is awarded 501 and 1 jin of refined salt. Furthermore, each team member will receive a bonus of 201 and 2 liang of refined salt. Zhang Yukai, for leading your team to complete the task ahead of schedule and for actively helping other teams, will be awarded 500 coins and 1 jin of refined salt. Furthermore, each team member will receive a 200 coin bonus and 2 liang of refined salt. The people whose names were called came forward happily to receive their and their group's rewards. Chu Chen spoke again about what happened last night. There are rewards and there are punishments. After talking about rewards, we have to talk about punishments. Wang Dayo, you've been lazy on the job. You'll be fined 201 and given another month to observe. If you continue to be lazy, you'll be fired next month and will never be hired again. Chu Chen looked at the sloppy young man in front of him and said sternly. After hearing this, the young man showed a look of regret and horror. I regret why I wanted to be lazy when I had no time to spare. It was originally 15 won a day, which was 451 a month, but now it has become 251. What was terrifying was that there was a frightening aura in Chu Chen's eyes when he looked at him. If you want to work hard, I will definitely let you live a good life. But if you want to cheat and cheat here, I will show no mercy to you no matter who you are. I also hope that everyone will supervise each other. If you report something, you will be rewarded. Then you can come to Secretary Roy to collect your wages. By the way, tomorrow is a day off. Everyone should go to town to do some shopping and have some rest. After saying that, Chu Chen walked out of the crowd. He had already told everyone what rewards and punishments should be given. So from now on, he would not worry about this workshop anymore and would leave it to Roy and his second uncle. Wang Dayo held the 250 copper coins in his hand and looked at the people around him laughing at him. I thought to myself, it's just work. I will definitely be the team leader next month. Zhou Shikai and Feng Shuzhen left after dinner and rushed back to Qinglian City. However, Zhou Heng stayed in Mashan village. The scene of paying wages today seemed to give him some enlightenment, so he entered the villa and went into the room. Holding a brush, I write down everything I saw today, but I was very happy in my heart. It seemed that my decision to stay was the right one. Downstairs, Chu Dazhuang was holding a fountain pen and a notebook, reporting this month's income to Chu Chen, who was sitting opposite him. Nephew, the workers' wages plus bonuses are 121 taels. The workshop's additional and repair materials are 5 taels, and the workers' food is 27 taels per month. All expenses are here. This expenditure is quite cheap, Chu Chen thought happily after hearing it. Although this batch of refined salt was only sold for 8,080 taels, he still made more than 7,000 taels with tears in his eyes. So he generously took out 10 silver ingots of 10 taels each and handed them to Chu Dazhuang. Second uncle, you, second aunt, and Huzi have all worked hard over this period of time. Originally, we agreed that each person would receive 5 taels of silver per month. These 100 taels will serve as both wages and a reward for the 3 of you working so hard for such a short period of time. Before Chu Dazhuang could say anything, his second aunt jumped out excitedly. Chapter 53, 4 Treasures of the Study. Ballpoint pen. Chuwazi, what are you doing? You have many places to spend money now, and you give us too much. It's true that birds of a feather flock together. Why are both of them like this? So he quickly said to second aunt, Second aunt, please don't refuse. This little money is nothing to me, but Brother Huzi is not young anymore. Go back and tear down the thatched hut and build a tiled house. That way, you can find a wife. After hearing what Chu Chen said, second aunt looked at her chubby son standing beside her. Indeed, this kid is capable of working, not stupid and older than Chuwazi. The reason why he can't get married is because his family is poor. Not to mention Chuwazi's villa. If he had a tiled house like Wang Defa's, I'm afraid his grandchildren will be able to help with the housework. Since Chuwazi is willing to help your brother Huzi, then I will accept it. Chu Dazhuang in front of him looked at Chu Chen and reached out to take the heavy silver. Then he turned to look at Huzi and said, Remember, Huzi, Chuwazi is helping you, so if you slack off one day, I will break your legs. Huzi, why the hell do you always hit me? All right, Huzi, go and call Master Zhou down to eat. Chu Chen looked at the innocent Huzi standing aside and gave him instructions. After hearing this, Huzi smiled and flew towards the 3rd floor. Zhou Heng was still in the room, thinking about what he had seen and heard that day, when he heard shouting at the door. Mr. Zhou, come down for dinner. Huzi knocked on the door and shouted at the top of his voice. Zhou Heng opened the door and said to Huzi, Brother Huzi, wait a moment, I'll be there soon. After saying that, he turned around and went back to pack up his writing brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Hey, why are you still writing with that thing? It's so troublesome. I didn't expect Brother Huzi to be able to read. Zhou Heng couldn't help but look at Huzi with admiration. What the hell? My father is the only one in my family who is illiterate. It took Chuwazi a long time to teach him how to calculate wages. Huzi said with pride, If you don't know, you would think that being literate is such an insulting thing. Then why did Brother Huzi say that the 4 treasures of the study cannot be used for writing? Well, I'm not saying it can't be used, but I saw my dad use a really thin thing, and he was able to write. After hearing what Dao Huzi said, Zhou Heng suddenly became interested. He didn't even take the 4 treasures of the study and kept urging Huzi to go find his father. Downstairs, Chu Dazhuang put his notebook and water-based pen close to him and then sat down at the dining table. Uncle Chu, Brother Huzi said you have a small pen. Could you show it to me? Zhou Heng came to Chu Dazhuang and asked expectantly. Chu Dazhuang on the side couldn't help but glance at Huzi, then turned to look at Chu Chen. This is the treasure given to him by Chu Chen. How can he take it out without Chu Chen's consent? Chu Chen knew what was going on as soon as he heard it. It must be Huzi who mentioned the water-based pen. In order not to embarrass Chu Dazhuang, he spoke quickly. It's just a water-based pen. Let's eat first. I'll give you a set after dinner. So, throughout the entire dinner, Zhou Heng felt as if his heart was being scratched by dozens of cats, and it was extremely itchy. This meal seemed so long to him. The delicious food on the table suddenly seemed tasteless. After finishing his meal in a hurry, Zhou Heng couldn't wait to sit down next to Chu Chen. It seems that this person is a literature lover, as he was absent-minded during the entire meal. How could Chu Chen not understand what he meant? So I turned around and went to the 2nd floor. When I came down, I had an extra large and thick notebook in my hand, as well as a water-based pen and a box of refills. Brother Zhou, you must be tired of waiting. After saying that, he handed the thing to him. Zhou Heng quickly snatched the thing from Chu Chen's hand and started fiddling with the water-based pen. I saw him painting carefully on a piece of rice paper beside him as if he was holding a brush. He couldn't bear to part with that book. Judging from the quality of the paper, it must be a very valuable book. I'll ask you later. Chu Chen watched him draw for a long time, but didn't come up with anything. So I couldn't help but teach him step by step how to open the pen cap and how to hold the pen. After all, he was an educated man, and slowly, Zhou Heng mastered the essentials, calling it amazing. May I ask, Brother Chu, what is the use of this book? After a long time, Zhou Heng picked up a notebook next to him and asked. Chu Chen threw the notebook in front of him, opened it casually, and said to him, "This thing isn't a book, it's called a notebook. You can read, right? Don't you literati usually like to write poems or something? So I'll give it to you." After listening to Chu Chen's introduction, Zhou Heng looked at the neatly drawn paintings and separated each row of paintings of varying sizes. It's just that the way of turning the pages is wrong. You have to turn them upwards, but it doesn't affect it at all. Chu Chen, who told you to write vertically in ancient times? Why don't you try writing horizontally? Brother Chu, this paper isn't a product of Daxia, right? It's so smooth and delicate. It must be a product of the immortal world. Well, it's what we do in the countryside. It's not some fairyland. If you can't explain it clearly, then don't explain it. It's too troublesome. However, this made Zhou Heng yearn for this countryside even more. Okay, you can study it slowly by yourself. I'm gonna go out for a walk. After saying that, Chu Chen walked towards a door. Zhou Heng returned to his room on the third floor and began his recording and creation. At the entrance of the village, Chu Chen was squatting there smoking a cigarette, with a big yellow dog sitting next to him. The dog from Feng Er's family in this town was so used to eating delicious food at Chu Chen's house that it simply decided not to go back. Feng Er had no objection to this. After all, this would save food and also keep the animals fat and white. But he didn't know that this dog would also betray him. Dahuang, what do you think? If I build a road from here directly to Qinglian town, and then surround my Masan village with a wall, wouldn't that be called a paradise? Da Huang whimpered. It was unclear whether he agreed or disagreed. But no matter whether they agree or not, as long as you have this idea, just do it. Besides, Wang Defa has already taken care of everything. Just take it and pay for it yourself. Thinking of this, Chu Chen seemed to have seen himself driving a BJ-80, taking those beautiful girls with him, speeding through this ancient scene. After taking a deep puff of smoke, Da Huang couldn't help but sneeze. Then let's go tomorrow and urge Wang Defa to start construction as soon as possible. It was already late at night when Chu Chen slowly walked back home. He went to the bathroom to take a shower and then dived into Li Qinglian's quilt. "Husband, I thought you went to see Sister Xiufang. You came back so late." Looking at the resentful look on Li Qinglian's clothes, could it be that Gu Xiufang told Li Qinglian? So he asked tentatively, "What are you talking about? In this Masan village, who can compare to my Qinglian? I noticed that Sister Xiufang looked at you differently. Otherwise, husband, you should—" Before he could finish his words, Chu Chen blocked his mouth with a lollipop. Chapter 54. Build roads first if you want to be prosperous. On the second day, Chu Chen went downstairs feeling refreshed. I saw Wang Defa sitting on the big sofa in the living room, chatting with Lu Damei about family matters. "Uncle Wang, it's so early, what are your instructions?" Chu Chen walked up to Wang Defa and greeted him. "Nothing, I just came to tell you that the road widening in Masan village is going to start today. This speed is pretty good. It seems that Wang Defa is quite efficient in his work." "Then I'll have to trouble you, Uncle Wang. I didn't expect you to be so quick." Wang Defa smiled awkwardly, as if he was holding something back. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "Well, the construction is fast, but the food for the men, women, and children who work there, as well as the ox carts and materials for quarrying and pulling stones, are all." At this point, Chu Chen knew why he came, so he spoke quickly. "Uncle Wang, do you have a budget? How much does it cost? I'll pay for it all." "Oh, thank you very much, Chu Wazi. I roughly calculated it. You can give me 100 taels first, and I will return the extra." After listening to this, Chu Chen turned around and went back to the room. When he came out again, he had 15 Qinglian silver ingots in his hand. "Uncle Wang, what are you talking about? This is 150 taels. If it's not enough, I can add more. But the road must be built solidly, with drainage ditches left, and everyone must have enough to eat." Wang Defa happily took the silver and immediately said, "As for eating well, there's no problem. As for the drainage ditch, I guess you, Chu Wazi, will have to participate." Chu Chen thought for a moment and said, "No problem. I'll go there after the work starts. I'll draw a blueprint for Uncle Feng Wu later. He's very knowledgeable in this area." "That's great. I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye." Although he was saying this, his eyes kept glancing towards the kitchen from time to time. "Damn, it's good to be rich. There's the smell of meat early in the morning. Why are you in such a hurry? Sit down and have breakfast before you leave." Chu Chen pulled Wang Defa to sit down and asked Xiaofang to add a set of bowls and chopsticks. At this time, the people in the room got up one after another, and everyone greeted Wang Defa enthusiastically. This was very useful to him. "Uncle Wang, good morning." Good morning, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Heng came and started chatting with Wang Defa. Zhou Heng also has a good impression of the village chief and recognizes his appeal. What? Masan village wants to build a road? Isn't there already a road? Zhou Heng was chatting when he suddenly became louder. He found it very strange. There was already a road here that could accommodate ox carts and horse carriages. Why'd I have to spend money and resources to expand it? Brother Zhou, don't make such a fuss. Masan village will get better and better in the future. As the saying goes, if you want to get rich, you must first build roads. This road will be of great use. Chu Chen couldn't help but go up and interject. But this is a good road. Isn't it a waste to make it so wide? It seems that this royal member has no knowledge, Chu Chen said in his heart. After these 2 days of contact, Chu Chen has been sure that he is undoubtedly a royal member. Then let me ask you, what is the price of rice in the capital? Chu Chen asked with a smile on his face. 20 to 25 cents a liter, what's the matter? Zhou Heng said with a puzzled look on his face. Haha, the rice produced in the south, even if ordinary people grow good quality rice, costs only 10 cents a liter at most. Of those 10 to 15 cents, at least 3 cents is spent on transportation. It requires a lot of manpower, changing cars when the village roads are good, and water transportation, etc. But if there's a road that can accommodate large carts and leads directly to the capital, do you think it is still necessary to pay 3 cents? After saying that, he ignored Zhou Heng and started eating breakfast by himself. But Zhou Heng murmured in his heart, if you want to get rich, you must build roads first. If there are roads everywhere in our great Xia. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if he had discovered something. After dinner, Chu Chen spent half an hour drawing a sketch of the various components of the road. Just walked towards the village entrance. Seeing Chu Chen go out, Zhou Heng immediately followed him. Chu Chen didn't care about this. If he wanted to follow, then let him follow. Uncle Feng Wu, this drainage ditch is absolutely necessary. Chu Chen shouted to Feng Wu at the construction site. Chuwazi, why are you here? What is a drainage ditch? Chu Chen handed over the sketch. This thing was also copied from the book corner in the space. You asked him to explain, but he can't explain it clearly, so you can only give him the picture. Unexpectedly, Feng Wu looked at the drawings for a while and then started talking excitedly. Great! Why didn't I think of that? With these drainage ditches and slopes, there won't be any water accumulation during heavy rains, greatly reducing the chance of muddying the ground. I say, Chu boy, why are you so smart? Chu Chen chuckled foolishly and said, I'm not smart at all. I just copied it. At this time, Zhou Heng snatched the blueprint away and slowly figured out the trick. So he said to Chu Chen, Brother Chu, can you give me this picture? Brother Zhou, since you're living in my house, we're brothers. Between brothers, there's nothing to hide. Be sincere. Since you want it, why not give it to Uncle Feng Wu after he figures it out? After saying that, Chu Chen looked at him meaningfully. Zhou Heng's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that he couldn't hide his identity from him. But this is not the place to talk, so he nodded, took the blueprint, and started studying it with Feng Wu. Chu Chen never assigned any specific work to Feng Wu, but he paid him wages every month. This person is the key to the construction of the entire Masan village. He is a technical talent and is quick to accept new things. Uncle Feng, how long will it take to repair it according to these requirements? Chu Chen stepped forward and asked. Chuwazi, I'm not bragging, but as long as we all work together, there will be no problem before the new year. After hearing Feng Wu's assurance, Chu Chen said a few polite words and returned home. However, Zhou Heng followed Feng Wu closely to see how he operated. Feng Wu didn't care about this studious young man from a wealthy family and just followed him. Thus, the road reconstruction and expansion project in Masan village began in such a grand manner. Wang Defa is busy every day and enjoys his work very much. On the premise of ensuring production, everyone in the workshop also participated in the road construction project. Ever since we received our wages, everyone has had some spare money, and our lives have changed dramatically. Although there was no big fish and meat, we no longer had to go hungry. Moreover, the daily meals for those who work in the workshop are provided by the workshop, and the spare money can be used to purchase other items. At this time, Chu Chen was sitting leisurely on a big rock in the back mountain. Looking at the dry land in Masan village, I was stunned. Chapter 55. Money is the most attractive thing. If the mountain streams are modified, many more terraces can be created. What Chu Chen wanted was that after the road was built, he would organize everyone to convert most of the dry land into paddy fields.
By growing rice, I dare not say anything else, but at least the Masan village will have no problem having enough to eat. In the space, in a remote corner, he actually found half of a good seed business department. Why do I say half of it? Because this supermarket space is only 2 kilometers in radius, and the Liangzhong sales department is in the most remote place, only half of it, and the other half is in the fog. But there are rice seeds in it. Modern seeds are many times better than ancient ones. However, Chu Chen was not sure about the specific effect. Let's wait until the road is repaired. The Chinese New Year is coming soon. No matter how anxious you are, wait until after the New Year. In a blink of an eye, a month passed. Zhou Shikai led his team to collect salt once, and then came back next year. Because in just over 20 days, it will be the Chinese New Year. This was Chu Chen's first New Year in ancient times, so his family started preparing about 10 to 20 days in advance. This time, Zhou Heng also followed the salt transport team back. But during this period of contact, he learned a lot from Chu Chen. I originally planned to stay in Masan village until the New Year before returning to Kyoto. Finally, after being persuaded by Zhou Shikai and Fang Shuzhen, he took out the oral order. Only then did he bid farewell to Chu Chen and Masan village and head towards Kyoto. The entire Masan village was quiet and bustling. People working in a salt-making workshop and repairing roads were as busy as usual. Little did they know that on the mountain opposite Masan village, several eyes were quietly staring at this place. Hurry back and report to the third master that a large amount of goods has been shipped out of this village. A thin man said to his companions, "Look at those people transporting the goods. They don't look like gangsters. Could they be? Who do you care? Now that they're gone, the opportunity has come." After saying that, he returned to Qinglian Mountain with a few people. On Qinglian Mountain, a man with a long beard was sitting on a chair covered with tiger skin. His explosive muscles make him look full of strength, yet he is still wearing only a single layer of clothing on this winter day. He is a man of great martial arts skills. He is the leader of the Tiger Hall of Qinglian Mountain, Qiuhai. At this moment, the few people who were observing Masan village were standing below and speaking respectfully to Qiuhai. "Boss, the Masan village has shipped more goods these days. It seems to be more than last month. It seems that they made a lot of money." "More than last month? Did you see it clearly?" Qiuhai asked with a frown. "Not only that, Masan village also built a strange house that is more beautiful than any house in the city." The skinny monkey continued, saying that he had been keeping an eye on Masan village for more than a month and was naturally confident that he was not wrong. It turned out that when Chu Chen built the villa for the first time, he was targeted by this man named Shoho. Who would have a heart to drag so much stone and wood into this remote mountain village? This is something only wealthy families in the city do. It would be too strange if it happened in the village. So, he took it seriously. Masan village was originally the territory of Qinglian Mountain, and every year he would go there with the third in command to collect the tribute. He knew Masan village too well. It was just a village so poor that people couldn't even afford to eat. Unexpectedly, this observation allowed him to discover the problem, and goods were shipped out for 2 consecutive months. And it seems that the road is still being widened, so there must be a big customer there. In that case, third brother, take some people with you and try to collect some money. Don't act rashly. I suspect it's someone from the government. Then we'll take the opportunity to create some trouble and see how they react. The third master nodded immediately and said, "Don't worry, I, the third master, have never done anything wrong. No one in Masan village knows more about this than me." After saying that, he went outside to deploy his men. Everyone has his own team to manage, and the number of people he can currently provide is only about 20. But for a poor and remote village like Masan village with only about 200 people, 20 people are more than enough. The next morning, the third in command led his men and marched towards Masan village in a mighty procession. On the back mountain of Masan village, a dozen or so people who looked like soldiers were chatting idly. "Boss, it's been 2 months and the replacement hasn't come yet. Has the prince forgotten about us? You're the only one who talks too much bullshit. Just do whatever I tell you to do." A sturdy, bearded man kicked the complaining soldier in the butt. "Well, you see, we are here in the mountains, and our mouths are dry. How about you go down the mountain and relax for us?" The young soldier got up and said to the man who kicked him with a smug look on his face, "Stop talking nonsense and keep an eye on it. If anything goes wrong, you'll be in big trouble." The young soldier turned around helplessly, still muttering discontentedly. "It's been 2 months,
and this place is even more peaceful than the city lord's mansion. The leading man ignored him. In fact, he also wanted to go down the mountain to relax. But the prince gave a death order that the safety of the Masan village workshop must be protected. If anything went wrong, they would probably say goodbye to this world. When Chu Chen woke up in the morning, he happened to see Feng Er lifting a large stone in the village, so he walked over with great interest. Although Feng Er works in a workshop, he still gets up early every day to practice hunting techniques. Uncle Feng, I'm exercising. Ah, Chuazi, why are you up so early? What do you mean by exercise? Well, this exercise is similar to practicing martial arts. Chu Chen was no longer surprised by the explanation of new words, so he answered, Hey, that's not called kung fu. I used to go hunting in the mountains a lot. I haven't been in the mountains for a long time and my body is itchy, so I come here to lift some stones. When it comes to hunting, Chu Chen immediately became interested. Every day he ate either mutton or the pork in that space. Although I occasionally asked Hu Zi to go to Qinglian town to get some chickens, ducks, and fish, they were no match for wild game. From time to time, I would go into the mountains to hunt rabbits or something, but large prey seemed to have disappeared and I never encountered any again. Uncle Feng, how about taking me to the mountains to play someday? Chu Chen usket fengya. Haha, Chu boy, with your limited physical strength, the wild boar you killed last time must have been half crippled. Besides, you don't have a bow for hunting. Feng Er thought, you're good in other aspects, but when it comes to hunting, you are far behind. But when Chu Chen heard him say that he didn't have a bow, he said, Second Uncle Feng, wait a minute. Just head towards home. When he turned back, he had a compound bow and several arrows in his hand. Uncle Feng, take a look at this boy's bow. What do you think? Chapter 56. Bandits enter the village to collect members. When Feng Er saw this strange bow, he immediately became interested. Hey, this bow is so strangely shaped and thin, it should be no problem to go to the mountains and hunt chickens. Feng Er took the compound bow from Chu Chen and said. Chu Chen didn't explain. He grabbed the compound bow and put on the release device. Knock the arrow and shoot all in one go. With a puff sound, it hit the trunk of a small tree nearby. I saw the arrow pass through the tree trunk and penetrate deeply into it, and the tail of the arrow trembled. Feng Er, who was standing by, was so surprised when he saw this scene that he was speechless for a moment. Chu Wazi, what kind of bow is this? Everyone in Masan village says you're the reincarnation of a god. Could this really be that immortal weapon? Haha, Uncle Feng, don't worry about what kind of bow it is. You said this thing is more than just a chicken. What a joke. If I had this bow, I could fight against not only a wild boar, but also a tiger. After Chu Chen finished speaking, he handed the compound bow to him. Feng Er tried to pull it and found that this thing was much lighter than his longbow. Unexpectedly, the power of this bow was several times greater than that of his own longbow. Uncle, can I try? Feng Er couldn't wait to use it. Chu Chen pulled out an arrow and told him how to use the scope and launcher. Feng Er raised his bow and arrow and shot the arrow out with a whoosh. This is a really good thing. With him, not to mention a chicken, even a tiger can be called daddy by my uncle. After trying it, Feng Er said to Chu Chen excitedly. Chu Chen's face twitched. A tiger calls you dad. Aren't you a beast? Uncle Feng, hunting is actually a small matter. There are bandits in Qinglian town, so I want to give this bow to you. Ah, give it to me. This happiness came too suddenly. Such a precious thing was given to me with just one sentence. Feng Er looked at Chu Chen in disbelief, but in his heart, he was waiting for his next words. That's right, Uncle Feng. You're the most powerful person in the entire Masan village. And you also know that our salt workshop is the foundation of our Masan village. So, I want to organize a small team in the village, mainly to maintain the safety of Masan village and the salt workshop, and you're the best candidate for the captain. In fact, Chu Chen had such an idea a long time ago. He had heard Wang Defa talk about the young bandits in Yo Mountain. Although I can live in peace as long as I pay my share every year, I've been busy building villas, shipping goods, and constructing roads during this period. He had a feeling that the people from Masan village would not be so easy to deal with this year. Moreover, even though he had a large number of hot weapons in the future, he couldn't stay in Masan village every day. That's why he took the excuse of hunting to see what Uncle Feng thought. That's no problem. Masan village has always been united. As for this team you mentioned, how should we do it? After listening to Chu Chen's words, Feng Er agreed immediately. A team of about 10 to 20 people is enough. They need to be young, strong, and courageous men. They can work in the workshop in their spare time. If there is any emergency, they must go out to protect the safety of the village. At night, we have to arrange personnel to patrol the mountains in the village. Of course, these people don't work in vain. When Feng Er heard that his work was not in vain, his eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly asked, could it be that Chu Wazi is getting paid for doing this? Of course. You get paid based on how much effort you put in. This is my style, Chu Chen. How about this? Considering the danger of this matter, each of the selected people will be paid 1 tael of silver per month, and Uncle Feng, as the team leader, you will receive 2 taels per month. Is that okay with you? Is that okay? This is fantastic. 2 taels a month, and in my free time I can even go to the workshop to earn money. Anyone who doesn't go is a fool. Feng Er immediately replied after hearing this. Chu Wazi, with so much money, I estimate that there will be quite a few people who will come to participate. Chu Chen looked at second Uncle Feng seriously and said, leave the selection to second Uncle Feng. But there is one condition. They must be loyal to Mashan village. I don't want the kind of cowards who run away when faced with trouble. For Chu Chen, even if he gave each person in Mashan village 1 or 2 taels of silver every month, it would not be a big deal. After all, the current workshop has a monthly income of 8,000 to 10,000 taels. If that doesn't work, I'll ride my motorcycle to another city to sell some glass products. But what's important is that these people can be used. If we choose those who will run away when encountering problems, what's the point? Also, let's set the number of people at 20 for now. I'll leave this matter to you. Thank you. After saying that, Chu Chen handed all the arrows in his hand to Feng Er and strode away. Let him practice more. These arrows can be recycled. Chu Chen is not worried at all that Feng Er will waste them. After Chu Chen left, Feng Er took the compound bow and began to practice with great interest. In a blink of an eye, it was time to go back to work in the workshop, but Feng Er was still enjoying it and immersed in it. The gang members from Qinglian Mountain arrived at the entrance of Mashan village around noon. The third in command was seen riding a chestnut horse, speaking arrogantly to the people who were exchanging information at the village entrance. Hey, someone, quickly call out your village chief. We, the grandfathers from the Qinglian Mountain Tiger Hall, are here to collect the contributions. After the third in command finished speaking, he swung his sword, dismounted, and walked towards the village. After a while, Wang Defa came with a few people carrying food packed in sacks, as if he had been prepared. He greeted him with a smile on his face. Oh, isn't this third master? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Why are you here so late? What are you busy with? Wang Defa was shamelessly trying to get close to her. Hey, you old fellow, you were always so slow in previous years. Why are you so active this year? Could it be that your Mashan village has made a fortune? Hearing the third in command's words, Wang Defa's heart skipped a beat. It seems that the Tiger Hall has come with bad intentions this time. In previous years, you would just grab your things and leave, but why are you taking so long now? Could it be that they have discovered something about the monthly shipments and road expansion in Mashan village? So he immediately said, what are you talking about, third master? For so many years, our Mashan village has been as poor as ever. How can we talk about getting rich? Oh, I heard that a family here lives in a big house like the one in the city. Why don't you take me to visit it? Oh no, I can't hide it from these bandits. Looking at the 20 or so bandits behind the third in command. Everyone was holding a steel knife, and Wang Defa was suddenly at a loss. Chu Chen, who was enjoying himself at home, was now frowning as he listened to the news brought by a child. What did you say? Bandits are coming, and they're going to enter the village. Chapter 57. Compound bow and arrow demonstrates its power. After Chu Chen finished speaking, he went into the tea room. He took out the pistol from the drawer of the tea table and put it on his waist, and also took 2 more magazines. He walked outside and called Feng Er. Uncle Feng Er, the bandits are coming, and they have bad intentions. When the time comes, you will find a place to hide behind me and follow my instructions. Feng Er nodded after hearing this. Is this kid a god? Why did those damn bandits come as soon as I gave him this magical weapon? This is perfect. I've been practicing for a long time and was worried that I wouldn't have a chance. Chu Chen jogged all the way and met the third in command and Wang Defa on the way into the village. Hey, Uncle Wang, there are guests. Chu Chen took the pistol off his waist and hid it inside his wide cuffs. When Wang Defa saw Chu Chen coming, he suddenly felt like he had seen his backbone. It's Chu Wazi. This is the third in command of the Tiger Hall on Qinglian Mountain. Why don't you come forward and say hello? Wang Defa looked serious and winked at Chu Chen from time to time.
So, it's the third master, here to collect the contributions. Uncle Wang, I remember we've already collected all the contributions. This is... Chu Chen pointed at the group of people in front of him and said. At this time, Hu Zi and others also heard the news and hurried over. There were more than 10 soldiers on duty in the mountains. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed man sensed something was wrong and immediately ran towards the leading man. Boss, there's something going on. Those people down the mountain seem to be bandits. After saying that, he pointed at Chu Chen and the others who were in a standoff in Masan village. Quick, gather and go down the mountain immediately. The leading man did not dare to delay and immediately led everyone towards Masan village at the foot of the mountain. At this time, the third in command's eyes flashed, and he looked at Chu Chen in front of him. He was wearing silk and satin, which were only available to people in the city, and looked like a wealthy man. Then he said, "Oh, this young man, is he the benefactor who built the new house in Masan village? I, Ma Lao-san, came here today to borrow some money from you. Life on Qinglian Mountain is tough. How about I bring my brothers to visit you?" What a joke. What the hell are you thinking about? If you knew about those beautiful women in my family, you would fight me to the death. Looking at the 20 or so people behind Ma Lao-san, he was calculating in his mind. With Feng Air behind him, he could probably shoot down a few people, and the pistol in his hand was fast and accurate at such a close distance. 3 full magazines, 24 bullets each. To be honest, Chu Chen was not afraid at all. However, for many things, if you can avoid exposing them, try not to expose them. So he took out a 10 liang silver ingot and said to Ma Lao-san in front of him, "Since the third master has come personally, how can we let you go empty-handed? These 10 taels are a gift from our Masan village to you all." Ma Lao-san looked at the silver in Chu Chen's hand and immediately burst into laughter. "You're just treating beggars like idiots. Get out of my way and tell me what the monthly shipment is. Otherwise, I'll kill you." At this moment, Hu Zi and several other young men also came behind Chu Chen with long swords. "Hey, what's the matter? You bunch of poor and unruly people from these remote areas. You still want to resist?" As soon as he finished speaking, a younger brother beside Ma Lao-san raised a knife and slashed towards Chu Chen. Feng Air behind him raised his compound bow and shot an arrow. It pierced through the man's head in an instant. "There is an ambush. Let's capture this guy first." At this time, Ma Lao-san saw that the situation was not good and rushed towards Chu Chen while shouting, "Ha, you're just a bandit. So arrogant. Do you really think our Masan village is easy to bully?" Chu Chen also moved at this moment. He waved his hand and pointed, and suddenly there was a loud noise. Ma Lao-san never dreamed that he would pay the price of his life just for collecting a share. The younger brothers were immediately frightened by the gunshot and stopped in their tracks. Did they see a ghost? They saw the man in front of them pointing at the third in command. A bloody hole appeared on the third in command's head, and he was already deader than dead. In fact, this only took a moment. This was exactly the effect Chu Chen wanted. As long as he scared them, this group of people would not have much fighting spirit. Just after Chu Chen fired the gun, Hu Zi grabbed Chu Chen and pulled him onto his back. "Chuwazi, hurry up and leave. I'll block it for you." After saying that, he swung his long sword and chopped towards the nearest younger brother. The younger brother raised his sword to block, and with a crisp sound, the man's sword broke. Hu Zi had no other skills, but he was very strong. He just kept on swinging the long knife in his hand and chopped the man hard. That person had half of his head chopped off in an instant. In an instant, red and white splashed all over Hu Zi's face. After all, he was just a farmer's kid from the mountains. He had never seen such a scene before. He just showed courage for a moment. He just vomited with a wow sound. At this time, 3 more younger brothers reacted and rushed up the mountain. Feng Air shot down someone from behind, and Chu Chen raised his hand to shoot. However, more than 10 people who looked like soldiers rushed over at the same time. He immediately headed towards the bandits. Faced with those unruly bandits, they were all killed by these soldiers in less than an incense stick of time. There was another person who ran fast, but was shot in the stomach by an arrow from Feng Air behind him shortly after he rushed out and fell to the ground. The soldier who followed behind had his neck cut off. Chu Chen knew that Zhou Heng had said this about these sudden appearances of soldiers when the agreement was signed. I didn't expect it to come in handy at this time. After killing all the bandits, the leading soldier walked up to Chu Chen and said, "Mr. Chu, this incident was caused by our negligence. Please punish us." "Big brother, you're too kind. What should I call you, big brother? Where will Zhou Heng place you?" Chu Chen asked directly and straight to the point. Tang Jiantao pointed to the back mountain and answered Chu Chen in front of him. I am Tang Jiantao, the leader of the team sent by Master Zhou Heng to protect Masan village. We are stationed there to avoid disturbing everyone. Chu Chen followed his gaze and shook his head instantly. Who the hell arranged this? Why don't they station in Qinglian town? However, he was very grateful to Tang Jiantao in front of him and said, Thank you, brother Jiantao. Is Zhou Heng crazy? He arranged for you to stay in that shabby place. It must be very difficult. Hearing Chu Chen say this, Tang Jiantao was so scared that he knelt down instantly. This man in front of him was really bold. Although the 8th prince was kind to others, he did not speak so readily. Mr. Zhou is also considering that we may disturb everyone. So, Mr. Chu, please understand. Chapter 58. Want to keep soldiers in the village. Seeing Tang Jiantao kneeling down after a disagreement, Chu Chen was speechless for a moment. He immediately stepped forward and helped him up. Brother, don't kneel down so easily. A man of 7 feet tall should have gold under his knees. Tang Jiantao didn't expect that the man in front of him would actually say such words, and he couldn't help but look up to Chu Chen again in his heart. However, the most amazing thing is the power of his finger. They were rushing over at that time and could hear the loud noise clearly. Please enlighten me, sir. What kind of magic did you use that finger just now? As Tang Jiantao asked this question, everyone around him, including Wang Defa and Hu Zi, pricked up their ears. No one is not curious about how this prodigal son, Chu Wazi, suddenly became so powerful. This action made the people of Masan village even more convinced that Chu Chen was a disciple of a god or the reincarnation of a god. Chu Chen looked at everyone with expectant faces and said, It's just a small operation. There's no need to make a fuss. After saying that, he raised his hand and pointed behind him. Wherever Chu Chen's hand passed, everyone dodged. Oh, what's going on? Am I that kind of person? Where's my brother Huzi? Chu Chen immediately withdrew his hand and spoke loudly. These people are really afraid that I will give them a blow. What's wrong, Chu kid? Huzi, who was vomiting nearby, heard Chu Chen calling him. He held back his vomiting and came to Chu Chen and said, Look at you, such a coward. You're really bringing shame to Masan village. Although I said Huzi, I was actually very touched. This brother Huzi is just like my second uncle. Whenever something happens, he can always stand in front of me. Go and prepare the wine and food. Today, I will treat everyone to a drink. Chu Chen said generously to Huzi. Of course, Chu Chen's original intention was to invite these soldiers. If we can find a way to let them stay in Masan village, the safety of Masan village will be better guaranteed. Brother Tang, let's go. Everyone has worked hard today. Take the brothers with you and have some good food. At this time, Wang Defa, who was pushed away by Chu Chen as soon as the battle started, came out from nowhere. Looking at Chu Chen's magical finger and the sudden appearance of the soldiers, it really surprised him. Greetings, my name is Wang Defa, the head of Masan village. On behalf of the 200 people of Masan village, I would like to express my gratitude to you all. Village Chief Wang, Master Chu, we have a mission to accomplish. I'm afraid this isn't appropriate. Yes, Master Chu, if Master Zhou knew about this, he would have our heads taken away. As soon as Tang Jiantao finished speaking, a thin soldier behind him also spoke loudly to Chu Chen. In fact, Chu Chen knew what they meant. He probably had been talking about a lot of things during these days in the mountains. That skinny sergeant is a smart guy. That's what I'm saying. We also want to drink, but Zhou Heng won't allow it. How about we drink it, and you can beg Zhou Heng for mercy next time? Haha. Little brother, what are you afraid of? Even if Zhou Heng is here, you don't have to be afraid. Just follow me without worry. At this moment, the bodies of the bandits were also collected. Tang Jiantao took out a sign from his clothes and said a few words into a soldier's ear. The soldier took the sign and headed towards Qinglian town. Chu Chen brought everyone to the open space outside the villa. Everyone followed Tang Jiantao and sat down. The sharp-eyed Tang Jiantao immediately noticed the compound bow in Feng Er's hand. So he walked forward, clasped his fist towards Feng Er, and said, Warrior, those 3 arrows you just shot were from the hands of a warrior. Feng Er cast a questioning look at Chu Chen. Chu Chen nodded at Feng Er indifferently, and then Feng Er spoke. Sir, I'm not worthy of being a warrior. Those arrows were indeed shot by a villain. Hearing Feng Er say this, Tang Jiantao instantly became interested. Even from such a long distance, every arrow hit the target accurately.
Even the sharpshooters in the army probably don't have such good accuracy. Moreover, even if it was accurate, it would not have such great force. Looking at the strange bow in Feng Er's hand, Tang Jiangtao stretched out his hand and asked, "You are too modest. Could you please let me see the bow in your hand?" In fact, the questioning look Feng Er gave Chu Chen just now was about whether he could show this bow to others. Chu Chen didn't care, but what could he do? Everyone saw it. You can keep your own pistol a secret, but as for this thing, it's okay if it's leaked. Feng Er handed over the compound bow in his hand, but the arrow was on his back, and he had no intention of taking it out. Tang Jiangtao took the compound bow and pulled it lightly with his hand until it was fully drawn. He looked at the light thing in his hand in disbelief and asked, "This bow actually has such great power." Chu Chen also came over and said to Tang Jiangtao, "Brother Tang, this is called a compound bow. We in Daxia can't make it yet." "All right, Brother Tang, we're all tired. Come on, drink some water first. We can study this broken thing when we have the chance." Hearing Chu Chen say this, Tang Jiangtao felt embarrassed to ask further questions. Instead, he returned the compound bow to Feng Er and sat down with Chu Chen. After a few casual chats, the aroma of meat wafted from the flat ground outside the villa. Speaking of Hu Zi, he is not only very strong, but also incredibly fast in organizing and arranging meals. "Chuwazi, come and eat." Following Hu Zi's loud shout, everyone walked towards the dining table. I saw large chunks of mutton and some unknown ingredients being cooked in iron pots. All the soldiers were drooling with greed. They haven't seen meat for so many days. The food here looks so much better than what we have in the military camp. Hu Zi called a few young men and served a jar of wine to each table. The aroma of the wine made the soldiers eager to start eating right away. But the military camp has its own rules. No one dared to pick up their chopsticks until Tang Jiangtao spoke. "Mr. Chu, we just need to have some food. This wine, Brother Tang looks so strong and powerful. Why are you so hypocritical? Don't worry, those bandits won't be here for the next 2 days. Today, let's drink to our heart's content." After Chu Chen finished speaking, he poured a whole bowl of wine into Tang Jiangtao's bowl. Qinglian Mountain is far away from here. Even if they know the news, it will probably take them about 3 days to get here. Chu Chen thought that revenge was certain for the Menghu Hall in Qinglian Mountain. It is too late to organize a team at the moment, so it would be better to move these soldiers to the village and station them there. By then, no bandit would dare to harass Masan Village. Chapter 59. Masan Village establishes self-defense force. Having said that, Tang Jiangtao stopped being pretentious. He immediately stood up and said, "Brothers, since Master Chu thinks highly of us, we can drink as much as we want today. However, please be mindful of your words and actions. Anyone who gets drunk and disturbs others will be severely punished." As Tang Jiangtao finished a bowl, all the soldiers cheered. For a while, the atmosphere was lively with people toasting each other with cups and glasses. During the meal, Chu Chen said to the excited Tang Jiangtao, "Brother Tang, why don't you bring all the soldiers and move down here? Master Chu, this won't disturb everyone and my master's place." Tang Jiangtao said hesitantly, "From the bottom of my heart, who would be willing to hide in the mountains all day long with only dry food every day? Don't worry, I'll build a barracks for everyone. It will be convenient then. As for Zhou Heng, I'll go talk to him." "Okay, since Master Chu said so, it wouldn't seem hypocritical if I refused again." Tang Jiangtao patted his chest and agreed. Upon seeing this, Chu Chen immediately asked Hu Zi to call Uncle Feng Wu and instruct him on the construction of the barracks. Feng Wu's speed is not slow. It is estimated that it is just a simple barracks. With enough manpower, it will only take 3 to 5 days. After doing all this, Chu Chen instructed Xiaofeng and the others to clean up the old house. Let them stay there for a while the barracks are being built. In the afternoon, the soldier who had been out also returned to Masan Village. Following them were the constables from Qinglian Town, who drove ox carts and took back all the bodies of the bandits. Just as the entire Masan Village was immersed in a bustling noise. In Qinglian Mountain, in the Menghu Hall, Qiu Hai called a younger brother and asked, "The third brother has been gone for so long. Why hasn't he come back yet? Send someone to check it out, to make sure he doesn't get into trouble." Qiu Hai's eyelids have been twitching since Ma Laosen left. "I always feel that something bad is going to happen. Could it be that something has happened to Ma Lao, San?" So they sent someone to check it out. Not long after, A quick-footed subordinate came towards Mashan village on a fast horse. It was not until nightfall that they tied the horse and galloped all the way to the mountain opposite Mashan village. Mashan village was peaceful and quiet, with no signs of being robbed by bandits. This little brother stayed in the mountains for a whole night. In the early morning, he discovered a horrifying scene. In front of a dilapidated house, several people dressed as soldiers were talking and laughing. He went toward the house where the goods were shipped and then hid behind a big rock near the house. When I saw this scene, I guessed that the third in command was probably dead. So he headed towards Qinglian mountain at a very fast speed. In Mashan village, Feng Er was carrying the compound bow and looking at the 20 or so strong young men in front of him, nodded with satisfaction. In Qinglian mountain, the younger brother who had been hiding all night hurried to the meeting room. Boss, this is bad. The third boss is probably in grave danger. Upon hearing the news, Qiu Hai stood up immediately. Pointing at the younger brother in front of him, he asked anxiously, "Tell me clearly, what exactly is going on? How could it be possible for just those few peasants from Mashan village?" I will explain everything I saw in detail, including the sergeant scene, and the house where the shipment was being shipped where the sergeant was lurking. There's soldiers around. Third brother, you found a big fish for me. Go ahead and find out how many soldiers there are, and if they are hiding somewhere else. Find out the situation clearly, and I will help you have a happy new year. When Qiu Hai heard that there were soldiers guarding the place, he didn't take it seriously at all. What they do is a life of risky living. He had killed government officials before, so it seemed that there must be something of great value in that strange house. This made Qiu Hai very excited, and he immediately decided to do something big, so he sent this person out again. Don't you ship goods at the end of every month? Then during the New Year holidays, I'll personally take action. So what if I rob you? Chu Chen from Mashan village entered the space. I pushed open the storeroom where the seized equipment was stored and did a small inventory. There were more than 200 compound bows and crossbows of various sizes. There are countless dogleg knives, watermelon knives, machetes, tang swords, homemade water pipe knives, and various daggers. There are about 100 homemade firearms of various types, including gunpowder-powered and pneumatic. There are even quite a few explosives. This is also thanks to an official campaign to crack down on organized crime. All the spoils from the entire province were gathered together and prepared for destruction. But unexpectedly, they were brought to Chu Chen. And there are many standard equipment in that equipment warehouse. There are all kinds of pistols, submachine guns, rifles, and even sniper rifles. Seeing this, Chu Chen ran towards the door in confusion. Logically speaking, where would a dispatching agency get so many good things? Before, I just saw the blue and white and rushed in. It's only now that I understand it. This is much better than dispatching agencies. Isn't this a public safety agency? There are so many explosion-proof vehicles in the parking lot behind the building. This is really great. If you take out all these equipment, it will be more than enough to form an army with super combat power in this era of cold weapons. After thinking for a long time in the space, Chu Chen picked out more than 10 long swords, a compound bow, and several arrows from the corner. Then he walked outside. He came in front of Feng Er and the 20 young men and threw all his weapons on the ground. "Uncle Feng, everyone, these are the weapons I can provide you. A compound bow and 19 long swords. Uncle Feng will distribute the compound bows. As for the long swords, each person will have one." After saying that, he told Feng Er to distribute the weapons. "This weapon is for your own use only. Do not lend it to others." Chu Chen said seriously to everyone. What a joke. With Daxiao's current smelting technology, a knife of this quality is worthy of being called a treasure. What if someone who is greedy for money sells it to you? Who can you complain to? Feng Er picked up the compound bow and handed it to Huzi. Then he said, "Chu Wazi, your cousin may look big and strong, but after trying a few arrows with him yesterday, he really is a good seedling." Chu Chen smiled and said nothing. He didn't care about this cousin. It would be better to give him a compound bow. At least he wouldn't have to charge in a battle at close range. When the time comes, I will get him a stab-proof suit. Anything in his own space would be enough to arm him to the teeth in this age of cold weapons. Huzi chuckled, took the compound bow, and immediately started playing with it. He was still muttering, "This Chu kid, why didn't he take out such a good thing earlier?" Chapter 60. The road is completed and the magic car appears. After hearing this, Chu Chen kicked him on the butt. "You're so stupid after getting a good deal. Do you think this is something that's everywhere?" Huzi touched his butt in pain, but he didn't dare to resist because this was his younger brother. Secondly, it was 5 taels per month, but now that I have joined the self-defense forces, it has become 6 taels. He seemed to have seen the plump and thick-waisted young wife waving at him. All right, everyone train hard. As you all know, as long as the bandits from Qinglian Mountain are around, there will be no peace in Masan village. Sooner or later, there will be revenge. So, I'm giving you these so you can protect your loved ones behind you. If bandits really come to attack, I hope you won't be scared. If anyone dares to run back, don't blame me for turning my back on you. After Chu Chen finished speaking, he stretched out his wide sleeves and pointed at everyone. Don't worry, the men in Masan village are not cowards. Yes, Chu Wazi, just focus on leading everyone to make money and safety, and leave it to us. A group of young people said this with full of pride. Chu Chen didn't say much, turned around, and went back to the villa. In a tea room, I made myself a pot of tea, but was thinking in my heart. Masan village killed the third in command of the Tiger Hall and more than a dozen bandits. The news will definitely be known to Qinglian Mountain. I don't know how many people are in this so-called Tiger Hall. The end of the year is approaching, and it is time for the bandits to come down the mountain. Currently, there are about 20 soldiers from Tang Jiangtao in the village, and there are more than 20 self-defense forces here. As long as they don't attack on a large scale, there's nothing to be afraid of. Thinking of this, Chu Chen entered the space again and took out a 95 assault rifle and 5 magazines full of bullets. If it is really impossible to do anything and the other party mobilizes all their forces, then you'll be exposed. I hid the gun under the tea table and simply stopped thinking about it. When the enemy comes, we will fight him. Even if we have such advanced weapons, if we're still killed by bandits, it can only be God's will. 3 days later, Chu Chen tiptoed out of Roy's room and came to the balcony. Breathing the fresh air in Masan, I felt completely relaxed. Gradually, the village became lively. Roosters crow, dogs bark, smoke curls up, and the whole place is quiet and peaceful. After the family had breakfast, they saw Feng Wu coming towards them. Chu Wazi, today we are putting the finishing touches on this road. Even if it is completed, everyone wants you to go and take a look. Feng Wu said to Chu Chen with a happy face. This speed is really not slow. I originally thought that it would not be completed until after the Chinese New Year. I didn't expect that there are still 10 days left before the Chinese New Year. Chu Chen turned around, put on a down jacket, and rode his motorcycle with Feng Wu. Just head towards the road. It was Feng Wu's first time riding Chu Chen's motorcycle. He saw this thing making a rumbling roar and then whooshing away. Along the way, Feng Wu found that his palms were full of sweat. This was too fast. Chu Chen stopped the motorcycle at the junction with the official road in Qinglian Town. Feng Wu turned over in shock. Chu Wazi, I'll walk back later. This thing is scary. Haha, I didn't expect Uncle Feng Wu to be so good at his job. How could he be so timid? Chu Chen walked forward while smiling. I saw several large flat stones placed on the road. Now, as long as we fill it in, the road will be repaired. Everyone agreed that this step should be completed by Chu Chen himself. Chu Chen didn't act pretentiously. He walked forward and, together with everyone else, pushed the stone into the trench. After everyone leveled the ground, the entire wide road from Masan village to Qinglian Town was built. Okay, everyone, you've been here for so long and have worked hard. I'll ask Uzi to give you a snack at noon today. After saying that, Chu Chen rode his motorcycle towards Qinglian Town. Everyone packed up their things and headed back to Masan village. They had a snack at noon, so what were they waiting for? After everyone left, Chu Chen found a secluded place and brought the motorcycle into the space. In the basement of the shopping mall, Chu Chen picked and chose, and finally chose 1 or 2 Wuling Hongwang. In ancient times, this kind of vehicle that can pull and run is the most suitable. I went to a nearby gas station and opened the underground oil tank, but it took a lot of effort because there was no electrical equipment. Only a dozen barrels of gasoline were produced. No matter whether it was 92 or 95, he just filled the tank of the van. At this moment, on the newly built road, a van full of oil was driving fast on the road. The journey that would normally take more than half an hour by ox cart now arrives in front of the villa in just a few minutes by van. At this moment, the villagers who were cooking and chatting in front of the villa saw a huge monster rushing towards them. For a moment, some people were holding benches, some were holding hoes, and one was even holding a rice spoon and an iron pot. They all stood up, ready to fight at any time. The monster stopped steadily about 10 feet in front of them. Chu Chen opened the car door and jumped out. What are you doing, you guys? Chuwazi, your beast seems to be even more powerful than your iron horse. Everyone thought a monster had come to my Masan village. An elderly man put down his rice spoon and said with a look of horror, Haha, this is also an iron horse, but it's a big one. Everyone, stop crowding around. Come on, give me a hand. Chu Chen opened the back door, and a dozen young men immediately moved all the gasoline to the warehouse in the villa. At this time, Qinglian and others also came out of the house. My dear, what is this? Haha, Qinglian Roy, you guys came just in time. I'll take you for a ride. After saying that, Chu Chen opened the car door and stuffed Qinglian and Roy into the car. While the two were wondering what a ride meant, Chu Chen started the car and drove away towards Qinglian town. In the car, Roy, sitting in the back seat, felt the sofa-like seat, touching here and there with a look of curiosity on his face. Qinglian, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked at Chu Chen nervously. Husband, please go slower. It's too fast. Qinglian can't handle it. Haha, look at your courage. I'm a very good driver, don't worry. After saying that, Chu Chen stepped on the accelerator again, and the car whooshed out. This made Qinglian feel scared for a while, but gradually, the two of them got used to it. Qinglian also touched here and there, with a look of curiosity on her face. Boss, you're like a god descending from heaven. This iron horse is amazing. It's faster and more comfortable than a carriage. Roy said excitedly in the back row. This isn't called an iron horse, it's called a cart. It's the same as a horse-drawn or mule-drawn cart, except that the structure is different. Chu Chen introduced it to the two of them without hiding anything. In fact, even if he explained it, they wouldn't understand. Okay, go back and eat. When I'm free, I'll teach you how to drive. Husband, are you saying that we can also drive this car? Qinglian asked excitedly. Chapter 61. The Qinglian mountain bandits come to kill. Chu Chen gave them an affirmative look, stepped on the accelerator, and headed towards Masan village. After getting off the car, Chu Chen was surprised to find that the two girls did not show any signs of motion sickness. It seems that when we go out in the future, we will not only have a car, but we will also have two more drivers. Amid the cheers of the crowd, the entire Masan village was celebrating the completion of this road. Wang Defa was in tears. Logically, who doesn't want to be an official? But he was poor. Chuwazi, on behalf of the entire Masan village, thank you. Wang Defa raised his glass and spoke solemnly to Chu Chen. Oh, Uncle Wang, you're drunk. Don't do this again. It's just building a road. Wait until I install solar streetlights, and you will be shocked. A night passed, and this time Chu Chen came out of Xiao Fang's room stealthily. On the balcony, Chu Chen was wearing warm home clothes. Since people have even driven out, it is no longer surprising for them to bring a few sets of clothes for the winter. Ah, it's snowing. Chu Chen was surprised to find that it was already white outside and snowflakes were floating in the sky. In his previous life, Chu Chen was a native southerner and had never seen heavy snow. If it rains, it will only be during the freezing, cold days in winter when a little snow will fall. Compared with the white snow covering the mountains and fields, it is just ice at best. So he turned around and shouted inside, Everyone, get up quickly, it's snowing. Everyone got up sleepily and looked at the excited Chu Chen in front of them in surprise. I've seen this since I was a child, so what's so strange about it? Come on, put on your clothes. Shall we go have a snowball fight? Chu Chen said excitedly to the three women. Xiao Fang turned around and went back to her room. She had discussed the Kuan character technique with Chu Chen all night last night, and now she was not in the mood at all. I really don't know what has happened to the man in front of me. He is so energetic. In Masan village, in front of the villa, in the snow, a complete southern idiot was rolling in the snow. Everyone thought he was crazy again. At this time, on the way to Masan village, more than 100 people were coming towards this side in a mighty manner. The guy who said he could observe the celestial phenomena yesterday, come out here or I'll smash your compass. Chiu Hai was shivering from the cold and kept rubbing his hands. Yesterday, a younger brother came to me and offered advice. He said that he had observed the celestial phenomena at night, and that today would definitely be a good day, suitable for going on an expedition. Chiu Hai listened to him and took a group of brothers down the mountain in the middle of the night, but they didn't expect to walk until the early morning. Snowflakes began to fall from the sky, and they became heavier and heavier. In less than an hour, they covered the entire Qinglian town. But halfway through the journey, I was unwilling to turn back, so I had to bite the bullet and move forward. We were fine as we were still riding horses, but the younger brothers behind us were all walking. It's impossible for a few bosses to ride horses and raid Masan village. He doesn't think he has the strength to do that. So he led everyone slowly towards Masan village. If it weren't for the heavy snow, we would have arrived in the early morning, when everyone's spirits would have been low, so we could have made a surprise attack. Unexpectedly, it will take half the morning to reach Masan village. The little brother who was watching the wind on the mountain had his face turned purple from the cold. Why haven't the boss and the others come yet? If they don't come soon, we'll have to fight face to face in broad daylight. He grabbed a handful of snow and stuffed it into his mouth, tightened his layers of linen clothes, and sniffed his nose from time to time. The dry food on my body had frozen into stones, and I was now cold and hungry. In Masan village, Chu Chen rolled around for a long time before returning to the villa after being persuaded by everyone. I changed into clean clothes, drank warm tea, and sat by the stove, smiling foolishly. I had just warmed up and was about to go upstairs to warm Xiaofang's bed. Uncle Feng came hurriedly, followed by Tang Jiangtao. Looking at the anxious expressions of the two people, Chu Chen knew what had happened. Chu Wazi, the bandits are coming. There are about 100 of them. What should we do? Uncle Feng said anxiously. On my side, even including Tang Jiangtao and his group, there are only about 40 people. The disparity in power is quite large. Although we have sophisticated weapons here, how can we defeat so many people? Don't worry, Uncle Feng, Brother Tang. Look carefully, there are about 100 people. Where are they going? Chu Chen asked slowly. At this time, Tang Jiangtao said, my subordinate reported that he will arrive in the village in less than half an hour. Master Chu, this is a tough battle. Although we are not afraid, we still have to be on guard. If we had Master Chu's sophisticated weapons. Tang Jiangtao had seen it before. At that time, Hu Zi was able to cut off the bandit's knife with one blow. If the 40 or so men had that weapon in their hands, their hope of victory would be much greater. Chu Chen didn't expect that he could gather more than 100 people at once. Although he could have solved many problems unexpectedly with just a rifle, he still went back into the tea room for safety reasons. When he came out again, he had 20 more machetes in his hands. Brother Tang, I don't have many of these weapons. Before I can produce them in large quantities, you have to return them to me. Chu Chen pointed at the machete and said to Tang Jiangtao. Tang Jiangtao picked one up and saw that the blade was thick and about 2 feet long, with a cold glow on the blade. It was undoubtedly a precious sword. He immediately agreed. No problem, Master Chu. I will give you everything after I kill the bandits. Although I still have about 200 of them, every time I use one of these, it will be one less. I can be generous with the others, but I can't be careless with this life-saving thing. Uncle Feng, you and Brother Huzi will lead the men to the ambush first. I'll be there soon. Brother Tang, you two will be responsible for the frontal fight. Is that okay? Don't worry. This is the duty of our generation of sergeants. After saying that, the two of them led their people outside. Chu Chen grabbed Hu Zi, put a stab-proof suit on him, and told him not to show his head and launch a sneak attack. Hu Zi nodded, as if to say, I understand. He picked up his compound bow and chased after the crowd. After everyone left, Chu Chen returned to the tea room under the concerned gazes of several women. He removed a set of anti-skid chains from another car, picked up the Type 95 chain, and then drove the van towards a newly built road. Qiu Hai and his men were still slowly moving towards Masan village. At this time, Feng Er and Tang Jiangtao led everyone to watch Chu Chen, who was driving the steel beast. They all made way. Uncle Feng, Brother Tang, you two should hide in the bushes first. I'll go meet them first. So Feng Er and Tang Jiangtao each led a group of people and ambushed on both sides of the road. If the weather had been good, their ambush would have been pointless, because there are spies from the Tiger Hall on the mountain. Unfortunately, the spy from the Tiger Hall was now shivering from the cold, lying on the snow, unable to move at all. He had no ability to go down the mountain to report the news and could only watch his boss fall into the trap. Chapter 62 Automatic Rifle Demonstrates Power. Chu Chen parked the van sideways on the road, opened the back door, and took out the Type 95. I lit a cigarette and waited quietly for their arrival. In fact, the van was a good cover for Chu Chen in the back seat. It can be used for point-and-shoot shooting, but it also prevents people from seeing the rifle in their hands clearly. Qiu Hai and his gang were hurrying along, cursing and swearing. Where's the guy we were following? He wouldn't have gotten away, would he? It's freezing out here, Qiu Hai said to the second in command beside him. The stalker. Boss, I'm not running away. I'm almost freezing to death. Who the hell knows? It's freezing cold, not to mention people. Even wild boars have gone into their dens. After the few people finished speaking, they no longer paid any attention. Now everyone's idea was to quickly enter Masan village. After turning a corner, Qiuhai saw an iron shell blocking the middle of the road in front of him. The iron shell was open, and inside, a young man with smoke coming out of his mouth was looking at him with a smile on his face. "Friend, why are you stopping us?" Qiuhai waved his hand to stop his team, shouted loudly at Chu Chen. At this moment, Tang Jiangtao had already quietly circled behind them with more than 10 soldiers. "Have you been stopped? May I ask if you're a hero from Qinglian Mountain?" Chu Chen exhaled a puff of smoke and asked easily, "My friend, you know we are from Qinglian Mountain, yet you still dare to stop us? Do you think your life is too long? Damn bandits are bandits. Why are they always so irritable? Qinglian Mountain, what brings you to my Masan village?" "Okay, since he's from Masan village, let me ask you, a few days ago, our third boss came to collect the contribution. Where is this person?" Qiuhai frowned slightly. The young man in front of him looked confident. Could it be that he had a powerful backer? After saying that, he looked around. Since Uncle Feng and the others were hiding very deeply, he didn't find anything. But when Qiuhai looked at his brothers behind him, he couldn't help but feel more confident. Even if you have an ambush, what can you do? After so many days of investigation, we found that there are only about 20 soldiers in the entire Masan village. Even if there are some young men in the village, they are all farmers. When facing vicious bandits, they are no better than chickens. Little did they know that the weapon that could cut through iron and steel gave the people of Masan village great confidence. They're no longer those timid farmers. At this time, Chu Chen's voice came from the van again. "Third in command? Is it that Ma Lao San? Since he dares to set his sights on me, then be prepared to die, including you. No exception." Having already known the identity of the bandits, Chu Chen was not polite to them at all. "Today's battle is to annihilate these people. You're so arrogant. If you have the guts, come down and talk to me. I want to see who you are." After Qiuhai finished speaking, he kicked his horse's belly and led everyone towards Chu Chen. "I'm your fucking dad." Seeing those people walk in, Chu Chen couldn't help but shout loudly. The purpose is to irritate the other party and then give them a dimensionality reduction attack. The purpose is nothing else but to feel good. This kid is so arrogant. "Brothers, charge and capture this guy." After Qiuhai finished speaking, he rode on his horse and led everyone to rush over. Chu Chen in the van looked at the bandits coming at him aggressively and pulled the trigger without hesitation. "What a joke. I don't kill those who come to my door. I'll just wait for you to come and chop me up." With the sound of gunfire, Qiuhai and his companions fell headfirst into the snow before they could understand what was happening. At this time, Feng Er and Tang Jiangtao also raised their long swords. "Brothers, follow me to kill the enemy." After that, about 40 people rushed over from both sides and behind the bandits. And Qiuhai was shot down by Chu Chen at the first encounter. Next came the second in command and the senior executives on horseback. At this time, seeing the more than 40 people rushing into the crowd, the bandits also became panicked. Once morale drops, they'll be slaughtered. Some smart people, seeing that there was only one person in the van, rushed towards Chu Chen with various weapons in hand. But suddenly an arrow flew by and a man fell to the ground. With the whizzing sound of arrows and the roar of the Type 95 rifle in Chu Chen's hand, the bandits fell down one after another. The people led by Uncle Feng and Tang Jiangtao cut through the grass with their long swords as if they were cutting melons or vegetables. The entire battle lasted only half an hour. As the last bandit fell, everyone stopped swinging their swords. Those bandits who were shot but not killed were also killed by Tang Jiangtao and his men. At this time, Chu Chen hid the Type 95 in the back row and hid a pistol in his sleeve. Also got out of the van. "How's it going, Uncle Feng? Brother Tang, this kind of battle is exciting, isn't it?" Chu Chen looked at the corpses on the ground and said to everyone with a smile on his face, "Aha, Master Chu, your unique skill is unmatched in the world. I have fought in countless laughing battlefields. With your miraculous skills, it is not an exaggeration to call you a god of war." Tang Jiangtao wiped the blood off the knife on a bandit's body and said excitedly. Chu Chen didn't answer him directly. Instead, he looked at Tang Jiangtao and asked, "I wonder how many bandits are still on Qinglian Mountain. I wonder why the government doesn't take this opportunity to eliminate this cancer." "Yes, I'll kill you while you're sick. Come, follow me to the city lord's mansion."
After Tang Jiantao finished speaking, he led his men towards the city lord's mansion. Okay, brother Tang, your legs can't be as fast as mine. Get in the car, I'll go with you. Chu Chen hurriedly pulled him and said, by the time you run to the city lord's mansion, it will be dark. Ah, Master Chu, you mean? I can also ride this steel beast of yours. Don't waste time, get in. Chu Chen opened the passenger door, and Tang Jiantao sat down. With the roar of the engine, he stepped on the accelerator and headed towards Qinglian City. At the gate of Qinglian City, the soldiers looked as if they were facing a powerful enemy. It was not until he saw Chu Chen sticking his head out of the car window that he let him go with a smile. But everyone was feeling uneasy. It was okay to just ride a motorcycle before, but this time he got a metal shell that ran very fast. At the gate of the city lord's mansion, we watched the huge iron shell coming at us at high speed. Lan Tianlei walked out quickly, because in his mind, there was no doubt that only Master Chu could come up with such a strange thing. Chu Chen and Tang Jiantao quickly got out of the car. Chu Chen shouted to Lan Tianlei, City Lord Lan, I'm disturbing you again. Mr. Chu, you are so honored to be here. Please come in. We won't go in. Over 100 bandits from Qinglian Mountain besieged our Masan village, and all of them have been killed. I thought it would be better to ask City Lord Lan to organize troops and wipe them out in one fell swoop. Chapter 63. Taking Qinglian Mountain in one go. What? More than 100 people were killed. Lan Tianlei widened his eyes after hearing this, and he casually called over his followers. Hurry, organize a team, and kill him while he's sick. He's been putting up with them for so long. Lan Tianlei didn't care whether what Chu Chen said was true or not. He became excited when he heard the news. It's not that he hasn't arranged to suppress bandits before, but the effect was minimal each time. However, according to his understanding. In fact, the so-called Qinglian Mountain Tiger Hall only has about 200 people. This also includes the elderly and the women. So in the entire Tiger Hall, there are only about 180 people who can be represented. Now that Master Chu has killed more than 100 of them, there are only about 80 left. What threat can it pose? So we had to organize a team and go up the mountain immediately. Little did they know that Chu Chen and his men had already wiped out the 20 or so people led by the third in command. So now there are less than 60 bandits in the entire Qinglian Mountain. Chu Chen was also surprised to hear Lan Tianlei being so enthusiastic. City Lord Lan, let me interject a question. How many bandits are there on Qinglian Mountain? How is the defense? Lan Tianlei then told Chu Chen about the situation. Fuck, there are only 60 people. Why do we need officers and soldiers? We can take it down with these people ourselves. So he quickly said goodbye to Lan Tianlei, took Tang Jiantao with him, and headed towards Qinglian Town. Master Chu, aren't you going to wait for them to gather the troops? Why are you in such a hurry? Tang Jiantao looked at Chu Chen with a confused look on his face. You are so stupid. There are more than 60 people. Why do you have to share it with these people? You know, this bandit has been entrenched for so many years, and he must have taken away a lot of gold, silver, and treasures. So he said to Tang Jiantao, Brother Tang, do you want to get rich, marry a beautiful and wealthy woman, and reach the pinnacle of your life? Chu Chen got so excited that his mouth started to tremble. What the hell is this talking about? But Fa Kai himself heard it clearly. Tang Jiantao thought to himself, Mr. Chu, you're joking. Who doesn't want to get rich? But what is this by Fumii? Chu Chen was too lazy to explain to him and spoke. There are only about 60 people left on Qinglian Mountain. Do you think it would be a problem for us to capture them with our strength? I've killed over 60 people, over 100. With your amazing skills, you can easily kill more than that. Tang Jiantao still looked puzzled. Then why are we waiting for the soldiers from the city lord's mansion? We can just attack them ourselves. Why didn't I think of this? These bandits have been entrenched for years. Mr. Chu, please drive faster. Tang Jiantao finally got it. So Chu Chen drove the van very fast, and in half an hour, he arrived at the place where the battle had just taken place in Masan village. Uncle Feng, Huzi, pick out 20 good fighters for me and get in the car with me. So after a while, about 20 people were selected from the soldiers in Masan village. Chu Chen didn't mind the crowding, and he pulled and pushed back, forcing more than 20 men into the van. The others were arranged to follow the van and run forward. They were not required to charge in a battle, but they just had to be able to keep up if there was any emergency. Chu Chen had to admire this van. With more than 20 people on it, it must weigh more than a ton. Although the ground was pressed down very low, we still moved forward with great speed,
which was many times faster than running. At the foot of Qinglian Mountain, Chu Chen stopped the van only when it reached a place where there was no road. Then a group of people filed out. That scene reminded Chu Chen of a joke in his previous life. With such quality, it's truly a national god car. Some of the people who got off the bus couldn't stand the motion sickness and squatted on the side to vomit. Chu Chen let them rest for about 10 minutes. He turned around and went back to the car, put the Type 95 in his robe, and led everyone towards Qinglian Mountain. Since there was no guide, the group could only move forward along the mountain road. Tang Jiangtao has been in the army for many years and has some experience in mountain warfare. So he took the lead and walked in front. Feng Er was walking at the back, holding a compound bow. Hu Zi followed Chu Chen closely. He was wearing a stab-proof suit, thinking of protecting his younger brother. The same thing happened to Chu Chen. He was very afraid of death. However, he was still moved by Hu Zi's behavior. Thanks to the help of the van, it was just past noon at this moment. Chu Chen pretended to go to the toilet and took out a pile of bread. Everyone had been traveling and was tired. Everyone ate something so that they would have more strength. After eating, everyone, led by Tang Jiangtao, continued to head up the mountain. Suddenly, Tang Jiangtao raised his hands and signaled everyone to stop. "What's wrong, Brother Tang?" Chu Chen asked. Tang Jiangtao pointed to a big tree in front, where a figure stood with his back to everyone. Hu Zi, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, raised the compound bow in his hand as soon as Tang Jiangtao finished pointing. He asked quietly, "Shoot or not? What the hell are you waiting for? Save it for the new year, but don't shoot it in the head." Chu Chen immediately told Hu Zi. After hearing this, Hu Zi didn't hesitate at all. With a puff, the arrow shot out. The person on the tree fell down before he could say a word. Tang Jiangtao was quick-witted and quick-handed. He rushed forward and controlled the man. "Tell me, where's the tiger hall?" Chu Chen pulled out a dagger, put it on the man's neck, and said. Tang Jiangtao opened his mouth. The arrow had shot into his stomach, and he was sweating profusely from the pain. They looked at the team in front of them in horror. They were originally waiting here for the boss to come back and take them to eat meat and drink wine. Unexpectedly, his house was robbed. Just as he was about to shout, Tang Jiangtao covered his mouth again. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Chu Chen slowly moved the dagger down and reached the vital part in an instant. "Since you can't resist, just enjoy yourself. Tell me, where's the tiger hall? Otherwise, you can only play in the palace for the rest of your life." Feeling the coldness of the dagger, in an instant, a strange smell filled the surroundings of the few people. The man stretched out his hand with difficulty and pointed at his covered mouth. "I really want to say it, but you won't let me." Tang Jiangtao let go of his hand embarrassedly. "My dear fellows, please don't kill me. I'm just a small follower. You want to go to the Tiger Hall? It's at the top of this mountain. There's another road ahead of this one. Just walk 2 steps further." Chu Chen winked at Hu Zi, and Hu Zi immediately rushed out. After a while, Hu Zi came back and nodded at Chu Chen. Seeing this, Chu Chen cut the man's neck with a knife. He cursed and said, "You coward! You peed yourself just like that." This action shocked Tang Jiangtao. Who exactly is this Mr. Chu in front of him? Kill people if you disagree with them, but never make enemies. Chapter 64. No more bandits in Qinglian Mountain. After dealing with the stalkers, the group quickly came to another road. Going up the road, we soon saw the wooden gate on the top of the mountain. Chu Chen couldn't help but frowned. This is a bandit's nest. The soldiers of the city lord's mansion are too incompetent. After saying that, he led everyone forward. If Lan Tianlei heard this, he would probably have to talk to Chu Chen for a long time. Every time we came to suppress the bandits, we were stopped at the village gate. Not only are the bandits in Qinglian Mountain ferocious, but the position they occupy also gives them a natural advantage. There's a steep cliff behind it, and there's only a small path leading to the village in front, with tall stone mountains on both sides. The government soldiers generally have no ability to fight in the mountains, so how can they be a match for the bandits who roam the mountains every day? If Qinglian Mountain wasn't deserted now, there wouldn't be many people there. Moreover, it was the end of the year, and the government could not go up the mountain to suppress the bandits, so there was only one person watching the wind from the tree at the original 5 sentry posts. The management is extremely lax. The boss and the second in command are both out, and the remaining minions are taking the opportunity to relax. Chu Chen and his group slowly approached the village gate. When they were about 200 steps away from the village, they were discovered by the bandits at the village gate. Before one of them could say anything,
He was shot down by Feng Er with an arrow. Seeing that something was wrong, the other person immediately picked up the gong beside him and started beating it loudly. But it only made a few sounds before being shot down by Hu Zi as well. Brothers, go ahead and make a fortune. Chu Chen howled at the crowd, and 21 people rushed into the mountain stronghold with a howling noise. Some of the people in the village still have beautiful girls serving them in their houses. I was completely stunned by this sudden attack. 17 soldiers armed with long swords entered the mountain stronghold as if it were no one's home. Suddenly, shouts of killing and cries were heard everywhere. Feng Er also walked to a high place on his own. The compound bow in his hand was like a magic weapon. Wherever he pointed, a bandit fell down. Hu Zi followed Chu Chen closely, shooting at the bandits who rushed up from time to time. Chu Chen held the pistol in his hand. In addition to the powerful deterrent effect of the gunshot, the bullets flew out quickly and accurately. This sudden attack on Qinglian Mountain was basically no surprise. Some bandits were beheaded by the soldiers before they even had time to raise their knives. There were also some bandits who were on duty, but after the battle they began to doubt their lives. It turned out that the cold steel knife in his hand was like clay. After a few collisions, it either rolled or broke. There's also the young man who can kill a person with just a finger. It's so fucking terrifying. The battle lasted less than an incense stick of time, and 7 or 8 people were kneeling on the ground, trembling. Chu Chen took Hu Zi and quietly went around to the back of the mountain stronghold. Tell me, where's the warehouse? Chu Chen asked sternly to a bandit who was captured by Hu Zi. The man pointed toward the house behind him without hesitation. Hu Zi carried the bandit, and Chu Chen came into the house smoothly. Hu Zi drew out the long knife from his body and pried open a passage similar to a basement. Under the guidance of the bandits, they successfully arrived at the warehouse. After a stick of incense had passed, Chu Chen murmured to himself, "A total of more than 10,000 taels of silver, 35 taels of gold, and about 7,000 to 8,000 kilograms of grain. Oh my god, this bandit is really good. He has robbed so many wealthy families. But there is too much grain, and it is difficult to harvest." Hu Zi was assigned to guard the door and was not allowed to come in. The bandit had already been killed by his sword. Looks like we have to hurry up. How will we explain to people when they show up? After saying that, Chu Chen started to move. The first thing he did was to collect gold, silver, and other things into the space. But Chu Chen also left about 1,000 taels and placed it in the warehouse. Next, it's food. Let's collect as much as we can. He just grabbed the corner of the grain bag and urged his thoughts to send it into the space. However, several thousand kilograms of food cannot be solved in a short period of time. It's a pity that I can't just point to a certain place and collect it, otherwise it wouldn't be so tiring. After about an incense stick of time, Tang Jiantao and his companions outside had also arrived here. Hu Zi, are you okay? Tang Jiantao looked at the bandits below Hu Zi, said anxiously. Before Hu Zi could say anything, Chu Chen inside took over the conversation. It's okay, Brother Tang. Come in quickly. We're going to make a fortune. Tang Jiantao came in following the sound and exclaimed that it was exciting as soon as he saw it. This bandit's den looks quite wealthy. Looking at the silver and grain scattered on the ground, his eyes lit up. Master Chu, according to Daxiao law, these things must be sorted out and turned over to the national treasury. We can be said to have made a great contribution. Tang Jiantao said excitedly. Chu Chen looked at him with disdain. How the hell could there be such a stubborn person? If you can't move the grain, do you still not value the silver? So he secretly pulled him aside and said, Brother Tang, you're over 30 this year, right? Are you married? You haven't got married yet. Why do you say that, Mr. Chu? Tang Jiantao looked at Chu Chen with a puzzled look and said, Mr. Chu, why did he do the splits while we were chatting? You're just a bachelor. What the hell kind of credit do you want? If you report it, that old Lon Tianlei will just give you a bucket at best. Why don't you consider yourself and the brothers behind you? Who doesn't want to marry a beautiful, rich woman and reach the pinnacle of life? You are the only one who is so noble. After scolding Tang Jiantao, he called Hu Zi to move the silver out. As for the food, Chu Chen picked up the good ones and left the rest to Lon Tianlei. By the way, give Tang Jiantao some credit. At the very least, he can at least get a bucket. While Tang Jiantao was confused, Hu Zi carried the box of silver, and the 3 of them came out. Chu Chen whispered in Hu Zi's ear, Take this key and the silver, go down the mountain, press this, and the door will open.
Then put the silver in the car and wait for us there. Hu Zi nodded, then walked away with the silver on his shoulder, smiling. Chu Chen then turned around and said to Tang Jiantao, "Brother Tang, what should we do with these people? Or should we kill them?" As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, the kneeling person began to kowtow frantically. "Master Jun, we were wrong. Please spare our lives." "Yes, General, we will never be bandits again. Please forgive us." For a moment, the various voices begging for mercy made Chu Chen's head hurt. "All right, stop arguing. Does Qinglian City have any policies regarding bandit suppression?" These words were still said to Tang Jiantao. "Mr. Chu, don't you know? I've lost most of my fucking memories, so how would I know?" Chapter 65. Dividing silver in front of the villa. After Tang Jiantao's explanation, Chu Chen finally understood why these people were still kneeling. There is an order in Qinglian City. Kill one bandit and you will be rewarded with 1 tael of silver. Capture one bandit and you'll be rewarded with 2 taels of silver. Damn, this guy killed more than 100 taels of silver. So everyone immediately decided to wait for Lan Tianlei's arrival. After waiting for a full hour, Lan Tianlei and a group of palace soldiers finally reached the top of Qinglian Mountain, panting. Looking at the corpses all over the ground and 6 or 7 bandits kneeling on the ground. Chu Chen, who was looking at him with a smile on his face, immediately walked up. "It seems that Brother Chu is still very fast. Look, we have nothing to worry about." Lan Tianlei thanks everyone on behalf of the people of Qinglian Town. After saying that, he saluted the soldiers and Chu Chen. "Lord Lan, you are too kind. Slaying demons and eliminating evil is the duty of upright people like me." Chu Chen's words shocked Lan Tianlei. "I heard that there are more than 60 people. You run faster than a rabbit." How could Lan Tianlei, who is old and experienced, not know what he is thinking? So after a few polite words, Chu Chen pulled him into the warehouse. Looking at that pile of grain, it must be at least 3,000 to 5,000 kilograms. It seems that this kid is not so stingy and even knows to leave some for me. However, there is not even a penny left for me. Thank you so much, everyone. I'm deeply pleased by your lack of greed. When I get back, I'll definitely commend you all. Lan Tianlei said to Tang Jiantao and the other soldiers with a smile. Tang Jiantao looked extremely embarrassed, but he didn't mention anything about the money. "City Lord Lan, there are about 100 bandit corpses at the entrance of Masan village. Please send someone to deal with them. By the way, please bring the reward along." Lan Tianlei agreed with a smile, but cursed Chu Chen in his heart. "You just need this little money. I came here breathlessly with so many people, and all I got was this pile of broken food, which is not worth much." However, he didn't say anything about Chu Chen's actions. There was nothing he could do. He couldn't afford to offend him. So, after everyone took over, they handed the bandits over to Lan Tianlei, and Chu Chen led his men down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Hu Zi was holding a compound bow and guarding the van. He knew very well what was inside. Even the palace soldiers who just passed by were scared away by Hu Zi's eyes. The group came to the van and squeezed in again. Chu Chen drove the car quickly back to Masan village. Those who came to meet them turned back after seeing the van coming. Masan village, on the open space in front of the villa. Chu Chen asked Hu Zi to set up a large table and poured all the more than 1,000 taels of silver on the table. The people in the audience all looked at him eagerly. "Well, today, the Qinglian Mountain bandits attacked. Thank you all for your fierce resistance and for annihilating all the bandits. These are the spoils of war, so I think everyone should divide them up." As soon as Chu Chen said this, the 40 or so people below suddenly became excited. "All right, Brother Tang, please tell me about your battle record." Tang Jiantao took a look at the pile of silver, then walked forward and spoke loudly. "During this battle, we destroyed 151 bandits and captured 7 alive. 2 of our men were injured, but no one died." Chu Chen knew that of the 2 injured people, one of them had a cut on his back by a bandit. One of them was stabbed in the thigh. For these 2 people, Chu Chen generously took out gauze and anti-inflammatory drugs and bandaged them. "All right, let's divide the money. Tang Jiantao gets 100 taels of silver. Feng Er gets 50 taels of silver. Hu Zi gets 40 taels of silver, and the rest of the brothers get 30 taels of silver each." There was exactly 1,360 taels of silver on the table, and Chu Chen had calculated it clearly early on. "What about Master Chu? Why didn't you get any share? You contributed the most this time, so you should get the most." After Chu Chen finished talking about the plan to divide the silver, The crowd below started talking at once. Holy shit, you guys are just the cutest bunch of people. How could I possibly treat myself so badly? So he said to everyone, I am Chu Chen. First of all, I would like to thank all the brothers for thinking highly of me, but I cannot accept this silver. First, thank you all for protecting Masan village. Second, you need the money more than I do right now. So, everyone, stop talking and just make it a decision. Now, divide the money. Roy on the side took out a list and read out the names one by one. Everyone had a look of joy on their faces. It would take forever to earn 30 taels of silver by farming in Masan village. The same goes for those soldiers. They fight hard on the battlefield, but if they don't have any merit, they can only get about 10 taels of military salary a year at most. Sometimes my salary would be deducted from my salary by my superiors, and even if I ignore food, drink, and entertainment, I would not be able to save any money in a year. 30 taels all at once, and in cash, how could they not be happy? Moreover, killing a few bandits is almost safe with the presence of the godlike Master Chu. This money is so easy to make that everyone is eager to go and suppress bandits every day. Little did they know that the person who earned the most among this group of people was looking at them with a touched look on his face. The space contained about 10,000 taels of silver and dozens of taels of gold. After the money was divided, night began to fall. At the entrance of the villa, there are several solar lights that can emit light as bright as day at night. It is shining on the busy crowd below. As expected, this was another gathering for the entire Masan village. Wang Defa's face flushed as he clinked glasses with Tang Jiangtao. Master Tang, on behalf of the entire Masan village, I want to thank you all for getting rid of a major threat to us. From now on, the entire Masan village, and even the entire Qinglian town, will no longer be invaded by bandits. After saying that, he drank it all in one gulp. Tang Jiangtao was also drunk, and his face was red. He chatted with Wang Defa in a random manner. Chu Chen left the table early, smoking a cigarette and looking at the pile of silver in front of him. There was also the gold ingot shining with golden light, and a smile appeared on his face involuntarily. What the hell was the most profitable thing in ancient times? Suppressing bandits. But this time, he also emptied a rifle magazine and a pistol magazine. This thing cannot be reproduced and cannot be made without a machine. Looking at this pile of gold and silver, Chu Chen felt less heartbroken. What is the most important thing when you have money? Of course, it is consumption. If the money is not spent, how can its value be reflected? Li Qinglian has followed him for so long, but it seems that she has never been to the city. Otherwise, take her out for a walk tomorrow. The Chinese New Year is in 3 days, and it's time to dress up Li Qinglian. No matter what, she is now considered the legitimate wife of a wealthy family. Thinking of this, Chu Chen didn't care about the gold and silver, turned around and walked towards the first floor. Looking at Li Qinglian, who was busy on the first floor, Chu Chen slowly walked forward. Chapter 66. Wandering around Qinglian City with my wife. Husband, why did you come down? Li Qinglian asked Chu Chen. Stop busying yourself. I'll take you to see something. After saying that, he pulled Li Qinglian and ran towards the second floor. Ah, where did all this silver come from? Looking at the pile of silver on the tea table, Li Qinglian cried out in surprise. In fact, Li Qinglian never knew how much money her husband had. So far, the workshop has only settled its bills twice, and neither of them went through her hands. Although Chu Chen gave her silver from time to time, up to now, there was only about 1,000 taels. She saved all of it. She was a very frugal woman. I'm busy here and there every day and have no time to spend money. Looking at the tens of thousands of taels of silver on the table, how could she not be surprised? Well, with all the money I've earned during this time, you're now the wife of a wealthy family, so I think I should take you into town for a stroll tomorrow. Chu Chen looked at Li Qinglian and said tenderly, If I go to the city, I am just a farm girl. Will I embarrass my husband? Look at what a good woman is. If Li Qinglian were in modern society, she wouldn't even be able to think about it. The more I look at Chu Chen, the more I like her. She is not only beautiful, but also sensible. So he took her hand and said, Don't let your imagination run wild. Look at you, you have about 1,000 taels now. You should be confident. We have money, and we can buy whatever we want. Money is a bastard. Spend it, and earn it again. Although Li Qinglian didn't know what bastard meant, she felt deeply loved in her heart. At such a happy moment, her body naturally fell into Chu Chen's arms. Qinglian, this is a tea room, a study, it's not appropriate. Early the next morning, the family had breakfast early. Chu Chen started the van and waited for the water temperature to rise. It's so damn cold in this icy and snowy place. Fortunately, we have these anti-skid chains, otherwise, you would still want to go into the city. The van slowly headed towards Qinglian City on the snow-white road. The pedestrians on the road all made way for them. After all, this square-looking thing with two big eyes in front looks particularly scary. Not only do it have big eyes, but it also makes strange dripping sounds from time to time, as if it wants to eat people. Although everyone sees the thing has 4 wheels, it is a car. But this is the first time I've seen such a strange car. How can I not avoid it? At the city gate, several soldiers saw a van coming from a distance and immediately opened the city gate with a smile. Chu Chen was not stingy either. He took out a tael of silver and handed it to the palace soldier, who opened the door. "Thank you for your hard work, brother," Chu Chen said with a smile. "You are too polite, sir. Are you coming to Qinglian City to see the city lord?" The palace soldier also responded politely. "Right? No matter where you are, as long as you have money, you will have fewer problems." The car entered the city smoothly, and Chu Chen parked the van in front of the West City Yard. There's no such thing as parking spaces in this world. You can park wherever you want. As soon as he got off the car, Li Qinglian was shocked by the prosperity of Qinglian City. She has lived in Qinglian Town since she was a child. The farthest place she has been to is from her mother's home to Mashan village. "My husband, this Qinglian City is so big, and there are so many people." Li Qinglian followed Chu Chen closely, looking timid. Seeing this, Chu Chen shook his head and sighed. It seemed that he really needed to take her out for walks more often. So he said encouragingly, "Qinglian, don't be like this. You have to remember that you're no longer the Li Qinglian of the past. You are a wealthy family with a lot of money." After saying that, he took Li Qinglian's hand and walked towards the street market. Li Qinglian looked around, feeling curious about everything in Qinglian City. The street was filled with all kinds of goods she had never seen before. There were all kinds of hawking and bargaining sounds, people coming and going, and cars and horses coming and going. It was very lively. The first stop is Tao Depang's clothing shop. Although Li Qinglian had never been to Qinglian City, everything she wore and put on her head was bought by Chu Chen from Qinglian City. So the two of them walking on the street were no different from ordinary wealthy people. "Master Chu, a distinguished guest has arrived. I am sorry for not coming to greet you. Please come in." The elixir in Tao Depang's hand that could make him stand up had long been consumed by him. Just when I was worrying about where to find this godlike figure, I didn't expect Chu Chen to appear. Look, he came to greet us jogging. "Shopkeeper Tao, you look much better than before," Chu Chen asked with a smile, but he felt incredible in his heart. Wouldn't that stuff melt steel if you eat too much? Why does Fatty Tao look so much better? I have to thank Master Chu for this. Your elixir really made me more than 10 years younger. Fatty Tao said as he led Chu Chen and Li Qinglian into the inner room. "Shopkeeper Tao, although this medicine is good, you still have to keep exercising." Chu Chen looked at Depang Tao and said, although he was doubtful, it was a good idea to encourage people to exercise in general. "May I ask, Master Chu, what is exercise?" "Well, I just want you to move more and stop sitting and lying down all the time." Tao Depang nodded in agreement. He had to listen to the instructions of the miracle doctor. Maybe he would live a long life. "May I ask what business Mr. Chu has in the city this time? This should be Mr. Chu's wife, right?" Fatty Tao greets the lady. When Li Qinglian saw Tao Depang saluting her, she stood up timidly and returned the salute. "Damn, this old guy is so enthusiastic. He must be up to something bad. Shopkeeper Tao has good taste. It's my wife. The new year is coming soon. Why don't you come over and buy her some clothes? Mr. Chu, you treat me as an outsider. It is an honor for me to have this lady come to my shop. What are you talking about buying?" After saying that, he called a servant and took Li Qinglian to choose clothes. Chu Chen did not refuse. He knew what Fatty Tao needed, so he took out a porcelain bottle containing technology and hardware from his clothes and handed it to him. "I know you need it, so I made it home a few days in advance. I'll send it to you while we're in town. The price is still the same as before. I'll deduct the money for the clothes my wife chooses later," Chu Chen said with a grin. Fat Tao excitedly took the porcelain bottle and said, "This miracle doctor understands me so well. I originally thought that I would have to go through a lot of trouble to beg others, but I didn't expect that I could get it so easily. Thank you, miraculous doctor, for the medicine. I am grateful to you." After saying that, he walked towards the back, and when he came out, he had a package in his hand. Chu Chen accepted it without hesitation. Since he didn't even deduct money for the clothes, he just accepted it. As long as this thing doesn't kill people, he is not afraid at all. Chapter 67. Provocation at the Restaurant. Li Qinglian looked here and touched there, and liked them all. But after asking about the price, she instantly lost interest, even though she is now a wealthy woman. But the frugality in one's bones cannot be changed in a day or two. In the end, at Chu Chen's strong request, he chose more than 10 sets of clothes. And I bought several sets for everyone in the family, including my second uncle's family. Before leaving, he threw 20 taels of silver to Tao de Peng, no matter how much or how little, and walked towards the street with Li Qinglian. It was agreed that the pile of clothes would be picked up the next day. I walked around for half a day, eating and walking all the way, but actually didn't buy much. There are countless cosmetics counters in shopping malls. The gold, silver, and jade wares there are much older, and the craftsmanship is no less beautiful than that of the ancient ones. There are even plenty of clothes in there, so you don't need to buy any at all. Chu Chen's idea was that after the Chinese New Year, when spring came, he would tentatively take out modern clothes and slowly adapt to them. After all, clothes in ancient times were very troublesome to put on and take off. Near noon, Chu Chen brought Li Qinglian into the Ziyun Tower. Speaking of Qiyunlu, it is the largest restaurant in Qinglian City and has a bit of the feel of a modern club. There's not only normal food, but also those beautiful women and love at the stairs. Sir, please come in. How many people are there? Are we in the private room or the lobby? Seeing Chu Chen and Li Qinglian, who were dressed well, coming over, the waiter immediately went to greet them. You two, private room. Chu Chen zet ponde sopti. The two of them sat in a private room, which was undoubtedly a wealthy family. The waiter led them in with a flattering smile. Since ancient times, people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. Li Qinglian is probably just a good-looking farm girl in the village. However, after being dressed up by Tao de Peng's guy, and combined with the accessories that Chu Chen took out from the space from time to time, the whole person seemed to have been reborn, and as she walked along, she exuded a fairy-like temperament. Countless men put down their wine glasses and stared at Li Qinglian and Chu Chen with an obsessed look on their faces. As the two men reached the door of the private room, they were bumped into by a 200-pound man who was coming out of the next room to use the toilet. When the man saw Li Qinglian entering the private room, he almost drooled. He immediately held his urine back and turned around and went back to the private room. At this moment, in their private room, several beautiful women were serving wine to a group of young men. The scene was so disharmonious. After the fat man returned, he whispered a few words into the ear of the leading man. The leading man's eyes instantly flashed with lustful eyes. Are you serious? It's absolutely true. I just went out to pee and ran into her. She was with a pretty boy. How about I go get her over here? The fat man said to the leading man in a flattering manner. Yes, but don't let anyone get killed. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain myself to my father. After Chu Chen brought Li Qinglian into the private room, he said to the waiter, bring me all the signature dishes of your restaurant. Forget about the wine. I have it myself. After saying that, he took out a bottle of red wine from his side and placed it on the table. The waiter glanced at the bottle of wine and couldn't take his eyes off it. Sir, may I ask where I can buy this wine? He saw it clearly, and the bottle that contained the wine was, as he had expected, made of expensive glass. Such a precious thing is used to store wine, which shows what kind of fine wine is inside. Go serve the food. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Chu Chen said unhappily. The waiter knew he was too excited, so he bowed and left the private room. In less than an incense stick of time, the table was filled with a variety of dishes, which dazzled Li Qinglian. Chu Chen opened the red wine, took out 2 high-heeled glasses from the side, and poured a glass for Li Qinglian and himself. Qinglian, you have worked hard over the years. Let me toast you a glass. After saying that, he clinked his glass towards Li Qinglian's. Li Qinglian followed suit and clinked the 2 cups together, making a pleasant crisp sound. How could Li Qinglian not know the value of this wine? It was just that after following Chu Chen for so long, no matter how strange it was, it became ordinary. After taking a sip, she was instantly attracted by the taste of the wine. It was slightly astringent and slightly sweet. The aroma of the wine surged in her mouth, making Li Qinglian open her eyes wide immediately. She couldn't help but look at Chu Chen lovingly and said, Husband, thank you. There's no need for us to be so polite, Qinglian. Just eat your food. Chu Chen said as he picked up some food for Li Qinglian. So, the two of them started to taste it cup by cup. Just as Chu Chen was enjoying this romantic moment, the door of the private room was rudely pushed open. "Young lady, are you ready to eat? It's so lonely alone. Why don't you go to your brother's table?" Chu Chen had seen the person who came in before. He was the fat man weighing about 200 pounds. Li Qinglian had never seen such a scene before, and she was so scared that she came to Chu Chen's side. "Hey, you can hide, brother likes it." The fat man was about to go forward and pull Li Qinglian. Chu Chen stretched out his foot and kicked him to the ground. "Are you blind? Don't you see I'm here?" The fat man was kicked to the ground by Chu Chen and started shouting instantly. "Hey, didn't you notice there's someone here? Drag him out and beat him to death." After the fat man finished speaking, several people who looked like servants rushed in from outside. "How dare you kick me? I think you are tired of living." He got up and said viciously. Unexpectedly, just as he got up, he was kicked to the ground by Chu Chen again. At this time, several people who looked like servants saw that the situation was not good and rushed over to take action. Chu Chen stretched out his hand and pointed, and with a loud bang, a servant fell to the ground with a bloody hole appearing on his head. In an instant, he was deader than dead. Then he pointed at the fat man on the ground and said, "Who gave you the guts to disturb me while I'm eating?" Looking at the servant lying on the ground, everyone was terrified and stood there not daring to move. Even the fat man didn't dare to help him. The fat man felt bitter. He originally thought that the person was a soft persimmon, and he could easily control him because of his family background. When the time comes, I will present the beauty to Master Lawn. If Master Lawn is happy, then my family status. Unexpectedly, this handsome man in front of me would kill people over a disagreement, and his method of killing was like that of a magic spell. Li Qinglian was also frightened and threw herself into Chu Chen's arms. "Husband, let's go." Seeing Li Qinglian's frightened look, Chu Chen kicked the fat man on the butt and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, the people in the private room next door heard the loud noise and hurried here. When Lan Pingyun walked into the private room, he saw the fat man and the servant lying on the ground. There was a bloody hole on the servant's forehead that was still bleeding. At this moment, he was deader than dead. So he shouted sternly, "Humph, you want to leave after killing someone? Do you really think that the laws of our great Xia are just for show?" Chapter 68, The Dandy Boy Seeks for Thrill. Chu Chen looked up at the man and asked, "Does the law of Daxia allow one to forcibly seize a woman in broad daylight?" "Haha, in this Qinglian city, since when has a rich kid been able to talk to me about the law?" Lan Pingyun said with a smile, and at this time, the people around him also laughed. Chu Chen Zhao Wen. Judging from the situation, he might have met the second generation of officials or rich people. Although he was not afraid, this thing was the most troublesome. Then he said to the leading man, "Oh, so this Qinglian city is owned by your family? What do you want? I have a gun in my hand, so I'm not afraid of you. Besides, Qinglian city has Lan Tianlei. What I want to do is, first, the murderer will come with me to see the official, and I will hand over the woman to me for private interrogation." Lan Pingyun said proudly that when Xiao Yozi and the others come later, he can do whatever he wants. "You're a toad marrying a frog. You're ugly, but you want beauty. What qualifications do you have?" This way of handling things immediately made Chu Chen laugh. This kid is bad at heart. I really don't know how his parents educated him. Lan Pingyun felt like he had heard a huge joke. "What qualifications do I have? In Qinglian city, I am too qualified to deal with a mere rich young man." At this time, the people watching the excitement also shook their heads and looked at Chu Chen and Li Qinglian with sympathy. Alas, looking at the elegant young man and young lady, why did they have to offend anyone else but this one? That's right. In Qinglian city, who dares not to give this person face? Yeah, it's a pity for that girl. She looks like a fairy. If she falls into the hands of these people, what will happen to her? Hearing the discussions around him, Lan Pingyun became more confident. "Boy, maybe you don't know who I am yet. Remember, my name is Lan Pingyun." "Well, Lan Pingyun, this can't be Lan Tianlei's child, right?" Chu Chen looked at it carefully and found that it really looked a bit like him. "I was originally looking at this arrogant fool in front of me, but I was going to make a hole in his thigh and let him see what strength is. But if he is Lan Tianlei's son, we have to give him some face." So he said to Lan Pingyun, "Your last name is Lan. Who is Lan Tianlei to you?" When Lan Pingyun heard Chu Chen say his father's name so calmly, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this kid knows my father? That's impossible. Even if he does, he's probably just trying to curry favor with me.
You dare to say my father's name directly? You are a really brave boy. It turns out that he is really Lan Tianlei's son. Now that it has been confirmed and Li Qinglian has not suffered any harm, let it go. So he comforted Li Qinglian and sat down. Then he sat down on the chair and slowly poured himself a glass of red wine. Then he said, "Since you are Lan Tianlei's son, I will not pursue what happened today. You can take these little bits and pieces with you and leave." Chu Chen extended his hand to him generously and pointed at the corpse on the ground. This operation made Lan Pingyun helpless. Could be that this kid really has a powerful background, but there are so many people watching here. If I just leave like this, how will I survive in Qingyun City in the future? Boy, are you kidding me? In the entire Qingyun City, who doesn't know my father? Why are you acting so high and mighty? As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Chen kicked him out. Since your father doesn't care about you, your uncle will take care of you. Get out. Lan Pingyun had never been so humiliated before. He immediately stood up and was about to take action, but he was stopped by the quick-witted fat man. "Master Lan, don't be impulsive. There is something strange about this person." The fat man spoke in his ear, pulling backwards as he spoke. The servant was also pulled out by others. Looking at the quiet private room, Chu Chen took Li Qinglian to eat and drink again. But Li Qinglian looked uneasy and had no appetite for food. "My husband has killed someone. If I don't leave now, will I wait for the soldiers to catch me?" In fact, Chu Chen just wanted to wait for the officers and soldiers to come. If you don't solve this kind of trouble in one go, what if you're not here one day? That's endless trouble. Lan Pingyun, who was pulled away, listened to the fat man's description and said it was unbelievable. He did not see the scene of killing the servants, but only heard the sound. He was still skeptical about the method of killing people with just a wave of the hand, which was a supernatural act. Just when he arrived at Chu Chen's private room, his sharp-eyed follower ran towards the city lord mansion. At the entrance of Ziyun Tower, Xiao Yozi was leading a dozen palace soldiers, with steel knives on their waists, and was coming towards them aggressively. When the diners at Ziyun Tower saw the palace guard arriving, they also started eating melons. "Master, who made you angry? Tell me, and I will help you vent your anger." As soon as Xiao Yozi came in, he walked towards Lan Pingyun. Lan Pingyun pointed at Chu Chen's box, then at the body of the servant. "The murderer is in there. Hurry up." After hearing this, Xiao Yozi kicked open the door of the box and shouted inside, "You bold criminal, why don't you just surrender?" He held back the last two words. This is a fucking fight between gods. I didn't expect that just when I was about to show off in front of the eldest master, I bumped into this gentleman. "Hey, sixth brother, come in and have a drink," Chu Chen said with a smile on his face, looking at the little sixth brother in front of him without any blame. "Oh, look at what a mess this has caused. It's like a flood has washed away the Dragon King temple. Family members don't recognize each other anymore." Xiao Yozi said to Chu Chen while winking at his younger brother behind him, "Go and invite the city lord quickly. How can I control this situation? Everyone knows the eldest master's temper. I say, Lao Lu, what are you dithering about? Hurry up and take that person back. Leave that woman to me." Lan Pingyun, who was completely unaware of the situation, looked at Xiao Yozi, who was smiling and was still shouting outside. Lan Tianlei in the city lord's mansion was having dinner with several concubines when his enjoyment was interrupted by the housekeeper. "Master, something happened. The eldest son had a conflict with someone, and Xiao Yozi asked you to come over. Uncle Fu, in Qingyun City, that prodigal can handle it himself. Why bother me?" Lan Tianlei said nonchalantly that his mother had spoiled his son and had originally wanted to cultivate him into a pillar of society. Unexpectedly, he cultivated a scourge for Qingyun City, causing trouble for him all day long. "I have wanted to practice the trumpet for a long time, but unfortunately I am too old and have been unable to do so. Otherwise, I would have canceled this account long ago." Xiao Yozi is a smart guy. If he asks you to come over, then you must be in big trouble. Lan Tianlei thought it made sense, so he called his followers, hung the dog-leg knife given by Chu Chen on his waist, and headed towards Ziyun Tower. But when they passed by Chu Chen's house and saw the van parked there, Lan Tianlei's heart skipped a beat. I wonder if this prodigal son has offended this guy. Chapter 69. Skin torn and flesh bleeding Lan Pingyun. Hurry up. Lan Tianlei urged everyone while running towards Ziyun Tower. As soon as Lan Tianlei entered Ziyun Tower, he saw his stupid son and the servants on the ground. Xiao Yozi was talking to someone in a private room. "Dad, you're finally here. Your son has been bullied. Catch them quickly, kill the men, and keep the women for me."
Hearing his silly son being so unscrupulous in front of everyone, he slapped him. After fanning, he turned around and went towards the private room. As soon as I entered, I saw Chu Chen looking at me with a smile. Damn bad luck. Everything I wish for comes true. Fortunately, my son is fine. This was the man who led 40 people to slaughter the entire Qinglian mountain and was a guest of the 8th prince and the prince. Brother Chu, I didn't expect you to have dinner here. What a fate. Lan Tianlei pretended nothing had happened and kept winking at Xiao Yozi. Get that prodigal son out of here quickly. How could Xiao Yozi not understand what he meant? He turned around and went outside, and several people pulled the noisy Lan Pinyin back. He also brought all the people who had eaten together back home, waiting for Lan Tianlei's next instructions. Oh, how come City Lord Lan is in such a good mood? Come on, let's have a drink first. After saying that, Chu Chen took out a glass from the side like a magic trick. Lan Tianlei had no appetite for food at the moment, but he couldn't refuse either, so he drank the wine in one gulp. Looking at the situation, Lan Tianlei immediately figured it out. It must be that the prodigal son had taken a fancy to the other man's wife and was tempted by her beauty. I originally thought I could control it, but I didn't expect that someone would control me. So he asked tentatively, Brother Chu, who is this? Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is my wife, Li Qinglian, and this is Lan Tianlei, the lord of Qinglian city. As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, Li Qinglian stood up and said, Qinglian greets City Lord Lan. But she secretly wondered in her heart who her husband was and why even the mayor of Qinglian city was so familiar with him. No wonder he was so confident when facing Lan Pinyin just now. It turns out that Lan Pinyin and I are on good terms with each other. Thinking of this, Li Qinglian relaxed immediately. Lan Tianlei returned the greeting and continued, My son has been poorly disciplined and has been spoiled by his mother. I beg Brother Chu and sister-in-law to forgive him. It seems that Lan Tianlei is quite smart. How come he gave birth to that stupid son? He can call you by your name and is so arrogant. So he said to Lan Tianlei, Lord Lan, this child needs to be beaten to become a talent. He needs to be educated. Yes, beating is the way to success. How about you two move over to the City Lord mansion and have a seat there so that you can help discipline that prodigal son? Lan Tianlei is really giving me too much face. He's asking me to come over and apologize to him. Chu Chen did not refuse. He called the waiter to settle the bill, took the half bottle of red wine and 3 high-heel glasses, pulled Li Qinglian up, and followed Lan Tianlei to leave. After passing by his house, he started the van and headed towards the City Lord's mansion with Li Qinglian and Lan Tianlei. In the van, Lan Tianlei touched here and looked there with a look of curiosity on his face. In less than 5 minutes, they arrived at the gate of the City Lord's mansion. At this time, Xiao Yozi just brought Lan Pinyin and others in and saw the van coming. Stand there for me. Lan Tianlei shouted at Lan Pinyin and others as soon as he got off the car. Lan Pinyin looked at Chu Chen and Li Qinglian, who walked out of the iron box with his father. I thought it was over. I had hit a wall. I was going to get a good beating and maybe even lose all the interest I earned this month. Brother Chu, Madam Chu, these brats offended Madam. How do you decide how to punish them? Lan Tianlei asked Chu Chen and Li Qinglian in front of the people kneeling in a row in the yard. Chu Chen didn't say anything, but looked at Li Qinglian. Li Qinglian had never seen such a scene before and was so frightened that she was speechless for a moment. Lan Tianlei thought that he was not sincere enough, so he waved his hand and several servants pulled down the pants of several people and beat them with a stick. Several people were beaten so badly that their skin was torn and they cried for their parents. Li Qinglian looked at Chu Chen with concern. This was the City Lord's son. What would happen if he was injured? Chu Chen saw that it was almost time, so he stepped forward and stopped the servant who was beating Lan Pinyin. What is City Lord Lan doing? He might as well hurt young Master Lan if he keeps hitting him. But he had no intention of dissuading the others. Lan Pinyin saw Chu Chen trying to stop him and immediately started yelling, Uncle Chu, Aunt Chu, Pinyin was wrong. I won't dare to do it again next time. Pinyin often heard my father mention your name, but I never had the chance to meet you. I guess you went to the brothel last night. Bah, or studied in the study all night. My eyes were blurry, so I offended you. As she spoke, she hugged Chu Chen's thighs tightly. This action gave Chu Chen a big shock. Damn, you kid looks a little bigger than me. He really knows how to take advantage of others, and even called his uncles and aunts to join him. With Lan Pinyin taking the lead, the others followed suit and called out to their uncle and aunt. Everyone understood that Lan Tianlei was venting his anger on the person in front of him and protecting himself. Indeed, if Chu Chen mentioned it to the eighth prince, not only them, but even their family would probably be implicated. Li Qinglian also said to Lan Tianlei at this time, "City Lord Lan, I think we should just forget it. If we keep fighting, it will really break down. Well, since Brother Chu and Madam Chu have forgiven you, then we won't fight anymore. But you guys, go back and ask your father to come to the City Lord Mansion." After saying that, he let everyone go, but Lan Pingyun was left behind. Lying on the stool, Chu Chen walked forward and took a look. Wow, Lan Tianlei's self-torture trick was really effective. Uncle Chu, Pingyun was wrong. Look, he's been beaten. Can I go down and get treated? Seeing Chu Chen coming over, Lan Pingyun thought that Chu Chen was still not satisfied. So he said quickly, "Okay, Annie is not angry anymore. This is all a misunderstanding. You can go down first." After saying that, he took out a bottle of medicine for treating external injuries from his clothes and handed it to the servant. "Give it to him. If nothing goes wrong, he will be able to get out of bed and walk tomorrow." After Lan Pingyun went down, he chatted with Lan Tianlei. "Brother Chu, I saw your glass cup and a wine that looks like blood. They're really good things." Lan Tianlei thought of the highball glass that Chu Chen had casually placed in the van and said, "Just now in Civilian Tower, I was worried about Lan Pingyun's affairs. Although I was holding the transparent high-heel glass in my hand, I was not in the mood to care about those things. Now that Chu Chen didn't seem angry at all, I remembered it." "You mean the wine? I don't have much on hand, otherwise I'd give you some." After Chu Chen finished speaking, a hint of disappointment flashed across Lan Tianlei's face. Chapter 70, the sound of gunfire shocked everyone. Chu Chen didn't care. Tomorrow was New Year's Eve, and since Lan Tianlei liked the goblet, then I'll get 2 new ones tomorrow as New Year's gifts. There's so many of them in the space anyway, and the most useless thing is this glass cup. There are so many residential areas and high-rise buildings, and every household must have one. Just as the two were chatting, a group of people suddenly appeared at the gate of the City Lord's mansion. Everyone was holding gifts in their hands and gathered at the gate of the City Lord's mansion. "Master, the head of the family of those young masters outside the door wants to see you." A man who looked like a butler walked in and spoke to Lan Tianlei. "They come quite quickly. Let them in." Lan Tianlei ordered the butler to pass them in. After a while, several people walked in front of Lan Tianlei and Chu Chen. "Greetings to City Lord Lan." Everyone bowed. "These two must be Mr. and Mrs. Chu, right? We, your humble servants, have been blind and have offended you, so we have come here with a small gift to express our apologies." The leading chubby middle-aged man spoke to Chu Chen. Chu Chen turned his head and glanced at Lan Tianlei. Wow, no wonder those young masters were asked to go back and inform their elders. It seems that he is waiting for me here. But looking at what they have in their hands, it's not some junk. Since they've come, there's no reason not to take it. At this time, Lan Tianlei also stood up and said, "Brother Chu, since everyone has come here to apologize, please accept this gift. Since City Lord Lan has said so, and my wife was only slightly frightened, this matter is over." Chu Chen also stood up and spoke to everyone. Everyone put their things down and prepared to say goodbye and leave. In fact, if it weren't for Lan Tianlei's suggestion, I wouldn't care who the hell came to give him a gift. In everyone's mind, Chu Chen was just a rich young man who depended on Lan Tianlei. How could Chu Chen not see the hint of disdain on their humble faces? Then he spoke to everyone again. "You are all from wealthy and powerful families. Although I, Chu Chen, am from small family, I am not someone who can be easily manipulated. Forget it this time, but if there is a next time, it will be the same as this one." After saying that, Chu Chen raised his hand and shot a large water tank placed in the City Lord's mansion into pieces. The pistol, as usual, was hidden inside the wide cuffs of his sleeves. The gunshot and the water tank that was smashed into pieces and splashed with water deeply shocked everyone. Even Lan Tianlei saw Chu Chen's miraculous skills for the first time today. It took a long time for everyone to react. If there was a hint of disdain in their eyes before, now, it was all turned into horror. What kind of existence is this? "Master Chu, we won't let this happen again. Don't worry, we can guarantee it with our lives." Chu Chen ignored everyone and took Li Qinglian to bid farewell to Lan Tianlei. He picked up the pile of gifts and walked out of the City Lord's mansion. With the roar of the van, it drove towards home in the horrified eyes of everyone. After Chu Chen left, everyone reacted and spoke to Lan Tianlei. Lord City Lord, may I ask this Mr. Chu? You are just too proud. Do you think Mr. Chu can't see the disdain in your eyes? I'm telling you this, Mr. Chu, you have a very close relationship with the guy above. Okay, you guys have to pay for the water jar, so go back. Having said that, if anyone is still stubborn and wants to challenge him, then he can't do anything about it. If it weren't for the fact that they paid tribute to him every year, Lan Tianlei really wouldn't have to help them. Seeing that Lan Tianlei had no intention of paying attention to them, everyone left. Chu Chen drove Li Qinglian to the door of the house. Chu Chen took out the key and successfully opened the door. Husband, this is... Li Qinglian opened her mouth in surprise. When did my husband have such a big house in Qinglian City, but I had no idea. Okay, don't be surprised. This is your home too. I bought it before. Chu Chen et lai. He took Li Qinglian and walked inside. After all, Li Qinglian was someone who had seen Chu Chen's villa. Although this was a big house in the city, it was also worth a lot of money. But for a villa, it doesn't look that comfortable. So she tactfully stopped asking. That's what she thought of when she saw women's clothing laid out in the room. Roy and Xiaofeng used to live here, right? Li Qinglian asked, picking up a piece of clothing. Yes, they used to live here, but it wasn't very safe, so they were brought back to Mashan village. Chu Chen said without hiding anything. In fact, after spending so much time together, Li Qinglian already knew the identities of Roy and Xiaofeng. Although my husband said it was a secret technique, I'm not a fool. Li Qinglian did not show any displeasure, but put the clothes back into the closet. I started to make the bed. After all, I probably wouldn't be going back today, so I could just go back to Mashan village tomorrow to celebrate New Year's Eve. Looking at the busy Li Qinglian, I originally thought of taking her out for a walk in the afternoon. Firstly, she was not familiar with Qinglian City, and secondly, what happened this afternoon must have scared her quite a bit. Although she didn't show it, she was an ordinary farm woman after all. So I just walked out the door with a cigarette in my mouth, bored. Looking at the bustling streets, Chu Chen suddenly missed the days of delivering takeout. Although he didn't have much money, he wore a yellow robe every day and moved among the crowd. It was hard but fulfilling, and in this ancient society, the supplies in one's hands were enough for one to lie down. But there's a sense of emptiness. As a modern person, I sometimes feel out of tune with this chaos. He threw away the cigarette, and was about to turn around and go into the house. He was interrupted by a sudden voice appearing across the street. A young man, probably in his teens, was being beaten and kicked by a group of tall and strong men. The young man said nothing and let the fists rain down on him. Chu Chen looked over there, and the young man looked more and more familiar. Isn't that the guy who took him to buy a house? Since we met, we decided to help each other, so we walked toward the other side. What are you doing? It's Chinese New Year. If you hit it again, it will break. Chu Chen pulled a few people apart and said, Sir, I advise you to stop interfering in other people's business. This guy owes us money and refuses to pay it back. We should be beaten to death. The leading man said to Chu Chen. Looking at Chu Chen's attire, the man knew that he was probably the son of a wealthy family, so his tone was softer. At this time, the little boy looked up and saw Chu Chen and immediately crawled over. Sir, save me. If you don't save me, I will be beaten to death by them. Chu Chen looked at Guzi lying on the ground and said, Give me a reason to save you. Chapter 71. Meeting Guzi again at the door. Guzi was stunned after hearing this. Yes, the man was a high and mighty young master, and he was just a small gangster in Qinglian City. If you want someone to save you, you must at least have something that someone values. Young master, if you save me, Guzi will stay by your side and work like a slave for you. Sir, don't listen to his sweet words. He's just a complete bastard. The leading man spoke to Chu Chen again. I thought that if this person intervened, I would probably not get my money back today. Tell me, why does he owe you money, and how much does he owe? 10 taels of silver, a full 10 taels of silver. This is our hard-earned money. For 10 taels of silver, it's necessary to beat someone to death. This is 2. So Chu Chen brought both groups to the open space in front of his house. When Guzi saw this house, he remembered that this was the young man he had taken him to buy a house. So I felt a little happier. It seemed that I was saved today. Tell me, what happened? Chu Chen did not ask the men, but asked Guzi. Seeing that the young master seemed to still remember him, Guzi told him the whole story. It turned out that these people were herbalists who collected herbs from the villages near Qinglian City. To be honest, it's not much better than digging in the soil for food. We are all miserable people. One day, they brought the collected herbs to Qinglian city to sell. This guy took notice of it and said that he could find a good seller and sell it for a good price. After Urguzi's eloquent persuasion, several people handed the medicinal materials to him. So they came to a place similar to a black market in Qinglian city. The price was agreed upon at 10 taels of silver, and everyone was overjoyed when they heard it. This pile of medicinal herbs was only worth 7 or 8 taels at most. But the buyer specifically wanted to trade with Urguzi because he was from Qinglian city. Urguzi was of course happy about this, as this way he could get the benefit from both ends. As a result, Urguzi walked into an alley with a man carrying the herbs, and then several people rushed out, snatched the herbs away, and beat him up. Chu Chen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry after hearing this scene. These guys were too honest. Couldn't they just ask someone to go up with them? This Urguzi, relying on his familiarity with Qinglian city, was too careless. Considering that Urguzi helped him find such a good house, Chu Chen took out 10 taels of silver from his pocket. All right, neither of you is at fault in this matter. Consider this 10 taels of silver as a token of my goodwill. Now, everyone, go home and celebrate the new year. Everyone looked at the silver in Chu Chen's hand and was speechless for a moment. Is this what rich people should do? They're using this to test us poor people. Why are you standing there? Take it and go back to buy some delicious food for your wife and kids. Sir, if you are really willing, give us the money. The leading man said in disbelief, while Urguzi also stared at Chu Chen blankly. Chu Chen stuffed the silver into the man's hand, dragged Urguzi into the yard. Thank you for your help, benefactor. Otherwise, Urguzi would have died in their hands today. Urguzi looked at Chu Chen with gratitude and said, but Chu Chen ignored him. You must have spent several dozen taels of silver to buy this house. Look at the way you're dressed. What's going on? Did you send the money to a brothel? My benefactor, I have my own difficulties. I've spent all the money long ago, but I definitely did not go to those places. Chu Chen looked at his thin and small appearance and felt that he was not that kind of person. But for an ordinary person, dozens of taels of silver are enough to last for several years. This kid has a secret. All right, I won't help you for nothing. From now on, you have to keep an eye on my house and don't let any scoundrels in. Chu Chen pointed at the yard and said, what a joke, that's 10 taels of silver. No matter how rich you are, you can't spend money lavishly. 10 taels of silver, it's always reassuring to have someone watching over it from time to time. Don't worry, benefactor. As long as I, Urguzi, am alive, I won't let those people set foot in this yard. Urguzi said confidently after hearing this. Okay, go now. Those people shouldn't bother you anymore. Urguzi knelt down in front of Chu Chen, kowtowed several times, and walked out of the yard hesitantly, wanting to say something. Just as Urguzi walked out the door, a group of half-grown boys came to his side. Chu Chen glanced towards the door and saw that the children were dressed in rags and looked pale and thin. In this cold winter, some people are still barefoot. Their little faces were red from the cold, and they kept rubbing their hands and sniffing their noses. Brother Guzi, where are those people who beat you? Are you okay? Yeah, Brother Guzi, are you hurt anywhere? A group of children spoke to Urguzi with concern. Okay, let's go home and talk about it first, so as not to offend the important people. After saying that, he took the children and walked towards the east of the city. Seeing this, Chu Chen immediately became interested, since he was free anyway. So he said something to Li Qinglian and followed them in the direction they left. We followed them all the way and finally stopped in a remote place in the west of the city. I saw that the entire area was filled with many sheds built with various materials. It looks just like the slums we see on TV in modern society. Considering his own safety, Chu Chen took out his pistol, loaded it, and put it into his sleeve in case of emergency. As expected, not long after he entered the area, he was surrounded by several men. They all had unfriendly looks and held weapons like wooden sticks in their hands. What's going on? It's New Year's Day, and you still want to arrest people? Do you want us to live? The leading man looked at Chu Chen viciously and said. However, seeing that there were no servants behind Chu Chen, he felt more confident. Hey bro, I think you misunderstood. Why would I arrest someone for no reason? If you're not here to arrest someone, are you here to have fun? How could you, a rich and powerful family, possibly approach us, the lowly people? It seems that these people have a strong hatred towards the rich. They were surrounded just because they came here to take a look. Their hatred is quite deep. I'm here to look for a guy named Urguzi. Please put down your weapon first.
Chu Chen has always behaved politely. It is best not to provoke these people. Once you get into trouble, it will be a big trouble. People who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes, and they will make you very annoyed. Although I'm not afraid, what about the people around me? It's impossible to kill all these people. Urguzi, he's in trouble again? Seeing that Chu Chen seemed to have no ill intentions and spoke kindly, several people put down their weapons. I knew this bastard was always going out to cause trouble, and now he's found at my door. Let's take you to his house, but please spare his life. A few people talked to themselves and walked towards another house. He is quite responsible, but more importantly, he is so simple that he is a little silly. Now he is not letting Guzi run away, but also taking himself with him. But let's wait and see. What if he is setting a trap for himself? Chapter 72, Orphans Appear in the Slums. Chu Chen followed a few people toward a low shack. Passing through a group of shacks, I saw a group of skinny people on the road, each of whom was looking at me with longing eyes. It seems that no nobleman in gorgeous clothes has ever come here. Benefactor, why are you here? Urguzi asked in surprise as he looked at Chu Chen, who suddenly appeared. Chu Chen looked up at the shack and saw that it was dark and damp inside. If it could be humid in the dry winter season, what about spring? In the corner behind Urguzi, a group of children in ragged clothes were looking at Chu Chen with horror. These children looked pale and thin, and at first glance they looked like they had been malnourished for a long time. The clothes they were can no longer be described as clothes. Inside the shack was a nest made of straw and stalks. Yes, a nest. Suddenly, they no longer looked like human beings, but just like a litter of black piglets. Urgu, who are they? Chu Chen couldn't help but ask when he saw this. My benefactor, please get out quickly, otherwise it will pollute your eyes. Urguzi noticed that Chu Chen's eyes were fixed on the group of children. He hurriedly spoke to Chu Chen and asked Chu Chen to leave the shack. At this time, the people outside were relieved when they saw Urguzi following the nobleman out safely. Just then, an unaware middle-aged woman came from the other side. As he walked, he shouted, Urguzi, take care of Lao Wu and Lao Jiao. They just poop in front of my house for no reason. Why are they making fertilizer for me? Oh, there's a distinguished person here. When the village woman saw Chu Chen here, she quickly shut her mouth and retreated back into the house. Chu Chen ignored everyone else, found a stone outside, and sat down on it. Tell me what's going on. I don't believe your parents are that fertile. Chu Chen lit a cigarette and asked Urguzi. Urguzi took a deep breath and hesitated for a while before he started talking to Chu Chen about the group of children. It turned out that these were orphans who fled from famine after the disaster. Most parents die along the way, but the children always become orphans with no one to take care of them after the last bite of food left by their parents. He wandered around the gate of Qinglian city all day and became a beggar. Urguzi was originally doing the job of a gossip monger in Qinglian city, and he could make a decent living on his own. But one day when he was out of the city and saw these orphans, he remembered the year when his parents were killed by their enemies. He also wandered the streets, starving all day long, and was later adopted by an old beggar and saved his life. After the old beggar left, Urguzi had grown up to be 15 years old and was able to support himself. So he felt pity for the children and took them in. Although life was not good, I survived after all. Later, as the number of orphans increased, more and more people were waiting to be fed in Urguzi's shack. There are more than 20 little mouths to feed, and they have to survive every day. So even with Urguzi's ability, he is at the end of his rope. In this cold winter, how much food can the older children get by begging? And the dozens of taels of silver that Urguzi had earned from Chu Chen before were almost all gone. If these children don't have clothes and food, they probably won't be able to survive this winter. However, in this feudal society, it was common for a group of children to starve to death or freeze to death every winter. Just when he was a loss, he met those mountain people chasing Urguzi for 10 taels of silver. So, the scene at Chu Chen's door appeared. After hearing this, Chu Chen roughly understood what had happened. A movie he had seen in modern society suddenly flashed through his mind. The story of a boss who adopted an orphan and trained him to be a killer. Although I can't let them be killers, but if there is a loyal secret team. However, it secretly played an immeasurable role in his future life in this feudal society. Do you want me to help you? Chu Chen asked Urguzi directly without any nonsense. Benefactor, are you willing to help them? Urguzi didn't say he would help himself, but help them. This shows how much he desires deep in his heart. Chu Chen deeply understood the importance of helping those in need,
and he took a small part of the help to make those big guys more prosperous. For these children, they are lifelong benefactors. What did your family do before? Why did your parents get killed by your enemies? Chu Chen did not answer him, but continued to ask. The escort agency has been running since my great-grandfather's generation. Unexpectedly, they offended the master family and were tragically wiped out. Erguzi didn't waste any words and said it without hiding anything. Shit, we're in the same industry. Even though I'm delivering takeout, it's at most just escorting food. The nature is pretty much the same. Escort agency, so you don't know Kung Fu? Chu Chen asked casually. In ancient times, those who could escort convoys must have practiced martial arts for generations. Yes, for a 5 of the same size shouldn't be a problem. Then why did those mountain people chase you and beat you just now? I caused someone to lose money, and my father said I deserved to be beaten, and I couldn't fight back. This boy is kind, principled, and loving. Okay, I'll give you 1 stick of incense to discuss with your brothers and sisters whether to stay here or come with me. But we have to agree in advance that if you follow me, you must be loyal to me. Although I don't care about this little money, I don't support idlers, and I certainly don't support ungrateful people. After Chu Chen finished speaking, he started smoking a cigarette. After hearing this, Erguzi turned around and went into the shack. In less than half an incense stick of time, he came to Chu Chen again. Just as he was about to kneel down, he was stopped by Chu Chen. Chu Chen looked around and said to him, "Come to my house tonight." After saying this, he turned and left. The people around him looked at the distinguished person who came and left in a hurry. They all looked puzzled. No beating or scolding, no arrests, just leaving like that. As night fell, Erguzi arrived at the door of Chu Chen's house as promised. "Benefactor, Erguzi is here." Erguzi knocked on Chu Chen's door and said. Chu Chen pulled him outside. "Have you made up your mind? Follow me." "That's right. If you're willing to take me in, then Erguzi will be yours from now on. I will go through fire and water just to obey your orders." After saying that, he knelt down towards Chu Chen. For him, he would definitely not be able to survive the winter with these people. So if he found someone to rely on, he would be able to survive. In this world where the rich live in luxury and the poor freeze to death on the streets, no one cares about the life or death of people like them. You have to rely on yourself for everything. Then the young man in front of them who has taken a fancy to them is the opportunity for these 20 or so people. Chapter 73, Buying a House for the Chu family. No, I don't just need your loyalty. I need the loyalty of all of you. Do you understand? Chu Chen looked at Erguzi lying on the ground and said seriously, "Benefactor, I come here on behalf of the 27 of us, and I swear to be loyal to you until death. Get up, there's no point in talking anymore. I'll let you celebrate this new year first, and we'll talk about the rest next year." Chu Chen pulled Erguzi up. "I'm leaving at noon tomorrow, so before noon, find a secluded yard where you can all settle down. This is the first thing, and I believe you can do it well." After hearing this, Erguzi turned around and disappeared into the night, muttering to himself, "This is the first mission." Seeing him leave, Chu Chen turned around and went back into the house. Qinglian saw him go out for a while and come back in and didn't ask any more questions. There were already a few side dishes on the table. After dinner, I had been busy all day and had no energy to visit this ancient night market, so I went to bed early. The next day, after getting up and having breakfast, Qinglian started cleaning the house. Although she was not celebrating the new year here, the house still had to be clean. After staying in the house for an hour, the bored Chu Chen walked out the door. As soon as I went out, I saw Erguzi standing at the door. "Why don't you knock on the door?" Chu Chen asked with interest. "It's broad daylight, and I'm worried about being seen by outsiders." "Okay, wait a moment." After Chu Chen finished speaking, he walked into the house, gave Qinglian a few instructions, and followed Erguzi towards the north. After walking for about half an hour, the two arrived at the gate of a dilapidated house. The location is remote, far away from the market, and there are not many houses nearby. "How much silver does this house cost?" Chu Chen asked Erguzi. 130 taels. Erguzi looked at Chu Chen expectantly. It was so cheap, but it seemed a little strange. So I looked at Erguzi in confusion, waiting for his next words. This family had over 20 members killed by their enemies, and then the house was declared haunted and haunted. "Then why do you dare to live here?" Chu Chen asked doubtfully. In fact, he could accept a higher price. "If it weren't for our benefactor, we would all die. If we're not afraid of death, how can we be afraid of ghosts?" Erguzi said with disdain that although he is not very old, he's been in life for many years. Ghosts are far less scary to them than hunger and cold, and he doesn't believe in ghosts or gods. Okay, remember your choice. After that, under the guidance of Erguzi, he met the official who was selling the house. Since the house was no longer owned, it was taken over by the government. After paying 130 taels and completing the land deed documents, Chu Chen bought another property. As for the haunted house, he didn't live there himself, so he didn't care. It was a profit to buy such a large piece of land for 130 taels. Inside the house, more than 20 children were cleaning the house. For them, today is the happiest day because Brother Guzi said so. A noble man provided them with a spacious and bright house, so they no longer had to live in that shack. With the return of Chu Chen and Erguzi, more than 20 people gathered around in an instant. For a moment, a large group of people knelt in front of Chu Chen, calling him benefactor. Jing, everyone, look carefully. This is your benefactor. From now on, he is your godfather. After Erguzi finished speaking, Chu Chen slapped him on the head. When the hell did I ever say I wanted to be their godfather? What a joke. I can't be the father of more than 20 people. Erguzi was stunned by Chu Chen's slap. If he adopted him, what else could he call him but godfather? Okay, don't listen to Erguzi's nonsense. My last name is Chu. You can call me Master Chu from now on. Everyone, stand up and take your place before me. At Chu Chen's command, everyone stood up and lined up as required. There were a total of 26 children, all standing in front of Chu Chen. There were 6 girls and 20 boys, but they were all pale and thin, with no clothes to cover their bodies. They stood in the cold wind, shivering. Is there anyone among you who can read? Chu Chen asked. After asking, I realized that I had lost my composure. I had fled from famine and couldn't even get enough food to eat. So how could I learn to read? Ergu, come here. After saying that, he handed him a pen and a notebook. Then he ordered, record their names and ages. In his opinion, Erguzi should be able to read and write. After all, he was the son of a courier company before. My benefactor, they have no names. Please give him names. Erguzi did not take the pen and notebook. Instead, he looked at Chu Chen with anticipation and said, this gave Chu Chen a headache. It was too difficult to choose a name. So he thought about it for a while and murmured, that's the only way. It's convenient and easy to remember. Erguzi, what's your name? Please give me a name. For Erguzi, the name is no longer important. He has such a big family, and he is the only one left. Why should he care about those things? Damn, these kids. Okay, from now on, your name is Chu E, and the others will follow in order. Do you understand? So, each of these children had his or her own name, from Chu E to Chu Shiki. Each child silently repeated his or her own name in his or her heart, because from then on, they could live in this world like a human being again. After reading out all the names, the 27 people knelt down in front of Chu Chen and shouted Godfather in unison. Chu Chen looked troubled. He said sternly to the children, everyone, stand up. Since you all follow me, from today on, you are all members of the Chu family gang. So I will also tell you my rules. First, you don't need to kneel in front of me. Second, from now on you must call me young master. You're not allowed to call me godfather or benefactor. Third, I will give you a good life, but you also have your tasks. From now on, follow Chu E to learn literacy and martial arts. After saying that, he turned to look at Erguzi, who should now be called Chu E. Here are 50 taels of silver, enough for you to buy clothes and daily necessities. I will come to see you again after the new year. Chu E bowed deeply to Chu Chen and said, don't worry, sir. I will definitely teach them well. Chu Chen didn't say anything, turned around and left the house. And Chu Chen's decision today will undoubtedly provide him with great help in the future. After Chu Chen left, the crowd still did not disperse because Erguzi was still talking. My dear brothers and sisters, you must remember that without the young master, we would not survive this winter. Therefore, our lives were given by the young master. Everyone must remember this. Chu Air, Chu San, Chu Si, come with me to go shopping. Everyone else, continue cleaning. After saying this, he took the 50 taels of silver and walked towards the street with the 3 of them. Chapter 74. Gift of Perfume in the City Lord's Mansion. Chu Chen returned to the house without stopping. Inside the house, Li Qinglian had already packed up and was waiting for Chu Chen to go home for the new year. The two got in the van and headed towards the City Lord's Mansion. Seeing Lan Tianlei's eager look at the goblet yesterday, Chu Chen had an idea. No matter what, he is still the high and mighty city lord. It is not a bad thing to give him some gifts during the new year. Lan Tianlei saw Chu Chen coming toward his house from a distance. There's nothing we can do about it, since the van is so conspicuous. City Lord Lan, Happy New Year. As soon as Chu Chen got out of the car, he saluted and greeted Lan Tianlei. Happy New Year! Happy New Year, Brother Chu. Haven't you returned to the village yet? Lan Tianlei smiled and led the two into the mansion. Chu Chen immediately handed over the gift he had prepared. A brightly colored box contained a bottle of red wine and 2 goblets. It's hard to tell what material the box is made of. It looks like wood and paper, and there are incomprehensible symbols written on it. This made Lan Tianlei very happy. This thing is so precious. Not to mention the nectar in the glass bottle, even the pair of glass cups. If Lan Tianlei wasn't exaggerating, it would be estimated that there were no such exquisite objects in the imperial palace. If I pass this thing upwards, I guess I can climb up further. Brother Chu, you are too polite. Look at such a valuable item. How can I afford it? Looking at Lan Tianlei's fake smile, Chu Chen had the urge to retract his smile. He immediately put on a smiling face and said, City Lord Lan, I am just a commoner. I am able to sit on your chair in the City Lord's mansion. Our acquaintance is fate. Please don't be polite. Haha, why call me City Lord? Call me brother. There's no need to say anything more between you and me. From now on, your business will be my brother's business. Lan Tianlei slapped his thigh, as if he was ready to become sworn brothers right away. At this time, several beautiful girls also came out from the side hall, along with the eldest son, Lan Pingyun. You've come just in time, Pingyun. Come and meet your Uncle Chu and aunt. Lan Pingyun originally wanted to join the fun, but when he came out, he saw the man who frightened him. He immediately stepped forward and bowed. Uncle Chu, hello, Annie. Damn it, you were as old as me, okay? But Chu Chen also looked like he accepted it calmly. Get up, nephew. Go to Moshang village to pay New Year's greetings in the first month of the lunar year. Your uncle will give you a red envelope. As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, Lan Pingyun left as fast as he could, fearing that if he didn't agree with what he said, this guy would get a beating from his father again. Come, dear brother, let me introduce you to my 7 wives. Lan Tianlei pointed at the beauties in front and said. Chu Chen was so embarrassed by this. This thing is quite old and is played with very fancy ways. Madam 7, do you think your life is too long? However, in this feudal society, 1 city lord and 7 wives was considered moderate. Boy Chu Chen, meet all the sisters-in-law. You asked me to call you brother, so if I call you sister-in-law, isn't that exactly what you want? Li Qinglian also stood up and saluted at this time, and was instantly pulled over by 7 women. This little sister is so beautiful and pretty, the sisters are really envious. Tell us how you maintain your beauty. Well, it seems that we won't be able to go back to Moshang village until the afternoon to celebrate the new year this time. Once this woman gets together with others, it seems like she never runs out of things to talk about. Bored, Chu Chen whispered in Lan Tianlei's ear, Brother, these 7 ladies, you are in good health. Don't mention it, brother. People have to accept their age. It's better not to talk about it. Judging from Lan Tianlei's tone, he doesn't seem very happy. Anyway, there are plenty of healthcare products in the space, so why not give him a hand? He used the same trick again, and after coming out of the toilet, there were some more items in his bag. Brother, I have something and a method that can make you return to your former bravery. Chu Chen looked at Lan Tianlei and said with a smirk on his face. How could Lan Tianlei, who is an experienced man, not understand what he meant? Could it be that this person also knows medical skills? He immediately became interested. Brother, this is serious. Chu Chen took out a bottle of spray with the label torn off from his bag and spoke mysteriously to Lan Tianlei. When the black dragon emerges from the mountain, spray it at the dragon's head and the effect will be apparent. I will teach you 2 more sets of skills, which will surely make you feel as energetic as if you were in an empty space. Then, I taught him the techniques of squats and anal lifting. No matter whether it is useful or not, if it is useful, it will also be a good karma. Lan Tianlei tightly grasped the bottle of spray, and for a moment he believed Chu Chen's words without a doubt. So many miraculous things have happened to this person, but for Lan Tianlei, this little path is easy to get. So, in the entire city lord's mansion and in the side rooms, several women were discussing the art of beauty. Chu Chen and Lan Tianlei were discussing the Qinglian character's secret in the living room. The crowd chatted until noon before reluctantly heading towards the dining table. At the dinner table, everyone was happily chatting and talking. It was very lively.
Sister Qinglian, do you have a natural body fragrance? Or is it a scented sachet? The eldest lady tightened her stomach that was pressing on the dining table, swallowed the fat in her mouth, and said to Li Qinglian. In fact, Chu Chen had already taken out the perfume in the space and gave a bottle to each of the three women. It was then smelled by the ladies. Before Li Qinglian could speak, Chu Chen interrupted and said, "Madam, my wife actually sprayed perfume on her body. That's why she smells so charming." "Ah, Brother Chu, what is perfume?" When the eldest lady heard that external objects could achieve this effect, she was so excited that she even let go of the fat in front of her. Lan Tianlei looked disgusted by this scene. If it weren't for his wife, he would have divorced this fat guy long ago. The other ladies also looked at Chu Chen eagerly, afraid of missing what was to come. Chu Chen took out 7 finger-sized bottles of trial packs from the bag beside him and said to everyone, "This perfume, as the name suggests, is a kind of magical water. It can leave a lasting fragrance on the body. There is no alcohol in this world, so they can't make this thing no matter what they do." So the word fairy water is easy to explain. Everyone looked eagerly at the finger-sized bottle of perfume in Chu Chen's hand, with longing eyes. Lan Tianlei didn't show his feelings at this moment. When would he show his feelings? "Brother, how much do you want for this? Can you sell it to me?" Hearing that Lan Tianlei was willing to buy the magic water for them, they all looked at Lan Tianlei with tender eyes. "Lan Tianlei, what a joke. I have my brother's magic water, but I'm still afraid of you guys." "But what's that look in your eyes, madam?" "Brother, you're being polite. It's only a couple of 100 taels per bottle, but how could I possibly take your money?" After saying that, he gave each of the 7 women a bottle, not caring what it tasted like, just to try their luck. "My dear sisters-in-law, this is just a small gift, not a token of respect." Amidst everyone's excited expressions, Chu Chen distributed the perfume in his hand. But Lan Tianlei looked at Chu Chen deeply. 200 taels a bottle. This gift is worth more than 1,000 taels of silver. This brother is very generous. Chapter 75, Happy New Year. Noticing Lan Tianlei's gaze, Chu Chen turned his head and smiled back. "But I was thinking, looking at the situation, it would be impossible for Lan Tianlei to get up early on the first day of the new year. It seems I have to tell him something later. Although this miracle medicine is good, it should not be used too much. Otherwise, it would be a disaster if I woke up tomorrow and heard the news that the city lord had ascended to heaven. With the blessing of perfume, this meal was as harmonious as a family dinner." After saying goodbye to Lan Tianlei and the others, Chu Chen drove the van towards Masan village. "If I don't go back, Hu Zi's organization will probably come looking for me." At this moment, Masan village is bustling with activity. Hu Zi yelled, "Give me a bigger piece of meat. Don't be stingy. Work hard. Hey, the water is boiling. Why don't you bring it down for me?" However, no one was angry at Hu Zi's shouting. Instead, they were busy and happy. The villa was brightly lit, and the 2 oversized red lanterns at the door emitted festive light. There were more than 10 large pots outside the door, all filled with stewed meat. The long benches and high tables had already been set out, and the tableware on them was neatly arranged. Wang Defa looked at the busy crowd, tears flowing from his cloudy eyes. Thinking back to this day last year, the entire Masan village was so deserted that only the dog Huang from Feng Er's family would howl occasionally. Gu Xiaofeng took the lame old woman and chewed the bitter wild vegetable cake. Feng Er held a knife and almost stewed to Huang. Everyone was eating coarse food in the cold wind, and there was not a single whiff of meat. Look at this year, the whole Masan village is filled with the smell of meat, and every child is holding something called a lollipop in his hand. The licking made her look so satisfying. Men and women were talking and laughing, dividing the work and cooperating with each other, having a great time. The one who changed all this was Chu Chen, the prodigal son recognized by everyone in the surrounding villages. It seems that this boy is really the reincarnation of a god and has awakened his spiritual intelligence. In just a few months, Masan village, which was on the verge of fleeing famine, was transformed into a village where every family had food to eat and every person had clothes to wear. By the way, why hasn't Chu come back yet? I hope something unexpected happened to him. Wang Defa waved and called Hu Zi. "Go to the village entrance to pick up Chu Wazi. Why hasn't he come back yet?" "Okay, Uncle Wang." After Hu Zi finished speaking, he took a few young men with him and headed towards the village entrance with long swords. Just at this moment, Chu Chen's van appeared in everyone's sight. "Brother Hu Zi, where are you going with your knife? Are you going to kill tigers?" Chu Chen stuck his head out and said to Huzi, "It's because everyone is worried about you too and wants to go out and welcome you." After Huzi finished speaking, he turned around and went back to the dining table, shouting and yelling. Everyone greeted Chu Chen and Li Qinglian enthusiastically. Seeing this bustling scene, Chu Chen felt deeply proud. All this was because of him. "Uncle Wang, sorry for the long wait. I went to the city lord's mansion for lunch and came back late." Wang Defa replied with a smile, "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Go and have a rest. We'll be having dinner soon." The idea of celebrating the new year together as a whole village was also something Chu Chen had told Li Qinglian before he took her to the city. Not only Mashan village, but Tang Jiantao and others will also be involved. Having fun together is one thing, but bringing Tang Jiantao and others in a Mashan village is another purpose. In fact, after spending these days together, Tang Jiantao and others have developed a certain affection for Mashan village. Apart from anything else, who wouldn't like having food and drink every day, and it's not dangerous? He parked the van at the door and asked everyone to help unload the clothes and cloth. Chu Chen rushed into the tea room. First, he made himself a pot of tea and then quickly entered the space. The Chinese New Year always makes people happy, and what he's looking for fireworks and firecrackers. In this era, gunpowder had not yet been invented, so how could these things exist? It was not until I wandered around for a long time that I found a remote fireworks store. There weren't many things, so Chu Chen took out 4 or 5 boxes of fireworks and then slowly sipped his tea. Following Huzi's call, "Let's start the meal." Everyone gathered around the table. Chu Chen, Wang Defa, Tang Jiantao, Chu Dezhuang, Feng Er, Feng Wu and others were arranged to stay in the living room on the first floor. Wang Defa raised his glass and said, "This first glass of wine is for Chu Wazi. Thank you for everything you have done for Mashan village." When Wang Defa spoke, hundreds of people inside and outside raised their glasses. "Respect Chu Boy." Chu Chen accepted everyone's toast calmly. "After all, it is because of me that Mashan village has become so lively." Amidst the bustle, everyone was a little drunk. Even Chu Chen was a little tipsy. The excitement below was still going on. Chu Chen took Huzi and carried the fireworks to the open space outside. With a crackling sound, a colorful flash appeared in the sky. Everyone had never seen such a scene before, and they all called it a miracle. Some of the more timid ones even knelt down facing the sky and kowtowed repeatedly. Chu Chen twitched when he saw this, but he didn't point it out. It was just a miracle, and he was too lazy to explain it. Li Qinglian snuggled up to Chu Chen and looked at the splendor in the sky. She was in a trance for a moment and said for no reason, "Husband, are you really a god who has come down to earth?" Chu Chen frowned slightly when he heard this. "I am your husband." After answering this question, Li Qinglian is not stupid and should not ask any more questions. Sure enough, Li Qinglian didn't say anything else. No matter who he is, no matter where he comes from, he is his husband. Then what is there to be confused about? Against the backdrop of such beautiful scenery, both of them seemed to feel a substance rapidly rising in their bodies. As a result, the large solid wood tea table was in a mess. The noise downstairs was still there, and the overturned teacups made a clinking sound in response. Da Huang, who was lying on the ground gnawing on a bone, looked up at the second floor thoughtfully. Then he continued to gnaw on its bones as if he was used to it. The New Year's Eve dinner lasted until late at night, and everyone went home happily. The old people who were sitting on the edge of the field to celebrate the New Year all looked towards the direction of the workshop, following their line of sight from the workshop to the newly built barracks and then to Chu Chen's villa. There was hope and joy on everyone's face, and this hope was brought by that godlike figure, the former prodigal son. After New Year's Eve, it is the new year. So in this new year, what kind of development and challenges will Mashan village, which has seen some improvement, face? Okay guys, let's go back to bed. Following a shout from an old man with white hair and beard, the old men on the ridges of the fields all walked towards their houses. Chu Chen, who was sitting on the windowsill on the second floor, put out the cigarette in his hand. "Next year, let's build a new village for fun." After saying that, he walked towards the master bedroom. Chapter 76, Building a New Rural Area in Daxia. The next day was New Year's Day. Huzi and Chu Dezhuang arrived at Chu Chen's house early. He came to wish Chu Chen a happy new year, saying blessings. Chu Chen rubbed his sleepy eyes and came down from the second floor. "Uncle, why are you so polite?" I should be the one wishing you a happy new year." After saying that, he took out 3 red envelopes and gave one to his second uncle, second aunt, and Huzi. I asked Xiaofang to add more bowls and chopsticks and let my second uncle and his family have breakfast in the house. After washing up, Chu Chen rushed back to the tea room and took out a string of firecrackers. In front of the villa, as the sound of firecrackers rang out, more and more people came to pay New Year's greetings. Everyone was saying blessings, which reminded Chu Chen of his childhood in the countryside in modern society. At that time, no one had bought commercial housing and no one was locked up in a cage of over 100 square meters. Isn't the first day of every year always so lively? Li Qinglian held a handful of red envelopes in her hand and handed one to everyone she met. The entire Masan village was bustling with activity. Everyone's view of the Chu Chen family was more than just compliments. Before the new year, Chu Chen instructed Roy to give everyone a year-end bonus, the least of which was 1 month's salary. So everyone's pockets became richer, and in addition to compliments, they also felt grateful. "Chu boy, I feel embarrassed to accept the red envelope now," Wang Defa said to Chu Chen. "What did Uncle Wang say? On the first day of a new year, I wish you good health and all the best." Wang De laughed so hard that his mouth stretched to the back of his neck at Chu Chen's modern blessing. Chu Chen pulled Wang Defa into the living room. Handing him a cup of tea, he spoke. "Uncle Wang, I have an idea that I'd like to discuss with you." When Wang Defa heard Chu Chen's tone, he felt that good things were about to happen. After the first discussion, a workshop was set up which allowed the entire Masan village to say goodbye to hunger. After the second discussion, a large road was built for the village. "I wonder what good thing will happen this third time." So he quickly said, "Just tell me what you have to say. As long as it is something your uncle can do, just give the order." "Uncle Wang, what do you think of our Masan village now?" "On Masan village, it's great. No one has to go hungry or flee famine. There's work to do every day, and we get paid. It's also safe. No other village in Qinglian town can compare to this." Wang Defa didn't know how to answer Chu Chen's sudden question for a moment. So he said this to Chu Chen. "Uncle Wang, you need to look deeper into this issue. Are you satisfied with just not going hungry? So I have an idea. To make Masan village a truly prosperous village, where every family lives in a brick and tile house. There's enough food to eat, children have private schools, and the sick have access to good doctors." When these words came out, Wang Defa opened his eyes wide in disbelief. What a grand goal this is. Every family lives in a tiled house, has food to eat, has a private school, and has a good doctor. Who could believe that these words came from the mouth of a young man in his 20s? But is it really possible? This requires a lot of economic support and a sustainable, profitable industry. Chu Wazi, can what you said really come true? Wang Defa looked at Chu Chen in disbelief, waiting for his next words. "So this is what I want to discuss with you, Uncle Wang. This matter. I want to build Masan village into the first new rural village in Daxia." As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, Wang Defa looked at him with confusion. "What is a new countryside?" "Well, this new countryside is what I just said, where everyone has a house to live in, everyone has food to eat, children have private schools, and the sick have good doctors. The first step is to start with the houses. We need to transform every thatched house into a tiled house, but we need to concentrate it in one place." When Wang Defa heard what Chu Chen said, he immediately opened his eyes wide in surprise. Although Masan village is not big, it has 200 people and a total of 53 households. How much money would it cost to build a brick house for each household? So he quickly said, "Chu Wazi, how much silver does it cost to build each brick and tile house? Although we are no longer hungry, we still don't have any money left." "Uncle Wang, don't worry about this. I'll provide the bricks and tiles, but you'll have to take care of the wood and labor yourself. There's plenty of wood on the mountain. As long as you are willing to work hard, you can get as much as you want." The reason why most of the houses in Masan village are thatched houses is actually because the level of brick and tile making was low at that time. Due to backward technology, the price of bricks and tiles has become out of reach for ordinary people. As for making bricks and tiles by himself, forget it. Chu Chen doesn't think he has the skills. Although there are those books in the space, it is too troublesome. If each household is charged 50 taels, that will be only 2,000 to 3,000 taels just for a glass ornament. Chu, you better think about it. This is a huge expense. Although Uncle Wang is grateful to you from the bottom of his heart, why should you do this? Why bother to build Masan village into an iron barrel? That way,
My life in ancient times would be safer and more comfortable. Moreover, if you spend your own money to help others build something, everyone will be grateful. At that time, your prestige will reach an extremely high level. At that time, if someone wanted to do something bad to them, no one in Masan village would agree. By combining with the group of guys raised in Qinglian city, I can really give it my all. So he quickly said to Wang Defa, Uncle Wang, my father has always taught me that Masan village is my root. Now that I have some money, it's my duty to do something for Masan village. Okay. It seems that Mr. Chu remembers the kindness of the villagers and has sent you to repay them. Uncle Wang, on behalf of the entire Masan village, thank you. After saying that, Wang Defa stood up and saluted again. Chu Chen grabbed him. Uncle Wang, I need your help to accomplish this. Do you see the land ahead? After saying that, Chu Chen pointed to the large slope in front of the villa. I'm planning to build more than 50 brick houses in front of here, so I need your help in educating everyone. Wang Defa agreed without thinking. Since he could live in a tile-roofed house, only a fool would not do it. The house has been repaired, and there will be a private school and a clinic at the back. For the entire Masan village, it will be a rapid improvement. In 3 days, I'll draw a rough plan for the construction of Masan village. Then you and Uncle Feng will come over and we'll discuss how to build it in detail. After Chu Chen finished speaking, Wang Defa stood up and left the villa. At this moment, he was a little impatient. He wanted to inform every household of the good news. He loved seeing people's grateful eyes and flattering thanks. After Wang Defa left, Chu Chen went straight into the tea room, took out a large piece of white paper from the space, and began to write and draw on the table. Chapter 77. Space absorbs jade and changes. 3 days later, Wang Defa brought Feng Wu to Chu Chen's villa as promised. Chuwazi, I heard Defa tell me your idea. I will do whatever you tell me to do. Feng Wu shouted at Chu Chen carelessly. To be honest, although he made some money from Chu Chen in the past few months, it was still far from enough to build a tiled house. So after Wang Defa told him about this, he was so excited that he almost jumped up. Uncle Wang and Uncle Feng, come take a look. Chu Chen called the two of them and took them to a large table. On it, the plan of the entire Masan village was drawn out. Masan village is surrounded by mountains on all sides, and the entrance is surrounded by 2 mountains. A stream runs through the village in the middle, and Chu Chen developed it into paddy fields at the bottom. Terraces are built on the north side of the slope because it is close to the stream, and dry land is built on the east side. To the south is the central residential area of the entire village. With Chu Chen's house as the center, there are more than 50 houses in front. The stream flows around the village, and Chu Chen plans to build a dam at the entrance of the village to make better use of the stream water. Later, he wanted to look into space to see if there were any small generators to build a small hydroelectric power station. A wall was built on the 4 sides of the mountain to enclose the entire Masan village to protect it from criminals and wild beasts. The vacant land next to the workshop continued to expand the factory, build a school building, and so on at the information exchange center at the entrance of the village, next to the big locust tree. Looking at the drawing in front of him, Feng Wu opened his mouth wide. Chuwazi, did you draw this? Yes, Uncle Feng, take a look at it. This is my idea, but the specific implementation depends on you. Feng Wu immediately agreed to this, even though there were still many things he didn't understand. But if it is really built according to this plan, then Masan village will definitely become the most comfortable and safe village in the entire Qinglian city. In fact, what he didn't know was that if it was built according to the blueprint, it would be unique not only in Qinglian city, but also in the entire Daxia. Next, Chu Chen explained the drawings to the two of them in detail. For example, why do we need drainage facilities, and why does every household need a septic tank? How to build dams to divert water, how to provide running water to every household, and so on. Hearing this, Feng Wu and Wang Defa nodded repeatedly. Then he called Roy and told them that all the money they needed should be paid by Roy. It doesn't matter if you spend money, but if someone uses this to make money, then the nature of the matter is different. That's why we asked Roy to take charge of this account. In fact, how could Wang Defa and Feng Wu not understand what Chu Chen meant? The money belongs to him, and he can use it to build Masan village. If there are people who do bad things, not to mention Chu Chen's disagreement, he, Wang Defa, will be the first to disagree. After all this happened last night, Chu Chen was free again. Thinking that construction would require a large amount of funds, Chu Chen drove the van back towards Qinglian city. Looks like I need to go out and make some money.
What should I sell? In the space, Chu Chen was rummaging through the items in the supermarket. Knives, guns, sticks, and clubs are definitely not allowed to be sold. Are they selling glass again? They just got some big stuff last year. Will it attract attention if they take it out now? Gold, silver, and jade, there's so many counters. People in ancient times loved jade, but with modern machine carving, who can tell that it is not only beautiful, but also delicate? After saying that, he walked towards the gold, silver, and jade counters. But the next scene made him open his mouth in shock. I saw that the counters displaying jade articles were all empty, while the gold and silver jewelry were quietly placed there. What's going on? It's impossible that all the supplies have made it through. Only this thing can't get through. There's a problem. Absolutely a problem. Chu Chen sat on the stool next to the counter with a cigarette in his mouth, puzzled as to what his sister was doing. Suddenly, a bold idea came to my mind. Could it be that this space has eaten up this jade artifact? Thinking of this, Chu Chen rushed out of the mall without caring about the hot cigarette, but he remembered that there was a gold shop not far from the supermarket. I ran into the gold shop and found that the cabinets containing jade were still empty, but the gold and silver were still there. Why would this thing eat jade? Chu Chen murmured, saying that he had read quite a few time travel novels when he was delivering food. He thought of a possibility that made him half worried and half happy. There are two possibilities. First, this space needs jade to maintain it. Second, this space will upgrade or expand as it absorbs jade. Thinking of this, Chu Chen no longer had time to worry about what to sell. He picked up two exquisitely crafted glass ornaments and quickly returned to the van. He threw the ornaments on the seat, drove the van, and rushed towards Qinglian City. Since the Lantern Festival had not yet ended, there were few people on the streets, so the van stopped smoothly at the door of Jinxing Trading Company. The sudden appearance of the van scared the boy at the door. He quickly ran into the house to look for Zhu Fu. Boss, something bad has happened. There's a strange car outside. Big group companies are different. Even the servants can recognize at a glance that this huge iron box is a car, instead of thinking of it as a steel beast like others do. Zhu Fu, who was drinking tea and listening to music in the back hall, looked at the impatient servant and shouted sternly, "You kid, you're always so impatient. I've seen all kinds of cars. Why are you making such a fuss?" Before Zhu Fu could finish his words, Chu Chen's voice came from outside. "Boss Zhu, Happy New Year. I'm out making money." After hearing this, Zhu Fu frowned. "Hey, the voice sounds familiar." Hearing the sound, Zhu Fu stood up and walked outside. I saw a young man at the door, holding a glass ornament in one hand and leaning against a car made of iron. He was looking at himself with a smile on his face. The reason why Zhu Fu, like the servant, called it a car was because of the 4 black wheels. "So it's Master Chu who's here. I'm sorry for not coming to greet you. Please come in." Looking at the glass ornament that Chu Chen was casually holding in his hand, Zhu Fu's eyes narrowed into slits with smiles. Little did he know that the last time he brought the horse stepping on Flying Swallow to the capital, the head of the family praised him and even increased his annual salary. Before leaving, he also told me that if I ever come across such a good thing in the future, I must get it no matter what the cost. It is said that it was the head of the family who sent Liu Li to the palace, where she was appreciated by the higher-ups. Now, Chu Chen brought 2 more people over. How could he not be surprised? Chu Chen followed Zhu Fu to the inner hall, and he waved his hand and drove out the beautiful girls who were singing just now. "Name your price, shopkeeper Zhu." Chu Chen placed 2 glass ornaments on the table and said, Chapter 78, Exploring the Secrets of Space. Zhu Fu also liked Chu Chen's decisiveness, so he quickly picked up the ornament and began to admire it. The 2 in front of me are a pair of celestial wolves howling towards the sky. The difference is that this glass is blue. It looks lifelike and full of noble atmosphere. Zhu Fu had seen a lot of color glass, but this kind of color glass was the first time he had seen it. "Master Chu, are you really willing to take action against these 2? After saying that, he waited quietly for Chu Chen's next words, fearing that Chu Chen would make a mistake. "Well, shopkeeper Zhu, if I don't do anything, why would I bring this to you? To show off. Make an offer quickly. I have things to do later." Zhu Fu became excited instantly after hearing this. "Okay, since Master Chu said so, I'll give you a real price. For both of them, I'll give you 100,000 taels." Chu Chen didn't expect this thing to be so valuable. The guy named Horse, stepping on Flying Swallow, gave him 30,000, and the value of these 2 suddenly soared so much.
It seems that they like things with bright colors more. But he kept a straight face, grabbed 2 ornaments, and was about to leave. This action scared Zhu Fu. Mr. Chu, the price is negotiable, but please don't leave. Shopkeeper Zhu, I came here with sincerity, but you just treat me like this perfunctorily. Do you think I can't sell anything except your Jinsheng? Zhu Fu grabbed Chu Chen and said hurriedly, Well, Master Chu, 130,000 taels. This is the maximum I can give. Wow, it increased by 30,000 in just this instant. It looks like there is still room for growth. However, Chu Chen did not raise the price anymore, but said to Zhu Fu, Shopkeeper Zhu, do you have any jade here, raw jade? After listening to Chu Chen's words, Zhu Fu immediately understood that this kid still wanted something. However, our company has a jade mine for this raw jade stone. That thing, since it's not carved, is not expensive. So Mr. Chu needs jade. How about 130,000 plus 30 kilograms of raw jade? Oh my god, 30 kilograms. Although I don't know much about this thing, it can be sold at a sky-high price in modern society. This one move is 30 kilograms. Is jade so cheap in this era? Okay, it's rare for Shopkeeper Zhu to be so sincere, so let's make a deal. After a brief greeting, Chu Chen walked into the van with a stack of banknotes in his hand and the 30 kilograms of jade. Mr. Chu, please wait. May I ask about your car? Zhu Fu looked at Chu Chen opening the car door and asked hurriedly. To be honest, he was also very curious about this steel car. It seemed that Master Chu never had anything in his hands that was not surprising. You mean this? This is called a van. It's similar to a carriage, but more comfortable and faster. Chu Chen didn't explain much and stepped on the accelerator to leave Jinsheng Trading Company. Looking at the van rushing out, Zhu Fu was secretly shocked. Could this Mr. Chu really be the reincarnation of God? It seems that we have to ask the headquarters to investigate this person thoroughly. See if there's an opportunity to get in touch with them. Or Chu Chen didn't care what Zhu Fu was thinking and couldn't wait to park the car in the yard of the house. Carrying the sack of jade, he flashed into the space. Then, a surprising scene happened. I saw that the sack of raw stones was slowly disappearing, and in a short while, it turned into a pile of rubble. It seems that this has absorbed the essence. Next, Chu Chen walked through the entire space again and found that there was no change. Did I guess wrong? Or is there not enough jade? Chu Chen sat down on the ground and fell into deep thought. After a long time, Chu Chen took out a piece of chalk and drew a line on the edge of the fog. Then he grabbed a cigarette from a conspicuous position, made a record, and went towards Jinsheng Trading Company again. Hey, Master Chu has returned. I wonder what instructions he has. Zhu Fu looked at Chu Chen, who had returned, and thought to himself, could this kid be going back on his word? But how can we take back what we have sold? Shopkeeper Zhu, how much raw jade do you have left? Oh, you need a large quantity? This thing isn't expensive, but if you buy it in large quantities, it can be quite expensive. We still have about 300 or 400 kilograms of it in stock, and the craftsmen are working on it. Chu Chen decided to give it a try despite weighing only 300 or 400 kilograms. If there was a change, the benefits he would gain would be immeasurable. Then he said to Zhu Fu, I want them all. How much silver do you want? You want them all? Master Chu, then at least you need 2 more of the ornaments you just bought. Damn, this old guy's asking for too much. It's more than 100,000 taels, and the 30 kilograms he just gave me are just a few cents. Chu Chen didn't say anything, but turned around and went back to the van and got out again. There was a colorful phoenix in his hand, which was much better than the Sirius. In ancient times, the dragon and the phoenix were symbols of the royal family. If they were presented, Zhu Fu seemed to see a bright future for himself and was almost drooling. Tell me, there's only one of this thing. You should know what it represents. It's 1,000 pounds, no bargaining. As soon as Chu Chen opened his mouth to speak, Zhu Fu fell into deep thought. This 1,000 kilograms of raw stone was not a small number. It is equivalent to the annual production of the entire jade mine. But there is only one of this thing. If it is obtained by another company or competitor, then, thinking of this, Zhu Fu slapped his thigh and agreed immediately. I wonder where these raw stones are being shipped to, Mr. Chu. It's only 300 or 400 pounds, and you still have to carry it. So he opened the back door of the van and said, Come on, get in the car, and raise all the money for me as soon as possible. In fact, what Zhu Fu took out were just some ordinary jades. The precious ones had already been kept for him. So it didn't matter to him, and he immediately ordered people to move the big and small stones onto the car. Look at the sacks of stones behind. Chu Chen used the same trick again and put them all into the space. After putting it in, Chu Chen quickly returned to the van and slowly absorbed it. After staying in the van for half an hour, Chu Chen flashed into the space. This time, when he entered the space, he became excited because he saw that the cigarette he had taken away was back. And not only that, so many things were taken out before, including materials from the hardware store, rooftop solar energy, and those weapons. This discovery made Chu Chen jump up with excitement, which meant that he would have endless supplies in the future. On the other hand, there's still some raw stones in the sacks on the ground that have not been absorbed. Then Chu Chen ran to the place where the line was drawn, but the fog was still where the chalk line was drawn, and it did not move or thin. First, jade can probably be exchanged for goods in the mall at an equal value. Second, the exchange takes time. Third, what were the items in the previous counter exchange for? Chu Chen stayed in the space and talked to himself, but he just couldn't think of the third question. Chapter 79, Asking the Taoist Priest on Crouching Tiger Mountain. After a long time, Chu Chen couldn't figure it out. I guess I took something out, didn't record it, and then it filled it back in. Chu Chen flashed out of the space, smiling foolishly. Who cares? With unlimited supplies and unlimited ammunition, in this era of cold weapons, as long as we give ourselves time, taking over a country won't be a problem. It seems that I need to find some time to explore the space thoroughly. Since supplies can be replenished, then as long as the items have appeared, they will be infinite. When Chu Chen discovered that the space had the function of exchanging jade for supplies, he laughed like a pig. He was so excited that he started rolling around in the back seat of the van. Give yourself enough jade, and you will have enough supplies. Glass for jade, jade for everything. How cool is that? After calming down, he drove the van towards the yard on the outskirts of the city, waiting here for the transfer of jade from Jinsheng Trading Company. Since I have nothing to do anyway, I might as well go and see how those kids are doing. The back of the van is filled with snacks. Which child can refuse it? The car stopped smoothly at the gate of the yard. Chu-E, open the door. Chu Chen knocked on the door excitedly. After a while, the door slowly opened and a little head rose out. Godfather! Xiaosa shouted and then shrank back. Godfather is here! Godfather is here! Chu Chen looked speechlessly at the group of children who rushed over. Damn it! I told you I'm not your dad. But I don't blame them. Let them scream if they want. He patted the little girl's head and said to them, Where is your brother Chu-E? Brother Chu-E went to buy food and hasn't come back yet. Have you been good these days? Have you studied? Godfather, we've learned so well that I can even write my own name. It was still the little girl who answered. After she finished speaking, she took a stick and wrote the 3 words Chu Shiba on the ground. Godfather, look at me. A child about 11 or 12 years old gave Chu Chen a set of punches in a very professional manner. Looking at these innocent children, each of them was vying to perform in front of him. A smile appeared on Chu Chen's lips. After waiting in the yard for a while, Chu-E returned to the yard with a few young men carrying bags. Mr. Chu, why are you here? Chu-E dropped the food in his hand, came to Chu Chen, and said respectfully. After all, he was older and remembered Chu Chen's instructions, so he didn't call him Godfather. It's okay, I just came to see you guys, and I brought you some things. After saying that, he opened the tailgate of the van. Sir, what are these? Chu-E looked at the snacks in the van with a puzzled look on his face. Chu Chen didn't say anything, but took out more than 20 loaves of bread and told Chu-E to distribute them to the children. This is called bread. I'm leaving it with your brother Chu-E. In the future, if you behave well, you can get this reward. How could these ancient children resist the temptation of bread? At Chu Chen's command, everyone opened the packaging in an orderly manner. In an instant, the aroma of bread filled every child's mouth. Chu Chen pulled Chu-E aside and said, I'll leave these to you. I hope you can make good use of them. The smart Chu-E knew what Chu Chen meant. He asked a few people to lock the bread in the warehouse and nodded deeply to Chu Chen. Do you feel pressured when teaching the martial arts now? Chu Chen looked at Chu-E and said seriously, Sir, there's no problem at the moment, but as they grow older, I don't think I'll be able to teach them anymore. Oh, then do you know any good martial arts masters or the like in Qinglian City? For Chu-E, who is a person who is very familiar to Qinglian City, he was very familiar with where the masters were, and in an instant, he thought of Chu Chen's intention. Sir, there are masters, but they are usually high and mighty and difficult to approach, let alone ask them to accept disciples. It's okay. Just tell me where it is, and I'll take care of the rest. As far as I know, The most powerful master in Qinglian city is Taoist Qinglian from Crouching Tiger Mountain in the north of the city. It is said that he has reached the realm of a ninth-grade master. Oh, these masters are divided into different levels. Tell me about them quickly. When Chu Chen heard the term ninth-grade master, he instantly became interested. Could it be that there are immortals in this world among the cultivators described in modern novels? But then he lost interest. There are no gods or cultivators in this world, but there are indeed people with astonishing martial arts skills who can defeat 100 people at once. Taoist Qinglian is one of them, and he is definitely a ninth-grade master. In the Great Xia dynasty, masters are divided into 10 grades, from 1 to 10. The higher the grade, the stronger the strength. However, this person rarely went down the mountain, did not care about worldly affairs, and was devoted to seeking the truth. But he has one characteristic, that is, he is addicted to alcohol. This made Chu Chen excited all of a sudden. Any bottle of the strong liquor in his space is enough to kill all the drinks of this era in seconds. It seems that I need to go to Woa Mountain and meet Taoist Qinglian. If we can capture this person, our own safety will be further guaranteed. So under Chu Yi's guidance, he drove the van towards Woha Mountain. Half an hour later, Chu Chen parked the van steadily at the foot of Woha Mountain. Holding 2 bottles of white wine in his hands, he walked towards Crouching Tiger Mountain. As it is the first month of the lunar year, there is a constant stream of pilgrims coming to Woha Mountain to make wishes. The pilgrims were surprised to see a strange car speeding towards them, and then stopping steadily at the foot of the mountain. But it was just a slight surprise. Those who came here were either rich or noble. Everyone thinks they have seen the world, so even if they are confused, they don't show it, otherwise they will lose face. Chu Chen walked all the way to the hall, waved his hand, and bought a stick of incense nearby, and burned the incense and kowtowed in a proper manner. Then he threw a silver note worth 100 taels into the mirror box. Then he walked towards the back hall. Master, may I ask where is Master Qinglian? Chu Chen said to a young Taoist priest guarding the door of the back hall. Sir, Master Qinglian is in seclusion and is not seeing guests for the time being. Please go back. Please go back. It seems that I have already spent the 1 or 200. That is not acceptable. Master, I have something important to tell Master Qinglian. Could you please convey it to me? Chu Chen handed over a silver ingot while speaking. I don't believe that you are not greedy for money. The young Taoist priest held the silver in his hand and waited, his expression not changing at all. Donor, Uncle Qinglian should be practicing swordsmanship in the back mountain right now. If you can find the path to the back mountain, you should have this opportunity. The path behind the mountain. This is my first time here. I don't know where your path behind the mountain is. It's obvious that you think it's too little. So another ingot of silver was passed to the little Taoist priest, and he immediately smiled happily. Donor, please follow me. Chapter 80. Smashing the wine bottle to attract the expert. Following the little Taoist priest, we walked around the Taoist temple's wall and arrived at the back mountain. The young Taoist pointed to the path, smiled at Chu Chen, and turned away. It seems that this young Taoist priest has made a lot of money by taking advantage of Taoist Qinglian. This business has its own set of procedures. Chu Chen ignored the little Taoist priest and walked towards the path with 2 bottles of white wine. On the back mountain of the Taoist temple, a young man was snoring on a big tree. He didn't notice Chu Chen coming in a hurry at all. Excuse me, is this Taoist Qinglian here? Chu Chen shouted loudly towards the figure on the tree. After a long time, the only response he got was a long snoring sound. Chu Chen walked under the tree and looked up, only to see the figure lying on the tree with a wine gourd hanging around his waist. He was wearing a green robe, with his black hair hanging down, and he looked just like a drunk man. Shit, this legendary 9th grade master is probably just a drunkard. No matter how Chu Chen called out, the drunkard on the tree did not respond at all. Chu Chen was so angry that he almost pulled out his pistol, but thinking that this was right behind the Taoist temple, he was afraid of attracting a fight, so he put the gun away. The drunkard looked like he was dead. Chu Chen remembered scratching his head and cheeks. Then he thought of a solution. He picked up a bottle of white wine and threw it at the stone on the ground. In an instant, the aroma of wine wafted out, just when Chu Chen was secretly wondering whether this thing could wake up the drunk guy above. I looked up, but I couldn't see that figure. Fuck, the drunkard disappeared. Whose prodigal son are you? How could you waste such good wine? Before Chu Chen turned around to look in the direction of the voice, a sharp sword was placed on his neck. Chu Chen was feeling mixed emotions at the moment. He was happy because this mysterious person must be a master without a doubt. What worries me is that I don't know what kind of personality this person has. If he cuts his own throat with a sword, where can I seek justice? Fuck you, are you a ghost? It's just a bottle of wine. Is it necessary to hold a knife to me? This sentence came out almost without my knowledge, and I regretted it right after I said it. Drunkard, please don't bother with me. Then he had an idea and unscrewed the other bottle of wine and pretended to pour it out. But in a moment, his hands were empty. Then his neck loosened and the sword disappeared. Looking up, I saw the drunkard grabbing the bottle and gulping down the wine on the tree. Chu Chen's face twitched when he saw this scene. This is 53% alcohol ergoto. How could it be drunk like this? Only when the bottle of wine was empty did the figure jump down from the tree and come to Chu Chen. Who are you? Why do you have such good wine? And what do you want from me? Don't all Taoist priests call themselves poor Taoist priest? Since when did you start calling yourself lousy? But he did not dare to neglect it at all. Jiomengzi? Bah, Taoist Qinglian, I came here just to give you some wine, nothing else. Speak properly. You are obviously a rough man, but you act so elegantly. It's really fucking disgusting. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Damn, this guy is really a Taoist priest. This directly refreshed Chu Chen's understanding of Taoist priests. So he grew bolder and said, Jiomengzi, I heard that you are a 9th grade master. I have no other purpose, just to make friends. By the way, please stay at my house for a while. Damn, that sounds much better. Taoist Qinglian laughed after hearing this and continued. However, if you want me to protect you, this wine alone is not enough. Either you beat me or you take my sword. Damn, this drunkard is crazy. I'm about to take your sword and hit you with a gun. So he quickly said, I don't know martial arts. Let's try something else. Weakling. So tell me, what are you good at? Chu Chen answered without even thinking. Hidden weapon. Yoho, hidden weapon. What kind of hidden weapon? 6 meridians divine sword. Chu Chen opened his mouth and spoke without hesitation. Taoist Qinglian seemed to have heard a huge joke. 6 meridian divine sword, and someone dared to call himself a divine sword. I have practiced swordsmanship for many years. I asked myself, in this great xia, no one can surpass me with more than a palm strike. How dare you call yourself a divine swordsman? After saying that, he took a stance, ready to attack at any time. Chu Chen was so scared that he jumped behind a big tree. Jiomengzi, my magic sword can kill people if it's used. Don't force me. When Chu Chen said this, his hand naturally raised up. The loaded pistol in his sleeve was pointed at Taoist Qinglian in front of him. What if this drunkard suddenly attacks me and stabs me? Where can I go to seek justice? If you're so powerful, why don't you dare to give it a try? Jiomengzi, seriously, this thing is not a joke. It can really kill people. I don't believe it. Look at the sword. After saying that, Taoist Qinglian raised his sword and rushed towards Chu Chen. Extremely fast. Fuck you, this is for real. Chu Chen subconsciously pulled the trigger. With a loud bang, Taoist Qinglian's sword broke, and his figure retreated a few steps. Both of them looked at each other in surprise. In this world, there really are hidden weapons with such great speed and power. I have seen them. Taoist Qinglian put the broken sword behind him, shook his hands that were numb from the shock, and spoke with the look of a master. Chu Chen was also terrified. This drunkard could actually dodge bullets. But despite his surprise, he remained calm and said, Master Qinglian's skills are profound. You are the first person in the world who can dodge my hidden weapons. I admire you. Okay, don't call me Taoist Qinglian. I heard that Jiomengzi is pretty good. I like him. What do you want to call him? My name is Chu Chen, from Mashan Village, Qinglian Town. Chu Chen stepped forward, clasped his fists, and said to him, Chu Chen, that's a good name. I'll call you Air Shotzi from now on. Do you want me to go to your Mashan Village? Fuck you. You are the idiot. Your whole family is idiots. But we can't afford to offend the drunkard who draws his sword at the slightest disagreement. So he chuckled and said, That's right. Mashan Village is a place of outstanding people and beautiful scenery, and the people are simple and honest. I'm just bored, so I want to invite you to stay with me for a while. I believe you will fall in love with it. Is there any more of that wine? When we get to Mashan Village, we'll have plenty. How often do you go into town? Anytime you want. Haha, since you're so sincere, I'll go over to your place and take a look. Lead the way. Damn, this is your house. I'll lead the way. Besides, don't you want to clean up? However, Chu Chen said nothing and walked down the mountain with Taoist Qinglian.
He walked straight to the van, opened the door for him, stepped on the accelerator, and headed towards Qinglian City. But the drunkard panicked with a look of fear. Chapter 81: The Charm of Modern Perfume. You idiot, what are you doing? How can you be so fast? Che, you idiot, you drunkard who has never seen the world. Since you promised to go back to Mashan village, how can I indulge you anymore? Car, where's the horse? After saying that, Qinglian started searching inside the van. Chu Chen rolled his eyes at him, lit a cigarette for himself, and ignored him. Hey, you idiot, what kind of magic is this? Looking at Chu Chen puffing out smoke, Zhou Mengzi's interest was immediately attracted. Chu Chen turned to look at Taoist Qinglian, who was looking curious, and instantly came up with an idea. Now the supplies in the space are almost unlimited, so the cigarette's in my hand. After saying that, he took out a cigarette, stuffed it into his mouth, and lit it with a snap. You know fire spells? Taoist Qinglian held a cigarette in his mouth and looked at Chu Chen in surprise. Fire, this is a lighter. After saying that, Chu Chen took out a lighter and demonstrated it to him several times. I just threw it to him. After a stick of incense. Yes, inhale it and then spit it out. Not swallow, but inhale. You are such an idiot. After another stick of incense, Taoist Qinglian found himself dizzy, as if drunk, but it felt as if he was floating. You idiot, these cigarettes are really good stuff, stronger than your wine. Give me another one, and I'll have as many cigarettes as I want. Make a deal. Chu Chen is already very happy at this moment, but he is afraid that you will not behave yourself. Now, why don't you stay by my side obediently? The van sped all the way, and half an hour later, it stopped steadily in a house in West City. Okay, make your own bed and stay here tonight. Chu Chen led him to the guest room and looked up and said, No, I sleep on top. After saying that, he flashed and leaped onto the roof. What kind of magical operation is this? Isn't it cold in the middle of winter? If he sleeps on a roof every day, wouldn't that be like having an extra camera that can attack autonomously? However, Chu Chen still spread the bed in the guest room, in case the guy got cold on it and wanted to get down. After all, he is an expert, so he should be treated as he deserves. Someone is coming, a group of women. Qinglian said, standing on the roof. Women, a group? As soon as he finished speaking, a woman's voice was heard at the door. Is Brother Chu home? Lan Tianlei and his son are here to wish you a happy new year. It seems that this camera has poor eyesight. When did Lan Tianlei turn into a woman? Chu Chen thought slowly, stood up and walked to the door to greet him. City Lord Lan, how can this be done? I should be the one to go to your house to wish you a happy new year. At the door, Lan Tianlei brought Lan Ping in. Afterwards, Chu Chen realized that he had wrongly blamed the drunkard because there were a dozen or so women behind him. Uncle Chu, Lan Pingyun wishes you a happy new year. Lan Pingyun knelt down after saying this. Chu Chen quickly pulled him up, saying some perfunctory words. The women behind them, speaking words of blessing, rushed into the house in an instant. Wow, Master Chu is so handsome. Madam, why didn't you tell me earlier so I could dress up too? Yes, madam. Please show me how I'm dressed today. I still don't know whether Mr. Chu will make an assignment. My little girl is already 16 this year. If that doesn't work, madam, please go and ask if Master Chu needs a concubine. A group of women chattered and confused Chu Chen. I couldn't help but turn my head to look at Lan Tianlei's 7 wives, sisters-in-law. What is this? Hey, Mr. Chu, isn't this my third sister? I gave your perfume to these close friends and asked them to try it out. These ladies are all here to buy your perfume. Damn, Chu Chen instantly thought a way to make money. After winning over these wealthy ladies, he no longer had to worry about not making money. He had more than just perfume. At this time, Lan Tianlei also came over and said, Brother, you can't blame these sisters-in-law. Blame it on your perfume. It's too attractive. It's strange. Why would it be strange? I'm so happy that I can't even express it. So he quickly said, It's okay. Everyone please sit inside. After leading the group to the main hall and sitting them down, I realized that there really were a lot of women in this house. I might as well buy a few maids to guard the house. Look, there's not even anyone to serve tea or water. Please sit down for a moment. Since I don't live here long term, I don't even have a servant at home. After saying that, he ran in the house and took out 3 boxes of Sheeping special drinks and some sugar cakes and snacks from the space. It's the first month of the year, and there's nothing good to eat. Let's just drink some beverages. Since the van had already driven out, Chu Chen simply didn't care about the label or not. Hey, Master Chu, this is called a drink. It's really delicious. Yes, Master Chu.
I've never seen this kind of snack before. It tastes really good. As they tasted what Chu Chen brought out, the group of people started chattering again. Chu Chen agreed with a chuckle, saying only that it was something he brought from his hometown and didn't mention anything else. At this time, Lan Tianlei's eldest wife said, Master Chu, your perfume is so rare for my sisters and I. Do you have any left? As for inventory, I now have an inexhaustible supply. But he also pretended to be embarrassed and said, Madam, I don't have much of this stuff. Hearing Chu Chen say this, everyone in the group looked disappointed. However, there should be no problem in supplying the ladies. That's true. As soon as the words fell, everyone in the group became very excited, thinking that this thing was out of stock, so they had to get close to this Master Chu. How about this? After the first month of the lunar year, I'll go back to the village to make some preparations, and then open a shop in Qinglian City to serve all of you ladies. I'm sorry to disappoint you all today. I don't have any goods on hand. It's okay, it's okay. It's just that Master Chu's new store is opening, so we have to inform everyone. A beautiful woman in her 30s said to Chu Chen, while casting a wink at him. Okay, on the opening day, we will definitely invite City Lord Lan to come and support us. Please wait for a while. Lan Tianlei couldn't help but look at Chu Chen with admiration. I knew the location and opening time in advance. It seems that my wives will receive a lot of gifts again. After chatting for a while, everyone dispersed and gathered around Lan Tianlei's wives. Sister, you must tell me when the time comes. I really like that perfume. Yes, yes, ma'am, and me too. Looking at the backs of everyone leaving, Chu Chen showed a satisfied smile. Just as he was about to turn around and pack up, Jimengzi appeared silently behind Chu Chen. Bring it here. What do you want? Drink. Chu Chen threw a bottle to him in annoyance and watched him gulp it. It seems that the attraction of these modern things to the ancients exceeded one's imagination. Do you want to open a supermarket? Chapter 82. The pawn shop spends money to buy guards. If I open a supermarket, then my family will have to move to Qinglian City. Then Chu Chen shook his head. How could Qinglian City compare to the countryside? Besides, I have just begun to transform Masan village. But I just told them that I wanted to open a perfume shop. For the first time, Chu Chen felt that he was seriously short of manpower. But Chu Yi and his group are still too young. My second uncle's family is indispensable in the salt production. Or ask Xiaofang to come to Qinglian City, and then ask Chu Yi and the others to keep an eye on it. When the time comes, it should be no problem to just say hello to Lan Tianlei and ask him to take care of it. As for the house, let's go buy a few servants first. I can't let Xiaofang work all day and then go home to cook. After all, she is my woman. Xiaomingzi, are you going to buy someone? When Chu Chen thought of this, he shouted to Qingxian on the roof. Buy people? What kind of people? Girl, someone who guards the house. Walk. Jimengzi jumped down the stairs, opened the door of the van with ease, and got in. The van stopped steadily in front of the dental clinic. Ignoring the gazes of the people around them, Chu Chen and Qingxian got out of the car. Sir, would you like to buy land or a house? Seeing the well-dressed Chu Chen walk in, the servant standing at the door immediately came forward to greet him. Do you have any maids, guards, or anything like that here? Yes. We recently received a new batch. The quality is absolutely impeccable. They work hard and eat very little. Lead the way. This was the first time Chu Chen saw the ancient scene of human trafficking. Following the servant's footsteps, he walked towards a dirty and dilapidated street. On both sides of the road, there were all kinds of ragged people kneeling, old and young, men, women, and children. There were even people with white skin and blue eyes. If this store were to be built in modern times, it would probably be shot down with a Gatling gun. But this was the feudal era. It was legal. Isn't it infuriating? Sir, please buy me. I eat little and can work. Sir, I can warm the bed. What are you arguing about? You've disturbed the young master. I'll starve you to death. The servant waved the whip in his hand and spoke sternly to the people on the roadside. Chu Chen looked at this scene and felt a little bit sorry, but he knew very well that he was just one person. I can't save everyone, and even if I could, I wouldn't do it. Only fools go against policy. After looking around, I found two thin girls, about 15 or 16 years old. How much are these two? The two girls noticed a handsome young man in front of them pointing at them, and excitement flashed in their eyes. Sir, you have good taste. She used to be a maid in a wealthy family, but her master's house was raided, so she was sent to us. If I choose him, you'll also say that I have good taste. Stop talking nonsense and name your price. Chu Chen said, pointing to a middle-aged woman in her 50s behind him. However, the maids in this wealthy family should be more obedient. After all, being a maid is a profession. These two, 20 taels, not sold separately. Damn, it turns out my father-in-law sold Li Qinglian to me at a really cheap price back then. I got a steal. 20 taels. Why don't you just go and rob these two girls? Sir, with the current market situation, we really can't afford to lose. Upon seeing this, Chu Chen directly handed over 20 taels. At the moment, he was too lazy to bargain. Okay, sir, do you want to wash? What the hell with this kind of service? Do you think you're selling pigs? Isn't this insulting? So he rolled his eyes at the servant, picked up the two girls in front of him, and started walking around. Sir, can you buy our uncle? The older girl spoke timidly to Chu Chen. Uncle, you can't do this. I'm not a savior, but I can see how pitiful the two girls look. Still asked, what can your uncle do? My uncle was originally a security guard and was also sold here. Please, sir, save him. Guarding the courtyard. That's fine. Chu Chen then turned to look at Qingxian. Jiumingzi, please help me take a look later. Qingxian nodded without saying anything. Little brother, where's their uncle? Take us there. Ah, the young master still needs a guard. That man is not bad, not bad. The servant stopped talking halfway, but led them to another room. Before they entered the house, they heard shouting and cursing coming from inside. You bastard, let me out now. Sir, this man is a skilled warrior and a great guard. I'll sell him for only 30 taels. What a joke. This dealer is dying to sell this guy, but he has such a fierce temper that no one can control him. Chu Chen didn't say anything, but turned to look at Qingxian. It's okay, 4th rank, barely acceptable. Damn, it's barely acceptable. This Jiumengzi is of the 9th rank, which means he is the strongest fighter in the entire daxia. This 4th rank can't be weak. So Chu Chen turned to the two girls and said, Are you sure your uncle is willing to follow me? Don't worry, sir. I'll go talk to him. After saying that, the older girl walked into the house. Long girl, why are you here? Someone wants to buy you. Hurry up and ask him to come in and show me. Second uncle, there's a young man who doesn't look like a bad guy. He just needs a guard. I beg you to buy you as well. Let's go together. Being a bodyguard, which wealthy family does he belong to? Come in and see for yourself first. Damn, I have such a bad temper that I was chosen the first time I bought someone. Chu Chen pulled Jimengzi up and walked into the house. I have to see who is so awesome. Isn't he just a 14th rank? Looking at Chu Chen, who came in without any cultivation, Zheng Tianlong couldn't help but show contempt. But then when he saw Qingxian following behind him, Zheng Tianlong's heart skipped a beat. This was a master. I can't see through the other person at all. He must be much stronger than me. Did you see that? You're a 9th rank master, my brother. You're only a 4th rank master. What's so great about you? If I didn't feel sorry for this girl, I wouldn't even want to look at you. Chu Chen said viciously to Zheng Tianlong. A 9th rank master. Could it be that the person in front of him is Taoist Qingxian? In Qinglian City, there's only one 9th rank master like him. So he quickly said to Chu Chen, Sir, Zheng has no ill intentions. It's just that this aristocratic family doesn't treat me as a human being. So, okay, enough nonsense. If you're willing to follow me, then you must be loyal. Of course, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. If you don't want to leave, forget it. After saying that, Chu Chen took Qingxian and walked outside. Sir, please stay. I am willing. When the servant heard what Zheng Tianlong said, he quickly caught up with Chu Chen and the others. Sir, he is willing to leave. I don't want it anymore. No, 25 taels, no. 20 taels, you can take it. When he heard 20 taels, Chu Chen immediately turned around and stuffed him 2 ingots of 10 taels of silver. Go pick up your uncle. Chapter 83. 4th rank master Zheng Tianlong. Chu Chen and a few others climbed into the van and headed towards Tao Depang's clothing store. Because what the 3 of them were wearing was so damn dirty. Now that I think about it, the servant's suggestion to wash it was not unreasonable. After buying the clothes, the 5 of them headed towards the house. Okay, all 3 of you go wash up. Chu Chen instructed the 3 of them. Although the 3 people in the car were extremely surprised, they didn't say a word. In the Great Xia dynasty, once you become a slave, your life belongs to your master. So how dare you say too much? Seeing Chu Chen buying clothes for them, the 3 of them felt a little relieved. At least, this owner is not a stingy person. The first thing he thinks of is buying clothes for them. After the 3 of them finished washing up, they walked up to Chu Chen, bowed respectfully and said, My servants Zheng Xiaolan,
Zheng Xiaotao, and Zheng Tianlong greet the master. Xiaolan and Xiaotao. The first two names are good, but this Tianlong is so domineering. Well, since I, Chu Chen, have bought the three of you, as long as you are loyal to me, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Next, I'll assign tasks. Xiaolan and Xiaotao. You two will help me take care of this house and keep it clean. Zheng Tianlong. In addition to maintaining the safety of this house, you also have to help me do something. Ever since I saw Qinglian, the ninth grade master, following Chu Chen, Zheng Tianlong did not have the slightest bit of domineering aura, as if he had suddenly turned from a poisonous snake into a loach. Okay, it's getting late. Go clean up your house and cook dinner. Chu Chen did not tell Zheng Tianlong about Chu Yi and the others. I plan to take him directly to Chu Yi and his family's house tomorrow and have him teach them martial arts. Xiaodao and Xiaolan took the order and left, but Zheng Tianlong stood there and did not leave. Do you have anything else to do? Master, there's another thing you just mentioned. Well, it seemed that this guy is a bit stubborn, so I waved to him and took him into the van. Since you're more anxious than me, then go to Chu Yi's place at night. In the van, Chu Chen spoke to Zheng Tianlong. Since you are older than me, I will call you Brother Zheng from now on. I am different from others. As long as you are loyal enough, in my eyes, there will be no distinction between master and slave. Master, I can't do that. Thank you for your kindness, but I, Zheng Tianlong, am only a rank 14th rank. How can I deserve such kindness from you? Okay, don't call me master anymore. Just call me young master. As they were talking, the van stopped at a house on the outskirts of the city. Hearing the sound of a car, Chu Yi opened the door of the house. Sir, you are here. Chu Chen led Zheng Tianlong to Chu Yi and said, This is Master Zheng, a 4th rank master. He will teach you martial arts from now on. Before Zheng Tianlong could react, he saw the boy in front of him. It turned out that the master's task was to let him be a teacher, but the boy in front of him seemed a little old. So he quickly said to Chu Chen, Sir, this guy is old, and it is estimated that he will never be able to break through the 4th level in his entire life. It's okay. He has some basics, and there will be more to come. So, thank you for your hard work, Brother Zheng. Chu Chen said this and led him into the house. For the slave Zheng Tianlong, it can be said that everything about him belongs to Chu Chen, so Chu Chen is not worried that Zheng Tianlong will disagree. Looking at the more than 20 children in front of him, they called him Master Zheng with eager faces. Zheng Tianlong also showed a happy smile. This was the master's recognition of his strength. After giving the instructions, the two drove the van towards the west of the city. Brother Zheng, I hope you won't let anyone know what you just saw. Can you do that? Don't worry, sir. Even if a knife is placed on my neck, I won't say a word. Zheng Tianlong said to Chu Chen with a solemn oath. Okay, since you're quite busy, I'll give you 1 tael of silver a month as a standard salary, and Xiaolan and Xiaodao will give them 500 coins. Do you think that's appropriate? Chu Chen gave enough face to the master. Seeing this scene, Zheng Tianlong couldn't help but look up to Chu Chen even more. He quickly said, Sir, we are slaves. How can we get such a high salary? It's good enough to have something to eat. Well, you're already over 30 years old. You'll have to get married eventually. Xiaolan and Xiaodao will also have to get married eventually. How can you do that without some money? Marrying a wife, getting married, is it possible that this master can allow me to regain my freedom? Chu Chen's cake was painted just right. Not only was the cake painted, but it was also sprinkled with sesame seeds. This made Zheng Tianlong try to stand up, but his head hit the roof of the van with a bang. All right, under me, Chu Chen, there aren't so many rules. From now on, you don't have to kneel when there's no one around. After saying that, he stepped on the accelerator and stopped steadily inside the house in the west of the city. At this time, Xiaolan and Xiaodao had already prepared the meal and saw Chu Chen coming back. The two of them quickly brought the food to the table. Sir, please have your meal, Xiaolan said to Chu Chen obediently. Chu Chen nodded and howled towards the roof. Jiomengzi, it's time to eat. As soon as he finished speaking, Qinglian sat down on the table. Okay, let's eat. Chu Chen had become numb to Qingxuan's sudden appearances. Looking at Xiaolan, Xiaodao, and Zheng Tianlong standing aside. This is a fucking feudal society. Chu Chen muttered, stood up, and pressed Zheng Tianlong onto the chair. Then he pressed the two girls onto the table. Okay, there aren't that many rules in my house. It's just a meal, and more people makes it more lively. Sir, this is unacceptable. How can a slave and his master eat at the same table? This is against etiquette. Zheng Tianlong wanted to struggle again, but was interrupted by Chu Chen. Fuck the etiquette. Stop wasting time. Aren't you hungry yet? Seeing that Chu Chen looked a little angry, the three of them picked up the extra bowls and chopsticks that Chu Chen had asked Xiaolan to add. Where's the wine? What kind of wine? Damn, how could I have forgotten about this? So he turned around and went back to the room, took out 4 bottles of white wine and the white wine glass. Glass cup? Rich dog. Qinglian picked up the cup and put it aside, saying with a look of disdain, if you have the ability, don't use it. Qinglian ignored him and just swiped his finger, cutting the bottle mouth open smoothly. Then he gulped down a mouthful of liquid. Chu Chen was not surprised. He had learned his lesson and took the one in a ceramic bottle. So he opened a bottle himself, and Xiaolan, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, came over and poured a glass for Chu Chen. Then he returned to his seat, lowered his head, and ate the rice in the bowl. So your uncle doesn't drink, right? Chu Chen took the bottle and poured it into Zheng Tianlong's cup. Zheng Tianlong was about to stand up and salute when Chu Chen glared back at him. Well, let's drink a toast to welcome our new friends to the West City residence. After saying that, he took Zheng Tianlong and Qinglian and drank it all in one gulp. Chapter 84. Jade in hands returning to the countryside. Early the next morning, Chu Chen arrived at Jinxing Trading Company. After loading the remaining raw stones onto the truck, Chu Chen said to Zhu Fu, do you still have this jade? Mr. Chu wants more. Yes, but the ones around here have all been adjusted, so it will probably take until after March. No problem. I'm not in a hurry. I'll come back to pick it up in March. After saying that, he drove the van back to the west of the city. Jiumingzi, come home with me. Ah, sir, your family is not here. What about us? Without waiting for Qinglian to reply, of course he would not reply, Xiaolan spoke to Chu Chen. Well, you guys just stay in this house. I'll bring people over soon. After saying that, he turned around and climbed into the van. Only Xiaolan and the other two were left, lying in the wind. I was talking to Xiaodao about this handsome young man last night. Not only did he not beat or scold them, he also let them sit at the table and eat together. I heard from my second uncle that there is an allowance every month. He said he had met a good family, but he didn't expect that the young man would leave after just one night, leaving behind an empty house and these 3 servants. Aren't you worried at all? Chu Chen had no idea what they were thinking. He drove the van all the way back to Mashan Village. In Mashan Village, Feng Er and Wang Defo were standing in front of the door of Chu Chen's villa, directing the villagers in the open space ahead. The whole Mashan Village was bustling with activity. Since last year's batch of goods has not been taken away yet, the workshop has also stopped. At this moment, people are leveling the ground, carrying bricks, and people are cutting wood on the mountain. Although the snow had not completely melted, everyone was working very hard. You said that Mr. Chu's family has been very kind to our Mashan village. That's right. Before, not only could our children learn to read and write from Mr. Chu at a low price, but now Mr. Chu has even bought bricks and tiles for us. You probably don't know this. Chu Wazi said he wanted to build Mashan village into the first new rural village in Daxia. Was the new countryside. The villagers who were working were all talking about Chu Chen's behavior. When the van drove past the group of people working, everyone waved toward the car. This scene brought a smile to Qing Xuan's face. You idiot, you seem to be quite popular. Chu Chen turned his head and gave him a blank look without saying anything. Instead, he lit a cigarette. The car stopped steadily in front of the villa. At this time, Li Qinglian and Luo Yi Xiaofeng put down their work and came forward to greet them. Looking at the 3 enthusiastic women, Qinglian became contemptuous again. This idiot has a lot of women. What a trouble. Chu Chen dragged Qinglian in front of the 3 people. Come, let me introduce you. This is Jiao. Qinglian, nice to meet you all. You have a name? Why didn't you tell me earlier? You didn't ask. Chu Chen couldn't help but smile awkwardly. This Qinglian is my husband's new brother. We will be family from now on. Xiaofeng, please go to the 3rd floor and clean up a room. Xiaofeng nodded and ran towards the 3rd floor. Li Qinglian and Roy bowed to Qinglian and said, Hello, uncle. When had Qinglian ever been in contact with a woman? Looking at the 2 women in front of him, his face couldn't help but blush. With a whoosh, it flew onto the roof. Husband, this. Chu Chen also expressed helplessness towards Qinglian, the 9th grade master who went up to the rooftop at the slightest disagreement. So he said to the 2 of them, all masters are like this. Don't bother with him. Just call him to eat on time from now on.
At this time, Wang Defa and Feng Wu also ran over. Chuwazi, you're back. I just saw a man. Could it be that Master Zhou is here? Wang Defa said with a puzzled look on his face. Since he was on the other side of the house, he did not see Chun Qingxian flying. No, a friend. He's quite shy. I'll introduce him to you later. Chuwazi, the entire new rural reconstruction plan has already started. Do you want to go and take a look? Feng Wu was concerned about the transformation, so he asked Chu Chen. Uncle Feng, you're a professional here. Just follow the blueprint. Chu Chen rejected Feng Wu without any explanation. I just want to give up. You can handle this matter yourself. After sending the two away, Chu Chen came to the room on the third floor that Xiao Fang had cleaned. While Chun Qingxian was still on the roof and not paying attention, he moved out more than 30 boxes of erguotu from the space. Then he shouted, Jiomengzi, come here. As expected, Chun Qingxian sat down on the bed as soon as he finished speaking. Then he jumped up, and Chu Chen was not surprised. This is your room. You can eat on the first floor. Here's your wine. This bed is called a Simmons mattress. It's very comfortable. This is called a lamp. Press this button, and it will light up at night. Take a shower here. There's hot water, but I suggest you take a shower the next day. Everyone showers at night, so there's not enough hot water. Chu Chen said a lot in one breath and demonstrated to him while he was speaking. He wasn't even given a chance to ask. Chun Qingxian opened his mouth wide, but couldn't utter a word. Chu Chen had already disappeared. If I have to explain everything to every person who comes, I'll be exhausted. In the room, only Chun Qingxian was left standing there blankly, touching here and looking there. There was no trace of the demeanor of a master left in him, and he immediately decided not to sleep on the roof tonight. Just when he was curious about everything, Chu Chen turned back. In his hands, he held a steel sword and a pair of thermal imaging binoculars. Don't ask. I broke your sword last time. See if this is appropriate. This is called a telescope. You can use it to see the scenery during the day. At night, if you turn on this switch, you can see everything that emits heat. After saying that, she demonstrated it to him and then walked downstairs quickly. After Chu Chen left, Chun Qingxian drew out the sword and flicked his fingers. Good sword, haha. This is an immortal weapon. Then he took out the telescope, climbed onto the roof, and began to observe the village. Clairvoyance. It seems these two idiots are not simple. After saying this, he put it into his clothes as if it were a treasure and lay down on the roof to take a nap. Chu Chen came to the tea room and slipped into the space. That's right, he wanted to collect perfumes. Since he had agreed to open a perfume shop, he would need a large amount of goods. I guess the demands of the wealthy ladies in Qinglian City should not be too few. It took more than half an hour to collect all the perfumes in the counters of the supermarket. The floor of the tea room was now filled with bottles and jars. It took another hour to sort out all the perfumes and then call Xiao Fang. Boss, what do you want from me? Come, Xiao Fang, I'll give you an important task. I'll let you be the shopkeeper. When Xiao Fang entered the room, she saw the piles of perfume, and her mouth opened in surprise. Sir, you want me to sell perfume? Chapter 85, Searching for Cement in Space. Xiao Fang is so smart. Chu Chen pulled her over and rubbed her. It's broad daylight. Don't do that, or the sisters will see us. Xiao Fang twisted her body in Chu Chen's arms and said with a look of resistance, Okay, I won't tease you anymore. What's your name, Xiao Fang? What the hell? He did that to someone, and he doesn't even know her name, bah. What a scumbag. Chu Chen, it's not my fault. I've been calling you Xiao Fang since we met. I was adopted by a brothel mother when I was young and didn't have a name. Xiao Fang's expression suddenly darkened as she spoke. He was a man with a miserable life. He was in his teens and still didn't have a name. Okay, then I'll give you a name. How about calling you Songjing? Among all the people in this world, you are quiet and empty, like a flower that quietly blooms in the darkness, shedding its outer garment to reveal its beautiful and colorful beauty. Although Xiao Fang felt that the name was not very nice, she was persuaded by Chu Chen's explanation. Suddenly, a feeling of happiness surged in my heart. It seems that the young master does not regard me as a maid, and he likes me. So he nodded and said, Thank you for the name, sir. I will go tell everyone right away. Hey, we haven't gotten to the point yet. Looking at Xiao Fang walking down the stairs, Chu Chen showed an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. Only a fool like you could come up with such an ugly name. Suddenly a voice was heard, and Chu Chen was so scared that he immediately pulled out his pistol. You're a fucking peeping Tom. You'll scare me to death. Don't you know that? I just got here and wanted to ask when dinner was served, but I bumped into you by accident.
Oh, what's so good about women? After saying that, he disappeared with a whoosh. Chu Chen glanced at Qinglian, who disappeared on the balcony, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. I was careless. It seems I must draw the curtains when entering and exiting the space in the future. Fortunately, he didn't catch me this time. After saying that, she turned around and walked downstairs without caring about the perfume on the ground. Downstairs, Lu Damei had already prepared lunch and was serving it to the table. Xiaofang was holding Li Qinglian and Roy, chattering about her new name. That proud and happy look made Chu Chen look even more evil. Qinglian also came to the first floor, holding a bottle of erguo in his hand. After everyone had met, they began to serve the food. After dinner, Chu Chen pulled Xiaofang to the tea room and pulled the curtains tightly, and began to teach her about perfume. Classify perfumes by scent, size, and quality. The price ranges from 99 taels to 599 taels per bottle. Take out an extra-large bottle of perfume as the store's treasure, which is only for display and not for sale. Since the target group is the ladies and young ladies from wealthy families, Chu Chen did not hesitate in setting the prices. You usually squeeze the money from the people, so what's wrong with me taking some of it out? As for activities, Chu Chen said that they're completely unnecessary at the moment. After the wave of advertisements for the city lord's wife, we will gradually increase the sales volume and raise the purchase threshold. That's definitely going to be hot stuff. However, it will be a big challenge for Xiaofang to know all the varieties. Although she learned to read and do arithmetic from Roy, she had no problem becoming a shopkeeper. But for this new thing, it takes time. Chu Chen was not in a hurry and gave her enough time. What he's worried about now is the shop and decoration. The glass in the space is probably going to be damaged again, and the lights are a must. Otherwise, how can the high-end quality of the perfume be highlighted? So the next day, he took Xiaofang and knocked on Chang Wei's door. It was Lai Fu who opened the door again. Wow, little Lai Fu, has her dad beaten you lately? Before he could finish his words, a broom flew out and hit Lai Fu's, but accurately. You bastard, have you stolen my inkwell again? Seeing this scene, Chu Chen opened his mouth wide. This actually came true. Seeing this, Lai Fu quickly hid behind Chu Chen. At this time, Chang Wei walked out angrily, but when he saw Chu Chen at the door, his expression suddenly changed. Mr. Chu, why are you here? I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Mr. Chang, please don't hit Lai Fu anymore. After all, he is still young. Chang Wei chuckled and led Chu Chen and Xiaofang, or should I call her Cang Jing, into the house. I wonder why Mr. Chu came here. Chu Chen told him about his idea of decorating the store. Chang Wei immediately nodded and agreed. This is a good opportunity to improve myself when I heard that all the containers are made of glass. Chang Wei was once again stunned by Chu Chen's magnanimity. Master Chu's design is absolutely unique in Daxia. Business is sure to be booming. Once you've chosen a shop, come and let me know. I'll make sure you're satisfied. After coming out of Chang Wei's house, Chu Chen handed Lai Fu a box of lollipops. Seeing Lai Fu happily taking the things from Chu Chen's hand, Chang Wei picked up the broom again. There is no problem with Chang Wei, so the only thing left is the shop. I arrived at the door of the dental clinic with ease. Led by the servant from last time, the two came to the door of a 3-story building in the west of the city. Sir, this used to be a restaurant with 3 floors in the center of West City, but the owner only sells it and doesn't rent it out. It's good to sell it. I was worried that he wouldn't sell it. How much silver? The servant was very happy about Chu Chen's straightforwardness and immediately said, 2,200 taels. 2,000 taels, if you agree, you will pay immediately. This price was beyond Chu Chen's expectations. It was simply too cheap. But then he thought about it and realized that his big house in the west of the city was only priced at 1,200 taels. The price is reasonable for such a small space. The servant hesitated for a moment and nodded vigorously. The 200 taels were originally the premium that the pawn shop wanted to earn. Since they are so straightforward, then we can just take the commission. The procedure was quick, and in less than an hour, Chu Chen had another property under his name. After doing all this, Chu Chen took Xiaofang back to the house in the west of the city. Looking at Chu Chen, who suddenly appeared, he brought a beautiful girl with him. Xiaolan and Xiaodao came to greet them immediately. After Chu Chen introduced her identity, Xiaofang also adapted to the change from a maid to being served. At night, Chu Chen found an excuse to enter the space. He was looking for one thing, and that was cement. Since we were doing business, and it is luxury goods,
We have to build a strong warehouse to store silver and products. Before the space had unlimited supplies, I didn't care about this thing. Now that the supplies can be replenished, we must make good use of them. After searching for a long time in the mall, I finally found a few houses that had just been renovated. Seeing the decoration materials such as cement, tiles, putty powder, etc., Chu Chen showed a satisfied smile on his face. The next morning, he ate a quick bite and headed towards the shop he had just bought. Chapter 86: The Emperor's Private Visit to Masan Village. After entering the store, Chu Chen locked the door. Then they entered the space and moved pieces of glass, cement, putty powder, solar panels, and lights into the shop. In the hardware store, the bathroom supplies, such as toilets that had been taken out earlier, were also replenished. They were all moved into the shop. Either don't reform, or, if you do reform, it has to be a complete transformation. After working for a long time, Chu Chen, who was covered in sweat, smiled. It's up to Chang Wei now. I guess Chang Wei can easily master the jobs of scraping whitewash, laying tiles, and building warehouses. The next day, Chu Chen arrived at Chang Wei's house early and took him to the shop in the west of the city. Looking at the new materials on the ground, Chang Wei was shocked again. Without waiting for him to speak, Chu Chen introduced the materials such as cement, steel bars, putty powder, etc. to him. By the way, I also told him how to use these materials and how to decorate the store. Chang Wei stood behind Chu Chen like a primary school student. For him, every word that came out of Chu Chen's mouth was full of knowledge. I spent a whole day in the store before I finally explained everything clearly. After saying goodbye to Chang Wei, Chu Chen returned to his house in the west of the city. The entire picture of the perfume shop has emerged in my mind. Bright and spacious LED lights, smooth floors, and shelves made entirely of glass. In the meantime, he moved out a lot of ready-made glass counters from the shopping mall space. Anything produced by Chu Chen must be a high-quality product. After doing all this, Chu Chen stayed in Qinglian City for a few days and then returned to Masan Village alone. Xiaofang, on the other hand, was left in Qinglian City, where she became familiar with the shop and supervised the decoration. Before leaving, Chu Chen instructed her to go to the pawn shop and buy a dozen pretty girls for training in advance. As a salesperson in a perfume shop. As for training, Chu Chen waved his hand and took out many books from the space. Basic etiquette, how to be a good salesperson, daily talk for salespeople, and so on. Not only that, they also took out a lot of cheongsams and other clothes in the mall. The slit must reach the thigh. If you have all these advantages but still can't sell it, then that's your own problem. According to Chang Wei, the renovation will take at least a month. So there is also time for Xiaofang to train a group of talents. Masan Village, on the roof of a villa. There are 2 rocking chairs. Chu Chen and Chen Qingxian were lying on it, smoking and drinking beer, with a melon seed and fruit plate beside them. This kind of rotten life really makes people linger. Chen Qingxian had never slept on the roof again due to his extravagant life in the past few days. Jiomingzi, if you have time, please teach me martial arts. Don't even mention becoming a 9th grade master. An 8th grade master would be fine. Chu Chen suddenly said this, causing Chen Qingxian to look at Chu Chen with contempt. Just you, come on, don't even think about it in this life. Why? Your bones have already been shaped, and besides, you are not cut out for martial arts training. This sentence left Chu Chen speechless. It doesn't matter if you can't learn martial arts. There are plenty of hot weapons in the space. But your hidden weapon is quite mysterious. Can you show it to me? Chen Qingxian asked Chu Chen with curiosity. Are you kidding? This is my biggest trump card. Now that I've shown it to you, what secrets can I keep? Sotan said a few words, and Chen Qingxian saw that he was unwilling, so he stopped asking. Someone's coming, a group of them, driving a car. Hey, there's a master in the middle, a 9th rank expert. Damn, that one. Chen Qingxian took a sip of Erguo too and spoke slowly. Chen Qingxian, who had stayed in Masan Village for a long time, even learned to use swear words. Oh, it came pretty quickly. Chu Chen looked calmly at the group of people slowly approaching the village entrance. No, God of wealth. Chu Chen stood up and walked downstairs. If the people coming weren't Zhou Heng and his party, who else could it be? From a distance, Chu Chen saw Zhou Heng and Zhou Shikai following a man who was about 50 years old, walking towards the villa. Next to the man, there was a middle-aged man with fair skin and no beard, following closely behind the leading man. Could it be that person? Chu Chen guessed in his heart. Brother Zhou, Happy New Year. Who is this? Chu Chen asked the leading man. At this time, Qinglian also came behind Chu Chen, holding half a bottle of erguo in his hand. Qinglian's arrival made the fair-skinned and beardless man take half a step forward and stand between the leading man and Chu Chen. Before Zhou Heng could speak, the leading man spoke up. I heard from my son that a remarkable man has emerged from Qinglian City. Seeing him today, he is indeed an extraordinary person. Haha, uncle, you're too kind. I'm just an ordinary villager. How can I say I'm extraordinary? Haha, uncle, interesting, interesting. The man waved his hand and pulled the white-skinned, beardless man, and the man retracted his steps. Well, a distinguished guest has arrived. How can we just stand here? Please come in. Chu Chen is not stupid. The man with white skin and no beard is obviously a eunuch, and he should be the upper ninth rank that Qinglian mentioned. Moreover, the grooms behind the group all had extraordinary temperament. Then the person in charge is probably the emperor of Daxia. Chu Chen felt amused as he looked at Zhou Heng and Zhou Shikai, who were following this man like little chickens. But he didn't reveal his guess, because what if he said he was the emperor? Then he would kneel or not. So when I call him uncle, I'll just try to get closer to him and see how he reacts. A group of people followed Chu Chen's footsteps into the villa. The leading man sat down in the middle of the sofa carelessly. He looked at all the new things in the house, but didn't say anything. Before coming, Zhou Heng told him all the magical things, just to prevent him from being surprised and losing his dignity. Hearing is one thing, feeling is another. The moment he sat down on the sofa, he felt a little panicked. Brother Zhou, you haven't introduced me yet? Chu Chen looked at Zhou Heng again and asked. Only then did Zhou Heng stand up. Brother Chu, this is my father, Zhou Shixuan. Hey, I guess my guess was right. Chu Chen has met Uncle Zhou. Zhou Shikai, who was behind Chu Chen, was worried for Chu Chen when he heard him say this. This is the emperor of the summer. How dare you be so presumptuous? Interesting, interesting. Since you keep calling me uncle, what delicacies are you going to treat us to today when I come? Damn, another foodie. Chu Chen climbed up the pole. She sat down next to Zhou Shixuan. Uncle Zhou, when it comes to food, you've come to the right place. I guarantee you'll be so full that even gods won't want to eat. As he spoke, he called Li Qinglian over. Qinglian, come and meet Uncle Zhou. Also, make one of each of your signature dishes and show Uncle Zhou your cooking skills. Li Qinglian stepped forward and bowed, then went into the kitchen. Looking at this outgoing boy, Zhou Shixuan suddenly developed a liking for Chu Chen. I hold a high position, and I don't know how long it has been since I heard the word uncle addressed affectionately. Even his own princes called him father. Chapter 87 Zhou Heng's Sworn Brotherhood in the Villa. I heard from Hunger that you have many magical items here. Why don't you take me, your uncle, to see them? Zhou Shixuan took a look at the villa and said to Chu Chen. Chu Chen was happy with this, so he took Zhou Shixuan and his party around the villa. I can't believe you can actually use the sun's energy. Is this a magical technique? Zhou Shixuan said in surprise when he saw the LED light that emitted a dazzling light when pressed. Haha. Actually, we live in this world and are actually borrowing energy from the sun, right? Oh, what do you mean? Chu Chen smiled, led the group outside, and pointed at the trees and mountains. Without the sun, these trees and crops would not be able to grow and survive. Without the sun, humans would not be able to see the light. Without the sun, the world would cease to exist. After listening to Chu Chen's explanation, Zhou Shixuan and his party became even more confused. I've only heard that the sun can kill plants. Plants rely on soil and water. What does this have to do with the scorching sun? It's over. Here comes another one who is curious about everything. The key point is still hard to explain, which worries Chu Chen, a half-baked person. After thinking for a while, he said this to Zhou Shixuan. Uncle Zhou, do you have a feeling that when you walk into the mountains, even breathing becomes sweeter, but when you walk into Qinglian City, it becomes difficult to breathe? Zhou Shixuan and everyone else thought about it and nodded in agreement. Plants give people a natural and fresh feeling, otherwise why would I build a royal forest garden? Please enlighten me, Master Chu. At this moment, Zhou Shixuan was like a primary school student, looking at the boy in front of him with longing. Well, it's actually very simple. It's because under the sun, these trees can breathe. Their breathing is the opposite of ours. They inhale the bad air and exhale the fresh spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In the great Xia dynasty, who knew about photosynthesis, oxygen, and other things? So Chu Chen also gave a half-scientific and half-metaphysical explanation. I see, that's how it is. Haha, no wonder Master Chu, despite being so wealthy, is willing to return to this peaceful Mashan village to live. After saying that, Zhou Shixuan looked at Chu Chen with appreciation and kicked Zhou Heng in the butt. Zhou Heng turned around and looked at Zhou Shixuan in confusion. Father, why did you kick me? Why did I kick you? You're such a good teacher right in front of me, but you're going back to Kyoto for the new year. I'm so disappointed. Zhou Heng, I don't want to go back either. It was you who sent me back with an imperial decree. At this moment, Zhou Shixuan really had the urge to marry his daughter off. Whether it was everything that was seen in the villa just now, or the truth that Chu Chen just said, as an old and experienced man, he could tell at a glance that Chu Chen in front of him was definitely not an ordinary person. If his son followed him to study for a few years, then when he returns to the world after 100 years, the Xia will still be the world of his Zhou family. Then he turned to Chu Chen and said, I see that my son is about the same age as you. Why don't you two become sworn brothers? Wouldn't that be wonderful? Damn, this father and his son have the same idea. But as long as there is this big tree, as long as Daxia doesn't fall, then you won't have to worry about being troubled by the authorities anymore. So he nodded and said, Brother Zhou had this idea years ago, but unexpectedly he got so busy with trivial matters that he forgot about it. As long as Brother Zhou is willing, I have no objection. Well, in that case, then why not wait for a better day? Please come up to the hall and witness it with me. After Zhou Shixuan finished speaking, he asked Chu Chen to call his parents to perform the ceremony of sworn brotherhood. Uncle Zhou, I have no parents, which puts me in a difficult position. It's good that both his parents are dead. As long as I treat him well, he can still escape from my control. So he quickly said, It's okay, collateral relatives and elders are also fine. Looking at the impatient Zhou Shixuan, Chu Chen felt like he was being betrayed. But he knew what Zhou Shixuan wanted. Didn't he just want to learn these magical things from him? I also want his power. So he quickly asked someone to invite Chu Dazhuang over. Uncle Zhou, this is my second uncle, the closest person by blood in this world. Before Chu Dazhuang could understand what was going on, he was pulled over. But after looking into Zhou Shixuan's eyes, he suddenly felt like kneeling down. This person's aura is so powerful that it must have been cultivated by being in a high position for a long time. When he heard that it was Chu Wazi who wanted to become sworn brothers with this young Master Zhou, his frown suddenly relaxed. He knew this Zhou Heng clearly. Not only was he the only customer of the workshop, but from the followers around him, it could be seen that this man must be either rich or noble. If Chu Wazi has this opportunity, then the old Chu family will take off. So he quickly nodded and agreed. After a while, inside the main hall of the villa, Chu Dazhuang and Zhou Shixuan sat in the upper seats and witnessed the sworn brotherhood ceremony between Chu Chen and Zhou Heng. Zhou Shixuan secretly nudged the pale-faced, beardless man and whispered, Eunuch Wei, we have witnessed a happy event. Congratulations, Your Majesty. This man is guarded by a 9th-rank expert and is so amazing. Your Majesty's decision will surely ensure that the Zhou family's kingdom will last forever. This flattery made Zhou Shixuan feel extremely comfortable. After the ceremony, Zhou Heng stood up and said to Chu Chen, Second brother, you and I are sworn brothers. From now on, please give me your guidance. Second brother, you are the second brother. Your whole family is the second brother. Chu Chen was at a loss for words about this title, so he quickly spoke. Brother, this second brother is so distant. From now on, just call me by my name, Chu Chen or Chu Wazi. It's more intimate. Zhou Heng had no idea what Chu Chen was thinking, but after thinking about it, he felt that it made sense. So he quickly said, Second brother's right. From now on, I will call you Chu Wazi. Ha ha ha, Chu Wazi, this name is so friendly. From now on, everyone will call him Chu Wazi. Zhou Shixuan spoke loudly to Zhou Shixuan and others. Unexpectedly, a cold voice came out. Chu Wazi, these two idiots. The person who spoke was Chen Qinglian, who was watching the fun from the side and cast a contemptuous look at Chu Chen. Fuck you, you drunkard. Chu Chen blurted out to Chen Qinglian. Forget it, Chu boy. Don't speak rudely to the Taoist priest. Seeing Chu Chen cursing at Chen Qinglian, Zhou Shixuan quickly spoke. You know each other. Now, it was Chu Chen's turn to be surprised. Ah, Taoist Master Chen is famous and renowned. How many people in this world don't know him? Chu, you have a treat Taoist, Master Well. Master Chen, Please also say hello to your master. I, Zhou Shixuan, will definitely visit you when I'm free. Chen Qingxian didn't say anything. He clasped his fists towards Zhou Shixuan and reached the rooftop in a flash. Chu Chen then turned around and looked at everyone. In the end, he was the fool. But I was also very happy in my heart. I felt like I had found a great treasure. A talent that is praised even by the royal family must be a master. Chapter 88: Compressed Biscuits, Marching Rations. Well, the ceremony is complete. Let's go check on my niece-in-law to see if the food is ready. I'm happy today, so I'll have a few drinks with my brother. Zhou Shixuan held Chu Dazhuang's hand and spoke without any airs. This made Chu Dazhuang flattered, and he nodded and smiled repeatedly. After a while, Li Qinglian and others came to the restaurant with a table full of dishes. Come on, everyone sit down and eat. Chu Chen brought out a box of erguo too and greeted everyone warmly. Zhou Heng had heard that Chu Chen did not follow the rules when eating, and all women and servants sat at the same table. So Zhou Shixuan didn't say anything. Under normal circumstances, who would be qualified and dare to sit at the same table with the emperor? After asking everyone to sit down, Zhou Shixuan was about to pick up his chopsticks when he was stopped by Eunuch Wei. Eat your own meal. It's not necessary to do this. This scene made Chu Chen more certain of his identity, and he said that this sworn brotherhood was worth it. Chu Chen opened the wine and poured a glass for everyone. Chuwazi, I've only heard Zhou Heng talk about your immortal wine. Seeing it today, I think it's truly extraordinary. Could you bring some back for your uncle? Zhou Shixuan took a sip of erguo too and became hooked on it. It turns out that what I drank before was all crap. Uncle Zhou, I don't have much of this stuff. I'll bring you 2 boxes later. Zhou Shixuan had seen the wine boxes early on. There were 2 boxes, 48 bottles in total. The glass bottles alone were worth a lot of money. It seems that this wave of sworn brotherhood is worth it. Only Chen Qingxian looked as if he understood. You call that not enough? I have a wall of wine in my room. But he was happy about it. So what if he was the emperor? He was still an uncle, and his treatment was not as good as his father's. I couldn't help but give Chu Chen a thumbs up in my heart. These 2 idiots can be dealt with. Chu Chen didn't know that just by these 2 boxes of wine, he had won the favor of the emperor and the 9th-rank master. We had mutton hot pot and home-cooked dishes. Food is always the strongest temptation for humans. After a meal, everyone was sweating profusely and said it was very satisfying. It turns out there are such delicious foods in this world. Chuwazi, my niece-in-law, is truly a deity. After saying that, he waved to Eunuch Wei, who stood up and walked outside. When she came back, she had a tray in her hand with a whole set of jewelry on it. Niece-in-law, this is a gift from your uncle. Li Qinglian was flattered and knelt down quickly. Qinglian thanks uncle. Ha, you're sensible. You're blessed, niece. If this person bullies you in the future, your uncle will back you up. Li Qinglian took the jewelry, kowtowed again, and then obediently added a bowl of soup for Zhou Shixuan. This made Zhou Shixuan's eyes almost disappear with laughter. Seeing Zhou Shixuan like this, Chu Chen turned around and looked at Zhou Shikai, who was eating and drinking beside him. The meaning is obvious. You are Zhou Heng's uncle, which means you are Zhou Shixuan's younger brother. Don't you want to express your opinion? Zhou Shikai was not stingy and directly took out a silver note and handed it to Li Qinglian. Niece-in-law, go buy whatever you want yourself. Your uncle is a rough man and doesn't know how to deal with those things. Li Qinglian quickly knelt down and kowtowed again. Chu Chen was so happy. It was so easy to get his food. Then he turned and looked at the fair-faced and beardless Eunuch Wei. I am just a eunuch, not a member of the Zhou family, and my monthly allowance is only 10 taels. Feeling Chu Chen's gaze, Eunuch Wei almost buried his head in the bowl. Seeing this funny scene, Zhou Shixuan quickly said, All right, hurry up and eat. I'm really curious about the transformation of Mashan village. Chuwazi will have to show me around later. Eunuch Wei, your majesty is wise. After dinner, the group followed Chu Chen to the workshop in Mashan village. At this moment, everyone has loaded the car and is eating. The meal was simple, just instant noodles that Chu Chen specially prepared for them. Due to the large inventory, loading takes time, and with so many people cooking, it takes a lot of time. So Chu Chen gave each of them 2 buckets of instant noodles. Zhou Shixuan and others could smell the fragrance from a distance. True boy, you are so mean. What kind of food is this? Why does it smell so good? Zhou Shixuan snatched the instant noodle box from a guard and said, You are so ignorant. I will feed you 100 times better than them. So he explained, this is just a fast food made for convenience. It's called instant noodles. I'll bring you a box later. Instant noodles, that's a fitting name. How do you make this? Okay, since you're not afraid of overeating, I'll make you another bowl. So he called Hu Zi and gave each of Zhou Shixuan and the other three a bucket, and brew it with boiling water in front of them. A few minutes later, the four of them were sweating profusely and slurping the noodles. He didn't put the box down until he had licked it like a dog, burping reluctantly. This thing is magical. Can Chu Wazi produce it in large quantities? Production? That's impossible, but there are plenty in my own space. So he nodded and replied, I don't have the conditions to produce this thing yet, but I still have some in stock. Uncle, do you need it? I can send 1 or 2 boxes, but if the quantity is large, you'll have to pay for it. Zhou Shixuan thought for a moment and said, I don't need it yet, but if I need it someday, how long can you prepare the goods? That depends on how much Uncle needs. 100,000 boxes. You're fighting a war, but Chu Chen guessed right. This is what Zhou Shixuan meant. It will be ready in the 15th day. If any of your military friends needs it, I have something even better. Oh, bring it here quickly. Chu Chen turned around and headed towards the villa. When he came back, he had dozens of compressed dry food in his hand. This thing is called compressed biscuits. Each person can eat 1 piece a day and won't be hungry, but never more than 2 pieces, otherwise it will kill you. This is a very good thing. This is a very good thing. Chu boy, what's the price? Zhou Shixuan had no doubt about Chu Chen's words. His only worry was that this thing was too expensive. Chu Chen pretended to think for a moment. Instant noodles are 50 cents a box, and these biscuits are 100 cents apiece. After hearing Chu Chen's offer, Zhou Shixuan calculated it in his mind and immediately laughed. This isn't expensive, so he quickly said, you have to keep it for me, Chu Wazi. I'll send someone to pick it up within 3 months. For these cheap things, the amount of jade consumed is very small, so it seems that Chu Chen's price is low. But once Zhou Shixuan has used this thing, he can hardly stop, because small profits but quick turnover makes a lot of sense. Dear readers, you call this a small profit? At this moment, the refined salt has been loaded, and the convoy has formed a long queue and marched out of Masan village in a mighty manner. Chu Chen took the 15,000 taels of silver handed to him by Zhou Shikai and smiled deeply. Zhou Shixuan stroked his beard and sighed. These beautiful mountains and rivers make me reluctant to return to Kyoto. Chapter 89. Hunting in the mountains and being ambushed. Master, you can't do that. There's still many things going on in the room. Eunuch Wei hurried forward and said, if the emperor goes out and doesn't want to return to the palace, the whole palace will be in chaos. Zhou Heng also echoed, Father, there are things at home. Let's go. Zhou Shixuan rolled his eyes at a few of them before climbing onto the carriage and heading towards the city. Chu Chen also generously prepared 2 boxes of erguo and several boxes of instant noodles for him. After all, they had just become sworn brothers, and the things he gave to Li Qinglian were definitely better than these things. After seeing Zhou Shixuan and his group off, Chu Chen followed Chen Qingxian to the rooftop every day. You idiot, do you know his identity? Chen Qingxian glanced at Chu Chen and said slowly, you should know. I'm not a drunkard. It's boring, let's go hunting. Chu Chen drank the cola in his hand in one gulp and threw it downstairs. The villagers in front of the door are still busy working for the new countryside, and the road leading to Masan village is still busy. In Qinglian City, Chang Wei and a group of craftsmen were working overtime to meet the deadline. But all this seemed to have nothing to do with Chu Chen. Hunting, you have a bow. What a joke. There's so many air rifles in space. It's no problem to shoot a chicken. I have a bow, can you use it? I'm a 9th rank master after all. Don't need about a hunt? It's boring. I won't go. Then why are you asking? You should sleep on the roof. I'll go by myself. What's the point of using your force to hunt? For Chen Qingxian, if he could avoid moving, he would do so. If he wanted to eat wild game, he would just go up the mountain and catch a few. So Chu Chen stood up and walked towards the mountains. After turning a corner, there was a PCP air rifle on his back, and it was a continuous fire one. Thank you, uncle, for seizing so many good things for me. Chu Chen talked as he walked. Little did he know that several figures were lying not far from him, staring at him intently. This kid is really not afraid of death. He actually dares to go up the mountain alone. 6th brother, according to that skinny guy, this guy can send out thunderbolts. Should we wait and see before taking any action? Tianlei, you're the only one who believes that nonsense. Master Mu said it's probably a hidden weapon.
We have a 5th-rank master here today, don't worry. 2 men dressed fiercely stared at Chu Chen and talked quietly. Then, they slowly retreated and took a detour to the front of Chu Chen. Right in front of Chu Chen, a bearded man stared at Chu Chen with sharp eyes. It looks like he's here to hunt. Liu Zi, put out the bait. The bearded man spoke to the person who had just observed Chu Chen. After the man, named Liu Zi, finished speaking, he released a few pheasants into the mountains. Perhaps frightened, the pheasant flew towards the mountains as soon as it came out. When Chu Chen heard the fluttering sound, he suddenly became excited. He grabbed an air rifle and chased into the mountains. Before I knew it, I had chased him for a long distance. The bearded man led a group of people around Chu Chen and chased forward. After chasing it for a while, I finally saw one perched on a tree. It seemed to be flying very hard. Chu Chen swiftly raised the PCP in his hand and shot the pheasant down with a single shot. Sure enough, there are powerful hidden weapons. The bearded man looked at the scene in front of him and said disdainfully, "Chiu Hai is really unworthy. A 4th-grade master actually died at the hands of this thing." That's right, these people are actually members of the Black Dragon Gang, a famous bandit organization in Qinglian City. The Qinglian Mountain Tiger Hall that was previously destroyed by Chu Chen was just one of their halls, or in modern terms, a branch. Chiu Hai is the leader of the Tiger Hall, and this Chiu Hai, a 4th-rank master, is only the weakest leader of the Black Dragon Gang. Before, Chu Chen destroyed the Tiger Hall, and the only omission was the minion who was half frozen to death on the mountain. Perhaps it was his fate, as he rolled into an abandoned wild boar den and survived. After escaping, he went to headquarters to report the news. So, the Black Dragon Gang sent this 5th-rank master to seek revenge. As soon as Chu Chen saw that he had hit the pheasant, he dropped his air rifle and ran towards where the pheasant fell. "If you don't come, I won't even let you smell it when I get back later." Just as he picked up the pheasant and was about to rush back, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Behind him, a bearded man with more than 10 people was studying his air rifle with a smile on his face. "Master Mu, do you think this hidden weapon came out of this hole?" "You're a smart kid, considering my many years of experience in martial arts. This item must have been made by the weapon gang." The bearded man patted the minions around him and said proudly. Chu Chen looked at this person and immediately became alert. If he could follow us here, it was definitely not a chance encounter, but he came prepared. Moreover, from the eyes of this Master Mu, one could see a fierceness even more powerful than that of Zhang Tianlong. He must be a martial arts master without a doubt, and is probably more than one level higher than Zhang Tianlong. A 5th-rank master may be a 6th rank, 7th rank, or 8th rank master, but definitely not a 9th rank master. While they were still laughing, Chu Chen took off the safety of the pistol on his waist and put it into his sleeve. "Who are you and why are you following me?" Chu Chen said to the bearded man. Only then did the bearded man turn around and look at Chu Chen. With a wave of his hand, a dozen minions surrounded Chu Chen. "As a dying man, what right do you have to know Grandpa's name?" "Yes, Master Mu, you have offended our Black Dragon Gang, and you still want to know who we are." As soon as the minion finished speaking, he was kicked out by the bearded man. Chu Chen looked at the miserable appearance of the minion and couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Black Dragon Gang, you're still going to accept a fool like this? It seems like you're just a bunch of idiots. Boy, you're just good at talking. Tell me how you want to die. Perhaps if you give me the silver I looted from Chiu Hai, I can give you a whole body." The bearded man spoke viciously to Chu Chen. "What a fool you are. Since you want to kill me, the Black Dragon Gang, and Chiu Hai, just tell them all. What if you can't kill me? That would be too much confidence. Oh, it seems that this Qinglian Mountain Tiger Hall is your hall. I was wondering how a bandit organization that has been entrenched for many years can be so weak." Chu Chen did not dare to be arrogant at this moment. He slowly retreated while speaking. Although he was wearing a stab-proof suit, his head was useless. He had seen the amazing skills of Jiumengzi. God knows how strange this person is. "You're courting death, kid. You don't even have any hidden weapons left, yet you still dare to shout. Go. Tie him up and bring him to me." The bearded man gave an order to the younger brother beside him, and the younger brother rushed towards Chu Chen with a long knife raised. Looking at the minions rushing towards him, Chu Chen pulled the trigger without hesitation. The sound of a gunshot startled the entire Masan village. Chen Qingshuan's figure also disappeared. Chapter 90. The elusive Chun Qingxian. The gunshot also frightened the Black Dragon Gang. "Get out of the way. This kid is really good at thunder magic." The bearded man looked at the fallen minion in front of him
and Chu Chen's smoking cuffs. He dodged and rolled to the side. Chu Chen's bullet hit the open ground. Damn, did people in ancient times dodge bullets every day? Immediately afterwards, another gunshot was heard and another henchman fell to the ground. Emptied a magazine of bullets in an instant. When he was about to change the magazine, the bearded man found the right opportunity and rushed forward, slashing Chu Chen on the back with a knife. The huge force knocked Chu Chen several meters away, but fortunately, he was wearing stab-proof clothing. Well, you're invulnerable to swords and guns. You are an 8th grade master, but how can your body movement be so weak? After being hit by a knife, the bearded man rolled over and created some distance between himself and Chu Chen. To be honest, he was still a little afraid of the thunder magic that could take a life with just one bang. Fuck your grandma's 8th grade master. Chu Chen, who had changed the magazine, raised his hand and fired a shot at the bearded man. Unfortunately, he dodged it again. Just as the bearded man was about to step forward again, a leisurely voice came. I say, you idiot, this is hunting. If I had known earlier, I would have come too. Hearing this voice, Chu Chen was completely relieved and sat down on the ground. Drunkard, I'm about to be killed by him, and you're still making sarcastic remarks. I told you you're an idiot, but you still refuse to admit it. You can't even take out a 5th grade piece of trash with such a powerful hidden weapon. At this moment, the bearded man was already stunned in his place, muttering, Ninth rank, Master, Qinglian Taoist. Not bad, you have some vision. I'll leave you with an intact body. Qinglian came in front of the bearded man in an instant. With just a simple stab, the bearded man fell straight to the ground. Seeing this, the other minions ran in all directions. In just a few breaths, there was no bandit left alive. I tell you, Jimengzi, you didn't even leave anyone alive. They came prepared. Looking at Qinglian, who killed more than 10 people in an instant, Chu Chen said dissatisfiedly, your sword is so easy to use I couldn't grasp it for a moment. Qinglian spread his hands, picked up the pheasant beside him, and disappeared from the spot in the blink of an eye. I won't bury the guy who just kills me and leaves without burying me. After seeing Qinglian disappear, Chu Chen picked up the air rifle on the ground and walked down the mountain. However, the Black Dragon Gang has always been lingering in his mind. If there's a first time, there will definitely be a second time. If this is the case, then there will always be a potential enemy in Mashan village. No, I have to go back and ask that drunkard what he should know. Thinking of this, Chu Chen couldn't help but quicken his pace down the mountain. On the 3rd floor terrace, Chu Chen sat down on the rocking chair without having time to check the injury on his back. He asked Qinglian, Jiomengzi, do you know the Black Dragon Gang? I know. It's a low-ranking gang with a leader of the 7th rank. How did you get involved with them? So Chu Chen told him how he became enemies with the Menghu Hall and how he destroyed the Menghu Hall. The most disgusting thing about this kind of gang is that it's like a dog-skin plaster, which is quite troublesome. After listening to Chu Chen's introduction, Qinglian frowned slightly and said slowly, Then do you know where they are? If we don't kill them, there will be no peace in Mashan village. We can't stay here forever. I also have my own perfume shop that is about to open. It seems that the Black Dragon Gang is a big trouble. It's not as dangerous as you say. My senior sister should be coming down the mountain in a few days. I'll tell her then. She's more interested in destroying the gang, and I'm too lazy to move. Shit, he's more interested in destroying the gang. No, this guy has a senior sister. Your senior sister. How old is she? What does she look like? When Chu Chen heard the word senior sister, a figure in white clothes fluttering like a fairy descending to the earth emerged in his mind. Get out. Don't mess with her, or I can't save you. Qinglian kicked Chu Chen on the waist, causing Chu Chen to grimace in pain. I want to pull out my pistol and shoot him. If you don't want to provoke me, then don't provoke me. Can you be a little gentler? You are a 9th grade master. Qinglian knew he was being unreasonable, so he turned around and started drinking. But Chu Chen was full of worries at the moment. This time it was a 5th grade master, but what about next time? At this moment, he felt as if a fishbone was stuck in his throat, which was extremely uncomfortable. At this moment, I really have the urge to take dozens of people from the village, holding Type 95 rifles and go to the Black Dragon Gang to shoot them. In the room, Li Qinglian took off Chu Chen's stab-proof suit, looking at the entire blood-red bruise on the back. Husband, how could you get such a serious injury? Li Qinglian applied medicine to Chu Chen with a distressed look on her face. It's nothing. You won't die. Don't worry.
Chu Chen comforted Li Qinglian while baring his teeth. But he secretly said in his heart, "Black Dragon Gang, sooner or later, I will uproot you." But there was no point in being anxious now. Chu Chen lay quietly for a while, and then he thought it through. Since that drunkard said that his senior sister has come down the mountain and is very interested in destroying the gang, why not wait until his senior sister comes? After a big fight today, Chu Chen was very tired, so he fell asleep while lying down. When I woke up, it was already noon the next day. After rubbing his still aching back, Chu Chen staggered to his feet and walked towards the tea room. After closing the door, he slipped into the space. After the assassination, he needed a quick-fire rifle. Based on his memory, he should have seen an Uzi submachine gun among the pile of captured items. This thing is small and exquisite, not much longer than a pistol, with a fast rate of fire and a large ammunition capacity. After some searching, I finally found the submachine gun and a whole box of bullets in a corner. This thing is wireless anyway. Soon, an Uzi submachine gun and 4 magazines full of bullets were placed on the table in the tea room. Although it is a short magazine with a capacity of 20 rounds, it is incomparable to a pistol. Put on stab-proof clothing and holster, and the pistol on the back of the waist becomes continuous firepower. After a simple lunch on the first floor, I headed towards the construction site. If you can't figure out the Black Dragon Gang's affairs for the time being, then forget about it. You can't just give up construction just because of the Black Dragon Gang. It would be better to find a secluded place in the deep mountains and forests. Looking at the rows of half-built houses, Chu Chen also smiled. Uncle Feng, it's going pretty fast. I estimate that in another month, everyone will be able to move into the new house. Chu Wazi, everyone is grateful to you. Without you, we wouldn't even be able to think about building this brick house. The villagers along the way all greeted Chu Chen happily. Since the workshop has resumed work, there are fewer people on the construction site. But this did not affect the progress of the project at all, and everyone worked hard. Although the temptation of a new house is great, the workshop cannot stop. Chapter 91: The Perfume Shop is renovated. Chu Chen took a look around and saw that everything was in order, so he turned around and went back to the villa. The days of playing badly always go by quickly. That day, Chen Qingxian, who was drinking, suddenly said someone is coming. Chu Chen was no longer surprised by Chen Qingshuan's alert look. When I walked downstairs, I saw Lai Fu running toward me from a distance. "Xiao Lai Fu, why are you here? Your father beat you again." Chu Chen asked jokingly. "No, my father asked me to tell you that the shop has been renovated." Xiao Lai Fu ran out of breath, and after saying that, he rushed to the pool and drank a bucket of water. "Did you come here running?" Looking at him like this, Chu Chen asked in confusion. "No, I took an ox cart to Qinglian town. There are no ox carts for the second half of the journey, so I ran here." Changwei, you really don't treat your son as a human being. You have such a big family and such a big business. Why don't you just send someone over?" After saying that, Chu Chen turned around and went back into the house and brought him a large bucket of instant noodles. The boy ate so much that he almost swallowed the entire plate. "Okay, I'll go to Qinglian City with you, so you don't have to run away again." After saying that, Chu Chen shouted upwards, "Jiu Mengzi, are you going to Qinglian City?" After saying that, he pulled Xiao Lai Fu towards the van. When I opened the car door, I saw Chen Qingxian sitting steadily in the passenger seat with a cigarette in his mouth. If a 9th-grade master makes any noise while doing his work, I lose. It was the first time for Xiao Lai Fu to ride in Chu Chen's van, and he kept chattering with a look of curiosity on his face. I guess if he stays with Chu Chen for a few months, Chang Wei might not even need him as his father. The car stopped steadily at the door of the shop. Pedestrians on the road all looked over here. What kind of shop is this? It looks like it's all made of glass. Yes, there's a wall behind this door, and this wall is made of glazed glass. Goodness, which prodigal son opened this shop just for fun? If this shop makes money, I'll write the word Wong backwards. Listening to everyone's discussions, a smile appeared on Chu Chen's lips. This is exactly the effect we want. This modern thing is itself a good advertisement. At this moment, Xiaofeng had brought more than 10 girls to clean the shop inside and out. When they heard that the boss was coming, more than 10 girls immediately stood in 2 rows. Chen Qingxian saw this scene and said, "Bah, what's so good about women?" "Hello, boss." The girls bowed slightly and saluted Chu Chen. Okay. Chu Chen waved his hand. "Xiaofeng, that's great. Thank you for your hard work during this period." "What are you talking about, sir? This is what I should do. But from now on, Please call me Song Jing or Song Manager. Holy crap, he got into the role so quickly? His learning ability is pretty good. At this time, Chong Wei also came over. Mr. Chu, it has lived up to your expectations and has been completed successfully. Please check it. Mr. Chang's craftsmanship is trustworthy to me. After paying the wages, Chong Wei led his group out. After Chong Wei left, Chu Chen asked everyone to take all the perfumes out of the car. In a short while, the cabinets and shelves were filled with various glass bottles of all sizes. Everyone come here. Chu Chen waved to the girls. Go change into your Cheongsams first, then I have something to tell you. After a stick of incense, Chu Chen almost had a nosebleed as he looked at the bunch of beautiful women standing in front of him. This little bit of temperament suddenly improved, as if returning to the modern era for a moment. Okay, without saying anything else, I believe Shopkeeper Tsang has also given you some training. Next, let's talk about benefits. When they heard about the welfare benefits, everyone showed a look of surprise. Could it be that the boss bought them back and paid them back? Chu Chen had already expected their surprise. After all, these people were bought. That is, they are slaves, their lives belong to their masters, who can afford to pay them. But Chu Chen doesn't think so. If he gives them some commission, these people will definitely be as excited as if they were injected with chicken blood. Here, you don't get a commission, but you get a 1,000 commission on every bottle of perfume you sell. When they heard 1,000th, everyone looked puzzled again. What did this mean? For example, if you sell a bottle of perfume worth 99 taels, you get 99 coins. If you sell a bottle of perfume worth 299 taels, you get 299 coins, and so on. This system immediately made the girls in front of him cheer. It's so easy to make money. Just by talking, you can make money. It seems that you're lucky to be bought here. Okay, next let's check the results of your training. Now, if Qinglian is a first-time customer, find a way to sell him the perfume. Chu Chen pointed at Chun Qinglian and spoke to everyone. Chun Qinglian jumped up immediately. What are you doing? Are you looking for death, you idiot? Without waiting for Chu Chen to answer, a group of people ran towards Chun Qinglian politely. Sir, look at our cologne. It's most suitable for successful people like you, who are handsome and have a good figure. Half an incense stick later, Chun Qinglian took out a silver note worth 100 taels. Chu Chen quickly stopped him. Brother, this is just a show. You really pay for it. Yeah, why should I pay for what I want? I can just take it. After saying that, he walked to the most expensive cabinet and asked the girl next to him, give me one that suits me. The girl looked up at Chu Chen, and seeing Chu Chen nodded at her, she immediately took out a bottle of men's perfume. After being promoted by a group of beautiful women, Chun Qinglian seemed to have changed his previous opinion. Women are not bad either. Little did he know that this change of thought would lead to the downfall of this 9th-rank master. Chu Chen looked at everything in front of him and was very satisfied. He hugged Xiaofang and gave her a big kiss, thinking he had discovered a talent. It seems that I should give him some comfort when I get home tonight. This action made Xiaofang blush all the way to her neck, and she punched Chu Chen hard in the chest. You idiot. If you want to make out, go back. I'm hungry. Okay, close the door and go home. The group locked the counter, put the perfumes on the shelves into the warehouse in an orderly manner, and then headed towards the house. In a house in the west of the city, Xiaolan and Xiao Dao prepared the meal early. Seeing Chu Chen coming back, they were very happy and kept calling him young master. Zheng Tianlong came back from his house in the suburbs. The first thing he did was not to greet Chu Chen, but to walk up to Chun Qinglian. He saluted respectfully with his fists clasped, and then came to Chu Chen. How are they doing? Are there any good ones? My lord, there are 10 people with amazing talents who are worth training. Zheng Tianlong said respectfully to Chu Chen. Chu Chen didn't say much, but patted his shoulder. Thank you for your hard work. Let's go. Eat and drink. Chapter 92. Perfume is a big hit and makes a lot of money. The next day, a big red silk was hung on the door of the shop early in the morning. Chu Chen arrived at the city lord's mansion early in the morning and invited Lan Tianlei to cut the ribbon for him. The servants and maids in the city lord's mansion were also equally busy. Upon hearing the news that Chu Chen's shop was opening, Lan Tianlei's wives sent out all the people they had. All of a sudden, all the young ladies, wives, and concubines in Qinglian city rushed here. When Chu Chen, Lan Tianlei, and others arrived at the shop, they found that the shop was already surrounded by people. Xiao Youzi, along with a group of officers, is maintaining order. Lan Pingyun also gathered a group of young masters and completely intimidated the gangsters in Qinglian City. Besides, who can get by better than these young masters? For this, Chu Chen gave Lan Pingyun a big thumbs up. Chen Qinglian had already been lying on the roof, still holding a bottle of Erguo 2 in his hand. Looking at this situation, Chu Chen felt relieved. No matter whether you are from the Black Dragon Gang or the White Dragon Gang, if you dare to come, be prepared to die. The auspicious time has arrived. Let's unveil the plaque, cut the ribbon, and set off fireworks. Following Zheng Tianlong's voice, Chu Chen and Lan Tianlei reached out and removed the red cloth covering the sign. In an instant, the three big words, Wenxiang Pavilion, appeared in front of everyone. With the crackling sound of firecrackers and fireworks, 12 girls in cheongsams came out and stood on both sides of the red carpet. This dress with a slit all the way to the thigh, coupled with a professional smile on her beautiful face. The men present felt like they were listening to music in a brothel at night. No, those don't even compare to these. And those girls and ladies, looking at the clothes worn by the salesgirls, revealed their deep desire. If I were to wear this and walk in front of my own dead boyfriend, that would be, oh, so embarrassing. Everyone, thank you for your kindness. I am Chu Chen, and I am here to introduce the Wenxiang Pavilion. The main product of Wenxiang Pavilion is perfume. It is a magical thing that makes men unable to resist women when they smell it, and men and women cannot resist it when they smell it in bed. To thank you all for your kindness, I've decided to give you a 20% discount on everything on the opening day. Please come and visit us. After saying that, a group of people rushed into the store. When I passed by the salesgirls, I smelled the sweet scent and wanted to own a bottle right away. For a while, the entire Wenxiang Pavilion was extremely busy. Helplessly, Chu Chen also walked into the store and acted as a shopping guide. The shopping guide who originally arranged for 12 people to work, now even pulled Xiaolan and Xiao Tao over. Zheng Tianlong stood guard at the door with a vigilant look on his face. The things inside were priceless. If a bad guy took one of them, it would be a big loss. Xiao Liuzi and the others were also standing guard at the door vigilantly. This is the task assigned to them by the city lord, so they must do it well. Lan Pingyun brought a group of young men and sat on the sofa in the reception area, looking at the shopping guides with his eyes wide open. Since there were also quite a few men's perfumes inside, Chu Chen did not tell men not to enter. When a man is flirty, he is much better than a woman. Encouraged by Lan Tianlei's wives, the young ladies and ladies came to Xiaofang's counter, carrying their favorite perfumes. At Xiaofang's feet, there was a large box, which was now full of silver. Mr. Chu, I'd like to ask you what the clothes these girls are wearing are called. A lady in her 30s with a good figure asked Chu Chen with her maid. Madam, this is called a cheongsam. Madam has an idea. Oh, Mr. Chu is so mean. I'm just asking. After saying that, she blushed and went to pay the bill with her maid. This was already the sixth customer who came to ask Chu Chen. Not only that, the shopping guides had also been asked this question countless times. When Chu Chen saw this scene, another idea came to his mind. Why not turn the second floor into a women's clothing store? Take out the lace and other things in space. At that time, men on the second floor will just be prohibited from coming. It seems that I have discovered another good project to make money, but for now, I have to deal with this first. I guess it will be popular for 2 or 3 days and then gradually fade away. We'll see what happens then. Chu Chen was busy until noon before he stopped for a while. At this moment, most of the goods on the perfume shelves and in the counters have been gone. After Chu Chen replenished the goods in the warehouse, he came and sat down in front of Lan Pingyun and others. Lan Tianlei finished his business and went back with Chu Chen's gift. As the city lord, he had a lot of things to do, but the ladies took most of the day to choose before leaving. Uncle, you must have made a lot of money today. Seeing Chu Chen coming, Lan Pingyun quickly gave up a seat and said, Well, I don't know. I don't know how much I can earn. This thing costs a lot. After saying that, Chu Chen was not stingy and handed a gift to each of them. A small sample size and a small mirror. But unexpectedly, it was this mirror that made Chu Chen make a huge fortune. Uncle, you are too polite. How can we be so embarrassed? Having said that, the group of people honestly took the gift from Chu Chen. Well, we've become acquaintances after fighting. I'd appreciate your help in patronizing the shop from now on. Uncle, you're joking. Don't worry, as long as we're here, none of the hooligans and beggars in Qinglian City will dare to approach your Wenxiang Pavilion. Lan Pingyun patted his chest so hard that it made a loud clanging sound. Who was he? the #1 playboy in Qinglian City. Chu Chen exchanged a few words with them, then turned around and walked outside again. Sixth brother, thank you brothers for your hard work. After that, everyone was handed a bottle of Erguo too, and Xiao Yozi also had a bottle of trial pack in his bag. Master Chu, this is too valuable. This bottle is made of glass, right? How dare we accept it? This is the advantage of ancient times. Giving a gift is so blatant. Sixth brother, if it weren't for you, there would be chaos at the gate. It's just a token of my appreciation. This wine isn't available on the market. Please keep it. I'll have to ask for your continued care in the future. Chu Chen said as he looked at the people holding their gifts with joy on their faces. Don't worry, Master Chu. We are here to take good care of you. Chu Chen praised and thanked them again before leaving them and going into the house. Xiaofang was so busy at this moment that her back was wet with sweat. Chu Chen walked closer and saw that her feet were filled with silver ingots and the drawer was also filled with silver bills. Damn, what I earned in this day is probably enough for the workshop to earn in several months. Fortunately, there is unlimited perfume replenishment in the space. As expected, no matter what era it is, this woman's spending power is so terrifying. Chapter 93. The shop makes a lot of money and everyone is happy. After a busy night, Chu Chen came to the store's warehouse. When he opened the super strong security door, a sudden burst of silver light almost blinded Chu Chen's eyes. Looking at the baskets of silver in front of him, even Chu Chen, who had seen the world, couldn't help but jump up with excitement. Xiaofang said calmly, Sir, we opened today and sold nearly 800 bottles of perfume, earning 210,000 taels of silver. This pile is 120,000 taels of silver, and this is the banknote. The reason why Xiaofang was not surprised was that she was numb to touching silver today. All this silver passed through her hands. Xiaofang, I love you so much. Take out 10,000 taels for the daily expenses of the shop and the family. I will take the rest first. Sir, you don't need that much. You still have income tomorrow. Xiaofang still refused and kept 10,000 taels. When did she ever have so much money in her hands? Okay, don't refuse. You'll have plenty of opportunities to spend money in the future. After saying that, he told Xiaofang to carry the silver to the van. For those shopping guides, Xiaofang was instructed to pay them commissions after closing the shop at night. Everyone received a commission of more than 10 taels of silver. These people were all bought from pawn shops. Most of them were sold to pawn shops because their families were so poor that they could not survive. Perhaps they have never come into contact with so much money since they were young. This is just one day's income. I was worried that the boss would be reluctant to give me too much money, but I didn't expect it to be paid immediately. This made the girls very happy. Some of them were even smarter and could calculate Chu Chen's income today and lifted up their cheongsams towards Chu Chen intentionally or unintentionally. If this gentleman takes a fancy to you, you will definitely marry into a wealthy family. If all else fails, you could become a concubine and leave behind child. Then you won't have to worry about your life. Chu Chen, you wish. I'm a man you can't have. After finishing all this, Chu Chen set up several tables in his house in West City. Lan Tianlei's family, those wealthy young men, and Xiao Yozi and others were all invited. And these more than 10 shopping guide girls were consciously placed at each table. The atmosphere suddenly became lively. Chu Chen is also happy about this. He can let you play tricks, but after all, you still have the indenture contract in my hand. Adapting to this kind of occasion more often can be of indescribable help to your future career. Having a dozen or so capable beauties under my command makes everything much more inconvenient. Brother Chu, today has truly opened my eyes. Qinglian City has never seen such a popular opening in the past 100 years. Lan Tianlei said to Chu Chen drunkenly. No, I still have to rely on my brother's care for me. Chu Chen responded neither humbly nor arrogantly. When I meet Master Zhou, I will definitely tell him the good news. Brother Chu is a rare talent. Oh, you mean my sworn brother? He probably wouldn't care about these little things. What, brother? When Lan Tianlei heard Chu Chen say this, he was so scared that his legs went weak. Brother, if I keep calling you Brother Chu, it would be disrespectful if that person knew about it. What qualifications do you, Lan Tianlei, have to be able to associate with my royal family? What's wrong, Brother Lan? Chu Chen saw him stagger and immediately stepped forward to support him. I can't accept it. I can't accept it. Lan Tianlei sobered up all of a sudden. After saying that, he gathered his family and left Chu Chen's house.
On the way, he also specifically instructed Xiao Yozi, from now on, your only mission is to protect the safety of Wenxian Pavilion. Ah, City Lord, what about other things? Xiao Yozi was delighted and asked immediately. Don't talk nonsense. Just do what I tell you to do. If anything happens to Wenxian Pavilion, you'll lose your head. What a joke. This is the property of the 8th Prince's sworn brother. If something happens in Qinglian City, it will be disastrous. After Lan Tianlei left, only his family members were left in the room. Jiao Mingzi, what do you think happened to Lan Tianlei? He just left without saying anything. Chu Chen asked as he looked at Chun Qingxian, who was playing with the salesgirl. You are really an idiot. Don't you think about your sworn brother's identity? Don't bother me, come on ladies, 15, 50, 10. Chu Chen looked speechlessly at Chun Qingxian, who turned around and talked to the shopping guide girl. He sighed, it only takes a few days for this person to learn bad habits. Little do you know that you are the culprit who turned a good young man into a bad one. While muttering to himself, he pulled Xiaofeng into the room. Xiaofeng, no, shopkeeper Song, you have done such a great deed today. What kind of reward do you want? Sir, I'm very tired and just want to sleep. You're tired, so I'll give you some nutritional injections. When the sun rose the next day, Chu Chen finally got up unsteadily. Xiaolan and Xiao Dao were already waiting at the door with hot water. Knowing the owner's habits, he still had a toothbrush and toothpaste. Xiaolan, you've grown up again. Chu Chen joked as he looked at the girl in front of him. Sir, you're joking. No one grows up overnight. Well, it has grown a lot. I don't know how it feels. In the end, Chu Chen stopped. He was still a minor, and he should have some bottom line. After washing up, Chu Chen drove the van and took Chun Qingxian to the shop. There was still a steady stream of young ladies coming in. Chu Chen greeted them happily. It feels so good to make this money. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the cashier. Scam shop. Such a small amount actually costs 299 taels? Hearing the shout, Chu Chen and Chun Qingxian immediately walked over. Miss, this is the price of the perfume you broke in our store. Please don't make it difficult for me. What? Someone dares to cause trouble and throw my perfume? With Chun Qingxian, a 9th grade master, by his side, Chu Chen walked up with a proud attitude. The woman in front of me was about 27 or 28 years old, dressed in black and with a soft sword on her waist. He looks very heroic, and his slender waist seems to have no extra fat. Dressed like a martial arts master. So he asked, Jiao Mengzi, what are the grades? But when I turned around, I found that Chun Qingxian was nowhere to be found. I didn't know where he had gone. This girl, why are you so angry? Chu Chen waved away the shopping guide and said to the woman in front of him, Who are you? My name is Chu Chen, and I'm the owner of this shop. Hearing the word boss, Mu Shuichin couldn't help but turn her head to look at the young man in front of her. Why are your things so expensive? And why should I pay you for breaking this thing I accidentally broke? Damn, what kind of bandit logic is this? If you accidentally knock it down, you don't have to pay for it. Then what if I accidentally killed you? Well, lady, it seems a bit unreasonable to say that. Chapter 94, Qingxian's senior sister, Mu Shuichin. Well, the title of female warrior sounds nice. For that reason, I won't kill you. Mu Shuichin looked at Chu Chen in front of her, as if she had let him go. Fuck, uncle can tolerate it, but I can't. You destroyed my merchandise, and not only don't you want to compensate me, you want to kill me. If you have the guts, try killing me. After saying that, Chu Chen pulled out the little Uzi from his waist and hid it in his sleeve. If this woman dares to come forward, I'll shoot her. Just when the situation was tense, Chun Qingxian appeared out of nowhere. Chu Chen couldn't help but feel happy when he saw him coming. I'm a 9th grade master here. Just try to stop me and see what happens. Unexpectedly, Chun Qingxian walked straight towards the woman and knelt respectfully in front of her. What the hell, what is this? Chu Chen was completely confused by this scene. Senior sister, you are coming down the mountain. You little bastard, why are you here? Are you with this person? This is totally out of the ordinary. The woman in front of him is Jimengzi's senior sister. I was just about to fire a volley at her. If she was stronger than Jiao Mengzi and blocked the volley, I would be in big trouble. Jimengzi, is this your senior sister? Oh my, it's really like a flood washed away the Dragon King temple. Family members don't recognize each other anymore. Seeing this, Chu Chen immediately stepped forward and spoke to the two of them. What a joke. I was hoping that this person would go and slaughter the Black Dragon gang. I have to coax him a little. Ha ha ha. Jimengzi, this name is appropriate. You're not bad, kid. So, do I need to pay for it? Mu Chen looked at Chu Chen, who was handsome and not particularly annoying, and suddenly became happy. What are you talking about, senior sister? If one of our own people breaks our own things, how can we compensate for it? After saying that, he picked out a bottle of high-end perfume from the counter. Senior sister, this is our first meeting, and I haven't had time to prepare anything. This is just a gift. Mu Chen reached out and took the perfume from Chu Chen's hand and glanced at the price tag, 999 taels. This guy is not only handsome, but also generous. This made Chu Chen's image in Mu Chen's heart rise instantly. Since I've accepted your things, I don't have much to return the favor. So, I'll owe you a favor. Mu Chen had indeed just come down from the mountain and arrived in Qinglian city. Then I saw the extremely popular scented fragrance pavilion, and there was a faint, pleasant fragrance coming from inside. Although she spends most of her time in the mountains, she is still a girl after all. How can one resist the temptation of this perfume? So I walked in, picked up a bottle of perfume, and started consulting. Unexpectedly, when she asked the price, it was 299 taels, which shocked her. When she came down the mountain, her master gave her 20 taels of silver, saying it would be enough for her to spend for 1 or 2 years. So in a moment of excitement, my hand shook and I broke the perfume bottle. So the scene just now happened. Senior sister, can I get up now? The pitiful Qinglian was still kneeling on the ground. Last night, these young ladies worked hard to establish the image of an expert when guessing numbers with me. I guess it will take time to start over again. I forgot about my lovely Jimingzi junior brother. Get up. Qinglian got up and gave Chu Chen a cold look. If you hadn't waved your sleeves for no reason, would I have shown up? So he angrily took out his anger on Chu Chen. You idiot, you're really stupid. You don't know that senior sister is tired from traveling so much that you don't take us to eat something delicious. After saying that, he didn't forget to kick Chu Chen on the butt. Chu Chen turned around and was about to go up and tear it apart for him. But when he saw his beautiful senior sister standing next to him, he patted her, but generously. Please, senior sister, I'll take you to a restaurant. After saying that, he ignored Qinglian and walked out of the Wenxiang pavilion with Mu Chen. Perhaps because the perfume was spilled, the fragrance in the scent room rushed straight towards the door, attracted another wave of customers. Seeing this, Chu Chen wondered whether he should smash a bottle every day. The three of them came to Tian Tower. Because the last time Chu Chen brought Li Qinglian and even the city lord came, the shopkeeper had already firmly imprinted Chu Chen's appearance in his mind. Mr. Chu, your presence is great. Please come in. Chu Chen smiled at the shopkeeper and said, Bring all the dishes you are good at to the table. I will bring my own drinks. Hearing Chu Chen say this, Qinglian quickly hugged his wine bottle. This is the only bottle I brought today, so don't try to get anything from me. I won't drink this drunken wine of yours, don't worry. Senior sister is here. Can I let her drink this? So he went back in a serious manner and took out 2 bottles of red wine and 3 highball glasses. The whole table of dishes was served in a short while. Chu Chen poured a glass of red wine for each of the 3 people. Senior sister, Jiomengzi, come and try the new brew. You can't buy it with money. Mu Chen picked up the transparent goblet, looked at the bright red liquid inside, and suddenly became happy. No wonder my junior brother doesn't want to go back. It turns out he got spoiled by Master Chu. I haven't eaten such beautiful food in a long time, so I'll be polite. After saying that, he picked up the wine glass and drank it all in one gulp. Jimengzi also picked up the cup and drank it in one gulp. Bah, what a crap, so boring. Qinglian looked at Chu Chen with contempt. Then he poured a full cup of erguo tu into the cup. However, Mu Chen's eyes were filled with happiness. She fell in love with the sour and sweet red wine at once. Mr. Chu said you were a drunkard and you refused to admit it. You have no taste. No wonder you can't get married. After saying that, he stretched the cup in front of Chu Chen, and the meaning was very clear. Pour the wine. Senior sister, this red wine requires careful tasting. We have to drink it slowly. We shouldn't be like Jiomengzi. Yes, drink slowly, haha. After saying that, he picked up a big piece of fat meat and stuffed it into his mouth. Chu Chen was horrified when he saw this. What kind of master teaches what kind of apprentice? At this moment, he really wanted to ask Mu Chen, is this how you can eat a lot without gaining weight? After dinner, Chu Chen took the 2 of them back to the house in the west of the city. Let Xiaolan clean up a clean room for Mu Chen to live in. Senior sister, this is Chu's house. We are all young brothers and sisters. You can stay as long as you want. Okay,
Stop calling me senior sister. You're not my junior brother. From now on, just call me by my name, Chu Chen. After saying that, he ignored Chu Chen and entered the room. Xiaolan, why is this bed so soft? After all, only women can communicate normally with each other and feel the elasticity of the Simmons mattress, Chu Chen asked Xiaolan. Sister, the young master said it's called Simmons, and it's very comfortable. Xiaolan looked at the female knight in front of her and quickly replied, You guys also sleep in such a comfortable bed? It seems your young master is a pretty good person. After saying that, he waved Xiaolan away, crawled into the quilt, and fell into a deep sleep. These are also her two major strengths, eating and sleeping. In her words, it is easy to feel sleepy when you are full, and it is easy to feel hungry when you wake up. Chapter 95. I can't stop eating snail noodles. It was already past noon the next day when Chu Chen came out of the room. For a 9th-rank expert like her, morning exercises and the like are completely meaningless. That's why I gradually developed a personality that only does eating and sleeping. Jiumingzi, come down. Your senior sister is hungry. As soon as Hua finished speaking, Chun Qingxian appeared in front of her and respectfully led her into the main hall. Sister, please wait a moment. I'll ask Xiaolan to cook for you. Hurry up, I'm starving. Chu Chen also came back from Wenxiang Pavilion at this time and happened to hear them talking. So he waved Xiaolan away and walked into the kitchen. After a while, an indescribable smell came from the kitchen. What are you doing, you idiot? Are you digging in the toilet? Chun Qingxian covered his nose and shouted into the kitchen. You know nothing. This stuff smells stinky. Don't be tempted by it later. While speaking, Chu Chen was holding an extra-large bowl. He cooked 2 bags of snail noodles and brought them to Chu Chen. Senior sister, let me give you some delicious food. Looking at Chu Chen's grinning expression. You kid are not going to poison me, are you? Before she could finish her words, Chu Chen picked up the chopsticks in a small bowl, picked up a handful, and stuffed it into his mouth. Chun Qingxian was about to vomit after seeing this. He didn't understand how this kid in front of him could eat such a smelly thing. Chu Chen on the side looked at the satisfied expression on Chu Chen's face. He also frowned in confusion. This thing is so smelly. How can it be eaten? Don't worry, it smells bad but tastes delicious. Don't you want to try it? How could Chu Chen, a veteran foodie, be timid? Since this wealthy and handsome man can enjoy his meal so much, what is there to be afraid of? So he picked up a bite and put it in his mouth. In that instant, Chu Chen's eyes widened. The taste of sour bamboo shoots and snail soup immediately captured her taste buds. What kind of food is this? Why is it so delicious? This is called snail rice noodle. It's a fresh food, the only one of its kind in the whole of Daxia. Chu Chen was completely immersed in the delicious food and didn't care what Chu Chen said at all. I only heard the sound of snail noodles. Chun Qingxian, who was standing by, looked at Chu Chen, who was eating with hearty mouthfuls, and approached her with a sly look on his face. Senior sister. Okay. After saying that, he turned to look at Chu Chen and made a gesture of drawing a sword. Okay, Jimengzi, you're awesome. After saying that, he turned around and went back to the kitchen. After a while, he brought out another bowl of snail noodles. Chun Qingxian picked up the bowl and disappeared on the spot with a leap. On the rooftop, Chun Qingxian slowly savored the delicacy. Unexpectedly, before he had eaten half of it, Chu Chen knocked him down with his bowl. Senior sister, you've already eaten such a big bowl. Chun Qingxian looked at Chu Chen and said innocently. Chu Chen ignored his meaning and started eating with the bowl in her hand. Chun Qingxian looked at Chu Chen again. His meaning was very clear. What kind of master taught this? Chu Chen thought helplessly in his heart. There was no choice but to drag Chun Qingxian into the kitchen, tear open a package, and then teach him step by step how to cook it. Chu Chen in the main room burped contentedly. Second idiot, how much is your snail noodle? How much? That's right, as much as you want. So he quickly replied, That Chu Chen, I don't have much on hand. You have to be frugal. Besides, you can't eat this every day. It's not that Chu Chen is stingy, but if something bad happens, who will be responsible? Stingy guy, I won't eat your food for free. If you give me snail noodles, I will kill someone for you. Chu Chen thought he was stingy and looked at him with contempt. Don't tell me. I really have something that I need your help with. Before you speak, take some sweets first. Chu Chen turned around and went back into the house. When he came out,
he had 4 or 5 boxes of snail noodles in his hands. He walked to Mu Chen and placed everything in front of her. Do you know anything about the Black Dragon Gang? They want to kill me. If they kill me, it will be difficult for you to eat delicious food again. Chu Chen looked at Mu Chen with an aggrieved look on his face, as if he was a little brother who had been bullied outside. The Black Dragon Gang bullies, you go away. Mu Chen glanced at the snail noodles in front of her generously and did not put it away. After saying that, he pulled Chu Chen and walked towards the door. For her, as long as Chu Chen has something, she has the confidence to let him take it out. Chu Chen looked at her hurried appearance and smiled instantly. Mu Chen, Hero Mu, don't you understand what happened? What happened? It's about how I offended the Black Dragon Gang and how they wanted to kill me. Does it matter? Seeing Mu Chen's calm expression, Chu Chen tactfully shut his mouth. But after thinking about it, he continued, shouldn't we bring the wine mask with us? Yeah, it's going to take him out to see the world. He was so stupid in that shabby Taoist temple a few days ago. Mu Chen walked towards the kitchen after she finished speaking. In the van, Qinglian sat in the back seat, carefully protecting his bowl. But surprisingly, he even finished his soup, and Mu Chen didn't even try to snatch it from him. Qinglian lit a cigarette for himself and asked, where are you going? The Black Dragon Gang. How far can this thing go? The Black Dragon Gang is about 600 miles away from Qinglian City. In ancient times, it was impossible to travel 600 miles at a moment's notice. You have to buy a few good horses, bring some luggage and food, and make a good plan before going. 600 miles, 300 kilometers, that's just a tank of gas. Regarding this, Chu Chen was full of confidence and quickly said, just show me the way. Don't underestimate my iron horse. I could travel thousands of miles without taking a breath. Mu Chen didn't care at all. Since Chu Chen said he could go, there would definitely be no problem. He turned his head to glance at the back seat and said to Chu Chen, I'm sleepy. Are you sleepy? That's easy. He stopped the car and moved Qinglian to the passenger seat, then folded the back seat flat and took out a blanket to cover her. After Mu Chen arrived, Chu Chen stuffed the trunk with food and daily necessities. Just for this day. Hero Mu, please come in. Mu Chen didn't hesitate at all. She walked to the back and fell into a deep sleep. Since this ancient official road was not easy to travel on, the three of them drove until midnight before they finally arrived at the town where the Black Dragon Gang was located. The three of them went to a restaurant in town, had something to eat, and then returned to the van. Nothing else, just the inn in town. Mu Chen said it's not as comfortable as taking a car. It was difficult to sleep tonight. So after some discussion, Mu Chen slept in the back seat, and Chu Chen folded down the driver's seat. And Qinglian jumped onto the roof of the car. As for Chu Chen, Mu Chen believed that he did not have the courage. Chapter 96. Experts dodging bullets every day. Nothing happened that night. Early in the morning, Chu Chen walked out of the van. He stretched his stiff body, and Qinglian didn't know when he had imitated him and started cooking instant noodles outside. The fragrance immediately woke up Mu Chen, who was sleeping. I walked out of the van and saw the aroma wafting from the pot in front of Qinglian. He asked Chu Chen, what kind of food is this? Why does it smell so good? This is called instant noodles, and it's unique in Daxia. I found that you have quite a lot of good things. I will follow you from now on. That would be great. If there is another 9th grade expert around, then there will be an extra layer of security. What's wrong with being able to eat and sleep? With my current ability, I can afford to support 10 more. Chu Chen turned his head to look at the curvy figure and the face that was no less beautiful than that of a modern internet celebrity. His mind suddenly became active. If Qinglian becomes my brother-in-law, then, half an hour later, Chu Chen looked at the dozen or so instant noodle bags on the ground. And Mu Chen, who was burping and seemed a little sleepy. I immediately dismissed this idea. This woman is not easy to control. If you provoke me and I kill you in the middle of the night, who can you complain to? Just as Chu Chen was daydreaming, an untimely voice appeared beside them. Hey, where did this wild boy and girl come from? Don't you know that you're not allowed to cook here? Chu Chen turned around and saw a tall man with 3 men, carrying a big knife and walking towards them with a smile on his face. Not allowed to cook? Were the ancient people so concerned about environmental protection? So he quickly said, Big brother, we are from outside the area and don't know the rules. Let's clean it up right away. Stop. Since you're here, judging by your attire, you're from a wealthy family, so give me some money. Holy shit, there was CG in ancient times? turning to look at Mu Chen and Chan Qingxian. They both looked as if it had nothing to do with them. "Excuse me, big brother. How much silver do I have to pay for this?" "You are a good boy, so take 1,000 taels of silver and the girl, and let us take them away." "Fuck you. You are looking for trouble. I thought you were ancient CG." Chu Chen's face turned cold after hearing this. He reached behind his waist and hid Uzi in his sleeve. He said coldly to the leading man, "Who are you? You come up here and ask me to pay." Chu Chen, who had been acting well-behaved just now, suddenly changed his expression when he heard this. The leading man was also very angry. "If you're looking for death, then go to the opposite door. Grandpa is from the Black Dragon Gang. I will give you one more chance. Pay the money and hand over the person." "What if I don't hand it over?" "No. Ask Grandpa Dao if he agrees." After saying that, he reached for the steel knife at his waist, but when he grabbed it, he found nothing. "I saw that my knife had been taken by another young man in front of me without me noticing." "You idiot. Why are you wasting so much time talking to a fool like that? Are your hidden weapons useless?" When Mu Chen heard Chen Qingxian talking about hidden weapons, she immediately became interested. "I originally thought you were just a wealthy dog owner, but you also knew hidden weapons. Come on, let me see you." "Ah, Mu Chen, someone will die if I use this hidden weapon." "Let them die, but we have no interest in these Black Dragon Gang minions." After Mu Chen finished speaking, she looked at Chu Chen expectantly. The people on the opposite side were confused. What was going on? It seemed like they didn't take them seriously at all. "You guys are singing, Grandpa is telling you the truth." Before he could finish his words, he heard a few snapping sounds. The leading man and his two younger brothers fell to the ground unwillingly. The remaining man was frightened instantly and wanted to run, but his legs and feet would not obey him at all. Originally, he was brought by his elder brother to patrol the mountains, hoping to make some money. I didn't expect that as soon as they went out, 3 of the 4 people were killed as soon as they met. The young man was very flexible and immediately knelt on the ground, kowtowed to Chu Chen. "Master, please spare me. Master, please spare me. I am blind and don't know what a great man is. Just treat me like a fart and let it go." Chu Chen looked at the pitiful boy in front of him. He turned to the two and asked, "Can you find the Black Dragon Gang?" After listening, the two nodded. I don't need navigation," Chu Chen said, and then he shot and killed the man who was kowtowing in front of him. At this time, Mu Chen came over and said, "Come on, boy, shoot at me." "What? Didn't you see the power of my hidden weapon? It can kill people." Chu Chen looked at Mu Chen and asked, thinking that this woman must be crazy. "Just shoot. I can block it, let alone a 9th grade one." Chen Qingxian looked at Chu Chen with a playful expression. That's right. Mu Chen wanted to test the power of Chu Chen's hidden weapon, and she was very confident in her own skills. Chu Chen had no choice but to raise his hand and shoot at Mu Chen. Mu Chen was extremely fast and swung her sword towards the bullet. The bullet was deflected, but a gap was also created in Mu Chen's software. "It's not that great. It's okay against ordinary masters, but you have to compensate me for the sword. It's the kind he has." Mu Chen pointed at Chen Qingxuan's sword and said after trying it, "As a master above the 9th rank, how could he not understand the power of the sword in Chen Qingxuan's hand?" Chu Chen was already numb to their daily dodging of bullets. If Chen Qingxian could block it, then Mu Chen would naturally have no problem either. But if I give you a shuttle, that's another story. Looking at Mu Chen with an expectant look on her face, Chu Chen muttered to himself, "Fortunately, I put some cold weapons in the trunk of the van." Thinking of this, Chu Chen opened the trunk and took out a sword made with modern technology from under the seat. "Let's go. It will be difficult to explain if the police come soon." Mu Chen took Chu Chen's sword and gave instructions to the two of them. As the van sped along, it soon arrived at the foot of the mountain where the Black Dragon Gang was located. The 3 of them swaggered towards the mountain gate. Inside the Black Dragon village where the Black Dragon Gang is located, Gang leader Zhou Dachuan is convening the Hall Masters from all parties to discuss matters. "Tell me, did you solve the problem of killing Qiu Hai?" Zhou Dachuan asked a younger brother below him. "Boss, Master Mu has gone with his men, but he hasn't returned yet. He hasn't come back yet. Will something happen?" "Boss, you're worrying too much. Master Mu is a 5th rank master. You should have no problem dealing with an ordinary person." "Okay, then let's talk about the Wenxiang Pavilion that just opened in Qinglian City." Lu Dachuan looked at the people in front of him and said with a smile, "Boss, I've been observing this shop for a long time. Business is booming, and it's easy to make tens of thousands of taels a day. It's just that on the opening day, I saw the mayor of Qinglian City go there. I don't know. After saying this, the younger brother looked at Zhou Dachuan with a worried look on his face. Chapter 97: Easily Destroy the Black Dragon Gang. I was wondering why you're becoming more and more cowardly. You're just a city lord. Zhou Dachuan looked at the younger brother in front of him with disdain. At this time, another voice sounded. Boss, I see the owner of Wenxiang Pavilion looks very similar to the man who killed Qiuhai described by Shouho. Could it be the same person? After listening to the younger brother's report, Zhou Dachuan suddenly became interested. Haha, as long as it looks like it, it doesn't matter if it is or not. If they don't come to the door, there is even more reason not to fight, right? Then he looked at the hall masters below and said, Dear hall masters, in order to prevent the government from causing trouble, we must gather all our forces this time and take down the Wenxiang Pavilion in one fell swoop. Boss, since you called us here, it must be a big deal, so we brought almost everyone in the hall who can fight. After listening to this, Zhou Dachuan looked at the hall masters sitting below with admiration. As expected, the ones who understand me best are my younger brothers. Well, gather your strength and prepare to go down the mountain. Just as he waved his hand and was about to leave, a younger brother outside the door ran in hurriedly. Boss, something bad has happened. 3 people are rushing towards the village. Get lost. 3 people scared you like this. You useless guy. Boss, one of them seems to be the Taoist Qinglian. As soon as he heard the name of Taoist Qinglian, Zhou Dachuan frowned. What's going on? My Black Dragon Gang has no grudge against him, so why is he here? However, he did not dare to be careless. After all, this person was recognized as the best master in Qinglian City. As a lower-ranked 7th-level master, he probably could not last more than 3 moves in his hands. So he hurried towards the gate. He didn't want to offend this person. Since he came to attack the village, there must be some misunderstanding, and we need to explain it quickly. However, before he reached the door, Chu Chen and the other 2 walked into the meeting hall of the Black Dragon Village. Zhou Dachuan from Black Dragon Village. Greetings to Taoist Qinglian. When Zhou Dachuan saw Chun Qinglian coming towards him, he immediately went to greet him. Do you know me? Chun Qinglian asked with a frown. The reputation of Taoist Qinglian is as great as thunder in my ears. I am fortunate to have the opportunity to see his heroic figure from afar in the temple. Oh, there are a lot of people here today. Tell me the truth. Which family are you planning to cause trouble for? Chun Qinglian asked casually. Chu Chen also looked at the Black Dragon Gang, but no one recognized him at this moment. There were only 4 or 5 people sitting inside, and a few younger brothers standing beside them. I dare not hide it from you, Taoist priest, but I heard that a new Wenxiang Pavilion has opened in Qinglian City, and I am planning to go there with a few hall masters to visit. When Zhou Dachuan saw Chun Qinglian asking him where he was going, he immediately told him his purpose. In their eyes, it doesn't matter which one they rob. Masters of this level have no interest in caring. If the masters like to meddle in other people's affairs, then there would be no need for their Black Dragon Gang to continue. But he would never have thought that the owner of Wenxiang Pavilion was right in front of him. After hearing Zhou Dachuan's words, Chu Chen frowned deeply. These people are really quick. They're already thinking about it. Chun Qinglian laughed. You idiot, they're going to rob you. Only then did Zhou Dachuan turn around and look at the person next to Chun Qinglian. Why does this person look so familiar? Isn't this the person in the portrait that Skinny Monkey described when he came back? The one who killed Qiuhai? Thinking of this, Zhou Dachuan's heart skipped a beat. It's over. This kid has a master around him, and a supermaster at that. But he is a 9th-rank official, and he is accompanied by a man and a woman. He asked the hall masters to support him, so it should not be difficult for him to escape. At this moment, all the mental energy in Zhou Dachuan's body started to move. He retreated while winking at the hall masters. Master, I have no grudge against you. Please show some mercy. After saying that, Zhou Dachuan exerted force and retreated backwards. The hall masters immediately surrounded the 3 people. You don't know what life and death is, Chu Chen said and moved. Chu Chen also raised the Uzi in his hand. In an instant, there was the roar of Uzi and the sound of Chu Chen and Chun Qingxuan's swords tearing into flesh, and those in the lobby begging for mercy and shouting to kill. The entire Black Dragon Gang became lively in an instant.
The people outside heard the noise and rushed in. Before he reached the door, he found that his body seemed to have been hit hard by something. One by one, as their consciousness faded, they found themselves dead. Chu Chen stood at the door, like a god of war, and beat the crowd that rushed over. Zhou Dachuan and others inside had already been beheaded. One is of the 9th rank, and the other is above the 9th rank. It is so easy to kill these Hall Masters and Zhou Dachuan. At this moment, the two of them were sitting in the conference room, watching Chu Chen's hidden weapon output. I say, can you two have some professional ethics? My hidden weapons are expensive. One is more expensive than a bag of instant noodles. Chu Chen turned and said to Mu Chen and Chen Qingxian, why didn't you tell me earlier? How much instant noodles were lost? The person who spoke was Mu Chen. Ever since she tasted the delicious instant noodles in the morning, she kept saying that this silly boy was too wasteful. So the two of them flew over and stood in front of Chu Chen. Okay, stop and leave it to us. After saying that, the two of them rushed into the crowd. Chu Chen was not idle. He trotted towards the back of the conference room. It would be foolish not to take money when suppressing bandits. While they're killing people, you can make a little fortune for yourself first. In less than an incense stick of time, Chu Chen rushed into the Black Dragon Gang's warehouse. Don't ask why it was so fast, because Chu Chen discovered a problem. In ancient times, whether they were bandits or wealthy families, they always built their treasure houses magnificently, as if they were afraid that others would not know about them. Without any hesitation, he put both boxes of gold into the space. There was also a box of jewelry and jade, which he put into the space. As for food and cloth, Chu Chen was not interested in even taking a look at them. Just as he did this, Mu Chen's voice came from outside. Hey, this guy's a fellow traveler. He has the same hobbies as me. After saying that, he brought Chen Qingxian into the treasure house. Ah, I'm rich. This silver, grain, and cloth must be worth 1 or 200,000 taels of silver. Mu Chen seemed to have gained some kind of pleasure and was jumping excitedly in the treasure house. Chen Qingxian, on the other hand, looked bored. Money was just that to him. Unfortunately, Chu Chen had almost taken over the treasure trove, leaving only 50,000 to 60,000 taels of silver. In addition to silver, Mu Chen also saw cloth and food. In ancient times, food and cloth were as tempting to people as silver. All right, what are you standing there for? First, move the silver out for me. I'll hire some people to move these things later. Mu Chen gave instructions to Chen Qingxian and Chu Chen. The three were about to raise the silver, but Chen Qingxian, who had sharp ears, made a hush gesture to them. Then he walked toward the wall. Chapter 98, Business Opportunities in Seized Warehouses. Seeing Chen Qingxian walking over, Chu Chen and Mu Chen also followed him towards the wall. When they got closer, they all heard a slight rustling sound coming from the opposite side. Fuck, there's someone else. Chu Chen immediately raised his wide sleeves. Chen Qingxian hurriedly stopped Chu Chen and walked to the wall, knocking here and touching there. Then he stretched out his foot, and with a loud bang, the seemingly solid warehouse wall collapsed. As the wall shattered, a strange smell suddenly rushed out from inside. Chu Chen held the Uzi and looked over. Wow, there were 2 big bunk beds inside. More than a dozen naked women looked at the 3 people who walked in with horror. This is Zhou Dachuan's harem. But why is he locked up in this place? There's not even a door. How does he get in normally? In fact, it's not that there is no door, it's just that they demolished it violently. Who can we blame? Chen Qingxian looked at the scene in front of him with a chuckle. Then Mu Chen slapped him on the back of the head. What are you looking at? You've learned bad habits. Senior sister, I'm just curious. Why are there so many women imprisoned here? Chu Chen didn't care about them, but walked into the room and spoke to them. Is there anyone in charge? Come out for a moment. After a long time, an older woman finally stood up. In her hand, she tightly grasped a piece of rag, covering the embarrassing part. Chu Chen had no choice but to turn around and walk outside to find a few rooms. She didn't care about the men or the women, and when she came back, she had a pile of clothes in her hands. He threw it to them and said, "Get dressed first, and then the manager will come out to see me." After saying that, he returned to the meeting hall. About an incense stick later, the woman in charge came up to the 3 people with a group of people in strange costumes behind her. "3 gentlemen, please let us go. We are not from the Black Dragon Village. We were captured." Mu Chen expressed no interest in this group of women, and Chen Qingxian said he didn't dare to be interested.
Only Chu Chen walked out and said to the leading woman, "Don't be afraid. The Black Dragon Gang has been destroyed. What is your name? What did you do before? And how did you get captured?" "To be honest, sir, my name is Wang Qingchuan. We were originally from Longue Lu in Qinglian City, but were captured by the Black Dragon Gang and taken to the mountain." Lu. Chu Chen did not ask any further questions, but turned to look at Chun Qingxian. "You idiot, do you know what Lan Kuai Lao does?" Chun Qingxian hesitated for a long time without uttering a word. You can tell it's a brothel just by listening to the name. This idiot is really an idiot. Seeing that no one answered, Chu Chen turned to look at Wang Qingchuan in front of him. I just came to Qinglian not long ago. Is this Longue Lu?" After some understanding, Chu Chen understood the general reason. This Longue Lu was originally a small brothel in Qinglian City, protected by a fifth-rank master. Unexpectedly, one day Zhou Dachuan went to Lan Kuai Tower to drink and fell in love with a girl in the brothel. So he insisted on taking her up the mountain to be his wife. Unexpectedly, the fifth-grade master from Longue Lu intervened. Zhou Dachuan was furious and thought to himself, "You, a mere fifth-rank master, can own a brothel, so why can't I?" So he took a group of his brothers with him at night, killed the fifth-rank master, and burned down Longue Lu, and secretly took all these people abducted to the mountain. He planned to organize these people and open a brothel in Hailongzai for the entertainment of the younger brothers who have contributed to the gang. But after going up the mountain, it happened to be the Chinese New Year, so the brothel had not yet opened. Chu Chen and his two men robbed his house. Because it was the Chinese New Year and there were a lot of things to do, so we temporarily locked these people up here and waited for them to be enjoyed next year. Understand the general course of events. Chu Chen called Wang Qingchuan, the leader, aside and said, "You are out of danger now. What are your plans for the future?" I originally thought that they would go home ecstatic, but Wang Qingchuan's face was full of worry. "Sir, you also know that people like us, who come from poor backgrounds, may only be able to enter brothels and continue to make a living." "Going to a brothel? Is that necessary?" "Sir, for those of us who have been defiled, this is the only way out." As Chu Chen spoke, he understood that this was in ancient times. These young ladies have not yet come to the point of realizing that they should go home, wash themselves up, and find an honest man to marry. Besides, no matter how honest he is in this era, he can't accept it. But in an instant, an idea appeared in my mind. After I saved you, you still want to go back to the brothel. So why don't you open a brothel yourself? But the only trouble is that I can't get away, so I have to invite a companion. This kind of entertainment industry requires someone who can ensure safety in Qinglian City. Chu Chen turned to look at the two people counting silver on the side and shook his head. They couldn't do it. After a little thought, I found the right person. So he said to Wang Qingchuan, "You should have been my mommy before. Meeting is fate. Now that we have met, I will not say that I will not help you. How about I pay for a brothel and you bring these girls with you to help me?" "Ah, sir, you want to take us in?" After Wang Qingchuan finished speaking, he knelt down towards Chu Chen and said, "Thank you for taking me in, sir." The other girls saw their mommies kneeling down and kowtowed, so they knelt down as well. "Thank you for taking us in, sir." At this time, the two people who were counting money looked at the embarrassed Chu Chen. "This kid is so... You idiot. You want all of these?" Chun Qingxian asked Chu Chen in confusion. "He doesn't look like this kind of person on weekdays. Go away. I have my own considerations." After saying that, he led a group of people out the door. Chun Qingxian helped Mu Chen carry the large box of silver. "How are you going to get all that food and cloth?" Chu Chen turned around and looked at Mu Chen, who was looking very proud, and asked, "Ah, food and cloth? They're yours. Didn't we agree that I want the silver and you want the other things?" "Oh my God, this woman is really picky. What did I say that? It's 300 kilometers. Why does she want this thing? Okay, you guys eat something here now, and I'll go back and think of a solution." After saying that, he walked toward the treasure house behind him. "Sir, why don't you find a wealthy family and sell it to them?" When Wang Qingchuan came out, he also saw the warehouse full of grain and cloth. So he gave Chu Chen some advice. "Is there a wealthy family in this town that can eat so much?" "Sir, I came to this town once a few years ago, and I know a family. Since someone can eat it, it will be easy." Chu Chen pulled Wang Qingchuan and Chun Qingxian and walked down the mountain. "Why did you drag me along when you were selling food? You are good at martial arts, so I'm going to force you to buy me." He drove the van towards the wealthy family in the town that Wang Qingchuan mentioned. Chapter 99. The Witty Dandy Lan Pingyun. The wealthy man in the town looked at the servants lying on the ground and took out a banknote worth 80,000 taels of silver. He handed it to Chu Chen respectfully and said, "Sir, I don't want any more food. Please let me go. Why don't you listen to me? Prepare dozens of ox carts and horse carriages and come with me." Under the threat of Chu Chen, no, it should be under the threat of Chun Qingxuan's sword that was flashing with cold light. The rich man was so sad that he followed Chu Chen's request and called for hundreds of ox carts and horse carriages. Following Chu Chen's van, they headed towards Black Dragon Village in a mighty manner. He was in tears all the way, thinking that having money was always a mistake. Not only did he lose 80,000 taels of silver, but the money for the carriages and horses was also a loss. If things go wrong, I might even lose my life today. The van brought a huge convoy to Heilongzai, and the rich man was so scared that his calves were shaking. This strange young man turns out to be a member of the Black Dragon Gang. If you want money, just tell me directly. You pay tribute to the Black Dragon Gang every year. This is too much. He took him to the meeting room, saw corpses all over the floor, and finally found Zhou Dachuan's head. The rich man finally realized that this young man was a thief who was robbing his fellow thieves. However, after seeing the full warehouse of grain, he instantly became happy. "Are these the grain and cloth you mentioned, sir?" "That's right. Do you think I'm that Zhou Dachuan? I only go in and never out. Hurry up and get someone to move it. We'll stay with you until sunset. During this time, you can move as much as you want." Hearing Chu Chen's words, the rich man immediately smiled. He quickly ordered the hired people to move things. This young master not only destroyed the Black Dragon Gang, but his brain is also not very good. Such a large warehouse was sold for 80,000 taels. The rich man was very busy during this half-day, looking for people and cars everywhere. The warehouse was completely emptied before sunset. "Sir, next, no matter which mountain you take, you can sell these things that you don't like to me to you." After moving his things, the rich man said to Chu Chen with a smile on his face, "Stop talking nonsense and get out of here before I change my mind." What a huge loss. I lost at least 20,000 taels of silver from the things in here. Chu Chen was equally depressed. If she had known earlier, she would not ask for silver, but for food. "You idiot, where's my share?" Chen Qingxian stretched out his hand towards Chu Chen. "If you still want more, then I'll charge you 200 taels of silver per bottle." Chu Chen's words made Chen Qingxian shut up. "Well, I worked hard just for the wine, but this glass bottle of fine wine is so delicious that I guess even the emperor is not as extravagant as I am. So, how important it is to know how to comfort yourself." As night fell, the group arrived at the van. "There are 18 girls, and I still have 3 of them. Master Mu, Sister Pastor, I want to discuss something with you." Chu Chen looked at the group and said, "If you have to fart, do it quickly." Chu Chen was still angry about the previous assignment. "I'll just ask you to sit in the passenger seat. Go home and sleep. Look at all these people. 20 bags of snail, rice noodle soup, and 30 bags of instant noodles. Deal." After Chu Chen said that, he pulled Chu Chen to sit on the passenger seat. Then, the super van showed its powerful roll again. A total of 18 women were crammed in by Chu Chen. Chun Qingxian was placed on the roof of the car, which was a piece of cake for a 9th grade master. However, Chu Chen also paid 2 packs of huazi. After staying in the town for one night, Chu Chen brought the group to Qinglian City until the next night. Although everyone was curious about Chu Chen's iron car that could run so fast, no one said a word at Wang Qingchuan's request. On the second day, Chu Chen found Xiao Liuzi and completed the formalities for all the 18 girls to become his own slaves. After seeing Xiao Liuzi off, he slowly walked towards the city lord's mansion. "Brother Chu, your presence here brings honor to my humble residence." Lan Tianlei rubbed his hands and said as he looked at the 2 bottles of wine in Chu Chen's hand, "Brother Lan, is my nephew home?" Hearing Chu Chen say this, Lan Tianlei's heart skipped a beat again. Could it be that this kid had gotten into trouble again? How did my son offend me? Tell me, and I'll beat him to death. Shit, does that mean I can't be friends with your son? Brother Lan, you're joking. I have something to ask him, a good thing. Lan Tianlei felt relieved instantly when he heard Chu Chen's tone and told the housekeeper to call Lan Pingyun. After a while, Lan Pingyun appeared in front of Chu Chen. He bowed respectfully and said, "Uncle, please call Pingyun here. What are your instructions?" Chu Chen did not answer him, but said to Lan Tianlei, "Brother Lan,
We young people are talking, you just... Oh, brother, if you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten. Madam Six just called me for something. After saying that, he walked inside without looking back and waved his hand to send everyone away. In an instant, only Chu Chen and Lan Pingyun were left. Pingyun, do you want to get rich? What? This uncle wants to help him make money. Lan Pingyun became excited when he heard it. You know, even though he is the eldest son of the city lord's mansion, he can't resist Lan Tianlei's stinginess. He was only given 10 taels of pocket money a month. What could he do with it? He would squander it all after a single visit to a brothel. So he quickly said, I am willing to serve my uncle as a dog or a horse. Damn, this guy is not stupid. It seems that I have found the right person. Come on, follow me. I'll take you on a big project. Lan Pingyun climbed into Chu Chen's van without any hesitation. Lan Pingyun showed great interest in this car, touching here and looking at there. I like it. Chu Chen, who was driving, suddenly said, Oh, I dare not. This is my uncle's favorite thing. How dare I, a nephew, touch it? When Lan Pingyun saw that Chu Chen had seen through his passion, he immediately spoke respectfully. That's fine. Just follow me and work hard. If you do a good job, I'll give you one. Chu Chen thought that he also needed to find a driver. This time he was going to the Black Dragon Gang, and the round trip was 600 kilometers on the official road. His waist was almost broken from driving so much. There were no cement or asphalt roads in ancient times. The roads are full of potholes and dirt and stones, so this is why it takes a whole day to drive to Heilongzai. If there were a highway, the 300 kilometers would only take 3 hours. Really, uncle? Then I would like to thank you in advance. The cake was already drawn, and Chu Chen said nothing more. He took Lan Pingyun and walked towards an inn. After a while, the van stopped steadily in front of the inn. Uncle, are you going to bring me to stay in the hotel? Are we going out of town? Lan Pingyun asked in confusion. Could it be that this uncle has taken a fancy to me? Lan Pingyun guessed with horror if he... Should I resist or not? Chapter 100, Opening a Club in Qinglian City. Chu Chen ignored him and took him toward a room. Qingchuan, open the door. Chu Chen outside the door knocked on the door loudly. Sir, please come in. As the door opened, Lan Pingyun's eyes suddenly lit up with eagerness. There were 7 or 8 beautiful girls sitting inside, looking towards the door. Chu Chen and Lan Pingyun sat down in the crowd. He said to Wang Qingchuan in front of him, Let me introduce you. This is the city lord's eldest son, Master Lan. Pingyun, this is Wang Qingchuan, the former mama at Lan Kuailao. Do you know her? After hearing Chu Chen's introduction, Wang Qingchuan quickly stepped forward and bowed to Lan Pingyun. This servant greets Master Lan. Lan Pingyun looked around with a pig-like expression. Ah, uncle, Pingyun has been studying hard in the study every day and has never seen you sisters. Oh my god, it's obvious that Lan Pingyun only knows a few of them. You're still pretending to be pure in front of me. I see. So you're so devoted to studying poetry and literature, so your uncle can't harm you. I originally wanted to open a brothel with you, but it seems I have to find someone else. Oh, that fat guy from before was pretty good. Chu Chen pretended to be in deep thought and said. Lan Pingyun became anxious after hearing this. Opening a brothel? That would be so powerful. You can't go whenever you want in the future. If this great opportunity is taken away by that fat guy, it will be more trouble than it is worth. So he quickly said to Chu Chen, No, uncle, you misunderstood. My nephew studies during the day and has plenty of time to take care of it at night. Chu Chen gave him a look that said, I understand, and slapped him hard on the back of his head. Wang Qingchuan, who was watching this scene, was extremely surprised. Who is this? The eldest son of the city lord's mansion. The famous dandy leader of Qinglian City was treated like a child by the young master. It seems that I followed the right person. I originally thought that once I joined the Black Dragon Gang, I would become a black gang. Unexpectedly, the air of freedom and hope is so good. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I'll pay. You'll do the work, and then I'll give you 10% of the brothel's income. Hearing that the income was only 10%, Lan Pingyun was obviously depressed. But I figured it out in an instant. I thought even 10% would be a lot of money. You know, Winxiang Pavilion has made a lot of money these days, and he believes in Chu Chen's ability. Uncle, if you need anything, just tell me. Don't even mention 10%, or even just do it for free. Okay, enough nonsense. This 1% is for one purpose, which is to ensure that this business can continue smoothly in Qinglian City. Are you sure about that? After hearing Chu Chen's conditions, Lan Pingyun thought that it would be too easy to make money. As long as he spreads the word in his circle, basically no one in Qinglian City would dare to cause trouble. So he quickly replied, "No problem, uncle. I will definitely make it beautiful for you." After sending Lan Pingyun away, Chu Chen turned around and spoke to Wang Qingchuan. "Qingchuan, we are opening a brothel this time, but it is different from a brothel. I call it a club." "Ah, sir, what is a club?" Hearing Chu Chen's words, everyone showed a puzzled expression. Chu Chen explained to them what a club was and how it operated. Then he asked Lan Pingyun and Wang Qingchuan to find a venue tomorrow and do all the preliminary work for the opening of the club. He returned to the west courtyard of the city, went straight into the study, closed the door, and began to search for things he might need in the space. Solar power generation equipment, small wind power generation equipment, related lighting, audio, etc. That's right, Chu Chen wants to build the first business club in Daxia to satisfy the love needs of the people of Daxia. There's an inexhaustible supply of beer, red wine, white wine, and foreign liquor in the space. As well as those fruit snacks, coupled with 18 beautiful girls, I will find a way to dig up a batch when the time comes. Then I dare say that it would be hard not to make money if this thing opens. As expected, the power of money is enormous. The next day, Lan Pingyun came to Chu Chen's house. Also coming was Wang Qingchuan. "Uncle, Sister Qingchuan, and I have found a suitable venue." After breakfast, Chu Chen followed them to a dilapidated restaurant. The restaurant is 3 stories high and has a wooden structure. The second floor is full of private rooms, and there is a hall on the first floor. The owner of the restaurant was running a poor business and was planning to sell it off, both the restaurant and the land, for 2,000 taels of silver. Chu Chen nodded with satisfaction. He was not interested in the building, but in the land. The front of the restaurant faces the street, and there is a large open space at the back, so Chu Chen plans to build another cement house at the back. What's the most important thing when making this thing? Sound insulation, because I need to put my own speakers. Although ancient people may not be able to understand modern songs, if someone were to play some musical instrument or sing in the box, that would still cause noise. So a preliminary idea came to my mind. A 3-story reinforced concrete bungalow will be built at the back. The first floor is used as a lobby, the second floor is private rooms, and the third floor as offices and dormitories. The old restaurant will be used as guest rooms, and the first floor will be used to sell gift snacks and other items, so they can sell some new things when the time comes. He simply handed over 2,000 taels of silver without even mentioning the price. He turned around and headed towards Chang Wei's house. After explaining the purpose of the visit, Chang Wei patted his chest and assured that there would be no problem at all, and said that he would go to the site to dig the foundation tomorrow. After using concrete when renovating the Wenxiang Pavilion, I was itching to touch it, and then the opportunity came. After explaining all this, Chu Chen asked Wang Qingchuan to bring all the girls over. First clean the restaurant, and then conduct training. Chu Chen felt that since they came from brothels, it wouldn't take much effort. However, in order to train them in etiquette, Chu Chen called Xiaofang over. Chu Chen only taught Wang Qingchuan about the subsequent events and operations based on his memory. Teach Wang Qingchuan, and then let her teach others. So, Chu Chen, who had originally wanted to return to Masan village as soon as possible, became busy again. Chang Wei was busy on the construction site, and Chu Chen would send him drawings and designs from time to time. Xiaofang was busy teaching them basic etiquette upstairs in the old building. Wang Qingchuan followed Chu Chen in the room and learned the basic operations of those modern young ladies. 5 days later, Chu Chen arrived at the construction site with somewhat weak legs. I saw that the foundation of the building had been laid, and Chang Wei and his men were pouring concrete into the pillars. Xiaofang is still busy teaching etiquette to those young ladies. And those girls were all wearing the stockings, miniskirts, and white shirts that Chu Chen took out from the space. She was wearing high heels. Xiaofang was no longer surprised when Chu Chen took out these things. Whatever this husband brings out is always strange and bizarre. Since Xiaofang is not surprised by it, others will be happy to accept it too, because through the training in the past few days, they know. It turns out that I have such charm. He said that he had lost money selling the property at Lan Kuai Lao. Chapter 101, Planting Sweet Potatoes in Masan Village. After Chu Chen had been in Qinglian City for half a month, he had learned everything that needed to be taught. Now we're just waiting for Chang Wei to build and decorate the house. Chang Wei had used that pile of lamps when he renovated Wenxiang Pavilion before, so he had a general understanding of them.
So Chu Chen thought about going back to Masan village to see how the infrastructure at home was doing. It has been more than a month since I came out like this, and it is time to go back and see Li Qinglian and the others. Moreover, after training Wang Qingchuan for so many days, his body has become much weaker. So he called Chen Qingxian and Mu Shuaqin, drove the van towards Masan village. Masan village is still busy, as infrastructure construction cannot be completed in a day or two. Looking at the busy figure in front of him, Chu Chen also said that he was not in a hurry. It is estimated that it will take about half a year to complete the construction. However, the first month of the year had already passed, so Chu Chen took out rice seeds and sweet potatoes from the space. Infrastructure is needed, but agriculture cannot be delayed. During the spring plowing season, some people still need to be assigned to grow crops. Chu Chen planned to plant rice in the paddy fields and sweet potatoes on the slopes of the mountain. If everyone has a good harvest, they will be more motivated to work. As a farmer, Chu Chen is no match for the elders and villagers of Masan village. Since sweet potatoes had never been seen in this world, Chu Chen called Wang Defa home again. Chu, what's the matter you're so anxious? Chu Chen didn't waste any words, but took out a sweet potato. Uncle Wang, have you seen this? Never. Okay, this thing is called sweet potato, and it can produce 40 dan per moo. What Chu boy don't lie? Wang Defa thought it was impossible, but then he understood. Who is Chu Chen? He is a disciple of a god. What he took out must be a divine object. How do you grow this? Afterwards, Chu Chen explained how to arrange seeds, prune seedlings, plant, apply fertilizer, etc. Wang Defa immediately assured that there was no problem and would arrange for people to plant and raise seedlings tomorrow. For farmers, this thing is too simple. In fact, Chu Chen was just experimenting to see how the sweet potato harvest went in Daxia. If it worked, he would vigorously develop its planting next year. After the infrastructure is completed, I will still have a lot of seeds to plant. You can't become fat by eating one bite at a time. You have to take it slow. After staying in Masan village for half a month, Chu Chen took the two of them and headed towards Qinglian city. For him, the industry in Qinglian city is the most profitable thing. Counting the days, it is estimated that in a few days, Chong Wei will be almost finished. Mr. Chong, you're very fast, Chu Chen said to Chong Wei with a smile. Sir, this thing is magical. As long as the door of this house is strong, no one in the world should be able to break it. Looking at the 3-story house in front of him, Chong Wei said to Chu Chen in surprise. He had come into contact with cement before, but he didn't expect that a house built with it would be so strong. Chu Chen walked in and pulled the aluminum alloy windows and security doors that were removed from the space. He smiled at Chong Wei with satisfaction and said, In Daxia, only Mr. Chong can build such a good house. No, it's mainly because of Mr. Chu's material. I admire him very much. The two of them praised each other. Chu Chen continued to spin. Look at the photovoltaic panels and small wind turbines on the roof, as well as the energy storage equipment in the house. As long as you don't use high-power electrical equipment, there should be no problem with daily electricity use. The only high-power electrical appliance in the entire atrium is the freezer for ice wine and fruit. The rest are LED lights, which don't use more than a few kilowatts. Audio equipment is actually simple. Ancient people did not have high requirements, and those rechargeable square dance speakers in shopping malls were shocking enough. And those colorful lights, LEDs that have their own photovoltaic equipment, will never use the power supply on the roof. After another 5 days of finishing work, everything was ready for opening. Following Chu Chen's instructions, Lan Pingyun bought more than 10 sturdy men from the pawn shop and dressed them in suits and ties. With protective gear in hand, the security team was officially established. More than 20 maids were bought, one for each young lady, who were responsible for serving tea and water and providing private room service. Chu Chen summoned Lan Pingyun, the 18 girls, the security team, and the maids, and held the last meeting before the opening. In order not to attract attention in advance, the lights on the facade of the house have not been turned on yet. Chu Chen stood on the stage in a lobby on the first floor of the new house, looking at the young ladies below who were all wearing the same tight miniskirts, stockings, and high heels. Under the illumination of the LED rotating colored light in the center, you suddenly feel like you are back to the modern era. Signal the security guard to change the lights to LED fluorescent lights. Chu Chen picked up a microphone, turned on the square dance speakers, and spoke to everyone. Thank you all for your hard work this month. You have all received professional training.
Wang Qingchuan is the owner of Red Romantic and is in charge of all matters of the club. Tomorrow evening, the Red Romantic Business and Leisure Club will officially open. I would like to make a few requests here. First, all personnel and security guards are prohibited from having affairs with maids and girls. Second, unconditionally obey Manager Wang's arrangements. Third, for all security guards, the captain will receive 2 taels of silver per month, and each member will receive 1 tael of silver. Maids will receive 1 tael of silver per month. Girls, each person or team will take 10% of the guest spending. After he finished speaking, there was a cheer from the audience. They had originally thought that they were bought just to work and eat for free, but they didn't expect that they would be paid. And the girls were even happier. Although the profit was just 1%, not everyone could afford this red romance. The entrance fee to the hall is 2 taels per person, and you can watch the young ladies dance and sing. As for entering the box, it is not a place that ordinary people can go. A girl was charged 5 to 20 taels of silver, and she could drink and listen to music in the private room, but she had to stop at the stairs. If you want to spend a night with a girl, the price ranges from 20 to 500 taels, depending on her level. What's the matter if you think it's too expensive? I won't hire an Orin. For this purpose, Chu Chen selected several girls that he himself could hardly refuse and created them as his top stars. The highest one even started at 500 taels of silver. This does not include the cost of room service, drinks, snacks, consumption, daily necessities, small umbrellas, etc. As for the snacks and drinks, they're even more outrageous. Okay, enough talking. I wish you a prosperous opening tomorrow. As soon as Chu Chanhua finished speaking, thunderous applause broke out from the audience. Lan Pingyun was drooling as he looked at the beautiful girls in front of him. These days, I have been very happy as the second largest shareholder of Honglang. Chu Chen saw it all, but he didn't say anything. It might be a good thing to let this kid train them in business. After the mobilization was completed, Chu Chen drove the van back to the West City residence in a flash. Others live in dormitories. Watching Chu Chen leave, Lan Pingyun pulled up the super courtesan who was worth 500 taels. Let's go. We're opening tomorrow. Let me check your business capabilities again. Chapter 102 Welcome to Red Romance. Early the next morning, the entrance of Honglang was decorated with lights, and the whole team was busy. 2 men in black suits and white shirts stood straight at the door. Suddenly, a huge and pleasant sound came from the Red Romantic house. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't help but look inside. To this end, Chu Chen specially selected several exciting DJ songs, equipped with 2 large speakers, and placed an extra-large TV in the center of the hall. The girls in cool clothes on TV swayed their bodies and instantly attracted a large number of onlookers. However, under the intimidation of the 2 muscular security guards, no one dared to enter yet, and they just lay at the door and watched from afar. Master Lu, what are you talking about in that box? Could it be that the fairy has descended to Earth? How can it be so beautiful? You probably don't know this, right? According to the information above, this is a brothel, and the girls inside are the women in this box. Why? This fairy is also doing this. What are you talking about? It is said that this is the property of the young master of the city lord's mansion. There are many interesting things in it. Ah, the dude's business. I guess it should be very lively tonight. Who says it isn't? Not only these fairies, but also his status is worthy of us showing up in there. Chu Chen was in the crowd, listening to everyone's discussions. It seems that Lan Pingyun is quite famous. It seems that he will be the business manager in the future. At this moment, the door opened, and a group of girls in short skirts came in holding a plate in their hands. Her high heels made a clattering sound as she walked out the door. Wang Qingchuan walked forward and said to everyone, "Everyone, today is the opening day of my Red Romantic Leisure Club. Thank you all for your support. Our Red Romance may be called a brothel, but it's better than a brothel. Each of our girls has received professional training and is proficient in playing various musical instruments and singing. Their talents are like fairies descended from heaven. Next, let our girl go down first to greet everyone and meet the guests." As soon as Wang Qingchuan finished speaking, the girls carried their plates and walked towards the crowd. They all have their own fragrance, and in order to avoid any trouble, each of them is accompanied by a handsome security guard. Walk into the crowd and distribute snacks on plates to everyone. It's called a snack, but it's actually candy that Chu Chen took out from a space. For the sugar-making technology of this era, it is countless times better. As soon as the candies were distributed, Wang Qingchuan on the stage continued, "Everyone, take the candies from the girls." I've also seen the figures of our girls. Sugar may be sweet, but our girls are sweeter than sugar. Tonight is the opening night of our Honglinmen. All of us at Honglinmen are looking forward to your visit. After saying that, he took the girls back into the house. This operation is just right. Chu Chen observed that when the girls walked down just now, most of the young men had never seen such a scene, although they often went to brothels before. But compared with these girls, it's like the difference between a fairy and a peasant woman. Many young men have a feeling of being unable to control themselves. I simply sat down in the tea house opposite and waited for it to open. As night fell, Chu Chen and Lan Pingyun invited each other to go. You don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. At this moment, many rich and powerful men in elegant clothes have gathered at the red and romantic door. He held the banknotes in his hand arrogantly and cursed why the business hadn't opened yet. At this time, Lan Pingyun walked onto the stage, and the audience instantly became quiet. Dear uncles, brothers, and sisters, thank you all for coming. Tonight, welcome to Red Romance. As soon as he finished speaking, at Chu Chen's instruction, the security guard pulled up the main light switch of the entire building's facade. Another group of security guards lit the fireworks placed in the yard. For a moment, the whole building was emitting colorful light, and the fireworks that shot up into the sky dyed the entire sky colorful. What is this? Have I arrived in the fairyland? As the speakers emitted a loud noise, everyone present was stunned for a moment. Master Lan, you have built a fairy palace. Everyone look, the fairy is coming out, the fairy is coming out. With the cheers of the crowd, the door of Red Romance opened wide. The mighty security guards and the fairy-like girls during the day. They stood on both sides of the door, looking at everyone with a smile on their faces. Okay, everyone, the business is now open. Please come and visit. Lan Pingyun held a microphone in his hand and shouted loudly to the crowd. In an instant, the crowd rushed towards the door. Wang Qingchuan, who was registering and cashing at the door, was very busy. The entrance fee is 2 taels of silver per person, which is not too cheap for these wealthy people. So everyone sighed at the goodness of Mr. Lan. It was too cheap. Only 2 taels of silver could make you feel the charm of a fairy. Once someone walked through the middle of the girls, they all saluted softly. Welcome to Red Romance. Seeing the fairy-like girls bowing and greeting them, everyone felt a great sense of satisfaction. In order to have a look at the usually unattainable courtesan, you need to have literary talent if you want to spend some money to see her. This is no better than the so-called courtesan. On the stage, several girls dressed coolly are showing off their dancing moves. The wealthy people in the audience were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out. This powerful music is so much better than the humming and groaning music I heard in the brothel before. Not only does it sound good, it's also addictive. Little girl, come here for a moment. A wealthy man with a big belly shouted to the maid in formal attire. Dear guest, what can I do for you? This explicit word, dear, made the rich man feel so relaxed all over. Girl, let me ask you, what kind of wine is this, and what is this food? My lord, this is sweet intoxication. This is deep-sea sweetheart. This is ice-cold red romance. If a modern person were here, he would definitely curse loudly. Screw your sweet drunkenness, screw your cautiousness, and the fucking iced red romance. Isn't this just beer, minced meat, and ice watermelon? When the rich man heard this strange name, he felt sweet and intoxicated and felt like a little darling and a red romantic. Then he looked at the waitress and wondered why the girl in front of him was so charming. He couldn't help but make a move on her. We have all been trained. How can we let you take advantage of us? Master, why are you so impatient? The sisters are waiting for you in the box. Oh, what is a box? As for the private room, isn't that the place for you and your sisters to communicate with each other sincerely? After saying this, the clever girl showed an expression that said, you know what I mean. Okay, take me to the box. The waitress was delighted after hearing this, because the master had said yesterday that there would not only be a fixed amount of money every month. If you bring customers to a private room and they spend money, you will get a commission, which is just money. The clever little girl enthusiastically took the rich man's arm and walked towards Wang Qingchuan. Chapter 103, Who Doesn't Know Red Romance? Wang Qingchuan was very busy at this moment, and the private rooms were almost booked in an instant. At this time, seeing a girl bringing a rich man over, he couldn't help but relax. The last box has been booked, and I can finally take a break. Master, the girls in the box are waiting for you. Ha ha ha. That's easy to say, shopkeeper.
Hurry up and collect the money and take me there. Okay, sir. We just opened today, so the private room fee is waived. I'll also give you 6 bottles of sweet drunk, a plate of Little Heart, and iced red romance. The girl's fee is 50 taels of silver. I wish you a pleasant time. When the rich man heard this, he thought it was not expensive. For 50 taels of silver, he could drink and chat with the girl in that closed room. But if the master wants to stay overnight, you must not treat the girl's boudoir badly. Oh, how much does this boudoir cost? Then it depends on the master's ability. Wang Qingchuan took the 50 taels of silver, smiled sweetly at the rich man, and stopped talking. At this time, Lan Pingyun behind, Wang Qingchuan asked Chu Chen, "Uncle, isn't this a bit too cheap?" "Cheap? Don't worry, those 6 little cannons are not enough for a girl to rinse her mouth. 2 taels of silver per bottle. That watermelon and those snacks, drinking wine without dishes, that's 5 taels of silver per dish. You see, this old man won't leave unless he spends 100 taels of money here tonight." After saying that, he ignored Lan Pingyun and walked straight to the center of the hall. He pulled over the girl he had just mentioned, and they started dancing wildly on the stage. As the exciting music played, all those who didn't have a private room couldn't help but get excited. Chu Chen not only took the maid to dance, but also held a bottle of beer in his hand from time to time, drinking and splashing. It's as wasteful as it can be. It seems that Chu Chen not only dares to hold the maid and dance, but also touches her all over. So a few brave young men followed suit. For a moment, demons were dancing wildly, and wine was everywhere. The maids had received training and had long since changed the traditional idea that men and women should not have physical contact with each other. Also, as long as you don't communicate with them in depth, it's fine. "Sir, shall we go dancing? Have fun." Some repressed men did not dare to step forward, so with the encouragement of the maids, they gradually joined the dance floor. "Let's have fun, everyone. Tonight, don't go home until you're drunk. That's the most fun you can have." Chu Chen held the microphone and shouted to the crowd on the stage. Although no one understands what "hi" means, but the young man holding the black stick and talking loudly looked so happy. Gradually, the whole hall was in high spirits, and beer was poured onto the tables as if it were free. Big Bird Wisher was a little drunk. Chu Chen shook his head and slowly left the dance floor, looking at the men going crazy under the colorful lights and the ground wet with alcohol. He said leisurely, "What a waste. 1 bottle costs 2 taels of silver, which is enough for ordinary people to survive for 2 months. Of course, none of these glass bottles can be leaked outside. Chu Chen registers each bottle he takes out. Otherwise, how can I make money by selling glass when I am short of money in the future?" After saying that, he pulled Lan Pingyun towards the 3rd floor. This kid Lan Pingyun is going from table to table. This was also what Chu Chen taught him. After all, since the store had just opened, many people came just for his face. Since you want to do business, you should put aside your arrogant attitude. "Uncle, where are you going?" "Let's go to the office. It's too noisy here." Lan Pingyun greeted the guests at the table next to him and followed Chu Chen to the 3rd floor. In the office on the 3rd floor, Chu Chen lit a cigarette for himself. "How do you feel?" "Okay, Uncle, I've really broadened my horizons today. But if I keep drinking like this, what will happen to our wine supply?" "Don't worry about it. There are so many in the warehouse. I asked you to come up because I need your help with something. Go collect jade and raw stones for me." Chu Chen handed him a silver note worth 10,000 taels and said, because when Chu Chen went to move the wine for the last time, he found that the jade stones had been used up and there was not much left. It seems that the construction and opening of this red romance cost a lot of money. "I'm going to Jinxing Trading Company to get some tomorrow, and then I'll ask Lan Pingyun to collect some." "Ah, Uncle, if you want a raw stone, just tell me." "How can you?" Lan Pingyun said as he looked at the 10,000 taels of silver in front of him. Chu Chen looked up at him. "I don't know you yet. What little money do you have? Take it." Lan Pingyun smiled awkwardly and reached out to take the banknote. "Don't worry, Uncle, I will definitely get it done for you." After saying that, he said goodbye to Chu Chen, turned around, and returned to the dance floor. Chu Chen drove the van back to his house in the west of the city. As soon as I entered the house, Xiaofeng came out to greet me. "Sir, how's the opening going?" "Don't worry, it's no problem. Although it won't make as much money as perfume, it will bring me money continuously." Xiaofeng seemed very happy after hearing this, and then took him to the warehouse of the house. This is a reinforced concrete warehouse that Chang Wei built when he was renovating Honglang. "Sir, you haven't cared about Wenxiang Pavilion for a long time. Today I will tell you about the profits I have made during this period. After saying that, Xiaofeng opened the door of the warehouse. Then Chu Chen let out a long fuck. He saw that the warehouse was filled with glittering gold and silver, which almost blinded his eyes. Then he hugged Xiaofeng and kissed her on the face. You are really my good wife. Seeing Chu Chen like this, Xiaofeng was so excited that she was like a child, burying her head deeply in Chu Chen's chest. Okay, Xiaofeng, let's talk about the nutritional injections later. I'll have someone take these things away. You can go back to your room first. After saying that, Xiaofeng went back to her room obediently. She would never ask about things that she shouldn't know. After Xiaofeng left, Chu Chen put the silver away. During this period, Wenxiang Pavilion's business is not as booming as when it first opened. But after so long, he has accumulated more than 1.5 million taels of silver. Chu Chen left Xiaofeng a bunch of perfumes and 100,000 taels of silver for expenses. He rolled up the 1.4 million taels of silver and put them into the space. Under Chu Chen's instructions, all the silver brought back to the house must be converted into cash. In ancient times, who knew when a war would break out when silver notes were used? Chu Chen planned to take advantage of the peace now and turn all the money earned by Honglang into food to build a super large warehouse in Masan village. The main focus is to store food. The last time I went back, Chu Chen had already told Wang Defa about it. A large warehouse was dug for him in a mountain behind his house. On the second day, Hong Layman's profit came out, and he made a net profit of 4,000 taels in one day. Lan Pingyun was grinning from ear to ear as he held the 400 taels in his hand. Chu Chen held another simple meeting with everyone in the morning. Looking at the happy and grateful expressions of the girls, maids and security guards as they held the commission money in their hands, Chu Chen also smiled deeply. Chapter 104 Qinglian Taoist Beginning as a Human. It seems that now that things are over here, I can go back and devote myself to building Mashan village. The next day, Chu Chen said as he looked at Xiaofeng nestled in his arms. Sir, don't you live in the city? Xiaofeng moved her body and asked. Masan village is comfortable. We all have to go back eventually. From now on, you should get along well with your sister Chu Chen. After spending a few days together, Mu Shuiqin and Xiaofeng became good friends who could talk about anything. Mu Shuiqin simply treated Wenxiang Pavilion as her own home and spent every day with Xiaofeng. Chu Chen was also happy about this. In this way, no one would dare to touch the Wenxiang Pavilion anymore. As night fell, Chu Chen was about to go to Honglang when Chun Qingxian climbed onto the van quietly. Where did you go? Red is romantic. Take me with you. Chun Qingxian said with a gangster look on his face, holding a cigarette in his mouth. He didn't look like a martial arts master at all. Chu Chen had no choice but to bring him into Honglang. To be honest, Chu Chen still didn't want Chun Qingxian to come. After all, he is still a bud. But if they are willing, it is not convenient for me to stop them. Chun Qingxian was stunned when he entered. Such a nice place. Why didn't you call me? Jimengzi, this place is not suitable for you. You are too young. You are small. Your whole family is small. After spending so much time together, Chun Qingxian has learned most of Chu Chen's speaking style and bad habits. Master Qingxian, you are here. Seeing Chun Qingxian, Wang Qingchuan came up to him with stars in his eyes. As he spoke, he held Chun Qingchuan's arm. Chu Chen opened his eyes wide when he saw this scene. It's over. It's over. This wine is not pure anymore. Chun Qingxian, who has no experience in that matter, is no match for Wang Qingchuan. He will probably be defeated tonight. Well, judging by this taste, Wang Qingchuan must be at least 7 or 8 years older than Chun Qingxian. All right, you idiot, stop following me. I want some peace and quiet. After seeing Wang Qingchuan, Chun Qingxian thought Chu Chen was in the way. Chu Chen spread his hands helplessly and said, This is not my business. Don't blame me if your senior sister beats you later. So, bored, he sat in the office for a while and then returned to his house in the west of the city. He had just opened the door and was about to take a shower and go to bed when he unexpectedly found a steel sword placed on his neck. Get out. Who asked you to come in? Mu Shuiqin was seen holding a sword and speaking coldly to Chu Chen. Damn, when did this woman come into my room? Sister, this is Xiaofeng in my room. Could it be that you? After saying that, Chu Chen looked at her with a smile on his face. What are you thinking, you lecher? Xiaofeng will be mine from now on, so find a place to sleep by yourself. Damn, I went out and my house was robbed. This woman must not like other women. What if? Chu Chen was still full of joy when he was kicked out by Mu Chen. Mu Chen, get out here. Not only did you steal my room, you even stole my woman. Chu Chen got up from the ground and started cursing inside. However, after scolding for a long time, there was no response. Finally, after Xiaolan and Xiaodao's persuasion, Chu Chen was arranged to stay in the guest room. After washing up, Chu Chen got into bed with the help of Xiaolan and Xiaodao. Why don't you two go and rest? Sir, we two sisters will warm your bed. Sister Xiaofang told us that we all know how to do it. This is a life-threatening situation. You have to know that these are two little girls who are only 14 or 15 years old. Chu Chen thought that he was not that crazy. After sending them away, Chu Chen fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up the next day, he saw Mu Chen looking at him with a smile on her face. You stinky bitch, what do you want to do? What are you doing? Where's Qinglian? Where did you take him? Why haven't you seen him so early in the morning? Damn it, Qinglian, you're on your own. Chu Chen simply ignored him, turned around, and went to the dining table to eat breakfast. Tell me, where on earth did you take him? Mu Chen drew her sword as soon as they disagreed. Seeing this, Chu Chen put down the bun in his hand and raised his sleeves towards Mu Chen. Don't draw your sword all the time. If you keep doing that, no one will dare to marry you. Get lost. Don't think I'm afraid of your hidden weapons. I can block them. Oh, really? You can withstand one shot, but what about 10 shots? 10 shots in a row. After saying that, Chu Chen fired a magazine at the ground in the yard. Seeing this scene, Mu Chen opened her mouth wide. How can you be so fast? To be honest, this action also deeply shocked Mu Chen. With such a dense swarm of hidden weapons, even if my master came, I guess he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Chu Chen laughed after hearing this. Are you scared? I'm fast at everything except that one thing. Which one? Which one? Which one can I tell you? Just when the situation was tense, Qinglian appeared out of nowhere. What's going on? I heard the sound of hidden weapons. Your senior sister asked where you went last night. Explain yourself. After saying that, Chu Chen took 2 buns and drove the van towards Jinxing Trading Company. Drunkard, just wish you good luck. The van came all the way to Jinxing Trading Company. The trip went very smoothly, looking at the full truck of raw jade stones at the back of the van. Chu Chen showed a happy smile, clasped his fist towards Zhu Fu, stepped on the accelerator, and returned to the courtyard in the west of the city. After putting the jade into the space, Chu Chen slowly returned to the yard. In the yard, Mu Chen was seen holding a whip in her hand. Qinglian was kneeling on the ground, surrounded by a group of servants who wanted to persuade him but did not dare to step forward. You've grown up, now you dare to go to that fireworks place? Seeing Chu Chen coming, Qinglian immediately pointed at Chu Chen. Senior sister, it was him. He took me there. He said it was fun, so... Chu Chen glared fiercely at this ungrateful man. Then he turned to Mu Chen and said, he's already in his 20s, he's in good health, and he has money on him. Do you think he needs me to take care of him? Okay, I don't care about your family affairs, but he's already so old. It's not a good thing for you to control him like this. Or, you can find a marriage for him. Chu Chen said to Qinglian with a smile. Hearing Chu Chen say this, Mu Chen immediately lowered her head and began to think. Yes, why didn't I think of it? Just get him married. Qinglian looked at Mu Chen and saw that she seemed to have heard Chu Chen's words and immediately became frightened. No, senior sister, even if you beat me to death, I won't get married. After saying that, he didn't know where he got the courage from. He got up and got into the van in an instant. You idiot, aren't we going back to Masan village today? What are you dawdling for? Chu Chen smiled helplessly at everyone, climbed into the van, stepped on the accelerator, and left the yard. Chapter 105. Vigorously Developing New Rural Areas. The van drove nonstop all the way to Masan village. When Li Qinglian saw Chu Chen coming back, she hurried to the car. My husband, I'm back. Yeah, I'm back. I missed you. What are you talking about? It's broad daylight and Brother Qinglian is still here. Li Qinglian hit Chu Chen lightly in an angry tone. When Qinglian saw this scene, he jumped onto the roof with a whoosh. You idiot! Are you a human being? You are too rude to watch this. Qinglian said as he walked towards the room. When he came out of the room, he had a bottle of Erguo 2 in his hand. Recalling what happened last night, Qinglian couldn't help but smile. It turns out that in life, besides wine, there are other things that can bring such joy. Chu Chen ignored him and took Li Qinglian into the house. My uncle is back. He's been out for a long time this time. Li Qinglian's mother said this out of the blue, leaving both of them confused. Mother-in-law, please take a rest. Let them handle the things in the house. Son-in-law, I can't sit still. Unless I have a baby to take care of, then I won't do anything. After saying this, Lu Damei turned around and went back to the kitchen to continue working. What the hell? He's urging me to have a child. Forget it. The main purpose of my trip to ancient times is to lie down and have a child. What's the point? At least there is no idea in this regard at the moment. So the embarrassed Chu Chen responded with a few words and walked towards the bustling construction site in front of the door. Uncle Feng, the progress is very fast. The house is halfway built. Chu boy, please stop teasing your uncle. This is not fast at all. Feng Wu saw Chu Chen walking towards him and hurried to greet him. At this time, Wang Defa didn't know which direction he was heading. Chu Wazi, many of the sweet potatoes you mentioned have sprouted now. In less than a month, we can cut the vines and plant them. Uncle Wang is here too. Don't worry, take your time. We still have enough food to eat. Chu Chen looked at Wang Defa's positive attitude and couldn't help but comfort him. It seems that Masan village has suffered for too long and urgently needs to get rid of poverty and live a good life. The three of them sat down on the big rock. We talked about the construction of Masan village. When talking about the wall, Chu Chen returned to the car and took out a small bag of cement. Uncle Feng, do you know what this is? Feng Wu grabbed a handful and found it very smooth, like mud yet not like mud. So he asked, Chu Wazi, stop keeping me in suspense and tell me what this is. This is called cement. The walls built with it are indestructible. Indestructible, this is no joke. If the entire Masan village had a high, indestructible wall, there would be no need to worry about bandits in the future. Even if foreign races invade, these people can still live extremely comfortably. Seeing that they didn't believe him, Chu Chen instructed Feng Wu to mix cement, sand, and pebbles together. Then he put the two stones together and waited quietly for the result in a few days. Uncle Feng, I could get a lot of this stuff. What I'm thinking of now is to use it to build our walls and roads in the future. Why not build a house? What a joke. You think there's a lot of cement in the space. These were also found with great difficulty from two small construction sites. Although it can be provided continuously, it also needs to be timely. The people of Masan village are in urgent need of new houses, but they can't wait. Masan village is surrounded by mountains on all sides, and there are high cliffs behind the mountains, so the wall only needs to enclose the areas that are not cliffs. So this is why Chu Chen thought of the concrete wall. As for that cement road, it was exactly what Chu Chen wanted to drive in a more comfortable luxury car. After all, this road is full of potholes, and that thing is the bottom. 3 days later, Chu Chen and Wang Defa called Feng Wu and came to the cement structure. Under Chu Chen's command, Feng Wu swung the sledgehammer and smashed it on the cement with a bang. Even a big and strong man like Feng Wu could only cause some damage to the surface of the cement surface. Chu boy, why is this thing so hard? Feng Wu asked, shaking his arm, which was numb from the shock. Now you believe it. I'll have to trouble Uncle Feng Wu with the wall. I can't provide a large amount of it here at the moment, so let's build the wall first and let everyone live in brick and tile houses for now. After explaining all this, Chu Chen would carry cement into the cave dug by Wang Defa and his men every day. Feng Wu also arranged a group of people to go to the top of the mountain in Masan village to build a wall. Due to lack of manpower, many craftsmen were hired from outside to help build the house. As the wages are high, more and more craftsmen come here to work. All the craftsmen in Qinglian town and even Qinglian city knew that houses were urgently being built in a remote mountain village. And anyone who is a bricklayer can help, and their wages will be doubled. Spring goes and autumn comes, and in the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. At this moment, Masan village has a brand new look. Below Chu Chen's villa, more than 50 brick and tile houses were neatly arranged on the land of Masan village. Except for the cliffs on both sides of the mountain, Masan village has a high wall built on the rest of the area. At this moment, it is not an exaggeration to say that Masan village is Masan city. Chu Chen, Feng Wu, and others all understood that the city wall of Masan village was not comparable to any ordinary city wall. After the new house was completed, it was midsummer and a dam had been built on the stream at the entrance of the village, and a deep pool appeared in Masan village. And this dam, under the guidance of Chu Chen, was also built entirely of reinforced concrete. The road leading to the village has been completely replaced by cement, which is flat and solid. On the day the road was completed, Chu Chen drove a BJ-80 out of the space. In fact, he also wanted to drive a car, but the current road only reached Qinglian town. During the past 6 months, under Chu Chen's patient teaching, Hu Zi has become proficient in driving a van. So now the task of delivering perfume, wine, and snacks to Qinglian City has gloriously fallen on Hu Zi. After about a year of adjustment, the entire salt-making workshop is now managed by Chu Dazhuang's family except for Chu Dazhuang. The others were idle. Even Roy only went there when he got his wages, and all matters, big and small, were managed by Chu Dazhuang. When the construction and decoration of the last house was completed, the entire Masan village burst into huge cheers. Chu Chen took to Huang and strolled in front of the new houses. He patted to Huang's head with satisfaction and said to the group in front of him, "I declare that the renovation project of the old houses in Masan village is officially completed and the houses will be distributed tomorrow." Amidst excited shouts, Chu Chen and De Huang returned to the villa. Chapter 106. Housing Distribution in Masan Village. The next day, Chu Chen was still asleep when he was awakened by a burst of chattering sounds. Chu Chen got up and saw that the entire villa was surrounded by people. "Good morning, everyone." After washing up, Chu Chen walked down the villa and greeted everyone. "Chu Wazi, are we really going to separate rooms today?" "Yes, Chu Wazi. The big guys were so happy that they couldn't sleep and woke you up early in the morning." The crowd spoke to Chu Chen in unison. "Okay, everyone follow me." Without even bothering to eat breakfast, Chu Chen led everyone towards the auditorium that had already been built in the village. Next to the new house, an auditorium was built, which is used for the old men and women to exchange information on weekdays. Next to the auditorium, a new private school and clinic have been completed, and now they're just waiting for teachers and doctors. A floor plan of the new rural house had already been hung in the auditorium. Chu Chen walked onto the stage without any hesitation and spoke to everyone. "My dear relatives from Masan village, I, Chu Wazi, am where I am today, thanks to the care you all have given me. So these are my thoughts to everyone." Chu Chen looked at everyone and pointed at the drawings on the wall. "Now, please welcome our village chief, Uncle Wang Defa, to assign rooms to everyone. Jokes, giving is one thing. It makes everyone remember your kindness. However, if the distribution is not handled properly, it will easily lead to resentment. So let Wang Defa do it." Wang Defa walked onto the stage with a happy look on his face. "And Jing, first of all, I have to thank Chu Wazi. Everyone, follow me and salute Chu Wazi." After Wang Defa finished speaking, he bowed to Chu Chen. The other villagers also saluted Chu Chen, and the younger children all knelt down in front of Chu Chen. This scene also touched Chu Chen a little. After everyone calmed down, Wang Defa continued to speak. "Houses are not divided. Those who have made contributions to Masan village will be selected first. The rest will draw lots. I propose that Chu Dazhuang's family, being Chu Wazi's elders, be the first to choose a house, Feng Wu second, and Feng Er third. Do you have any objections?" After Wang Defa finished speaking, everyone almost said in unison, "No objection." Chu Dazhuang was the first to step forward and pointed at the building in front of Chu Chen and said, "I'm closest to Chu Wazi, so I can help." Feng Wu and Feng Er had the same idea as Chu Dazhuang and also chose the 2 buildings next to Chu Dazhuang. The purpose is to be closest to Chu Chen. In their hearts, the reason why they can live their current life is all thanks to this Chu kid. After the 3 people were chosen, Wang Defa announced that everyone should send their family heads to draw lots. But after shouting for a long time, no one came forward. Wang Defa thought that everyone was dissatisfied and started to teach them a lesson. At this time, a voice emerged from the crowd. "Uncle Wang, you haven't chosen yet." "Yes, Uncle Wang, you should choose too." "Yes, you have lost weight for Masan village." Listening to the discussions below, Wang Defa couldn't help but burst into tears. "It turns out that my status in everyone's hearts remains the same." So no one could tell whether he was crying or laughing. So they chose a house closest to the village entrance. "I, Wang Defa, am happy today, so I'm staying here. From now on, any bad guys who want to enter Masan village must get my permission." Looking at the scene in front of him, Chu Chen smiled happily. It seemed that Masan village would get better and better. "I was able to build Masan village into what it is today, and everyone is so united, so I felt a sense of accomplishment." Then they drew lots, and Gu Xiufeng naturally drew the spot in front of Chu Dazhuang, which was the second step. Of course, as to why he was so lucky, We would have to ask Chu Chen. After a day of busy moving, all the people in Masan village moved into their new homes. Considering that everyone was tired, Chu Chen arranged the dinner for the next day on the playground next to the auditorium. In the evening, Chu Chen visited every household. That night, Chu Chen didn't know how many people thanked him and how many children kowtowed to him. At Gu Xiufang's home, Gu Xiufang's lame mother-in-law held Chu Chen's hand tightly. "Chu boy, I have no way of repaying your kindness. If you think Xiufang is okay, I will be your maid serving tea and water." What the hell is going on? A mother-in-law pushes her daughter-in-law into someone else's arms. Chu Chen smiled awkwardly and said to her, "Aunt, what are you talking about? From now on, the entire Masan village will be one family. We are all equal. There is no such thing as maids and masters." After saying goodbye to Gu Xiufang's lame mother-in-law, he walked towards home. Before leaving, he secretly gave Gu Xiufang a silver note worth 100 taels. Gu Xiufang smiled at him gently, her eyes full of joy and admiration. The next morning, everyone happily walked out of their new homes and came to the square. Huzi directed everyone to take out the newly bought pots and pans from the side of the square and drove the van proudly with a few young men towards Qinglian town. At this time, Chu Chen, who had gotten up early in the morning, was searching in the space. That's right. What he was looking for was a hydroelectric generator. It would be no problem to build a small hydroelectric power station on the enclosed dam. Now the main thing is to find the generator. After searching for a full hour in the space, I finally found a few multi-kilowatt impulse generators in a store. My memory of this thing still remains in the era of electricity shortage. At that time, almost every household had one. The single unit capacity is 3 kilowatts, which is enough for general household lighting. Moreover, the newly built dam in Masan village is relatively wide and has sufficient water head, so the water overflowing from the dam can easily accommodate 40 or 50 vehicles. After a busy morning, I took out a pile of PVC pipes, a bunch of generators, wires, light bulbs, and other things. After finishing all these, I walked to the square. It was only mid-morning, but the aroma of meat had already wafted through the entire Masan village. Seeing Chu Chen coming, people greeted him one after another. Chu Chen also responded to them with a smile on his face. Seeing that everyone was busy, Chu Chen came to the dam again. While observing the terrain, I suddenly saw a lot of fish swimming in the stream. Chu Chen, who was bored, suddenly became interested. It seems that when the time comes, we should ask Uzi to buy some fish fry, and then we can build a big fishing ground here. Grab a beer and go fishing, it's so cool. At this moment, Uncle Feng appeared out of nowhere. What is Chu Wazi looking at? Uncle Feng, you've come just in time. I'm planning to build a power station here to provide electricity for everyone. Power station? The thing that can emit lightning. When Feng Wu heard the word power station, he thought of Chu Chen's thunder magic. So he asked Chu Chen in horror. Chapter 107 Construction of Small Hydropower Stations. Uncle Feng, it's not that mysterious. It's just a bright thing in my house. After hearing Chu Chen's explanation, Feng Wucai suddenly reacted. Could it be that this Chu boy is going to use it on everyone? Thinking of this possibility, Feng Wu jumped up excitedly. He stumbled and almost rolled into the pool. So Chu Chen quickly introduced to Feng Wu how to install the generator and how to connect the wires. At the party that day, Feng Wu drank a few glasses of wine and walked towards Chu Chen absent-mindedly. Chu Wazi, the one you're talking about. At this moment, Chu Chen didn't care about so many things. In order to thank Chu Chen, the people in the whole village toasted him one after another. After the banquet, Chu Chen was drunk as a puddle of mud. Seeing this, Feng Wu had no choice but to go back home and scratch his head. When Chu Chen woke up the next day, he looked at Li Qinglian, who was in front of him with a concerned look on her face, and then he realized that he was already lying in bed. It was not until afternoon that he shook his aching head and got up. As soon as he walked out of the villa, he saw Feng Wu sneaking around his house. Seeing Chu Chen coming out, Feng Wu ran over immediately. Chu Wazi, the generator you mentioned. Uncle Feng, you are too anxious, Chu Chen said with a smile, and then took him into the house. He called Hu Zi and brought a group of young people to move all the things in the tea house to the side of the dam. He gave Feng Wu some instructions. Feng Wu listened carefully, afraid of missing a word. Uncle Feng, you know that the power of thunder and lightning can kill people if you're not careful. So be sure to pay attention to safety later. After instructing Feng Wu several times, he finally felt at ease to let him install the first generator. In fact, when Chu Chen designed the dam, he left a circular hole under the dam for water to flow out, so it was very convenient to collect water. The 110 PVC pipe fits in just right. In less than an hour, Feng Wu assembled the first hydroelectric generator. As the water flows through the drop in the dam, it flows through the pipe into the generator, which begins to rotate rapidly. Chu Chen pressed the switch that had been connected in advance, and the LED light emitted a dazzling light, as if to compete with the scorching sun. Chuwazi, it's really bright, it's really bright. Feng Wu shouted excitedly. Wang Defa was so excited that he clapped his hands like a child. Hu Zi was so excited that he was about to grab the LED light that was emitting white light. Chu Chen kicked him out. Do you really want to die? Hu Zi climbed up and rubbed his sore, but, Chuwazi, you kicked me again. I just picked it up to take a look. Then Chu Chen gave everyone present a brief introduction to electricity usage. Hearing that this thing was so dangerous, everyone was really worried about Hu Zi. Then Wang Defa patted his chest and promised, Don't worry, Chuwazi. I will definitely teach everyone in Masan village how to use this thing. He knew clearly in his mind that if this thing was installed in every household in Masan village, the entire village would basically say goodbye to oil lamps. There are more than 50 households in Masan village. For basic lighting and daily electricity needs, assuming each household consumes 1 kilowatt, this generator consumes 3 kilowatts. When fully powered, 1 unit can supply lighting to 3 households, so 17 units can provide lighting for the entire household. But my own home needs a refrigerator and several air conditioners. It is so hot today. No air conditioning at all. So Chu Chen had planned it all out at the beginning and then took out 27 hydroelectric generators. I need 10 at home, since there is enough water in the stream anyway. He plans to install a voltage stabilizer at home and then install air conditioners in every room, as well as a refrigerator and an electric water heater in the master bedroom. Under Chu Chen's guidance, the first hydroelectric generator line entered Wang Defa's home. Seeing that every room in his house had a white LED light, Wang Defa was so excited that he burst into tears. Chuwazi, Uncle won't say anything more. From now on, as long as Masan village exists, I will not let you, Chuwazi, suffer any harm. Under Chu Chen's guidance, Feng Wu and a group of people worked for half a month and finally installed all the generators. The lines are also connected to every household. Chu Chen's home was as cool as spring in this hot summer. Since the generator runs nonstop 24 hours a day, all the high-power electrical appliances in the home are turned on all day. Chen Xingxuan's rocking chair was also moved from the terrace to the floor-to-ceiling window in the room. What a joke. It's so hot today, you'd be a fool not to use the air conditioner. When Hu Zi and 2 young men came down from upstairs carrying a huge box, Li Qinglian looked at Chu Chen with a puzzled look and asked, Husband, what is this? Haha, you'll know in a moment. Chu Chen instructed several people to put the freezer away, connect a separate generator and a voltage stabilizer. I walked into the kitchen and put the fresh vegetables and fruits into the refrigerator. Then he walked into the tea room, and when he came down, he had a lot of popsicles in his hands, and beer and stuff like that. When I'm free, I'll take you guys to barbecue. Barbecue? Li Qinglian was even more confused. Chu Chen didn't explain too much. She would naturally know what this thing was after a while. As night fell, the entire Masan village was brightly lit. Chu Chen stood on the roof and felt that something was missing no matter how he looked. Fuck, I forgot about the streetlights. So the next day, Hu Zi was called over again. A lot of solar streetlights were moved out of the tea house. The people who often move things in Chu Chen's tea house are no longer surprised. Chu Chen always comes up with a lot of good things from time to time, and all these things are moved out from this place. With the support of the Immortal's disciples, no one asked a single question. Uncle Feng, thank you for your hard work again. Place all these things on both sides of the road. Oh, and around the square. Chu Chen called Feng Wu and gave him instructions. Feng Wu is now considered a small electrician in ancient times, familiar with neutral wire, live wire, voltage, and current. Chu Chen used his limited knowledge of electricity to teach him countless lessons. You guessed right. This thing is also a luminous artifact, right? It absorbs the power of the sun and turns it into the power of thunder and lightning. Feng Wu said to Chu Chen and everyone else with a smug look on his face. Yes, you're right. So you should learn more from Uncle Feng Wu in the future. Chu Chen gave Feng Wu a thumbs up, said to the young people, including Hu Zi, looking at the young people looking at him with envy. Feng Wu's mouth was smiling like an emoticon. 3 days later, when night fell, Chu Chen still climbed to the roof. At this moment, the entire Masan village is brightly lit. A cement road, illuminated by lights, goes straight towards Qinglian town. Under the lights of the square, people enjoying the cool air sat on the stones of the square, talking and laughing. Unconsciously, Chu Chen found that tears suddenly welled up in the corners of his eyes. Chapter 108: The Emperor Visits Masan Village. On this day, the workers of Masan Village Workshop were all standing beside the workshop with smiles on their faces. Roy said the name with a grin. Every time a person's name was called, that person would first come forward and bow, then walk away with a smile, holding the copper coins in his hand. Since Chu Chen is now wealthy, his wages have doubled. At this moment, a group of people drove a horse-drawn carriage towards Masan Village. Chen Qinglian, who was eating a popsicle in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, said to Chu Chen next to him, "Someone's coming a big shot." After listening to this, Chu Chen said nothing and went straight downstairs and walked towards the village entrance. Seeing Chu Chen go down, Chen Qinglian licked the popsicle stick, and with a flash, he came behind Chu Chen. "Uncle Zhou, your presence has brought honor to our humble Masan village." Chu Chen quickly walked up to Zhou Shushuan and said, "Old Wei, look at this kid, his mouth is getting sweeter and sweeter." Zhou Shushuan glanced at eunuch Wei next to him. Master Chu has grown up a bit." "Haha, not bad. This kid has been tinkering with some cool stuff lately. I saw that the road leading into the village is incredibly smooth." After saying that, without waiting for Chu Chen to speak, he went straight to Chu Chen's villa. In the open space in front of the door, Zhou Shushuan brought Zhou Heng and eunuch Wei, while Chu Chen and Chen Qinglian stood by to accompany them. "Chu Wazi, how could Masan village have changed so much in the past 6 months?" Zhou Shushuan said as he looked at the neatly arranged tiled house in front of him. "Uncle Zhou, Masan village is so poor. Now that I've made some money, I should improve the life of the village." Chu Chen answer gan li. At this time, Zhou Shushuan turned and looked at Zhou Heng. "You should learn from your second brother and understand what the people's will is and what it means to make choices." Zhou Shushuan immediately saw through Chu Chen's purpose of spending money to build Masan village into this state. "Father, I will definitely learn from my second brother." Seeing the atmosphere suddenly become serious, Chu Chen quickly said, "Uncle Zhou, it's so sunny outside. Let's go inside." "Okay, let's go inside. It's unbearably hot in here too." Chu Chen smiled without saying anything and led everyone into the villa. The moment the door opened, Zhou Shushuan and others felt a cool breeze blowing on their faces, which formed a sharp contrast with the scorching heat outside. My body couldn't help but shiver. After entering the house and feeling the temperature, which was completely different from outside, everyone sat down on the sofa in surprise. "Chu Wazi, how did you make this room so cool?" Uncle Zhou, it's hard to explain right now. I'm the only one who has the conditions to do it right now." After hearing Chu Chen say this, Zhou Shushuan stopped talking. At this time, Li Qinglian came over with a plate and saluted Zhou Shushuan. "Uncle Zhou, the weather is scorching hot. Please have a popsicle to cool down." The more Zhou Shushuan looked at Li Qinglian, the more he liked her. She was smart and pretty, polite and well-mannered, and she didn't talk much. So he looked at her lovingly and said, "Look, my niece-in-law is the most filial. What is this popsicle?" As soon as Hua finished speaking, Chen Qinglian, who had been silent all the way, took out a cigarette from the big box next to him. "Tear open the outer packaging and stuff it into your mouth." "Your Majesty, Mr. Zhou, this is what that idiot brought back. It's called a popsicle. It's made of ice and tastes delicious." Seeing what Chen Qinglian did, Zhou Shushuan also picked up a popsicle that was steaming with cool air. He tore open the package and stuffed it into his mouth in a serious manner. "Master, you are right. This thing is delicious." Chen Qinglian smiled at Zhou Shushuan and flew upstairs. It seemed as if he was not afraid at all in front of the emperor. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Heng also picked up one and started eating it. Under Chu Chen's coercion, eunuch Wei also walked aside and indulged in the coolness. "Ha ha, delicious. Qinglian, give me another one." Zhou Shushuan swallowed one and said while patting his thigh. Seeing this, Chu Chen quickly came out and said, "Uncle Zhou, you can't eat too much of this. You might get a stomachache." Although it's not explicitly stated, this is the boss of the entire Daxia group. If I come to my own home and give someone a stomachache, that would be terrible. I guess this so-called Mr. Wei next to me would make things difficult for me. You kid, could it be that you're reluctant to let go? Uncle Zhou, think about it. You were just on your way and your body was hot. How could it be good for you to eat something so cold? Chu Chen quickly explained that he must not be given the food again because no one had ever eaten it before. At this time, Zhou Shixuan thought of another problem. Hey, speaking of ice, it just occurred to me. Where did you get the ice in this scorching sun? There is also ice in his palace, which was hidden last year. But who is he? The emperor. And who is he? A commoner. Uncle Zhou, this is nothing to be surprised about, but I'm probably the only one in Daxia who has it. Chu Chen still didn't mention these electrical appliances. Not for any reason, just afraid of trouble. What if the emperor takes a liking to it? I have to get him one myself. Although it can be done, it is troublesome. Seeing that Chu Chen didn't say anything, Zhou Shixuan still didn't speak, but looked at Chu Chen deeply. I'm fed up with the unbearable heat. Since this guy can make it himself, he should be able to make one for me too. But if I want him to do it, I have to let him know my identity. What if he knew my identity and still dared to talk to me so unscrupulously? Do you still dare to be on friendly terms with your eighth son? This is what he is struggling with. It's a pity that he underestimated Chu Chen. Who could have known that this young man was not from this era? Thinking of this, Zhou Shixuan decided to stay here for a few days and observe this kid first. At the workshop, Roy collected the money, and the Saul transport team turned around and left without staying in Masan village for long. The emperor's safety is none of their business, as they have many experts guarding him in secret. Before coming, Tang Jiangtao and others also received the news and became part of the force. Unless a large army approaches, there will be no problem with safety. Okay, I'll go see what delicious food Qinglian has made for me. Chu boy, your uncle will have a few drinks with you today. After saying that, Zhou Shixuan walked towards the kitchen. After Zhou Shixuan left, Zhou Heng stood up and said, "Second brother, I haven't seen you for half a year. You seem to have gained some weight. You're the second brother. Your whole family is the second brother, but you don't call me by my name." However, Chu Chen couldn't refuse him directly, so he could only reply, "Big brother has lost weight. What's the matter? Have you been to the brothel more often?" "Don't talk nonsense, brother. I study poetry and literature with my teacher all day long and have never been to such a place of entertainment." "Well, if you said you haven't been there, then you haven't been there." Chu Chen chatted with him for a few minutes and prepared to turn around and leave. "Second brother, what material is your road surface made of? Why is it so hard?" "Damn, this guy won't use a sledgehammer to smash my path, will he?" Chapter 109, Zhou Shixuan confesses his identity. "Well, that thing is called cement. It's also unique, and the production volume is low. We don't have any stock to sell to you at the moment." Chu Chen blocked Zhou Heng's chance to ask further questions with just one sentence. "Uncle Wei, are you cold? Do you want me to get you some clothes?" Chu Chen quickly changed the subject. If Zhou Heng asked him the question, it would not be solved with just a few words. "It's okay to bother you with your concerns, sir." Eunuch Wei didn't say much, but spoke to Chu Chen with a smile on his face. A table of dishes was served immediately. During the meal, Chu Chen took out 2 boxes of beer from the cabinet. "Uncle Zhou, Uncle Wei, come and try this new brew. I guarantee you won't want to go home after drinking it. Drink the ice-cold beer while enjoying Li Qinglian's cooking skills that are no less than those of a new Western chef." Zhou Shixuan was extremely happy with the meal. After drinking 2 boxes of beer, Zhou Shixuan burped loudly. "Chuwazi, tonight, I won't go back home. I'll stay here with you. Is the room big enough?" "Enough, enough, enough. How can it not be enough?" After Chu Chen finished speaking, he ordered Roy to clean up the guest rooms on the 3rd and 1st floors for him. Zhou Shixuan lives on the 3rd floor, and Zhou Heng lives on the 1st floor. Eunuch Wei strongly requested to share a room with Zhou Shixuan. Chu Chen could see it very well. He thought that there was a 9th-rank upper-level person next to him, and there was also a 9th-rank drunkard living next door. There is absolutely no problem with safety. If anyone is really blind, isn't that courting death? As night fell, Chu Chen set up a barbecue grill on the roof. A lot of frozen meat skewers and various seasonings were taken out from the space. A barbecue feast kicked off. After teaching Li Qinglian, Chu Chen became free. At this time, Zhou Shixuan and Chen Qingxian were sitting in rocking chairs chatting about something. Chu Chen found a rocking chair from somewhere, placed it next to Zhou Shixuan, and sat down on it. "Uncle Zhou, stop chatting with Jumengzi, or he'll lead you astray." Chu Chen said,
while looking at Qinglian with a smile on his face. Zhou Shixuan turned his head to look at Chu Chen and shouted in a serious tone, "Don't be rude to the Taoist priest. He is a master of the way. How can we ordinary people compare to him?" Faced with this extremely high evaluation, Chen Xingxuan's face flushed, and he quickly said, "Thank you. A master of Tao, huh? Get out, you idiot." After saying that, Chen Xingxian stood up and walked towards the barbecue stall smelling of something. Chu Chen laughed out loud when he heard this, not caring at all about Chen Xingxuan's murderous look. Seeing that Chu Chen was so familiar with a ninth-grade master, although Zhou Shixuan looked unhappy, he was still very happy in his heart. Being able to become like a brother with a ninth-grade master is not something that ordinary people can do. Considering all the inexplicable things in Masan village, Zhou Shixuan seemed to be struggling with the decision in his mind. "Chu boy, have you never doubted me?" After a long time, Zhou Shixuan said to Chu Chen. Hearing Zhou Shixuan say this, Chu Chen narrowed his eyes. It seems that this old guy can't wait any longer. "Why would I doubt you? You are my uncle, and Zhou Heng is my eldest brother. Even if you are the emperor, you are still my uncle." Chu Chen said to Zhou Shixuan with a laugh, "What if I am an unforgivable person? Aren't you afraid that I will take away everything from you?" Zhou Shixuan said tentatively again, "Haha, Uncle Zhou, you're joking. How do you think I could let a ninth-rank master stay in Masan village? And to be honest, his senior sister is still living in my house in Qinglian city." After hearing this, Zhou Shixuan was shocked. Not only Zhou Shixuan, but even eunuch Wei behind Zhou Shixuan was deeply shocked. Who is senior sister Chen Qingxian? She is their master's favorite disciple, a ninth-grade master, and is on par with himself. It seems that this kid is really capable. To ease the awkwardness, Zhou Shixuan said, "I've seen so many strange things you have. Why don't you think of giving them to your uncle to enjoy? He's waiting for me here. First it was a test, but now it's serious." "Haha, Uncle Zhou, what are you talking about? Aren't you enjoying yourself right now? You kid, you really are the one who never suffers any loss." Zhou Shixuan looked at Chu Chen meaningfully, then continued, "You should have guessed your uncle's identity, right? Name your prize for this cool item in the summer." "Uncle Zhou, you're being too formal. I know your identity, so what? I can still call you Uncle Zhou. We're family. Talking about money hurts our feelings, but my nephew really needs this jade raw stone." Chu Chen climbed up along Zhou Shixuan's pole. "Hey, I didn't say I wanted it directly, but for the sake of our relationship, you can't be so stingy. Even if you don't want to give me a penny, that's fine. We could do business normally from now on." After hearing Chu Chen's request, Zhou Shixuan burst into laughter. "Jade raw stone, that thing has not been carved. How much is it worth?" So he turned to eunuch Wei and said, "Old Wei, don't you have a jade mine at home? Why not give it to this kid?" "My lord, I think it's okay." After hearing Zhou Shixuan's words, Chu Chen also became excited. "Jade mine? How much jade would there be? It seems that I made a lot of money this time." So he stood up and saluted the two men, saying, "Uncle Zhou, Uncle Wei, this is too much for me. Don't worry, I will go home with you tomorrow and get a set for my uncle's family." After saying that, he invited the two of them to the rooftop. The aroma of barbecue filled the entire roof. These people had never eaten such delicious food before. There's nothing special about grilling it. The key lies in the seasoning. It can be said to be a direct hit on several people's taste buds. After a while, everyone let go. The taste of the barbecue paired with ice-cold beer completely conquered everyone. As expected, the group got drunk again. Zhou Shixuan put his arm around Chu Chen's shoulders and kept calling him his good nephew. The only sober person is probably eunuch Wei, who is doing this for the emperor's safety. Chu Chen forced him to drink a bottle of beer and eat a few skewers of barbecue. Looking at Chen Qingxian singing and dancing, eunuch Wei felt a deep malice. They are both ninth-rank masters, so why are their lives so different? I couldn't help but stretch out my hand to grab the empty space. Alas, I also want to travel the world with a sword. Just accept your fate. You're doing well now. After all, you're already the best in our small group. Eunuch Wei kept comforting himself and forced his eyes away from the ice-cold beer. Zhou Shixuan, under the influence of alcohol, looked at the brightly lit Masan village. He couldn't help but sigh on a rooftop and said, "When will every village in Daxia be like this?" Seeing Zhou Shixuan sighing, Zhou Heng quickly distanced himself from him. "If nothing unexpected happens, I will start to scold myself and teach myself a lesson, so I'd better leave as soon as possible." In such a lively atmosphere,
Being scolded would be such a dampener. Chapter 110. Driving off-road into the capital. The next day, because they drank until late last night, everyone didn't get up until noon. Nephew, will you come back to our home in the capital with me later? Zhou Shishuan said to Chu Chen as soon as he got up. Well, this old guy probably wasn't drunk last night. He remembers it clearly. Well, I haven't been to a big city yet. Chu Chen responded to him. At this moment, Chen Qingxian suddenly appeared behind them. You go, I won't go. Jiumengzi, why don't you go? Chu Chen asked puzzledly. Don't make things difficult for the Taoist priest. If the Taoist priest doesn't want to go, then don't go. Before Chen Qingxian could speak, Zhou Shishuan took over. Okay, then if you don't want to go, then don't go. After saying that, Chu Chen took out a silver note of 10,000 taels and handed it to him. If you're bored, ask Uzi to drive you around Qinglian city. After saying that, a look of you know what I mean appeared on his face. Chu Chen spent about an hour in the villa's warehouse and filled the entire warehouse. Then he leaned over and whispered something in Uzi's ear, handed him 20,000 taels of silver notes, and told him to purchase a lot of food. Only then were we ready to set off. Uncle Zhou, please take my car. Your home is 1,000 miles away from me. Looking at the people preparing to get on the carriage, Chu Chen really couldn't stand a bumpy ride, so he spoke. Oh, your car. Zhou Shishuan, who had never experienced the power of modern technology, pointed at the BJ-80 and asked, Father, this is more comfortable than a carriage. Zhou Heng quickly said from the side, Who needs your carriage when there's a car? Chu Chen took out a tank of gasoline from the house and put it in the trunk. Under Chu Chen's guidance, Zhou Shishuan sat in the passenger seat. This is unique in ancient times. The co-pilot's view is so good. Why would he need a big seat? Zhou Heng and Eunuch Wei sat in the back row. After a while, Zhou Shishuan was stunned on the cement road leading to Qinglian town. This thing is so fast. It's many times better than a horse-drawn carriage. Chu Wazi, your car runs so fast. It must be fueled by fine food. Why eat refined food? Eat oil. Chu Chen replied to Zhou Shishuan in the passenger seat without thinking. Then you, Chu boy, are the real rich family. This car consumes oil. Is it soybean oil? Well, we can't continue this topic. There's no such thing as gasoline in this world. So he said to him, Uncle Zhou, please take a good look at the beautiful mountains and rivers of our great Xia. This oil and this car are unique to me. After hearing this, Zhou Shishuan fell silent instantly. Everything is unique, and it's all yours, and I'm the king of a country. It turns out that he lives worse than a country boy. Who is this boy? According to the investigation, it was a prodigal son who suddenly came to his senses. There's another saying, disciple of a god. Could it be that he is really a disciple of a god? After the car drove out of Qinglian town, entered the bumpy official road. Chu Wazi, why isn't this official road bumpy? Zhou Shishuan turned and asked Chu Chen. What a joke. Even if you install shock absorbers on a carriage, it won't be bumpy. But with today's technology, that's a no-brainer. But this was hard to explain, so I just said vaguely. This is also a major feature of this car, comfort. I know, you have one of them all. So, a bright red BJ-80, carrying the emperor and the prince, headed all the way to the capital. The number of people turning their heads to look at me on the road increased dramatically. At every city gate, there were soldiers holding weapons and questioning me with vigilant expressions. But they were all put in order by a token from Eunuch Wei. 500 kilometers, it actually didn't take long to drive. We set off early in the morning and arrived in Beijing in the evening. At the city gate, the soldiers guarding the city looked at the big red guy in front of them with a nervous look on their faces. Who are you? What kind of monster are you? How dare you attack the capital? A leader-like man, riding a tall horse, blocked Chu Chen's way. Under the illumination of the two high beams in front of the BJ-80, the people in front could hardly open their eyes. But he still stood in front of the car and looked at the behemoth with a vigilant look. Oh wait, look at this kid. I love him so much. Master, isn't it? This is the pillar of our great Xia. The sergeant in front couldn't open his eyes because of the light, but you two started chatting. So Chu Chen couldn't help but ask, since he's a pillar, how can you two bear to let him be exposed to this glaring light? As soon as these words were spoken, the two of them looked at each other. Finally, Zhou Heng opened the car door and walked out. Chu Chen turned the light into low beam, and only then could the man on horseback in front see the person coming clearly. He immediately dismounted and knelt with all the soldiers. I pay my respects to His Highness the 8th Prince.
I have offended His Highness, and I beg for your forgiveness." Zhou Heng nodded to everyone and said, "Get up and open the city gate." At this moment, Chu Chen, who heard the sergeant's call, turned around and said, "Uncle Zhou, can I not kneel?" "Why not kneel? I won't kneel to you. In our place, we kneel to the heaven, the earth, and our parents. We don't kneel to anything else." When Zhou Shixuan heard Chu Chen shout, "Don't kneel," he also became happy. This layer of window paper was finally broken. Kneel down to heaven, kneel down to earth, kneel down to your parents. My good boy, your idea is quite reasonable. After thinking about it, Zhou Shixuan added, "Where are you from? Where are you from?" "Haha, I'm from the countryside. Where I come from is not that important. What's important is that I have no ill will towards you. This old guy is great. He can see that my background is not simple, so he treats me as the son of a god. Haha, what a beautiful countryside. I'm truly enlightened. You are not afraid to see the king. You feel the suffering of mortals, and you transform all things into miracles. My dear nephew, should I still pay you respect?" In fact, ever since the car drove out of Mashan village, Zhou Shixuan had mostly believed the legend about him being the son of a god. Hearing Chu Chen's request not to kneel, he was basically certain in his heart that this person was the son of a god or had been enlightened by God. "You want to worship me? Forget it. You are old and have an unshaven beard." So he quickly said, "Uncle Zhou, you're joking. I don't have any ideas. My master asked me to enter the world, and I just want to live out these 100 years in a carefree manner, earn enough money, drink the best wine, and marry the most beautiful woman. To put it bluntly, I just want to give up, achieve financial freedom, and enjoy the beautiful scenery of ancient times. I have no idea about your imperial power. Haha, it's rare for a nephew to possess divine skills without any ambition. I'll definitely call you nephew." What did the emperor fear most? He feared someone would take away his power. If this son of God really has that idea, then I will kill him at any cost. But turning around and looking at his cynical look combined with so much investigation and observation, it seems that this person is really a greedy and lustful person. He seems to have no interest in other things. Thinking of this, he felt relieved. Then he turned to Chu Chen and said, "Since my dear nephew has come from the countryside, you don't have to kneel. Your uncle will make sure you have a good time in Xia." Chapter 111, Tempted by the Palace Overnight. With these words, Chu Chen smiled, started the car, and brought a few people into the capital. A group of soldiers in front were running to clear the way for the off-road vehicle. So Chu Chen also drove slowly. It was nighttime, and although there was no high-tech equipment like electric lights in the capital, the sky was still filled with colorful rays of light. When everyone saw a red monster following the large group of soldiers, they all dodged to the side. The off-road vehicle, without any traffic jam, arrived smoothly at the gate of a huge palace. Chu Chen drove the car into the city gate and stopped in the square under the command of a soldier. Everyone got off the bus. Chu Chen took out a silver ingot, handed it to the sergeant who had just been in charge, and said, "Brother, please take good care of the car for me. Don't let anyone steal it." The soldier looked at the man who spoke so shockingly and was so frightened that he didn't know whether to answer or not. "You are offering a bribe in front of the emperor, and you think I dare to accept it. Besides, where is this? The imperial palace. If anyone is so blind as to dare to come in and steal things, this old man will hang himself. My dear nephew, who would dare to steal from me? Even if you don't tell them, they will risk their lives to protect it for you," Zhou Shixuan said as he looked at the soldiers kneeling on the ground. Chu Chen finally realized that this was the emperor, and he even called him his nephew. So he smiled awkwardly and said, "Uncle Zhou is right. Let's go." But although Chu Chen agreed verbally, he didn't think so. Who is this person? The security guard of the compound? What if he comes in and out in the future? Zhou Shixuan turned around and walked inside with the three of them, while Chu Chen smiled at the person kneeling on the ground. With a shake of his hand, a silver ingot fell in front of the man unknowingly. Next, he walked for a full incense stick of time, passed through countless doors, and finally entered another hall. After the host and guests sat down, immediately afterwards, a group of palace maids brought some snacks, towels, and hot water. "My dear nephew, I'm hungry after all this journey. Would you like some snacks first?" Chu Chen didn't say anything, picked up the food on the plate, and started eating. All the palace maids looked at Chu Chen in horror. The emperor hadn't even moved yet, so why did you start eating first? Eunuch Wei and Zhou Shixuan both saw the surprised palace maids. "You guys go down,
This is just my nephew's temper. You just have to get used to it from now on. No, Uncle Zhou, it's not pleasing to the eyes to have such a pretty girl standing next to you. Chu Chen looked at the palace maid and said with a smile, "Ah, my dear nephew is a man of good nature." After Zhou Shixuan finished speaking, he said a few words to Eunuch Wei, who was standing beside him. After hearing this, Eunuch Wei did not move, but called a young eunuch and whispered a few words in his ear. The young eunuch took the order and left. After chatting for a while, the room was very hot, so Zhou Shixuan saw Chu Chen's head full of sweat. So he said, "My dear nephew, it's getting late. Go down and have some rest." You finally said this. So she turned around and bowed to Zhou Shixuan and was led out by a palace maid. Oh shit, I finally got out. It's so hot. After Chu Chen followed the palace maid out, he spoke to the palace maid in front of him in a familiar manner. The palace maid just led the way in front, like a mute, and didn't say a word. Chu Chen felt emotional after seeing this. It seems that working in this deep palace is not easy. Then he asked the palace maid in front of him, "Miss, where are we going?" "Sir, I will take you to rest." It turns out he is not mute. "Oh, are you Zhou Shixuan's personal maid?" "Sir, you must not speak His Majesty's name directly. This is extremely disrespectful." The palace maid was shocked by Chu Chen's words. If someone heard this, she would probably be implicated. It's so fucking disrespectful. There are too many rules. It seems that we can't stay here for too long. We should finish our work as soon as possible and go home as soon as possible. Seeing the palace maid like this, Chu Chen didn't continue talking to her. "I'll be fine, but if I implicate her, I'll be bringing trouble to her for no reason." Following the palace maid, I came to a place similar to a side hall and walked into a large room. There were already 2 pretty girls waiting in the room. Chu Chen understood immediately. This bad boy is testing me to see if I am greedy and lustful. Since it's delivered to my door, I'll just cooperate with you. "Sir, we will take care of you to bed tonight." Chu Chen looked at the 2 girls in front of him and closed the door of the room. "Oh, that's great. I thought it would be a lonely night with no one to accompany me. But it seems my uncle is very thoughtful." After saying that, he sat down on the bed. "It looks like it's ready for you to pick." Seeing this, the 2 women immediately undressed Chu Chen and led him to an extra-large wooden barrel. When the sun rose the next day, Chu Chen looked at the empty bed and got up. After getting dressed and opening the door, I saw the 2 palace maids from last night already waiting at the door with toiletries. "Young master, please get up and wash up and have a meal." After saying that, the 2 of them carried the things into the house. Chu Chen washed his face hastily and looked at the bland food on the table, feeling bored. "Have you 2 eaten yet?" "Together." After he finished speaking, he stepped forward to pull the 2 people away. The 2 palace maids didn't dare to sit at the same table with him, and for a moment they didn't know how to answer. Chu Chen lowered his head and dared not speak. He said, "It's boring." He took out a backpack from the bedside and took out a bucket of instant noodles from it. "I made this in the morning when no one was in the room. Could you guys give me some water?" Seeing this, a palace maid immediately turned around and walked out, and came back with a pot of boiling water in her hand. Chu Chen ignored them, tore open the package, took the boiling water, and poured it in. After a while, a fragrance wafted out of the box. The 2 of them were drooling at the smell. How can this young man be so amazing? What kind of food is this? While the 2 were puzzled, Chu Chen had already started eating instant noodles with a slurp. Soon, Eunuch Wei was reporting to Zhou Shixuan in his room. "Your Majesty, Chu Chen walked in last night and saw the palace maids, and then left 2 of them behind. According to the maids who came back, he was enjoying it. Just received a report that he hadn't had breakfast yet. He asked the palace maid to bring him some hot water and started eating instant noodles. He even asked the palace maid to eat with him, and his actions were very rude." Zhou Shixuan laughed after hearing this. "My nephew is truly a greedy and lustful person. All right, cancel the surveillance. This person is fine." At this time, Eunuch Wei hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, I have only just observed this." "Old Wei, some people are just like that. They can't pretend. You don't understand men." "Eunuch Wei, I don't understand men at all. I've never felt that kind of happiness." Chapter 112 Solar Panels Enter the Palace. Zhou Heng came into the room just after he finished a bowl of instant noodles. "Second brother, you slept well last night. Are you eating instant noodles? Anything else?" Looking at the 8th prince, Chu Chen generously asked the palace maid to bring another pot of boiling water. She quickly made instant noodles for him. Looking at the 2 palace maids who were about to drool, Chu Chen forced a bucket on each of them. The two palace maids turned their gaze towards Zhou Hong. My second brother gave me something that money can't buy, and yet you still don't thank me. Thank you, sir. Chu Chen smiled at the two of them, and then said to Zhou Hong, Are these two your people or your father's? Oh, this is my second brother's purse and you... That's not what I meant. I was just asking out of curiosity. I understand what you mean. Don't be shy. You know nothing. Would I be shy? In a moment of excitement, he even called out I to the eighth prince. This scene made the two palace maids tremble with fear. There is a rule in this palace. Since the emperor has given them to the young master in front of him, if the young master makes a mistake, they will also be implicated. Okay, second brother, I won't argue with you anymore. After I finish eating, I will go with you to see the emperor. After Zhou Hong finished speaking, he also started to wheeze. After eating, he stood up and called Chu Chen to walk towards another palace. Sister, this young master is so rude. I'm afraid we won't live long. It's okay, Chiujiu. I see that the eighth prince has no intention of blaming me. Perhaps this is our chance. After Zhou Hong and Chu Chen left, the two palace maids chatted while cleaning up. Suan, Chu Chen. Chu Chen and Zhou Hong waited outside the house for a long time before they heard this sentence. Chu Chen, who had been mumbling all the way, heard the call and pulled Zhou Hong inside. He didn't want to stay in this shabby place for even a moment, and wanted to finish his work as soon as possible and go home. Chu Chen, I pay my respects to His Majesty. Besides Zhou Shixuan and Eunuch Wei, there was another person in the room. So Chu Chen quickly bowed and saluted. Please take a seat. Seeing Chu Chen giving him such face, Zhou Shixuan smiled happily. Not only did this kid not kneel when he saw the emperor, he also sat down on the chair. The key point was that the emperor was smiling. Zheng Wenkai, the Minister of Works, couldn't help but frown. It seems that this guy is from a prominent background and must not be offended. Come, Chu Chen, this is the Minister of Works, Mr. Zheng Wenkai. Zhou Shixuan pointed at the middle-aged man next to him and introduced him to Chu Chen. Chu Chen meets Mr. Zheng. The Minister of Works, a high-ranking official, a super high-ranking official. Let me make myself familiar to you first. Mr. Chu is young and promising. He has won the favor of His Majesty. I admire him. Zheng Wenkai also responded to Chu Chen and said, All right, if you need anything to cool my room down, just tell Master Zheng and he'll help you. I'm busy with my affairs, so I will not bother with you anymore. Please go down. After saying that, Zhou Shixuan waved his hand and drove the two out. Fuck you, you called me here early in the morning and made me wait for so long, and that's all you said. Chu Chen followed behind Zheng Wenkai, cursing and complaining in a low voice. But he was still very satisfied with Zhou Shixuan's arrangement. Master Zheng, please have someone find me a large warehouse in the capital. I need to have the materials shipped here. Chu Chen said to Zheng Wenkai. Zheng Wenkai was also confused. His Majesty called him this morning and said that there was a strange person. It can make his bedroom cool in this hot summer and make him cooperate with the work. He knew nothing else. He originally thought that someone had come to order him around, but it turned out to be just a young boy. He was prepared to deal with it perfunctorily, but when he saw that Chu Chen did not kneel when meeting the emperor and acted neither humble nor arrogant, his opinion changed completely. No problem, Master Chu. I will arrange it immediately. Mr. Chu, do you have a place to stay? Would you like me to arrange it for you? Zheng Wenkai continued to ask. Thank you, Lord Zheng. His Majesty has already arranged accommodation for me in this palace, so I won't bother you anymore. Living in the palace, this person must be even more extraordinary. Could it be that he is the emperor's illegitimate child? Chu Chen, you are the illegitimate child. Your whole family is illegitimate. Haha, since His Majesty has made arrangements, then I won't interfere. Look, it's almost noon now. How about you and I go have a drink? Damn, this old guy is trying to curry favor with me. That's great. Building relationships always has its benefits. So he quickly said to him, If Mr. Zheng is free, then Chu will treat you to a drink. After saying that, the two of them walked towards the palace gate. He then went to a restaurant, asked for a private room, and sat down. Looking at the two girls who had been waiting in the private room, Chu Chen gave an expression that said, I understand. Haha, it seems that Lord Zheng is also a man of temperament. Coincidentally, Chu also likes this. The two men smiled at each other, thinking that heroes see things in the same way. After dinner, Zheng Wenkai took Chu Chen to a huge vacant house. Mr. Chu, this is the place I arranged for you. Are you satisfied? The factory covers an area of about 2,000 square meters, which is enough to accommodate the photovoltaic materials. Thank you, Lord Zheng. Lord Zheng, please go home and rest. I will wait here for the materials to come in. Seeing Chu Chen say this, the smart Zheng Wenkai immediately said goodbye and left. For the next half day, Chu Chen ran between the space and the factory. With so many roofs in the palace, the number of photovoltaic panels needed is too large. It was not until after dinner that Chu Chen finally got all the materials out. At night, the two palace maids still served him to bed, and Chu Chen was happy to accept it. If you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you're a bastard. On the second day, Chu Chen sent someone to find Zheng Wenkai early. Master Zheng, the materials have been prepared. Please send someone to move them over. Zheng Wenkai didn't expect it to happen so quickly, but he didn't ask too many questions. He waved his hand and called a group of soldiers over. For a moment, on the streets of the entire capital, a group of soldiers drove carts carrying some strange things towards the palace. Master Chu, is this the thing you mentioned that can make this scorching sun feel cooler? As the Minister of Works, I am always curious about these things. After listening to this, Chu Chen pointed at the air conditioners and freezers and said, "No, these are the ones. Those boards are what absorb the sun's energy. If it absorbs the sun's energy, won't it get even hotter?" It's hard to explain it in a short time. To be honest, Chu Chen himself doesn't understand the principle. Chu Chen also learned how to install solar energy storage, and other equipment by following others' instructions. Mr. Zheng, the sun's energy is a kind of energy, it's not just heat. Through these, it can be cooled down. Chu Chen spoke incoherently and gave a random explanation, which made Zheng Wenkai curious. He wondered if this person was a god. All right, Master Zheng, send some smart people to teach me how to install this thing. Chapter 113, the Emperor is delighted and rewards 1,000 gold. This still makes people want to learn? Zheng Wenkai couldn't help but give Chu Chen a thumbs up. This can make the scorching summer cooler. It must be a magical method. He was so reluctant to teach me that Chu Chen's level suddenly increased. Chu Chen, it's just installation. Even if you learn it, you can't make it. Besides, I am too lazy to climb up and down in this hot weather. What if I fall from such a high roof? So Zheng Wenkai immediately brought over a dozen people. A group of people walked up to Chu Chen and knelt down, calling him master. Chu Chen's face turned dark. What's going on? I can't be a teacher. He quickly helped everyone up and said, "First, I don't accept apprentices. Second, after you learn, if there is any problem, it will be up to you to repair it." After that, he explained to everyone on the spot how to install and maintain these things. With everyone so enthusiastic, the event went very smoothly. I saw people going up to the roof, people handing over materials, and people connecting wires. Chu Chen would come forward from time to time to give some guidance. The photovoltaic panels he brought out this time had a total capacity of at least 100 kilowatts. It's enough for their daily use. And there are those sets of energy storage equipment. That's a complete set of energy storage equipment for the supermarket. Even if it is winter, it is not a problem for the old emperor to turn on the air conditioner in the room. It took 7 days to install all the solar equipment. As the sun shines, solar panels convert sunlight into electrical energy and store it in energy storage devices. All the work was done in Zhou Shixuan's imperial study. Chu Chen took the air conditioner remote control and pressed it on a cabinet air conditioner. As a cool breeze blew, everyone present was surprised. "Ha, I can finally say goodbye to this scorching heat. Come on, there's a reward." Zhou Shixuan felt the cool breeze and laughed excitedly. "Oh shit, besides the jade mine, there is also money. That's so surprising." Qinglian Chu Chen, with his miraculous skills, takes the heat of the scorching sun and exchanges it for the coolness of a human world. A reward of 5,000 gold and a mansion will be given to you. Holy shit, 5,000 taels of gold? A house, that's a hell of a profit. Although I live in Mashan village, a house in Beijing would be worth a lot of money. Chu Chen, why don't you thank me? After Eunuch Wei finished reading, he looked at the indifferent Chu Chen and couldn't help but remind him. Chu Chen, thank the emperor for his grace. Taking the scroll that looked like an imperial edict, Chu Chen bowed to express his gratitude. Okay, Chu Chen, other than this royal study, where else can we get some cool air? Seeing that the awarding ceremony was completed, Zhou Shixuan returned to his attitude as he had in Mashan village. Asked Chu Chen, "Your Majesty, besides this imperial study, many other places have been installed. However, due to limited materials, not all places can enjoy this cool breeze. But wherever it's supposed to be lit up, it will be lit up at night.
There are too many solar streetlights and household lighting. Chu Chen did this just for the sake of convenience. Since someone gave him such a large jade mine, he couldn't be stingy. In addition, since the power was sufficient, Chu Chen also placed a large freezer for him in the imperial study. There was also a box of popsicles and other things. Although he was not afraid of the Emperor of Daxia, there would definitely be many benefits in becoming friends with him. Therefore, the group had no intention of dealing with the state affairs today and waited quietly for the night to come in the imperial study. At night, Chu Chen was led by a palace maid toward the mansion. "What did you say?" "The queen invited me to dinner," Chu Chen said to the palace maid as he walked. "Master Chu, the queen has specially asked her maid to invite you over for dinner to express her gratitude." After saying that, he continued walking forward. Wait a minute, where is the toilet?" Chu Chen quickly grabbed the palace maid and asked. "Sir, what is a toilet?" Is that where you go to the toilet?" "Hee. Sir, you're talking about the royal chamber, right? I will lead you there. Asking a girl to take you to the bathroom is so embarrassing no matter how you look at it. But there is no other way, I have to go. Queen, since it's our first meeting, you should give me something." After coming out, the backpack in Chu Chen's hands was much bulger. Under the pretext of going to the restroom, he rushed into the space and took out some items such as a small mirror and perfume. "Master Chu, let's go quickly so as not to delay the queen's visit." "Okay, please lead the way." After saying that, he carried his backpack and followed the palace maid towards the palace. As soon as I entered the room, I saw 3 people sitting at a huge table and eunuch Wei standing beside them. One is Zhou Shixuan, one is Zhou Heng, and the other is a woman who looks elegant and noble. That must be the queen without a doubt. I, Chu Chen, pay my respects to the emperor, the empress, and the 8th prince. Chu Chen bowed to the 3 of them and said, "Okay, Chu boy, this is a family dinner. There aren't so many rules. Come and sit down." Zhou Shixuan pointed at the chair next to Zhou Heng and said. At this time, the woman beside him spoke up. "Your name is Chu Chen. How did you know at a glance that I was the queen?" Your Majesty, may I ask, where in this world is there someone as graceful and elegant as you, who makes one feel as kind and motherly as you?" As the mother of Daxia, I was impressed by your temperament at first sight. The queen burst into laughter after hearing this flattery. Not only the queen, but even Zhou Shixuan and Zhou Heng gave him a thumbs up in their hearts. "Haha, Chu, the kid is really good at talking. The emperor just said that since this is a family dinner, just call her aunt. It makes her seem more intimate. Thank you for the compliment, Annie. I came here in a hurry today and didn't prepare any valuable gifts. These few small items are my filial tribute to you." After saying that, Chu Chen took out a bottle of women's perfume from the backpack behind him and handed a mirror to the queen. This action made Zhou Shixuan and Zhou Heng give him a thumbs up. I haven't even taken a bite of my meal yet, and this gift is coming. Oh, this bottle is made of glass. What's inside? The queen picked up the bottle and asked Chu Chen. "Aunt, this is called perfume. If you spray it on someone, it will give off a long-lasting fragrance." After saying that, Chu Chen opened the lid and sprayed it into the air. In an instant, a fragrant breeze blew over, making everyone present intoxicated by it. Even the palace maids who usually dared not make a sound were greedily breathing in the fragrant air. Seeing that everyone was immersed in it, Chu Chen explained to the queen how to use the perfume and where to spray it. There is no woman who doesn't love beauty, and there is no woman who doesn't love fragrance. It's rare for my nephew to be so filial. I'll accept it. Is this a mirror? After putting away the perfume, the queen picked up the mirror on the table. Hey, is this mirror also made of glass? After saying that, he shone the light on his own face. Chapter 114. Royal Banquet Requires a Car. Aunt, this is also made of colored glass, but it is clearer than a bronze mirror. However, its disadvantage is that it is fragile. Chu Chen replied immediately. Looking at the clear face in the mirror, even the few white hairs on the temples could be seen very clearly. He couldn't help but turn to Zhou Shixuan and said, "Your Majesty, look, we are all old. In that dim bronze mirror before, you and I were complacent. I didn't expect that so many years would pass in the blink of an eye." "Oh shit, no, it's not good. Why are you sighing about this? If you blame me for letting you see more clearly, you will die of injustice." "Haha, Queen, what are you talking about? Time is cruel, and we all grow old. Chuwazi gave you such nice perfume and mirror today. You should be happy." It must be said that Zhou Shixuan is also very good at coaxing his wife. Just a few words made the queen, who
who was about to feel sad, suddenly happy again. Zhou Shixuan quickly changed the subject. Hey kid, you only took one bottle of such a good perfume. You are so stuffy. What do you want this thing for as a grown man? Besides, you're an old man. But how could Chu Chen not be prepared? He wanted his Winxiang pavilion to go global. So he quickly took out 3 more bottles of perfume from his backpack. Uncle, you are wrongly blaming me. Since I have it, you must have a share. After saying that, he handed the largest bottle of perfume to Zhou Shixuan. Zhou Heng's bottle was smaller than Zhou Shixuan's. After delivering the bottles, Chu Chen stood up again, took the smallest of the 3 bottles, and handed it to Eunuch Wei. Uncle Wei, this is for you. You accompany your uncle all day. This thing is not only fragrant, but also refreshing. Eunuch Wei took the perfume with a look of surprise. Master Chu, why is this happening? I'm so honored by such a generous gift. How can I be so worthy of such a gift? At this time, Zhou Shixuan said, Old Wei, just accept it. This kid has so many good things. It's rare for him to be generous. After hearing Zhou Shixuan speak, Eunuch Wei put the perfume into his sleeve. Thank you, Master Chu. Chu Chen smiled at him and returned to the dinner table. At this time, the palace maids brought the dishes to the table one after another, but there was no wine. Chu Chen was happy in his heart. It seemed that he didn't need to drink any alcohol, so he could just take a couple of sips. How easy. Unexpectedly, after Zhou Shixuan and the other 2 finished serving the dishes, they all looked at Chu Chen with smiles on their faces. Bring it out. No feast is complete without wine. Are you asking us to wait? What do you want? Wine. I heard from Taoist Chen that you have a strong liquor that is mellow and delicious. Zhou Shixuan said, while looking at Chu Chen with a smile. Damn, you treat me to a meal and you ask me to get some wine. Forget about taking the wine. You should have told me in advance. I can't take things from a distance. So he quickly said, Wine, yes, it's in the car. As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, Zhou Shixuan called Eunuch Wei over and said a few words to him. After waiting awkwardly for a long time, Chu Chen heard shouting outside. I couldn't help but look out the window. Wow, I saw many soldiers carrying his BJ-80 to the small square outside the house. What a stupid train of thought. It's outrageous. The world of the rich is really capricious. Your Majesty, next time something like this happens, just tell me and I'll drive it over. After Chu Chen finished speaking, he turned around and walked outside and got into the car. He smiled apologetically at the soldier who was carrying the car, got in, and closed the door. After a while, he returned to the dining table with a box of erguo in his arms. He took out 4 glasses from his backpack and filled each person's glass. After 3 rounds of drinking, Chu Chen gradually felt drunk and his speech was a little slurred. Zhou Shixuan took advantage of the opportunity and quickly said to Chu Chen, My dear nephew, your car is a good thing. Do you still have it? This guy is actually planning to use his own car, but this thing consumes a lot of fuel, so I can't give it to him, otherwise it will be very troublesome to deliver the fuel myself. Although he was a little drunk, Chu Chen's mind was still clear. But since he asked, I have to give him something. So he took a sip of wine and said, Uncle, it's not that I'm reluctant to part with it, but this car is hard to drive. If I'm not careful, someone might die. But I can give you another kind of car, which is guaranteed to be faster than a carriage and less bumpy. The most important thing is that it consumes less oil, which is too precious and currently not available in Daxia. I originally thought that there was no hope of getting a car, but unexpectedly Chu Chen changed the subject and said there was such a simple thing. In that case, I must have made a profit from this meal. So he quickly said, Okay, tomorrow, please ask my nephew to bring it to you. Come on, drink some wine. The after effect of erguo was extremely strong, and Chu Chen woke up slowly at noon the next day. When I opened the door, besides the 2 palace maids, there was another person waiting quietly outside. That is Eunuch Wei. Oh, what brings you here? Old man, please come in quickly. Chu Chen quickly dragged Eunuch Wei into the room and spoke enthusiastically. 9th rank, a supermaster. Without waiting for Eunuch Wei to speak, he waved his hand and called the palace maid to make 2 buckets of instant noodles. What brings Wei Bo here? Why'd he ask you to wait outside? It's my fault. Mr. Chu, I am here on the orders of the emperor to ask you for the car you mentioned last night. Eunuch Wei said somewhat embarrassedly. You drink if you want to drink, you take the car if you want one, and the next day you come shamelessly to ask for it, and it's you again. After asking about the purpose of the visit, Chu Chen didn't mind at all. He took the freshly brewed instant noodles and handed a bowl to Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei really likes Chu Chen's food. The emperor was not there, so he took the instant noodles and started eating them. Eunuch Wei, come this afternoon. I'll go out and drive the car back for him, Chu Chen said while eating noodles. Oh, it can be delivered this afternoon. Alas, when I was at home, I saw that the emperor liked my car, so before I left, I ordered them to transport the car to the capital. Judging from the time, it should be afternoon. Eunuch Wei had no doubt about this explanation. In fact, after such a long period of contact, Eunuch Wei felt that Chu Chen was amazing. But seeing that Qinglian and the legendary 9th grade upper were beside Chu Chen, he decided not to go after this kid as much as possible. As a 9th grade master who has lived for so many years, he knows one thing very well. That is to mind your own business and live longer. No matter whether he is a god or a human, as long as he has no ill will towards the emperor, you should make friends with him. After the two finished their instant noodles, Eunuch Wei held the 2 buckets of instant noodles given to him by Chu Chen. He went back happily to report. Chu Chen came to the capital and found an empty place next to the imperial palace. A motorized tricycle was driven out. This thing looks not much different from a horse-drawn carriage. A horse-drawn carriage has a horse pulling a bucket in front, but his is a motorcycle pulling a bucket. This tricycle has a shed on the cab and the back bucket. Apart from being a bit noisy and not having air conditioning, it's pretty good, and most importantly, it consumes less fuel. Chapter 115, The Emperor of Daxia Riding a Motorcycle. At the city gate, a huge engine roar was heard. A group of soldiers stopped Chu Chen again. Hey, it's you. I'm going to deliver a carriage to the emperor. So it's you, sir. I didn't see clearly and bumped into you. Please forgive me. The person who stopped him was none other than the soldier who had taken the silver from him that night. Chu Chen smiled at him and drove the tricycle all the way to the outside of the hall. At this time, Zhou Shixuan heard the sound and hurried out. Nephew, is this the car you were talking about? Zhou Shixuan said excitedly as he looked at the tricycle in front of him. He was so excited that he ignored the people around him and directly called out the words nephew. The ministers standing by looked at each other, wondering when the emperor had such a virtuous nephew. Only the Minister of Works looked at Chu Chen with a smile. It turned out that he had this identity. Yesterday, I saw the emperor walking. I felt that being the ruler of a country is not easy, so I asked for this gift and presented it to the emperor. What Chu Chen said was completely dedicated to the emperor, not something the emperor wanted. Hearing this, Zhou Shixuan gave Chu Chen a thumbs up in his heart. He glanced at the ministers around him and said, well, who said that this emperor is unpopular? Look, this is the people's will. You really know how to crawl along. You are so popular. Although Chu Chen cursed in his heart, he still smiled and said, excuse me, your majesty, who did you send to learn how to drive this car? Well, this thing is very strong. A group of people can't control it. This emperor will conquer it personally. After saying this, he waved his hand and drove away all the ministers. Then he turned to Chu Chen and said, Chu boy, is this car powerful? Chu Chen looked at him doubtfully. He looked quite old, but that was also consistent with the age for driving a tricycle. In modern society, those reckless tricycles are something that no one can afford to mess with. So I invited him into the car and explained to him what the accelerator, brake, and clutch were. It turns out to be so simple. It's not much harder than riding a horse. So he drove Chu Chen out of the car and wanted to experience the fun of driving himself. Seeing Chu Chen's nervous expression, he said to Eunuch Wei, Uncle Wei, if this thing gets out of control, are you sure you can save him? Eunuch Wei nodded. As long as it's not as fast as Master Chu did on the road to Masan village, it's fine. Hearing Eunuch Wei say this, Chu Chen felt relieved. I was driving on a cement road at over 100 kilometers per hour. This tricycle couldn't be that fast. He walked up to teach Zhou Shixuan how to start the engine. With a roar, Zhou Shixuan stepped on the accelerator. The tricycle rushed out with a whooshing sound. But less than 10 meters away, the engine died with a puff. Next, after countless fire failures, Zhou Shixuan could barely drive it forward. With a courtyard as big as the imperial palace and the presence of Eunuch Wei, a 9th-rank official, nothing happened. For 2 whole days, Zhou Shixuan even canceled the morning court session and focused on driving practice. On the 3rd day, Zhou Shixuan walked out of the palace with Eunuch Wei and the trembling Chu Chen in a proud manner. Looking at Zhou Shixuan with a smug look on his face, Chu Chen regretted not giving him a pair of sunglasses and a cigar. You know, the emperor of Daxia drove a tricycle, wore sunglasses, and smoked a cigarette. What kind of scene would it be like driving on the main roads of this capital city? Chuwazi, if I had enough chariots and mounted long swords on the front and charged into the enemy, then no one would be able to stop me. As the speed increased, Zhou Shishuan shouted excitedly to Chu Chen. Uncle Zhou, this isn't realistic. I only have this one car right now. Look at the steel used for the car body. Daxia can't manufacture it right now. While Zhou Shishuan's thoughts were not yet fully heated up, Chu Chen quickly poured him a basin of cold water. After hearing what Chu Chen said, Zhou Shishuan no longer had any illusions. Instead, he turned back to Eunuch Wei with great interest and said, Old Wei, I will teach you how to drive this car tomorrow. After we finish our studies, it will be much more convenient for us to go wherever we want. Eunuch Wei quickly nodded in agreement. No matter how I look at it, I can't accept letting the emperor drive while I ride in the car. When will the king of this country be able to do the job of driving the coach himself? Chu Chen was very happy about this. So after moving dozens of barrels of gasoline for him, he prepared to go back to his room to rest. As soon as I arrived at the room, I heard a noise outside. Chu Chen walked out of the room and asked around, only to find out that it was his reward that had arrived. 1,000 taels of gold. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Chu Chen opened the box and smiled at the shining gold. After saying that, he stuffed a piece into the hand of the young eunuch who came to give him the reward. Mr. Chu, how can we do this? The young eunuch said as he put the gold into his sleeve. In the past, I was lucky enough to get a few taels of silver when I went to distribute rewards. I didn't expect that Mr. Chu would be so generous. The young eunuch also became happy and waved away the people behind him. Then he took out a blueprint and whispered to Chu Chen. Master Chu, the emperor has also awarded you a mansion. Originally, it was allocated directly to our family, but we are destined to be together, so you can choose any of the uncrossed ones. Chu Chen took the blueprint with a smile on his face, thinking, it seems that the lump of gold just now was worth it. Thank you, sir, but I'm not familiar with the capital, so I don't know what suggestions you have. Lack of familiarity is one reason, but the drawing is too sloppy and it's impossible to tell what's where. Since you trust us, sir, we will recommend one to you. Then he pointed to one of the houses and said, this house is located in East City on the prosperous East Street. It's surrounded by dignitaries and nobles. The price is ridiculously high. Okay, then I'll listen to you, father-in-law. Chu Chen smiled honestly, which made the little eunuch feel a sense of accomplishment. He waved his hand to call someone over, and within an incense stick of time, the house deed was handed to Chu Chen. Then, a young eunuch who looked only 15 or 16 years old was sent to bring Chu Chen to the house. Wow, it's another courtyard with 3 entrances and 3 exits, with rockery, water system, garden pavilions. It seems that the air conditioner and tricycle are worth the money. After handing the young eunuch a silver ingot and sending him away, Chu Chen went to the pawn shop on his own, bought a guard and 2 maids. There is nothing else to do, just let people live here and don't let it be abandoned. With the indenture in hand, there's no need to worry about them escaping, unless they are extremely vicious people. But how could such a vicious person be caught and sold to the pawn shop? He took out a pile of daily necessities and gave a few instructions to the guards and maids. Chu Chen turned around and headed towards the palace. It's time to say goodbye and return to Mashan village. To be honest, this big city is not as comfortable as Mashan village. The next day, inside the imperial study. What did you say? Let's go today. Chapter 116. Return to Mashan. Yes, Uncle Zhou. My nephew has been living here for many days, and it's time for me to go back. Chu Chen sat opposite Zhou Shishuan and spoke to him. In that case, go ahead, but remember to come and see me when you have time. This token can save you from many troubles in Daxia. After saying that, he waved at Chu Chen and stopped talking. Chu Chen took the token, bowed, turned around, and left the imperial study. There was nothing to clean up in the room, so he walked to the square and climbed into the off-road vehicle. At this time, Eunuch Wei led the 2 palace maids and stood in front of the carriage. Wei Bo, this is... Mr. Chu, how could you be so careless and forget something? What things could I have? I don't have anything in the room. So he got out of the car and looked at Eunuch Wei in confusion. Sir, since these 2 sisters have followed you, they must not stay in this palace any longer. You can take them away. Damn, what is this? Wasn't this something Zhou Shishuan arranged to test me? She's just a personal maid. Even though I experimented with her that night, and no one else has used her, why do I still want to take her away? So he quickly said to Eunuch Wei, as you know, I have a wife at home Sir,
For the sake of the two sisters' pity, you should take them away and make them your servants. Eunuch Wei pulled Chu Chen aside and said seriously, "What if I don't? Then they won't be able to survive. What kind of logic is this? He wants to be killed just like that." But as soon as I thought about it, I understood that the two little palace maids in the palace had been given away by the emperor. There is no reason to go back. In this feudal society, who else would be willing to have these two except myself? Thinking of this, Chu Chen felt a headache. But then again, since it was caused by myself, I have to bear the consequences. There would be no harm in having a few more maids in the family. So he said to Eunuch Wei, "Look at my memory. I've been too busy these days and have forgotten about these two sisters." Although he had killed many people in Daxia, Chu Chen never considered himself an unforgivable person. Those who were killed were also bad people. For ordinary people, if they don't provoke you, indirectly killing you is not much different from murdering you. After seeing off Eunuch Wei, Chu Chen called the two of them over. Looking at the two indentures in his hand, Chu Chen asked them, "What are your names?" "My name is Qinglian. Her name is Qiuju, and I pay my respects to you, sir." After saying that, the two of them knelt on the ground. He helped the two of them up and said, "You can follow me, but the first rule is that you don't kneel down and kowtow anymore. Get in the car." After saying that, Chu Chen opened the car door and pushed the two of them into the car. He stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the palace gate. Qinglian and Qiuju grabbed their chairs with nervous expressions. Why is this car so fast? In a palace, they're just two of the lowest level palace maids. I have never even ridden in a horse-drawn carriage in my life, except for a few times when I was a child living in a farmyard and rode in an ox-drawn carriage. Okay, don't be nervous, it's okay. This is called a car. Follow me, and you will see many more amazing things. After saying that, he lit a cigarette for himself. Then he took out 2 bottles of perfume from the armrest box, which he had thrown in as samples earlier. "Well, since you're following me, you belong to me, Chu Chen. 1 bottle per person. Take it." Qinglian looked at the cold bottle in her hand and mustered up the courage to ask Chu Chen, "Sir, this is made of colored glass. It's too valuable. We can't have it. This is called perfume, and it's made of glass. Now that you've followed me, you'll slowly discover that glass is the least valuable thing in my house." After saying that, he took out the perfume, opened the lid, and sprayed it into the car. In an instant, a fragrant breeze entered the noses of the two people, making them intoxicated. I remember now. Yesterday, I heard the elder sister next to the queen say that the queen also has an object that emits fragrance. Could it be? Qiuju looked at Chu Chen and said in surprise, "Yes, I gave her that bottle as well." "Okay, let's go to the new house first." At this moment, Qiuju and Qinglian suddenly felt a sense of happiness in their hearts. It turned out that they had the same thing as the queen. How lucky this is. But she also knew that the young master must have a family, and she might be a maid in his room for the rest of her life. But so what? Compared to other people in the deep palace, they are so much luckier. Chu Chen was also worried at the moment. How to arrange for these two people? I was arranged to live in this new house in the capital, but the slaves are evil and hate their masters. So I have to be on guard against bad guys coming to visit. If I bring them back to Mashan village, I'll feel like there are too many women. After some hesitation, the car just stopped at the door of the new house and then turned around and headed toward the city gate of the capital. Take them to Qinglian city and let them help Xiaofeng. If that doesn't work, you can go to Mashan village to cook. Looking at Chu Chen, who suddenly stopped, thought for a while, and then went towards the city gate again. The two looked at each other in confusion. At the city gate, the soldiers who had received the news long ago opened the gate for Chu Chen. Following the dust along the way, the off-road vehicle immediately left the capital. When passing a place called Anda City, I saw 2 women leaning tightly against the windows, staring outside. "What's wrong with you two?" Chu Chen couldn't help but ask when he saw this. "Sir, can I ask you for a favor?" He then knelt down towards Chu Chen again. "But how can I kneel down in this car?" So the two of them kept bowing. Seeing this, Chu Chen stepped on the brakes and stopped the car. "Don't remember what I just said. From now on, don't kneel down and kowtow." Chu Chen looked at the two of them sternly, and they finally calmed down. "Tell me, what's the matter?" But seeing Chu Chen's stern look, the two of them hesitated to speak. "Okay, since you two are mine, just say whatever you want to say. As long as it's not excessive, it's fine." Seeing that Chu Chen's tone had softened, the elder Qinglian then spoke up. "Sir, my sister and I are originally from Andu. We entered the palace when we were young and have never returned home. We are passing through Anda City. Please allow us to go home and see our parents. Chu Chen finally understood. The palace was heavily guarded, and there was no chance for these two low-level palace maids to leave the palace. This feudal society really has both good and bad sides. So he said to them, "Do you remember the way home? I'm not a heartless man. Let's go to the city to buy some gifts and visit your parents." After saying that, she smiled sweetly at the two of them. When the two heard Chu Chen's generosity, they didn't know whether they missed home or were touched, but they burst into tears. "Well, it's fun, but it's really troublesome when you start crying. I simply lit a cigarette for myself and ignored them," driving an off-road vehicle towards Anda City. Chapter 117, Killing the Dandy in Anda City. At the gate of Anda City, the soldiers saw the token in Chu Chen's hand and immediately opened the city gate. The car entered Anda City smoothly and stopped in a square. The three of them got out of the car and walked toward the downtown area. Chu Chen watched them shopping all the way from the grain and oil shop to the clothing shop. After loading the meat onto the truck several times, the three finally arrived at the butcher shop. In front of the butcher shop, a butcher with a ferocious look on his face was working on the mutton with a boning knife. "Little girl buying meat?" The butcher put down his machete and spoke to the three people in front of him. "Yes, give me this one," Qinglian said, pointing to a leg of lamb in front of her. "Okay." The butcher said that and put the meat on the scale without chopping it. The three of them paid and were about to leave when an inopportune voice came over. "Where are the two young ladies going to buy some meat?" After hearing this, Chu Chen couldn't help but turn around and look behind him. They saw a young man in his early 20s walking towards them with two servants. Seeing this, the butcher immediately whispered to Qinglian, "Miss, please leave quickly. This man is not to be trifled with." Seeing this, Chu Chen smiled at the butcher, then turned to look at the man. "I thought I could meet people like this anywhere." In order to save time, he didn't intend to get entangled and just pulled Qinglian and Xiuju to leave. "Kid, take your claws off and get out." The man spoke viciously to Chu Chen. Seeing this, Chu Chen immediately took the Uzi from his waist and hid it in his sleeve. "Are you talking to me? Who told you to hold our hands? Ada, go chop off his claws." "Fuck you, this is outrageous. I was holding my maid's hand, and you wanted to chop off my hand. Is this fair?" So he said to the man, "Think about the consequences before making a decision. It's wrong for you not to want to live at such a young age. Hey, where did you come from, you wild boy? In Anda City, you don't even ask about my name." So Chu Chen ignored him and turned to the butcher and asked, "Brother, what's this person's name?" "Sir, please be quiet. This is the son of the richest man in Anda City, Mr. Tang." After hearing the butcher's explanation, the young man opened the folding fan in his hand with a sense of superiority. Then he looked at Qinglian and Xiuju and said, "How about you? Follow me, and I'll make sure you have delicious food and drinks." Then he arrogantly said to his followers, "What are you doing? Chop off your hands." This kind of thing is nothing strange to him, as long as it is a woman he likes. Basically, he had his men kill the man and then kidnap him. When they get tired of playing with them, they will throw them to their subordinates and torture them to death. Because his family had so much money, over the years, as long as he didn't provoke anyone from the government, he basically got away with nothing. It can be said that this person is the super playboy in Anda City. Everyone is terrified of him, and young girls and wives have to take a detour when they see him. The two people beside him, Ada and Air, are two sixth-grade masters. So this guy never worried about his own safety when he went out. When Ada heard his master's order, he immediately drew out the knife from his waist. He wasn't even very interested in drawing his sword for this seemingly frail young man. "Don't blame me, kid. Blame it on the fact that the woman next to you is too beautiful." After saying that, he swung the knife towards Chu Chen's hand. How could Chu Chen let him have his wish? He raised his hand and shot him. After a loud bang, the onlookers were stunned. A bloody hole appeared on Ada's head, and then his body fell headfirst in front of Chu Chen. "Kneel down." Chu Chen raised his hand and pointed at the young man in front of him and said, "Boy, do you think you can get out of Anda City just by knowing hidden weapons? If you kill my people, then prepare to bear my wrath." After saying this, he winked at the followers behind him, and the followers took the order and ran to the back. Then the young man turned to Chu Chen and said viciously, "Do you know who my father is? My father is the largest salt merchant in Anda City and takes orders directly from the 8th Prince. Boy, you're in trouble. Damn, Zhou Heng's little brother. Haha, that's a coincidence. But since he is Zhou Heng's man,
I have to give him some face, so I said to him, "Since you're the 8th prince's man, I will give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow now, and I will spare your life." Tang Maofei burst into laughter as if he had heard a huge joke. "It makes me laugh to death. You are just a commoner, yet you dare to speak so arrogantly." After he finished speaking, he saw a dozen servants rushing up behind him one after another. They were holding shining knives in their hands and walking towards Chu Chen aggressively. "I don't believe you have so many hidden weapons. Come on, kill the men. I don't want the women either. I'll give them all to you." As soon as Tang Maofei finished speaking, a group of people rushed towards Chu Chen with knives. Chu Chen pulled the 2 girls behind him and raised his hand. A tongue of fire shot out from the Uzi submachine gun from inside the sleeve. "Since you want to kill me, then be prepared to die." There was a burst of gunfire, and no one was left alive except a few servants whose legs were shot. The group, including Tang Maofei, fell in a pool of blood. The crowd of onlookers suddenly exploded and then scattered in all directions in fear. The butcher who sold the meat didn't even want the meat anymore. "Sir, you are in big trouble. Run away quickly." After saying that, they also dispersed outside. At this time, a group of officers and soldiers heard the noise and rushed over. "What a monster! You dare to kill people in the streets of Anda City. Follow me to the government office." The leading soldier was shocked to see that the biggest playboy in Anda City was beaten to death. So while preparing to arrest Chu Chen and others, he sent someone to the Tang Mansion to report the news. At the Tang Mansion, after hearing the news, Tang Ting angrily punched the table. "Bring them in with you. Anyone killed today must be torn into pieces." After saying this, he brought a group of servants and rushed towards this side with great momentum. Even the Lord of Anda City came over in a panic. Chu Chen didn't expect that his killing of a bully would shock the entire Anda City. How dare these scoundrels openly murder young Master Tang? Come, arrest these 3 people. As soon as the city lord arrived, he gave orders to the soldiers. At this moment, a voice came from a distance. "Lord City Lord, leave this person to me. Mr. Tangda, I have failed to govern properly, and this evil person has appeared. Please forgive me. Forgive me. Look, the one who died was the eldest son of our Tang family. Do you think you can still sit in peace as the city lord?" Tang Ting walked straight up to the few people, then squatted down and picked up Tang Maofei. "Don't worry, my son. Your father will make sure his entire family is buried with you." Then he stood up and said to Chu Chen, "Boy, prepare to accept my wrath. Come on, catch him alive." After saying that, a group of servants rushed towards Chu Chen. Chu Chen shook his head and raised his arm again. Chapter 118. 2 girls' family suffers accident. As the sound of da-da-da-da was heard, after the few people in the front fell down, the people on the opposite side were all stunned. Only then did Chu Chen slowly say, "All right, I'm not interested in killing people, so don't rush in." Arrogant, extremely arrogant, there were about 20 people lying on the ground. "You have no interest in killing people." Seeing everyone stunned, Chu Chen waved to the city lord and said, "You are too cowardly. You are actually groveling to a businessman. Come, let me show you a treasure." After saying that, he pulled out the badge Zhou Shixuan had given him from his waist. The city lord took a closer look and was so frightened that he immediately knelt down and said, "Sir, I have failed to recognize the great man. Please forgive me." At this time, Tang Ting and others also looked at the token. His heart skipped a beat when he saw it, and he knelt down upon seeing it. "It's over. I've hit a wall. I guess my son died in vain. I'd better go back and practice my trumpet." "Sir," Tang Ting meant no offense. "My son is a despicable person and deserves his punishment. Well done for killing him." Damn, the situation has changed so much that I don't care about my son anymore. In fact, Chu Chen didn't know that for the Tang family, they would never dare to offend anyone but the royal family. In recent years, he has been doing very well because of his connection with the 8th prince. His son was notorious in Anda City. He had taken over the family business and was causing trouble for the people. In Tang Ting's mind, if he lost his son, he could have another one, but if he lost his business, he would have nothing. Looking at the people kneeling in front of him, Chu Chen pulled the city lord up. "All right, this bad boy was after my woman, so he deserves to be killed. These people are accomplices, so it's not unjust to kill them. Yes, sir, you're right. Please move to the city lord's mansion so that I can show my hospitality." The city lord has figured it out. As long as he serves the person in front of him well, he won't have to worry about anything. To be honest, he had long been dissatisfied with the Tang family. Relying on the fact that he was a vassal of the 8th prince, he made the entire Andes city a turmoil. If this young man can capture it, it will be considered as getting rid of a threat to the people. Okay, I have something else to do right now. Let's talk later. After saying that, he took the hands of the 2 women and walked towards the car. The 2 girls were very calm at this moment, as if they had already guessed the result. I said, "Aren't you 2 really scared?" Chu Chen couldn't help but ask when he saw this. "Sir, you have the token in your hand. In Daxia, no one except bandits and villains can pose a threat to you." Chu Chen took out the plaque again, looked at the 4 characters engraved on it, and said, "Is this thing really that useful?" Nonsense, this brand can be said to allow Chu Chen to walk sideways in this great xia. But you have to be on guard, sir. Is it possible that Tang Ting will retaliate secretly? Chu Xiang continued to speak to Chu Chen. Yes, it seems that I'm still soft-hearted. How about writing a letter to Zhou? Let's go meet their parents first. After saying that, the 3 of them got on the roller coaster, left the city, and headed towards a small town. The car turned many ways and arrived at a village. Then they stopped at the entrance of the village, and the 3 of them carried bags of things and headed towards a house. At the gate of the dilapidated courtyard, a woman was sweeping the floor. The gray hair and trembling figure made Chu Xiang and Xiuju burst into tears. "Mom, we're back. Who are you?" The woman looked at the 2 graceful girls in confusion. "Mom, you don't remember us. I am Chu Xiang. I'm Chuju." "Ah, you're Chu Xiang and Xiuju? My son is back. My son is finally back. Damn, is this palace maid's family so poor?" Chu Chen looked at the dilapidated house, and the 3 people hugging each other in confusion. Logically speaking, this palace maid's income is not low, so why is her family so poor? After the 3 of them finished crying, the old woman finally saw Chu Chen behind her. "Who is this?" "Mother, this is your uncle." "Oh, it's my uncle. I'm sorry to make you laugh at me. We are a poor family. My uncle should not look down on us. How the hell did I become a son-in-law again? Wasn't it agreed that I would be a maid?" What Chu Chen didn't know was that when he decided to take the 2 women away, they were already concubines in name only. Seeing the old man so enthusiastic, Chu Chen couldn't refuse. So he stepped forward and said, "Old man, the 2 girls were given to me by the emperor, but they are free. If you want to stay with them, it is fine." "Sir, you absolutely cannot do that. If you don't want them, they won't be able to survive." What kind of magical logic is this? I can't survive this again. Oh, I love this feudal society so much. There are still people who are eager to give their wives to me. So he quickly said, "As long as Chu Xiang and Xiuju don't agree, I will support them for the rest of their lives." After hearing Chu Chen say this, the old woman finally felt relieved. He took out a few stools from the house, wiped them with his sleeves, and then let a few people sit down. "Mom, where's Dad? Where's my brother? And why have you become so old?" Speaking of the 2 people, the old woman began to cry. After hearing the story, Chu Chen couldn't help but clench his fists. It turned out that the 2 had lost contact with their families since they entered the palace when they were young. Since they received a sum of money as compensation for entering the palace, the family could still get by. So when her 2 brothers grew up, they also married beautiful wives through a matchmaker. One day, her brother heard that there was refined salt in Andes City, and it was sold at a very low price. So the couple followed their father to prepare mountain products. "I'm going to buy some refined salt to try." After selling the mountain products, the 3 of them came to the refined salt shop. As luck would have it, I met Tang Maofei. As soon as he saw Chu Xiang and Xiuju's sister-in-law, he fell in love with her. So he was to be executed on the spot. When their father stepped forward to argue, he was killed by Tang Maofei's men with a single knife. Seeing this, his brother grabbed his wife's hand and ran away, but he was no match for those people. He was knocked to the ground in a short while. Because the boy had a perverted mentality, he was not killed. Instead, he was sent to jail on the charge of stealing salt. He said on the spot that he would bring his daughter-in-law to the cell and give him a live performance. My sister-in-law was so annoyed that she hit her head and died in the cell. And now her brother is also in the cell, and no one knows what's going on. What a scumbag. Come on, get in the car. After hearing this, Chu Chen pulled the 2 girls and headed towards the village entrance. Although Tang Maofei is dead, their brother must be rescued, and the sooner the better. The car sped all the way and soon arrived at the Andes City Lord's mansion. Chu Chen took the token and went straight to the City Lord's study without any obstruction. The City Lord listened to Chu Chen's words with great respect and immediately sent someone to bring out the two men's brothers. The Tang family is courting death. I guess the salt merchant in Anda City needs to be replaced now. When the bailiff went to take people away, Chu Chen sat down in the city lord's seat. He took out a notebook and a ballpoint pen and soon wrote a letter. Chapter 119. City Lord's Mansion saves Shi Qingshan. He wrapped the notebook in a large envelope and turned to the city lord. Use your men to deliver this item to the 8th prince as quickly as possible. I will stay here for 3 days. After 3 days, I want to see a satisfactory result. The city lord took the letter and did not dare to delay. He immediately ordered his men to rush and deal with it urgently. After doing all this, the city lord respectfully asked Chu Chen, "How should we deal with the Tang family?" What does the city lord think? Zhou Hong must be crazy to choose someone like him, who is cruel to the people and exploits the locals. Hearing that the young man in front of him dared to call the 8th prince by his name, the city lord couldn't help but become worried. "Sir, I have also seen that the Tang family has been too rampant in recent years, but because of the 8th prince, I am also in a very difficult situation." Then he told Chu Chen many ridiculous things that the Tang family had done in recent years. But most of them were done by Tang Maofei. But every time he got into trouble, he was bailed out by Tang Ting. Therefore, the city lord had no way to deal with the Tang family. "Okay, you're just too cowardly. I won't embarrass you, and the letter doesn't embarrass you either." After saying that, Chu Chen waited quietly for the result of the yamen runners bringing the person in. After a while, the dirty Shi Qingshan was brought in front of several people. "Brother, is that you?" "Brother." Seeing Shi Qingshan, whom they hadn't seen for a long time, the two girls didn't care about being dirty and hugged him. "You are Qunxiang and Qiuju?" "Yes, it's us, brother. You've suffered. You guys should leave quickly. Leave and do quickly." They have not yet felt the joy of reuniting with their loved ones. Shi Qingshan suddenly shouted at the two of them. Only then did the city lord come over and say, "Master Shi, the evildoer is dead. You are safe." "Is it safe?" Shi Qingshan came back to his senses and looked at everyone in confusion. I saw a young rich man looking at me with a smile on his face. So he quickly asked Chu Chen, "Who is this young master?" "This is our sister's husband, Chu Chen. Brother, he saved you." After Qunxiang finished speaking, Shi Qingshan knelt down in front of Chu Chen and said, "Thank you for saving my life, sir." Seeing this, Chu Chen helped him up. "It's just a piece of cake. Besides, their business is also my business." He turned to the city lord and shouted, "Find me some clean clothes and a place to wash them." Yes. How could I have forgotten this?" "Master Shi, please go with him to wash and change clothes." After saying that, a yamen runner led Shi Qingshan out of the study. I haven't asked the city lord for his name yet. After Shi Qingshan left, Chu Chen said to the city lord, "No matter what, this person is still the parent official of Anda City. When the time comes, Shi Qingshan and the others will have to live in Anda City and will have to rely on others. Your humble servant Mu Zheng. Nice to meet you, Mr. Chu." She knew Chu Chen's name from the two sisters introducing him to her brother. Seeing this, Chu Chen took out a glass ornament from his backpack and handed it to Mu Zheng. "It's our first time meeting, and I don't have anything nice with me. This is just a small token of my appreciation, not a token of respect." Mu Zheng looked at the ornament and saw that it was transparent and dust-free. It was made of the finest colored glass. Who exactly is this Mr. Chu in front of me? Not only does he carry the imperial gold medal with him, but he also takes out such a precious thing at will. So he quickly said, "How could this humble official deserve such a great gift? Please take it back, Master Chu. It's okay. Although this thing is precious, it's not just a personal possession. Please accept it." Finally, under Chu Chen's firmness, Mu Zheng accepted the ornament. He placed it carefully on the display cabinet and gave an instruction to the attendant beside him. "Master Chu, madams, it's almost time for dinner. Why don't you stay and have a simple meal?" Chu Chen looked up at the sky and saw that it was already noon, so he nodded in agreement. At the dinner table, Shi Qingshan looked at the people at the table nervously. He kept sighing at his misfortune, and just a moment ago he was chewing on a cold, rotten steamed bun in that sour-smelling cell. At this moment, he was sitting at the same table with the mayor of Anda City and having a meal. This is too fantastic. It feels like a dream at this moment. And all of this was given by the young man in front of me. It seems that these two sisters must have attached themselves to high-ranking officials in the palace. After dinner, Chu Chen drove the two girls and Shi Qingshan towards the village. Looking at the fast-moving iron shell, Qinglian became frightened again. This gave the two girls a lot of explanation, and also made Chu Chen's image suddenly become taller in Qinglian's heart. Brother Shi, what did you do for a living before the accident? Chu Chen asked Qinglian. My brother-in-law. I farm during the busy farming season, and in my free time, I push a small cart into town to trade in mountain products and the like. Hearing this, Chu Chen immediately had an idea. If Zhou Heng had listened to me, it would have been better to give the refined salt business to Qinglian at this time. But it is not enough to give it to him alone. He needs to be taken care of by someone else. The best choice is Mu Zheng. So without further conversation, the car drove all the way to the dilapidated courtyard. As soon as they met, he started crying again. In the evening, a dining table was set up outside the yard. After the accident, only an old woman was left in the house. All the money has been spent on finding people and connections. So when they smelled the aroma of meat, the mothers of the three people couldn't help but shed tears. Sir, I have no way of repaying your kindness. These two girls have been able to endure hardships since they were young, so I will let them stay by your side and serve you well. The old woman held Chu Chen's hand tightly, and it was obvious that she was truly grateful. This made Chu Chen feel a little embarrassed. So he quickly pressed the old man into the chair and said, Please don't say that. This is what we should do. Since they are with me, they won't suffer. Don't worry. Qinglian also picked up his wine glass and stood up and said, Brother-in-law, Qinglian, don't have anything else but a lot of strength. If you need me, just order me around. What's wrong with this family? They make me feel embarrassed. Chu Chen drank the wine and turned to Qinglian and Qiuju and said, You two can choose whether to stay in Anda to take care of your mother or come with me to Qinglian City. In fact, it doesn't matter whether Chu Chen takes them with him or not. I have no shortage of women. If they want freedom, then give them freedom. When the two sisters heard Chu Chen say this, they thought that they had done something wrong and that Chu Chen didn't want them. So she quickly stood up and said, Wherever the young master is, we sisters will be there. Mother has her brother to take care of her, so she doesn't need us. Well, since you insist, take it away. So he drove to Anda City overnight. I found an inn and stayed there. It's not that Chu Chen dislikes this village, but this dilapidated house is so dilapidated that he is really worried that it will collapse when he lives in it. The innkeeper looked at Chu Chen, who had taken a room upstairs with two girls, with envy. Chapter 120. Entire family executed and encountered resistance. After staying in Anda City for 3 days, Chu Chen welcomed a team of soldiers. They were seen with long, thin swords on their waists, standing respectfully in front of Chu Chen. Your humble servant Zhang Yuchen greets Master Chu. No need to be polite. What did Zhou Hong say? The letter he had written before listed all the crimes of the Tang family. He even explained his intention to hand over the salt mountain to someone else. I don't know whether Zhou Hong will agree or not. The emperor has issued an oral decree that the Tang family has oppressed the people and insulted the royal honor. Their entire family should be executed. Chu Chen has been rewarded for his meritorious service in punishing the evildoers. The subsequent refined salt sales in Anda City will be arranged by Chu Chen. After Zhang Yucheng finished speaking, Chu Chen gave Zhou Hong a thumbs up. It seems that Zhou Hong still gives him face. Mu Zheng, who was kneeling beside him, couldn't help but feel excited after listening to the oral order. There was no mention of his own fault of indulgence, and the subsequent refined salt trading was handed over to Master Chu. If you try to curry favor with them, you might not be able to get it. This is a super fat hole. Okay, I'll go with you to search the house. Young master, follow old Zhang closely and don't run around. The Tang family has quite a few servants. Zhang Yucheng saw Chu Chen was about to go together, so he reminded him. What a joke. If something happens to this guy, I'll have several heads chopped off. Hearing Zhang Yucheng say this, Chu Chen said, Wait a moment. Then he walked into another room in the city lord's mansion. He took out a stab-proof suit from the space and put on a bulletproof helmet on his head, and held a steel knife in his hand. This is always okay, right? After Chu Chen came out, the group looked at the man in front of them in surprise. There's nothing unusual about the rest of the thing, but what's that hat on his head? Looking at everyone's puzzled eyes, Chu Chen smiled slightly, took off his helmet and placed it on the table. He said to Zhang Yucheng, Come on, chop him. Cut it. Yes, try cutting it with a knife. Seeing this, Zhang Yucheng chopped the helmet with a knife. Only a shallow white mark was left on the helmet, but it was not damaged at all. But the blade of the knife in Zhang Yucheng's hand was bent. Mr. Chu, what a magical weapon this is," Zhang Yucheng said as he looked at the knife with the curled blade. Chu Chen smiled and said nothing, but handed the knife to him. "Use this one. It's better than yours." Zhang Yucheng weighed the knife in his hand. For a soldier who dealt with knives every day, how can you not see how good this knife is? "Okay, Master Chu, let's go." Zhang Yucheng waved his hand, and a group of people headed towards the Tang Mansion in a mighty manner. In the Tang Mansion, Tang Ting sat in the first seat, looking at the clansmen below, feeling uneasy today. "Master, you said the eldest son would not cause trouble for us, right?" According to investigation, this person's name is Chu Chen, and he has a very good relationship with the 8th prince. A member of the tribe reported the results of the investigation to Tang Ting. "Why are you panicking? If the 8th prince is truly unkind, then my Tang family is no pushover either. Notify everyone to keep a close eye on the city lord's mansion. Everyone, strengthen your defenses." After Tang Ting finished speaking, he fell into deep thought again. "Son, you died unjustly. One day, I will avenge you." While the group was in a meeting and discussing, a servant came hurriedly to report. "Oh no, Patriarch, we are surrounded by soldiers." After hearing this, Tang Ting stood up immediately. Did they really come? Then why didn't the spies from the city lord's mansion report back? Could it be that this time they're going to get serious? But is it really that serious just for an unknown person? You know, over the past year, the Tang family has helped the 8th prince sell Saul, and it has benefited countless people. Although I made a lot of money, it was what I deserved. No matter how dissolute his son was, he was brought to justice. Then he gave the order to his men, "Everyone, get ready. If this situation becomes impossible, then follow me and fight your way out." After saying that, he picked up the sword beside him and walked towards the door with a group of people. At this moment, Zhang Yucheng and his men have surrounded the entire Tang Mansion. He ordered his sergeant to go forward and knock on the door. Unexpectedly, the door opened as soon as I knocked. Tang Ting walked out with a group of people in a menacing manner. "Who are you? Don't you know that this is the Tang Mansion under the command of the 8th prince?" Seeing that Tang Ting was still unaware of the seriousness of the situation, Zhang Yucheng stepped forward. He took out a scroll and shouted, "The Emperor's order." When Tang Ting heard the Emperor's order, he immediately knelt down with everyone else. My heart couldn't help but skip a beat. It seemed that things were not as simple as I thought. Then he turned around and winked at the person behind him. The Tang Ting clan of Anda City allowed their son Tang Maofei to exploit the common people and take their lives lightly. The entire Tang clan was executed. Upon hearing that his entire family was to be executed, Tang Ting stood up instantly. "My lord, is there no chance of recovery?" "Tang Ting, this is the Emperor's oral order. What do you think?" After hearing the result, Tang Ting took a few steps back. "Since your royal family disregards friendship, then what does it matter if my Tang family rebels? Tang family, listen to my orders and follow me to fight your way out." After saying this, he drew out his sword and commanded his servants to charge towards the soldiers. Zhang Yucheng blocked Chu Chen behind him. He laughed and scolded. "This rabble, you dare to think of stopping the royal guards? Brothers, the time has come to perform meritorious deeds. Kill them." Following Zhang Yucheng's order, a group of people started fighting in an instant. Tang Ting stared at Chu Chen, who was standing behind Zhang Yucheng. However, in an instant, he rushed towards Chu Chen. Damn, this is a master. Chu Chen had just raised his gun when Tang Ting kicked Zhang Yucheng away and slashed at Chu Chen with another knife. "Mr. Chu, be careful. This person is a 7th rank master." But it was too late for Zhang Yucheng to rescue him, and the knife hit Chu Chen. Chu Chen was chopped by the powerful force and flew several meters away. He stood up and rubbed his painful shoulder, looking at Tang Ting, who was rushing towards him again. He raised his hand, and a volley of bullets flew out. "Fuck you, sneak attack, you little piece of shit." Even though Tang Ting was already a 7th rank master, he still couldn't withstand the dense barrage of bullets. In an instant, he was hit by several bullets. Tang Ting looked at the bleeding holes on his body with a look of disbelief on his face. Then his body went limp and he fell to the ground. Until his death, he never figured out why this man looked so weak but was invulnerable to swords and guns, and why the hidden weapon was so fast. At this time, Zhang Yucheng also rushed over. "Mr. Chu, how are you?" "It's okay, Brother Zhang, I just hit that thing." After saying that, he raised his hand and pulled the trigger again at the enemy in the crowd. The deafening sound of gunfire shocked everyone at once. Everyone stopped fighting, and the Tang family dropped their weapons and knelt in surrender. The head of the family is a 7th grade master, but he was killed in one encounter. How can we fight him? Chapter 121. Andu confiscates the household and divides the silver. Everyone in the Tang family, listen up. Tang Ting has been executed. He has given up resistance and is being taken to prison. Seeing that everyone was frightened, Zhang Yuqing quickly ordered the soldiers to restrain those who were kneeling on the ground. Then he trotted over to Chu Chen and said, "Master Chu, please forgive Zhang Yuqing for not being able to protect you." "It's okay, I'm not hurt." Chu Chen waved his hand at him to indicate that it was okay. "Fortunately, my son's skills are very powerful. Otherwise, I would not be able to explain to His Majesty today." Zhang Yuqing looked at Chu Chen, who was still full of energy after being chopped by a knife, and said with admiration, how should I explain this?" "Well, don't explain it. I just have an indestructible body." "Okay, Brother Zhang, don't be nervous. Come in and let's go make some money." The oral order did not specify who would own the confiscated property, so it would not be excessive for me to take some. When Zhang Yuqing saw that Chu Chen was so concerned about money, he remembered what Zhou Shixuan had told him before he came. It seems that this person is really greedy for money. So he followed him into the Tang mansion, and after some searching, he found a warehouse where the silver and grain were stored. The silver was moved out and filled the entire yard. "Wow, how much money did I make? I'm going to be rich now." Zhang Yuqing waved away the men around him. "Mr. Chu, what do you think?" Chu Chen walked to the silver, picked up the stacks of banknotes, and put them in his arms. Then divide the cash into 3 parts. "Brother Zhang, the Tang family is very poor. Look, the money they copied out is only 500,000 taels." Chu Chen pointed at the silver that was divided and said, "Brother Zhang, look at the brothers who have worked hard. Some are injured, and some have lost their lives. You could take 300,000 taels and divide them among them. Is that okay? I also contributed to the 300,000 taels. Then give these 500,000 taels to your majesty. After all, it's not easy for him, and the treasury is empty." Zhang Yuqing looked at Chu Chen, who was still thinking about himself while dividing the silver, and couldn't help but look at Chu Chen with a higher opinion. "But how come those stacks of banknotes you had in your arms before nowhere to be found? You are really greedy for money." So he nodded and waved to call a team of soldiers. He ordered. The Tang family was confiscated, and the proceeds were 500,000 taels of silver, a mansion, and a certain amount of food and fodder. After that, he quietly gave him a task to secretly transport the 300,000 taels out. After doing all this, he clasped his fists towards Chu Chen. "Thank you, sir, for thinking of us soldiers. I express my gratitude here." Chu Chen waved his hand. "It's okay, you have come all the way here. It must be hard, His Majesty, you know." Zhang Yuqing smiled at Chu Chen, and then they walked out of the yard together. Chu Chen glanced at the women standing on both sides, shook his head, and strode away. "I guess these people are probably waiting for the various brothels. But it's none of my business." After walking out, a soldier led Chu Chen to the pile of silver. "Sir, where should we send these?" "Wait a moment." After saying that, he walked towards BJ-80. After returning, he gave each of them a few silver ingots, refused their offer to help him get on the carriage, and sent them away. Seeing that there was no one around, they put everything into the space after a while. Then he went to pick up Zhang Yuqing and headed towards the city lord's mansion. In the city lord's mansion, Mu Zheng looked at the 2 people who had returned and set up a banquet to celebrate their success. During the banquet, Zhang Yuqing brought another person to Chu Chen and said, "Sir, regarding the sale of refined salt in Anda City, this is shopkeeper Liu, who is sitting under the 8th prince. Just tell him what to do. Your humble servant, Liu Cheng, greets Master Chu." After dinner, Chu Chen called Mu Zheng and Liu Cheng to Mu Zheng's study. Shi Qingshan, who had been waiting outside for a long time, was also brought in. Shi Qingshan has met the city lord. As soon as Shi Qingshan came in, he bowed to Mu Zheng. "Please sit down, Master Chu. You called us here. What do you want?" Seeing that everyone was present, Chu Chen told them his purpose. "City Lord Mu, Lord Liu, I asked you two to come here because of the profound meaning of this refined salt. Master Liu, do you know where the 8th prince's refined salt comes from?" Seeing Chu Chen asking him, Liu Cheng nodded to show that he understood. Now that Liu Cheng knows this, it will be much easier. Then I'll say it directly. Since your majesty trusts me, I think the refined salt business should be handed over to City Lord Mu and my brother-in-law. As soon as these words were spoken,
Mu Zheng immediately smiled. What a huge business this is. Moreover, it is not only a business, it is also the most direct way to curry favor with the 8th prince. So he quickly stood up and said, Master Chu, Master Lu, Mu Zheng, will definitely not let the 8th prince down. Shi Shan, who was standing aside, looked confused. What did my brother-in-law say? A refined salt business, working with the city lord? Then what should I do? So he quickly asked, Lord City Lord, I am just a country boy, I am afraid. Before he could finish his words, Mu Zheng interrupted him. Brother, sure, it's okay, just cooperate with me, and I will do the rest. What a joke. If you quit, then you probably won't have anything to do. Moreover, Mu Zheng knew very well that the reason why Chu Chen brought him along was to find a backer for Qing Shan. Since he wanted to be sure Qing Shan's backer, give me a share of the refined salt business. Everyone makes money, so why not do it? At this time, Lu Qing also spoke up. That's great. This way, the 8th prince will be relieved. Okay, since everyone has no objection, then how about this? Sure, Qing Shan takes 6 and City Lord Mu takes 4. That's fine, right? What would be the problem? For Mu Zheng, as long as he is involved, it proves that he is connected with the 8th prince. Although money is important, as a city lord, would you still be short of money? Whether you're more or less, that's just icing on the cake. So the decision was made happily. Lu Cheng naturally stayed in Anda City for a few days to take over the trading matters of refined salt. For this purpose, Chu Chen generously gave away a glass ornament. This made Lu Cheng very grateful. After Qing Shan figured it out, he couldn't help but feel ecstatic. What a great opportunity this brother-in-law had given him. If they sell salt to the royal family, the whole family will take off within 10 years. Just as he was about to speak to Chu Chen, he was interrupted by Chu Chen. Brother, sure, since Chuanxiang and Qiuju have followed me, I won't make you sad. Just do your best. After saying that, he walked towards BJ-80. When I returned to the village, I saw 2 women packing things in large and small bags. What is this? Moving? Chu Chen asked the 2 of them. Sir, my sisters and I have saved some money over the years. So before we leave, we bought a small house for our mother in Anda City. I hope you won't blame us. You used your money to buy a house for your mother. Why should I blame you? At this time, the old woman also came forward. Son-in-law, the 2 girls are filial and bought a house for me. But this dowry... old lady, what dowry? We don't need it. What a joke. I haven't even planned to marry them yet. So what's the point of talking about dowry? Besides, if I want to marry, I have to start with Roy. Chapter 122 continued to set off back to Qinglian. After comforting the old woman, Chu Chen drove the 4 of them towards Anda City. After discussing the refined salt transaction with the 2 women, Chu Chen said that he would continue his journey back to Qinglian City. The 2 girls were so moved by Chu Chen's arrangement that they shed tears again. Chu Chen felt a headache watching this. Why did she cry at every turn? It was so troublesome. The car sped along the way. It must be said that the ancient scenery is really incomparable to the modern society full of technology. After walking for a while, Chu Chen would take out a Polaroid camera to record those beautiful moments. At Chu Chen's instigation, the 2 women were also dressed in modern clothes. The 2 originally young and beautiful people were wrapped in a tightly fitting skirt, and they lost all their youthfulness. They're just girls of 18 or 19 years old. In modern society, you have just entered the university campus. Because they were not in a hurry, the 3 of them walked this distance for 3 days, stopping and starting frequently. Every time we pass through a town, we go shopping, eat, and stroll around. Chu Chen, who was driving and smoking, couldn't help but sigh. This is what life is all about. This may be the life that most modern people envy. Financial freedom, safety, and a beautiful woman by your side. Finally, 3 days later, the car successfully entered the Shiqing residence. Xiaofeng, who received the news, rushed back from Wenxiang Pavilion. She threw herself into Chu Chen's arms. Master, you are finally back. He turned around and looked at Chuanxiang and Qiuju behind Chu Chen. Who are you? Oh, these are the 2 sisters I brought back from the capital. I'll keep them to help you in the future. Chu Chen touched his nose and said to Xiaofeng, Sir, I can handle my work here. Besides, Xiaolan and Xiaodao help me from time to time. Seeing the 2 girls standing tall and graceful with graceful manners, Xiaofeng thought they were ladies from prominent families in the capital. They are all pampered people. How can they be capable of handling such complicated matters? Just use them. They were both maids in the palace before, and they also suffered hardships.
Chu Chen saw through her thoughts immediately and quickly explained. Besides, with their help, you can relax a lot, right? I don't want you to be so tired. Xiaofang was touched by these words. He immediately took the two girls to arrange a room and provided them with a series of toiletries. After finishing the work, he said to Chu Chen, Sir, I will train Chunxiang and Qiuju tomorrow, starting with the basic shopping guide. Okay, you take care of the arrangements. You are the shopkeeper. Chu Chen said nonchalantly, being a hands-off boss is what makes it great. Xiaofang seemed to have something on her mind. She didn't leave after she finished speaking, but stared at Chu Chen. Xiaofang, what's wrong with you? Chu Chen asked with a frown. After a long time, Xiaofang whispered in Chu Chen's ear. Sir, you've been away from the capital for a long time. Xiaofang misses you terribly. Feeling the fragrant breath beside his ears, Chu Chen suddenly understood. Could it be that this thing is addictive? So he picked up Xiaofang and walked towards the inner room. Yes, I haven't seen you for a long time. You've worked hard. Let me make some nutritious juice for you. Chunxiang and Qiuju looked at each other and asked, What is this nutritious juice? Is it delicious? As the sun rose the next day, Chu Chen got up from the bed. He picked up the toiletries prepared by Xiaolan and Xiaodao, washed up, and then walked out of the yard. At this moment, only Xiaolan and Xiaodao were at home, helping Chu Chen prepare meals. Xiaolan, I haven't seen you for a few days. You've grown a lot. Chu Chen teased Xiaolan as she came over from her porridge break. Young master is teasing Xiaolan again. How could she possibly grow up in just a few days? Xiaolan looked at Chu Chen's stupid face and answered with a sweet smile. Ha, it's really big, but it's just a little younger. After Chu Chen finished speaking, he drank his porridge. Xiao Tao walked obediently to Chu Chen and sat down, taking this and that. After eating and drinking, Chu Chen, who had nothing to do, sat in the rocking chair in the main room. It was so nice to let Xiaolan and Xiao Tao massage his shoulders and legs. Xiao Tao, you can't go on anymore. You're still young. Xiao Tao, pinching her leg, looked at Chu Chen with a puzzled look. It's just a leg pinch. What does it have to do with Xiao? This little girl has no idea that some places cannot be pinched. They are too small. Just when Chu Chen was enjoying himself comfortably, Mu Chen, who had not been seen for a day, appeared out of nowhere. You lecher. You didn't even let the child go. Do you want to die? Mu Chen rushed in and pulled Xiaolan and Xiao Tao apart. Then she said to the two of them, Did this idiot do something bad to you? Don't worry, I'll take care of it for you. Damn it, I didn't provoke you. Why did you do such bad things to me? They're my maids. So he quickly said, Lady, what are you doing? Eliminating harm for the people. I was just wondering why the woman was not in Xiaofang's room last night, and now she appeared out of nowhere. Sister Chu Chen, we are giving the young master a massage. He is not doing anything bad. Oh, what's a massage? This is what the master taught us. We don't know it either, but the master said it's very comfortable. After the two of them finished talking, Mu Chen couldn't help but look at Chu Chen in the rocking chair again. You idiot, this massage. Well, lady, massage is the process of using techniques to make the person being massaged feel comfortable. Hu Chen explained to Muksekin. Through the technique, comfortable? Mu Chen couldn't help but look at Xiaolan and Xiao Tao curiously. You two give me a massage. Xiaolan and Xiao Tao were about to step forward when they were stopped by Chu Chen with a smirk on his face. Hey lady, I taught you this technique. If you don't find a master or an apprentice, you don't know how to enjoy it. Seeing Chu Chen say this, Mu Chen couldn't help but look at Chu Chen again. You mean, you press it for me? Yes, I guarantee you'll be comfortable. Okay, since you're so sincere, come on. Now you've got the chance. Let me show you how I'm going to deal with you. Thinking of this, he waved his hand and asked Xiaolan and Xiao Tao to leave first. Lady Xia, for a massage, first of all, you need a comfortable environment. I suggest that we go to the room. You lecher, are you planning to do something bad? When Mu Chen heard someone go into the room, she immediately became alert. What are you thinking? This is just a regular massage. Besides, you are a 9th rank master, and you are afraid of someone like me who is so weak that I can barely even tie a chicken. Mu Chen thought about it, and realized that what he said was true. If this kid really dared to do something bad, I'll let him lie down for 10 days or half a month. After a while, in Xiaofang's room, Mu Chen lay on the bed, and Chu Chen waved his hand. Suddenly, Mu Chen felt a comfort she had never felt before. It seems that this guy didn't lie to me. This massage is so comfortable. Chu Chen looked at Mu Chen's slender waist and her firm skin. I thought silently in my heart, I'm just afraid that you won't get along. As long as you get along, one day, I will take you in. Chapter 123. The mine envoy came to the door. After an incense stick of time, Chu Chen withdrew his hand. Chu Chen, on the other hand, felt drowsy. She was too relaxed. Seeing Chu Chen stopped, he couldn't help but mutter, "Harder, why did you stop?" Lady, I'm tired. This requires strength. Come on, if you just don't want to do it to me, I can just be gentler with you next time. Chu Chen looked up and spoke to Chu Chen. Her tone softened a lot. Okay, this is your first time. Next time, I have many new tricks. When Chu Chen said that, Chu Chen instantly became interested. New tricks? Tell me about it quickly. Like adding some oil to your back or a full body spa. What are you talking about? Tearing a handkerchief? Chu Chen was confused and sat up and asked Chu Chen. This little massage seemed to open the door to a new world for her. When people are extremely comfortable, even their thoughts become lazy and irrational. At this moment, Chu Chen became very interested in what Chu Chen said. This made Chu Chen think of adding more projects to Honglaman. Just when Chu Chen was about to get to the bottom of the matter, Xiao Tao's voice rang out from outside the door. Sir, there's a man outside who claims to be the manager of the jade mine. Hearing this voice, Chu Chen immediately got up. What did you say? Jade mine, please invite people over here quickly. Hey, you idiot, what should I do? Chu Chen looked at the hurried Chu Chen and couldn't help but regain her former heroic spirit. I'll give you another massage tonight. There's something happy happening here. After Chu Chen finished speaking, he walked towards the main hall without looking back. Chu Chen also got up and followed. Your humble servant Xiao Zhe greets Master Chu. A man in his 40s saw Chu Chen and immediately stepped forward to salute. Chu Chen laughed heartily. Thank you for your hard work, Master Qiu. What is the purpose of this trip? Your Majesty has sent me here to take Master Chu to take over the jade mine. When Xiao Zhe saw the young man in front of him, he couldn't help but be surprised. Such a young person actually received a jade mine from His Majesty. What a great achievement he must have made to deserve such treatment. Chu Chen was secretly delighted. It seemed that he didn't have to worry about the jade anymore. So he said to Xiao Zhe, then I'll have to trouble Master Qiu to lead the way. We'll go now. Ah, Master Chu, this jade mine is 1,000 miles away from Qinglian City. Are we going there now? After some understanding, Chu Chen realized that this was the jade mine given by the royal family. There is a small border town to the west of Qinglian City, named Yundian City. This place borders the Ganpu Kingdom to the west, and has a harsh environment. Although this place is rich in jade, the Ganpu Kingdom has been invading and harassing Yundian City from time to time. It's mainly for the food and beauties of Daxia. Hearing this, Chu Chen felt a deep malice. This Zhou Shixuan is creating problems for himself under the pretext of giving away jade mines. Is this a test for yourself? But the entire space needs jade. What should I do, connect it or not? If you accept it, you will have to face the external enemy. If you don't accept it, the duck you have caught will fly away. But Chu Chen came back to his senses in an instant. With so many weapons in his own space, his own safety is not a problem. Even in this great Xia, this jade is a valuable item. Do you want to take a gamble, go, and have a look first, and then decide whether to go or not? But before going, we have to arrange the matters in Masan Village. At present, Masan Village is still short of a teacher and a doctor. So after thinking for a while, he said to Xiao Zhe, in that case, please stay in Qingyun City for a few days. I will take care of things here and then go with you. That's great. I'll find an inn in Qingyun City and wait for Master Chu's call. What a joke. How could I possibly let you stay in an inn when you come to Qingyun City? So he called him and walked towards Honglang together. Uncle, you're back. As soon as Chu Chen entered this red romance, Lan Pingyun came out to greet him with dark circles under his eyes. Chu Chen looked at Lan Pingyun in surprise. You kid wouldn't stay here every day without going home. Uncle, what are you talking about? I was studying hard in the study last night, and I'm a little tired. I don't believe you at all. Your father has 7 wives, so you're not much different. But thinking of this, Chu Chen also became worried. He used Lan Pingyun to do business and ended up killing this guy. How is he going to explain this to Lan Tianlei? So he quickly said, now I'm going to give you a rule. Within 1 month, you can only come to Honglaman 6 times. Otherwise, I will give your inheritance to your father. Uncle, please don't. My father is not in good health and can't get this. Can you do it 10 times? Get lost, it's settled. This is Mr. Qiu from the capital. Please entertain him. After saying that, he gave Lan Pingyun a fierce look. Upon seeing this, Lan Pingyun immediately said to Chiu, "Hey, Master Chiu, I've been staying with you here in Honglang for the past few days." Lan Pingyun thought, "It's okay if you don't come to me, but I usually entertain guests or something, so it's not a mistake." Chiu looked at the charming decorations inside Honglang. Looking at the listless look of the young man in front of him, he instantly knew where this place was. This young Master Chu is indeed a fellow traveler. So he said to Chu Chen, "Mr. Chu, you are too polite. Who is this?" "Oh, Master Chiu, I was so excited just now that I forgot to introduce you. This is the eldest son of the Qinglian city lord's mansion, Lan Pingyun." "Greetings, Master Lan. I have some acquaintance with your father, and I will definitely visit you tomorrow." "Damn, this is Lan Tianlei's friend, so if I give it to Lan Pingyun, he will definitely be satisfied." Then Chu Chen saw the two of them eager to go inside. "Say goodbye and leave immediately. This place is harmful to your health." After returning to the yard, he said hello to Xiao Dao and headed towards Masan village. As soon as she climbed into the car, Mu Shuichin sat in the passenger seat. "What are you doing? Where are you going, you idiot?" "I'm going back to Masan village. I don't think Qinglian will welcome you very much. If he dares, you have to give me a massage tonight. Let's ignore him." "Okay, since you want to go back, then go back. Who has the time for a massage at night?" Li Qinglian is still waiting for him. "And Roy, I'm too busy to do anything else, so I'll give you a massage." The car headed towards Mashan village. After a bumpy ride, it finally arrived at the cement road. Seeing Mu Shuichin being tossed up and down, it really felt difficult for her. However, as soon as the car drove into the village, Chun Qingxian on the roof immediately stood up. For a 9th grade master, his eyesight is amazing. "Fuck, she's here." Chun Qingxian quickly picked up the telescope and confirmed that Mu Shuichin was sitting in the co-pilot seat. He flashed and headed towards his second uncle's villa. "Come on, Huzi, hurry, drive into the city." Chapter 1, 24 Qingshuan's nemesis goes to Masan. Huzi was still confused when he was pulled by Chun Qingxian to the side of the van. "Brother Qingxian, what is this? Stop talking nonsense and drive quickly. I'll pay for all the expenses at Hong Romance tonight." When Huzi heard this, he instantly became energetic. The van made a loud roar, and the power of the rear-wheel drive caused it to spin in place. Then head towards Qinglian City. On the cement road, Chu Chen looked at the speeding van and quickly got out of the way. "Huzi is crazy. Could something have happened in the village? Why don't you stop the car when you see me?" But when Chu Chen heard Mu Shuichin leaning out of the window and shouting loudly, he immediately understood what was going on. "Chun Qingxian, if you have the guts, never see me again, or I'll break your legs." Master Mu, maybe they have something urgent." Hu Chen persuaded Mu Xeqin. "The urgent matter is that you, the brat, have led that drunkard astray. How dare you say that?" Seeing Mu Shuichin's angry face, Chu Chen shut his mouth obediently. This woman is nosy. Chun Qingxian is already so old. Why are you controlling him? But Chu Chen would not say this in front of her. It would be too troublesome if this woman went crazy. This was Mu Shuichin's first time coming to Masan village. When you see the neat rows of houses and the big square, and there is the 3-story villa at the top. Suddenly, Mu Shuichin seemed to have calmed down. He looked at the entire Masan village and said, "Second idiot, did you build this village?" "Yes, how about it? Beautiful, right?" The car stopped steadily in front of the villa. After some introductions, Li Qinglian liked Mu Shuichin very much. This person is even more powerful than young Master Qingxian. If this person can stay with my husband, then my husband will be safe. So he quickly said, "Miss Shuichin, please come inside quickly. It's too hot. Have some mung bean porridge to cool down." Looking at Li Qinglian with an enthusiastic face, Mu Shuichin glanced at Chu Chen with disdain again. Why would he go out and have affairs with other women when he already has such a virtuous wife at home? So he said, "Sister Qinglian is so beautiful. I will sleep with you tonight." Damn it, Chu Chen was helpless about this unexpected disaster. Li Qinglian acted like someone with nothing to do. "That's great. If you like Masan village, then stay a few more days." "Okay, with Sister Qinglian here, I'm sure I'll like it here." After saying that, he gave Chu Chen a provocative look. "See, if I'm afraid of your hidden weapons, I'll sleep with your woman." "Chu Chen, go to sleep. Roy should be back soon." As night fell, Roy came back from the workshop and looked at Chu Chen with stars in his eyes. "I thought that the young man I missed so much was finally back." Li Qinglian knew very well the relationship between Roy and Chu Chen. He quickly said, "I will accompany Miss Chu Chen tonight, sir. You can go to Roy's room." Mu Chu Chen opened her eyes wide after hearing this. There was no hope. These people were completely hopeless. Chu Chen looked at Mu Chu Chen arrogantly and said, "What? You still want to disturb me?" After dinner, Roy finished washing up and was pulled aside by Mu Chu Chen. "Miss Roy, you smell so good. How about we sleep together as a group tonight?" Roy looked at her with some embarrassment. What was wrong with this woman? But thinking that this person could bring safety to everyone, he declined politely. 3 people sharing a bed is so crowded. "No, I'll teach you a breathing method. Look at my little belly. There's nothing at all." "Oh, really? There's such magic in this world." "Yes, there are many. I will teach you 2 tonight." Chu Chen was still feeling smug, but he didn't expect that Mu Chu Chen had already instigated the 2 of them to rebel. After watching the 3 of them talking and laughing as they entered the master bedroom, only then did Chu Chen realize that the situation was not good. What happened? At this moment, both women were taken away. So he shouted loudly, "Mu Chu Chen, what do you mean? Be careful, or I will be rude to you. Come on if you're brave enough." Mu Chu Chen challenged in the room. "Okay, you win. I still have some shame. If you don't have any shame, I'll take out my Uzi and beat all 3 of you down." Chu Chen, who was sitting in the tea room, couldn't fall asleep for a long time, so he simply flashed into the space. With his hands behind his back, he wandered around the mall. When passing by an outdoor equipment store, his eyes suddenly lit up. Inside the counter, I saw several identical walkie-talkies quietly placed there. It clearly says, "High-power walkie-talkie, straight-line communication distance of 10 kilometers. 10 kilometers is 20 miles in a straight line. Although Masan village is in the mountains, it is only about 5 or 6 kilometers away from Qinglian city in a straight line. The road to Qinglian city is more than 20 miles long, which is caused by a detour. This is a treasure. I'll get a few for my family in Qinglian city, Masan village, and various shops. It will make communication much easier." In ancient times, there was no electromagnetic pollution, so the communication distance might be further improved. So Chu Chen immediately took out more than 10 walkie-talkies and chargers from the counter. After turning on the power, I tuned to a channel and started trying them one by one. "It really works? Ha ha ha, I'm rich." Chu Chen laughed out loud in the tea room. "It seems that after arranging things tomorrow, I can go to Yundian City with confidence." He waved open the sliding door of the tea room and stood on the balcony. Looking at the starry sky, Chu Chen started to have some thoughts again. Although the lights are on in this quiet Masan village, everyone goes to bed early at this time. After the excitement on the intercom just now, Chu Chen found that he had no desire to sleep at all. So he took out a flashlight and walked towards the back of the villa. I still remember that lawn, how beautiful it was with the stars at night. On the lawn, Chu Chen turned off the flashlight and lay on the soft grass with a cigarette in his mouth, feeling the chirping of insects throughout the mountain village and the occasional roar of the big yellow dog. This is what life is all about. Just when Chu Chen was thinking of closing his eyes and feeling the tranquility, the sound of footsteps came quietly. Who else could it be but Gu Xiaofang? "Chu Wazi, are you waiting for your sister-in-law?" Damn, how could I forget about this woman? Thinking of her fiery beauty, Chu Chen immediately became interested. In a quiet Masan village, at this moment, it was probably only Da Huang who could occasionally hear the occasional moans coming from there. Da Huang looked up in the direction of the villa. Then he lay on the ground again. This sound would be heard at night whenever the person who gave it meat came back. It didn't even have the desire to go forward and take a look. I become numb to it and am no longer surprised by it. That's nothing, I've heard louder once. In a dog's world, how can it understand human happiness? For a long time, Chu Chen looked at Gu Xiaofang walking away. Lying on the lawn, he fell asleep with a satisfied look on his face. Chapter 125, Intercom. The next day, Chu Chen appeared early in the living room on the first floor of the villa. After washing up, he called Wang Defa and his second uncle home. "Uncle Wang, I haven't seen you for a long time. You're getting younger and younger. Chu boy, stop teasing me. Why did you ask me to come here?" Wang Defa took a sip of the white rice porridge brought by Li Qinglian and said slowly, "Uncle Wang, second uncle, the construction of our Masan village has also come to an end. The completed school buildings and clinic should also be put into use. I'm not familiar with this area, so please find some gentlemen and doctors to station in Masan village." When Wang Defa heard this, he thought, "You finally brought up this matter." As for the gentleman and the doctor, they had actually discussed it a long time ago,
but Chu Chen just didn't say anything. You can't just go up and ask for it. So Wang Defa quickly said, "To be honest, we have already gone to look for this doctor and this gentleman." The price they offered was very high, 5 ounces of silver a month, plus a house. 5 taels of silver can allow all the children in Masan village to go to school. For Chu Chen, this is simply too cheap. So he waved his hand and called Roy over. "Uncle Wang, second uncle, go to Roy later to get the money and invite the person over as soon as possible. Also, regarding the relevant books, listen to the master and provide each child with a set. Over at the clinic, some commonly used medicinal herbs are also fully stocked. I'll leave this matter to you. I have a lot to do, so I won't get involved." After saying that, he bowed to Wang Defa and his second uncle. Wang Defa quickly stood up. "Chu Wazi, on behalf of all the children in Masan village, thank you." Seeing Wang Defa doing this again, Chu Chen quickly stood up. He stopped Wang Defa, who was about to bow again. "Uncle Wang, don't. As a member of Masan village, this is what I should do. Don't do this again in the future." So they chatted for a while, and then Wang Defa and his second uncle said goodbye and left. They were very happy in their hearts, and Wang Defa wanted to inform all the villagers of the good news as soon as possible. This Chu boy has made another contribution to Masan village. Just think about it. Everyone in Masan village has an education, and if there are a few top scholars in the imperial examination, Namashan village really took off. After Chu Chen explained all this, he greeted Li Qinglian and the others. He said he had something very important to do. He drove the off-road vehicle with Roy towards Qinglian city. After driving the car into the house in the west of the city, seeing that Xiaolan and Xiao Dao were the only ones left in the room, Chu Chen put Roy down and walked towards the outskirts of the city with his hands behind his back. In an uninhabited place, he easily drove out an explosion-proof vehicle. The reason why they took out the explosion-proof vehicle was because of the danger in Yundian City. "With this damn box, I can bring Chen Qingxian with me when the time comes, and there's nothing to be afraid of." Driving the explosion-proof vehicle towards Honglang. The people around Chu Chen were no longer surprised by the appearance of the vehicles. He parked the explosion-proof vehicle in Honglang and then headed inside. Wang Qingchuan looked at Chu Chen, who was coming towards him, and immediately went to greet him. "Sir, you are here. Come and sit down." Chu Chen smiled at Wang Qingchuan and started looking at the account book on the counter. Then, he turned to Wang Qingchuan and asked, "Go and call Hu Zi and Chen Qingxian for me." After a while, Chen Qingxian and Hu Zi came to Chu Chen with sleepy eyes. These two just got up now. It seemed that this gentle place is too harmful to men. But since you want to play, Chu Chen doesn't mind. Anyway, the red romantic girls are there, so you can do it based on your own abilities. Take them both with you and go to Wenxiang Pavilion to pick up Xiaofang. Only then did he return to his house in the west of the city. In the hall of the mansion, everyone was holding the black lumps in their hands with a look of curiosity on their faces. "You idiot, you said this is the wind ear?" Chen Qingxian weighed the walkie-talkie in his hand and asked. Chu Chen tuned all the machines to one channel and gave instructions to Huzi. "Brother Huzi, I'll trouble you for a moment. Run outside, press this, and talk to this side." Huzi nodded, not quite understanding what he meant. He grabbed the walkie-talkie and walked out of the yard. After Huzi walked away, Chu Chen grinned and pressed the intercom. Brother Huzi, where are you?" On the street, Huzi, who was in the crowd, heard Chu Chen's voice coming from the black lump. He was so scared that his hand shook and he dropped the walkie-talkie on the ground. "Oh my God, it's a ghost." After shouting, he ran towards the back. I ran a few steps and looked around, everyone looking at me like I was a fool. So he turned around and went back to pick up the walkie-talkie. He sneaked to a deserted corner and followed the method Chu Chen taught him. He pressed the button and asked quietly, "Chu Wazi, are you in this black box?" At this time, everyone in the houses in the west of the city could hear Huzi's honest but stealthy voice. Everyone was so scared that their hands started shaking, and they threw the walkie-talkies away in an instant. "Shit, luckily this thing is durable, otherwise I would have smashed it all to pieces." Chu Chen rolled his eyes at everyone and said, "That's right, Brother Huzi, this is called a super ear. Oh my God, this is amazing. Then we won't have to run around to talk." Huzi started talking immediately, as if he had got a favorite toy. "Haha, this is so funny. Chu Wazi, did you hear that? I heard you. Come back soon. Oh, this is so fun. From now on, when I go to Honglaman with Master Qingxian, I don't have to go my house to call him. Hey, why is this girl so pretty? Wow, that little wife is great, big, but good at giving birth.
Hu Zi pressed the intercom button and forgot to let go, and kept talking to himself. Everyone in the West City mansion was stunned upon hearing this. I never thought this tiger, who usually seems dull, would be so. And this young master Qinglian actually went to Honglaman with Hu Zi. While everyone was enjoying the show, they unexpectedly found out that Qinglian had disappeared. Immediately afterwards, a cry of surprise came from the intercom. Brother Qinglian, why are you here? Hey, why are you kicking me? Hey, don't hit my face, don't hit my face. In the end, Hu Zi was carried back by Qinglian with a bruised face and nose, and was thrown to the ground. Okay, stop it, Hu Zi. Don't be so talkative next time. After you finish your sentence, you should let go of this button. At this moment, Hu Zi also discovered this problem. It turned out that what he had just said was heard by them. This thing, I was careless. Okay, brother Hu Zi, drive the car and take Miss Roy back. When you get home, use this to talk to me. What? This thing can convey a message from Mashan village to Qinglian city. Amidst everyone's surprise, Chu Chen took out the charger and taught them how to charge and how to change channels. Only then were Hu Zi and Roy sent into the van. Chapter 126, Getting Ready to Depart for Qinglian City. When Hu Zi got home, he hurriedly called Li Qinglian. Sister-in-law, this thing is called the wind deer. Come, speak according to it. Li Qinglian looked at Hu Zi in confusion. But he also took the black lump and followed Hu Zi's instructions. I pressed the button, but I didn't know what to say. What are you saying, Hu Zi? Not long after it was put down, Chu Chen's voice came from inside the black lump. Qinglian, I'm Chu Chen. Li Qinglian was really surprised when she heard Chu Chen's voice. Could this be a divine trick, the legendary super ear? So he followed suit. Chu Chen, is it really you? It's me. From now on, you can use this to talk to them at home. After a brief conversation, Chu Chen cut off the communication. There is nothing else to do. You have to prepare in advance before going to the top of the cloud. He staggered onto the explosion-proof vehicle, turned around, and entered the space. Half an hour later, in the back seat of the explosion-proof vehicle, in front of Chu Chen were 295 automatic rifles and 295 machine guns. There's also a CN sniper rifle. There were also a dozen grenades, stab-proof vests, and helmets in a box. He also thoughtfully prepared a dozen steel swords for Qinglian, as he liked these things. Compressed biscuits, bread, milk, and various foods were also piled up. Chu Chen was leisurely loading bullets behind the car, looking at the dozens of magazines and the pile of weapons placed in front of him. Chu Chen's my. With all these weapons and that grenade launcher on the roof, you little Ganpu country, come and harass my jade mine and try it. I beat you so hard that your mother wouldn't even recognize you. There is still a problem, which is to teach a driver to take away. Hu Zi cannot be used, and all transportation between Mashan village and Qinglian city still depends on him. Then we have to hurry up and train one. Qinglian, that won't work. He is a master. How can we let him drive? So, he thought of a person, Chu, also known as Erguzi, who was far away in the suburbs. Thinking of this, Chu Chen put away all his weapons, hid them in the explosion-proof car, and drove towards the house on the outskirts of the city. Inside the house, the sounds of shouting, killing, and reading could be heard continuously. Hearing the roar of the engine, Chu immediately opened the door. This Mr. Chu hasn't been here for quite some time. Sir, you are here. I have nothing to do, so I came to check on your progress. After some understanding, Chu Chen gave Erguzi Chu an appreciative look. After such a long period of training, the 21 children have become plump and white, and their faces are no longer pale. Those who practice martial arts also achieved some success. There were 3 third-rank masters and about 10 other first and second-rank masters. Moreover, all 21 people can read and do arithmetic. Looking at this result, how could Chu Chen not be satisfied? When everyone saw Chu Chen coming, they all knelt down and saluted. The braver little girls came forward and lay on Chu Chen, calling him Godfather, Godfather. Seeing this, Chu Chen could imagine how much help this group of people would bring to society and himself when they entered the society 10 years later. After sending the children away, Chu Chen called Chu Yi aside. I have something for you to do. Once you're done, I'll take you out for a walk. Please give your orders, my lord. I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Who the hell wants you to go through fire and water? Just be a driver. So they asked him to go back and explain everything, and then took him onto the explosion-proof vehicle. After explaining it for the duration of an incense stick, Chu Yi was eager to try it out.
Young master, you think highly of me. You actually want to drive this godlike iron horse for me. Bah, you said you were driving. Anyway, the sky was wide and the land was vast in ancient times, so Chu Chen smiled and gave up the driving seat. After watching Chu E drive around crookedly, Chu Chen simply returned home. Everything that should be taught has been taught, and the rest depends on people's talents. Moreover, this thing is not complicated. Early the next morning, Chu Chen woke up from bed and grabbed Xiaofeng, who was about to go to Wenxiang Pavilion to work hard. After an in-depth discussion for half an hour, expand. I have to go on a long journey. If you feel that there are things at home that you cannot handle, please discuss it with Qinglian and the others. Sir, you've only been back for a few days, and you're going out again? Xiaofeng said reluctantly. But no matter how reluctant she was, there were some things that she shouldn't ask about or care about, and Xiaofeng had weighed them clearly. So he got up and carefully prepared the gift for him before his departure. Chu Chen pushed open the door and found the car parked safely at the door. Chu E, who was in the car, fell asleep on the steering wheel. One idiot. He doesn't even open the window when sleeping. Luckily, it's not so hot at night. Otherwise, I would have suffocated to death. Chu Chen opened the car door, and Chu E suddenly woke up. Sir, I'm sorry, I fell asleep. Okay, go to the back and sleep. I'll open it and call you later. Chu Chen took the things Xiaofeng prepared and put them in the car, then rubbed Xiaofeng. Let's go. You've worked hard at Wenxiang Pavilion. Then he drove the car towards Honglang. Chu Chen also felt deeply helpless towards Chen Qingxian. This kid now lives directly in Honglingmen and is having a great time while Mu Shuichen is not in Qinglian City. Chu Chen and Chu E pulled Chen Qingxian out from under the quilt. The girl next to her was so scared that she ran out of the room. Wake up, drunkard. I'll take you to a fight. Fight? Where to fight? Chen Qingxian had 2 hobbies before, drinking and fighting. Now it's 3, drinking and fighting. Go to Red Romance. Just go accompany me. I feel very dangerous this time. You have to protect me. Why should I protect you? What's the benefit? Chen Qingxian said with sleepy eyes and a grumpy look on his face. Do you think that if I die, will there be anyone in this world who can afford to open this Red Romance? Chen Qingxian closed his eyes and thought about it, and it was indeed so. That won't do. These 2 idiots must be protected. After saying that, he got up quickly, rushed into the bathroom, and started working. After a while, Chen Qingxian, looking refreshed, appeared in front of everyone. When did this guy start to learn how to dress himself? At this time, Qiuzhe was already waiting for a few people at the door. As soon as Chu Chen went out, he saw the Jade Mine handover ambassador. I noticed that he had lost some weight in the past few days, and his steps were a little unsteady. Seeing Chu Chen and his party, he hurried over to salute. Mr. Chu, thank you for your hospitality these days. Qiuzhe is very satisfied. He can party and get drunk every night without spending any money. This job is the best job he has ever taken in his life. Master Qiu, you are too polite. I've been quite busy these past few days and have not been able to spend enough time with you. Please forgive me. Qiuzhe, what do you need to accompany as a grown man? This Red Romance is so comfortable. Mr. Chu, you're too polite. Then, shall we set off? Yes, let's go. After saying that, he led Qiuzhe onto the explosion-proof vehicle. As soon as Qiuzhe got on the car, he was surprised. This car was different from a horse-drawn carriage, but it had wheels. It's 1,000 miles to the top of the cloud. Are we going to go there on this? Your Majesty said before that this boy is very miraculous, and it seems that what he said is true. Chapter 127 The Lord of Union City welcomes everyone. Chen Qingxian sat in the passenger seat without any hesitation. Chu Chen stepped on the accelerator and headed towards the top of the cloud. Master Chu, why is this car so fast? After feeling the speed of the explosion-proof vehicle, Qiuzhe couldn't help but speak. Aha, Master Qiu, this car is countless times faster than your carriage. You won't suffer any injustice on this trip to the top of the cloud. Chu Chen said to Qiuzhe without turning his head. Even if it's 1,000 miles away, it's still within a few hundred kilometers. If we set off early this morning and don't want to get too tired, we will probably arrive tomorrow. I originally thought this trip would take half a month, but I never thought that you would have such a magical weapon. I think we'll be able to enter Cloudtop City within 3 days. Qiuzhe touched here and looked there excitedly, with a look of wonder on his face. Chen Qingxian leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes and resting. They sped all the way until noon, when Chewie woke up from his sleep. The 4 of them found an open space, took out their portable pots and pans, and ate something quickly.
Chu took over the steering wheel. This kid is very talented. After a night of practice, he has no problem driving on the road. Although we can't catch up with Chu Chen in speed, we're not in a hurry. Along the way, Chu looked at the people around him who were looking at him with fear or envy. He also felt extremely satisfied in his heart. He knew that there would definitely not be more than one person who could drive this car. What a great honor this is. All of this is thanks to the cultivation of the young master. Thinking of this, he felt grateful to Chu Chen again. Chu Chen was currently chatting with Chiu Zhe in the back row. At night, I found an inn in a nearby small town and stayed there comfortably for the night. On the second day, seeing the surprised expression of the innkeeper, Chu stepped on the accelerator and continued driving towards the Jade Vein in the direction indicated by Chiu Zhe. In Yundian City, inside a mansion in the city center, a man in official uniform was pacing back and forth. You said that His Majesty bestowed the largest jade vein in Yundian Peak on a young man? That's right, sir. It is said that this person has a very good relationship with His Majesty and is the 8th princess. Siwei looked at the butler in front of him who seemed to be hesitant to speak and couldn't help but frown and shout. Old Huang, are you getting more timid as you get older? Just tell me what you want to say. What about the 8th prince? Master, it is said that he is the sworn brother of the 8th prince. What do you think of him? Shit, the 8th prince's sworn brother. That must mean he's someone powerful. Looks like I have to make friends with him. As a native of Yundian, I have been the lord of this city for many years. It was severely harmed by the Ganpu kingdom and had to send troops every year to resist foreign enemies. But the higher-ups don't seem to be very interested in this remote place called Yundian. Therefore, most of the pressure fell on Siwei. If a royal relative comes, then Yunding will be different from the past. Secondly, the higher-ups should also send troops to protect us. This will invisibly increase the power of the Cloud Peak. Thinking of this, he quickly said, Old Huang, when they arrive, come with me out of the city to greet them. By the way, bring Si Liu with you. This Si Liu is Si Wei's beloved daughter, and perhaps she is related to the jade produced in Yundian. This Si Liu is naturally beautiful, like a piece of unpolished jade. She is now 18 years old and very pretty. Even if this young man is not His Majesty's biological son, he is the 8th prince's sworn brother. If there's a chance to climb that line, then this cloud top will be even more valued by those above. Master, it is said that they are coming in a strange black car at an extremely high speed. They are expected to arrive at the city gate at noon. Okay, Lao Huang, hurry up and get ready. We'll go and greet you. Old Huang took the order and left. On the way, he thought, it's not easy to be the lord of Yundian City. Look, even his own daughter wants to be sacrificed. Lord Si has put a lot of effort into the people of Yundian. He is truly a good official. At noon, a black explosion-proof vehicle came speeding. Mr. Chu, that's Yundian City. The city lord, Si Wei, is a very upright man. It's a pity that it's too far from the capital, so there's no chance for him to get close to others. That's why Yundian City hasn't developed well. After hearing this, Chu Chen in the car took out a pair of binoculars from behind him and looked towards the city gate. Under the scorching sun, the city gate was full of people standing, as if they were waiting for something. Could it be that this is to welcome me? Then the city lord might have something to ask for. However, if you're mining on someone else's land and are being harassed by outsiders, it would be beneficial to maintain good relations with local officials. As long as the request is not excessive, Chu Chen said he can accept it. The car stopped steadily at the city gate. Looking at the people standing in front of me, sweating profusely under the scorching sun and wearing thick official uniforms, Chu Chen immediately told everyone to get out of the car. Si Wei, Lord of Yundian City, respectfully welcomes Master Chu and his party. Seeing Chu Chen and his group getting off the car, Si Wei hurriedly bowed. At this time, Chiu Zhe also stepped forward and said, You are too polite, City Lord Si. This is Mr. Chu. Seeing this, Chu Chen also hurried forward and bowed to Si Wei and said, I am Chu Chen, and I am honored to meet City Lord Si. I hope City Lord Si will take good care of me in the future at Yunding. Seeing Chu Chen being so polite, Si Wei also breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he had also wondered before whether this Master Chu would be as difficult to approach as other members of the royal family. At this time, a beautiful girl behind Si Wei also stepped forward and saluted Chu Chen. My humble self, Si Liu, greets Master Chu. Chu Chen looked up when he heard it and was shocked. Where did this beauty come from? She was wearing a light gauze dress had a nice figure, fair skin, and two big watery eyes that seemed to be able to lower the temperature of the scorching sun. Chu Chen has met Miss C. May I ask who she is? Master Chu, this is my daughter. I heard that you were coming, so I came here to see you. Siwei spoke to Chu Chen without blushing or beating his heart. You're just lying. It's obvious that you sent someone here. And you're here because of my reputation? Are you here because I'm famous for being romantic and surrounded by beautiful women? But after all, she is the daughter of the city lord, and in this ancient time, is a remote small town. This is completely the existence of Princess E2. So he turned around and took out a bottle of perfume from the backpack behind Chu. It's rare that Miss C thinks highly of me. This small gift is not a token of my respect. After saying that, he handed over the perfume. When Siwei saw the transparent glass bottle, he thought that Mr. Chu was too generous. Is this glass? No, it should be crystal. Otherwise, why is it so translucent? So he quickly said, Master Chu, this gift is too valuable. How can I accept it? City Lord C, this thing is called perfume. Miss C is so beautiful. She deserves it. After Chu Chen finished speaking, he did not forget to open the lid and sprayed a few times in front of the people. Instantly, a very pleasant fragrance emanated from the middle. Oh, this thing is really magical. Liu, why don't you thank the master quickly? Seeing this, Liu took the perfume from Chu Chen's hand. He bowed slightly. Thank you, Master Chu. Okay, City Lord C. The sun is too scorching. Let's just... Yes. Let's go and invite Master Chu into the city. Chapter 128, Impoverished Yundian City. Seeing this, Chu Chen gave Chu Yi a wink, and a few of them followed Siwei and his group into the city. Chu Yi was driving the car and walking behind. Hear the huge engine roar. Siwei and his group couldn't help but look behind them. Master Chu, this thing should be a car? Yes, it's a carriage. It's like a horse-drawn carriage or an ox-drawn cart, and it moves on wheels. Chu Chen knew he would be surprised, so he answered vaguely. Seeing this, Siwei didn't ask any more questions, but led a group of people towards the city lord's mansion. Chu Chen secretly looked at the small town. I saw that the bustle of this city was far less than that of Qinglian City. There were few pedestrians on the road, and even fewer people wearing fancy clothes. There were many beggars inside, and when they saw their group, they all felt eager to make a move. But due to the power of the soldier, he was unwilling to move forward. Chu Chen didn't care about those people, but he was secretly on guard. It seems that this place is quite poor. It seems that Siwei came here just for this purpose. Since I'm here, if the jade output is satisfactory, it's no problem to help to the best of my ability. A group of people came to the front of mansion. I saw that the mansion covered a large area, but it looked dilapidated. Compared with Lan Tianlei's city lord's mansion, it is like heaven and earth. There was a soldier guarding the door. When he saw Siwei and his group coming, he hurriedly saluted. Chu Chen smiled at them as he passed by, but his eyes were fixed on the knives in their hands. The weapons in their hands also looked dilapidated. The notches are notches, the blade is curled, and the materials used are also very ordinary. Is it possible that Yundian City is so poor? A banquet had already been set up in the main hall of the city lord's mansion. After the host and guests sat down, Siwei finally spoke. Mr. Chu has come from afar, and the city lord's mansion has prepared some simple tea and food to welcome him. You are so polite, Lord C. I am flattered by such good wine and food. After saying that, he raised his glass and toasted Siwei. At this time, a servant brought a plate of meat and placed it on the table. When Siwei saw this, he shouted at the servants, Who told you to bring this cheap meat to the table? Are you being rude? Come here. Capture this man with bad intentions. After saying that, several soldiers stepped forward and took the man under control. Seeing this, Chu Chen didn't say anything and waited to watch his performance. Because this plate of meat is nothing but pork. I don't know whether Siwei did it on purpose or if he really sent the wrong person. The man said quickly, Master, I deserve to die. I mistakenly brought the servant's food to the table. Please spare my life. The soldiers took the man away without any explanation. Only then did Siwei turn to Chu Chen and say, Mr. Chu, blame me for not being able to discipline you properly and letting this meat pollute your eyes. Chu Chen stood up, stopped the soldier who was about to take the meat away, and asked Siwei, Lord C, what are you going to do with that servant? If you dare to pollute your eyes, you must chop it off. Don't worry, you won't see blood. Damn, really chop it off, this is too much. In fact, Siwei was helpless because he ate like this on weekdays. Who knew that the servant had a bad brain and brought it up accidentally? To be honest, he didn't want to chop him off, but if he offended this person for a plate of meat, the loss to the people of Yundian would be huge. So, since Chu Chen asked, he had to kill him. Seeing this, Chu Chen hurriedly stopped him and said, "City Lord Si, I'll ask for mercy on behalf of that little brother, forget it." After saying that, Chu Chen ignored everyone's gaze, picked up a piece of pork, and stuffed it into his mouth. "Master Chu, you can't do that. How can you, a person of your wealth, eat such a cheap thing?" Before Si Wei finished speaking, Chu Chen started chewing with big mouthfuls. Seeing this scene, Si Wei and several officials from Yundian couldn't help but look up to Chu Chen. In this great xia, pork is a cheap meat, and it is not something that noble people can eat. However, Mr. Chu, who came from afar, ate it without even thinking and did not show any disgust at all. Chu Chen ate the pork and said, "Lord Si, this meat actually tastes great, but the whole Daxia doesn't know how to process it, so it has a weird taste." Hearing this, everyone became interested. They looked at Chu Chen, especially Si Wei, with anticipation, wondering if they could resolve this matter. The people of Yundian City didn't have meat every day, but they could eat it a few times occasionally. It will also give us more strength to deal with the barbarians from Ganpu Kingdom. So he quickly said to Chu Chen, "Mr. Chu, please give me some advice. I'll tell you about this later. Let me tell you about the jade mine that His Majesty gave me." Seeing that Chu Chen was halfway through his words and turned the topic to the jade mine, Siwei looked at Chu Chen meaningfully. It turns out that this person is the kind of person who won't release the eagle until he sees the rabbit. But then again, who can give you benefits for no reason? Benefits are meant to be exchanged. So after everyone finished eating, Chu Yi drove the car, took Siwei and everyone else, and headed towards the jade mine. The explosion-proof vehicle twisted and turned along the mountain road for a long time. Only then did we reach the jade vein. Chu Chen looked at the road and frowned deeply. The road was so bumpy that my bones almost fell apart. It seems that this environment is really harsh. If it weren't for the strong passing ability of this explosion-proof vehicle, it probably wouldn't have been able to get in. How will I mine and transport thee, or in the future? I can't stay here all the time. As soon as he entered the mine, Chu Chen felt even more uncomfortable. I saw a hilltop that was dug into pieces, and there was no vegetation on the exposed luss. Some ragged miners were working on the ground under the scorching sun. A shack built of wood became dilapidated after being exposed to wind and sun. Dozens of soldiers with weapons in hand were patrolling the hilltop. Seeing someone coming, the leading soldier immediately walked towards Chu Chen and the others. This subordinate greets the city lord and all the lords. The sergeant saluted everyone. At this time, Chiozei stepped forward and said to the man, "This is the new owner of this mine, Master Chu Chen. From now on, you belong to this Mr. Chu." The soldier looked up and looked at Chu Chen closely and said helplessly, "My name is Zhao Tianlong. Greetings to Master Chu." "Well, get up, go to your quarters, and tell me what's going on here." Zhao Tianlong didn't say anything, but led everyone towards a shack. I thought to myself, "Your Majesty, if you want to give me the mine, then just give it to me. Why do you also give all of your own group to the young man in front of you? Looking at how young he is, how can he possibly guard this mine? When the Ganpu barbarians arrive, all of them will suffer." It was previously occupied by the royal mine, so the Ganpu barbarians were a little wary. But under such circumstances, he didn't know how many of his brothers had died. What's more, with someone like you coming, you can imagine what the future will be like. Chapter 129. The mines are under constant control. A few people endured the scorching sun and sat down in the mine shack. Looking at the working miners and the dilapidated shack below, Chu Chen asked Zhao Tianlong, "Brother Zhao, why are the living conditions here so bad?" "Well, that's not right. The person who came here shouldn't ask about the reserves and output. Why does this young man ask about life issues as soon as he arrives? Could he be a wise leader?" But as a soldier, Zhao Tianlong was speechless for a moment because the city lord was present. At this time, Chu Chen turned to look at Si Wei. "Lord City Lord, how about you tell me?" Before Si Wei could say anything, Chiozei on the side took over the conversation. "Mr. Chu, these miners are not all like this. And our great Xia soldiers are all hard-working and good at fighting. Living a simple life is no problem for us." Chu Chen turned around and looked at Chiozei, who looked anxious and smiled meaningfully. He turned to Zhao Tianlong and asked, "Brother Zhao, what are the reserves of this mine?" Seeing Chu Chen change the subject, Zhao Tianlong also spoke frankly. But he sighed in his heart, thinking that the arrival of Mr. Chu would not change anything. After some understanding, Chu Chen had a general idea of the mine. This mountain was originally located at the junction of Daxia and Ganpu, but it is true that this mountain belongs to Daxia. The jade vein goes all the way into the mountains, and even Zhao Tianlong doesn't know how much the reserves are. But anyway, there are a lot of them to an astonishing degree. Therefore, it is often visited by the barbarians of Ganpu from time to time. Zhao Tianlong and his men had a total of 600 soldiers, but only about 200 are left. A lot has been paid for this royal mine. After hearing this, Chu Chen couldn't help but curse inwardly. Zhou Shishiyuan is giving me a hot potato. But since I have taken it over and the reserves are abundant, I will manage it well. After a brief understanding, Chu Chen returned to the city lord's mansion with little interest. Taking advantage of the opportunity to walk around, he took out another van and a lot of gasoline from the space. He secretly told Chu Yi to bring Uncle Phone from Mashan village here. That's right, he wanted to carry out large-scale construction and turn this mine into an iron barrel. There are countless jade mines. It is not an exaggeration to say that this thing is mine. In space, jade could be exchanged for everything. Although he could get some on the market, Chu Chen still had another fantasy. If there are too many jade stones, what if the space changes? Who can tell? Xiaozhe brought Chu Chen to Union City, and after seeing the jade veins, he immediately said goodbye and left. Shortly after Xiaozhe left, there was a knock on the door of the room. Mr. Chu, are you available? Siwei has something to discuss with you. Well, I didn't dare to say in the afternoon because Xiaozhe stopped me. It seems that Siwei is feeling unhappy. Look, he is here. So I quickly opened the door. After opening the door, I saw someone following Siwei. If it wasn't Zhao Tianlong, who else could it be? Chu Chen brought the two of them to the room and arranged for them to sit down. He said to Zhao Tianlong, "Go ahead. You can tell me anything." Seeing this, Zhao Tianlong leaned forward and was about to kneel on the ground. Seeing this, Chu Chen quickly pulled him up. "Stand up and speak. You are a soldier. You cannot kneel before me. Just salute me." Zhao Tianlong was delighted when he saw this. "Mr. Chu, if you really take over this jade mine, please have mercy on us soldiers and those miners. What's going on?" After a stick of incense, Chu Chen finally understood the general situation. It turned out that Zhao Tianlong and others were people who had made mistakes in the army. Most of the miners were exiled. This royal mineral vein, to put it nicely, is royal. To put it bluntly, it has long been controlled by a noble family in the capital. They sent half of the mine jade to the capital and kept the other half for themselves. Over the years, I have made a lot of money. Moreover, under the banner of the royal family, even Siwei was ignored in this cloud top. Those who were exiled and sent into exile suffered a lot. It is a tool for them to make money. They eat 2 meals a day, which is worse than pigs and dogs. There is no wages, and even the place to live was a shack built spontaneously. It seems that I have offended someone unknowingly. Chu Chen smiled Li. Tell me, what's the background of that family? Chu Chen looked at the two people in front of him again. Zhao Tianlong looked at Siwei and didn't dare to say anything. Siwei sighed. "Mr. Chu, do you know the Liu family in the capital?" "City Lord Si, please give me some advice." It seems that Master Chu is still completely unaware. The Liu family is one of the 4 great families in the capital. They control most of the imperial merchants' businesses and are as wealthy as a country. Siwei explained to Chu Chen. Liu, Zhu, and one of the 3 major families in the capital, with the Liu family being the leader. The ancestors of the 3 families were all heroes who founded the country. They were highly regarded by the late emperor, so the imperial merchants' business was basically taken over by these 3 companies. Over the years, this jade mine has been managed by the Liu family. So when Chu Chen came, it was equivalent to touching their cake. Siwei and Zhao Tianlong came here this time to hear Chu Chen's attitude. "Master Chu, before we officially move in, I'd like to advise you to ask His Majesty to revoke his order. The Liu family is so arrogant and domineering here on Cloud Peak. Who knows what they might do to you?" Seeing Chu Chen lost in thought, Siwei spoke seriously beside him. He was testing the courage and strength of the young man in front of him. "Haha, City Lord Si, Brother Zhao, a mere aristocratic family is not something that scares me. I've already sent someone home to look for someone. Within a month, you should be able to see my strength." After saying that, he sent the 2 of them out. and I, in the room, started to make careful plans. To be honest, Chu Chen didn't really take the Liu family seriously. It's nothing more than a threat and assassination. Qinglian is here. What he was worried about was Gan Pu's harassment. If he and Qinglian left, how would he resist it? In the era of cold weapons, let's start with construction. So he turned and walked out of the room. The first thing he had to do was to build a warehouse in Yundian City to store materials in a hidden way. This is just a small matter. There isn't much else in Yundian City, but there are a lot of empty houses. Gan Pu has been harassing people for years, and many wealthy people have fled here. After a while, a huge house was found for Chu Chen. In order to conceal his tracks, Chu Chen sent Qinglian to the only brothel in Yundian City. The porter mode began. After staying in the house for 5 days, Chu Chen let out a sigh of relief as he looked at the cement all over the house. At this time, Feng Wu, led by Chu Yi, drove the van to Yundian City. When Feng Wu saw Chu Chen, he knew something was about to happen. So he quickly said, "Chu Wazi, what are you doing this time?" "Building houses, putting up walls, the same old routine." "Okay, give me the manual labor, and I will definitely make it beautiful for you." Uncle Feng looked at the cement on the house and rubbed his hands excitedly. Chapter 130, The Liu family sends people to cause trouble. On the second day, Chu Chen drove Feng Wu and Qinglian to the jade mine. Chu Yi was recruiting workers in Yundian City. For a wage of 20 cents a day, Chu Yi's job was extremely easy. The scene was in chaos for a while, and it was only after Si Wei sent troops that order was restored. Chu Chen and Feng Wu drove to the mine and were greeted by Zhao Tianlong. "I'm honored to meet you, sir. May I ask what orders you have for me this time?" Chu Chen glanced at the entire mine calmly. He said to Zhao Tianlong, "You have 1 stick of incense to gather everyone here." "Sir, everyone, this will not affect the mining progress. Just go ahead. Jay can still fly. Go quickly." After hearing Chu Chen's order, Zhao Tianlong strongly felt the difference of this new master. The Liu family will not give the workers any chance to breathe. All they do is work. After an incense stick of time, Chu Chen looked at the dense crowd in front of him, feeling a lot of emotions in his heart. There were all kinds of people in there. Apart from the 200 or so soldiers, there were about 600 other people, young and old. The men and women were dressed in tattered clothes, skinny as sticks, with pale faces, and looked at the people in front of them who were dressed in luxurious clothes with confusion. An old man who looked to be around 70 or 80 years old was holding a pickaxe in his hand. It seemed that he was injured while mining just now, and blood was flowing down the pickaxe. Seeing this, Chu Chen immediately got into the car, took out a medicine box, and asked Feng Wu to bandage him. "Old man, how old are you?" "My lord, I am 54 years old this year," he replied while looking at Feng Wu, who was bandaging him with a flattered look. "This little injury of mine is nothing serious. Please don't ruin the fine white cloth." Seeing this scene, Chu Chen turned and said to Zhao Tianlong, "Tell a few people to go down the mountain to buy meat and wine. No work today, just rest." After saying that, he handed Zhao Tianlong 200 taels of silver. Zhao Tianlong was confused for a moment, staring at Chu Chen, not daring to take the silver from Chu Chen's hand. What's going on? These people just met, and they're already giving each other money for food? The others also looked at Chu Chen in bewilderment, wondering who this young man was and why he wanted to treat everyone to a meal right after he arrived. "You're still talking about buying wine and selling meat?" "Meat? How long has it been since you guys last had meat?" Then everyone showed excitement. At this moment, an untimely voice appeared among the crowd. "What the hell are you all doing? Slacking off together? Do you really think I don't have a temper?" I saw a few ruffians coming down the mountain, dressed in extravagant clothes, pointing at the crowd and shouting curses. "Where's Zhao Tianlong? Come out here." The leading man rushed down the mountain with an arrogant look on his face, not paying any attention to Chu Chen and the others. It was as if Chu Chen and the others were like air, and they were ignored. "How the hell are you managing me? I'm only away for half a month, and you let them slack off. Do you believe I can just put a piece of paperwork in place and turn you into a miner?" At this time, Chu Chen couldn't bear it anymore. So he walked forward, stood in front of him, and said, "Who are you? Hey, who are you? How dare you stand in my way?" After saying this, the man was about to push Chu Chen away. Unexpectedly, as soon as I stretched out my hand, I felt a pain in my stomach and flew backwards. This scene made everyone present gasp. Even Zhao Tianlong frowned slightly.
After Qinglian kicked the man away, he stood back behind Chu Chen. No one saw how he did it. Who am I? You came to my jade mine to show off your power and even dared to push me. Chu Chen took a step forward and spoke viciously to the man who had just gotten up from the ground. What did you say? You're mine? This belongs to my Lu family, the emperor's mine. Boy, you don't want to live anymore, right? At this time, an attendant hurriedly ran to the man's ear and said a few words. The man frowned slightly after hearing this and looked at Chu Chen again. Then he stepped forward and said, Did His Majesty give you this jade mine? Are there any documents? Seeing this man so arrogant, Chu Chen also said viciously, Who the hell do you think you are? Are you qualified to read the documents? At this time, Zhao Tianlong whispered in Chu Chen's ear, Sir, this man is Lu Yu, the manager of this jade mine, sent by the Lu family. What a joke. Just because my last name is Lu, if you don't take the document today, you know the consequences. Document. Chu Chen smiled and took out a document from his backpack. It stated the ownership of the jade mine in the western suburbs of Union City, and the two big words, Chu Chen, were written on it. All right, Mr. Lu, now that you've read the document, you can leave now. After Chu Chen finished speaking, he turned around to deal with the team's affairs. Unexpectedly, Lu Yu immediately called out to Chu Chen. Mr. Chu, right? Since His Majesty has granted you the jade mine, let's leave now. But we must take away the jade that was mine before. After saying that, he turned around and shouted to the crowd, Old Wang, organize some people to transport the jade out for me. No one spoke for a long time. At this time, Chu Chen turned around and looked at him meaningfully. Young Master Lu, your mother clamped your head when she gave birth to you. Since His Majesty has bestowed it upon me, then all of this, including them, belongs to me. After hearing this, Lu Yu's face was full of anger, and then he laughed. Mr. Chu, do you really want to be an enemy of my Lu family? Then tell me, how can we avoid becoming enemies with your Lu family? Chu Chen said meaningfully. Lu Yu patted the dirt off his body and walked up to Chu Chen in a proud manner. Since Master Chu has spoken, in response to your disrespect towards me today, let me tell you my conditions. Can you represent the Lu family? Chu Chen looked at the man in front of him, who seemed not very smart with confusion, and said, Haha, let alone the Lu family, in Union City, ask Si Wei if he dares to disrespect me. Lu Yu still looked unconcerned. In fact, how could he not know that His Majesty had already given this mine to Chu Chen? I just received instructions from my family to come and cause trouble. This will put Chu Chen in a dilemma so that he can withdraw from the mine. Or, just like when the royal family was in control, let his Lu family take care of it. By then, this mere outsider would be easily controlled by their Lu family. Stop talking nonsense and state your conditions. Haha, straightforward. There are two options. First, hand over this mine to my Lu family to continue to manage for you. Second, write a letter yourself and ask His Majesty to revoke his order. Do you think you can get your hands on this royal property? Chu Chen didn't say anything, but waited for his next words. Since your guard just kicked me, how about this? Kill your guard? Then, you kick the guard behind me. Chu Chen laughed at what these two idiots did, and Chen Qingshuan's eyes behind him gradually became cold. What did he say? Kill me? Just relying on the 7th rank master behind him? Chapter 131. Uzi harvests the invaders. Do you think that 7th grade trash behind you can kill me? Before Chu Chen could say anything, Chen Qingxian behind him couldn't help it. He looked up at Lu Yu coldly and said, Seeing this, Chu Chen simply took a step back and let Chen Qingxian perform. What? Chen Qingxian looked at Chu Chen in confusion. Come here. Aren't you a 9th grade master? Chu Chen said to Chen Qingxian. A mere 7th rank. Don't you have hidden weapons? I'm too lazy to move. Damn, this drunkard. When did he become so lazy? It seems that this red romance has caused a lot of harm to people. Zhao Tianlong, on the other hand, looked at Chen Qingxian as if he were a god. A 9th rank master, this is Mr. Chu's background. Even by His Majesty's side, there's only one unique Wei, who is of the 9th rank. Helpless Chu Chen stepped forward and spoke to Lu Yu again. What if I don't agree? What do you Lu family want? Haha, that's easy to say. It's just that Master Chu and his family go out on weekdays, so I have to worry about them. Damn it. He threatened me and even threatened his own family. I can't tolerate that. Uncle San, break his legs for me. After saying that, Lu Yu retreated behind the middle-aged man next to her who looked to be in his 40s. Isn't fuck a threat? Now it's so direct. After listening to Lu Yu's instructions, the man
took a step forward. Boy, isn't your guard a ninth rank one? I won't fight you. You are just an ordinary person, and you are insulting my reputation. The third uncle behind him didn't believe that the person in front of him was a ninth grade master. In fact, it's not his fault. When Qinglian was still a child, he came to Yundian City with Lu Yu. Among the masters of Daxia, he only knew a few veteran ones. Although he felt that Qinglian was a little hard to see through, he never thought of him as a ninth grade master. You have to know that the ninth rank is the top existence in the entire Daxia. There is not even one in Yundian City. Haha, why are you talking so much nonsense? Come and break my legs if you have guts. After saying that, Chu Chen raised his hand, and the Uzi, which was already loaded and ready to go. Since you are seeking death, you can't blame me. After saying that, he stretched out his hand and grabbed towards Chu Chen. When he was 2 or 3 meters away from Chu Chen, a burst of fire came out of Chu Chen's sleeves. Several tongues of fire accompanied by a loud noise startled everyone present. On the other hand, Uncle San, who looked like a martial arts master just now had several bloody holes on his head and chest. Then his body fell straight backwards, already deader than dead. When Lu Yu saw this scene, she was also shocked. Uncle San, a 7th rank master, was killed by Mr. Chu before he could even make a single move. What kind of magical method is this? There is only one thought in my mind at this moment, and that is to escape. After saying that, he pushed the followers beside him towards Chu Chen and then ran down the mountain. While running, he said harshly, "Okay, Chu, just wait for me and bear the wrath of my Lu family. What I hate most in my life is people who are soft in body but tough in words." There were a few more loud noises, and all the followers fell in a pool of blood. Chu Chen walked to the front of the mountain and pulled the trigger without hesitation at the running Lu Yu. Then he walked up to Zhao Tianlong and said, looking like he had nothing to do, "What are you standing there for? Bury the people. Those who are buying meat, go ahead and buy meat." Zhang Tianlong was probably shocked by Chu Chen's magical methods at this moment. He murmured in reply, "Yes, yes, yes. Bury the body, bury it. Yes, and buy meat and wine." After saying this, he gave a few instructions and started to get busy. At this moment, someone in the crowd took the lead and said, "Well done, Master Chu, for your amazing skills." Well done, Mr. Chu's amazing skills." The crowd suddenly cheered. Chu Chen turned around and looked at the hundreds of people, nodded, and pressed them with his hand. "Well, since I, Chu Chen, dare to kill him, I am not afraid of the revenge of his Lu family. Choose a few of you who are capable of speaking and come before me. The rest of you, rest where you are." After saying that, he walked towards Zhang Tianlong's shack. After Zhang Tianlong finished arranging things, he also went into the shack. After a while, 2 miners also walked into the shack. "Hello, sir. My name is Luda, and this is my son Lu Zhu, nicknamed Juzi. We are the 2 miners who nominated us to come and pay our respects to you, sir." Chu Chen waved his hand and motioned for everyone to sit down. Then he pointed at Feng Wu beside him and said, "This is my uncle Feng Wu. From now on, he will be responsible for directing you to build the house and the wall." "Ah, Master Chu, are you going to build a house?" It's not surprising to build walls, as they are used to defend against foreign enemies. But if this house is built, does it mean that this young man wants to live in this wilderness? Zhao Tianlong thought about it and asked without thinking. "That's right, Brother Zhao. Since His Majesty has bestowed all of you upon me, you will all belong to me, Chu, from now on. How can someone like me, Chu, live in this shack?" So, I invited Uncle Feng Wu to come here. The first thing was to build the wall, and the second thing was to build the house. This jade mine is neither big nor small. Build a wall around this mine, and send people to patrol day and night. In this era of cold weapons, at least this jade mine can be guaranteed to be safe. As for this house, Chu Chen knew one thing very well. If you want the horse to run, you must let it eat grass. These hundreds of miners have actually been exiled here for generations. It can be said that this mine is their home. They work here every day, men and women, old and young, and many troubles will arise. Since someone has gotten married and has children, you should spend some money to let them live a normal life. If we pay them some salary, I guess no one would be willing to leave. I have to work for myself willingly. If you go out, you will be a slave, and it will be impossible for you to live a good life. The thundering methods just demonstrated can shock everyone. At this moment, we need to use soft tactics, brainwash everyone, and paint a rosy picture for them. However, A boss who only paints a rosy picture without actually delivering the results is definitely not a good boss. Then he turned to the Liu family father and son and said, Uncle Liu, let me give you a task. Sir, there's no need to be so polite. If you have anything to say, just tell me directly. Who is this person? He wants to build a house for everyone. He must be a great savior and a great philanthropist. Okay, then Uncle Liu, please gather together those who are 50 years old and above, those who are sick, and the children and girls. Zhu Zi, you should gather those young and strong laborers together for me. I'll give you 1 stick of incense to tell me the exact number of people. The 2 men took the order and left. At this time, Zhao Tianlong asked doubtfully, Sir, they are all those who have committed crimes and were exiled here. What are you doing? He knew what Zhao Tianlong meant. These people were all miners, so why do they need to be classified? Chapter 132, Mine Arrangements and Construction. Brother Zhao must be wondering why I categorized them, right? Chu Chen said as he looked at Zhao Tianlong, who had a puzzled look on his face. Yeah, we're all the same. We're soldiers, so we're responsible for protecting the mines, and they're responsible for mining. Zhao Tianlong continued to ask, Haha, this person's 10 fingers are of different lengths, and so is that person's. Just watch. Once we figure this out, you will all still have to come separately. After saying this, Chu Chen walked out of the shack without waiting for Zhao Tianlong to reply. At this time, people down the mountain slowly watched as carriages loaded with things came towards this side. Chu Yi drove a van and walked in front. This was exactly what Chu Chen had ordered at the beginning, to transport the construction materials such as cement and steel. Because we don't know when Ganpu will come to rob us, the sooner we build the wall, the better. At this time, Luda and Zhuzi also returned after counting the number of people, reporting the population structure to Chu Chen. The entire miner team consists of 637 people. Among them, there are 41 people who are 50 years old or above. There were 113 women and girls, 28 children, and the remaining 455 young and strong people. After hearing the results, Chu Chen felt it was okay. At least there were still more than 400 main laborers. Okay, from now on, Uncle Liu, you will take care of the elderly, women, and children. You will take care of the logistics. Sir, what does logistics work? Luda asked in confusion after hearing this. Well, logistics work is the things behind everyone's daily work, such as food, clothing, housing, transportation, etc. After Chu Chen finished speaking, he explained the specific content of the work to Luda in detail. Then he turned to Zhuzi and said, the remaining 455 people will be managed by you, Zhuzi. The main work is to mine the jade. We are divided into 2 shifts, each working 4 hours a day. The remaining 4 hours are used for rest, reviewing, and holding meetings. Then, Chu Chen patiently explained to Zhuzi the purpose and specific operations of what he said. In fact, mining for 8 hours a day, or 16 hours, is more than enough for Chu Chen to do his homework. When the construction is completed, LED streetlights and other lighting equipment will definitely be installed. Otherwise, how can I work in the dark? This is much better than their previous practice of working from dawn to dusk. Moreover, the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled people do not have to go mining. Everyone eats from a big pot and sets up a canteen. Whether it is efficiency or everyone's cohesion, it will be much better. After that, he turned to the 3 people and said, the biggest task at the moment is this wall. Everyone, stop mining and start construction. So, under the leadership of Feng Wu, those young and strong women all got busy. The elderly, children, and girls stayed at home to cook and wash clothes. After giving all these instructions, Chu Chen called Zhao Tianlong over again. Hurry up, bring your 200 soldiers and gather here. Zhao Tianlong bowed to Chu Chen and turned to leave. After a while, 182 soldiers in armor stood in front of Chu Chen in an orderly manner. Sir, except for the 20 people patrolling the mountain and those who are out shopping, all the personnel are here. Okay. Chu Chen looked around at everyone and nodded to Zhao Tianlong. Since His Majesty has bestowed the entire mine and all of you upon me, then you all belong to me. Chu Chen. Now, first thing, get the weapons. After saying that, Chu Chen lifted the long sword covered with cloth on his back and spoke to everyone. Seeing this, Zhao Tianlong immediately stepped forward and came to the front of the group of long swords. This was specially selected from the space by Chu Chen after he saw the weapons in their hands. Also, there's a crossbow. The reason for taking out the crossbow was to let them get familiar with it first, and then see if there was a sharpshooter among them.
When the time comes, we will select some of them and have them serve as snipers on the observation tower built on the wall. Zhao Tianlong picked up a knife, and suddenly his eyes flashed with brilliance. As an old soldier who has fought for many years, how could he not see how powerful these knives are? Okay, Brother Zhao, you've also seen this batch of weapons. What do you think? Zhao Tianlong brandished his sword and said excitedly, Sir, if you could take over sooner rather than later, my 400 brothers wouldn't be able to die. With this magical weapon in hand, we'll surely defeat the Ganpu barbarians and make them dare not attack us. Okay, in that case, let me tell you what I want. You, the more than 200 people, are nominally my Chu Chen's guards, but my first requirement is absolute loyalty. Loyalty to me personally. As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, everyone shouted in unison, We are willing to serve you, sir. Chu Chen smiled at everyone. Don't be so confident. We've only met a few times, and this is the first time I've met some of you. Later, after we've been together for a while, you can give me more ambitions. After saying that, he instructed Zhao Tianlong to distribute all the weapons. Then he picked up the crossbow from the ground and said to everyone, This thing is called a crossbow. It's more powerful than the crossbows you usually use, have a longer range, and is more accurate. After saying that, he raised the crossbow, strung the arrow, and shot it towards the slope behind everyone. With a puff sound, the crossbow arrow hit the slope and penetrated deeply into the soil. Even the tail of the arrow was nowhere to be found. Looking at the powerful crossbow in front of them, everyone showed excitement. If I had one, I wouldn't have to be afraid of the Ganpu barbarians. Seeing this, Chu Chen called Zhao Tianlong over and began to give him hands-on guidance in front of all the soldiers. After a while, Zhao Tianlong also shot a sword towards the place just now. After feeling it for a while, he respectfully handed the crossbow to Chu Chen. What are you doing for me? Take it. This for me? I'm not giving it to you. I'm asking you to select a dozen or so people from among the brothers who can make good use of it. 20 of them. Then the young master must have a lot of these things in his hands. So Zhao Tianlong nodded quickly and left. Okay, the third thing is to talk about the salary. What? There's also money for the army, sir. Are you serious? Sir, we are a group of sinners who deserve to die. How can we receive your great kindness? As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, the crowd started talking. These people are really stubborn. Those who are guilty should have died long ago. The opportunity is here. Why do you care so much? In fact, many of the soldiers, their wives, children, and the elderly were sent to this mine. Chu Chen also understood this situation. For Chu Chen, this is a good thing. For a family like his, protecting the mine is equivalent to protecting his relatives. I built the mine into an impregnable fortress and then promised them benefits and stability. Then these soldiers have no reason not to be loyal to themselves. As long as the soldier is loyal to him, the mine will be safe and stable. Chapter 133, The City Lord and his daughter come to beg for alms. Okay, everyone, don't say too much. Ordinary soldiers will receive 1 or 2 taels of silver per month, but I hope you understand that if you take this money, you must be prepared to risk your life. After that, he turned to Zhao Tianlong and said, Brother Zhao, you have a heavier responsibility. I will give you 2 taels of silver every month. Also, anyone who kills an enemy will receive all the official rewards. If 1 tael of silver a month is a bomb, then the reward to an individual is a blockbuster bomb. You have to know that they had killed many Ganpu barbarians before, and the government paid 1 or 2 taels of silver for each one. But all that money was taken away by the Liu family, and not a penny was given back. Chu Chen's action invisibly increased the courage of this team of soldiers to fight bravely. Master Chu, don't worry. As long as we are here, we will not let any criminals enter this mine. Zhao Tianlong saluted Chu Chen and spoke seriously. Okay, that's enough talk. Everyone, go help with the cooking. After dinner, the miners will build the wall. You must not slack off and protect everyone. Soon after, the aroma of meat slowly wafted over the entire mine. Everyone sniffed. It had been a long time since they had smelled the long-lost aroma of meat. Whether they're old people, children, or young and strong people, everyone was sighing. After being exiled to this mine for so many years, they finally met a good master. During the meal, Chu Chen did not act pretentiously. He talked and laughed with everyone and became one of them. Since we still had to work in the afternoon, everyone was conscious of not drinking too much at noon. In the afternoon,
Chu Chen looked at the people moving and couldn't help but smile. Under the leadership of Zhao Tianlong, Chu Chen came to the warehouse where the raw jade stones were stored. He ordered everyone to load the remaining jade stones into the car. Chu Yi's van and his own explosion-proof vehicle were both packed full. The two then drove towards Union City. The remaining construction matters were left entirely to Feng Wu, who knew nothing about architecture. Before leaving, Chu Chen told Zhao Tianlong to protect Uncle Feng. Currently, he is the only one who knows how to use the cement. The money and materials he gave him were enough to build the wall. After returning to Union City, he did not sit idle, but continued to fill the house with materials. Chu Yi would command the recruited workers to continue transporting materials to the mine. Before leaving, Feng Wu vowed that as long as the materials and people arrived, they would be there. Within half a month, the entire mine will be built like an iron barrel, safe and comfortable. Chu Chen doesn't have high requirements for a house. It doesn't have to be as comfortable as Masan Village or Qinglian City. It's enough to meet basic needs. In Union City, Si Wei found another house for Chu Chen to live in. Chu Chen ordered Chu Yi to unload all the raw jade stones in the yard. He sent him and Chen Qingxian out to buy food, and then put all the raw stones into the space. After doing all this, Chu Chen drove the car again and headed towards the house where Si Wei found the materials piled up. They were busy until nightfall before they finally moved all the cement and steel bars out. After this operation, Chu Chen was exhausted. The raw jade stones originally purchased from Jinxing Trading Company have been almost used up at this moment. Fortunately, we arrived at the jade mine in time and were able to replenish it. It seems that the materials used in these two rooms are quite expensive. But thinking that he now owned an entire jade mine, his mood couldn't help but improve. He lit a cigarette for himself, put his feet on the dashboard, and took a deep puff. Hold on for another 20 days. Once the wall is built, I'll see who can shake this jade mine. Ganpu can't do it, and the Liu family is even less likely to do it. After saying that, he smiled and drove back to the house. At this moment, Si Wei was already waiting inside the house, accompanied by his daughter Si Liu. Seeing Chu Chen coming back, Si Wei quickly stood up and said to Chu Chen, "Mr. Chu, please forgive me for coming here in an intrusive way." Chu Chen wondered why the city lord was so humble. Was he asking for money? So he also bowed and said, "City Lord Si, why are you so anxious that you have to come here in person?" Si Wei touched his head awkwardly, as if he was making up his mind to speak. "Master Chu, you have seen that the people in my Union City are living in dire straits and suffering unspeakably. I have come to beg for alms. It seems that the city lord finally couldn't bear it anymore and came to ask for money. But if the situation in Union City can be solved with money, then it would be easy to solve." So he said seriously, "City Lord Si, I can get 10,000 taels today. What about tomorrow? What about the day after tomorrow?" Si Wei knew about this situation, but there was nothing he could do. Seeing that more and more people in the city were harmed by Ganpu, the people accumulated resentment, and after a long time, something unexpected happened. "What do you think, Master Chu? I see that Yunding is a vast area with many dangerous places. Why can't we resist these Ganpu barbarians?" Chu Chen asked with a frown. Before Si Wei could say anything, Si Liu took over the topic. "Sir, Yundian is located on the border of Daxia. It has been a barren land since ancient times, with scarce resources. I believe that it is precisely because the higher-ups have not paid enough attention that the barbarians have taken advantage of the situation and invaded. Years of harassment have made people lose their motivation to farm and displace them, leading to the current situation." Chu Chen looked at Si Liu in surprise. In ancient times, women all stayed at home and learned housework. Si Wei's daughter was a little different. So he looked up at her and said softly, "Miss Si, what you said makes sense, but there is another reason. That is, the people have been disappointed for too long, causing Yundian City to become a mess. Without unity, how can we resist foreign enemies? Master Chu, I know this, but look at the defenders of Yundian City. They don't have enough food or clothing, and even their weapons haven't been replaced in a long time. We are powerless." Si Wei took over Chu Chen's topic. Chu Chen's mouth curled up when he heard this. Damn, this father and daughter are finding all kinds of ways to ask for money. I've been talking nonsense for so long, but now I'm back to square one. So he pretended to think for a while and said, "Well, your majesty has given me the jade mine in Union City, so I can't just ignore it. I can provide some weapons. As for money,
seeing that the city wall is in such a dilapidated state. I can get some for you. How to get some? Isn't it his own doing? After hearing Chu Chen's words, Si Wei and Si Liu both frowned. Chu Chen thought to himself, asking for money is not difficult. Doesn't the Liu family have a house in Union City? Why not just ask Chun Qingxian to go over and touch it? But if you wanted to pay for it, forget it. Killing someone from the Liu family would mean offending the Liu family. Chu Chen didn't believe that the Liu family wouldn't come to investigate. Since I have offended you, I might as well die. Chapter 134, Qingxian Taoist steals the vault. After agreeing with Si Wei to provide a batch of weapons in 3 days, Chu Chen sent the two away. After the two left, Chu Chen secretly called Chun Qingxian over. Jiao Mengzi, I'll help you make a little fortune. Do you want to come? Get rich? Aren't you rich? Why should I get rich? Forehead. This is a mouthful of blood. I'm going to spit out your uncle to death. I don't have enough money either. So why don't you accompany me to make some money? After much persuasion, the drunkard was finally convinced. Chu Chen turned around and told Chu Yi to go out. Find out where the Liu family mansion is. Within an hour, Chu Yi found out everything. The three of them went out together, and Chu Chen put 2 sets of night clothes in his backpack. Chu Yi took advantage of the evening, disguised himself as a peddler, and wandered around the Liu family's door. What they didn't know at the moment was that the Liu family was in chaos. Liu Yu, the person in charge in front of the scene, didn't know what instructions he received from above. He hasn't been home for several days, and even the guards and entourage he brought with him haven't returned. Second young master, do you think the eldest young master has encountered some kind of misfortune? Why hasn't he returned home in these past few days? In a few days, it will be the day for those things to be handed over, and the young master is not here. An old man who looked like a butler said to a young man, Why are you panicking? The young master has a 7th-rank master by his side. What danger can there be in this small Yundian city? Well, send everyone in the mansion out to look for her immediately. I have to go out for a while. After saying this, he ordered his servants to drive out in a carriage. Isn't it just a transfer of property? It's just right that he's not here. I might as well show my face. To be honest, he really hoped that Liu Yu would die. In this Yundian city, he always puts himself ahead of me. This guy hasn't come back for a few days. I can finally go out and have fun. After saying that, he ordered his servants to drive the carriage towards the only brothel in Yundian City. When the housekeeper heard the second young master's instructions, he quickly gathered the servants in the mansion and headed towards various places in Yundian City. Chu Yi, who saw this at the gate, secretly took out the walkie-talkie. Sir, something big seems to have happened in the Liu family. Many servants have gone out. Chu Chen smiled after hearing this, thinking that God is really helping me. What else could it be? It was probably that Liu Yu hadn't returned for several days, so someone was sent out to look for him. So he took Chun Qingxian and waited until it was completely dark. The two men put on their night clothes and headed towards the Liu mansion at high speed. Well, it was Chun Qingxian who carried Chu Chen and headed towards Liu mansion at a very fast speed. Under the wall of Liu mansion, Chun Qingxian quickly reached the roof. Jiao Mengzi, where is I? You don't want me anymore. Seeing this, Chu Chen immediately shouted at Chun Qingxian. Chun Qingxian shook his head helplessly, flew down to the ground, and carried Chu Chen to the roof together. Chu Chen took out a night vision goggles and quietly observed the situation in Liu mansion. In the afternoon, Chu Yi came back and said that the Liu mansion, which was bustling with activity, now only had some maids and mothers busying around. At the end of the courtyard at the door of a house, there were 2 servants armed with knives. He stood at the door like a wooden stake, as if guarding something. Chu Chen winked at Chun Qingxian. After a while, Chu Chen felt himself being lifted up and flying again. After leaving Chu Chen at a corner, Chun Qingxuan's ghostly figure quickly moved towards the 2 people at the door. With 2 clicks, the 2 people were like a wooden stake. His body was stiff, his eyes were empty, he was deader than dead. Seeing this, Chu Chen walked forward and slipped into the room under the cover of night. It was pitch black and empty inside. Could it be that I've come to the wrong place? What the hell are those 2 people guarding at the door? Air? So he turned on the night vision goggles and started searching inch by inch. After searching for a long time and finding nothing, I was about to go out and look for the next one. Chun Qingxian, who was watching coldly from the side, said slowly, behind the cabinet, Fuck, why didn't you tell me earlier? You didn't ask me to find you. My job is to get you here. Chun Qingxian said this in a boastful tone,
then turned his head and began to observe the outside again. Seeing this, Chu Chen ignored him and gently pushed the cabinet, and a staircase appeared underground. Holy shit, the Liu family is so vigilant? Who are they guarding against? In this Indian city, no one should dare to touch his Liu family. But Chu Chen slowly figured out. This thing should be used to prevent royal people from coming to inspect suddenly. Xiaomingzi, contact me via intercom if anything happens. After saying that, Chu Chen strode down the stairs. When Chu Chen arrived at a basement of about 20 square meters, he was numb. I saw that it was filled with gold and silver, as well as some jade that looked to be of very good quality. This is the money I saved from selling jade for a long time. Since I have come across this, I might as well make some contribution to the people of Yundian. A rough estimate shows that the value of these gold and silver converted into silver should be around 2 million taels. As for that pile of jade, it would be difficult to estimate its value. I'm rich. Stealing makes more money than doing business. Chu Chen thought to himself. His hands did not stop, and with a wave of his hand, he collected the yellow and white objects into the space. Only one box of Daxia General silver notes was left, about 500,000 taels. He put the banknote in his pocket and quickly went into the room. Then he called Chen Qinglian, and the others flew out of the Liu family mansion. The three of them returned to the house. Chen Qinglian looked at the stack of banknotes and turned away without interest. For him, as long as he has food, drink, and fun, money is dirt. There was no way. He had followed his master in the mountains since he was a child. Then he went to the Taoist temple and was then brought to the secular world by Chu Chen. I have no worries about food and clothing along the way, even with the new way of fun I just discovered, visiting brothels. If you don't have money, you could just ask Chu Chen for money. In his words, I'm not interested in money. Chu Chen took out 10,000 taels and handed it to Chu Yi. The mine in Masan is going to build houses. Take them to buy some and buy the best for me. Anyway, it wasn't his own money that was being spent, so Chu Chen said he didn't feel any heartache at all. Chu Yi took the money and his eyes widened. This was too much. How could it cost so much to build houses in a mine? But he will do whatever the young master says. Don't ask when you shouldn't ask. Don't say when you shouldn't say. This is the basic quality of a lackey. After Chu Chen finished speaking, he asked Chen Qinglian, do you want it? No, not interested. Chen Qinglian took a sip of Erguo too, without even turning his head. With a whoosh, he reached the roof again. Okay, you are noble. You are capable, and you're not interested in money. Chu Chen thought helplessly. There was no other way. If this person needed it, just lend him a hand. Yet, he still couldn't refuse. Okay, give 480,000 taels to Si Wei and give him some advice. Building the city wall shouldn't be a big problem. Chapter 135. A message from the capital. 5 days later, Si Wei couldn't wait to bring Si Liu to Chu Chen's house. Mr. Chu, I am here to disturb you again. Haha. City Lord Si, please don't disturb me. After a brief exchange of greetings, the two sat down in the main hall as host and guest. Why didn't City Lord Si say he would come in 3 days? Why did he delay for 2 days? Chu Chen asked Si Wei with interest. Oh, don't mention it. I've been busy these days and can't spare the time. Si Wei picked up the tea that Chu Yi brought over, took a big gulp, and said helplessly, Oh, City Lord Si, is there something bothering you? Tell me. I am willing to share my worries with you. Haha, thank you, Master Chu, but this is something that neither you nor I can solve. Finally, under Chu Chen's repeated concern, Si Wei told the truth. The Liu family was robbed. It's such a big deal, why wouldn't they ask Si Wei for help? It turned out that the 3rd day after Chu Chen and his men looted the Liu family was the day when the Liu family took over from the capital. The Liu family in Yundian City is more than just a jade agent. It also has many industries under its umbrella. In Chu Chen's words, it's money laundering, so the income from these industries must be submitted to the capital on a regular basis. Unexpectedly, the person who came from the capital this time was so angry that he flew into a rage at the second son of the Yundian Liu family. Not only did the eldest son Liu Yu and his entourage disappear, but even the income for the past 6 months disappeared. What's even more infuriating is that on the night of the incident, the second brother slept in the brothel for the entire night. So someone from the capital cut off the second brother's head with a knife. He turned around and came to Si Wei to ask for an explanation. It is said that this person and money were lost in Yundian City. As the city lord, Si Wei has an unshirkable responsibility.
Siwei felt very sad. He thought, I don't know anything. What does it have to do with me if your house was robbed? So the matter spread to the capital. The Liu family sued Siwei with a memorial. Originally, Siwei thought he was doomed this time, but he didn't expect the emperor to see it. He just scolded the head of the Liu family, and the matter was left unresolved. No one knows how the Liu family managed to endure this humiliation. I guess only Zhou Shixuan understands. Chu Chen smiled after hearing this. It seemed like Zhou Shixuan was secretly supporting him. Yes, it's well deserved to call you uncle. But Zhou Shixuan should know everything he did in Yundian City like a mirror. Damn, do I have to return the things I took from the house? Just as he was wondering, an arrow came flying at him at high speed. With a plop, it was nailed to the wall. The eccentric Chen Qinglian and Chu Yi, who was pouring tea, were now standing in front of Chu Chen. But the arrow did not come towards anyone, and Chen Qinglian was too lazy to catch it. Chu Chen was deeply moved by this scene. These two guys can really get along. Chu Yi quickly walked to the wall and pulled out the arrow. There was a letter attached to the arrow. Chu Chen took it and looked at it. There were 4 big words written on it. Chu Chen personally wrote it. So he waved the 2 men away, turned around, and took out the letter. Looking closely, it seems like this wasn't written by Zhou Shixuan, but by someone else. Who the hell dares to use this seal? There's only one sentence on it. Yundian City has been weak for a long time. Let's see what you can do. What the hell is going on? Look at my methods. This is not my business. It seems that nothing I say or do escapes Zhou Shixuan's eyes. What should he do? Help Siwei build Yundian City and resist foreign enemies? But I just want to give up. After digging the jade mine, I will go home and sleep. Can I agree to this? I can't agree to this. But it's not good to not agree. Who is he? He is the king of a country. Even if he has strong protection, he cannot withstand the attack of a whole country. The reason why Zhou Shixuan was so polite to him was because he saw that he had no interest in his throne. And they can also come up with strange and weird things. How about you give me some help? At this moment, a sharp voice sounded outside the door. The imperial edict has arrived. Hearing this voice, Siwei quickly stood up and walked outside with everyone. When he walked out the door, he saw Eunuch Wei looking at Chu Chen with a smile. Siwei accepted the order. Eunuch Wei howled, and Siwei and everyone else knelt down. Chu Chen and Chen Qinglian stood there indifferently, looking as if it had nothing to do with them. Seeing this scene, Siwei couldn't help but worry for the two of them. But Eunuch Wei began to read the imperial edict with an expression of being accustomed to it. By the providence of heaven, the emperor decrees that Yundian City has long been weak and has been frequently invaded by foreign tribes. 10,000 soldiers are now stationed at the border. Siwei is ordered to build the city walls within 100 days to resist the foreign enemies. Chu Chen will assist Siwei in this task. This is my decree. After hearing this, Siwei burst into tears. He had been waiting for so many years, and finally the troops were sent. But Chu Chen jumped up after hearing this. He walked up to Eunuch Wei and spoke softly. Uncle Wei, what do you mean? I'm just here to dig some minerals. I'm not the village chief, nor the head of the village, so what does it have to do with me? When Eunuch Wei heard this, he acted as if he didn't hear anything, and instead shouted loudly at Siwei and others. Your Majesty still remembers Master Chu's words that every citizen bears responsibility for the fate of a nation. Your Majesty, mindful of your youth and potential, has entrusted you with this important task. Your Majesty also said that since Great Xia has a righteous man like Prince Chu, there is no need to worry about Great Xia's prosperity. After saying that, he stopped talking and looked at everyone with a smile on his face. Every citizen has a share of responsibility for the fate of a nation. Siwei, on behalf of the people of Yundian, would like to thank Mr. Chu first. When Siwei heard these words, Chu Chen's status in his heart instantly rose, and even the title of Young Master became Mr. After hearing this, the people on the street all knelt down in front of Chu Chen and said, "We thank you, Mr. Chu." Looking at the people in tattered clothes, Siwei's serious attitude, and Si Liu's eyes full of stars, Chu Chen thought to himself that it was all over. This time, Zhou Shixuan had clearly tricked him. This matter will probably spread all over the country soon, which is equivalent to forcing myself to help Siwei build the Yundian City. Okay, in that case, let's put it off for a while. Now that I have enough money, I can earn a good reputation so that my journey through time will be worthwhile. Then he turned to the crowd and said loudly, "My fellow countrymen, Yundian City belongs to everyone. So from now on, let us all work together to drive out the barbarians and restore a peaceful and beautiful Yundian City. Work together to drive out the barbarians. Work together to drive out the barbarians. Work together to drive out the barbarians. Seeing the shouting crowd, Chu Chen turned around and pulled Eunuch Wei into the yard. Seeing Chu Chen, who had an extraordinary temperament just now, pulling himself into the house with a lewd look on his face, Eunuch Wei felt his anus tighten instantly. Damn, this kid is not going to take his anger out on our family, is he? With a nervous mood, he said to Chu Chen with a licking smile, Mr. Chu, how are you these days? Chapter 136, Donating Weapons to Build the City Wall. Very good, very good. How is Eunuch Wei these days? It's over, it's over. Normally, he was called Uncle Wei, but now he has become Eunuch Wei. This guy holds a grudge, but I'm just a messenger. Why did he transfer his hatred to me? That rattling thing came out of his sleeve. Although he was of the 9th rank, he was not 100% sure. Thanks to Master Chu, I eat well and sleep well. Eunuch Wei still had a smile on his face and looked harmless. Chu Chen also looked helpless. Are you going to make things difficult for a messenger? So he asked, Wei Bo, you've been with His Majesty for a long time. Can you analyze for me what His Majesty is thinking? Eunuch Wei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw Chu Chen had returned to his original state. Master Chu, His Majesty gave you this jade mine, so he wants you to defend Yundian City. I know you like jade, so once this Yundian City is free, if you want jade, then why not? After saying this, Eunuch Wei stood up and said goodbye. Chu Chen heard two meanings from these two sentences. The first thing is to assist Si Wei in defending Yundian City. Probably because he has seen Mashan village, he thinks he has the ability to do so. As for the second one, it probably depends on my performance. If I perform well, then the jade from Yundian City. Chu Chen thought for a moment, and then followed Eunuch Wei. The jade in the entire Yundian City. That's a big deal. I'm going to make a fortune. Wei Bo, go back and tell His Majesty that I, Chu Chen, will never let him down. After saying that, he asked Chu Yi to bring out 3 boxes of instant noodles and stuff them into Eunuch Wei's hands. Eunuch Wei, the journey is long. It will be convenient to bring this with you. Seeing the long-lost instant noodles, Eunuch Wei's old face suddenly turned into a chrysanthemum smile. Oh, look at how polite Mr. Chu is. How can I be so embarrassed? Chu Chen, if you came here by carriage, try eating it every day. I guarantee your hemorrhoids will be cured. At this time, Si Wei saw Eunuch Wei was about to leave and took out a small bag from his pocket. Father-in-law, the journey is long and you must have worked hard. As she said this, she secretly stuffed the silver into his hand. Eunuch Wei smiled and nodded, saying, If you have money, don't be a fool. Okay, everyone, don't send me off anymore. Si Wei seemed extremely anxious. Please wait, Eunuch. How about these 10,000 soldiers? Don't worry, City Lord Si will be there soon. After saying that, he led a group of people and walked forward. After a while, Chu Chen heard the sound of the gasoline engine. Damn, Zhou Shishun is really generous. He even gave him a tricycle? Eunuch Wei, there is no such thing. I can be so fast. Although I'm a 9th rank official, others are not. After saying that, he turned the accelerator and headed towards the capital. The reason why they didn't drive into Union City was because they were afraid that Chu Chen would know that His Majesty had given him a task. What if I get angry and take it back? Si Wei took Si Liu back to Chu Chen's house. Mr. Chu, please help me as much as possible. Chu Chen didn't say much and threw a stack of banknotes on the table. Looking at the pile of banknotes on the table, Si Wei's eyes widened. With these, he no longer had to worry about building the wall. With the support of Prince Chu, I will immediately issue labor service and build the city wall immediately. As soon as Si Wei finished speaking, Chu Chen interrupted him. City Lord Si, you absolutely cannot do that. Oh, could you please advise me? Exchange this money for food and send your officials to spread the word that every citizen has a share of responsibility for the fate of our country. Then a decree was issued. Anyone who participated in building the city wall would be provided with 2 meals a day, ensuring they were well fed. After resisting the barbarians, those who demonstrated meritorious service would be awarded the plaque, Home of the Anti-Barbarians. Are you crazy about forcing people to do forced labor? The people are already complaining, and you're forcing them to build a city wall. Isn't this the government forcing the people to rebel? On the one hand, people are sent out to lobby and brainwash, while on the other hand, workers work, get food, and gain glory. In order to mobilize everyone's enthusiasm, even if people go under the whip, they will not do their work carefully. After listening to Chu Chen's method, Si Wei fell into deep thought. Gradually, he figured out the reason. Young master, you are truly talented. I admire you. This way, the disunity among the people you mentioned last time can be gradually resolved. Besides, the people who work hard are benefiting, so why worry about the prosperity of Yunding? After thinking for a while, Si Liu looked at Chu Chen with stars in his eyes and said. Chu Chen took a look at her. This little girl was pretty and smart. You can see that I am unhappy and you are putting a hat on yourself. So Xiao Xiao politely replied, Miss Si, thank you for your compliment. After that, he turned to Si Wei and said, I have something that is invulnerable to swords and spears. It can be built on the city wall. There is no way. Since Zhou Shixuan has spoken, it would be unreasonable for me not to take out the cement. There is enough material in the jade mine now, so we have to get busy preparing the building material for the city wall. Fortunately, there are 2 construction sites in the space with an inexhaustible supply of cement. When the time comes, mix the sand and stones and stir them into concrete. I believe no one in this world will be able to destroy it easily. After saying that, he took Si Wei and others towards the house where the supplies were stored. Looking at the bags of gray stuff all over the room, Si Wei turned around and looked at Chu Chen in confusion. This stuff is called cement. I'm the only one with it. When mixed with sand, pebbles, and water, it becomes invulnerable to weapons and swords. It's much better than your earthen walls. In a short period of time, there was no large amount of material and financial resources to transport stones to build the city wall, and this was the quickest way. After some explanation, Si Wei's eyes lit up and he bowed deeply to Chu Chen. Mr. Chu, on behalf of the people of Yundian, I thank you. Well, since His Majesty has spoken and asked me to assist you, I will not hesitate to help you. In that room, you see, I have prepared 3,000 fine steel knives for you. Take them first. After saying that, Chu Chen pushed open the door and saw a pile of steel knives placed inside. These knives made of modern steel are enough to surpass the world's iron smelting technology. Si Wei was also a martial artist, so he picked up a sword. The result was obvious, just like it was when everyone else saw the knife for the first time. Master Chu, this is undoubtedly an immortal weapon. With this weapon in hand, our warriors of Great Xia will surely be more powerful and invincible. He then called an attendant, and soon a group of soldiers drove a carriage and took away all the knives. You can see it on the faces of those soldiers. All of them had expressions of surprise and excitement. It is so much better than the scrap metal they have. After doing all this, at the invitation of City Lord Si Wei, Chu Chen and the other 2 came to the City Lord's mansion. Master Chu, please prepare some wine and food tonight. You and I will not leave until we are drunk. Si Wei was in high spirits, and the more he looked at Chu Chen in front of him, the more he liked him. Chu Chen felt a little scared when Si Wei looked at him, and then he looked at Si Liu next to him. No matter how he looked at it, it felt like Si Wei was looking at his son-in-law. Chapter 137. The wall is built, and the barbarians come. After the meal, Chu Chen hurriedly fled back with the 2 of them. Because Si Wei, intentionally or unintentionally, arranged Si Liu to be next to him. He poured wine and picked up food. It's not that Chu Chen is aloof, nor is it that Si Liu is ugly. But Chu Chen really didn't want to cause this kind of trouble again. There were already enough women in his family. Little did he know that after Chu Chen left, Si Liu tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. An 18-year-old girl. No, in ancient times, she should be called an old girl. When love first comes, once you fall in love, you're probably hooked. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, a month has passed. After the scorching summer, Masan welcomed the autumn harvest. After a month of hard work, everyone in Yundian City was involved. The city wall, more than 10 meters high, stands on the border between Daxiao and Ganpu. Chu Chen's mine also borders the city wall, but the difference is that the mine has an independent wall that surrounds the entire mine. Chu Chen was not idle during this month. He secretly built a large warehouse outside Yundian City. A large amount of building materials were transported to Yundian City. Si Wei touched the solid city wall with his hand, and a deep smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, the city wall was completed before the autumn harvest. Let's see how Ganpu will rob us this year. At this time, Chu Chen and Qinglian were sitting on the roof of a 3-story building in the jade mine.
drinking tea leisurely. Chu, he was waiting on the side. Looking up, this jade mine has undergone earth-shaking changes. There were hundreds of houses arranged in an orderly manner on the open space. Inside, there is a cafeteria, a square, street lights, an auditorium, and a large, indestructible warehouse. The workers' lives have improved greatly. Although they were enslaved, they saw hope in life under Chu Chen's leadership. And none of these people are not grateful to Chu Chen, and none of them do not admire Chu Chen. Chu Chen reclassified the workers, selected managers, and divided them into classes and groups. Everything was in order. A large amount of raw jade was transported out of the mine and sent to the warehouse. Chu Chen would go in and take out a portion every time. The other part was transported to a warehouse outside Indian City. After sending Chen Qinglian and Chu Yi away, he put into the space. In his words, the other party was unwilling to reveal his name and was only willing to trade with him. Chen Qinglian has always been indifferent to such matters. As for Chu Yi, whatever Chu Chen said was his own, and he never doubted it. After a month of mining, Chu Chen sent a large amount of raw jade into the space. At this rate, if he wanted to, he could raise a group of death warriors and provide them with weapons. There is no problem in seizing Zhou Shishuan's throne. But Chu Chen was not stupid enough to act like this. That would be so boring. My goal is to make money and then relax. After the autumn, since there were no invasions from the Ganpu barbarians, the crops grown by the people also had a certain output. It is estimated that this year in Yundian City, with the support of the city lord's mansion, there will be no more cases of people starving to death. But the calmer he became, the more Chu Chen felt something was wrong. In his opinion, how could the Ganpu kingdom stop invading just because of this city wall? So in the past few days, Chu Chen has instructed Zhao Tianlong to always pay attention to the developments on the border. In order to facilitate his observation, Chu Chen installed a pair of telescopes on each tall gun tower on the wall. There are 2 people patrolling in each turret, equipped with 2 crossbows and some arrows. At the top of the mine, Chu Chen also instructed Uncle Feng to build several platforms that explosion-proof vehicles could drive up to. The purpose is to be able to kill the enemy in the car if a fight breaks out. There is no way. My hot weapons are too shocking, and I don't want to expose them at the moment. If possible, Chu Chen never wants to be exposed. Who knows what Zhou Shishuan is thinking? People's hearts are hidden, and when faced with the temptation of powerful weapons, who wouldn't be tempted? So that's why he has so many children. If one day I am threatened, then those 20 or so children will be my strongest force. That day, Chu Chen was chatting and laughing with Chen Qinglian. Suddenly, a rapid shout came from the intercom on the table. "Young master, please step aside. There's something going on at the border. The Ganpu barbarians are attacking." The person who spoke was Zhao Tianlong. When he first came into contact with the walkie-talkie, he was even more excited than Hu Zi. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed, shouting, "God, please spare my life." Did you see clearly how many people were coming towards us? Chu Chen frowned slightly, picked up the intercom, and walked into the room while talking. "Sir, they are probably the scouts ahead. We can see through the telescope that there are no less than 20,000 soldiers behind them. Damn it, either don't come, or come and do something big. This isn't about taking advantage of someone. This is about attacking the city. Report to Seaway quickly. All of us should be on high alert and wait for my orders." After Chu Chen finished speaking, he threw the walkie-talkie on the ground. He took out stab-proof clothing, explosion-proof helmets, and various protective gear from the closet, and wrapped himself up. As he walked out of the room, Chen Qinglian looked at Chu Chen in surprise. "You idiot, you want to go to war? Fight? What kind of fight? I can't protect myself. Coward." Looking at Chu Chen, who was wrapped tightly, Chen Qinglian said to Chu Chen with contempt, "Life is the most important thing in the world. Don't you both have a set? Go put on." After saying that, he pushed Chen Qinglian and Chu Yi into the room. After a while, Chen Qinglian put on a stab-proof suit and held a steel sword. However, Chu Yi obediently put on all the protective gear and held a steel sword in his hand. "Jilmengzi, what's wrong with you? Ganpu is coming in force. Go put on your helmet. Although you're a 9th rank master, who knows if those people will not shoot sneak attacks? These ancient people had amazing arm strength and could shoot very far. This thing looks ugly when I wear it. If I don't go out, who can hurt me?" After saying that, he sat in the rocking chair and started drinking. Chu Chen was extremely excited because it was his first time seeing such a grand scene. He waved away Chu Yi, who was about to follow him to protect him, and drove the explosion-proof vehicle towards the platform. At this moment, Siwei also received the news and hurried to the city wall. He discussed countermeasures with the general sent from above and the original general defending Yundian City. The soldiers also started to move, stepped onto the city wall, and were ready for battle. Chu Chen sat in the explosion-proof car, opened the sunroof, and observed with great interest using a telescope. I saw that the vanguard of the Ganpu state, about 200 people, were riding horses and rushing towards the city gate. And behind these 200 people, at the foot of the cliff about 500 meters away, there were densely packed people preparing for an attack. Because of the difference in terrain, the soldiers of Yundian City could not see it. Chu Chen also had to use a telescope to see clearly. Chapter 138 Sniper Tutorial, being the sixth. Amidst the crowd, several large wooden racks were placed in the open space. Chu Chen had never seen them before, but he could guess that they should be siege ladders and catapults. Chu Chen thought for a moment, turned around and got into the car, and took out the CN sniper rifle from the equipment warehouse. They also thoughtfully installed a silencer for him. I also thoughtfully prepared a book called Basic Sniper Tutorial for myself, which of course I got from there. Haha, I'll be the sixth one for once. As Chu Chen spoke, he placed the sniper rifle on the roof of the car, with several magazines placed beside him. Chu Chen had never used this thing before, so he just happened to try it out today. At this time, the leader of the Ganpu Kingdom team was already standing outside the city wall on a tall horse. And it is beyond the range of bows and arrows in this era. He shouted triumphantly, "Open the city gate and let us in, or we can attack." The people on the city wall looked at the people outside like fools. No one paid any attention to him. Chu Chen, who was not afraid of trouble, loaded the sniper rifle and shot through the scope. Just shoot at that person. With a puff sound, the bullet flew out and hit the person next to him accurately. Fuck, this thing doesn't work. It misses the target. After saying that, he lowered his head, flipping through the book while adjusting the magnifying glass. The leader of Ganpu's side saw the soldiers around him fall down silently. My heart skipped a beat. Could it be that there really is such a peerless master in Xia? After saying this, he led a group of people and retreated about 20 feet backwards. At this moment, the soldiers on the city wall looked at each other. I wonder who shot the arrow. This was too subtle. After some adjustments, Chu Chen pulled the trigger again. If nothing unexpected happens, the person who fell was someone close to the team leader. The team leader finally felt a little panicked at this moment. He led the team to retreat another 10 feet. What the hell is this? Why is this thing so hard to control? Chu Chen continued flipping through the book with a helpless look on his face. Looking at the retreating Ganpu barbarians, Chu Chen felt anxious. Hey gentlemen, please give me another chance to come again. After a series of operations, Chu Chen took a deep breath and followed the instructions in the book. A bullet flew through the air and penetrated the chest of the leader of the Ganpu squad. Looking at the leader, who fell straight down. Someone in the crowd howled, "The great Xia Immortal is coming. Run away." After shouting, the entire team turned their horses around and headed towards the base camp. Looking at this scene, a smile appeared on Chu Chen's lips. The maximum range of this CN sniper rifle is about 600 meters. Ganpu's base camp was located about 500 meters below the mountain, which was well within the range of the attack. It is said that a good sharpshooter is fed by bullets, but Chu Chen has no shortage of bullets. So he turned his gun and aimed at the base camp at the foot of the mountain. The leading team had just escaped back to base camp and had not yet reported to their general. Suddenly, I found that the people around me were falling one by one. Silently, in less than an incense stick of time, more than 20 people fell. But not only that, the number of people falling continues. Not only their team members who took the lead, but even the sergeant stationed at the base camp would ascend from time to time. At this moment, we are in a huge tent behind the Ganpu base camp. A capable middle-aged man held a steel knife tightly in his hand and listened to the report below. His eyes were about to bleed. What did you say? Our people died for no reason. That's right. General Sang Bo, Captain Lai San, and those brothers fell silently. After listening to his subordinate's report, Sang Bo frowned tightly. After thinking for a while, he continued, "You mean our people fell one by one, instead of falling down at the same time?" To General Sang Bo, yes. Haha, what a mortal. It's probably just a super weapon, and there aren't many of them. I have to say that Sang Bo is very smart. I immediately saw where the problem lay. Then he ordered his men, "Pass the order. All soldiers, listen up.
sent out 10,000 soldiers to attack the city. After saying this, his men took the order and left. Chu Chen was lying on the roof of the car, his shoulders numb from the shock, looking at the pile of bullet casings around him. Chu Chen showed a satisfied smile after training with more than 100 bullets. At this moment, he became much more familiar with this sniper rifle. Through the scope, he saw the catapults and ladders in the Ganpu barbarian base camp. It actually started to move slowly. It seems that this Ganpu barbarian can't help it anymore. So he picked up the intercom beside him and ordered, "Brother Zhao, tell the brothers to prepare, they are about to attack." Oh, and sent a telescope to Seaway. After saying that, he got out of the car and drove towards the parking platform closest to the city gate. On the high platform, Chu Chen turned the car around, held up a telescope, and looked steadily at the Ganpu barbarians rushing towards him. Seaway and others on the city wall also felt something was wrong at this moment. The leading team came and went, leaving behind 3 bodies silently. It was eerily quiet at the moment, which was not like their style. Could it be that there's a larger team behind us? At this moment, Zhao Tianlong ran towards Seaway and others. "Lord City Lord, the Ganpu barbarians are preparing to attack the city. Please make preparations as soon as possible." After hearing what Zhao Tianlong said, Seaway looked at the empty space at the entrance of the city wall in confusion. At this time, Zhao Tianlong handed him a telescope. "Young master asked me to give this to you. It seems peaceful at the moment, but there are about 20,000 barbarians stationed under this open space." "Oh, what is this?" Young master said it's called clairvoyance. After saying that, instructor Seaway looked outside. Seaway took it and took a look. Sure enough, at the foot of the mountain in the distance ahead, there was a building on top of a tall wooden frame. If you don't look closely, it looks like the trees. If this isn't a catapult, then what is it? So without thinking, he quickly shouted behind him, "Send a message. Ganpu barbarians are attacking. Their numbers are unknown. They have catapults and ladders. Soldiers, prepare for battle. General Zhao, are you giving me this clairvoyance?" Zhao Tianlong nodded after hearing this and said, "Lord City Lord, the mine needs people. I have to go back." "Okay, thank you, my young master, for me. After we defeat these Ganpu barbarians, I'll treat him to a drink." After saying this, he ignored Zhao Tianlong, who ran towards the jade mine. Seaway held the telescope in his hand and played with it happily. Such a miraculous thing. It seems that the 3 people who fell silently just now must also be the masterpiece of Mr. Chu. After saying this, he laughed heartily and said to the general defending the city, "Go and prepare. With Master Chu here, this battle should be easy." After saying that, he turned around and looked at Qinglian city behind him. The people in the city were seen spontaneously cooking and transporting supplies. Indeed, this people are united, so why should they fear foreigners? Chapter 139. Ganpu attacks the city and Chu Chen departs. Just as Si Wei was sighing, he saw the black army of Ganpu, pushing catapults and ladders, heading towards the city wall. "All soldiers, listen to my orders. Archers, get ready. Defenders, get ready." At once, everyone started moving. To be honest, when Si Wei saw the huge catapult, he didn't feel very confident. Young Master Chu speaks so highly of the cement, but can the city wall really withstand the attack of flying rocks? The catapult stopped out of range. In the crowd, Sang Bo, who was tightly wrapped in iron armor, swung his sword and said, "Attack." In an instant, a black crowd of people, holding weapons in their hands, pushed the ladder and rushed towards Qinglian city. Sang Bo was also regretting it at this moment. This Qinglian city was often robbed by them. It has had little resistance over the years, and the city walls are dilapidated. So they just regarded Qinglian city as their granary and would rob it if they wanted. I didn't expect that in just 1 month since I last checked it out, the city wall looks as good as new. As the Ganpu army set out, there were shouts of killing, curses, and the whizzing sound of arrows in the hands of the defenders. It filled the entire battlefield in an instant. Chu Chen stood in the car, set up his sniper rifle, and watched everything coldly. To be honest, he was not worried at all at the moment. The only thing I'm interested in is the sniper rifle. With so many moving targets, this is a good opportunity to practice. The only annoying thing is that the catapults behind us would suddenly fire stones at the mine walls. So Chu Chen turned the gun and aimed at the catapult. But as a sniper rookie, breaking the rope of the catapult is obviously not something that can be done with just 1 or 2 shots. So Chu Chen frantically pulled the trigger at the catapults.
It was not until after dozens of bullets that they finally managed to knock one down. This efficiency is too damn slow. Siwei was surprised to find that the huge rock came flying at a high speed and hit the city wall. The thick city wall only shook slightly. It seems that what Mr. Chu said is correct. In this case, the battle will be much easier. All we have to do is destroy his ladder and let the soldiers harvest heads. Seeing that the catapult was ineffective, Sangbo became a little anxious. It seems that only a large army can attack the city. Because the cost of climbing the city ladder was too high, the troops were called back. As the crowd left, Siwei laughed heartily. After a while, 3 fast horses came towards the city wall. After such a small collision, they're already in a hurry to persuade the enemy to surrender. It seems that this battle is a foregone conclusion. Listen up, people of Union City. I, the Ganpu Kingdom, still have 100,000 soldiers behind me. I urge you to surrender as soon as possible. The visitor spoke arrogantly without any reason. Unfortunately, these were his last words. He came arrogantly and will die arrogantly. As soon as he finished speaking, the man fell headfirst from his horse with a plop. At this time, not only Siwei was confused, but Sangbo was also confused. When 2 countries are at war, the envoys are not killed. Is Dasha so unethical? So Sangbo stood up and gave an order, and the 10,000 soldiers behind him also rushed towards the battlefield howling. Siwei looked towards the jade mine through a telescope. On a high platform, on the roof of Mr. Chu's black car, Chu Chen was smiling and waving at him. Siwei helplessly gave Chu Chen a bitter smile and said, "Mr. Chu, this is against the rules." Chu Chen, rules, the gun in my hand is the rules. At this moment, a voice came from the intercom. You idiot, I know that the messenger was killed by your hidden weapon, but this is against the rules. As soon as Chu Chen heard it, he knew it was Chun Qingshuan's voice. I don't understand. I just want to know if my hidden weapon can kill from such a distance. Okay, your hidden weapon is powerful, but it will probably take less than an incense stick of time for General Ganpu to send out his entire army. Then Siwei will be under great pressure. Chu Chen didn't expect that practicing alone would lead to this kind of trouble. But I don't care much. At this moment, he was thinking about a question. That is, if he drove out in this explosion-proof vehicle equipped with a 95 machine gun, would it be dangerous? So he said to Chen Qingxian on the intercom, Jiao Mengzi, if I drive my car in and get into danger, can you save me? What do you want to do, idiot? Just tell me, with your 9th rank strength, can you lead me out of there? With luck, it should be fine. That's fine. After saying that, he called Chu Yi to the side of the car on the intercom. Brother will take you around there. Do you dare? Sir, where are you going? Chu Yi pointed at the Ganpu army that was coming towards him aggressively. What? Are you scared? No, I'm not afraid myself. But you, sir, do you want to call Taoist Qingxian? If you're not afraid, stop talking nonsense and drive. After saying that, Chu Chen got into the car. Chu Yi obediently started the car and headed towards the city gate. Siwei has been paying attention to the developments here. Watching Chu Chen's car leaving from the city gate, he was a little panicked. What does this kid want to do? After saying this, he ignored the soldiers on the city wall and rushed towards the city gate. Mr. Chu, what are you doing? Siwei, panting, stopped the car and said to Chu Chen, City Lord C, Ganpu has more than 20,000 people. You should be under some pressure. To be honest, Master Chu, as long as I'm within these city walls, I, Siwei, have never been afraid. Siwei is full of confidence in the city wall built with cement. As long as you don't open the city gate, the Ganpu barbarians will never be able to come in. No matter what kind of catapult or siege vehicle you have, I have an army of 10,000 on this city wall. It's easy to control from high position. That's all, I'll go out and earn some head money. After saying this, he ignored Siwei's objections and forced the city gate to be opened. The car rushed out of the city gate in a flash. Siwei looked at the explosion-proof car going away and muttered, Master Chu, is he short of money? But he turned around and climbed onto the wall and ordered an adjutant to keep an eye on the movements of Chu Chen's vehicle. If there is any danger, go out and rescue immediately. Just as the car was leaving the city gate, Chun Qingxian also shook his head, holding the wine bottle and steel sword. He quickly arrived at the platform closest to the city gate. Chu Chen's idea is different from Siwei's. Either don't fight, or if you have to fight, then beat you until you are afraid. You will never dare to attack again easily in the future. This is the way to solve the problem. My own jade mine is located in this border area. If that Ganpu barbarian suddenly attacks you, You can't stay here forever. As the vehicles rushed towards the enemy army, Sangbo on Ganpu's side also looked incredulous. What the hell is this thing? Why is it so brave as to come towards his army? Quick, find out everything about that thing. Chapter 140. Unstoppable Explosion-Proof Vehicle. A group of soldiers looked at the black monster rushing towards them and rushed towards the explosion-proof vehicle with swords and spears. With a series of clattering sounds, the group of people in the front fell down. Sangbo's heart was in his throat when he saw this scene. What a giant beast it was. The tongues of fire it spewed out killed dozens of us in an instant. However, the giant beast did not stop, walking around the edge of the army at a very fast speed. Wherever they went, soldiers fell down. For a moment, everyone took cover when they saw the bomb-proof vehicle approaching. There was no intention to attack the city anymore. In less than an instant's stick of time, Chu Chen had already used up more than 10 drums. I have to say, this thing is really durable. It has been used for such a long time without any jamming. With the deployment of Chu Chen's explosion-proof vehicle, the entire battlefield situation was changed. The key is that this thing can be truly invulnerable to swords and guns in this era of cold weapons. Chu Chen wore a bulletproof helmet and let the arrows from the Ganpu army fly over his head. But hitting the explosion-proof vehicle was like a child throwing a stone. At this time, the soldiers on the city wall were also confused. Is this called defending the city? As the explosion-proof vehicle moved deeper, Sangbo frowned deeply. If this continues, morale will be completely worn out. It's been so long, and that monster has killed hundreds of my soldiers. Is it still unclear what it is? General, that creature is probably not alive. We saw someone controlling it from the top of the monster. Then kill the person who controls it. This person is also invulnerable to swords and guns. Sangbo slammed the table angrily and said, "Invulnerable to swords and guns? Are you kidding me? I don't care what method you use. Just stop that monster as soon as possible. Otherwise, come to me with your head." After saying that, he drew out his sword and shouted at the person who came. I feel very sad. If I could have stopped it, I would have stopped it long ago. Before the man got close, he was killed by the magical creature that was spitting tongues of fire. Even if someone could get in front of the giant beast and chop it with a knife, it would not cause any damage. If you fail, you might even be crushed to death by the giant beast. But the general's orders had to be obeyed. So a large number of soldiers were organized and rode fast horses towards the explosion-proof vehicle. Haha, Chu E, don't collide with him, turn around and run away. Chu E turned the car around and fled towards the crowd. Fuck, don't come over here. This is probably the last words of the soldiers Ganpu who were killed by the bomb-proof vehicle. The machine gun didn't stop, and Chu Chen didn't know how many magazines had been used up. But as long as this tank of gas is not used up, those people will eventually be wiped out. Suddenly, Chu Chen saw several iron pipes on the roof of the car. How the hell did I forget about this? A lot of howitzers were brought out that day, and there's a grenade launcher on the roof of this car. As the machine gun stopped, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But Si Wei on the city wall thought that something had happened to Chu Chen. He quickly ordered behind him, "The army, follow me out of the city to rescue Master Chu." Chu Chen, who was fiddling with the howitzer, saw the city gate wide open and quickly picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted to Zhao Tianlong, "Quickly stop Si Wei and wait for me to consume some energy before coming out." After hearing the order, Zhao Tianlong hurried to find Si Wei. "Lord, you are not allowed to leave the city." Hearing the voice behind him, Si Wei paused. "General Zhao, what do you mean?" The master said to let him consume more energy. "Please wait a moment. Is your son okay?" "It's okay, I'm fine. He is truly a god." After saying this, he waved his hand and stopped the troops from moving. Sangbo thought that the giant beast had run out of strength, so he quickly organized the soldiers to rush towards the explosion-proof vehicle. "Haha, you've come just in time. Look at my thunder." Boom, 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 boom. Several grenades flew towards the crowd. Everyone saw a few strange-looking things flying towards them. Then there were loud bangs and explosions. The front of the explosion-proof vehicle was instantly covered in blood and flesh. There were cries, roars, and curses all around. As for the soldiers who were blown to pieces, their flesh and blood flew everywhere. Everyone was frightened by this thing and was stunned. Inside the tent, Sangbo angrily asked, "What thunder?" "It's over." At this moment, Sangbo has completely lost confidence in this battle. Morale has been lost, so there is no hope of victory. In about half an hour, several thousand of his 20,000 troops were killed. So he said to his subordinates, "Give the order to retreat." As the order to retreat was given, the entire army threw away their weapons, wishing their parents had not given them more legs. Seeing that the time was right, Chu Chen picked up the intercom and said, "Zhao Tianlong, lead the brothers out to get the reward money." Zhao Tianlong turned around and spoke to the 100 or so people who were already on high alert. "The young master has paved the way for everyone. Brothers, follow me to kill the enemy." After saying that, Zhao Tianlong led his men, holding steel knives and crossbows in their hands, and rushed towards the city gate. "Lord City Lord, Ganpu wants to retreat. Give the order." At the city gate, Zhao Tianlong spoke respectfully to Siwei. "Okay, all the soldiers, listen to my orders and follow me to kill the enemy." After saying that, Siwei kicked the horse's belly and rushed out first. Immediately afterwards, more than 10,000 soldiers rushed towards Ganpu's camp. Chu Chen's machine gun and howitzer on the explosion-proof vehicle kept firing. The defeated soldiers were guarding the route that was necessary for their escape. At this moment, Sang Bo was completely panicked, as his only way out was the giant steel beast. "There are pursuers behind us. It's all over now, and the entire army might be wiped out." The soldiers of Daxia had been holding their breath for a long time, although they admired Chu Chen's miraculous skills. But the Ganpu barbarians on the battlefield are worth silver, 1 tael of silver each. Who doesn't want to make money? Who doesn't want to marry a woman? At this time, morale was high, and they soon caught up with the fleeing army. Suddenly, there were shouts of killing, steel knives piercing flesh, and arrows piercing hearts. The blood of the Ganpu barbarians dyed the land red. Chu Chen watched as the two armies joined forces, and the Daxiao army was extremely brave. After a few encounters, they killed most of the Ganpu barbarians. So he ordered Chu Yi to drive the explosion-proof vehicle towards the big tent in the middle. "If we can catch the leader and ask for money, things will be much better." The explosion-proof vehicle traveled smoothly all the way and sped towards Sang Bo. "Hurry, hurry, raise the flag." As soon as Sang Bo finished speaking, a huge white flag was raised in the tent. At this moment, of the 20,000 soldiers he brought with him, only less than 2,000 were left. This was a heavy loss for the entire Ganpu kingdom. Seeing the white flag rising, Siwei let out a breath of foul air. "After so many years, I can finally hold my head high and show off my strength." When the Ganpu soldiers saw the white flag raised in the tent, they threw their weapons to the ground. Then the man also knelt down. Saving his life was the most important thing. This damn General Sang Bo finally surrendered. The surrendered Ganpu people also breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 141. Capture the Sang Bo envoy alive. After instructing his men to hang the white flag, Sang Bo rode a fast horse alone and rushed out in the other direction of the tent. "I would rather die than let my friend die. When it's time to run, I will never stop. Sir, look quickly, that is..." Chu Yi pointed at the galloping horse and said to Chu Chen, "Oh my god, this is definitely a big fish. Come on, catch it." When Chu Chen saw that the man was wearing iron armor, he must be no ordinary person. Looking at so many soldiers, the best ones only wear leather armor, and the worst ones wear wrought tan armor. This guy is wearing armor. He must be a high-ranking official. Following Chu Chen's instructions, Chu Yi stepped on the accelerator and chased after the galloping horse. Sang Bo was marveling at the speed of his horse. Unexpectedly, when I turned my head, I saw the black monster chasing me. Seeing the speed of the pursuit, the little eggs were frightened so much that they jumped up and down one after another. "What is this thing? How was I discovered? Also, why is it so fast?" You know, he is a prince of the Ganpu royal family, which means he is the younger brother of the Emperor of Daxia. He was in charge of several cities adjacent to Daxia. On this beautiful day, countless beauties are waiting for him in Ganpu. If you get caught, it's all over. So he swung the whip and hit the horses, but hard. The horse felt pain and ran wildly forward. But no matter how hard it tried, it could not catch up with the speed of the explosion-proof vehicle. After a while, Chu Yi drove his car slowly beside him, keeping the same speed as him. "General, if you don't take a break, the horse will die if you run again. You despicable Daxia people, don't even think about catching me. If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one." Sang Bo looked at the monster standing side by side with him, and his heart sank. But who is he? He is the Prince of Ganpu, and he cannot lose in terms of momentum. Oh, you guys come to Rama Yundian. Don't you have any brains? What is the brain? Due to different regions, there is still a certain gap in speech comprehension. That's the guy you eat with. After saying that, Chu Chen shot the horse in the butt. The horse felt pain and fell to the ground. Sang Bo, who was on the horse's back, was also thrown far away and lay on the ground, unable to move. Chu Yi, get to work and get this kid up. After saying that, Chu Yi drove the car in front of Sang Bo. Chu Chen picked up 2 pairs of handcuffs and handcuffed him to the back of the car. He drove the car all the way towards Siwei. Mr. Chu, what is this? Wei saw Chu Chen's car turning back, with a soldier in armor hanging behind it. Siwei's eyes suddenly lit up. He caught a big fish. This old fellow is wearing armor. Take a look. Do you recognize him? As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, Siwei walked closer to take a look. Ha ha ha, Mr. Chu, you have captured the Prince of Ganpu. This is a huge achievement. He was very familiar with this person. Every year, it was this grandson who brought people to Qinglian city to beg for money. Because his horse is fast, and he is very capable in mountain combat. So Siwei suffered a lot at his hands. Now that he was captured alive by Chu Chen, he was filled with anger. Should we kill this person or not? Chu Chen asked Siwei. No, Mr. Chu, this man cannot be killed yet. He is the younger brother of the current monarch of Ganpu. He can be exchanged for a lot of things. Siwei quickly stopped Chu Chen. Over the years, a lot of things have been taken away by them. Now that he's caught, don't even think about exchanging him back unless you bleed a little. Okay, if you want to exchange something, then let's exchange it. By the way, what is Ganpu most famous for? Chu Chen thought about it and asked again. Mr. Chu, Ganpu borders our Yundian. It's most famous for its jade. Damn, this trip is worth it. This place is rich in jade. Isn't this exactly what I need? Then this person cannot be handed over to Siwei. If I give it to him, I will only get some silver or something at most. But if you negotiate on your own, the results will be completely different. Thinking of this, he winked at Chu Yi. Lord C, if that's the case, please call me when Ganpu sends someone to negotiate. After saying that, Chu Yi drove the car wisely towards the jade mine. Mr. Chu this. Siwei looked at the vehicle being transported away and thought to himself, you haven't given the person to me yet. What's going on? After saying that, he mounted his horse and chased after the explosion-proof vehicle. In front of the huge iron gate of the jade mine, Siwei knocked on the door loudly. Mr. Chu, this is a high-ranking criminal from Daxia. We should take him to the capital and hand him over to His Majesty for punishment. What the hell? Leave it to him. I have wasted so many bullets fighting this Ganpu barbarian. If you give it to him, it will benefit you too. So he shouted outside. City Master C, send someone to the capital to report and ask him to send someone here. This guy is very skilled in martial arts, and the journey to the capital is long, so I'm afraid something might happen. After saying that, he handcuffed Sang Bo inside a cement house. No matter how Siwei knocked on the door, Chu Chen did not answer. Siwei had no choice but to rush back to the city lord's mansion to discuss the matter with several generals. The next day, a fast horse carried Siwei's memorial to the capital. 3 days later, the capital actually sent personnel to Yundian City. In the memorial, Siwei boasted about how Chu Chen, with just one cart, wiped out thousands of Ganpu barbarians and easily captured Sangbo. Zhou Shixuan also looked troubled. This kid really didn't play by the rules. So they had no choice but to send Zhou Heng to Yundian City to handle the handover with Ganpu. It was 5 days later that Zhou Heng arrived in Yundian City. In the city lord's mansion, Siwei sat respectfully below Zhou Heng. Siwei, Lord of Yundian City, pays homage to His Highness the 8th Prince. Lord C, you've worked hard. Where's my sworn brother? Why didn't he come? Although Siwei was mentally prepared for this blatant call of brother, he was still shocked. It seems that Chu Chen's status in the royal family is really high. Not only did His Majesty not blame him for hiding the hostages, but he also sent the 8th Prince, which was enough to prove Chu Chen's status. I have sent someone to invite you. Your Highness, please rest for a while. No, let's go prepare the horses. I haven't seen my sworn brother for a long time. Let's go to the jade mine. Siwei did not dare to delay and immediately asked his servants to prepare the carriage and horses, and the group headed towards the jade mine. At the entrance of the jade mine, Siwei was still banging on the huge iron door. Open the door and welcome him, you idiot. Zhou Heng is here. Chen Qingxian, who was drinking, said to Chu Chen. Hey, So soon, the person coming is Zhou Hong again. After saying that, Chu Chen put down the teacup and ran towards the door. I must give the 8th prince the face he deserves. Chapter 142 Negotiation completed. Killing Sangbo. Brother Zhou, I haven't seen you for a long time. You are becoming more and more handsome. At the gate, Chu Chen looked at Zhou Hong with a smile on his face and said, Haha, brother, stop teasing me. If you have any good wine or food, get them ready. I am starving. After Zhou Hong finished speaking, he strode towards the most beautiful house. It feels like returning home. Seeing this, Si Wei and others saluted Chu Chen and followed him inside. In the house, several people sat down on the sofa. Brother Zhou, I wonder how you plan to negotiate this time. Chu Chen asked, wanting to find out what Zhou Shishuan meant in advance. Haha, my brother, you played an indispensable role in our victory over the Ganpu barbarians this time. What do you think we should do? Damn, the ball was kicked right in front of me. Do you want to make a request? What if Zhou Shishuan says that I am showing off? Since he didn't make any demands, Zhou Hong would just take the person away, and there would be nothing he could do. After thinking for a while, he spoke. Brother Zhou, I'm just a commoner. How can I give you any advice? Everything is up to you. But you also know that I consumed a lot in this battle. I heard that Ganpu is rich in jade. After saying that, he didn't say anything else, but stared at Zhou Hong, thinking, let's see how you respond. After listening to this, Zhou Hong looked at Chu Chen calmly. Then he burst into laughter. Brother, this is just a small matter. Leave it to me, and I will definitely satisfy you. Before he could finish his words, he knew that since Zhou Hong had said this, he would definitely not treat him unfairly. After hearing this, Chu Chen laughed and waved his hand. The people below came to the table with various dishes. In that case, I'll wait for news from Brother Zhou. You can take the people away and have some food and drinks. After saying that, he led everyone towards the dining table. Si Wei and his friends had never seen such delicious food before. After Zhou Hong started eating, just pick up the chopsticks and eat and drink to your heart's content. After the meal, after some handover, Chu Chen handed the person over to Si Wei. At this moment, we were just waiting for the Ganpu envoy to come and ask for the person. 3 days later, the Ganpu envoy, accompanied by 20 or so civil servants, was welcomed into Yundian City. Zhou Hong, along with Si Wei and others, sat proudly at the seat of honor in the city lord's mansion. After 3 days of discussion, a conclusion was finally reached. That is, the Ganpu kingdom had to pay a compensation of 30 million taels of silver, 10,000 carts of grain and cloth, and 1,000 carts of raw jade. Moreover, a contract was signed, and Ganpu kingdom became a vassal state of Daxia in the future. The annual tribute was paid without permission from Daxia. The people of Ganpu are not allowed to approach the border within 10 miles. As for these 1,000 carts of raw stones, all of them will be under Chu Chen's name. Chu Chen was also quite satisfied with this result. 1,000 carts, even though they were ox carts, it was still a huge number. Ganpu state had no choice but to accept this condition. There was no other way, because it was the prince who was captured. He is also the prince who has the best relationship with the monarch. 5 days later, the Ganpu kingdom came with a load of supplies to exchange for their prince Sangbo. Sangbo walked out of the dim cell and glanced at the people around him. A satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Finally, Chu Chen was found in the crowd. He walked up to Chu Chen and said, Boy, no matter how powerful you are just one person. Ganpu is a vast land with abundant resources and a huge population. You are in trouble, you know that. Please pay attention to the safety of your jade mine. After saying that, he turned around and climbed onto the carriage that came to pick him up. Leading team, return as quickly as possible with the good news that Lord Sangbo has left the city and will arrive tonight. Prepare a banquet. The officer shouted happily to the several mounted soldiers in front. There's no way. No matter how powerful you are, my Lord Sangbo still returned to Ganpu safely. Looking at the arrogant Sangbo and the excited envoy, Chu Chen's eyes changed from playful to murderous. How dare you threaten me? You're simply looking for death. Zhou Hong, who was standing by, also saw Sangbo's arrogant look. After they walked out of the city gate, he walked up to Chu Chen and said, Brother, some things are your personal behavior and have nothing to do with Daxia, but try to keep it as mysterious as possible. After saying that, he took Si Wei and set out on the journey back to the capital. After listening to this, Chu Chen turned around and drove back to the jade mine. Jiao Mengzi,
If you take me flying, it shouldn't be a problem for us to catch up with the Ganpu delegation in a short time. I can't fly. The kind that jumps around? Tell me, what do you want to do? Kill Sangbo, he threatened me. As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, he felt himself being lifted up and flying. Half an hour later, the two saw the delegation in Ganpu. Chu Chen secretly took the Uzi from his waist. In a few breaths, the two men arrived in front of the delegation's carriage and blocked their way. How dare you stop our Ganpu delegation? Are you looking for death? When the leading Ganpu soldier saw the two people suddenly appear, he immediately drew the knife from his waist. As the carriage stopped, Sangbo frowned, grabbed the knife in his hand, and got off the carriage. Haha, who am I, kid? Are you really going to die? Chu Chen watched him slowly raise the Uzi in his hand. Idiot, remember, you died today in this foam Shui treasure place near the river and the mountains. The only thing you can blame is your arrogance. Ha ha ha, kid, without that monster, do you think you can still? Before Sangbo could finish his words, Chu Chen pulled the trigger. Following a series of tapping sounds, Sangbo never dreamed of this. It was not the so-called beast that defeated him, but the man in front of him. As the gunshots rang out, Qinglian also moved. I saw him moving among the Ganpu soldiers with ghostly movements. After dozens of breaths, no one at the scene could breathe except Chu Chen and Qinglian. This place is right next to the water. After killing the man, Chu Chen called Qinglian, opened the big backpack behind him, and took out a small bucket of gasoline. Then they piled the bodies up by the river, doused them with gasoline, and casually threw a burning stick over. Although there's not much gasoline and it cannot be burned completely, there's no problem in burning it beyond recognition. Then he calmly took away all the corpses and carriages. All of them were pushed into the rushing river. Then he looked up at the sky. The sky, which was bright just now, is now covered with dark clouds. He handed Qinglian a cigarette and said, "Look, even God is helping me. After a heavy rain, I'm afraid there will be no trace left. Help you? You're lucky. I'm here with you." Fuck, when did you learn to be so shameless? In a heavy rain, the two did not hold an umbrella, nor did they go back to hide from the rain. Instead, he watched the burned area being washed by the water over and over again. Until the sand underneath was exposed, there was no trace of black left. Qinglian picked up Chu Chen and flew towards the jade mine. Chapter 143, Space Changes at Will. The heavy rain is still continuing. As night fell, everyone in mine was enjoying the coolness after the rainstorm. Chu Chen called Zhao Tianlong over. "Brother Zhao, we've been together for quite some time now. I'll be grateful if you can help me manage this mine from now on." "Sir, I am a sinner, so why should I say it's hard? This is what I should do." Seeing Chu Chen's polite look, Zhao Tianlong quickly spoke respectfully. Seeing this, Chu Chen pointed to the room behind him. "There are enough weapons inside. To prevent retaliation from the criminals, please be careful. Also, you should send the mined raw stones to the warehouse outside every 2 weeks, and I will send someone to pick them up. The reason why we pick it up once every 2 weeks is because of the transportation problem. When the time comes, just ask Chu Yi to drive over and take Qinglian back. If you have nothing to do, don't come here often." After talking with Zhao Tianlong for a long time, Chu Chen took advantage of the night. He drove the explosion-proof vehicle towards the warehouse outside the city. The jade stones that Ganpu had paid as compensation had been ordered to be placed in a warehouse outside the city. Because there were too many, in order to hide them from others, we had to collect them at night. The explosion-proof vehicle drove all the way to the warehouse outside the city. After closing the warehouse door, Chu Chen started to get busy. Chu Chen was busy until almost dawn before he finally emptied the huge warehouse. The supermarket space was filled with a large amount of raw jade stones. Chu Chen looked around left and right with his hands behind his back. Slowly, he discovered the problem. It seems that now you don't have to carry the things yourself when you collect them. So he was surprised and quickly left the space. With a thought, a baseball bat appeared in front of him. With another move, the baseball bat disappeared from its spot again. Holy shit, this is fucking amazing. This discovery made Chu Chen in the space so excited that he danced with joy. It would be so easy to rob a house. Immediately afterwards, Chu Chen felt just like the first time he discovered space, controlling the baseball bat in, out, and out. However, this skill cannot be shown to others casually, so it is better to keep a low profile for now. After all, In this era with so many martial arts masters, he is not absolutely safe. After the battle with Sang Bo, he felt no pressure at all. But looking at the corpses all over the ground, Chu Chen also realized the cheapness of human life in this era of cold weapons. Therefore, we must live comfortably and freely in this era. A strong arm and endless money can bring you a sense of security. But these are all external things. To obtain the most fundamental things, you must be strong enough. One day, one's own hot weapons will be exposed. Ancient people were not fools. Martial arts masters like Qinglian could tell at a glance that this thing was a hidden weapon. If Zhou Shixuan was on his battlefield, how could he not see that he was borrowing external objects? But fortunately, I am not standing against that right. At least for now, he still has a strong backer. And as long as Daxia doesn't fall, there's nothing to worry about. But the world is unpredictable. Who knows what tomorrow will be like? Chu Chen left the space and sat in the warehouse until dawn. Then he drove the explosion-proof vehicle towards the city lord's mansion. He thought that since he had finished dealing with things here, it was time to go back to Qinglian City. Before leaving, give Siwei a gift. He seemed like a nice guy. Besides, my jade mine is here, so it is better to make friends than to make enemies. The explosion-proof vehicle stopped directly in front of the gate of the city lord's mansion. When the soldiers at the door saw the RV arriving, they trotted over to greet it. "My lord god of war, you are here." As soon as the guard came over, he greeted Chu Chen with a smile on his face. "God of war, damn, when the hell did you give yourself this title? This is not a good idea. When I become famous, Ganpu will become my #1 enemy." So he quickly said to the guard, "My dear brother, you can't yell like that. Sir, don't be so modest. Everyone in Yunding knows that you, with your own car, have made Ganpu piss and piss his ass." Chu Chen smiled helplessly at the guards. Let them call him whatever they want. He was going to leave anyway. "Brother, please help me move the things." After saying that, he handed a silver ingot to the guard. "Sir, how can I ask for your money? You are my great benefactor at Yindian." After saying that, he called a few people and carried the gift from the car into the house. Yindian's benefactor, that sounds pretty good. Immediately afterwards, Chu Chen followed in. "Master Chu, I apologize for not coming to greet you in person." Seeing Chu Chen coming, Siwei hurried out to greet him. "Ah, City Lord Si, I'm going to leave soon. Before I leave, I'll bring you some gifts." Chu Chen bowed to Siwei and pointed at the pile of things on the ground. "Oh, Master Chu, you are embarrassing me. How can I be so embarrassed? Nothing else, just a token of my appreciation." "That's very kind of you. Gifts are just ordinary things. For example, rice, flour, oil, and so on. But these are not things that can be found in Daxia." The two exchanged pleasantries for a while and then sat down as host and guest. Si Liu went forward obediently to pour tea, glancing at Chu Chen from time to time. Chu Chen looked helpless. "Little sister, you are still young. Just blame your brother for having too many women." "Master Chu, are you in such a hurry to leave?" Siwei asked with some reluctance. In his heart, it would be great if this god of war-like figure could stay on top of the clouds. "Ah, City Lord Si, there are many things waiting for me in Qinglian City, so I came here to say goodbye to you." "Ah, Master Chu, are you going back?" Before Siwei could say anything, Si Liu couldn't wait to blurt out the answer. "That's right, Miss Si. I have to go back to Qinglian. My wife is still waiting for me at home. Since I don't have that idea, then I'll just stop thinking about it." But Chu Chen was wrong. This was ancient times. Who cared whether you had a wife at home? Therefore, this matter has no impact on Si Liu. Qinglian City, it's a great place. I've never been there before. After saying that, Si Liu's beautiful eyes flashed, and she kept staring at Chu Chen. I was thinking to myself, please accept the call and invite me to Qinglian. Chu Chen knew what she was thinking. Qinglian is not bad. If there's a chance, ask City Lord Si to take you there to have a look. After saying that, he turned to Siwei and said, "It's getting late. I should go back to the mine. Goodbye." After saying that, he stood up, saluted to several people, and strode out of the city lord's mansion without looking back. Among the gifts, there was no longer an envelope with instructions on how to remove the smell of pork. Damn, luckily I ran fast, otherwise I would have been entangled by the city lord's daughter, which would have been so troublesome. "Siwei, isn't it early?" "It's early in the morning, okay." Si Liu looked at Chu Chen's back as he walked away, then turned around and went back to his room. Chapter 144. Stride forward back to Qinglian. Chu Chen returned to the jade mine without stopping. While it was still early, a few people in charge were called together for a brief meeting.
He took Chen Qingxian, Chu, E, and Uncle Feng and drove toward Qinglian City. At the city gate, a beautiful figure watched the explosion-proof vehicle speeding away. It seems like he has made a great determination. Miss, go back. The master will come out to look for you soon. A person who looked like a maid next to her said anxiously to the woman in white. Xiao Xue, do you dare to accompany me to Qinglian City? Miss you. After a while, a carriage rushed out and headed towards Qinglian City. Si Wei listened to the report from his subordinates, sighed, and shook his head. Girls can't be kept at home when they grow up. Let her go. Just send someone to protect her. At this time, Chu Yi drove the explosion-proof vehicle very fast. Chen Qingxian was sleeping soundly in the back seat, while Chu Chen was enjoying the scenery along the way. Who would care about the galloping carriage? On the second day, Chu Chen jumped off the explosion-proof vehicle and felt the lingering fragrance on Xiao Fang's body. I'm finally back. Young master, are you and your group at Union all right? Xiao Fang hugged Chu Chen tightly and asked, looking up. I don't look good to you, huh? Let's go eat. After saying that, he took Xiao Fang in his arms and walked into the house. Where are Chu and Xiang and Xiuju? Why aren't they at home? Looking at Xiaolan and Xiao Dao busy in the house, Chu Chen turned to Xiao Fang and asked, Sir, they're more capable than you think. Now I just need to go to the Wenxiang Pavilion once in a while. It seems that these two women are good. How could they get the upper hand so quickly? At this moment, Chu Yi was standing respectfully outside the door. Sir, the truck carrying the goods is still at the top of the cloud. I'll drive it back. As for the van, Chu Chen left it there on purpose. For me, I can have as much of that thing as I want. So when I came back, in order to avoid driving myself, I parked the car in the Union Mine. It's okay. I'll just give you one tomorrow. You've worked hard. Go back and rest. Chu Yi didn't say anything after hearing this. He bowed to Chu Chen and Xiao Fang, then headed toward the suburban yard. As soon as Chen Qingxian returned to his house in the west of the city, he disappeared. Everyone is already accustomed to this kind of master who appears and disappears mysteriously. He always shows up on time for dinner. If he didn't show up, he probably went out to play. Everyone guessed correctly. Chen Qingxian has now arrived at the door of Hongling. Hey, Xiaolan, I haven't seen you for a long time. You've grown up again. What delicious food did you make today? Xiaolan laughed sweetly. Sir, it's not that big of a deal. We have something delicious to eat today. Chu Chen shifted his gaze and looked at the table. Damn, where can we get seafood in this inland area? I saw 2 lobsters placed on top. Where did this thing come from? Chu Chen asked Xiaolan in confusion. I bought it at the West Market this morning. The one the young master brought back last time was very similar to this one. The fishmonger said that this thing came from the sea and was very good for women. I saw that Sister Xiaofang and Sister Chunxiang Qiuju looked so tired, so I bought a few. Seeing this, Chu Chen couldn't wait to break one open and take a bite. It had been a long time since he had tasted this flavor. This stuff is also available in the space, but they are all frozen goods. Even in modern times, Chu Chen had only eaten it once when he went to the beach. In an instant, an idea came into my mind. Qinglian City is not very far from the seaside and can be reached in a day's drive. How about taking some women with you and going on a trip? In ancient times, people went to the sea to hunt for food, so the resources must have been abundant. I've been here for a long time, but this is the first time I've seen this thing being sold. I guess it's a transportation problem. In that case, I'll just do it myself. Xiaofang saw that Chu Chen was so interested in this strange thing. So he said to Xiaolan, go buy some more for the master. After listening to this, Xiaolan turned around and walked towards the door. At this time, Chu Chen also put down the bowl in his hand. Xiaolan, wait a minute, I will go with you. Xiaolan turned her head in confusion, wondering when her husband started to like buying groceries. But she didn't say anything and even seemed a little happy. This opportunity to go out alone with Chu Chen on the street is a rare opportunity. Under Xiaolan's guidance, Chu Chen soon met the fishmonger. There were several dead lobsters on his stall, but that head is not small. So he quickly stepped forward and said, Big brother, this strange fish of yours has never been seen before in Qinglian City. This young man is obviously a connoisseur of valuables. This item is not easy to come by. I got it from the depths of the ocean, 800 miles away. Oh, then this fish hasn't died yet after coming all this way. Yeah, look, he's dead. This fishmonger is very honest, but he is right. Anyone with eyesight can tell that the fish is dead. Then, brother, how do you sell this? Sir, it took a lot of effort to transport this thing here. Since you look so good, I'll give you 2 taels of silver for each one.
Fuck you, do you think I'm stupid? If they weigh 2 taels each and are left out until the evening, they will become really smelly. Why don't you just go and rob it? But this also made Chu Chen understand that this thing has little chance of entering the inland. To ensure freshness, you have to do a lot of work. So he turned to Xiaolan and asked quietly, "How many are you buying? Are they alive?" "No, sir, there are no living ones. They're all dead. 700 coins each." After saying that, she blinked her big eyes and looked at Chu Chen. Chu Chen turned around and glared at the fishmonger fiercely. "Do you really think I'm stupid?" After glaring, he pulled Xiaolan up and left the market without looking back. "Sir, you don't want to buy it anymore?" Xiaolan asked quietly as she looked at Chu Chen, who suddenly pulled her away. "No, this thing isn't fresh. I can't have it. I'll go get something delicious." After returning home, Chu Chen pretended to get into the car and took out a few hair tails and some dark abalone. As soon as you enter the kitchen, you start working. "Sir, what kind of fish is this? Why does it look so fierce?" Xiaofeng asked, looking at the sharp teeth of the cutlass fish. This is called hairtail fish, and it's only found in the sea." Ever since seeing the dead lobster, Chu Chen has developed a deep dislike for the ones on the table. But I can't throw away Xiaolan's kindness. However, the desire to go out to sea to fish is becoming stronger and stronger. Qinglian has been in Namishan village for a long time, right? How about taking her out to play? Chu Chen was thinking while eating. It seems that I should go back to Mashan village tomorrow and take her to the beach. I don't know if Jimengzi will go with us. If he goes, it will provide an extra layer of security. In fact, what he didn't expect was that Chu Chen now had a very good relationship with Li Qinglian. Having made such a decision, it probably won't be easy to get rid of Chu Chen. Chapter 145. Strolling in the village with satisfaction. The next day, after breakfast, Chu Chen drove to Mashan village. Under the enthusiastic calls and greetings of the crowd, I returned to the villa. Li Qinglian sat quietly beside Chu Chen, pouring tea and peeling fruit for him. Chu Chen turned his head and looked at Li Qinglian quietly. I have been so busy over the past year that I have paid too little attention to her. Ignoring everyone's surprised looks, he pulled Li Qinglian and walked towards the room. "Husband, it's a long journey. Aren't you tired? Did you miss me when my husband was not at home?" Li Qinglian was an ancient woman after all. How could she accept such explicit love words? She buried her head in Chu Chen's chest and uttered the word, "want," in a mosquito-like voice. This soft moan made Chu Chen fall deeply into it. In the smoothness and happiness, the two stayed until night fell before leaving the room. "Husband, is the beach you mentioned really that fun?" Li Qinglian asked Chu Chen softly. "You've stayed at home and haven't traveled far, so let's go out and take a look this time. Let's take Sister Roy with us. She's been working very hard these days." The two of them discussed with each other. At this moment, a voice came over carelessly. "What? You're going to the beach? Damn, you have such a sharp hearing." Looking at Chu Chen in her tight clothes, Chu Chen felt deeply helpless. How could I have forgotten about this thing? "Yes, Miss Chu Chen, my husband said he would take everyone to the beach." Before Chu Chen could speak, Li Qinglian stepped forward, took Chu Chen's hand and said, "Okay, when are we going? I'll get ready." "Damn it, did I call you? Just go." But since Li Qinglian is so happy, it will definitely not work if I object now. So he said to Chu Chen with a wry smile, "Go ahead. I'll leave your safety along the way to you." But Chu Chen was deeply calculating in his heart. This woman is in the way, but he is only at the 9th rank and cannot deal with such a master. Either kill her or take her in. With her elusive skills, it's not easy to get rid of her. It seems that I need to have a good chat with her tonight. It's okay to be tired because you are so handsome. The tables on the first floor were already filled with food and wine. It was a rare occasion for Chu Chen to come back, so Wang Defa, his second uncle Hu Zi, and the others came. "Uncle Wang, I haven't seen you for a long time. You look so radiant. Hey, what's wrong with Hu Zi? Is he getting married?" Looking at everyone with smiles on their faces, Chu Chen sat down while joking. Second uncle picked up a small notebook and came to Chu Chen. Report to him the income during this period. Chu Chen thought about the piles of gold and silver in his space. In fact, it didn't matter. But the fact that second uncle took the initiative shows that he cares. After settling the bill, Chu Chen said to his second uncle and Wang Defa, "Uncle Wang, second uncle, since the salt factory is making good profits, let's double everyone's monthly salary." Chu Chen has never been stingy with the villagers of Mashan village. But even if it doubles,
It will make much more money for the salt factory. This month's profit is enough to pay several years' wages. But we can't let everyone eat too much. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it's difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Giving too much is not a good thing. Everyone has money, so who the hell would work for you? Chu Chen, who came from modern society, deeply understood this truth. Hearing Chu Chen's decision, Wang Defa immediately began to cry again. Uncle Wang, don't get excited. Your little wife is still waiting for you. To be honest, Wang Defa cannot die. He can help with so many things. No, Chuwazi, I'm just happy. The meal lasted for about an hour before everyone dispersed. But Chu Chen did not forget his mission tonight. After washing himself quickly with the toiletries that Li Qinglian brought him, he stood up and walked towards the room. But to his surprise, Mu Shuiqin was not in her room. He couldn't help but turn to Li Qinglian and ask, "Where's Mu Shuiqin?" "She's in her room. What's wrong?" "This is weird. This girl isn't here to be a light bulb today. She's changed. In that case, forget it. As long as she doesn't disturb me and Li Qinglian from discussing the Kuan character technique, let her be." What Chu Chen didn't know was that at this time, Mu Shuiqin was lying quietly on the bed in her room. Thinking of what I saw today, my face turned red enough to drip water. Yes, she saw it, but she saw it outside the balcony. During the day, he was sitting on the balcony with nothing to do when he saw Li Qinglian and Chu Chen enter the house. Perhaps the two of them were in too much of a hurry and didn't even notice her. So, those scenes kept flashing in Mu Shuiqin's mind all day long. But now I'm lying in bed alone, and those fragments can't be shaken off. It seems that the things I despised before are not so. On the second day, Chu Chen brought Hu Zi to a large cave behind a mountain. Hu Zi went forward and opened the iron gate, only to see that it was piled high with food. This was all Chu Chen had instructed him to do before, telling him to stockpile food. If there is a war, this stuff can save his life. Although he owns such a large supermarket space with inexhaustible supplies. But you can't just take it out openly. By spending some money and stockpiling food, I will be the savior of the entire Masan village. Then, Hu Zi took him to the school building and the clinic. Listening to the sound of reading aloud and the cabinets full of medicinal materials in the clinic, Chu Chen smiled with satisfaction. The doctor saw this, and the strange man followed Hu Zi into the clinic. He quickly came out to greet her. "Hu Zi, who is this?" "Dr. Sun, this is Chu Chen." As soon as Hu Zi finished speaking, Dr. Sun bowed deeply to Chu Chen. "So it's Master Chu who's here. I apologize for not welcoming you in person. You're too polite, Dr. Sunday. I'm just here to take a look around. Thank you for your hard work in Masan village." Seeing that the other person was so polite, Chu Chen also spoke to him respectfully. "Master Chu is righteous. As doctors, our responsibility is to cure illnesses and save lives. I couldn't ask for such an environment. How can I say it's hard work?" Then, the two exchanged greetings for a while, and then Chu Chen took Hu Zi to bid farewell to Dr. Sun. Walking towards the dam, it was autumn, the dry season, but the water in the dam had not decreased at all. It seems that the water conservation in the mountains behind Masan village is extremely good. Inside the dam, the fish are playing happily. Hu Zi dove in and said, "Chu Wazi, take a bath." Chapter 146, Take Qinglian to the Sea. "Fuck, you're a real tiger. Isn't it cold in this autumn? Besides, can you let me know next time you go into the water?" Chu Chen looked at Hu Zi, who was making a fuss in the water. This kid was so damn fierce. If you're not careful, you will fall into the reservoir. Why is it so cold? Remember when we were little? We caught so many fish in this season. Hu Zi said as he wandered around. After a while, Hu Zi, who was wet, caught a big grass carp in his hands. He walked up to Chu Chen and said proudly, "Here, I'll take it back for you to replenish your body." "Damn it, how can you tell that I'm weak?" Chu Chen just cursed his cousin verbally. In fact, he knew that if he was in danger one day, he would be standing in front of him. He is definitely the first one. "Eat yourself. I can't eat it this early in the morning." Seeing that Chu Chen was not interested, Hu Zi quickly said, "If you don't want it, I will." You want it. Go back and change your clothes. You're gonna get sick soon. You think I'm you? You're so weak." After Hu Zi finished speaking, he took the fish and walked towards his new house. Chu Chen also walked all the way back to the villa and lay on the rocking chair on the roof, quietly enjoying this rare leisure time. At night, Roy's room was filled with laughter. Li Qinglian fell asleep happily in her room. The only one who couldn't sleep was Mu Shuiqin. The masters above the ninth rank have amazing hearing ability, so they can hear the whispers that come from afar. It made it even harder for her to sleep. Maybe there's another person who hasn't slept like her, and that's Da Huang. At this moment, Da Huang has become stronger because of the big fish and meat he eats every day. He glanced in the direction of the villa, turned around, and walked into his doghouse. Inside the doghouse, a beautiful little female dog was lying there at some point. After staying happily in Masan village for 3 or 4 days, Chu Chen decided to set off for Linhai City. Early in the morning, Li Qinglian and Roy were packing their things in large and small bags. Huzi moved the things into the explosion-proof vehicle. Chu Chen had nothing on her and was currently fast asleep in the back of an explosion-proof vehicle. When the sun rose, Chu Chen stepped on the accelerator and headed towards Linhai City with the 3 women. For Li Qinglian and Roy, this was their first time traveling far away, and they were incredibly excited. Chu Chen continued to sleep soundly, as if all this had nothing to do with her. The reason why Chu Chen did not bring anyone else was because he had Chu Chen, who was above the 9th rank, by his side. With so many hot weapons, there is no need to worry about safety. The more people I bring with me, the more I feel constrained I become. Among the 3 women, 2 are his own women, and the remaining 1 seems to have grown up now. This trip is just like a honeymoon, just going to the beach to relax. The car drove around Qinglian City and headed towards Linhai. On the way, Chu Chen saw many passers-by. There were merchants pushing wheelbarrows, caravans riding tall horses, and bodyguards holding steel knives. The car drove over the muddy and rocky official road at such a high speed that pedestrians came to watch. However, this official road was too narrow, and every time Chu Chen encountered a large caravan, he had to stop the car and give way. There was no other way. My car was too big. If I squeezed through, I would have to fall over. After walking and stopping along the way, we finally arrived at a small town. In the town, Chu Chen took 3 beautiful women to find a restaurant and went in. After a hearty meal, we continued on our journey. This time, there seemed to be fewer caravans on the road. Most of the people coming and going are lone vendors. This greatly increases the speed of the explosion-proof vehicle. It was not until night fell that they arrived at the gate of Linhai City. At the city gate, a large black box suddenly appeared at high speed. The soldiers stopped the explosion-proof vehicle in the same way. The bright car lights illuminated the city gate clearly. The sergeant saw Chu Chen through the windshield and quickly walked over with a steel knife in hand. What is this thing, and why is it charging towards my Linhai city gate? I was just entering the city normally. How did it become an attack on the city gate? So he said to the sergeant, "Sir, I'm a man of high rank, and am here to visit the sea. Please give me some space." After saying this, he secretly handed over an ingot of silver. The soldier took the silver, and his attitude immediately became much kinder. He took a look at the explosion-proof vehicle and frowned. "This thing looks like a car, but there are no horses. And it's late at night. How can it go into the city? Who would believe that you are coming to Linhai for a trip?" Then he said to Chu Chen, "Sir, you are not allowed to enter Linhai City at night. You should come back tomorrow." "What the hell? You are not allowed to enter the city at night." So Chu Chen handed over another ingot of silver. "Military master, please take some wine and do me a favor." Unexpectedly, this time the soldier pushed the silver back. "Sir, I can tell from the looks of it that you're either rich or noble, so please don't embarrass us." "Well, I originally wanted to communicate with you as an ordinary person, but now I won't pretend anymore." Chu Chen didn't say anything, but took out a sign that was shining with golden light. "Master Jun, can we come in now?" The sergeant took the sign, looked at it carefully, and then knelt on the ground with a bang. He respectfully raised the sign and the silver above his head and handed them to Chu Chen. "I didn't know you were coming. Please forgive me." After that, he directed his order to the back. "Open the city gate quickly and let the young master in." Chu Chen smiled and took back the token, but did not take the silver. "Get up and open the city gates." Just as the door was opening, a sergeant spoke through the door. A fast horse inside headed towards the inner city. Linhai City, City Lord's mansion. The City Lord Murong Huai asked outside while rustling his clothes. "What did you say?" Holding His Majesty's token, entering the city at night? After saying that, he pushed open the door. "Come on, follow me to greet him." Murong Huai was not sure, but it was said that a coachman was holding the token. What if it is His Majesty who comes? If I don't welcome him, I'm worried that my life will be in danger. "Chu Chen, you are the groom. Your whole family are grooms. I'm called the driver." The explosion-proof vehicle drove into the city gate and headed towards the inner city along highway. Compared to Qinglian City, Linhai City feels much more desolate. The city is not as prosperous as Qinglian. There are only a few restaurants and brothels with a few lonely lights on. Chu Chen was puzzled by this. How could this coastal city be so depressed? It's the middle of the night, and I guess it's hard to even find an inn. Do I have to sleep in this car tonight? But Chu Chen didn't care if he had to sleep in the car with 3 women. It's not that I can't accept it. I just don't know if you have any opinions about the shock absorber spring. Thinking of this, Chu Chen showed a lewd smile. However, after turning a corner, when the car lights shone over, a team of soldiers suddenly blocked the way of the explosion-proof vehicle. Chapter 147 Linhai City, Lord Moronghuai. The team of soldiers saw Chu Chen's car coming. They all knelt down in unison, and another person hurried towards the car. What the hell is going on? Chu Chen looked at this scene and frowned in confusion. But when a man in the official uniform of the Great Xia dynasty walked in front of the car, Chu Chen suddenly understood. This person is definitely coming here for this token. So he rolled down the car door, got out, and walked up to the man in official uniform. Sir, what is this? Linhai City, Lord Moronghuai, was unaware of your arrival and failed to greet you. I hope you will forgive me. After saying that, Moronghuai secretly glanced at Chu Chen. I wondered, who is this? I've never seen such a person around His Majesty. But since he can take out the token, at least we can't offend him. Seeing Moronghuai's puzzled look, Chu Chen quickly took out the token. He handed it over and said, My name is Chu Chen, a Qinglian person. I'd like to trouble the city, Lord to come. Moronghuai took the token and looked at it. Then he was about to kneel down like the soldier at the door. But Chu Chen held him tightly. City Lord Morong, what are you doing? His Majesty is not here. Get up quickly. Moronghuai respectfully returned the token to Chu Chen and then spoke. Master Chu, what brings you here so late at night? City Lord Morong, don't be nervous. I just came to Linhai City for a visit and went out to sea to get some seafood. Since that's the case, let me do my duty as a host and invite you to the City Lord's mansion. Moronghuai simply didn't believe that he was here just to go fishing. Since you are carrying His Majesty's token, how could you not know that pirates are rampant at sea and you cannot go out to sea? But what he didn't know was that Chu Chen really didn't know about this situation. It's late at night. We could just find an inn. How dare we disturb them? Chu Chen was shocked when he heard that the City Lord invited him to the City Lord's mansion as soon as they met. I thought maybe you were being a little too enthusiastic, so I quickly refused. Mr. Chu, it's unreasonable for you to stay at that inn when you come to Linhai City. Move quickly. Well, since you insist, you can save the rent. So he let him lead the way and followed him in the RV towards the City Lord's mansion. Taking a look at the golden sign, it's no wonder Zhou Shixuan said it could solve most of the problems. This thing is so damn useful. With a badge in hand, you'll hardly starve to death in this great Xia. As long as your request is not too excessive, Moronghuai will probably try his best to satisfy it. Chu Chen parked the car in the yard of the City Lord's mansion. He walked out with the 3 girls. The same old routine. Chu Chen came out of the explosion-proof vehicle with 2 bottles of liquor in glass bottles in his hands. If you stay at someone's house and don't bring any gifts, how can you be so kind? Follow Moronghuai all the way to the main hall. The main hall was brightly lit by candles. Chu Chen placed the wine in front of Moronghuai and said, City Lord Morong, I'm new here, so this is just a small gift. It's not a token of respect. Mr. Chu, you're welcome. Moronghuai took the 2 bottles of wine casually. Hey, Master Chu, what is this? Glaze, no, this is crystal. He was wondering who had so much free time as to hollow out such a large piece of crystal and use it to hold water. It was so damn extravagant. Chu Chen started to explain, It's just a small token of my appreciation. 2 bottles of light wine. Please accept them, Lord City Lord. Mr. Chu, this is very kind of you. This is wine packaged in crystal. I guess only your Majesty can drink it. Xian, I drink it every day. So he took the 2 bottles in his hands, feeling very happy. This Mr. Chu is not only kind, but also generous. We must make friends with him. So he quickly said, Mr. Chu, you've been exhausted from the journey. How about you and the ladies take a break early? Chu Chen was really tired after driving for a whole day. So he nodded and, led by a servant, walked toward a small courtyard. Linhai City may not look very prosperous, but the City Lord's mansion is very large. The accommodation arranged for her was an independent small courtyard, which was fully equipped with maids and other supplies. In order to have a good rest, Chu Chen took Li Qinglian into the largest room. Roy pulled Mu Shuichin and walked into another room. With the help of the maids, the four of them fell into a deep sleep early. The next day, the sun shone through the window. Chu Chen slowly opened his eyes and felt the unique atmosphere of the seaside city. Under the care of two maids, she walked out of the room. In the yard, Roy had already torn open several packets of instant noodles. I got a lot of boiling water from the maid and started making instant noodles. For these women, instant noodles have long been something they can't let go of. Chu Chen's mouth twitched when he saw this scene. He was already at the beach, but he was still eating instant noodles. Isn't seafood porridge delicious? While he was muttering to himself, Murong Huai came to the yard with a few servants and brought food. Hey, Master Chu, why did you open the fire yourself? Just leave these trivial matters to the servants. Murong Huai thought that Chu Chen and the others cooked the meal themselves, so he asked, Lord City Lord, what is this? Chu Chen pointed at the food and asked, I thought Master Chu hadn't eaten yet, so I sent him some food. I didn't expect that Master Chu had already started cooking for himself. Chu Chen laughed after hearing this and pointed at the instant noodles. These are just some snacks that my wife made for herself because she's greedy. As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, Roy walked out and quickly opened the lid of the instant noodles. In an instant, the aroma of instant noodles filled the entire yard. Hey, Master Chu, what kind of food is this? Why does it smell so good? After listening to this, Chu Chen looked at Roy, who was eating instant noodles. Please explain this to the Lord City Lord. Since you want instant noodles, then you come. I have explained so much that I don't want to explain anymore. After listening to this, Roy nodded and began to explain to Murong Huai. But after hearing this, Murong Huai suddenly felt that the breakfast in his hand was no longer delicious. So Master Chu has such a magical thing in his hand. What I have seems a bit shabby. Murong Huai said with some embarrassment as he looked at the millet porridge, lobsters, and other things brought by the servants behind him. After saying this, he ordered his servants to take it back. Seeing this, Chu Chen quickly stopped him. No, City Lord Murong, I just like these foods. Nonsense, you didn't even see a lobster that big. Why are you eating instant noodles? How about this? I see City Lord Murong probably hasn't had breakfast yet, so why don't you try this instant noodles and I'll try this fresh shrimp. After saying that, Chu Chen snatched the food from the servant's hands and placed it on the table. At this time, Roy also put a few bowls of instant noodles on the table. Chu Chen made a gesture of invitation to Murong Huai. Murong Huai didn't hesitate and sat down. I couldn't resist the aroma of the instant noodles and was thinking about how to start. This is delicious food delivered to your door. There is no reason to refuse it. Chapter 148. The Japanese are rampant and the sea is in trouble. At the table, Murong Huai was slurping instant noodles. In this autumn, I was sweating profusely while eating. Since Roy had thoughtfully prepared a bowl for the two maids after everyone finished eating. There were 2 extra bowls. The city lord was here, so how could those maids dare to eat the food on the table? Wow, 3 bowls of instant noodles. Murong Huai made them clearly. Everyone who saw this scene opened their mouths in surprise. This was the first time he ate so much, and he must have diarrhea. After dinner, Chu Chen instructed Roy to take 2 boxes of instant noodles out of the car for Murong Huai. Since you like it, eat more. After 2 boxes, you won't get tired of it. Master Chu said last night that he wanted to go out to sea. After eating and drinking his fill, Murong Huai asked Chu Chen, Yes, Lord Murong, please provide us with ships? Chu Chen spoke straight to the point. He had been thinking about where to rent a boat at the beach, but now that he was at the city lord's mansion, he might as well ask for it directly. But Murong Huai frowned after hearing this. To be honest, sir, our Great Xia Navy is not strong enough. Although we have these ships, they are not safe at sea. Seeing Murong Huai's frown, Chu Chen suddenly became anxious. What's the point of coming all the way to the beach if you can't even get out to sea? So he quickly asked, Unsafe? What's the situation? Please advise, Lord City Lord. Due to the lack of naval forces in our Great Xia, pirates are rampant on the sea. Many wealthy young men used to go to sea, but after a few accidents, no one dare to go there anymore. Only those fishermen within the area under the jurisdiction of my navy can still fish. After hearing this, Chu Chen finally understood. It was probably that this pirate was targeting the rich young men who were traveling at sea. However, Daxia's navy was not well developed, so no one dared to go deep into the sea. Who are these pirates? How can they be so rampant? Chu Chen asked again. There are all kinds of people here, including the extremely evil people from Daxia and those from other races. Foreigners? Chu Chen asked doubtfully. Hey, it's the Japanese. These foreigners are extremely cruel. Sometimes they even land in Linhai City and rob people. Shit, this is interesting, especially as a modern person traveling through time. Chu Chen could deeply feel this hatred. This hatred was inherited from his ancestors. Although this is fictional history, since you are bad, I can't just sit back and watch. So he turned around and spoke to Mu Shuiqin, who had been silent. Master Mu, are you afraid of going out to sea? Mu Shuiqin rolled her eyes at him and drew her sword. What do you think? Okay, City Lord Morong, if possible, please lend me a boat. Master Chu, this journey is dangerous, otherwise. Morong Huai wanted to stop him, but was interrupted by Chu Chen. Don't worry, City Lord Morong, this guy is a 9th rank master. He can get me out safely. There's no problem at all. Morong Huai had no choice but to bring everyone to the beach. A large ship was arranged, and a team of soldiers were sent to protect it. Master Chu, this is Captain Lu Rongdong. He will be the one to protect your safety on this trip. Chu Chen smiled at Lu Rongdong and said, Thank you, Captain Lu. After saying that, he took the 3 women on board and several soldiers behind him, carrying several boxes from Chu Chen's car, also came onto the boat. Following Lu Rongdong's order, the boatmen under the big ship rowed the huge oars. The entire ship headed towards the deep sea. Then Lu Rongdong walked up to Chu Chen and said, Mr. Chu, let's just wait and see near the sea. It's not safe if we go too far. Chu Chen looked up at the dark-skinned man and asked, Captain Lu, how did you fight this naval battle? Was there any artillery fire? Yes, Lu Rongdong blurted out without thinking. Oh, if you have gunpowder, then why don't you have any cannons on your ship? Mr. Chu, please explain clearly what a cannon is. Damn, you don't even know what a cannon is. Where's the artillery attack coming from? After some questions and answers, Chu Chen finally understood. It turns out that there are several ways to fight naval battles in this era. One is to hook the opponent's ship over and engage in hand-to-hand combat like on land. The second method is to install a catapult on a large ship and throw stones or kerosene at the enemy. The artillery fire that Lu Rongdong mentioned just now was actually a jar of kerosene. After understanding the situation, Chu Chen did not continue to ask questions. Instead, he ordered the ship to head towards the deep sea. His target this time is the tuna, grouper, and other fish in the deep sea. The box contained things like sea rods that he had collected from the space fishing tackle store. There was another purpose. When Morong Huai said the word Japanese, Chu Chen wanted to go and see. Do the so-called Japanese people live like modern people? If it's similar, then it would be a relief to realize the dream that I couldn't accomplish in modern times in this fictional ancient time. The boatman rowed the big boat very fast. Soon after, we entered the vast ocean. At this time, Lu Rongdong was unwilling to move forward no matter what was said. Pointing at the vague shadow in front, he said, Master Chu, the island ahead is where the pirates live. We can't go any further. After listening to this, Chu Chen took out a pair of binoculars and looked in the direction that Lu Rongdong pointed. Sure enough, there was an island in front of us with a radius of about 2 kilometers. The island is surrounded by boats of all sizes. Through a high-power telescope, one can still seem to see traces of people walking. After Chu Chen finished looking at it, he handed the telescope to Lu Rongdong. Captain Lu, it seems that there aren't many people on the island. Why are they blocking our Daxia ships and not daring to approach? Lu Rongdong took the telescope with a look of surprise, wondering if he could see clearly in front of him. So he followed suit and moved closer to his eyes. In an instant, a huge island appeared before his eyes, and he was so scared that he almost threw the telescope away. Master Chu, this is clairvoyance? If you say so, then it is. Take a closer look. So Lu Rongdong picked up the telescope and began to observe in the direction of the island again. After a long time, Lu Rongdong respectfully handed the telescope back to Chu Chen. Master Chu, with this magical artifact, we can know the movements of the water bandits in advance. We are well prepared and ready to fight. In fact, we are not afraid of them. Why can't we defeat them? It's because their ships are fast and they often run away after attacking. Lu Rongdong stared at the telescope in Chu Chen's hand and said with great pride. Seeing him like this, Chu Chen handed the telescope back to him. Here, I give it to you. You probably need it more. Master Chu, such a precious thing?
You have to give it to me, a little one. The word captain had not yet been uttered. Chu Chen took out another pair of the same ones from the strange backpack behind him. Well, it turns out that Master Chu still has many of these magical objects. Chapter 149, The Japanese Arrive While Fishing. Chu Chen observed with the telescope for a while and then lost interest. If these Japanese are really so vicious, they will probably come soon. Just focus on your own business. Fishing is more important. As long as you dare to come, the grenade launcher I pulled down from the explosion-proof vehicle in space will teach you a lesson. So he put down the telescope and said to Lu Rongdong, "You observe on your own. I'm going fishing." Li Qinglian, Roy Muxwicken, and two maids were on the deck, enjoying the scenery. Chu Chen came to the side of the ship and opened the box that the soldiers had brought up. He took out a few fishing rods and fixed them to the side of the boat. Then he casually took out a book called Sea Fishing Tips and started to practice while reading. I have no bait, so I took the opportunity to go to the bathroom and pulled out a bunch of bait and lures from the space. Whether it's freshwater or sea fishing, there wasn't so much high technology in ancient times. The resources here must be extremely abundant. As expected, under the guidance of Sea Fishing Tips, within a stick of incense, several unknown small sea fish were caught. Having tasted the sweetness, Chu Chen cut the small sea fish into 2 pieces, and the bait was here. Today's target fish is tuna. I wonder if it existed in ancient times. An hour later, the catch was good, but trouble also followed. 2 large ships saw Chu Chen and his ship and surrounded them directly. At this time, Lu Rongdong anxiously found Chu Chen. "Master, we should leave. Those pirates are here." Look at his anxious look, and then look at today's catch. "Okay, if you want to go, let's go." So at Lu Rongdong's command, the boatmen rowed the huge oars. The big ship swayed towards Linhai City, following the big ship and fleeing with the fishermen's small boats. But after walking for a distance, Lu Rongdong, who was holding a telescope, suddenly shouted, "Soldiers, prepare for battle." "What the hell are you doing? You're already preparing for battle. Aren't those 2 ships still right behind us?" Chu Chen held a telescope, stared at the 2 large ships behind, and said to Lu Rongdong next to him, "Sir, a ship has rushed over from the front at some point. We are now surrounded. Please stay in your room with your wife and don't come out." At this time, Chu Chen turned the telescope. In the telescope, there was a large ship directly in front of them, heading towards them. The 3 ships formed a horn and surrounded them. "Damn, I'm really surrounded by them. Muksekin, Hiromu, prepare to fight." After reading it, Chu Chen howled towards the inside of the house, but he climbed all the way to the highest point of the ship. Lu Rongdong was commanding the battle at this time. He shouted at Chu Chen and then went back to work. Coincidentally, there was no one on the high ground of the ship at the moment. Chu Chen stood at the bow of the ship, holding a steel sword, looking like a martial arts master, waiting for the other party to arrive. Chu Chen set up a sniper rifle on high place. There was also a 95 machine gun next to him. As long as you dared aboard the ship, just wait to be harvested. In a short while, several thick ropes with hooks were thrown onto Chu Chen and his cruise boat. Immediately afterwards, a long ladder was raised from 3 boats. The Japanese are about to attack the ship. Soldiers, prepare to kill them. Chu Chen, holding a sword, blocked the top of a ladder and waited for battle. Chu Chen was holding a sniper rifle, looking for targets of those commanders. In order to avoid being too shocking, he installed silencers on both the sniper rifle and the 95 machine gun. A man who looked like a commander drew his sword and pointed it at Chu Chen and his cruise boat. Immediately, a team of soldiers came towards the ladder. "Okay, it's you. Congratulations on being the first one to die." Chu Chen aimed his sniper rifle at the commander and pulled the trigger without hesitation. In a noisy battlefield, no one heard that tiny sound. The commander still thought he had caught a big fish today. Unexpectedly, the next second, a bloody hole appeared in his chest. After a burst of pain, he lost consciousness. The sergeant standing next to him was also frightened when he saw the commander fall down for no reason. He immediately supported him and checked his injuries, but apart from a bleeding hole in his chest, he could not see any external injuries. He stood up and shouted, "The other party has—" But before he could finish his words, he fell head first onto the deck. It was only then that the surrounding soldiers discovered the problem and began to hide away. Seeing that his attack was effective, Chu Chen aimed at the commander on another warship. I had fed so many bullets at Yunding before, and the effect was really good. In just a few minutes, the commanders of the three warships all set off westward without knowing why. The soldiers who rushed over were suppressed by Chu Chen and could not get forward. The other two were also destroyed by Lu Rongdong and his men. At this time, Chu Chen put away the sniper rifle and set up the 95 machine gun. Tongues of fire gushed out in an instant, onto a large ship on the opposite side. The Japanese who were standing on the deck with their fangs and claws bared fell down one after another. After attacking one ship after another and contributing 3 drums of ammunition, the Japanese ships finally became frightened, cut the ropes, and retreated. Only then did Lu Rongdong react. Looking at the retreating Japanese warship, he turned around to look at Chu Chen, who was smiling at him from a high place, and Chu Chen, who had a cold expression on her face. I used to think about protecting them, but now I feel that these two are the reincarnation of the god of war. The strangest thing was that of Master Chu. Flames appeared around him, and there were puffing sounds. The Japanese on the opposite boat fell down in groups. What kind of magical method is this? No wonder he looked so relaxed and calm when the Japanese came. So he quickly walked up to Chu Chen and Chu Chen. He gave a great Siam military salute. On behalf of all the soldiers, Lu Rongdong thanks you two for saving my life and killing the enemy. I ask you two to stay in Linhai City for a while longer to drive out the Japanese for the people of Linhai and restore peace to this sea area. After listening to Lu Rongdong's earnest request, Chu Chen found that he seemed to have gotten into trouble again without realizing it. All right, Captain Lu, go back first and we'll talk later. The group returned to the city lord's mansion, and Lu Rongdong reported today's battle report to Murong Huai. Murong Huai was overjoyed after hearing this and immediately walked in front of Chu Chen. Mr. Chu, on behalf of the people of Linhai, I ask for your help. After saying that, he bowed deeply to Chu Chen. For his Linhai city, the Japanese have been causing great trouble in recent years. Although they are guarding a vast sea area, they are unable to go out to sea to obtain resources. However, the land near the sea is extremely barren, so is becoming poorer and poorer. As a result, people's lives are not satisfactory now. Chapter 150. Frogmen destroy Japanese ships. City Lord Murong, you are embarrassing me. How can I possibly drive out those Japanese? Mr. Chu, please don't be so modest. I know your abilities. Chu Chen was very conflicted at the moment, to be honest, as a person from modern times. He has a natural hatred for the Japanese, and this alone is enough to motivate him to fight the enemy. But killing the enemy is killing the enemy. There must be some benefit. So he said, is the island where the Japanese are stationed still within the boundaries of Linhai City? It is indeed a coastal area, but it has been occupied by the Japanese who came from afar. Murong Huai paused and explained. That island is incredible, with beautiful scenery and abundant resources. It was originally my seaside resort, but who knew those Japanese would come and occupy it? This is tempting me. If I could drive out the Japanese pirates for them, they can give me the island. It will feel great when a reinforced concrete wall is built. Then he showed a thoughtful expression. This island is so good. What if? Don't worry, Master Chu. I will write a petition immediately, asking His Majesty to grant you this island as a reward as long as the Japanese are driven out. Seeing that the time was ripe, Murong Huai immediately interrupted Chu Chen. Reward? Will Zhou Shixun agree? Chu Chen thought to himself that he was actually 80% sure. First of all, the battle I had on top of the cloud must have reached his ears. If we had someone stationed there, the safety of Linhai would at least be greatly improved. His own crossbow and the hidden weapons in their eyes gave Zhou Shixun hope. Whether in ancient times or modern times, no country is willing to be harassed and oppressed by foreign races. So, Chu Chen decided to take a gamble and bet that Zhou Shixun would give the island to him. Owning a private island is the dream of many people. So he pretended to think about it for a moment and agreed. City Lord Murong, let's take over that island first. I have an immature idea. What do you think? Please give me some advice, Master Chu. When Murong Huai heard that there was a chance, he immediately became excited. So Chu Chen expressed his thoughts. The reason these Japanese are so powerful is because they rely on those fast ships. If we destroy their ships and then rush them to the island, it will be easy to kill them. Master Chu, it's easy to say, but destroying his ship is impossible. When Murong Huai heard this, he found it unbelievable. Is there any good diver in Linhai City? Dive over and scuttle the boat. Master Chu,
It's not that we haven't thought about this method, but it's too far and no one can get there. I can. I'll give you an answer tomorrow. After saying that, Chu Chen stood up and walked outside. In fact, he came up with this idea when he first looked through the telescope. Those are the diving equipment and oxygen tanks in his own supermarket space. Most of the soldiers in Linhai City grew up by the sea, so there should be many experts in diving, if they are equipped with diving equipment. He then used modern weapons to attract the Japanese firepower, and then sent people to sneak into the bottom of the Japanese ship. Cut it from below and use the howitzer on top, so you don't have to worry about it not sinking. Without the ship, the Japanese can't cause any trouble. After a day of fishing, you have to enjoy yourself. Qinglian was already processing the fish and shrimp according to Chu Chen's instructions. After a hearty seafood meal, Chu Chen entered the room alone. I went to the outdoor diving equipment store in the mall and took out more than 20 sets of diving equipment. Includes diving suit and underwater propulsion device. As for the things in the mall, after Yundian was filled with a large amount of jade, it was not only convenient to collect them, but the speed of filling was just a matter of a moment. On the second day, Chu Chen welcomed Murong Huai, Lu Rongdong, and others early in the morning. Lord Murong, this suit allows our soldiers to dive in the sea for an hour without taking a breath, and it's extremely fast. We should have no problem dealing with that ship. Chu Chen pointed at the pile of diving equipment and said, "What? There is such a magical thing in this world." After hearing this, Murong Huai quickly picked up the strange-looking clothes and looked at Chu Chen in surprise. "Well, don't be surprised or suspicious. Now, select 20 of the best sailors, and I will teach them how to wear them." Chu Chen had used a telescope to look before, and saw that the Japanese ships were probably only about 10 or so. These 20 diving suits and underwater propulsion devices are enough. There are 2 people on each boat carrying sharp weapons. I believe that as long as they reach the bottom of the boat, they will have a way. So after a while, Lu Rongdong came into the yard with about 20 strong men. Chu Chen called a soldier and started teaching them how to wear it, how to breathe. In fact, for these experts who have been engaged in underwater activities for many years, this is extremely simple. Half an hour later, 20 soldiers arrived at the beach in neatly dressed clothes. Due to the issue of oxygen tanks, each person was only given 5 minutes to adapt. After a while, all 20 people expressed their confidence. With this magical weapon in hand, sinking the Japanese pirate ship will be no problem at all. The ships of this era were all wooden boats. As long as they were given time, there was definitely a chance. Moreover, his howitzer is not a pushover and will definitely give them great help. So he discussed a battle plan with Murong Huai and others that day. 2 days later, Chu Chen climbed to the highest point of a great Xiao warship. In order to make his actions more convenient, he asked Murong Huai to build a sturdy small house at the highest point. One is to conceal their presence, and the other is to guard against the catapults on the Japanese warships. It can be said that Chu Chen also took certain risks. Mu Shuiqin was also on Chu Chen's bed, and Chu Chen considerately put on a stab-proof suit for her. She was also given a bulletproof helmet which she had disliked for a long time. Qinglian and Roy were arranged to wait in Linhai City. At dawn, 6 warships of Daxia set out together and headed towards the island occupied by the Japanese. Because it was early in the morning and it was a surprise attack, the Japanese were ready to fight when the Great Xiao warships arrived. We have already driven to the outskirts of the island, only about 2 miles away. The Japanese also reacted extremely quickly, watching the 6 warships of Daxia rushing towards them desperately. Immediately, more than 10 warships started moving and headed towards Chu Chen and his group. Chu Chen held the telescope and looked at the dozen or so warships coming towards him with all their might, a smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. He shouted to Lu Rongdong, "Retreat and lead them to the deep water." At this moment, 20 soldiers wearing diving suits and holding thrusters also quietly went into the water, heading towards the Japanese warships. In groups of 2, they ran towards the 10 ships. Chapter 151. Working together to defeat the Japanese. Under the command of Lu Rongdong, this side has always maintained a distance of about 1 mile from the other side. About half an incense stick of time later, Chu Chen took out a box of grenades from the warship closest to the Japanese. A few shots were fired at the opposite ship. The huge explosion stunned everyone present, whether they were soldiers from Daxia or Japanese. Everyone had a thought. Could this be a divine thunder from the sky? It was seen that the Japanese ships could not withstand the attack of howitzers. For a moment, blood and flesh mixed with chips on the boat were scattered everywhere. The catapults on the Japanese ships also started moving. Stones and kerosene were thrown towards the Great Xia warships. Chu Chen followed suit and adjusted the grenade launcher, specifically targeting those catapults, and fired another box of grenades. At this time, a warship in the middle of the Japanese side suddenly took on water and slowly sank into the sea. At this moment, the Japanese commander realized that something was wrong. The first thing that appeared was the thunder. Soon after, even the warships began to sink into the sea. He immediately shouted loudly outside, "There are people under the boat. Get in the water and kill the enemy." Unexpectedly, as soon as they finished shouting, the soldiers standing on the deck were greeted by the powerful howitzer. At this moment, the commander had only one thought in his mind. It's over. When did the Great Xian Navy become so powerful? The battle on the surface is still at a stalemate, and the work of sabotaging the ship underwater is also continuing. About half an hour later, Japanese warships sank into the sea one after another. Gradually, all the warships became food for the sea. When the commander saw that something was wrong, he took his soldiers on a small boat on the warship and headed towards the island. Seeing this, Lu Rongdong immediately gave the order, and the warship turned around and chased after the small boat. The Xia soldiers on the warships all held steel knives in their hands. They were all holding back their anger at the moment, having been bullied on the sea for a long time. Now, they were retreating to the island as soon as their army landed. How could that short Japanese man be a match for the strong and robust Great Xia soldiers? As the 6 warships of Daxia approached the shore, thousands of Daxia soldiers rushed towards the island. Mu Shuichin couldn't help herself any longer, so she found Chu Chen and said to him, "Stay still." He flashed and leaped towards the island. She rushed into the Japanese army with just a sword and started slaughtering them as if there was no one around. After wasting so many grenades, how could Chu Chen stay on the boat without moving? He just held an Uzi in each hand and rushed towards the Japanese. When two armies fight, momentum is the key, and there is also the joining of Chu Chen, who has cheats, and Mu Shuichin, who has superb martial arts skills. The Japanese were beaten to a pulp in an instant. Chu Chen held an Uzi in each hand and fired at all the Japanese who were rushing towards him or fleeing. Since Uzi didn't find the silencer, the huge popping sound came from Chu Chen's cuffs. Everyone present was shocked, especially Lu Rongdong, the young Master Chu who looks weak on weekdays. How could he be so powerful? It was as if he was not fighting and killing enemies, but the god of death sent from hell to reap lives. The battle only lasted about half an hour before the Japanese could no longer resist. They raised their hands in surrender. I saw a man who looked like a military officer leading the group, raising his hands above his head and slowly walking out of the house. A Daxia man nearby shouted anxiously, "Comrades, we surrender. Stop fighting. Damn, there are traitors in every dynasty." So Chu Chen waved his hand to signal him to come over. "You are a citizen of Daxia? Why are you mixing with the Japanese?" "Master, please spare my life. I was forced to do this. I committed a crime in Daxia and fled to this island. After I learned the Japanese language, I was kept by my side." "Well, he's really a traitor." Chu Chen took a look at this man and saw that he had a pointed face and monkey cheeks, and indeed had the potential to be a traitor. So he said to him, "Give me a reason not to kill you." "Master, I have turned from evil to good. I can act as a translator. I speak Japanese." When a man saw Chu Chen raise his finger and pointed at him, he was so scared that he peed his pants. He immediately knelt on the ground, kowtowed, and spoke. "I can speak Japanese, too. Yamidi, one library at a time. It seems like I only know these few words, and I regretted it the moment I said them." So he quickly changed his tone. "Okay, ask him how many people came to Daxia in total, and where else are they besides this island?" After hearing this, the man walked up to the Japanese officer in a panic. There was a burst of chattering because they heard Chu Chen say those two sentences. Several people believed that Chu Chen could really speak Japanese, so they did not dare to hide it. "General, we only have this group of people entering the Great Xia dynasty. Large ocean-going ships are difficult to build, so..." After the man finished talking with the Japanese officer, he walked up to Chu Chen and said respectfully. After hearing this, Chu Chen started to think about it. Judging from the expressions of several people, this statement should be very true. Indeed, in this ancient time when technology was not well developed, It is not easy to cross the ocean and enter Dacia. Well, just believe him for now. Then he pulled the man aside and asked, "Where do these Japanese keep their gold, silver, and treasures?" "I know this. It's right under that house. Can I take you there?" Seeing Chu Chen's greedy look, the Dacia man instantly gained confidence that he could survive. "I'm afraid that you're not greedy for money. I have accumulated a lot of wealth over the years." So Chu Chen told Lu Rongdong to keep an eye on the prisoners, and then followed the Dacia man towards the house behind him. Seeing Chu Chen's powerful fighting ability, Lu Rongdong was not worried about his safety. The two of them walked into the house and went straight to a secret passage underground. Chu Chen didn't know when a flashlight appeared. The powerful flashlight instantly illuminated the cellar. How they send all this money back to Japan? Master Jun, as far as I know, they go back every 2 years and bring these back with them. The next time is still more than a year away. The Dacia man looked at the object in Chu Chen's hand that was emitting strong light. Although he was very surprised, he did not ask any more questions. Chu Chen looked around at the supplies in the cellar, judging from the quantity and what they had looted over the years. The man in front of me should not be lying. Seeing Chu Chen's excited expression, the Dacia man spoke again. "Master, I want to know how much silver you can pay to buy my life." After asking this, the man looked up at Chu Chen with a flattering expression. Chu Chen had a blank expression on his face after hearing this, thinking that this guy must have some hidden treasures. Could there be a story behind this? "Oh, you want to buy your life? How much can you offer?" Chapter 152, The Liu Family Became Traitors. Hearing Chu Chen's words, the man from Dacia felt relieved. "As long as you set the conditions, there is room for maneuver. Master Jun, there is definitely nothing on this island, but if you let me go, someone will give it to you." Damn, there really is a story behind this. This person is involved with Dacia. It's not that he really fled here because of crime. It seems that something went wrong under Zhou Shishuan's rule. You said you escaped here because you were guilty. How could someone in Dacia be willing to pay for your life? Do you think I'm a fool? After saying that, Chu Chen raised his hand and pointed at him. The man thought Chu Chen didn't believe him and wanted to silence him, so he knelt down in fear. "Master Jun, I am telling the truth. Actually, I am." After the man finished speaking, he turned his head and looked back. He turned around and said, "Actually, I'm from the Liu family. You should know the Liu family of Dacia." "Oh, you are from the Liu family? Do you know Liu Yu?" When he said he was a member of the Liu family, a mobile phone appeared in Chu Chen's hand. He took 2 steps back, turned on the camera function, and placed it behind him. The camera was focused directly on the man. There are so many electronic devices in the space, although I can't make calls or use the internet. There is no problem with recording audio and video. The man in front of him had no idea what Chu Chen took out and was not on guard. "Young master, are you acquainted with the young master of the Liu family?" When the man heard Chu Chen say the name Liu Yu, he instantly guessed the result. That is, this person was probably acquainted with Liu Yu. "Ah, it's not that the flood washed away the Dragon King Temple. Your Liu Yu and I drank a lot at Yunding. Tell me, what's your name, and what are you doing on this Japanese-occupied island?" Chu Chen started chatting with the other party in a familiar manner. "Haha, my little Liu Jin, Master Jun, since you know about my Liu family, then don't ask about things that you shouldn't ask." When Liu Jin saw Chu Chen said that he knew his own Liu Yu, he felt relieved instantly. "I also secretly despise him in my heart. You, a soldier, often drink with my young master. You should try to curry favor with him. But you can also find out the secrets of the Liu family." After hearing this, Chu Chen looked at Liu Jin with a smile on his face and never put down his raised hand. "If you don't tell me today, I can kill you without anyone noticing. Do you think you still have the capital to challenge me?" Seeing Chu Chen's serious look, Liu Jin also began to get nervous. Could it be that this person is a young and inexperienced person? If that were the case, dying wouldn't be worth it. But if you want to get away, inform your family as quickly as possible. Use the power of the family to kill everyone around this person. Although there are risks, it is better than death. Moreover, he would definitely not tell anyone about this until he got the money he promised. So Liu Jin immediately put on a smiling face again. "We are all family. Why bother with weapons? Tell me, how much do you want in exchange for my life?" "Well, 50,000 taels, no negotiation." After hearing this, Chu Chen quoted a price that was neither high nor low. But for a sergeant leading such a small team, the income is definitely not high. Asking for 50,000 taels is reasonable and enough for Chu Chen to live a good life for the rest of his life. "Okay, sir, as long as I can leave today, The silver will appear in your house tomorrow morning." Chu Chen nodded with a smile and continued with a smile. "Tell me, what exactly are you doing with this Japanese?" "Sir, there are some things that the more you know, the more dangerous it is." Lu Jin posed another threat. Chu Chen looked at him nonchalantly. "I can't help it. You've aroused my curiosity." "Okay, good luck to you then." After that, Lu Jin began to speak. It turned out that 10 years ago, the Liu family had colluded with the Japanese. The purpose is that the Japanese want to use the power of the Liu family to open the door of Daxia. The head of the Liu family wanted the Japanese to enter Daxia, get rid of Zhou Shixuan, and let the Liu family become the king of Daxia. After Lu Jin finished speaking, he looked at Chu Chen meaningfully. "I thought, can't I just tell you not to ask and just live a good life? 50,000 taels is enough for you to live a good life for the rest of your life." "Master Jun, then I will take my leave first." Chu Chen did not stop him, but watch him come to the ground. Walking into another room, another secret passage was revealed. Chu Chen sent him to the entrance of the tunnel and considerately used a flashlight to illuminate the way forward for him. "Master Liu, have a safe journey." After Chu Chen finished speaking, Lu Jin felt something entering his body. Then there was a pain, and I lost consciousness. "It was the biggest mistake for the Liu family to send someone like you." After saying this, Chu Chen quickly walked to the cellar. With a wave of his hand, all the gold, silver, and valuables were collected. Only 2 boxes were left, containing about 20,000 taels of silver. At this time, Lu Rongdong, who heard the gunshots, also rushed over with his men. "Mr. Chu, are you okay?" "It's okay. What about those people outside? How do we deal with them?" "I'll follow Mr. Chu's arrangements." Lu Rongdong said respectfully to Chu Chen. "Take these out first and distribute them to the brothers later." After saying that, Chu Chen led them out of the house. Coming to the kneeling Japanese, Chu Chen raised his hand and fired a burst of bullets. Without blinking, he watched those short bodies fall down one by one. The soldiers standing by felt a chill in their spine. This young man, who looks frail, is so ruthless in his attacks. Chu Chen looked at the shocked soldiers and said, "Okay, this hatred is inherited from our ancestors. Let's divide the box of silver among ourselves." After saying that, he called Mu Shuichin and walked towards the boat. Mu Shuichin took off the helmet and handed it to Chu Chen. "How ugly! How could you be so cowardly in such an easy fight? Sister, I can't bear to see you get hurt." After saying that, Chu Chen walked towards the boat on his own. Just these words made Mu Shuichin's heart, as cold as iron, feel a warmth. Looking at Chu Chen's back and his invincibility on the battlefield just now, I sighed silently in my heart. This is the man in my heart, Mu Shuichin. Chu Chen, who was walking in front, suddenly felt a sense of crisis, as if he was being stared at by a tiger. He couldn't help but turn his head and look behind him in confusion. I saw Mu Shuichin staring at me intently. "Damn, is this woman up to something evil again? Hey, what are you doing? Go away. You like looking at corpses here." Mu Shuichin was awakened from her thoughts by Chu Chen's voice and saw Chu Chen staring at her. A blush appeared on her face. "Damn, the sun is rising from the west, and this woman is blushing?" Thinking of this, Chu Chen couldn't help but take a few steps back. He reached out and pulled her up and walked towards the big ship. On the top of the big ship, Chu Chen said to Mu Shuichin beside him, "You said I was going to fence off this island, and then I'd take you guys fishing when I had nothing to do. That would be so cool." Chapter 153. Going to Beijing to see the emperor and asking for an island. Then you fence it off. Mu Shuichin felt a little confused at this moment. After all, she is still a woman, no matter how strong and domineering she is. She can kill people without hesitation, but she also longs to spend the sunrise and sunset with the man she loves on the small island surrounded by water. "Okay, let's go to the capital. Do you want to continue playing at the beach?" "Go to the capital? You go ahead. I'll take them both to relax on the beach." Chu Chen thought that it would only take 2 or 3 days to drive from here to the capital. The first thing is that now that you know what the Liu family is thinking, go and tell Zhou Shixuan. Another thing is that after we defeat the Japanese, we must get hold of the island, even if it means buying it. Li Qinglian and Roy have Mu Shuichin by their side, so they should not be in any danger. Then I will go to the capital early tomorrow morning to meet Zhou Shixuan. Following Lu Rongdong's order, the ship slowly set sail, heading towards Linhai City with the good news of victory. After receiving the news, Murong Huai waited for them on the shore early. As soon as the Japanese were defeated, Lu Rongdong couldn't wait to send a small boat back to deliver the message. After so many years, Murong Huai finally breathed a sigh of relief. The small island occupied by the Japanese was like a huge rock, pressing deeply on his chest. It also weighed heavily on the hearts of the people of Linhai City. At this moment, the Japanese were completely wiped out, and the stone was gone, causing the entire Linhai City to almost boil. The big ship docked at the pier, and Murong Huai came to greet it with the first-class officials and the dense crowd of people behind him. Chu Chen and Mu Chen stood on the top of the ship, looking at the people cheering with joy below. A smile appeared on his face. Perhaps this was the joy of being loved. The people took out gifts such as seafood and food in their hands, rushed towards the soldiers. Some girls signaled to the soldiers they liked to enter the grove tonight. For a moment, the entire Linhai City was immersed in laughter and joy. Murong Huai was looking for Chu Chen in the crowd, but he was surrounded by the crowd. He could only keep waving at Chu Chen on the platform. Chu Chen responded, pulled Mu Chen quietly around the crowd, and returned to the yard. Because the two were wearing ordinary clothes, they were completely unnoticed by the enthusiastic people. In the yard, Qinglian and Roy looked at the two of them and finally felt relieved. Husband, Miss Chen, you're glad to be back. You must be tired. Go and have a rest. Qinglian looked at the two people who had come together and asked with concern. As night fell, Chu Chen held a large lobster in his hand and filled his mouth with it. Murong Huai brought Lu Rongdong to the courtyard. Mr. Chu, on behalf of the entire Linhai City, I would like to express my gratitude to you. All right, City Lord Murong, there's no need to say more words of thanks. Just do what you promised me. Chu Chen swallowed a mouthful of lobster meat and said calmly, Don't worry, I've prepared a memorial and am rushing to the capital at an expedited speed of 800 miles. I believe that soon, you and I will be able to be neighbors. Murong Huai looked at Chu Chen with a happy face. Chu Chen asked him to sit down, took out 2 large lobsters from behind him, and handed one to Murong Huai and Lu Rongdong respectively. Then he started chewing on his own. After a long while, Chu Chen wiped his hands with the towel handed by the maid. City Lord Murong, I have to go out for a while, but they will stay here for a few days. Please take care of them. That's fine. The 3 ladies can play as long as they want. Without the Japanese, Linhai is very safe. After a few more pleasantries, Chu Chen escorted them out of the yard. At this time, Mu Chen stood in front of Chu Chen and said, Tell me, what do the 3 ladies mean? This woman is having another attack. She was fine on the boat just now. It seems that I still have to think of a way to get it. In fact, Chu Chen didn't understand what Mu Chen meant. She just wanted to hear Chu Chen's attitude. Watching Chu Chen teasing Qinglian, Roy and others every time he went back. When Mu Chen thought of those scenes now, she felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Chu Chen ignored her and walked out of the yard as if escaping. At night, Chu Chen took the 3 of them to the beach, enjoying the sea breeze and walking on the soft sand. Qinglian and Roy involuntarily held Chu Chen's hands. Seeing this scene, Mu Chen felt even more uncomfortable. So he drew out his steel sword out of boredom and stabbed the sand crab running on the beach accurately and fiercely. Sand crab, what did I do to offend anyone? I came out to find something to eat, and I got stabbed through. On the second day, with the 3 of them watching, Chu Chen stepped on the accelerator and headed towards the capital. In order to be more comfortable, Chu Chen replaced the explosion-proof vehicle with an urban off-road vehicle after driving a short distance. It took 3 days of driving to reach the capital. In order to wait for Murong Huai's so-called 800-mile express, they drove slower. At the city gate, I saw this kind of vehicle coming. The guards at the city gate opened the gate from a distance. Mr. Chu, you haven't been here for a while. The soldiers guarding the city greeted them warmly. Chu Chen stretched out his hand and took out a silver ingot, then smiled and drove the car straight to the gate of the palace. After showing the token, he drove the car directly into the palace. Outside the imperial study, a young eunuch led Chu Chen straight towards the imperial study. Please take a seat. Zhou Shixuan, who was busy reviewing memorials, said without raising his head. Chu Chen also sat down on the chair without any hesitation, waiting for him to get busy. Tell me, I don't believe you came all this way just for the island, but you've given me surprises time and again. After Zhou Shixuan finished the work at hand, he said to Chu Chen with a smile. Chu Chen didn't say anything, but stood up and walked to his side. He took out a cell phone and played the video of Lu Jin that day. As soon as he took out the phone, Zhou Shixuan looked at Chu Chen in surprise. He quickly asked, "How did you get people into this little place?" Don't ask. It's exclusive. There's only one copy. Take a look at the contents." Before Zhou Shixuan finished speaking, Chu Chen explained it in advance. Only then did Zhou Shixuan look at the contents on the screen. Slowly, Zhou Shixuan's eyes became cold. "This Lu family. Do you really think that this emperor dare not touch you? What the emperor fears most is that someone will covet his throne. It can be said that this time, the Lu family really made Zhou Shixuan want to kill them. The person who triggered all this seemed to have nothing to do with him and just watched Zhou Shixuan quietly from the side. After a long while, Zhou Shixuan raised his head and asked, "Nephew, what do you think about this matter?" When Chu Chen heard the word nephew, his heart skipped a beat. "You idiot, you're really asking for trouble. I guess you can't get away with it." However, his biggest supporter now is Zhou Shixuan. If he is removed, he will probably be in even greater trouble. Chapter 154, Building Fortifications on the Island. "Your Majesty, I am just a commoner. How can I understand the affairs of state?" Chu Chen touched his nose and said awkwardly, "Haha, what a commoner. There are no outsiders here, so call me uncle." After saying that, he looked around and saw Eunuch Wei also smiling at Chu Chen. "One man and one chariot. You killed thousands of Ganpu barbarians, and with a 9th rank warrior, you dared to challenge the Japanese base. You say you were just a commoner." In response to Zhou Shixuan's joking questioning, Chu Chen shook his head helplessly. "Uncle Zhou, since the Lu family can connect with these Japanese, there must be more than just the Lu Jin. If the Lu family really starts a rebellion, I will ensure that the Japanese cannot enter Daxia from Linhai." After saying this, Chu Chen consciously closed his mouth. Zhou Shixuan looked at Chu Chen and suddenly burst into laughter. "Okay, as you said, the island will belong to you from now on. Tell me how many troops you need. Now tell me. The island is in our hands. Wow, now we can set our own conditions." When he fought the Japanese before, he actually observed the terrain of this coastal area closely. The islands occupied by the Japanese are actually the only places that can access the coast of Daxia. Other places are full of unknown waters and reefs. If you dare to go there, they will sink you. To be honest, if we give ourselves enough time, there will be no problem in putting up the reinforced concrete and defending the place. It is almost impossible to transport troops from other places. Even if there was a path that could accommodate one person, it would not take enough time for them to transport the troops up. So Chu Chen's proposal to guard this place for him was a decision made after careful consideration. "Uncle Zhou, just give me Captain Lu Rongdong's team in Linhai. Also, I want to build a castle on the sea, which requires a lot of manpower and resources." "Castle on the sea?" Zhou Shixuan frowned slightly when he heard Chu Chen's idea, which seemed like a fairy tale. "Yes, you just have to believe that I can do it. Yes, you have never disappointed me. Okay, go down first. Someone will go to Linhai to contact you later." After saying that, Chu Chen waved his hand and tactfully retreated. Then, Chu Chen stayed in the capital for 2 days, met Zhou Heng, the queen, and others, and gave them some gifts. Drive towards Linhai. On the way, he stopped by Qinglian City and brought Uncle Feng and Chui with him. How could he be without this infrastructure tycoon who has always been by his side? Chui stayed by his side to run errands and such. This kid was very smart. As for Qinglian City and Mashan Village, with Chen Qingxian there, he was not worried at all. Since you won the island, you have to pay something. It was 7 days later when I returned to Linhai City. After spending 2 days with Li Qinglian and the other two, they finally waited for the imperial edict. Following them came dozens of officials sent by the Ministry of Works. They are all talents who have made great achievements in infrastructure. Since the construction required labor, dozens of officials arrived soon after. A total of 10,000 corvée laborers also arrived in Linhai City. Lu Rongdong also officially became Chu Chen's man from the Linhai Prefecture soldier. 6 large ships carrying personnel and supplies headed towards the island in a mighty procession. Murong Huai was also on the boat and was discussing the construction of the entire island with Chu Chen. "Mr. Chu, since the emperor has given you the island, please give it a name." "Yes, this island is still an unnamed island. What should I call it?" Still on the big ship, Chu Chen picked up the telescope and observed the entire island. For a long time, Chu Chen looked at the peach trees on the island, swaying in the wind. "In that case,
Let's call it Peach Blossom Fairy Island. Wonderful. Master Chu's magical skills, coupled with this beautiful scenery and the island full of peach trees. This Peach Blossom Fairy Island is wonderful. After hearing the name of Peach Blossom Fairy Island, Murong Huai flattered it. He rushed 800 miles, not just to deliver the battle report, but also to find out almost everything about Chu Chen. Such a powerful person must be befriended on this island. City Lord Murong, you are too kind. Chu Chen smiled at Murong Huai and continued observing with the telescope. At this time, Mu Shuachin, who had been silent on the side, spoke. You idiot, do you think the name Mu Shuachin, the island master of Peach Blossom Fairy Island, sounds good? Damn it, I haven't even dealt with you yet, and you're already making a big deal out of it. So he quickly said, the island master of Peach Blossom Fairy Island, Chu Chen, sounds better. Okay, it's not finished yet. Once it's finished, everyone can go fishing. It's so cool. On the island, Chu Chen entered the group of houses built by the Japanese alone. They found a huge house inside and used it as a warehouse. With a wave of their hands, piles of cement and steel bars filled the entire warehouse in a short time. Then he walked outside and looked at the dense crowd below. He waved and took out a loudspeaker. My dear superiors from the Ministry of Works, my fellow countrymen, and my fellow soldiers. Since His Majesty has entrusted us with the mission of defending the coast of Linhai City in Daxia, we should all work together to accomplish it. Before we begin, let me make an announcement. To all the folks who have come to perform corvée labor, thank you for participating in the construction of Daxia. To ensure that you do not suffer any loss, I have decided to pay each of you 10 coins per day for your hard work. When they heard the 10-cent wage, the entire corvée team became excited. I have served corvée labor all my life, but I have never been paid. It seems that this time the official is a good one. As soon as these words were spoken, Murong Huai on the side opened his eyes wide. He said quietly to Chu Chen, Mr. Chu, this is a full 10,000 people. This is a considerable expense. I am poor in Linhai. Don't worry, I'll pay for it. Chu Chen interrupted Murong Huai's complaints directly and generously. How efficient can corvée labor and free labor be? The news of the Japanese being massacred will surely be spread to Japan by the Liu family soon. Time is tight and the task is urgent, so we have to use some abnormal means. Moreover, if there are 10,000 people and each person gets 10 coins a day, that would only be 100,000 coins a day or 100 taels of silver. The thing I have the most right now is money. This amount of money is really nothing to Chu Chen. It's only 3,000 taels a month. As long as these 10,000 people really get moving, the construction period will be about 1 month. After pacifying Murong Huai, he then shouted to the people below, now, every 100 people form a team. Select a manager and come to assemble. As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, Liu Rongdong led 100 soldiers and walked towards the crowd. Let them assign their own teams and wait for an hour. After that, he walked over to the Ministry of Works officials in the house and said, My dear superiors, thank you for your hard work. After saying that, he asked Chu E behind him to bring out dozens of small glass ornaments. It's just a small token of my respect. Chapter 155, the 9th grade, collected on the boulder. Mr. Chu, you think too highly of us. Yes, people call His Majesty uncle, but they are so polite to people like us. This crystal ornament would be worth at least several hundred taels if we took it back to the capital. Everyone has worked hard, and it's well deserved. However, we still ask that everyone carefully and meticulously build this Peach Blossom Fairy Island during the construction process. After saying that, he called Feng Wu and introduced him to everyone. This is my Uncle Feng Wu. He knows how to use my material. When the time comes, please let's communicate more. Then he whispered to Feng Wu. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Feng. I'll exchange your share for silver. This thing is not very useful. What are you talking about, Chu? Without you, there would be no Feng Wu today. Don't say these polite words anymore. Chu Chen chuckled after hearing this. The people in Masan village are really simple and honest. But since you have made an effort, how can you not get any benefits? We brought you out because you understand this technology and are a talented person, so you should be treated well. The working villagers in Masan village should receive equal or higher rewards for their labor, but the rewards should not be too much. When a person becomes rich, he will definitely become lazy. Okay, tonight, I'll come up with the blueprints for the construction of Peach Blossom Fairy Island. I'll be thanking you all for your hard work then. After saying that, he bowed to everyone and walked out of the room. In the room,
Everyone was holding a box carefully, as if it was more precious than their half-month-old son. Uncle Feng, we will be under your command from now on. Please give us your guidance. This action directly scared Feng Wu, because the people in front of him were all the high and mighty officials in normal times. All the nice words he said to me right now, weren't they all given by Chuwazi? After going out, the 100 selected corvée leaders were also brought to Chu Chen. Chu Chen looked at these men who were dressed in rags, but had muscles built up from years of work. Everyone, this is both corvée labor and a time to contribute to the peace of Great Xia. The 10 cents a day is a recognition of your hard work. But if there are those who slack off, I ask you, the 100 of you, to keep a close watch. If you find them, you will all be punished together. But if you can exceed the task, I will not hesitate to reward you 100 people. After saying that, he smiled at everyone and walked towards the depths of the island with Chu Chen. Behind him came the confident shouts of the 100 people. Sir, just wait and see. I will definitely do everything perfectly for you. Yes, sir, without Dasha's protection, we don't know if we can survive. Please rest assured. Chu Chen smiled knowingly after hearing these bold words. This thing, if you raise the height, draw a pie and sprinkle some sesame seeds, you won't have to worry about not working hard. Then he waved to everyone and continued to head deeper into the island with Chu Chen. You idiot, tell me, that pool down there is so nice to play in. When Chu Chen said this, she felt her heartbeat accelerate rapidly, as if it was about to jump out. Chu Chen looked back at her heaving chest, wondering what had happened to the woman these days. It seems that his carefree personality of drawing his sword at any moment has changed a lot, and she looks more and more like a woman. For your own safety, just do it. I have to say that this island is really beautiful. Walk to the center, and on a mountain in the center, the flat stones are like a natural viewing platform, for which you can see the scenery of the entire island. There's a pond of about 200 square meters at the foot of the mountain, and a stream flows directly into the pond above it. Perhaps it is because the island has excellent water conservation that there is no sign of water drying up during this dry season in autumn. At this moment, Chu Chen was taking Chu Chen to the flat stone. Who knows what's in that pool? Once it's built, I'll build you a big paddling pool. Really? You idiot, don't regret it. Ah, I'll give you some new clothes then, you'll definitely like them. Chu Chen immediately thought of the scene of taking his beautiful girls to play in the huge swimming pool in bikinis. Just add some barbecue and beer. How the hell are you going to make any money? As they were talking, the two of them lay down on the big rock. At this moment, neither of them spoke except for the rhythmic sound of waves hitting the rocks in the distance. Looking up at the vast sky, perhaps everyone has their own thoughts, or perhaps everyone is sighing at the depth of the sky. After a long while, Chu Chen said to Chu Chen, "What are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking of a person who seems like a gangster, but also a hero, a master of hidden weapons, and incredibly brave. But this person is also a womanizer, seemingly never satisfied, with romantic affairs everywhere. Damn, this woman is in love with me. Today is the day for the bed and the quilt. Under the deep gaze of God, why not fire cannons to celebrate? What are you thinking about?" After saying that, Chu Chen stared at Chu Chen and asked, "I'm also thinking of someone. That person has an enchanting figure and great martial arts skills. The image of him standing with a sword in hand is something I can never forget." Lecture. As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, Chu Chen lightly punched Chu Chen. "I have a martial art called Kunsi Ju, which I will teach you today. Sometimes beautiful scenery can be a great help. Look, that big rock, no matter how you toss it, it won't move at all. Only the rhythmic sound of waves crashing against the rocks echoed throughout the island. It was at this moment that Chu Chen finally took off the steel sword from her waist. Time flies, and before we know it, night falls quietly, until the stars climb up the entire deep sky. Chu Chen shook Chu Chen, who was lying on his chest. "Let's go back. You can't stay here overnight, right?" "Why not, Letcher? Here, at this moment, you belong to me alone. Then you wait for my stuff." After Chu Chen finished speaking, he walked down the mountain. When I came back, I had a tent and some camping equipment. While Chu Chen felt happy, she was also surprised that Chu Chen built a small house in such a short time. The inflatable mattress is made of thick material, so there's no need to worry about it being punctured by the huge impact force. Chu Chen slept soundly that night, letting the sea breeze blow against the tent, making a popping sound. But apart from the sound of the wind, the whole world was so quiet, a reassuring silence.
As soon as the sky was getting light, Chu Chen came out of the tent. Under the stone, he slipped into the space. Combined with the general terrain of the entire island scene yesterday, he took out a pen and paper and started planning quickly. He drew until half the morning and then quietly came out of the space. Chapter 156 Peach Blossom Island Construction. On the stone, Chu Chen, dressed in white, was still sleeping soundly, perhaps because she had watched the stars too late last night. Chu Chen did not wake him up, but took the blueprint and walked towards the house built by the Japanese. In front of a large table, Chu Chen spread out the drawings. Uncle Feng, gentlemen, this is the construction plan I came up with last night. Feng was no stranger to this kind of drawings. After looking at them for a while, he had a plan to implement them in his mind. But the officials were different. Sometimes they admired the paper, sometimes the painter, and sometimes the pencil marks. What a joke. I just drew it by looking up the book and using a ruler. How can you not be surprised? After giving them some instructions, he took Feng Wu into the house full of steel bars and concrete. Uncle Feng, feel free to use it. Don't save it for me. Feng Wu smiled and nodded. The whole Masan village knew that you were a disciple of the immortal. Chu Wazi's things are always inexhaustible. Don't worry. Leave it to your uncle. I will definitely satisfy you. The planning of the island is similar to that of the jade mine. The first step is to enclose those places where landing can be made. Build watchtowers and observation platforms, and build houses, roads, warehouses, swimming pools, squares, and other facilities in the middle. This time, Chu Chen specially built several bunkers on the wall facing several directions. Nothing else to do but install the grenade launcher. To deal with ships of this era, the grenade launcher on the explosion-proof vehicle is more than enough. If that doesn't work, equip it with a machine gun. This is a real dimensionality reduction attack. I'm just afraid that the Japanese won't come. In a few years, when those children grow up, they will be their greatest strength. People like Chu E can easily control the situation as long as they are given weapons. As for the soldiers led by Lu Rongdong, Chu Chen did not plan to give them hot weapons for the time being. The best way is to keep the core things in your own hands. The construction plan was given to Uncle Feng, so he could focus on the tuna business. Little did they know that at this moment in Qinglian City, a girl knocked on the door of the city lord's mansion. Miss, what can I do for you? The servant of the city lord's mansion opened the door. Looking at Si Liu, who was dressed gorgeously but looked dusty, he asked, I'm looking for Uncle Lon. Please let him know. Uncle Lon, although this person looks a little disheveled, judging from her clothes and temperament, she is undoubtedly a lady from a noble family. After hearing this, the servant turned around and ran inside. After a while, Si Liu was brought in. Niece Si, why are you here? Where's your father? Lon Tianlei recognized Si Liu at the first sight and greeted him quickly. I came to Qinglian for some business, so I stopped by to visit Uncle Lon and aunts. Daddy was busy and didn't come with us. It's good that you're here. It's good that you're here. I haven't seen you for many years. My niece has become more and more beautiful. Lon Tianlei welcomed Si Liu in and called a few maids to take their luggage. Then he called out the ladies. The ladies also liked their niece very much and immediately began to ask about her well-being. Come on, niece. I'll take you to buy some perfume. Oh no, you smell like perfume too. Have you been to the scent pavilion? The eldest lady pulled Si Liu and asked in surprise. Auntie, is this what you were talking about? Si Liu took out a bottle of perfume from his small bag after hearing this. Hey, it's quite high-end. It must have cost a lot of money. Next time, don't go buy it yourself. Go with your aunt. Wenxiang Pavilion gives aunts a 40% discount. As soon as the eldest lady saw the perfume, she started to criticize it. Aunt, this was a gift from an old friend, not bought. Si Liu's main purpose of coming to Qinglian this time was to find Chu Chen. Since the madam and the others said that this perfume shop could give them a discount, they must know the owner. Since Chu Chen could casually take out this rare item and give it to someone, he must be familiar with the shopkeeper. Maybe he can easily find that Master Chu. It was given by an old friend. Which young master could give such a valuable item? He must be in love with my niece, you. After that, the group of ladies officially started gossiping. He started asking Si Liu a lot of questions. The purpose of Si Liu's trip was to find Chu Chen. In addition, this girl was brave and not as shy as other young ladies. So he told everything. When the ladies heard this, they thought, this is just a coincidence. This eldest niece actually fell in love with her little brother, so she took the responsibility of taking care of the matter. As soon as Lon Tianlei received Si Liu, he wrote a letter and sent someone to deliver it to Si Wei. The general meaning is that Si Liu arrived in Qinglian safely and lived in the city lord's mansion, so he could rest assured. How could Chu Chen, who was far away in Linhai City, know these things? At this moment, he was on a big boat with 3 women, setting up sea rods and fishing for the tuna he had been longing for. In order to let Chu Chen have fun, Manhwa specially gathered several good fishermen to play with Chu Chen. Under the guidance of the old fisherman, Chu Chen got the hang of it quickly. And the sea rod is also loved by those old fishermen. After a few days, they had caught a lot of fish, but the tuna they had been longing for was still not caught. I showed the picture of the tuna to the veteran fishermen, but they all said they had never seen this kind of fish in all their years of fishing. Come to think of it, this Linhai city has been blocked by the Japanese for so many years. The old fishermen have only been wandering around in shallow waters in recent years. It is normal that they don't know where they have been to the deep sea. Most of the catches from the past few days were stored by Chu Chen in that space. Just by packing the fish, Chu Chen discovered another benefit of the space. That is the shelf life of this space, as if time has stood still. The only bad thing is that this space seems to be unable to accommodate any living creatures except myself, and once I enter the space, I will die. But death is better than the frozen stuff in that space. Who knows how much technology and life it takes? Under the guidance of the old fishermen, the 20 soldiers who dived and dug the boat went into the water day and night to catch lobsters, sea urchins, and the like for him. There are more and more seafood in shopping malls. Later, Chu Chen also understood that tuna is only found in the deep sea, but people should be satisfied with it. So after staying for about 10 days, Chu Chen took the 3 women and drove towards Qinglian City. The construction of Peach Blossom Fairy Island will take some time. So during this time, Chu Chen also wants to go back to Masan village to spend a few days of leisurely life. We set out in the morning and arrived in Qinglian City that evening. On the way back, Chu Chen saw that the number of merchants coming and going from Linhai City was gradually increasing. Since the Japanese were driven away, the lights in the entire Linhai City have become much brighter at night. Those restaurants and brothels gradually became lively. On weekdays, those criminals often sneak into the city to cause harm. Now that the security is good, business will definitely prosper. So before leaving, Murong Huai took everyone straight to the city gate before stopping. Chapter 157. The more you frustrate, the more courageous you become, Si Liu. After returning to Qinglian City, I went to Wenxiang Pavilion in Honglang for a stroll the next day. Then I went to the yard on the outskirts of the city and gave the children many gifts and checked on their studies during this period. Under the guidance of Zheng Tianlong, a 4th grade master, the children made rapid progress. There are now 3 children entering the 4th grade industry, and there are also many 3rd grade ones. Chu Chen could imagine that after a few years, he would be able to train 21 loyal 9th grade masters. With those hot weapons, who would he be afraid of? Seeing the children rushing towards him and calling him Godfather, Chu Chen's face was as bright as a chrysanthemum. After taking the time to give Chuanxiang and Xiuju some nutritional injections, he headed towards Masan village. Compared to the city, Chu Chen prefers the tranquility and peace of Masan village. For the convenience of supervision, Chu Yi was left on Peach Blossom Island. Chu Chen still trusts Chu Yi. At least this person is loyal to me for now. Just as Chu Chen drove to the gate of Qinglian City, he was stopped by someone. My sisters-in-law, why is this happening? Chu Chen looked at the Lan Tianlei ladies who stopped him and asked in confusion. Hey, Brother Chu, it's been a while since I last saw you. Let's go to the city lord's mansion for a few drinks. What the hell is going on? Are these people so bored that they come to invite me to the city lord's mansion in person? So he quickly replied, Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sending the ladies to Masan village. How about another day? Why change the date? Qinglian is here too. We can have some good things happen together. After saying that, several people opened the car door and pulled Li Qinglian out of the car. Roy and Mu Shuichen saw so many women chattering at the same time. So he quickly said to Chu Chen and several ladies, My dear sisters-in-law, we have some things to do in Qinglian, so we won't be with you guys. After saying that, Mu Shuichen pulled Roy and fled out of the encirclement like flying. Chu Chen had no choice but to let them get in the car and then drove towards the city lord's mansion. The banquet had already been set up in the city lord's mansion. As Chu Chen and Li Qinglian walked in, they saw a familiar figure sitting at the dining table. It was Si Liu who came from afar. As soon as he saw Chu Chen, Si Liu stood up. At this time, Lan Tianlei also walked out from the side. Brother Chu, how are you? Brother Lan, I haven't seen you for a long time. You are still as charming as ever. Haha, you know this person, my niece, Liu. I know her. I didn't expect to see Miss Liu here. What a surprise. After a few pleasantries, Chu Chen took Li Qinglian and sat down. Miss C, when did you come to Qinglian City? Why didn't you let me know? Your uncle, should also show my hospitality. Chu Chen sat down and used a big move on Liu. He knew exactly what the girl was thinking. Now you have to call me uncle. It is both moral and logical because we are of different generations. Mr. Chu, you are too polite. I came to Qinglian to play, but I couldn't find a person I was thinking of. So I came to ask for help from Uncle Lon and the ants. This girl is incredibly brave. In ancient education, it is rare to speak like this. Now Li Qinglian also understood what was going on. It turns out that my husband has been noticed by someone again, and this girl doesn't seem to be from an ordinary family. So he quickly greeted her and said, Miss C, coming to Qinglian City is like coming home. You can go to my house in the west of the city. Is this a declaration of sovereignty? Chu Chen felt overwhelmed watching these operations. The biggest reason why he didn't want to accept Liu was because her father was Si Wei. It's not easy to deal with a girl from an official family. Once you accept it, there will probably be a lot of trouble later. Moreover, Yunding is located at the border, and there are too many unsafe factors. Once you do it, if your father-in-law is in trouble, will you help him? So during the whole meal, Chu Chen was chatting with Lan Tianlei about the things happening in Linhai City. However, he was very cold towards Liu, hoping that she would give up. As for Liu, on the surface, he was having a very pleasant chat with Li Qinglian and others. But he was listening absent-mindedly to what Chu Chen saw and heard. Fighting the Japanese, seizing islands, fishing in the sea, and so on, all of these made her yearn for it. If Chu Chen and I were to sail on the sea in a small boat, each with a rod, fishing as the sun sets, it would be such a beautiful picture. It's fascinating to think about. If Chu Chen knew what Liu was thinking at the moment, he would have to pull out his gun and shoot himself. There's nothing wrong. Why are you saying this? At this time, the eldest lady spoke up. Brother Chu, my niece has come all the way to Qinglian City. I want to ask you for a marriage in front of Qinglian. Oh, sister-in-law, our niece has taken a fancy to a young man from a certain family. Just say the word, and I will snatch him away from her. Seeing Chu Chen's straightforward answer, Liu hurriedly pulled the lady's clothes. Seeing that Chu Chen had no such intention, the eldest lady also planned to give him a long-term relationship. So he quickly changed his words and said, Haha, I can't tell you about this person right now. If that day comes, remember to snatch it from my niece. Seeing the eldest lady say this, Chu Chen thought that tonight was over. So he took Li Qinglian and was about to leave. Mr. Chu, can Liu ask for a discount at your Wenxiang pavilion? Seeing Chu Chen and Li Qinglian standing up, he asked hurriedly, Haha, since she is Brother Lan's niece, then she is my Chu Chen's niece. From now on, when you go to Wenxiang pavilion, you'll get the same discount as other sisters-in-law. After saying this, he took Li Qinglian and said goodbye to everyone and walked out of the city lord's mansion. The eldest lady pulled Liu and said, Don't worry, niece. Time will tell. In the future, this kid will know how good you are. Thank you, aunt. Liu bowed to the eldest lady and walked straight into the room. In the room, Liu's maid said angrily, Miss, that Mr. Chu is too ungrateful. Haha, if he were immortal, how could I care so much about him? Just wait. After saying this, he told the maid to fetch water to wash himself and prepare for bed. Li Qinglian, who had just walked out of the city lord's mansion, asked Chu Chen, My husband, I think Miss C is pretty and a lady from a wealthy family. Why are you so? Qinglian, your husband has you guys by his side. That's enough. After saying this, Chu Chen felt guilty. This was quite a lot. But in Li Qinglian's eyes, her husband was a god who had descended to earth. So what was wrong with having a few more wives and concubines? Lan Tianlei has 7 wives. But since Chu Chen said so, Li Qinglian also shut her mouth obediently. Since they had wasted time in the city lord's mansion, Chu Chen went to the mansion in the west of the city to pick up Roy and Mu Shuachin after leaving the mansion. I drove back to Masan village overnight. Chapter 158 Everyone is happy about the sweet potato yield. In the villa in Masan village, because I came back late, Chu Chen simply brought all 3 of them to the big bed in the master bedroom. In a quiet Masan village, Da Huang smacked his lips and nudged the newborn puppies in the nest. Then he glanced in the direction of the villa with disdain. He buried his head
deeply in the straw. On the second day, Chu Chen woke up slowly, washed up, had breakfast on the first floor, and then climbed to the roof of the villa. Without Chen Qingshuan's figure on the recliner, it seemed like something was missing. However, I stayed in Qinglian City for a few days but didn't see him. He should still be in Honglinmen now. Just as he was leisurely enjoying this peaceful time, the village chief, Wang Defa, shouted loudly from downstairs, "Chu Wazi, is Chu Wazi home?" Hearing Wang Defa's anxious shout, Chu Chen hurried downstairs. What caught his eye was Wang Defa, who was covered in mud. He was holding a few huge sweet potatoes in his hands and looking at Chu Chen excitedly. "Uncle Wang, what's the urgent matter?" "Hey Chu Wazi, come with me." After saying that, he didn't care about the mud on his hands, grabbed Chu Chen, and headed towards the slope of the back mountain. From a distance, Chu Chen saw a dozen or so people busy working on the slope. "Chu Wazi, look, these sweet potatoes are truly amazing. The yield per moo shouldn't exceed the 40 dan you mentioned." Seeing the excited expressions of Wang Defa and everyone else, Chu Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Thank you, Chu Wazi. From now on, people in Mashan village will never go hungry again." "Uncle Wang, I didn't lie to you guys, I guess. With this thing, you won't go hungry anymore." "Yeah, I won't be hungry anymore." After saying that, Wang Defa grabbed a sweet potato, rubbed the dirt off it, and took a bite. As he bit, Chu Chen could see tears oozing from the corners of Wang Defa's eyes. So he quickly stepped forward to comfort him. "What are you doing, Uncle Wang? This is a happy occasion. Don't be like this." "Haha, your boy Uncle Wang is so happy, so happy." Everyone grabbed the sweet potatoes, rubbed them, and started to eat them, seeing the joy on everyone's faces and the tears in the eyes of the elderly. Chu Chen was also very moved. Yes, for the people of Mashan village who have been farmers for generations, no matter how much money they have, none of them is as solid as a full granary of grain. "Okay, everyone, we need to dig a cellar to store these big sweet potatoes. They'll go bad easily if left out in the open." So Chu Chen picked up a hoe and led everyone to a place covered with sandy yellow soil and started digging a hole on the hillside in an orderly manner. After briefly teaching them how to dig a cellar on the spot, Chu Chen handed over the hoe in his hand. For Chu Chen, it would be better to let someone else do this kind of work. Taking into account various uses, Chu Chen taught the southern straight cellar. Just dig a hole straight into the hillside, put the sweet potatoes in, and then cover them with sandy loess, and the sweet potatoes will be preserved for a long time. And those sweet potatoes will slowly sprout, and in the spring of next year, they can be raised as seedlings and propagated by cuttings. To celebrate this great news, Wang Defa decided to give the whole village a sweet potato feast that night despite Chu Chen's obstruction. Chu Chen only arranged for everyone to plant a few acres of land, but the output was astonishingly high. Looking at the sellers of sweet potatoes, the whole Mashan village was in a frenzy, although every family enjoyed the benefits of the salt factory and had money to buy food. But what is this? This is the grain grown in the fields of Mashan village. That night, everyone gathered in the square, and each child held a raw sweet potato in his hand. Steamed sweet potatoes, baked sweet potatoes, and sweet potato porridge. Chu Chen shook his head when he saw this, especially when I saw everyone holding the raw sweet potato in their hands. Chu Chen wanted to go out and avoid it, because eating this thing raw would cause flatulence. It seems that we can imagine what the taste of the salt we make tomorrow will be like. With everyone's warm greetings, a plate of steamed sweet potatoes and roasted sweet potatoes, as well as a glass of wine, were placed in front of Chu Chen. Chu Chen picked up a roasted sweet potato and tasted it, and found that perhaps the environment in ancient times was good. The taste is really indescribable. After eating two, Chu Chen said that he couldn't get in anymore. So he said goodbye to everyone and returned to the tea room in the villa. The villagers in the square were having a great time eating, and even Da Wang came back to his doghouse with a roasted sweet potato in his mouth. Wang just suddenly let out a fart. He frowned and ignored it, continuing to chew the raw sweet potato in his hand. He likes this kind of food sweet. Chu Chen, who returned to the tea room, was not idle either. He flashed into the space. He took out paper and pen from a pile of books and started writing and drawing on them. The sweet potato production in Mashan village may increase significantly next year. In order to make it easier to preserve, Chu Chen decided to teach his second uncle the method of making sweet potato flour and sweet potato wine. These two things will definitely make the villagers of Mashan village rich. Chu Chen had also looked at the rice. There might be an adaptation period in the first season, but if it was planted on a large scale next year, the yield would definitely increase. Rice and sweet potato flour can fill your stomach, but sweet potato wine is even better and absolutely popular. No reason, it's just because there is no distilled liquor in this world. When Chu Chen woke up the next day, he suddenly felt that the entire Masan village had a different smell. Immediately, he thought of something. Damn, I made you eat so many raw sweet potatoes. He ordered Hu Zi to call Chu Dazhuang over. At the door of the villa, Chu Dazhuang blushed and refused to enter Chu Chen's villa no matter what. Chu Chen certainly understood what was going on, so he taught him a method of making sweet potato wine and sweet potato flour that he had written last night on the stone at the door. Whenever Chu Dazhuang had nothing to do, he would go to the private school teacher to seek advice. I can roughly understand what Chu Chen wrote. After Chu Chen's explanation, Chu Dazhuang suddenly understood what these two things meant to Masan village. If Chu Chen built the salt workshop to lead everyone out of poverty, then once these two things were put into use, it would lead Masan village to prosperity. Chu Wazi, have you really taught this secret recipe to everyone? No, second uncle. I trust you, so I need you to organize a team, make these two things, and manage them well. Of course, someone will eventually learn from me, but it's really nothing. In fact, Chu Chen had also thought about it, but sooner or later, the sweet potato would have to go out. Even if the villagers of Masan village did not tell others. What about Zhou Heng, Zhou Shixuan, and Zhou Shikai? As long as one person comes here and sees this thing, it will probably be promoted nationwide. After all, this is not a trivial matter. It concerns the entire daxia no longer having to go hungry. No matter how powerful he is, Zhou Shixuan will find a way to get it. It would be better to do a favor, which would also consolidate his position in Zhou Shixuan's eyes. At this moment, we should try to delay it as much as possible before Masan village can grow the crops in large quantities. After all, feed yourself first before worrying about others. Chapter 159, Red, Romantic, Linhai City Store. Chu Dazhuang carefully put the paper against his chest and put it away. Chu boy, this can be kept as a secret of my Chu family. You really? Uncle, there's no such thing as an impenetrable wall. Just take Hu Zi and sit here first. Besides, I have many ways to make money here, and this one isn't a big deal. After persuading Chu Dazhuang, he stood up and walked into the villa. Chu Dazhuang sat on the stone, twisting and turning, thinking for a long time, then stood up and let out a long breath. I thought to myself, how can our Chu family be stingy? Besides, with Chu Kid here, making money is a piece of cake. After saying that, he shook his comfortable body and walked toward his home. Wang Defa stayed at home today and didn't dare to go out. He didn't know what was going on, but the calls kept coming one after another. My wife also eats a lot of sweet potatoes, so why doesn't this happen to her? After staying in Masan village for more than 10 days, Chu Chen planned to go to the island. Counting the days, it has been almost a month. I wonder how the construction on the island is going. And Si Liu is in Qinglian City, so I can't just run to Qinglian City. And after getting the news from Lan Pingyun through the walkie-talkie, Si Liu seemed a little annoyed. She kept asking him to take her to Masan village. So Chu Chen said goodbye to Li Qinglian and the other two girls, took the walkie-talkie and told Xiaofang to pack up her things, and drove out of Qinglian City. Hu Zi drove the van and picked up Xiaofang. Chu Chen still hasn't made up his mind about Si Liu, so it's better to stay away from her. The main reason is that the wives of the city lords will definitely stop his car as soon as they see it entering Qinglian City. Continue to do their unfinished matchmaking work. Chu Chen is probably the first person who traveled back to ancient times and was forced to rape a little girl. After picking up Xiaofang, he said to Hu Zi, I have a task for you. Teach all your sisters-in-law how to drive. Hu Zi nodded without saying anything and drove towards Qinglian City. Chu Chen took Xiaofang and headed towards Linhai City. Looking at Xiaofang's excited face, Chu Chen completely forgot about Si Liu. Xiaofang, are you happy to take you out for a honeymoon this time? As long as I'm with you, Xiaofang will be happy no matter what month it is. Xiaofang said obediently with a happy face. By the way, sir, what is a honeymoon? Well, a honeymoon is a time when you commit adultery under the guise of love. Chu Chen looked puzzled by Xiaofang's sudden question. Xiaofang doesn't understand. What do you mean by something shameful? Well, when did Xiaofang learn this skill of getting to the bottom of things? So he quickly said, Xiaofang, you must be tired. Why don't you take a rest? This well-behaved person is always well-behaved, after listening to Chu Chen's words. Xiaofang dozed off in the passenger seat. Seeing this, Chu Chen reached out his hand and rubbed her,
Xiaofang is so good. Young master, you better drive carefully. The car sped all the way and entered Linhai City that night. After listening to his subordinate's report, Murong Huai took Chu Chen to the courtyard where he had lived before. He lived on the island, not in the city, so Chu Chen didn't bother him. Seeing Chu Chen bringing another beautiful girl, Murong Huai showed a look of deep envy. Mr. Chu, there is something I forgot to tell you. Please forgive me for that. After Murong Huai envied Chu Chen for a while, he immediately told him something. Oh, what makes City Lord Murong so worried? Well, it's not a big deal. After we wiped out the Japanese that day, we found dozens of beautiful girls in a room, including some Japanese women. I heard from Master Chu that you own a red romantic restaurant in Qinglian City, so you see. It turned out that Chu Chen left the battlefield after collecting the gold and silver that day. Everyone was also overwhelmed by the victory. It was not until the next day, when the soldiers were cleaning the battlefield, that they discovered dozens of women locked up in a house. But he was only brought back and locked up in jail without being interrogated. Later, everyone was busy with the construction of the island and forgot about this. Until one day, when Murong Huai was chatting with Chu Yi, he heard about Hong Langman in Qinglian City and remembered this matter. So he went back and interrogated those women one by one. And these women, except for the dozen or so Japanese women who were brought by the Japanese. The others were captured by the Japanese, and most of them had lost their families. Without many survival skills, Murong Huai came up with a plan. So as soon as Chu Chen arrived in Linhai City, Murong Huai expressed this idea. There's no way. Although Linhai City is a coastal city, its economy needs to recover. For a city to be prosperous, brothels are indispensable. Since Mr. Chu has experience in this area, why not discuss a plan to make a fortune with him? By the way, it will also boost the economy of Linhai City. Chu Chen understood what was going on as soon as he heard it. So he said, that's fine. Since City Lord Murong has this idea, let's make it clear in advance. I want 90% of this business. Of course, all you have to do is give me a piece of land, and you don't have to worry about the rest. Murong Huai has been the city lord for so many years. He is no ordinary person. Ever since hearing about Chu Chen's romance, he sent people to investigate secretly. The attendant who came back from inspection said that the income of this shop was probably not low, at least 10 times that of the traditional brothel. And Lan Tianlei's eldest son only took up 10% of it, but he became rich in an instant. Thank you for your kindness, Master Chu. Don't worry. Leave this place and its safety to me. Don't worry. Thus, after a simple meeting, the distribution of Red Romantic Seaside was happily decided. In fact, Chu Chen also had his own considerations, since he owned an island by the sea. Then it would be easier to support people if we develop some industries. Tomorrow, take me to meet those girls. Chu Chen said to Murong Huai. Murong Huai thought Chu Chen wanted to drink first as a sign of respect, so he immediately said, Don't worry, Master Chu. I'll pick a few and send them here tomorrow. City Lord Murong, how could I, Chu, be such a frivolous person? I have my own purpose. You should gather them together tomorrow, and I'll take a look first. Okay, you are so noble. You could bring a different one every day. Although he thought so, he still smiled awkwardly at Chu Chen. It is the old man Meng Lang who is doing this. I will come to invite you tomorrow. After saying that, he looked at Xiaofang meaningfully, then said goodbye and left. Chu Chen looked at Murong Huai's obscene eyes and instantly understood what was going on. Turning to Xiaofang, he said, Xiaofang, do you think the young master is a pervert? What are you talking about, sir? Xiaofang likes this kind of sir. Chapter 160 Peach Blossom Fairy Island takes shape. On the second day, Chu Chen got up early with Xiaofang and prepared to go to the island to see the construction on the island. But early in the morning, Murong Huai dragged him to another house in the city lord's mansion. The 30 or so women in the house saw Murong Huai coming in with a young man. They all had confused expressions on their faces. And Jing, this is Master Chu from Qinglian City. He will be here for you to question. Murong Huai pointed at Chu Chen and introduced him. City Lord Murong, these young ladies are all beautiful. Don't scare them. When a group of women heard the refreshing name, young lady, they couldn't help but feel more favorable towards the young man in front of them. All right, all of you sisters have had miserable lives. If you want to get out of that devil's den and continue to marry and have children normally, it will probably be difficult for you to find a good husband. How about I give you sisters some ideas and bring out your strengths? After Chu Chen finished speaking,
A slightly older woman stood up and spoke. Master Chu, let me be frank. We are willing to take risks. As long as it's not too much and can support us, it's fine. Chu Chen glanced at the woman. Generally speaking, people in this situation can stand up and speak out. So in this group, there are basically bosses. Sister, what's your name? You don't have to be so polite, sir. My surname is Shangwan, and my given name is Kai. You can just call me Kaier. Okay, Sister, I feel bad that you're being harmed by those Japanese, so I will give you a way out now. Then, Chu Chen briefly recounted his romance in Qinglian City and how the girls made money. After saying that, he asked Shangwan Kai to select a few people to go to Qinglian City for training and study. Then, Shangwan Kai selected 10 girls and planned to send them to Qinglian City for training. So Chu Chen immediately wrote a letter, put it in his pocket, and said goodbye to everyone. Taking advantage of the opportunity to go out for a stroll, Chu Chen took out a van from the corner and drove it to the gate of the yard. Take Xiaofang to the island. On the island, Chu Yi respectfully bowed to Chu Chen and Xiaofang. Sir, the construction of the entire Peach Blossom Fairy Island is expected to be completed in another month. Chu Chen brought a few people to the big rock, took out a pair of binoculars, and looked at the entire island. It turns out that strength lies in numbers. The wall will be completed in a few days. The houses and roads on the island are also being built in an orderly manner. Chu Chen nodded with satisfaction to Feng Wu and Chu Yi beside him. Then he asked, Uncle Feng, can you leave here for a few days? That's okay, Chu Wazi. Those dozens of officials are working very enthusiastically now, and they're all vying for work. Okay, in that case, I'll give you two another task. After saying that, he took out a letter and a pair of car keys and handed them to Chu Yi. The car is at the beach. You will take Uncle Feng to Linhai City later. In Linhai City, find City Lord Murong and take 10 girls to Hongliman. By the way, give this letter to Lan Punyun. Uncle Feng, go stay at Honglang for a few days and take a look at the decorations and the layout of the house. Then come back and build me an identical one in Linhai City. When Uncle Feng heard that Chu Chen wanted him to stay in Honglang for a few days, he immediately showed an indecisive expression. He had heard a little about what Hongliman was. So he quickly said, Chu Wazi, it's no problem for you to stay for a few days, but I heard that the cost of red romance. Uncle, can I still take your money? Just go and enjoy yourself. Then you must not tell your fifth aunt when you return to the village. No, I know what it means to be a man. Looking at the excited expressions of Feng Wu and Chu Yi, Chu Chen showed a smile that showed deep understanding. Haha, Chu boy, then fifth uncle will go and enjoy himself. Feng Wu changed his usual shocked look and looked wretched. Chu Yi on the side also showed an excited expression. Chu Chen immediately said to Chu, You are still growing, you can't go. Sir, if I don't go, how can I send people in letters? You can go, but when you're done, go to the outskirts of town to see your brothers and sisters. Listen to me, you're really too young. Chu Yi helplessly saluted Chu Chen and said, I will follow your instructions, sir. Xiaofang, who was standing by, almost laughed out loud when she heard this. After Chu Yi and Uncle Feng Wu left, he whispered to Chu Chen, Chu Yi is obviously old enough to get married. Why can't he go? How can I explain this to you? He's still young anyway, so I'll wait a few years. Chu Yi is only about 16 or 17 years old this year. In modern times, he is still a high school student. Although it's okay once in a while, once that red romance gives him a taste of the sweetness, this guy will probably be ruined. Wait until he has more self-control, then let him go. After Chu Chen finished speaking, he put the matter behind him and started walking around with Xiaofang. This place with a big rock on the top of the mountain is the highest point on the entire island. So Chu Chen planned to build a super large villa in this place. Outside the pool below, a huge freshwater swimming pool was also dug out. Although it is at the beach, digging a swimming pool is a bit like taking off your pants and farting. Isn't this freshwater swimming pool on the island safe? The villa's domestic water will be supplied by electricity later, and we can just use a water pump to pump water from the stream above the pond. Although the wall is high, it does not block the sightseeing of this hilltop villa. Chu Chen arranged the barracks of the defenders at the foot of the mountain, so the villas above were relatively private. Behind the barracks, on the hillside, Chu Chen also plans to build some small standalone villas with yards. This is to facilitate future receptions and the like. The entire island is connected by roads, and all the roads have been hardened according to Chu Chen's requirements. I guess after this island is built, once Qinglian comes, he will not want to go back. Looking at the island that was taking shape,
Chu Chen took Xiaofang down the platform and boarded a warship. Get out those fishing rods and keep on messing around. Lu Rongdong accompanied him respectfully beside him. By the way, I reported to him some of the situations at sea during this period. Ever since the Japanese were completely wiped out, the Lu family has thought about secretly going out to sea more than once. But to go out to sea, you need a large ship. At this time, Daxia has not yet traded with the outside world, and there are no large merchant ships. So they organized a team to attack Lu Rongdong's ship, hoping to seize the ship and go out to sea. But they were all killed by Lu Rongdong and his men. In this way, the information cannot be transmitted. The entire Daxia coastline is very narrow, and this is the only place where large ships can go out to sea. So now the Lu family probably has no choice but to wait for the Japanese to come and collect the gold and silver and take the news out. Chu Chen laughed after hearing this and said, "You can go back so easily just because you came here. Continue to cast the rod and catch his fish. The current foreign war is something Zhou Shixuan should consider, and has nothing to do with him." Chapter 161 officially settled in Peach Blossom Island. Besides, all I want is a resort. By the way, he just promised Zhou Shixuan to help him guard the sea gate. After a great opportunity to travel through time, of course the goal is to make money, get married, and travel around. But looking back over the long period of time, Chu Chen is slowly and invisibly influencing this world. Those miraculous, hidden weapons, and those indestructible roads and city walls. Solar panels that harness the power of the sun, air conditioners that keep you cool in the summer. In fact, Zhou Shixuan saw it all and kept it in mind. What Zhou Shixuan lacks now is just an opportunity to ask for it. The reason why Chu Chen wanted this island was not just a place for vacation. If one day a powerful force really sets its sights on me, this small island will be my retreat. Of course, I guess neither Zhou Shixuan nor Chu Chen want such a day to come. Half a month later, the construction of the island was officially completed, and all the labor service personnel and officials withdrew. Under Chu Chen's instruction, the entire roof of the island and a quarter of its area were covered with photovoltaic panels. The island is fully equipped with facilities, and Lu Rongdong and his 1,000 soldiers are stationed on the island. Lu Rongdong was originally a captain of 1,000 men, so there were only 1,000 soldiers following him. But for Chu Chen, 1,000 people are more than enough for such an ironclad island. Whether it is the villa on the top of the mountain, the reception villa on the mountainside, or the barracks, all modern facilities are available. Except for the radio, everything else like lights, refrigerators, air conditioners, etc. are all arranged. Chu Chen even equipped washing machines in every place. Each watchtower is equipped with a walkie-talkie and an electric fan. Lu Rongdong and the other 1,000 soldiers looked at these magical things. They thought they were not here to garrison, but to enjoy themselves. There's a beach in the north, and Chu Chen also made the entire wall with steel bars to allow the beach to enter the island. The soldiers were no longer wearing heavy leather jackets, but were replaced by camouflage uniforms by Chu Chen. Each outpost and watchtower is equipped with a crossbow. Once the Japanese arrive, Chu Chen also considers providing them with stab-proof clothing and helmets. With such a well-armed team, there is no problem in defending the sea gate. On this day, the entire island was decorated with red and colorful ribbons, and Murong Huai brought along all the officials and merchants from Linhai, carrying gifts, celebrating the completion of the island. For this grand ceremony, Chu Chen pulled all the romantic girls from Qinglian over. The main focus is on service first. Those officials and businessmen have never seen such bold and open reception girls. Everyone's saliva was flowing. The banquet lasted for a whole day before these people left satisfied. During the meal, most people were asking about the girls who exuded a charming fragrance and were dressed coolly. Invisibly, this also gave a wave of advertising to the soon-to-open Linhai Honglang. Murong Huai was also happy about this. As long as Linhai Honglang opened, even the businessmen who came to visit would probably raise the level of Linhai's economy. Many people from Mashan village in Qinglian city were also invited. With Chu Chen's permission, Hu Zi trained a lot of drivers, including Li Qinglian, Roy Mu Shuachen, and even Chun Qingxian, who was too lazy to cook snakes, all drove vans in a very arrogant manner, regarding the inexhaustible supply of vehicles and fuel in the mall. For this reason, Chu Chen was also generous. He took out 10 vans from the space and equipped each group of the drivers,
Masan Village, and Hanlim Senate Pavilion with one van each. Brother Huzi also indulged in the feeling of being a coach and scolded his students in a domineering manner. Considering that many people in Masan Village had never seen the sea, Chu Chen asked them to come in batches in the future so that everyone could stay on the island for a few days. After finishing the check-in on the island, Chu Chen was exhausted. After leaving Li Qinglian, Mu Chen, and Chu Yi on the island, the rest were sent back. The next day, Chu Chen was making tea in the pavilion built for him by Uncle Feng Wu on the big rock on the top of the mountain. Lu Rongdong stood aside respectfully. "Sir, all the soldiers have been assigned. Please come down the mountain to check." Before this, Chu Chen had flipped through the pile of books in the space and compiled a set of manuals for modern military training. Let Lu Rongdong retrain these 1,000 soldiers based on each person's strengths. Considering that the island is too small, if they continue to relax, these people will become useless sooner or later. Since Zhou Shixuan gave me these 1,000 people and this island, that means these 1,000 people have now officially become his private soldiers. This is the backbone of protecting yourself and your family. Therefore, Chu Chen is also very concerned about their training. After finishing the tea in his hand, Chu Chen came to a huge square at the foot of the mountain under the guidance of Lu Rongdong. On the stage in the square dance audio equipment and microphones, as well as the tables and benches, had already been prepared. Looking at the 1,000 soldiers standing in neat rows, Chu Chen smiled with satisfaction. In order to live worry-free in this ancient time, the power of these people must be utilized well. Everyone, since His Majesty has entrusted you to lead, I, Chu Chen, will not treat you unfairly. As soon as he finished speaking, there was warm applause from the audience. Chu Chen couldn't help but look at Lu Rongdong, who was sitting next to him, in confusion. I muttered to myself, is he so well trained? In fact, Chu Chen was wrong. This was not training at all. These soldiers used to work in Linhai City, and their treatment was completely different from that on the island. These people actually have feelings and joy that come from the bottom of their hearts. After some bold words, Chu Chen took Lu Rongdong down from the podium. Don't brainwash for too long, as it will not be effective. It is better to sprinkle sesame seeds. Every soldier can receive a subsidy of 1 or 2 taels of silver per month, and those who contribute will also receive rewards. This is the best sesame. 1 or 2,000 taels a month is really nothing to Chu Chen. Immediately afterwards, Chu Chen walked into the villa that Lu Rongdong had allocated to him halfway up the mountain, communicating with him about how to manage. Chu Chen divided these 1,000 people into 10 teams, equipped them with different weapons, and each of them performed their duties. Each team selects a centurion to manage their own team. Chu Chen allowed these leaders and military kings to bring their families to the sea, but after arriving on the island, they could do various jobs to make a living. Fishing, salt drying, transportation, sales, environmental sanitation, repairs, etc. In order to make arrangement for his family, Chu Chen also rebuilt a set of filtration facilities and set up a salt-making workshop on the island. According to Chu Chen's idea, as long as the top ones among these 1,000 people have family members on this island, he would not be afraid of them rebelling. Even if those ordinary soldiers have rebellious intentions one day, they will be suppressed by the military kings and leaders. As for the refined salt, with the transportation of vans, the sales cost is not high, and it can be sold to Zhou Shirkai at the same price. After arranging all this, Chu Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 162, Lin High City Red Romance. The island issue has been mostly dealt with and has come to an end. On the second day, he took out a small boat and a propeller from an outdoor goods store from the space. He took Mu Chen and Li Qinglian and headed towards Lin High City at a very fast speed. With the help of the propeller, this small boat runs much faster than those ships. As they returned along the way, they attracted the attention of many fishermen. Even the soldiers on the island saw this thing for the first time. I couldn't help but marvel at my young master's amazing skills. No matter how magical something is, he can always take it out. Drive the boat all the way to the seaside pier and hand it over to the pier manager to keep an eye on the boat. He took the 2 girls and headed straight into the city. In the center of Linhai City, at the corner of a cross street, a new 5-story reinforced concrete building is rising from the ground. At this moment, we have entered the soft furnishing stage. Behind the building is an extra-large courtyard, which Chu Chen also designed into a structure similar to a steel frame greenhouse. Photovoltaic panels are laid on it to ensure sufficient electricity supply. The entire layout of Linhai Hongmen is similar to that of Qinglian City. The first floor is still a reception and related leisure area. There's a lobby on the second floor, private rooms on the third floor, guest rooms on the fourth floor, and offices on the fifth floor. Chu Chen took the 2 girls to the second floor, where he saw the 10 girls who had been sent to Qinglian City to study were training the 20 or so people. Seeing Chu Chen coming, they all came to greet him. "Sir, welcome to Red Romance." After hearing this, Chu Chen nodded with satisfaction. This has a bit of the flavor of Qinglian City. Li Qinglian also looked at the group of girls in front of her with a smile on her face. "I thought that these people could bring huge benefits to my husband, so it would be better to be polite to them." Chu Chen looked at Chu Chen with contempt. He thought that it was these people who led his junior brother astray, which resulted in him not seeing that drunkard for a long time. If Chu Chen knew what she was thinking, it would mean that even if your master came, he would be reluctant to leave. A normal man has some sexual interests. Chu Chen ignored Chu Chen's contemptuous look and looked at the girls in front of him with a smile. "Everyone, work harder and study more. In a few days, it will be time for you to realize your own value and achieve your life goals." Then he drew a few cakes for them and walked out with the 2 of them. He went straight to Murong Huai's city lord's mansion. "Mr. Chu, madams, if you have time today, please come and visit me." After seeing the situation on the island, Murong Huai admired Chu Chen from the bottom of his heart. "Haha, City Lord Murong, I have nothing to do, so I came over to tell you about that romantic thing about Hong. Kulmein." With that, Murong Huai brought the 3 of them into the main hall. Since Li Qinglian was familiar with the city lord's mansion, she said goodbye to Murong Huai as soon as she entered the main hall. He pulled Chu Chen and walked towards the courtyard of the city lord's wife. She brought a lot of things this time, such as perfume, shower gel, shampoo, and so on. He even brought a lot of women's private items for the city lord's wife. Women are born to love beauty, so no one can resist these things. Only Chu Chen, Murong Huai, and a little maid serving tea and water were left in the main hall. "City Lord Murong, I'm here this time because I need your help with something. Mr. Chu, calling me the city lord is too formal. I'm a little older than you, so just call me brother from now on." Murong Huai had wanted to say this for a long time. Who is this person? He is sworn brother to the 8th prince. Calling him brother will raise his status invisibly. "Then I will call you Brother Murong. This time, I'm here mainly for the romantic things. Those girls are the concrete forces, but there are also guards and maids, etc., so I'll trouble you to complete them." Chu Chen provides construction, drinks, snacks, and hardware equipment. Murong Huai is an outstanding person who is fair and just. When Murong Huai heard this, he thought it was a big deal. It was just a maid or servant, so there was no problem at all. Then he patted his chest and promised, "Just leave these little things to me. I promise to do them beautifully for you. There's one more thing. You know about the salt-making workshop on my island. You have to open a dedicated waterway for me to supply the 8th prince." "What is this?" "It's a royal affair. Even if Chu Chen doesn't say it, Murong Huai has to do it beautifully. The 2 things have been agreed upon, and now we are just waiting for the opening of Honglinmen." At noon, Murong Huai's family and Chu Chen and his 2 companions were having a lively time eating seafood and drinking beer. The opening date was also set. It's scheduled for the end of the month, which is more than 10 days away. More than 10 days is more than enough for the entire red romantic decoration. After everything was arranged, Chu Chen took the 2 girls back to the island. After returning to the island, Chu Chen called over more than 10 soldiers and asked them to bring hoes and other tools. Behind a hilltop villa, several plots of land were excavated. I took out the watermelon seeds and some seasonal vegetable seeds that I had prepared long ago and planted them. Before leaving, he gave the soldiers a lot of seeds, asking them to plant them when they had nothing to do. There are more than 100 logistic soldiers. How can they be idle? The wild boars that were hunted in Masan village before were raised and gave birth to more than 10 cubs. For this purpose, Chu Chen also asked Zi to bring a boar and 2 sows. There are no pig farmers in Linhai City, so they can only import pigs from other places. Now, Masan village has also kept those wild boar cubs in captivity. There are families raising pigs in Yundian, but they don't castrate their pigs, and this has been going on for many generations. In Chu Chen's words, the breed was not good, and what he wanted was the wild boar that was slowly bred. After 2 or 3 generations of training, it should be enough. In addition to plants,
The biodiversity of this island must also be developed. Otherwise, if they are surrounded one day, these people will not be afraid. For this purpose, Chu Chen also dug a huge cave on the island and ordered Chu eat to purchase food from time to time. It's just like Masan village, although it has endless space. But if there is nothing stored on the island, and you take it out yourself when the time comes, it will easily expose the secret of this space. Money can tempt people, and we must be on guard against this. After finishing his work, Chu Chen took the two girls to the pavilion on the big rock and comfortably placed a few lounge chairs and soft sofas. Drinking tea, chatting, and laughing while looking at the scenery of the entire island. As night falls, the entire island is brightly lit. Chu Chen was lying on the sofa, holding Qinglian and Chu Chen in his arms. Enjoying the occasional feeding from the two women, he looked at the brightly lit area below the mountain. Yu said, "It's called Peach Blossom Fairy Island, but what's the difference between this and the second Masan village?" Chapter 163, Red Romance Opening. In the next few days, Chu Chen took the two girls to communicate on the top of the mountain, where you can rush to the beach, let the seawater wash over your body, and then go to the freshwater swimming pool to take a bath. The soldiers were not surprised and were polite to Chu Chen's men. Centurions and soldiers with special skills have higher incomes depending on their skills and positions. Moreover, most people's family members work in the salt-making workshop or in other positions. Life got better. He is extremely loyal to Chu Chen and his wife and friends. This is the result Chu Chen wants to see. The soldiers at the bottom will work harder to climb up. Senior sergeants will also work harder to keep their positions. For a team like this, first of all, their attitude is correct. So how can they not develop in a good direction? These 1,000 people are all moving, competing to perform and work hard every day, and almost no one is giving up. Liu Rongdong and his family lived in the villa halfway up the mountain and lived a comfortable life. While Chu Chen was enjoying his leisure time, several huge ships from Japan set sail and were speeding towards Linhai City. In the blink of an eye, it was the opening day of Honglian. In the evening, Chu Chen drove a small boat alone to the door of Honglang. Qinglian and Chu Chen, however, had no interest in this and stayed on the island, sitting on a lookout tower on the city wall and casting out a few fishing rods. As soon as Chu Chen arrived at the entrance of Linhai Honglang, he saw a van parked there quietly. I couldn't help but walk over and take a look through the car window. My goodness, the person sitting inside must be a drunkard. So he knocked on the car window. "You are very sensitive to smells, right? You can smell it from such a distance." Chen Qingxian rolled down the car window. "You idiot, do you believe me when I say I was driven here? Come here." Chu Chen showed an incredible expression. "Brother, you're a 9th grade master. Who dares to chase you away?" So he quickly asked, "Who dares to chase you away?" Chen Qingxian lit a cigarette for himself casually and sighed. "Let's open a business first. I'll be your first customer, and I'll tell you later." Chu Chen walked to the gate with a lot of doubts in his mind. At this time, Murong Huai waved to Chu Chen in the crowd. "Brother Murong, why don't you go cut the ribbon? Why are you standing in the crowd?" "Alas, my dear brother, I am the lord of the city after all, so it is not convenient for me to go." After saying that, Murong Huai pulled out a chubby young man from behind him, who looked somewhat similar to Murong Huai. Chu Chen understood what was going on at a glance. This should be his son. This was the same as in Qinglian City, where he was the son of the city lord. But this is also good. With someone in charge, I feel a lot more relaxed. As soon as the young man came out, he bowed deeply to Chu Chen. "Nephew Murong Shimin greets uncle." Chu Chen pulled him up, turned to Murong Huai, and asked, "May I ask your name, madam?" Murong Huai was puzzled by Chu Chen's question. "Which lady are you asking about?" "His mother." "My surname is Shimin, so my son is called Murong Shimin." After hearing this, Chu Chen looked at Murong Shimin with a smile on his face. "I thought, your father's really good to you. This name is so careless." "Well, since Brother Murong has come here with his nephew, he will be the one in charge of Honglian from now on." After hearing this, Murong Shimin showed an excited expression on his face. "When I came here, I thought my uncle would not agree, but now that I am in charge, I must lose weight in half a year." Chu Chen also had a good impression of the little fat man. "Nephew, the time has come. Let's go forward and cut the ribbon." "Uncle, please come in." Murong Shimin made a gesture of invitation to Chu Chen. Then he followed Chu Chen to the door. The entrance was the same as it was in Qinglian City at that time. Shangwan Kai
and the other girl stood in 2 rows at the door wearing high-slit cheongsams. A breeze blew, lifting the hem and causing bursts of exclamations. Everyone, today is the opening day of my red romance. Thank you all for coming. After some talk, Chu Chen pulled Murong Shiman in front of him. This is Master Shiman, the son of the Linhai City Lord's mansion. Please invite him to announce the official opening of the Linhai Red Romantic Leisure Club. After listening, Murong Shiman walked forward, cleared his throat, and took the microphone handed to him by the maid. I hereby announce the grand opening of Linhai Hong Romance. Good luck. Accompanied by the sound of firecrackers and fireworks. The onlookers shouted sweetly, "Welcome to Honglingman." Squeezed into the clubhouse, Chu Chen brought Murong Shiman and Shangwan Kaier to the 5th floor. He was told that all of Chun Qingxuan's expenses from now on would be free of charge. He was then given a few walkie-talkies and told how to operate them before walking out of the club. Chu Chen was relieved that Shangwan Kaier was in charge of this kind of thing among the girls. And as for Murong Shiman, he is in charge here, and his title as the city lord's son is enough. Many scoundrels did not dare to come in and cause trouble. Even if there were those short-sighted people who came to cause trouble, Chu Chen believed that Murong Huai would be able to handle the matter. After a few days of accounting, we will know that this 10% stake will bring a surprise to Murong Huai. Looking back at the red romance, Chu Chen strode towards the island. The drunkard had already sat in the box, as if he was familiar with the place, and started dancing with the girl. Jimengzi seemed to have a strong liking for that mommy. The reason why I followed here this time was actually partly because of Shangwan Kaier. The next day, Chu Chen got up early and ordered a few people to clean up a villa downstairs. Mu Shuichin looked puzzled. Are there any guests coming? Haha, your junior brother came to Linhai City yesterday, when Honglang opened. This drunkard is really courting death. After saying that, Mu Shuichin flashed to the shore and skillfully steered the boat towards Linhai City. Mu Shuichin had never seen this small boat with a propeller since she drove a van. I fell deeply in love with the pleasure brought by external objects. The boat drove straight to the dock, and soon, Mu Shuichin appeared at the door of Linhai Honglin. Miss Shuichin, what are you doing? Shangwan Kaier had seen Mu Shuichin before, so I went up and said hello. Call that drunkard out for me. Muxikin shouted to Shangwan Kaier. Are you drunk? Shangwan Kaier was a little confused for a moment. Forget it, I'll go by myself. After saying that, Mu Shuichin flashed and headed towards the 4th floor. After a while, Chun Qingxian followed Mu Shuichin obediently. With a look of grievance, he said, Senior sister, I am an adult now. You can't control me like this. Mr. Sir, you should find a decent girl to marry. If the master sees you like this, he will be pissed to death. Chapter 164, 10th rank Grandmaster Zhu Liuxiang. After a stick of incense, we arrived at the villa on the top of Peach Blossom Island. Chun Qingxian yawned and sat on the chair with a helpless look on his face. Opposite them were Chu Chen, Mu Shuichin, and Li Qinglian. Mu Shuichin gave Chu Chen a murderous look. Chu Chen also walked obediently to the opposite side and sat next to Chun Qingxian. Tell me the truth. Who told you to come to Linhai? Was it this idiot? Mu Shuichin pointed at Chu Chen and asked Chun Qingxian. What the hell does this have to do with me? Don't falsely accuse me. Before Chun Qingxian could say anything, Chu Chen started to resist with all his might. I don't want to be taken advantage of. To be honest, Chun Qingxian is really hateful. Is it necessary for him to stay in there every day? If I continue like this, I wonder if my martial arts skills will be downgraded. After Chu Chen finished speaking, he looked at Mu Shuichin, then turned to look at Chun Qingxian. Xiaomingzi, tell me, did that kid Chui tell you? Chun Qingxian looked at the people in front of him and leisurely took out a cigarette from his pocket. He sighed. Master forced me to come. When these words were spoken, the 3 people present were stunned. What happened? Their master came down the mountain? Chu Chen looked at Li Qinglian, and Li Qinglian shook her head, indicating that she didn't know either. Mu Shuichin almost jumped up and stepped over the coffee table in the middle. What did you say? Master has come down the mountain. Where is he? Take me to see him. Hearing the word master, it seemed that all the heavenly rules that Chun Qingxian had violated no longer mattered. No wonder Mu Shuichin was raised by his master Zhu Liuxiang since childhood. This feeling is just like having a biological father. After I grew up, my master was always traveling, so we met less often. How could I not be excited when I knew that my master had come down the mountain? Chen Qinglian broke away from Mu Chen and began to talk about his journey to Linhai City in a serious tone. It turned out that Chu sent Shangwan Kaier and others to Qinglian City. This drunkard fell in love with Shangwan Kaier. After they finished their training, Jiumengzi got the information that Chu Chen was going to start a romantic business in Linhai City, just a few days before the opening. Their master Zhu Liuxiang came to Qinglian City. He successfully found Chen Qinglian, who was in a romantic mood, and took him to the city lord's mansion. During the conversation with Lan Tianlei, I learned that the place where I met Chen Qinglian was a new high-end club. That is, the brothel with a curious mind. As the host, Lan Tianlei had to make arrangements, so the two of them made an appointment to go and experience it. Unexpectedly, I stayed there for 3 days and 3 nights with this feeling, and I didn't want to leave. This made things difficult for Chen Qinglian. His master was there, so he couldn't go with him. So he returned to his house in the west of the city and drank alone for a few days. I found myself becoming increasingly uncomfortable, and so I thought of Shangwan Kaier. So that day, I drove to Linhai City without telling my master. Just then, I happened to encounter the opening of Honglinmen. You mean, master, you stayed in there for 3 days and 3 nights? That was with Lan Tianlei. I don't know if he's still with Red Romance. After hearing what happened, Mu Chen looked at Chu Chen deeply. I'll settle the score with you when I get back. After saying that, he turned away. That's right, Mu Chen was going to find her master, and on the way, she became more and more confused. What was the magic of this Red Romance? The master, who has always been very focused, could somehow get addicted to it. The master has never been married and treats them as his own children, so why can't he escape the secular world? Arriving at Qinglian Honglang, we looked at the bright lights and the people coming and going. Mu Chen seemed to understand everything all of a sudden. After all, whether it is the master, Chen Qinglian, or Chu Chen, they are all mortals. As a mortal, who doesn't yearn for beautiful things? Even though the master is a 10th grade master, he is still a mortal, and even more so a man. To be honest, Mu Chen recalled the day she spent with Chu Chen on the big rock. It was so beautiful. Mu Chen, who was originally about to rush into Qinglian Hong romance, slowly retreated. He just released his aura at the door and headed towards the house in the west of the city. Zhu Liuxiang, who was romantically involved in Red Romance, felt the presence of Mu Chen. He quickly climbed up from the soft Simmons mattress. Hey, my daughter is here. After saying this, he put on his clothes and walked out of Honglang regardless of the girl's attempts to keep him, flying quickly towards the house in the west of the city. Mu Chen sat down in the courtyard of the house in the west of the city. The aura on his body did not subside. It was guiding the master in the right direction. Xiaolan and Xiaodao saw Mu Chen suddenly appear. He quickly came to her with tea. Sister Chen, did you just come back? Yes, Xiaolan, go make me something to eat. Xiaolan nodded and took Xiaodao into the kitchen. As soon as they walked into the kitchen, a figure flew down and entered the yard. My dear, you're in Qinglian City. Didn't you say you went to Linhai? All I saw was Zhu Liuxiang's tall figure. He said as he walked towards Mu Chen. Master, you finally came down the mountain. How long will you be here this time? When will you return? Mu Chen looked at the master in front of her and immediately asked anxiously. Go back. Master has been traveling around these years. He's been to many places and seen many new things. The world outside is no worse than the mountains. I won't be going back for now. Neither of them mentioned anything about his breakup with Honglang, although this is the scent of perfume that stays all over your body. Afterwards, Zhu Liuxiang and Mu Chen chatted in the yard for a long time. Xiaolan and Xiaotao served tea to Zhu Liuxiang and then stopped disturbing her. During the conversation, Mu Chen also told him about Chu Chen. Zhu Liuxiang didn't say much after hearing this. In Lan Tianlei's opinion, Chu Chen was praised as a god without any flaws. The only problem is that there are too many women around him. Before, Zhu Liuxiang felt a little uncomfortable, but after being baptized by Hong romance, he felt relieved. As a man, this is called ability. Find a time for me to meet Chu Chen. After all, you are my daughter. Zhu Liuxiang took a sip of tea and spoke slowly. Master, I came back this time to take you to the Peach Blossom Fairy Island. I think you will like it there. Peach Blossom Fairy Island? Okay, just hearing the name, it's worth a trip for me. After the two of them stayed in the house in the west of the city for one night, Mu Chen drove a van and took him to Linhai City. Along the way, Zhu Liuxiang was extremely curious about the van. One moment he sat in the passenger seat, the next moment he jumped to the back. Touch here and there. Moreover, I was particularly curious about the car's audio system. How can this person be called a master? He is just a fool who has never seen the world. As the car sped along, we finally entered the Peach Blossom Island when night fell. Chapter 165. Welcome to the 10th Tasting Wine Mengzi. That night, Chu Chen, Qinglian, and Chen Qingxian received Zhu Liuxiang on the island. You idiot, come and meet my master. Following Mu Shuichen's call, Chu Chen looked up. I saw a man about 60 years old walking towards him. He exuded an intimidating aura, the likes of which he had only seen in two other people. One is Zhou Shixuan, the Emperor of Daxia, and the other is the one in front of you. Chu Chen greets you, senior. Your presence here brings honor to my humble place. Are you Chu Chen? Zhu Liuxiang looked up and down at Chu Chen in front of him. He nodded and said, yes, he is very handsome, and his deeds are what a real man should do. It's not a loss for my daughter to follow you. In that case, don't call me senior from now on. I'm Zhu Liuxiang, nicknamed Xiaoyao Sanren in Jianghu. From now on, you can just call me Taoist. After saying that, Chu Chen pulled Li Qinglian forward and saluted. Chu Chen, meet Taoist Xiaoyao. I thought you were really free and easy, waiting for Hong Langman for 3 days and 3 nights without coming out. You must be in good health even at old age. Li Qinglian also took over the conversation sensibly. Master, you have come a long way and must have worked hard. Please sit down and rest for a while. Qinglian will make a few side dishes for you. You can have a couple of drinks. Looking at Li Qinglian, who left after saying that, Chu Chen, is this your legal wife? Master Xiaoyao, there is no such thing as a legal wife here. I treat Chu Chen and Qinglian the same. At this time, Mu Shuichin thought Zhu Liuxiang was angry, so she quickly spoke. Master, Sister Qinglian is very kind to me. Looking at the two people who thought he was angry and were trying hard to speak for Li Qinglian, Zhu Liuxiang smiled with satisfaction. Ha, that's great. After saying this, he couldn't help but mutter to himself that his daughter knew it herself. A master above the 9th rank can handle the situation so skillfully. It seems that this Chu Chen in front of him must have some extraordinary qualities. After a while, Li Qinglian brought out some home-cooked dishes from the kitchen. Master Xiaoyao, the night view on this island is nice. Why don't we go to the pavilion for dinner? At Li Qinglian's suggestion, the group came to the pavilion on the big rock. Looking at the bright island at the foot of the mountain, Zhu Liuxiang couldn't help but sigh. I used to think that the place where I lived could be called a fairyland, but at night it was pitch dark. Now it seems that compared to this island, my place is nothing. Chen Qingxian stayed beside Zhu Liuxiang with a well-behaved look on his face. I thought to myself, Master, you still have a disciple. For such a long time, you have never looked at me straight in the eye. How disgusted you must be. However, this did not stop him from opening the bottle of wine in a flattering manner and respectfully pouring wine for his master. Hey, isn't this the red liquor sold in Qinglian City? Zhu Liuxiang looked at the wine and almost let the cat out of the bag. The aroma of this wine is exactly the same as that of the romantic red. This thing is not cheap. If Lan Tianlei doesn't pay for it, forget it. Master, this is the wine that this idiot has made. You can have as much as you want. Feel free to drink. Chen Qingxian thought to himself, it's finally my turn to perform. Unexpectedly, just as I was about to introduce this wine, I was interrupted by Zhu Liuxiang. Chu Chen, this wine is really as much as you want. Master, here with me. You can drink as much as you want. As much as you want. Haha. In that case, I won't be polite. After saying that, he picked up the wine glass and drank it all in one gulp. Chu Chen and Li Qinglian were shocked by this. This was a two-liang glass, and you drank it all in one gulp. After drinking, he handed the cup to Chen Qingxian. Pour it up. How can you not have such good sense? Have you forgotten what your master taught you? Chen Qingxian poured him a glass quickly and aggrievedly. Ah, Chu Chen, that's interesting. Come, you and I, let's drink this cup together. When Chu Chen saw this trend, he knew it was over. This guy dared to train Chen Qingxian, the drunkard, and now here comes another super drunkard. Fortunately, I can have unlimited refills. So he also raised his wine glass and said, come on, let's welcome the Taoist priest. Then, you and I drank one glass at a time, and the toast started to clink. The meal lasted until late at night. Zhu Liuxiang was talking drunkenly at this moment, supported by Lu Rongdong and others called by Chu Chen.
Qinglian and the other two were invited back to the villa that Chu Chen had prepared for them. Looking at the dozen or so glass bottles left on the table, Chu Chen secretly gave a thumbs up to the two staggering figures. Li Qinglian and Mu Shuochen drank small beers. At most, I only drank about half a pound. Are all martial arts masters this good at drinking? That's incredible. This is a high-end 53% alcohol. Chu Chen pulled Mu Shuochen. Are you sure this is a 10th grade master? Mu Shuochen looked at the backs of the two people as they left and shook her head helplessly. It seems that bringing the master to this peach blossom island was a wrong choice. Chu Chen, is there anything you can do to get them to drink less and go to your red romance less often? Mu Shuochen asked Chu Chen. He knew that Chu Chen had many clever ideas and should have a solution. Otherwise, if things continue like this, these two people will definitely die in this plain and unpretentious life. Chu Chen thought for a moment and said, Do you think fishing is fun? It's fun. I sit here all day. Does this have anything to do with them? You really don't understand fishermen. If you train them well, the island has so many rich resources, you can give them a lot of equipment. With a bottle of wine and a pack of cigarettes, I think I should be able to fish for a day. Looking at Chu Chen's confident expression, Mu Shuochen immediately understood. Okay, tomorrow, let's go together and let them experience what it's like to catch a fish. Well, give it a try. Not everyone is addicted to this stuff. Indeed, some people can be very addicted to fishing, but some people have no interest in it no matter how hard they try. Especially for these martial arts masters. Catching fish is too easy for them. Chu Chen couldn't guarantee that they would have the patience. But since it's an idea, we must try it. To be honest, running towards Honglang all day long will also affect business. So the next day, as soon as she got up, Mu Shuochen went to Zhu Liuxiang's villa. Master, shall we go fishing today? Zhu Liuxiang opened her eyes sleepily and listened to the shouts outside. What? Fishing? How boring. Take your junior brother with you. Master, have you ever thought that sitting on the city wall in white clothes, with a pole and a pot of wine, is particularly suitable for your master's style? After listening to Mu Shuochen's words, Zhu Liuxiang sat down on the bed. It seems that this is the truth. Who am I? I'm a 10th grade master. I want someone to draw a picture of me fishing. That would surely fascinate the red and romantic girl. Please wait a moment, my dear. We will be there soon. By the way, is there a painter? Painter? Yes, I have a pole and a pot of wine for each of you, and I will send a painter to paint a picture for this Taoist. Chapter 166, Falling in Love with Fishing Old Boy. After a while, even Qinglian was pulled up by Zhu Liuxiang. The purpose is to let his disciples witness his fishing style. Chu Chen waved the Polaroid camera in his hand at Mu Shuochen. What kind of painter do you want? After saying that, he clicked the photo towards Mu Shuochen, and a photo was developed from the bottom. Mu Shuochen looked at the beautiful self in the photo and said, This is great. Seeing this, Chu Chen brought Mu Shuochen and a Polaroid camera to Zhu Liuxiang and Qinglian. He took a few people and went toward the city wall. Master Xiaoyao, how about we stay here? This is where I've been fishing for many days, and I've had quite a good catch. That's great. Taoist Xiaoyao pulled the white beard on his chin and said with a smile. For a full half hour, Chu Chen taught them how to use the sea rod to fish. Half an hour later, when Zhu Liuxiang tasted the fish for the first time. It's out of control. Chu Chen, don't say it. This is really fun and suits my personality. Haha, Taoist Xiaoyao. As long as you like it from now on, this fishing platform will belong to you alone. Tomorrow, I'll send a few maids to make you some tea and massage your shoulders. Zhu Liuxiang glanced at Chu Chen and thought to himself that this kid really knows how to handle things. Then he plucked the white beard on his chin and said, That's great. 2 hours later, poor Qinglian stood and sat restlessly beside his master. Throw it farther. Otherwise, how can you catch a big fish? This is what your master taught you. Channel your qi into your dantian, use the strength of your waist, and combine it with the elasticity of the rod tip. Qinglian hated Chu Chen's evil idea because he kept scolding him for no reason. When Chu Chen and Mu Shuochen saw Zhu Liuxiang coming up, they took a lot of photos of him. He took Mu Shuochen and said goodbye. But Qinglian became the victim. At this moment, he especially missed those days in Honglingmen, which were so comfortable. If it really doesn't work, sitting on the roof and drinking is more comfortable than this. Boy, what are you doing? Can't you see the scorching sun is burning me? Move the parasol. Qinglian waited helplessly.
I understand, master. Master, I'm going to the toilet. Qinglian found the opportunity and rushed out in a flash. He took out his intercom and yelled at Chu Chen, "You idiot, do you want to die?" Chu Chen was also startled when he heard Chen Qingxuan's sad and angry voice coming from the intercom. Just as he was about to pick up the walkie-talkie to ask what was going on, Mu Shuichen snatched it away. "This is all my idea. Why don't you scold Chu Chen again? Go back and stay with master." When Chen Qingxian heard Mu Shuichen's voice, he suddenly wilted. I had no choice but to smile and return to Zhu Liuxiang obediently. I wonder when he, a ninth-grade master, became a fishing companion. No, I have to ask that idiot to call the maid tomorrow. That night, Zhu Liuxiang fished until she could barely see her fingernails before she finally returned to the villa. Following him came Chen Qingxian, carrying a full load of catch on his back. "Hey, everyone, look! It's the Taoist priest who's taking action. Look at this catch. It's more than I've accumulated in this period of time." Seeing this, Chu Chen quickly stepped forward and flattered him. Zhu Liuxiang plucked the white beard on his chin with great pleasure. "Boy, fishing requires skills." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Qingxian muttered behind him, "Skills for fish were caught in 1 day of fishing, and this whole bag was caught by flying into the sea." Although his voice was very soft, Zhu Liuxiang and Mu Shuichen, who were present, heard it. Facing the gazes of the two people who seemed to want to eat him, Chen Qingxian shrank his neck. "These are obviously facts, am I wrong? Come, Taoist priest, give the catch to Qinglian. We'll have a fish feast tonight." Chu Chen, sensing the sudden awkwardness of the atmosphere, quickly spoke. Li Qinglian stepped forward and took the catch from Chen Qingxuan's hand, went into the kitchen, and started processing it. Chu Chen was accompanying Zhu Liuxiang, discussing today's fishing situation. In fact, Chu Chen had been listening to Zhu Liuxiang bragging about how he caught so many fish today. Chen Qingxian listened with both contempt and respect. That night, Zhu Liuxiang ate the fish she had caught and drank the small drink that Chu Chen had brought out. He boasted about it to everyone in vivid detail, and his face was beaming with joy while eating. "Forget it. Let's stop drinking here. We have to get up early tomorrow. Qingxian, you will still have to accompany me tomorrow." "Master, where are we going tomorrow?" "Fishing, where to go?" According to that Chu kid, the fish are more likely to bite in the morning. As soon as Zhu Liuxiang finished speaking, Chu Chen felt a murderous aura coming towards him from Chen Qingxian. "Well, there's nothing I can do about it. It's your master's fault for liking you." Chu Chen smiled at Chen Qingxian, completely ignoring his murderous look. The next day, just after dawn, Chen Qingxian was grabbed by Zhu Liuxiang. Chen Qingxian had 2 big dark circles under his eyes. He picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted at Chu Chen, "You idiot, if you don't see that maid coming today, I'll tear down your house." After saying that, he took some frivolous steps, carrying heavy fishing gear on his back, and followed Zhu Liuxiang towards the city wall. Chu Chen, who was woken up by the intercom, shook his head and looked at Mu Shuichen, who was sleeping soundly beside him. He got up in a hurry. A simple wooden house used for construction sites was dismantled from a space. Then he went to the soldiers, selected a few who had some skills, and carried the wooden houses towards the top of the city wall. By the way, he asked Chu Yi to go to Linhai City and buy a dozen maids to serve them while they were fishing. When Zhu Liuxiang looked at the wooden house built specially for him and those pretty girls, he plucked the white beard on his chin and said, "Chu boy, you are thoughtful." Chu Chen said goodbye with a smile. It seemed that Zhu Liuxiang would not go to Honglang for a while. As an old man, you should act like an old man. Don't go there if you have nothing to do. Isn't it fun to go fishing here? However, half a month later, he regretted it. Not only did he regret it, Mu Shuichen also regretted it. "I ate seafood for half a month, and every meal was seafood. Who can stand this?" And the old man has no intention of stopping. Every day I watched Chen Qingxian come back with a bag of catch. Since they all showed painful expressions, Li Qinglian's seafood cooking skills can be said to have reached perfection. "Master, look, God is merciful and kind. These little fish are so small. Why don't you let them go?" Mu Shuichen said to the catch, "What are you putting in there? This lotus flower fried in that oil is perfect for drinking. Come on, let's have a fish feast tonight." After saying that, Zhu Liuxiang grabbed the fish basket from Chen Qingxuan's hand. He handed it to Li Qinglian and said, "Girl, go and burn it for this old man." Chapter 167, returning to Mashan to avoid seafood. Li Qinglian took the fish basket and turned to walk towards the kitchen. But in my heart, I was thinking that I must go to the pawn shop tomorrow to buy a maid who can cook seafood. If this continues, he will be exhausted to death. The key is that I can't stand eating seafood every day. Chu Chen saw Li Qinglian enter the kitchen and followed her in. I'll go find a maid right away. You teach her how to do it. I'll teach her in a few days, and then I'll take you back to Mashan village. Husband, you still understand me. After saying that, Chu Chen walked out of the villa. When he came back, he was followed by a maid who had accompanied Zhu Liuxiang fishing. Master, since Qinglian will eventually return to Namashan village, how about asking her to cook a meal for you today? Zhu Liuxiang looked at the familiar maid in front of her. As long as she could do it, anyone could do it. Then he plucked his white beard again and said, "That's great." Chu Chen brought the maid to the kitchen. Miss, you should learn from Qinglian carefully. Once you learn, you can become the first maid beside the Taoist priest. Thank you for your cultivation, master and madam. I grew up by the sea, so I already knew some. The maid bowed to the two of them and said, "Ha ha, that's great." Chu Chen walked out of the kitchen with a big laugh. You could do it? That's great. It will save you a lot of trouble. 3 days later, the maid was able to cook by herself. Looking at Zhu Liuxiang's rosy face from eating, Li Qinglian and Chu Chen both let out a long sigh. Master, there are some trivial matters in Mashan village that need to be dealt with back home. We plan to set off tomorrow. Yes, master, and I also have some things to do in Qinglian city. Seeing Chu Chen and Li Qinglian were going back to Mashan, Mu Chen quickly spoke. At this moment, Chen Qingxian seemed to see hope. Master, I also... Go away. You are alone. What are you doing here? Stay and fish with me. Chen Qingxian. Fuck you, you idiot. You guys are teaming up to mess with me. However, facing Zhu Liuxiang, Chen Qingxian had no way to deal with it, because he was just someone's apprentice. Junior brother, just stay and accompany master. Seeing this, Mu Chen quickly said, "What a joke. Anyone can leave, but you can't." But they all overlooked one issue. Zhu Liuxiang was really hoping that they would leave. On the second day, Chu Chen drove the boat all the way to Linhai City under the watchful eyes of Zhu Liuxiang and Chen Qingxian. After sending the three away, Chen Qingxian mechanically picked up his fishing gear and said, "Let's go, master." "Where are you going?" "Fishing. Isn't this something you enjoy doing every day?" "Master, I'm a little tired today. I need to go to Linhai. You can go fishing by yourself." After saying that, he walked towards the beach with his hands behind his back. Seeing this scene, Chen Qingxian was puzzled. What happened to the master today? He didn't fish anymore. If you don't want to fish, then don't fish. Today I'm visiting Honglang. So he dropped his fishing gear and headed towards the seaside. Chu Yi, who was standing on the city wall, was confused when he saw the two of them making an appointment to go out. Don't the two Taoist priests make appointments to go fishing every day? What? Is there something going on today? However, since these two Taoist priests didn't say anything, I wouldn't ask any more questions. Half an hour later, Chu Chen's car was seen driving out of the Linhai city gate. The two figures headed towards Linhai Honglang at the same time. At the entrance of Linhai Honglang, Chen Qingxian looked at Zhu Liuxiang with an expression that said, "I understand." "Master, what are you doing?" "Well, to be honest, I do like fishing, but there are some things in this world that are more beautiful than fishing. I, your teacher, have been eating sea fish for half a month, and I finally got your senior sister away." After saying this, he was not afraid of embarrassment and strode into the door of Honglaman. Well, it's true. Some things are much more fun than fishing. Chen Qingxian muttered to himself and walked into the red romantic door. As soon as Shangguan Kaier saw Chen Qingxian, she started telling stories. "You bad guy, why haven't you come to see me for half a month? Aren't we here? Let's go upstairs." "Go upstairs." Chu Chen and the two girls were speeding on the road back to Qinglian City. Without realizing it, the fishing plan that several people were so proud of had failed early on. For Zhu Liuxiang, after all, Mu Chen was the one he raised since she was a child, just like his own daughter. What's the point of you going to brothels every day under her nose? That day, Chu Chen and Mu Chen persuaded him to go fishing, and he understood what was going on. "So I eat fish every day, but I can't get rid of you." At this moment, Zhu Liuxiang, who had gotten what he wanted, was eating fruits and drinking cold beer in Honglaman, feeling free and at ease. "My husband, do you think it would be disrespectful to the Taoist priest if the three of us just left like this?" Li Qinglian looked at Chu Chen and Mu Chen and said, "Oh, Sister Qinglian, it's good that you can escape. Don't feel guilty.
Besides, don't you still have that jiumengzi with you? Before Chu Chen could speak, Chu Chen beside him spoke hurriedly. If I were to give in and go back, I would have to eat seafood every day again. This time, no matter what, I have to go back to Namashan village and stay there for a while. Go enjoy the green mountains and clear waters and have some light meals. The car sped all the way and returned to the house in the west of Qinglian city that night. In a house in the west of the city, the three of them were eating the food made by Xiaolan and Xiaotao with big mouthfuls. The two of them were surprised. It looked like the young man and his wife had been hungry for a long time. Xiaolan, give me another bowl. Okay, sir. Xiaolan took the bowl from Chu Chen and ran towards the kitchen. In her heart, the fact that the young master is willing to eat the food she cooks is the greatest affirmation of her. After eating and drinking their fill, the three of them patted their bulging bellies and laughed with satisfaction. Then they both walked into the room. Chu Chen suddenly had an idea that he didn't want to go back to the island, but he immediately rejected it. I don't know when these Japanese will come. We can't stay in Masan village for long. Since we have promised Zhou Shixuan, we must defeat the Japanese in the first battle so that they dare not come again. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome to have to do it every now and then. However, in this era, the technology of ocean ferries is so underdeveloped. It is estimated that the Japanese will have to spend a lot of financial and material resources to come to Daxia. If there is a battle that can deter them and solve the problem once and for all, I would be happy to do so. As for how things develop in the future, that is not something I should worry about at all. This is a feudal society, and the entire country belongs to his Zhou family. If he does too much, it will be bad. So after staying in Qinglian city for one night, he hurried to Masan village with the two girls. Masan village is still as quiet as before, and everyone is working. Exchange of information. Standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows of the villa, looking at the harmonious scenes in the village. Isn't this the paradise that Lao Tao talked about? Chapter 168, The Ruffian Father-in-Law, comes to the door. Little did they know that the next day, after returning to Masan village, Huzi came to the door with a ragged old man and a woman. Is Qinglian at home? The old man called outside the villa door. Hearing the shouting, Li Qinglian's mother looked outside and was so frightened that the spoon in her hand fell to the ground. You guys, why are you here? What are you talking about? This is our daughter's house. Why can't I come? The people who came were Li Qinglian's father and brother and sister-in-law. At this time, Chu Chen and Li Qinglian, who heard the sound, also walked downstairs. Ah, dear son-in-law, I finally see you. It's been so easy for us to find you. It turned out that Li Lauer had eaten up all the food and meat that Chu Chen bought not long after Chu Chen and his friends left. Moreover, he smoked one pack and sold one pack of the cigarette that Chu Chen gave him for 10 taels of silver. Li Lauer is not stupid. Since it is so valuable and he has two of them, he might as well sell one for some wine. So after giving a few to the drinking buddies outside, they immediately became addicted. He sold the cigarettes, which cost 10 yuan a pack, for 12 taels of silver. With the 12 taels of silver in my pocket, I have never been hungry in the past year. But I was very upset that I had run out of cigarettes, so I planned to ask Chu Chen for some more. I came here once this spring, but was driven out of Mashan village by the uncles and aunts at the information exchange center at the entrance of the village. The reason is that he doesn't look like a good person. It doesn't make sense to say that he is Chu Chen's father-in-law, since Chu Chen became rich. The old men and women at the information exchange center at the entrance of the village have met many of Chu Chen's relatives. But who would believe that? At the very least, Chu Wazi's relatives could drive a donkey cart. He is so ragged, he is definitely a liar. In order to see Chu Chen, the three of them tried every possible way, but the entire Masan village was like an iron barrel. This time, I begged for a long time at the door and said a lot of nice things before I convinced the old men and women at the village entrance. Finally, the uncles and aunts called Huzi and brought the three people in. Oh, it's my father-in-law. Please come in. After seeing that the person coming was Li Lauer, Li Qinglian turned around and went to the second floor with her mother. Li Lauer also knew that the lady and daughter didn't like him, but it was enough that his son-in-law liked him. So he ignored Lu Damii and Li Qinglian, who looked unhappy, and walked into the villa with his son and daughter-in-law. Oh, my dear son-in-law, look at this. I'm causing you trouble again. After saying that, he pulled the man behind him and said, Come and meet your brother-in-law. The man saluted Chu Chen stiffly, then stood blankly behind Li Lauer in silence. And Li Qinglian's sister-in-law became excited. He kept calling him brother-in-law,
which made Huzi more enthusiastic towards the three of them. He quickly moved chairs for them and called them father-in-law. Chu Chen pretended to be unaware of all this and acted enthusiastic. My son-in-law is very busy and I don't have time to visit you. Please don't be offended. As Chu Chen spoke, he handed a cigarette to him and his brother-in-law. Li Lauer quickly snatched the cigarette, took out the lighter from his body, and took a big puff in an instant. His brother-in-law didn't understand what was going on, and the cigarette in his hand was snatched away by Li Lauer. Hey, he won't, don't waste it. After saying that, he put the cigarette in his hand into his clothes in a mean manner. Chu Chen didn't know that he was selling cigarettes, so he was surprised. I only gave him 2 packs of cigarettes at the beginning. It has been more than a year now, and he has run out of food, so he must have quit smoking. Why does it seem that he is still so addicted to smoking? But he didn't care about such trivial matters. He randomly asked, "Father-in-law, what brings you here this time?" "My dear son-in-law, I'm here this time to ask you to have some pity on your brother-in-law. This family can barely make ends meet. The second reason is that I want to bring your mother-in-law home. It's not okay to have no woman at home." Originally, Li Lauer thought that Lu Damei couldn't stand him and ran away secretly. Later, at the information exchange center at the entrance of their village, they learned that this Lu Damei was most likely taken away by their daughter. The first time I saw Lu Damei this time, it confirmed my previous guess. So I thought to myself that Lu Damei had been living a good life in Mashan village. He definitely doesn't want to go back, so it's better to go with the flow. If the son-in-law is soft-hearted, he might let the 3 of them stay as well. Looking at the novel decorations in the house, Li Lauer became more determined to stay in Mashan village. So he pretended to take Lu Damei back home. Chu Chen knew what he was thinking, so he quickly said, "Okay, I'll give you some money later and ask my brother-in-law to take my mother-in-law back." When Li Lauer heard this, he felt that this was not right. Why didn't they play by the rules? So I didn't know what to say for a moment. Seeing her father-in-law in a dilemma, the daughter-in-law immediately said, "Brother-in-law, your house looks solid. It must have cost a lot of money." Chu Chen ignored the woman with a pointed chin and monkey face and looked at Li Lauer and said, "Father-in-law, you've come all this way. You must be hungry. I'll ask Huzi to prepare something for you to eat." When they heard that the food was coming, the 3 of them all had golden eyes and looked at Huzi beside Chu Chen with anticipation. Chu Chen said a few words in Huzi's ear. Huzi smiled slightly and walked out of the villa. At the door of Feng Er's house, Da Huang saw Huzi coming and wagged his tail vigorously. In his eyes, this guy has given him a lot of bones. But then, Da Huang's entire face changed color. I saw Huzi smiling at me, but he turned around and took away the steam buns I put in Go Zaizi's bowl. Suddenly, Da Huang let out a fierce howl, venting his dissatisfaction. "Da Huang, although I'm not a human, Huzi, you're a real dog. You even steal the food of puppies. Why are you yelling? I'll give you some meat bones tonight." After saying this, Huzi took the 3 steamed buns and headed towards the villa. Li Lauer and others who had been waiting in the villa for a long time saw the white steamed bun in Huzi's hand. Suddenly, I had an urge to rush forward and grab it. But Huzi was very generous. He handed the steamed buns to the 3 men, calling them father-in-law. After the 3 of them had squandered the 12 taels, they had never seen such fine food again. He grabbed it in his hand and started chewing it hard. Seeing this, Chu Chen greeted the 3 of them and turned to go upstairs. Looking at Lu Damei and Li Qinglian who were staying in the room, Chu Chen stepped forward and asked, "Mother-in-law, what do you think should be done with these 3 people?" "Son-in-law, my son is innocent, but Li Lauer and his daughter-in-law do deserve to die. He can come to this Mashan village once, and don't expect peace in the future." Although Lu Damei hated it to death, she was an authentic rural woman after all. What would she do about it? If you can't afford to offend, just hide away. Chapter 169. Cephalexin and Wine to Send You Away. Chu Chen looked at Lu Damei's gnashing hatred and instantly understood what she was thinking. Since you don't want to see him again, then don't see him again. Then he turned to look at Li Qinglian again. "Qinglian, what do you say? What should we do?" "My husband, I only have 2 relatives in this life, my mother and you." After saying that, he stopped talking and raised his eyes, looking at Chu Chen firmly. "Okay, I see what you mean." After saying that, he went downstairs again. Looking at Chu Chen who went and came back, Li Lauer showed a cunning look. Then he quietly leaned close to Chu Chen's ear and whispered, "I've seen large carriages coming in and out of your Mashan village from time to time. I guess you're in the refined salt business. Oh, how did my father-in-law know? Seeing Chu Chen's puzzled expression, Li Lauer showed a triumphant smile on his face. My dear son-in-law, I was strolling around the entrance of Masan village that day and secretly saw the supplies left behind from the carriage. But don't worry, I'm the only one who knows about this. No one, including your eldest brother-in-law, knows about it. Halfway through his words, Li Lauer stretched out 2 fingers, signaling Chu Chen to give him a cigarette. Chu Chen smiled and took out a pack of cigarettes, took out one and lit it for him. Li Lauer enjoyed a mouthful and then said leisurely, My dear son-in-law, selling refined salt is a serious crime. Fortunately, I saw it. If someone with ulterior motives saw it and reported it to the government, the consequences would be. Li Lauer did not say anything further. He believed that Chu Chen could understand it. What I mean is that I am the only one who knows about this. If you don't feed me, then one day, the news of your illegal sale of refined salt will spread. After listening to Li Lauer's calm narration, Chu Chen laughed at him. Oh, it has to be my father-in-law. If it were someone else, this matter would have been exposed long ago. But I thought in my heart, you were looking for death. It seems that this father-in-law is evil to the core. Don't you even investigate the matter before threatening me? I don't have the ability to sell this thing. But since you use this as a bargaining chip, it is enough to prove the character of Li Lauer. If I didn't have such strong strength, I would have been intimidated by you. Of course not. I'm your father-in-law after all. Don't worry, I'll take this secret to my grave. Seeing Chu Chen's enthusiasm, Li Lauer was completely relieved. I thought to myself, boy, let's see if you dare not worship me this time. This time, Chu Chen waved his hand to call Hu Zi over. Brother Hu Zi, what are you standing there for? Prepare some wine and food for your father-in-law. Hu Zi glanced at Chu Chen. Why did this kid change his mind so quickly? Was he crazy? But he did not stop his movements. After a while, a table full of steaming hot food was served on the table. Chu Chen also took out 2 bottles of 53-degree technology and hard work for the first time. In that case, I'll let you eat a few more meals. After eating and drinking, Li Lauer did not even suggest taking Lu Damei back. I actually wanted to live in this villa. How could this be possible? To Chu Chen, since you threatened him, you are the enemy. So while it was still early, he said to Li Lauer, Father-in-law, I see that your house is also very dilapidated. Otherwise, if I am free this afternoon, I will go and take a look at it for you. See if I can improve it for you and build you a house like my son-in-law's. When Li Lauer heard Chu Chen say this, his eyes suddenly lit up. This son-in-law is pretty good. He even wants to build a house like this for himself. Then why are you still standing there? The sooner the better. Let's go now. Li Lauer felt that he was sober in an instant and pulled Chu Chen to go out. Father-in-law, please let me prepare. After saying that, he went up to the 2nd floor and walked into the tea room. He took out a box of cephalosporin capsules and a whole box of 53-proof liquor. Then he went downstairs and said, It's not right for a son-in-law to go to his father-in-law's house empty-handed. After saying that, he asked Hu Zi to drive the mule cart and carry a few people outside. On the mule cart, Li Lauer was smoking a cigarette and chewing something called betel nut that his son-in-law had just taken out. Looking at the box of wine at Chu Chen's feet, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Haha, so what if you Lu Damei Li Qinglian don't like me? With just a little trick from me, this rich son-in-law will be completely obedient. Hu Zi drove the mule cart very fast, and when he sent the 4 of them to Li Lauer's house, he was sent back by Chu Chen. My brother-in-law didn't say much the whole time, just looked at his father and wife with a blank expression. This sister and mother don't like the 3 of them so much. How did they make this brother-in-law suddenly treat them so well? However, he, who has always been honest, chose not to ask or say anything. As soon as the 4 of them arrived home, Li Lauer's daughter-in-law quickly picked up the meat she had just bought in town and rushed into the kitchen. I drank a small glass of that white wine at noon, and it tasted really good and left a lasting impression. As soon as we get off the car, of course the first thing we do is cut the meat and cook. Chu Chen accompanied Li Lauer as they walked around the dilapidated house and commented on it, planning how to rebuild and how to make it more convenient and comfortable. This action gave Li Lauer great satisfaction. He seemed to see the rest of his life, living a luxurious life like that of a landlord. As night fell, Li Lauer's daughter-in-law shouted at the top of her voice, Dad, brother-in-law, the meat is stewed. Come in and eat. She shouted with all her strength, as if she was afraid that the neighbor couldn't hear her. Li Lauer had smelled the aroma of meat a long time ago, but it was difficult to refuse since Chu Chen was busy helping him plan the house. Hearing his daughter-in-law's cry, he immediately said to Chu Chen, "My dear son-in-law, it's getting late. Come with me to have a few drinks first." After saying that, he pulled Chu Chen into the house. Chu Chen sat at the table and opened the bottle of wine swiftly. As the aroma of the wine wafted around, Li Lauer desperately inhaled the smell of wine in the air. "I knew that the wine my son-in-law brought out was never bad," Li Lauer said excitedly as he looked at the wine in Chu Chen's hand. "Haha, father-in-law, sister-in-law, my brother-in-law doesn't drink, so the three of us should have a few more drinks." After saying that, Chu Chen picked up the wine glass and filled 3 bowls with wine. Li Lauer couldn't wait to pick up the wine glass and took a big gulp. The daughter-in-law also picked up the wine glass, looked at Chu Chen meaningfully, and drank half a bowl in one gulp. Chu Chen's brother-in-law was silently shoveling large pieces of fat into his bowl. In 2 rounds, the 3 bowls of wine were empty. Chu Chen took the wine glasses handed over by the two and filled them up for the 3 of them. At the moment of pouring wine into their 2 bowls, some powder from the cephalosporin capsules fell steadily into the wine bowls of the 2 people from Chu Chen's wide sleeves. Chapter 170: The Evil Man's Heart is Not Good Until Death. Place 2 bowls of wine in front of 2 of them. "Wait, father-in-law, this strong liquor, paired with this sugar, is truly amazing." "Oh, my dear son-in-law, what is white sugar?" Seeing Chu Chen stopping him from raising the cup, Li Lauer also became quite interested. Seeing this, Chu Chen took out a bag of white sugar from the backpack behind him. Seeing the snow-white sugar grains in Chu Chen's hand, Li Lauer dipped a handful with his fingers and stuffed it into his mouth. "Hey, this is called white sugar. It's really sweet." Seeing this, Chu Chen grabbed a handful and added it to each of the 3 people's cups. Use chopsticks to help them stir evenly. In order not to reveal the truth, he raised a wine bowl in his hand and said, "Come on, father-in-law, sister-in-law, let's drink this bowl." The 2 of them had no idea that Chu Chen had drugged their drinks without them realizing it. He raised the wine bowl and drank it in one gulp. Mixed with the sweetness of white sugar, the 2 of them didn't notice anything was wrong. After drinking a bowl of wine, Chu Chen stood up and said goodbye. "Father-in-law, it's getting late. I will go back first." Li Lauer turned around and looked at the dilapidated house. There was no way it could accommodate guests. Moreover, the son-in-law is of noble status, and he probably wouldn't want to live in such a shabby place. "My dear son-in-law, please go slowly tonight. I will keep this matter to myself." After saying that, he did not go to see Chu Chen off, but instead opened a bottle of wine and started drinking with his daughter-in-law. But the honest and dull brother sent Chu Chen out. Chu Chen looked at his brother who had escorted him out and said, "Brother, that wine bottle is made of colored glass and can be sold for a good price. Don't let that bad guy take it away." After saying that, he walked outside, found a deserted place, and waved his hand, and a motorcycle appeared. I got on a motorcycle and headed towards Masan village. After tonight, no one should come to harass Li Qinglian and her mother-in-law anymore. Since you can't open your mouth and can't do it, then you evil people just do it yourself. In fact, Chu Chen didn't intend to kill Li Lauer at first. What a coincidence, this Li Lauer actually dared to threaten him, which just gave Chu Chen no reason to kill him. Besides, Li Qinglian's brother doesn't drink, so that's just perfect. Although his brother was honest, dull, timid, and afraid of trouble, he did not dare to speak out when Li Qinglian was suffering. But the crime does not deserve the death penalty. Some people deserve to die, so let them die. The few glass bottles left at home will probably allow his brother to live a good life. This can be considered as the betrothal gift for Chu Chen to marry Li Qinglian. At this moment, Li Lauer and his daughter-in-law were still eating meat and drinking wine. He didn't notice anything wrong with his body. As they drank, they got drunk. Li Lauer stared at his daughter-in-law with his eyes fixed on her. "Do you know why Chu Chen has suddenly become so obedient? Dad, isn't this all because of Qinglian? How could our son-in-law not be obedient?" "Haha, you're wrong. That damn girl Qinglian doesn't want to care about this family anymore. Is it because of her? Why is that?" Li Lauer waved to his daughter-in-law, then leaned over and whispered in her ear. "Because of me, I have that kid's secret, ha ha ha." Hearing what the old man said, the daughter-in-law leaned over to his ear and asked, "Then tell me, what's the secret?" He looked at his daughter-in-law who was close to him, and then at his son who had not returned yet after sending Chu Chen out. Suddenly, Li Lauer felt dizzy. With the effect of alcohol, people become bolder. At this moment, Li Lauer felt his breathing become rapid, and a surge of evil fire rushed to the top of his head. This is not the place to talk. Come with me and bring some wine. After saying that, he took his daughter-in-law's hand and walked towards the back hall. When Li Qinglian's brother came back, he didn't see his daughter-in-law and father, but he didn't take it seriously. I thought the two of them were drunk and had something to do. So he went straight into the small house he built outside and fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up the next day, he found that his wife was not with him. So I guessed in confusion, this woman sleeps until noon every day. Why did she get up so early today? Since he had no habit of eating breakfast, he got up, washed his face quickly, and went out carrying his hoe. In the middle of the morning, a drinking buddy of Li Lauer saw the aroma of meat wafting from Li Lauer's house last night. Knowing that Li Lauer's son-in-law was coming, I thought about going there today to see if I could have a snack. Li Lauer. The man shouted as he walked into the house. In the main room, what caught the eye was a mess, with last night's wine and food scattered on the table. After shouting a few times but no one answered, he grabbed a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth. Then he walked towards the inner hall, and as soon as he entered, he saw something that shocked the whole village. I saw Li Lauer and his daughter-in-law rolling on the bed in the back hall in a disgusting manner. He was naked and had a ferocious expression on his face. The man boldly stepped forward and shook Li Lauer's skinny body, but found it was cold and stiff. Then, following his shouting, all the idle backbone members of the communication center in the village appeared at the door of Li Lauer's house. They say good news doesn't travel far, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. When his brother, who was working outside, heard the news, he dropped his hoe and returned home. He found a room full of people, and 2 people still in the inner hall who had not been moved. He was so angry that he stepped forward and kicked Li Lauer off his wife. It is said that honest people have no temper, but when an honest person gets angry, it is not something that ordinary people can compare to. Then he yelled at the people watching outside. "Get out, all of you, get out. Li Jia Dalong, we have no ill intentions. If you need any help, please tell me." Seeing Li Jia Dalong's furious look, the crowd dispersed tactfully. Along with this spread the news that Li Lauer had committed adultery with his daughter-in-law, and both died in bed. Li Qinglian's brother also felt his face was dull for a moment. These 2 people just drink and drink. And he did such a despicable thing. Not only did you do it, but you 2 also died in bed. You can't stay in Longyan village anymore. In order to prevent the matter from escalating, Li Qinglian's brother did not choose to report to the police. For him, a powerless and low-class person, reporting the news is useless. After sitting in the outer hall for a while, he grabbed the hoe and walked out. It took half a day to dig 2 big holes. Then they threw the 2 naked bodies into the pit. Covering it with soil, he said leisurely, "Dad, your life has been ruined by this wine. It's fine if the alcohol harmed you, but this time you're harming me. How can I stay in Longyan village? And you bitch, you're lazy and gluttonous on weekdays, so I just pretend I didn't see it, but you actually did." Li Jia Dalong calmed himself down, threw down his hoe, and returned home. He walked into his room without looking back, packed a few clothes, and walked out. Chapter 171, Chuanxiang Qiujiu goes to Linhai. As soon as I walked to the door, I remembered what Chu Chen had told me last night. Yes, that wine bottle. After saying that, he walked towards the main room. When he came back, he had 6 more wine bottles in his hands. He stuffed them into the bag on his shoulder and left the house without looking back. It was 3 days later that Chu Chen heard the news. He was not overly surprised, but he was deeply shocked to see the old man and his daughter-in-law cuddling together. This person is not a human being at all. He is worse than an animal. It seems that sending him away with this combination of cephalexin and alcohol is considered a light punishment. This thing is like a Gatling gun with a rattling sound and blue flames firing a burst of bullets at him. But now that this has happened, let's just put it behind us. He believed that after seeing that scene, his brother-in-law would definitely not pursue the matter any further. After all, this place is ugly, really ugly. If he was smart, he would probably sell the wine bottle and go to another city. Chu Chen did not tell Qinglian and Lu Damei the news. Life went on as usual. After staying in Masan village for a full month, the weather seemed to have turned cold overnight. After traveling through time for so long, Chu Chen also tried to move out many down jackets from a space. A set was given to everyone in Mashan village. For this kind of new style of clothing, in the eyes of the people of Mashan village, although it looks ugly, it is warm, soft, and comfortable to wear. Everyone expressed gratitude to Chu Chen profusely. Although their wages had tripled and they only earned a few dozen coins a day, it was still not enough to go to the city to buy warm clothes. So the down jacket that Chu Chen took out made his presence felt again. That day, Li Qinglian, Mu Chen, and Roy leaned on the car window, talking about the pain of parting with Chu Chen. Chu Chen comforted a few people with a few words, drove out with a puppy he had taken from Feng Er's family, Dahuang. Although Lu Jin said that the Japanese would not come to collect the silver until a year later, after he slaughtered the Japanese, there was no guarantee that they would not come earlier. Since the Lu family can get in touch, he must have special channels. Counting the days, this time he would be away for quite a long time, so Chu Chen had to rush to the Peach Blossom Island. Another reason is that in this winter, it is so cold that people have to hunch over. I guess Taohua Ferry Island will definitely be more comfortable than Masan Village. The reason why Li Qinglian and Mu Chen were not brought along was because Zhu Liuxiang and Chen Qingxian were still on the island. It's not a good idea to take Mu Chen with you. Chen Qingxian is very dissatisfied with it. So the car drove all the way to Qinglian City. After explaining something to Xiaofang, Chu Chen took Chunxiang and Xiuju and headed towards Linhai City. I'll take these two sisters with me this time. After all, they have been with me for so long, but I haven't taken them out to have fun yet. When they heard that Chu Chen was going to take her and her two sisters to the beach, the two girls were very excited. He asked Chu Chen various questions from time to time, and Chu Chen was happy to answer them. The three of them chatted and laughed and entered Linhai City that night. In order to prevent Murong Huai from coming to receive him again in the middle of the night, he drove towards the beach after entering the city. He drove the small boat that was parked at the dock towards the island. At the island gate, the soldier confirmed their identities and respectfully welcomed the three people in. As soon as the three of them arrived at Peach Blossom Island, they took off their down jackets and thermal clothes. The weather is so different, it's like heaven and earth. The three of them looked at themselves, sweating profusely, and rushed into the bathroom. Fortunately, the bathroom was large enough so that three people could go in without feeling crowded at all. After taking a comfortable bath in the oversized bathtub, I walked to the pavilion on the big rock. Sir, this is the island. It's so beautiful. Chunxiang stood on the pavilion on the big rock and said to Chu Chen, Haha, wait until tomorrow during the day. I will take you around. The scenery there will be even more beautiful. Chu Chen made several cups of tea to relieve the fatigue from driving all the way. In the evening, Chu Chen took the two of them into a sea view room with huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Late at night, Dahuang's child Huang seemed to have returned to the quiet Masan village. It was used to it and slept in its new doghouse. I buried my head deeply in the high-quality down quilt and slowly fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Lu Rongdong and Chu Yi were waiting in the lobby on the first floor of the villa. Chu Chen came back last night without disturbing them, so the two of them came this morning. Good morning, both of you. Chu Chen came down from upstairs wearing a set of cool clothes. Good morning, young master. The two men stood up and bowed respectfully. Soon after, Chunxiang and Xiuju also came to the first floor. Two maids brought breakfast and placed it neatly on the table. Chu Chen invited Lu Rongdong and Chu Yi to have dinner together and chat about what happened on the island recently. Overall, the situation was calm. The only problems were with Zhu Liuxiang and Chen Qingxian. Ever since Chu Chen took the two girls back, he never went fishing on the city wall again. Fuck, they were just pretending. They made me eat seafood for half a month. Yes, sir. As soon as you left, the two of them went to Honglingmen in Linhai City. Chu Yi reported to Chu Chen while eating. So where are they now? My dear, I guess he's still Hongling. He rarely comes home these days. After Chu Yi finished speaking, Chu Chen took out the walkie-talkie on the table. Jiumengzi, where are you? We are back to the island. Soon after, a terrified voice came from the intercom. What, you idiot? Why are you back here if you have nothing to do? After that, there was no more sound from the other end. But in less than half an hour, Zhu Liuxiang and Chen Qingxian arrived at the villa with a bag of cash. Master, we've caught a lot today. We've caught so much this morning. Haha, Master Chu, it's just fishing. I, Tao Xiaoyao, am second to none. No one dares to claim first place. Zhu Liuxiang smiled and looked inside the house. At this time, Chu Chen looked at Chu Xiang and Qiu Juja who were walking over and said, "This is Taoist Xiaoyao, the master of Sister Mu Shuichen." Chu Xiang Qiuju greets Taoist Xiaoyao and greets Taoist Qingxian. The two women bowed to Zhu Liuxiang and Chun Qingxian. "Oh, the two girls are so well-behaved. Where's your sister Shuichen?" Zhu Liuxiang looked at Chu Xiang and Qiuju walking over and knew that they were Chu Chen's mistresses. He didn't care about this. He only cared about whether Mu Shuichen came. Master, Sister Shuichen stayed in Masan village and did not come. When she heard that Mu Shuichen didn't come, Zhu Liuxiang handed the catch in her hand to the maid with a smile on her face. "Hey boy, why don't you bring my daughter here? It's so cold in Masan village in this winter." Zhu Liuxiang said, pretending to be angry. Chapter 172, Team Building on Peach Blossom Island. Seeing Zhu Liuxiang's action, Chu Chen couldn't help laughing in his heart. Taoist priest, it's all right. I'll send Chu Yi to fetch her right away." As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, Zhu Liuxiang's face instantly darkened. This kid was obviously making fun of me. So he turned around and kicked Chun Qingxian on the butt. Chun Qingxian understood immediately. "Second idiot, let's not do it. Chu Yi has worked so hard all this time." Seeing this, Chu Yi walked forward and was about to say that he was not tired, but was stopped by Chun Qingxuan's look. "Are you kidding? Do you still want to learn my advanced martial arts? How dare you go against me?" Chu understood the truth in an instant. He also came out to help and said, "Sir, I have a cold today, and I am afraid I can't travel long distances." "Okay, I deliberately didn't bring her here. Women will affect the speed of the Taoist priest's fishing." After saying that, he took out a few bottles of wine and said, "Master, today, I won't go home until I'm drunk." "Ha ha, this kid is sensible. Today I will try your new wine." After saying that, he asked the two maids to prepare the seafood in the morning and started drinking. The drinking continued until nightfall, and Chu Chen then ordered the maid to send the two back to the villa. Chu Chen also showed deep helplessness towards these two drunkards, one big and one small. "But then I thought there is a 10th grade grandmaster and a 9th grade expert on the island, so there is no problem with safety at all. If you like drinking and going to Honglamin, I will support you. I'm just a little worried about the health of these two people. They eat seafood and drink wine every day and then go to Honglang for some sex after they are full. Even the strongest man can't stand it. However, a hobby that is deeply rooted in a person's bones cannot be eliminated in a short period of time. It's normal for men to have some hobbies, otherwise their life in this world would be in vain." That night, Chu Chen called Murong Shiman over again. After learning about the situation of this red romance, I was surprised to find that this is the red romance by the sea. The effect is much better than that of Qinglian Honglang. Except for those few days, the girls basically had no rest. It seems that if there's a chance, we should give those girls a break. Making money is one thing, but we can't let them die. So he instructed Murong Shiman, "The day after tomorrow, Honglamin will close for 2 or 3 days and give them a holiday on this island." "Uncle, business is going well now. It would be inappropriate to take a holiday." Murong Shiman looked at Chu Chen with confusion. He has made a lot of money during this period, so taking a holiday would be a loss for him. "It's settled. Even the strongest screws will eventually strip. You're right to listen to me." Although Murong Shiman didn't understand what screw caps and thread stripping were. But since my uncle said so, he must have a point. So he nodded and said, "I will listen to you, uncle. I will do this when I get back and bring the girls to the island the day after tomorrow." Early in the morning of the 3rd day, a large ship came towards the island. A short while later, the soldier at the door saw a scene that he could hardly believe. Dozens of beautiful women, including girls and maids, walked down from the big ship. They came towards the island laughing and joking. "Third brother, what's going on? Is this a new tactic?" "How would I know? Go and report to General Liu. There's a serious situation." The young soldier had just turned around and was running toward the villa halfway up the mountain when he met Chu Chen coming down with Lu Rongdong and 2 Taoist priests. "Sir, something terrible has happened. A boatload of women has arrived at the door." "Okay, brother, don't panic. I arranged all this." Chu Chen's call of brother immediately made the soldier feel deeply proud. "See, the owner of our island calls me brother." After a while, Chu Chen and a few others walked to the door. Lu Rongdong ordered someone to open the gate, and a group of girls and maids entered the island one after another. For a moment, the entire military camp was in an uproar. Whether they were on a city wall or on vacation, they all looked secretly towards the door. This slave pays homage to the young master.
A group of women stood in front of Chu Chen and saluted him. Sisters, thank you for your hard work during this period. I would like to express my deep gratitude. I gathered everyone here today to give you a few days to relax. Well, let's get started now. There are barbecues, fishing, swimming pools, and those mighty sergeants over there. Everyone relax and enjoy. After saying that, Chu Chen dismissed the people and ordered Chu Yi to take them to a beach. Due to the unusual temperature, the weather in Linhai City is neither cold nor hot, just right. In a house on the beach, all kinds of bikinis are hung. It is provided free of charge for the young ladies to wear. For those who work at Red Romance, their thinking is much more open than that of people of this era. I dare to ask, as long as one has an open mind, which woman doesn't want to show off her proud figure? Half an hour later, under Chu Yi's leadership, the girls all changed into their favorite bikinis. People gathered in groups of 3 or 5 to criticize their companions. Some peoples are older, some are so small, some are 8-character ones, and some are as young as a girl. Then, the girls walked onto the beach in their bikinis. Suddenly, all the men on the island went crazy if it weren't for the strict discipline of the soldiers on the island. I would have eaten those girls alive a long time ago. However, even though the discipline is strict, no one will say anything if you take a few secret glances. And when they heard that the girls were going to play on the beach for 2 days, the soldiers on duty turned their heads proudly towards the ocean. It's not that I don't like it, buddy. I'm on duty. While I get off duty, I have to rush down and say a few words to those girls. Qinglian stood on the city wall, holding a cigarette with a cocky look on his face, and jumped down, causing a burst of exclamations. On the beach, Qinglian enjoyed the admiring gazes of everyone. He was walking among the crowd with a cocky look on his face. This scene showed how anxious Zhu Liuxiang was, even though he often went in and out of Honglang. But it was done in secret after all, and now everyone had walked out of the Red Romance. I must maintain the composure that a master should have. So he shook his head helplessly, picked up the fishing rod, walked to the city wall, and started fishing. Chu Chen walked up behind Zhu Liuxiang with a smile on his face. Master, it's so joyful down there. Why don't you go down and dance with the chickens? Don't talk nonsense, kid. I'm a cultivator and have long seen through this world. To me, those are just beautiful women and skeletons. What the hell is this time, and you are still pretending to be an expert? Don't you ever think that as the boss of Honglang, he wouldn't know that you went to Honglang to drive? So he reached out and handed over a pair of sunglasses. Master, I have something that can solve the troubles of this world. The Beauty Skull. Chapter 173, Why Fishing on the Beach. Oh, what is this? It's so magical. Zhu Liuxiang took the sunglasses and asked, Taoist priest, why don't you try it on and you'll know for sure? After saying that, Chu Chen put on a pair of sunglasses, stared at Zhu Liuxiang, and turned away. After Chu Chen left, Zhu Liuxiang immediately put on his sunglasses. This thing is really good. I saw that kid wearing it, and I had no idea where he was looking. Zhu Liuxiang instantly felt like he had found a treasure and looked at the girls wearing sunglasses. After a while, a fishing platform and a fisherman appeared next to the beach. This scene left everyone speechless. You old SP, is that little bit of water on the beach a place where fish hide? You're just fishing for a random fish. Even if there were fish, they would be scared away by this group of warblers and run away. But Zhu Liuxiang doesn't care about other people's opinions at all, because he couldn't see anything at all. Through his sunglasses, all he saw were the beauties on the beach. At this moment, he wished he was not the 10th grade master, but an ordinary old man. Look at Qinglian, having so much fun among the crowd. Qinglian turned around suddenly and saw 2 black things on his master's eyes. After a little thought, I understood the reason. Then he said to Shangguan Kaier beside him, Please sit for a moment. I'll be back soon. After saying that, he flashed towards the villa on the top of the mountain. Chu Chen was holding a pair of binoculars, sitting in the pavilion, drinking tea and glancing over from time to time. A health expert once said, if you want to be healthy and live a long life, make more friends with the opposite sex. This is really true. Looking at beautiful women can really make people happy and enjoyable. Chunxiang and Xiuju were serving on the side, watching Chu Chen pick up the telescope from time to time and look towards the beach. He also showed a look of deep contempt. This young man is good in every way except that he is too greedy. Chu Chen was watching with great interest when he suddenly saw an oversized man's face through the telescope. Chu Chen was so scared that he threw the telescope far away. Jiao Mengzi, do you want to die?
Showing up out of the blue will scare people to death, you know? Stop talking nonsense and bring the things over. Qinglian ignored Chu Chen and stretched out his hand towards him. What the hell? Can you be a little logical? Chu Chen expressed deep helplessness towards the drunkard's rude personality. My master is wearing that on his head. Hurry up. I owe you. Give it to me, believe it or not. I will break your legs even if I get seriously injured. Damn, is it really that serious just for a pair of sunglasses? Some people are lustful to the core, like this Jimengzi. Chu Chen was already used to the swear words that came out of his mouth, as he learned them from him. Forget it. Once a lustful person goes crazy, I can't stop him. Besides, he's a 9th grade master. So he took out a pair of sunglasses from his pocket and handed it over. Qinglian smiled upon seeing this. Thanks, good brother. After saying that, he disappeared with a whoosh. Also taken away was the pair of binoculars that Chu Chen had just thrown away. You're in the middle of the crowd. Is it necessary to use a telescope? You want to see more carefully. However, Chu Chen thought for a while, then took a pair of binoculars and headed towards the beach again. The old man fishing on the beach is quite pitiful. Why not give him another taste of sweetness? Master, I have another thing called clairvoyance, which can see things far away. Oh, there's such a wonderful thing in this world. Bring it to me for a look. After saying that, he took the telescope handed over by Chu Chen. After some instruction on how to focus, Zhu Liuxiang was so excited that he almost took off. Ha! Master Chu, this thing is very good. This thing is very good. Well, with my profound skills, I can clearly see the fish and shrimp on the sandy bottom. Tonight, I will give you a snack. Chu Chen laughed when he saw this, turned around and left. I don't believe you at all, but I just like the way you love me to death but don't want to say it out loud. So, the old man fishing on the beach had a cloak on his head and a pair of binoculars in his hands. There was a little more saliva at the corner of his mouth. This man is a young man until his death. No matter how bad the environment is, he will always find a way to discover beauty. As the smoke from the barbecue stalls on the beach rose, the atmosphere suddenly reached a climax. The smell of barbecue, perfume, and the sea lingered all over the beach. Those soldiers who were not on duty dived into the sea outside on the beach again and again, just to make that beautiful woman smile. After getting Chu Chen's approval, Lu Rongdong relaxed a little towards them. In fact, as long as there is no big chaos, it's fine. Besides, even if something goes wrong, Chu Chen will be safe and sound. After all, in this feudal society, some things, even if they happen, don't matter. It's better to relax. Working all day will make you stupid. Chu Chen returned to the pavilion and said to Qinglian and Xiuju, No, sir, we sisters have been in the fragrance pavilion all day and have learned a lot. Well, your job is different from theirs. Young master is bad. Huang lay beside the tea table, listening to his new masters speaking words he could not understand. He raised his head in confusion, looked around, and then fell asleep again. In my dream, I seemed to hear the same voice again, which I could hear in Mashan village whenever the new owner appeared. However, under Da Huang's education, it deeply understood a truth. If you ignore it and treat it calmly, you'll get big bones. Otherwise, it will be placed on the dinner table and become a snack for the hosts. No matter what, be a good dog. You know, curiosity kills the dog. In the evening, Chu Chen, Qinglian, and Xiuju ate the vegetables grown on the island. As for Zhu Liuxiang's suggestion of having a seafood dinner tonight, forget it. It's just talk. Because at this moment, a bunch of bonfires have already been lit on the beach. At the place where the old man was fishing on the beach, only the lonely fishing rod was left standing there. The old man is nowhere to be found. Who knows where he is dancing with chickens by a bonfire in the night? In order to let them have fun, Chu Chen did not leave the villa all day except for going out to deliver things a few times. They also thoughtfully provided everyone with dozens of boxes of beer. Assign it to Chu, E for management, but the bottle must be taken back, just like the rule in Hongleman. Under the night sky, the square dance speakers emit powerful and vigorous sounds. Those happy people gathered around the campfire, singing and dancing, talking and laughing, looking very happy. At this moment, laughter, gasps, and the crackling of the bonfire mixed with the rhythmic crash of waves against the rocks. It adds a touch of colorfulness to the night view of the entire island. Chapter 174: The Japanese Army Attacks the Island. The feast lasted for 2 days and 1 night before the girls returned to Linhai City, dragging their exhausted bodies. For some people, this is not only a way to relax, but also a good opportunity to make money. But whether you make a profit or a loss depends on how you understand it. After all, for a free-spirited woman, the only thing that can bring her a sense of security is money. Zhu Youxiang and Chun Qinglian were extremely tired these past 2 days and fell asleep directly in the villa. It was noon, and they still hadn't gotten up. Chu Chen also expressed his deep understanding of this. I always carry instant noodles with me when I go out. So how can I understand the pain of those who have to go to fast food restaurants every time they go out? After spending a few days on the island, I was awakened early that morning by a hurried shout on the walkie-talkie. "Sir, there are enemy ships attacking." Chu Chen got up, shook his head, and said to Lu Rongdong on the intercom, "Wait a moment." Then he got up, washed, and staggered to the top of the city wall. I picked up the telescope that Lu Rongdong handed me and saw that there were a lot of large ships on the sea heading towards the island. It seems the Japanese are well prepared. Have they brought the diving team up? Chu Chen gave an order to Lu Rongdong, and Lu Rongdong picked up the walkie-talkie and started giving orders. "Everyone, get ready for battle." To be honest, Chu Chen has been waiting for this day for a long time. I was afraid you wouldn't come. Now that you're here, I'll give you a good beating. I guess you won't dare to come again for decades. On the large ship, a tall man said to the people below, "Master Lu, how long will it take to reach the island you mentioned?" Reporting to Mr. Tanaka and Mrs. Inoue, "We should be here in less than an hour." "Okay, give the order. All personnel should prepare for battle. We will capture the island in one fell swoop and attack Dacia." The man in the lead was a great general of Japan named Tanaka Tsuchiya. The woman next to him is his wife, named Inoue Dai. The two were assigned by the Japanese emperor to lead the army to capture the Linhai city of Dacia. Then they conspired with the Liu family. The Liu family sent private soldiers south, and the Japanese went north to directly attack Zhou Shishiyuan's Kyoto city. The Japanese emperor already knew the news that the Liu family had passed back some time ago. But Japan did not take the navy of Dacia seriously at all. Judging from the attacks over the years, no matter how hard the Great Xian Navy tried, it could not withstand the attacks of the Japanese Navy. As long as the Japanese Navy lands, the defenders of Linhai City will be vulnerable. By then, it will only be a matter of time before we capture Linhai City and take over Dacia. Therefore, Tanaka is full of confidence in this expedition. "Madam, it is said that Dacia is rich in products. You can choose whatever you want when the time comes." Tanaka driving turned around and said to Inoue Dai, "Tanaka-kun, I'm so happy to be your wife. Haha, within 3 days, Madam will be living in the Linhai City Lord's house. By then, you can enjoy the servants at your leisure." After saying that, he commanded the ship to head towards the island. Chu Chen and a few others, holding binoculars, looked at the approaching ship and began to make preparations. Of the 100 sergeants in the diving corps, 80 have already changed into diving suits and propulsion devices. The purpose is still the same as before, diving and drilling the ship. The sharpshooters on the city wall, in groups of 2, were ready for battle, holding crossbows and arrows wrapped in cotton and inserted in gasoline barrels. At the door, a large group of soldiers, armed with steel swords, sat on a propeller-driven boat, waiting for the next order. Chu Chen was not idle either. He secretly called Chu Yi and took out a grenade launcher and a box of shells. He was told to hide quietly in a shooting position built on the city wall. He had already been taught how to use this howitzer, just waiting for this day to come. Immediately afterwards, Chu Chen drove an explosion-proof vehicle directly to the platform above the city wall that had been built. Open the tail door and face the sea directly where the Japanese ships are rushing towards you. He also ordered Lu Rongdong to command all the personnel and not allow anyone to disturb him. All the soldiers who saw Chu Chen fight the Japanese last time knew this. As long as Chu Chen is on this island, the Japanese cannot advance even a single step. As the ship got closer, the people on the island became excited. Slowly, the large ships could be clearly seen with the naked eye, heading towards the island. Chu Chen picked up the intercom and said, "Brother Lu, when we get close, use rockets to attack him first. When they get in trouble, we'll send our brothers to dive and sabotage the boat. Leave it to me, sir. You also need to be careful." After saying that, Chu Chen put down the walkie-talkie, then adjusted the angle of the grenade launcher and aimed it directly at the first large ship coming. Through the telescope of the sniper rifle, Chu Chen discovered that the Japanese seemed to have learned their lesson. The first large ship was full of ordinary soldiers, and there was no sign of high-ranking officials at all.
For this reason, Chu Chen put the sniper rifle aside and no longer had interest in the first ship. So he picked up the intercom and said, "Jiomingzi, get up, the Japanese are attacking. Don't make a fuss. You don't need me to go out." Well, Chu Chen didn't take this martial arts master's weird temper seriously. Once he goes out to fight, Chen Qinglian will definitely be by his side. As for Taoist Xiaoyao, no one knew where he had gone. In the face of this national justice, Chu Chen thought he must be in some corner, waiting for the opportunity. It was thought that Zhou Shixuan knew Zhu Liuxiang, and Zhu Liuxiang happened to come to Linhai when the Japanese were about to come. It's not even certain that he was sent by Zhou Shixuan. But as long as it doesn't hurt myself, it doesn't matter. As the first large ship came into range, the second, third, and fourth followed. He entered 7 or 8 ships without Lu Rongdong issuing any attack orders, because through the telescope you can see that these are just the vanguard troops. However, Lu Rongdong sent out 20 soldiers wearing diving suits. Neither side took the initiative to attack, and the Japanese ships just slowly approached the island. Tanaka Pyle, who was on the big ship, frowned deeply as he looked at the island in the distance that was surrounded by gray-white substance. So he called the Lu family over and asked, "Why are all the islands in front of us walled?" "Mr. Tanaka, you don't know that last time we occupied this island, we were completely defeated by a man named Chu Chen from Daxia. Why didn't you tell me about this?" The Lu family cried out in injustice. "Tanaka-kun, I worked hard to arrive at the Great Wa Kingdom and reported to the Emperor immediately, but the Emperor didn't care." Suddenly, Tanaka felt like he was being cheated. Why didn't he tell himself? He also said that Daxia was vulnerable and we could just attack directly. Chapter 175, Bombarding the Japanese. However, Tanaka Pile Driller was not afraid of this. "This army will not land on the island, and you have to come out to stop my army from landing in Linhai City. I will have to mobilize your Linhai Navy, but how can the Linhai Navy be comparable to mine?" "All right, we'll talk about this later. Now that the lead fleet has reached the island and there's no sign of an attack, let's land the entire army." As the sailors rowed hard, the speed of the ship suddenly increased. Chu Chen looked through the telescope and thought to himself, "You finally couldn't help it." He took out his intercom and tuned to Chu Yi's channel. "Don't worry about these 8 ships in front. They will sink soon. When the big ship behind comes up, you have to bomb them with all your might." "Got it, sir." After saying that, Chu Yi put down the walkie-talkie, adjusted the angle of the howitzer, and waited for the arrival of the army behind him. Lu Rongdong also received the news, which was to let the divers put them in without anyone noticing and then sink them. The big fish is behind. Chu Chen looked through the telescope of the sniper rifle and saw a huge ship behind. A blurry man and a few others were standing at the bow, planning something. Looking at the super large ship coming towards this side following the army, Chu Chen showed a beautiful smile. "If this thing doesn't work, then let Jimengzi take me on board and start a massacre." 20 divers successfully reached the bottom of the ship. With the help of oxygen tanks and thrusters, it was extremely easy. He secured himself to the bottom of the boat with a rope hook, took out his tools, and started digging. The Japanese on the 8 large ships in front looked at the small island on the gray-white wall that showed no resistance. I thought that this Daxia soldier was scared, so I laughed at him in the direction of the island. Immediately afterwards, the 8 ships crossed the island and headed towards Linhai. At this moment, Tanaka, driving, saw how easily he had crossed the island and felt that he was overthinking it. I thought that the Lord of Linhai City was probably packing up his valuables and preparing to escape. Slowly, all the large ships behind appeared in everyone's eyes. In addition to the super large ship in the middle, there were about 22 large ships on the periphery, the same as the ships they sank last time. Together with the previous 8 ships, the total fleet consists of 30 warships and 1 command ship. This Japanese must have paid a high price. Personnel were also sent from the island to connect with the coastal side, with the aim of killing those who were good at swimming. The Japanese who were able to swim to the shore even after their ships sank. Murong Huai said that this small task was no problem at all. As the fleet drew closer, half the ships were already within range. Lu Rongdong finally gave the order to attack. The soldiers hiding on the city wall suddenly stood up. He picked up a crossbow and shot gasoline-soaked rockets at the ship. The Japanese on the big ship were stunned by the first wave of attacks. They organized themselves in an instant and brought buckets of water to put out the fire. But they were wrong, deeply wrong. That was gasoline. Can gasoline be put out with water if it catches fire?
Suddenly, smoke billowed from the ship. At this moment, the howitzer in Chu Yi's hand also started to fire, and the shells flew towards the ships. The wooden ship had no resistance to the howitzer and was blown to pieces in an instant. Chu Chen went even further, taking out all kinds of grenades, incendiary bombs, high-explosive bombs, and armor-piercing bombs. They all rushed towards the ship. Tanaka, the pile driver on the big ship, was completely panicked when he saw this sudden scene. Didn't they say that the Dacian Navy was vulnerable, and that Linhai City was vulnerable? He reached out and grabbed the Liu family member, roaring loudly. In a rage, he drew the long sword from his waist and chopped the Liu family translator to death with one blow. And at this moment, he saw another scene that horrified him. I saw that the 8 large ships that had just passed the island were all sinking into the sea. It's over. The battle had just begun, and I had already lost 8 large ships. How can he fight this battle? At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind. He was being tricked. To be precise, he was deceived by the Japanese emperor. Why did he hide such important information from him? At this time, the big ship was getting closer and closer to the island. If it wanted to retreat, the Daxia ship would definitely chase it. There is no other way but to go ahead with it. So, under his command, the catapults on the ship also started moving one after another. Chu Chen saw the catapult moving and picked up the intercom. Chu Yi, blow up his catapult specifically. After blowing up those catapults, it can be said that the Japanese had no other long-range weapons except bows and arrows. But how many soldiers holding police shields can be hit by bows and arrows? Catapults carrying pebbles or burning kerosene stones came towards the island. But they had no idea what was happening on the island from the boat, so they were just fighting blindly. Some even controlled catapults and smashed them against the city walls. But when the big stone hit the city wall, it only left a white mark. The same goes for those kerosene bombs. When they hit the city wall, their own kerosene will simply burn out. Chu Yi's shots became more and more accurate, and the grenades were heading towards the catapult on the ship. In a short while, he had destroyed all the catapults within range. The Japanese were helpless and sought cover on the ship to avoid the deadly crossbow arrows. At this time, Chu Chen lay on the roof of the car, took out the sniper rifle, and launched a series of precise attacks at the Japanese on the boat. The wooden bunker can protect against the crossbow, but how can it protect against the bullets from the sniper rifle? For Chu Chen, it was just a practice. After all, there are not many opportunities to practice like this. Suddenly, Chu Chen saw through the bullet hole made by the sniper rifle that the super ship was emitting bursts of brilliant light. So he quickly took out the intercom and said to Liu Rongdong and Chu Yi, "Everyone, pay attention. Don't touch the big ship in the middle. There might be unexpected gains." The 2 men obeyed the order, and instantly all the soldiers stopped attacking the ship. Liu Rongdong also sent out the remaining 80 divers to specifically target the 22 warships other than the super ship. Tanaka, aboard the super-large ship, took Inoue D and stood on the high-top observation deck. The attacks from the island seemed to have weakened, and none of them attacked their large ships. He showed a puzzled expression, and even a magical weapon that could knock down his soldiers silently was nowhere to be found. Could it be that this type of attack cannot be sustained? But at this moment he did not dare to act rashly. He stood on the big ship and quietly observed the sea. Suddenly, a warship next to him began to sink slowly, just like the 8 ships before it. Then, the 2nd ship, the 3rd ship, the 4th ship, the 5th ship. Chapter 176. Flying onto the ship to kill the Japanese pirates. At this moment, he finally realized that the problem was not good. He quickly said to the people below, "Start the boat and return the same way." After receiving the order, the sailors immediately rowed hard towards the opposite side. That's right, he wanted to escape. As the ship around him slowly sank, he finally realized the problem with the bottom of the ship. "I'm afraid if I don't leave now, I may never be able to leave again." Although he wondered what could have caused such large ships to sink without anyone noticing. But now is not the time to discuss this issue. The most important thing is to escape. Seeing that he was about to escape, Chu Chen quickly took out the intercom and said, "Jiomengzi, come on, let's go aboard and kill people." As soon as he finished speaking, Chun Qingxian came to Chu Chen's side. "Which ship?" "The biggest one, go get rich." Chun Qingxian looked at Chu Chen with contempt, picked him up, and flew towards the big ship. As soon as he got on the boat, Chu Chen took out 2 Uzis and put them into his sleeves. But soon after, The usually unreliable Zhu Liuxiang also came onto the boat. Mr. Chu, this place is dangerous. Please come back with me. After saying that, he grabbed towards Chu Chen. Wait, Taoist priest, don't worry. Ordinary swords and knives can't hurt me. Oh, Master Chu has practiced Iron Shirt. Just watch it later. Chu Chen had already vaguely guessed something about Zhu Liuxiang, who followed closely behind. It seems that Zhou Shixuan is quite nice to me. The Japanese soldiers on the big ship were instantly stunned by the three people who suddenly appeared. But Tanaka, driving pile, reacted very quickly and surrounded the three people at the command. He spoke in a Daxia dialect he had learned at the Liu family. How dare you board a warship from my great country of Japan? Have you had enough of living? Hey, this old guy can speak my Daxia language. Chu Chen turned and said to Chen Qingxian, look at the woman next to him. I like her. Don't beat me to death later. Chen Qingxian looked straight at Inoue D, who was standing next to Tanaka dragging. Chu Chen felt a chill. Brother, this is a war. Can you think about something serious? With Master here, these people are not good enough. Looking at the three people who were calm and composed, the two young men were actually chatting while surrounded by his Japanese soldiers. Tanaka was furious. What was this? This was a blatant disregard for himself. Moreover, the handsome man looked at his wife without any hesitation. Do you really think that there is no one left in our great country of Japan? Come on, kill them. As Tanaka started driving, he uttered something in Japanese that Chu Chen and the others could not understand. The surrounding soldiers shouted and raised their swords to chop at the three men. At this moment, Zhu Liuxiang and Chen Qingxian drew their swords and rushed towards the Japanese. Chu Chen also pulled the trigger of the Uzi, followed by the sound of tap tap tap. Except for Chen Qingxian, who was not surprised at all, the Japanese and Zhu Liuxiang were all stunned. What kind of hidden weapon is this? A burst of fire came out from Chu Chen's sleeve. Those Japanese soldiers who rushed towards Chu Chen all fell down one after another. Your Majesty has spent so much effort to persuade me to protect this person. But in this situation, why does this person need protection? But looking at the Japanese people who were coming towards Chu Chen one after another, Zhu Liuxiang still kept a certain distance from Chu Chen. As the gunshots stopped, Chu Chen squatted on the ground. Master, wait for me for a moment. Zhu Liuxiang didn't know what Chu Chen was doing and didn't look at it for long. But after a few moments, the tapping sound started again. This is just Tanaka's command ship, and there's only a guard team inside. Don't be fooled by the size of the boat. It's just loaded with supplies and servants brought by the pile drivers in the field who were afraid they would not get used to the big xia. According to the Japanese emperor, Tanaka can enter Daxia whenever he wants. So he almost moved his entire home here, including all the gold, silver, jewelry, wives, concubines, servants, and maids. The only ones who were capable of fighting were the guards. But how could a guard of about 200 people withstand such a massacre by 3 people? The soldiers on the other ships couldn't even take care of themselves at this moment. Those who are good at swimming can still struggle a few times and swim toward the shore. Those with average swimming ability sank directly to the bottom of the sea along with the warship. At this moment, on the sea, dozens of small boats equipped with propellers were circling around to harvest the lives of the Japanese. The crossbow shooters on the city wall were also happily practicing targeting. On the shore, Murong Huai and his men were searching for the lone Japanese. In less than an incense stick's time, only Tanaka the pile driver and his family were left on the huge ship. Tanaka Jizhuang drew the sword from his waist and said, Emperor, you have deceived me like this. Aren't you afraid of retribution? After saying that, he turned to Chu Chen and said, I guessed right. You are Chu Chen, right? Do you dare to have a warrior-like duel with me? A warrior-like duel. Chu Chen laughed as soon as he heard it. Okay, since you can speak Daxia and know my name, come on. Let's see how fast you are. I've always been a coward, but I have to be tough this time, otherwise I will always be laughed at by that drunkard. Mr. Chu, this man's martial arts skills are extraordinary. Are you sure? Zhu Liuxiang, who was standing by, saw that Chu Chen was going to fight Tanaka alone and asked with some concern. Don't worry, Taoist priest, you have seen it. After saying that, Chu Chen took a step forward and stretched out his wide sleeves towards Tanaka provocatively. Tanaka dragging had just witnessed Chu Chen's amazing skills with hidden weapons. At this moment, he also had 3 more darts in his hand. He thought, now it all depends on who is faster. As long as he is fast enough, The boy opposite will not be able to use his hidden weapon. Since I'm going to die anyway, I might as well drag someone down with me. Moreover, this person is Chu Chen. In the eyes of the Liu family, he is like the god of war of Great Xia. Kill him, and you will gain something. Since you are so arrogant, let me send you to heaven. As soon as Tanaka finished his words, he twisted his body and 3 darts flew towards Chu Chen's chest. No, this person is cheating. Just as Tanaka twisted his body while driving the pile, both Zhu Liuxiang and Chen Qingxian moved. One man and one sword picked up 2 darts, but another one instantly stabbed into Chu Chen's chest. At this moment, the Uzi in Chu Chen's hand also started to make a clicking sound. In an instant, the piles in the field were turned into a sieve. Chu Chen felt as if someone had punched him in the chest, causing him to feel a sharp pain. As soon as the gunshots fell, Zhu Liuxiang and Chen Qingxian came at Chu Chen's side. "How is it, Master Chu? Are you okay? You idiot, are you dead? That guy is at least at the 7th rank. You should be dead soon after being hit by his dart." Chen Qingxian shouted at Chu Chen anxiously. "Fuck, it hurts so much," Chu Chen said, and sat down on the ground. Chapter 177. Japan sends a girl 1,000 miles away. He can still speak, so he shouldn't be dead. Chen Qingxian immediately let go of Chu Chen. Then he walked towards the well. "Fuck, are you brothers? Why don't you check on me?" Chu Chen jumped up and cursed loudly at Chen Qingxian. Chen Qingxian pretended not to hear, waved his hand, and continued walking towards the well. Only then did Chu Chen look at Zhu Liuxiang and see his nervous expression. "Master, I'm fine. The thing can't hurt me." "Haha, I'm glad you're okay. I'll go down and take a look." After saying that, he walked into the cabin, not for any other reason, but to see his disciple walking towards the group of women. Since I have put in the effort, I should at least be on the first-come, first-served basis. Chu Chen was completely blown away by this scene in the sea breeze, but the posture of the 2 people rushing towards him with hidden weapons was very handsome. It seems that Zhou Shixuan spent a lot of money to invite the 10th grade master, Zhu Liuxiang. Then Chu Chen tidied his clothes and walked into the cabin. His goal was simple, which was to find the room with a golden light inside, which he had punched a hole in. He had seen too many of these women before he traveled through time, so he wasn't very interested in them. Chu Chen came alone to the outside of the room, shining with golden light. He knocked the lock off the door with a shuttle and pushed the door open easily. There were dozens of boxes inside. After opening a few doors, a lot of gold, silver, jewelry, and a box of jade appeared inside. Chu Chen waved his hand and put the boxes away. He was not as interested in these gold and silver as he was in jade. These carved jades are very pure and much better than the raw stones. But since we're here to get something, we must be quick. Otherwise, those 2 drunkards would be worried about their safety and would see me waving my hand to collect my things. That's hard to explain, because the first principle in ancient times was that space cannot be exposed. After collecting these things, Chu Chen slowly went up to the deck. At this moment on the deck, there was a group of Japanese people tied up with ropes sitting in the middle. And Liu Rongdong also boarded the ship with a group of people. The only ones missing were the drunkard and the woman who was standing next to Tanaka when he was pounding the pile. Chu Chen immediately figured out the problem. "Jimengzi, you're really not picky about food." About an incense stick later, the drunkard appeared from nowhere, and the woman also walked out of the cabin. "Sir, please don't kill us. We could be your slaves." Hearing the woman speaking the Daxia dialect, Chu Chen turned to look at her with interest. "Can you speak the language of our great Xia nation? What's your name?" "My name is in no way Dai, and Mr. Tianzhong said he would bring us to Daxia, so I learned the Daxia dialect from the Liu family." Chu Chen laughed after reading it. "You must have heard of this name, Jimengzi. I don't know how many times this thing has been folded. It has a really strong taste. This makes communication much easier. Okay, separate your people. The men and the elderly will be in one group, and the young women will be in another." When Chu Chen said this, Inoue Dai realized what this young man was going to do. After all, the men in Japan are short and the old men are useless, so death is probably what awaits them. "No, sir, you can't treat us like this. It goes against the will of heaven." "Ha ha ha, it's Yue Tiana." Chu Chen raised his hand and fired a volley of bullets at the sailors. "Hurry up, or I will kill you all." This action directly shocked Inoue Dai. Why? Why would you treat us like this, master? Why? This hatred of mine is inherited from my ancestors, even though this is a fight. Chu Chen realized that he had said the wrong thing
and quickly shut his mouth. After saying that, he whispered a few words into Lu Rongdong's ear and shouted at Chen Qingxian, "Jiumengzi, go back and drink." At this moment, Chen Qingxian had an attitude of taking advantage of everything and refusing to admit his mistake. He picked up Chu Chen and headed towards Peach Blossom Island. In the pavilion of the mountaintop villa, Chu Chen made a cup of tea for Chen Qingxian. "Jiumengzi, how do you feel? What do you think? You're sick again, aren't you, idiot? What about that Japanese woman? Stop pretending. Red romance exists, right? You'll know if you try it yourself." After saying that, Chen Qingxian no longer looked at Chu Chen, picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp. "Damn, it smells like the sea. It's a terrible experience." After drinking his tea, Chen Qingxian suddenly said this, which made Chu Chen burst out laughing. If this drunkard could be brought to modern times, no one would be able to tell from the way he speaks that he is from ancient times. "It's okay. There are some things that can be cured. Bah, I don't want it even if I can cure you. Shangguan Kaier is still better. She smells so good." Huang, who was under the table, looked up at the two of them, then lay down again and continued to sleep. Since I can't understand it anyway, I might as well not listen. After discussing with Jiumengzi for a few words in the pavilion, Lu Rongdong and Murong Huai came out of the pavilion. "My dear brother, after this battle, the Japanese will probably not dare to invade Daxia for hundreds of years." "Haha, Brother Murong, Brother Lu, come and have some tea." Chu Chen asked the two to sit down. "This Japanese, if he dares to come, I will destroy him every time he comes. As long as he's not stupid, he probably won't dare come here again in the next few decades or even hundreds of years." Several people discussed the gains from this battle with each other. The big ship has been taken into Linhai City by Murong Huai. In response to the heroic performance of the soldiers on Peach Blossom Fairy Island, Murong Huai prepared to write a letter to His Majesty to request credit for everyone. In addition, 12,000 taels of silver will be given as a reward to the soldiers. Chu Chen was happy to accept all of this. As long as you give him money, even if it's just a penny, he won't refuse. Although Murong Huai was puzzled about the fact that not a single ounce of silver was seized on the ship, he tactfully did not bring it up again. And those men and old people have already been dealt with by Lu Rongdong. Murong Huai planned to train those women and arrange them to be with Hong Langman. Make some contribution to Linhai's economy. Chu Chen said that all of this was fine. If even Jiumengzi didn't like it, he would definitely not want it. After seeing Murong Huai off, Chu Chen took out 30,000 taels of silver from behind and handed it to Lu Rongdong. "Follow me, Chu Chen. If you have merits, you will be rewarded. If you have any faults, don't blame me for being rude. Divide these among the brothers." As for how to distribute it, that was left to Lu Rongdong. I couldn't possibly take care of those things. The injured should be treated, and the dead should be given a place to rest and find a home. Lu Rongdong called a few people, carried the boxes, saluted Chu Chen, and said goodbye. Only then did Chu Chen react. "Jiumengzi, where's Taoist Xiaoyao? Why is there no sign of him?" Chapter 178, The Blizzard is Strange. "Master? I didn't see it." In response to Chu Chen's question, Chen Qingxian looked at Chu Chen with a puzzled expression. But then he said arrogantly, "Master's whereabouts are not something you and I can know." Based on his understanding of his master during this period, he probably took advantage of this gap. "You must have entered the romantic Red Seaside. Well, the new year is coming soon. Let's pack up and go back to Masan to celebrate the new year." After saying that, he put the teacup on the table, turned around, and walked into the villa. After entering the villa, the sharp-eyed Chu Chen saw a letter on the table. When I picked it up and looked at it, there was only one sentence: "Boy, treat Chu Chen well, I'm leaving now." The signature is 3 big words: Zhu Liuxiang. Chu Chen shook his head after reading it. This master-level expert really came and went like the wind. Little did people know that Zhu Liuxiang was currently drinking wine leisurely in a red romantic place by the sea. Immediately afterwards, Chu Chen called Chu E over via the intercom. "Take the grenade launcher and the remaining grenades from his hands. Chu, you just stay on this Peach Blossom Fairy Island. You've grown up now, and it's time for you to stand on your own." After hearing this, Chu E bowed deeply to Chu Chen and said, "Thank you for your cultivation, young master." For him, staying on this Peach Blossom Island. That is, Chu Chen trusted him and handed over the island and Hong Langman to him. With so many things, how could he not be excited? "I can finally help you, sir."
Chu Chen waved Chu Yi away and strode into the room. He rubbed his shoulder, which was painful from the recoil of the gun. With Chu Xiang and Qiuju's care, he fell asleep on the bed. The next day, Chu Chen woke up Chun Qingxian early in the morning using the intercom. Chun Qingxian, sleepy-eyed, holding a steel sword, soon arrived at the gate of the island. At this moment, Chu Chen also joined him with Chu Xiang and Qiuju. With the roar of the engine, the four of them headed towards Qinglian City. In Qinglian City, after putting Chu Xiang and Qiuju down, Chu Chen and Chun Qingxian rushed back to Masan village overnight. At this moment in Masan village, snowflakes are already floating, which is very beautiful. Seeing the two people coming back late at night, Li Qinglian, Mu Shuichin, and Roy came out to greet them immediately. Husband, did the trip to the island go smoothly? Don't worry, I'm fine, don't you think? After saying that, Chu Chen gave Li Qinglian and the other two a big hug. Chun Qingxian simply ignored the four people and walked towards his room. At this moment, the air conditioner in the whole villa is on for heating, but it doesn't seem very cold. But after sitting in the car for a whole day, even the strongest man was tired. After eating something quickly, Chu Chen took the three of them into the room. Anyway, the relationship has been made public, so wouldn't it be warmer for the four of them to sleep? Perhaps he was too tired. Chu Chen fell asleep as soon as he touched the bed. That night, the entire Masan village was eerily quiet, with only the rustling sound of falling snow. Even Huang was puzzled as to why there was no sound coming from the villa. On the second day, Chu Chen stood on the rooftop of the villa and watched the snow falling heavier and heavier, frowning deeply. It is said that auspicious snow means a good harvest, but this snow is a little unusual. You know, Masan village is located in the central region and has never seen such heavy snow. So he carried 2 bottles of wine and walked towards Wang Defa's house. Uncle Wang, long time no see. I came to see you. Hey, Chuwazi is back. Why are you here? You're here to bring me things. Thanks to you, I have everything I need now. Although he said so, Wang Defa extended his hand without any intention of refusing. Chu Chen didn't care about this. After all, this thing was not available everywhere. This time, I have something to ask Uncle Wang. Oh, what brings you here in person? So Chu Chen talked about the strange situation of heavy snow this year. After listening to this, Wang Defa put on a down jacket of Chu Chen Fa and walked out of the house with him. The two walked straight to the back mountain and looked at Masan village, which had turned into a vast expanse of white overnight. Wang Defa also frowned tightly. Strange. I've been in Masan village all my life, and I've never seen such heavy snow. Having said that, Chu Chen became even more confused. If this is true, then let alone the auspicious snow that indicates a good harvest, it is possible that next year will be a year of disaster. But no one can tell exactly what happened, as there was no weather forecast in ancient times. And Chu Chen also had no ability to analyze the weather. But there was one thing he was very clear about, and that was to stock up on food. Even if next year is a disaster year and there is no harvest, at least we have to ensure that the people in Masan village don't go hungry. As for myself, there is no need to worry at all. After all, there are inexhaustible supplies in the space. But we can't use the supplies in the space to provide them to the whole village. It's okay once or twice, but it will happen over time. Even a fool would doubt that Chu Chen possesses unlimited supplies. Uncle Wang, if that's the case, then tell everyone to hurry up and stock up on food. If we can plant sweet potatoes next year, we'll plant them. If we can't, we don't have to worry about going hungry. Okay, this weather is weird. We really need to be prepared. After seeing Wang Defa off, Chu Chen took out the walkie-talkie again. Brother Huzi, where are you? Chuwazi, I'm out buying food. Half of the cave is still not filled. I contacted a few big grain merchants today and plan to fill the cave. Okay, continue working on your project. Remember to hurry up and try to fill the cave before the new year. After explaining something, Chu Chen found his second uncle again. He was asked to stop the salt-making workshop, and all the labor force in the village was mobilized. Those who were clearing the snow were clearing the snow, and those who were purchasing food with Huzi were purchasing food. Although everyone didn't understand why Chu Chen did this. But looking at the increasingly heavy snow, some people seemed to have guessed something. Everyone was called up to do the work assigned by Chu Chen before the new year. Chu Chen was not idle either. He drove to Lan Tianlei's residence in Qinglian City. Hey, Brother Chu, you have some free time today. Why are you thinking of my brother? Brother Lan, have you noticed that this year's heavy snow is somewhat unusual? Hey, now that you mention it, It really is a lot bigger than in previous years. Seeing this, Lan Tianlei looked at the servants who were clearing the snow outside the yard and said. So Chu Chen expressed his concerns. Lan Tianlei immediately said that he would purchase a large amount of food. But Chu Chen stopped him. Brother Lan, this matter needs to be considered in the long run. Oh, what do you mean? To purchase grain, you have to disperse and proceed quietly. Otherwise, the price of grain will definitely rise sharply. After listening to this, Lan Tianlei thought about it for a while and instantly understood the reason. So he looked at Chu Chen with appreciation and said, Brother Chu, I know what to do. Thank you for reminding me. After saying that, he whispered a few words into the butler's ear, and the butler trotted out. Chapter 179, Snowstorm in Daxia and Civil Unrest. After seeing Chu Chen off, Lan Tianlei went straight into the study. After drafting a memorial, he sent someone to deliver it to Zhou Shixuan by express horse. At this moment, Zhou Shixuan was in the imperial study, looking at the memorials sent in from all over the country. He also frowned deeply. Old Wei, there are blizzards all over Daxia. This is not a good sign. Your Majesty, we have noticed something is wrong these days and have already ordered a few of our children to go out and quietly purchase food. Zhou Shixuan laughed after hearing this. Looks like it has to be you, Old Wei. Not only that, His Highness the Eighth Prince seems to have been secretly hoarding food during this period. Oh, then why didn't he tell me? In response to this, Zhou Shixuan frowned slightly, and then he let it go in an instant. Lao Ba has been a smart and sensible person since he was young. He shouldn't be stupid enough to do such a rebellious thing. Your Majesty, we have secretly investigated. Perhaps the Eighth Prince is afraid of causing panic. Then let him go. At this time, Lan Tianlei's memorial was also delivered to Zhou Shixuan. Zhou Shixuan laughed after reading it. This kid Chu Chen is really thoughtful. After saying this, he handed the memorial to Eunuch Wei beside him. Eunuch Wei picked it up respectfully and glanced at it. This Mr. Chu is not an ordinary person. It seems that we should learn from him and spread out our purchases to prepare for emergencies. Very good. Lao Wei, just go ahead and do it. Zhou Shixuan nodded after listening. Then he added, after the new year, call this kid over. I have many curious things to ask him. Then I will send someone to do it right away. After saying this, Eunuch Wei walked out of the imperial study, called a young eunuch, and began to give instructions. On Chu Chen's side, Huzi has already contacted several major grain merchants, so the entire procurement issue is basically resolved. If the cave dug in Mashan village back then was filled with grain, it is enough to feed the entire Mashan village for 3 to 5 years without any problem. Immediately afterwards, Chu Chen ordered Huzi to purchase food as quickly as possible. After completing the purchase, go to Yundian, where they raise pigs. So, let Huzi take people to bring back some piglets. The task of cutting wood and collecting pigs was given to the village doctor in Mashan village. After explaining everything, Chu Chen and Chen Qingxian sat on the roof of the villa. One of them held a cigarette and blew out a smoke ring comfortably. Chu Chen was not that worried about Peach Blossom Fairy Island. Due to its importance, the food reserves for the 2,000 soldiers had already been prepared. As for meat, piglets are already being cultivated, and the thing that is most abundant in the ocean is seafood. Zhilmengzi, please think about it again. Is there anything you haven't considered yet? We need to prepare more of that wine. Roll. Is what I said difficult or unimportant? Go check out the warehouse on the first floor yourself. Half of it is filled with your wine. Chu Chen rolled his eyes at him unhappily and turned to think. It would be better to ask your own toes than to ask this drunkard. It seems that nothing else can arouse this guy's interest except drinking, fighting, and women. Winter of the 87th year of Daxia. Heavy snow fell from the sky, and everything was covered in white. In an instant, snow disasters broke out everywhere, and the weather was freezing cold. The people of Daxia had breathed a sigh of relief. Faced with the sudden snowstorm, we were completely helpless. A large number of houses collapsed, and people were left homeless in an instant. A large number of refugees appeared under the city walls. At the beginning, the city lords opened the gates to let the victims into the city and provided them with porridge as relief. But as the number of refugees increased, the major cities could not withstand the pressure and closed their gates one after another. But humans are strong, and many people simply built simple shelters at the city gate. They huddled together for warmth and lived on handouts from the government every day. Although Qinglian City had made preparations in advance, a large number of refugees still appeared. For Lan Tianlei, providing porridge to relieve the disaster is acceptable, but allowing the refugees into the city is absolutely unacceptable. Once a large number of refugees enter the city, theft, robbery, and killing will definitely increase instantly. As the ruler of a city, he must first take care of the interests of the wealthy families. For ordinary people, being able to go out for a day to provide disaster relief is considered a good thing. In Masan village, the villagers had already stopped their production activities. At this moment, the house is being renovated under the guidance of Chu Chen, although the heavy snow did not collapse the newly built brick house. But I can't stand this cold weather. So Chu Chen thought of the Kong in the north and took Feng Wu with him to arrange modifications for every household. This thing is not difficult to make, so it was almost done in just a few days. Chu Chen had already called on people to go out and purchase firewood when the heavy snow came, so he was not worried at the moment. Wenxiang Pavilion, Hongleman, and the people in the houses in the west of the city and in the suburbs. Chu Chen also installed air conditioning and a Kong, so there was no big problem. The only thing that worried him was the group of children. How are their lives now that Chu Yi is not around? Except for Zheng Tianlong, even Li Qinglian didn't know the existence of this group of children. So I have to go and take a look. So he told everyone in Masan village. He drove an off-road vehicle with anti-skid chains and headed outside. Due to the large number of refugees outside, Masan village has also closed its doors at this moment. Huzi organizes a team to patrol every day. Although Chu Chen is not a bad person, he will not be a good guy. I had done my best to remind Lan Tianlei before. At the entrance of the village, Huzi frowned and reluctantly opened the door for Chu Chen. Hey Chu, don't you see what's going on outside? If you need anything, just tell me and I'll go. You just stay home. Chu Chen also felt warm in his heart at his cousin's concern. Okay, brother Huzi, you haven't been afraid of so many Japanese before, so don't worry. You're afraid of just a few refugees. After saying that, he stepped on the accelerator, creating a cloud of snow, and walked out of the entrance of Masan village steadily. The car passed through Qinglian town and headed towards Qinglian city. On the roadside, there are shacks built with various materials everywhere. It is obvious at a glance that these are refugees whose houses were crushed. There are also many people wrapped in various clothes and quilts, looking at Chu Chen driving by with lifeless eyes. After a few cold glances, he lowered his head and walked towards Qinglian city. These should be the people who are fleeing. They believe that they could survive if they went to Qinglian city. At this moment, in front of us, a group of ferocious-looking people holding steel knives were snatching food from the fleeing people. When those people saw Chu Chen rushing towards them, their eyes instantly lit up. They had seen this car in Qinglian city. It definitely belonged to a wealthy family. Maybe he is the owner of Hongleman and Wenxiang Pavilion. In this age of hunger, people have become bolder. The group instantly blocked Chu Chen's car. Chapter 180 Frozen Bones outside Qinglian city. Chu Chen stopped the car, got out, and spoke to the crowd. Get out of the way now while I'm busy today. Otherwise, you'll be punished with death for blocking the road and robbing those refugees just now. To be honest, Chu Chen really hates these people in his heart. Although they were also looking for a bite to eat, it is wrong to rob people on the road. Anyone who can make the long journey to Qinglian city must have suffered a lot. Who knew that before even entering the city, we would be robbed by these evil guys? Seeing Chu Chen stop the car and get out alone, the man in the lead smiled. Ha ha! It turns out to be Mr. Chu. It's freezing cold, and even wealthy people are out running around. Aren't they worried about dying? After listening to this, Chu Chen looked at the group of people, but he had no impression of them at all. So he asked, Why? Do you still recognize me? I know him very well. Do you know that your Hong Langman has cost us our livelihoods? After a few words of conversation, Chu Chen understood. It turned out that these were the retainers of a small brothel, in other words, security guards. After Red Romance became popular, the brothel closed down and this group of people became unemployed. Coupled with the snow disaster this year, they started robbery. Alas, you are so young and have all your hands and feet. Why do you have to be a robber? Since you are also pitiful people, leave now and I can spare your lives. As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, the leading man seemed to have heard a huge joke. Guys, what did he say? Spare our lives. When Chu Chen finished saying this, he had already raised the Uzi in his hand. After a few people laughed, they looked at Chu Chen again. Well, take us into the city and give us a few rooms in Honglang, and we'll spare your life. Chu Chen shook his head upon seeing this and was too lazy to waste time talking to these people. Keeping them would be a nuisance anyway, so he pulled the trigger at them without hesitation. As the sound of clattering feet passed, several people fell straight into the snow. Then Chu Chen turned around and went back to the car to take out a bag of bread. He said to a bystander, "Move the body away, and these foods will be yours." The man was still in a daze when he heard Chu Chen talking. He walked numbly to the corpses and dragged them to the side with all his strength. After a while, he walked in front of Chu Chen, tired and out of breath. Numbly, I took the bread from his hand. "Turn around and leave." Chu Chen turned around and got in the car, driving towards Qinglian City. After seeing Chu Chen take care of all the evil guys without saying a word, the refugees immediately made way for Chu Chen. The car arrived safely at the foot of Qinglian City. The soldiers guarding the city saw Chu Chen's car and respectfully opened the door for him. The moment the car entered the city, Chu Chen seemed to have a feeling of traveling through time. I saw that the streets in the city had already been cleaned. There was no trace of the disaster of snow all over the ground. The people in the city were doing what they were supposed to do, all wearing warm furs, talking and laughing as they walked on the streets. This is such a world of difference. While lamenting the serious polarization in this feudal society, I also sympathize with the refugees outside. It is true that the rich live in luxury while the poor freeze to death on the streets. But sympathy is sympathy, and it is just sympathy. It is already good enough that I can ensure that Masan village and the people who follow me have enough food and clothing. Although there were endless supplies in the space, he wasn't stupid enough to take them out and make them conspicuous. After entering the city, Chu Chen drove the car straight to the villa in the west of the city. Xiaofeng, Xiaolan, Xiaodao, and others were keeping warm in the house. "Hey, where are Qunxiang and Qiujiu?" Chu Chen asked Xiaofeng. "Sir, they're in the Wenxiang pavilion and will be back in the evening." "Didn't I tell you to close the shop and go home to rest? Why are you still open?" "Sir, you don't know. It's not that we don't want to rest. It's those ladies who won't let us rest." After learning about the situation, Chu Chen sighed deeply again. No matter when, it is always the people living at the bottom of society who suffer. So after greeting them, Chu Chen drove towards a suburban house. The children saw that Chu Chen still came to see them despite the freezing weather. In an instant, he was surrounded by girls and boys. He kept calling him Godfather. All right, Chu Chi, you're already 14 years old. You should understand that men and women shouldn't touch each other. Little 21, don't touch it. You have that thing too." Afterwards, Chu Chen asked about their lives one by one. Chu Er stood respectfully beside Chu Chen and answered all the questions he knew. After understanding the situation, Chu Chen felt relieved. Seeing that the snow was getting heavier, Chu Er led a few older boys to purchase a large amount of food using the silver given by Chu Chen. Although their food was much worse during this period, at least they didn't go hungry. There is white rice every day, and there is enough firewood, so there is no problem with heating. After Chu Chen checked their dormitory and food, a lot of rice, flour, grain, and oil were taken out for them in the car. There's also a lot of meat, and there's no need to worry about it going bad in this cold weather. In the children's clothing store in the space, Chu Chen waved his hand and took out many down jackets and cotton coats. In fact, older kids like Chu Er are already 15 or 16 years old. With enough supplies, we can take good care of these younger brothers and sisters. Before leaving, Chu Chen pulled Chu Er aside. He was given a walkie-talkie and a solar charging device. Although the power is not as sufficient as other places, it is more than enough to charge this walkie-talkie. Chu Er, brother Chu E, is not at home, so you're the parent of these younger brothers and sisters. This is called a walkie-talkie. If you encounter any difficulties, you can talk to me through it. After that, he taught him about the channel and how to use it and opened a special channel for them. After doing all this, Chu Chen stepped on the accelerator and left with confidence under the gaze of everyone. As soon as the car arrived at the house in the west of the city, Chu Chen saw Lan Tianlei and a few others standing at the gate of the house from afar. "Brother Lan, it's freezing cold. Why don't you go inside and rest?" Chu Chen got out of the car and said to Lan Tianlei, "Hey, Brother Chu, you're finally back." "Brother Lan, what's the matter that's so urgent? Come inside and talk." As Chu Chen spoke, he led Lan Tianlei and a few others into the house. Feeling the warmth brought by the air conditioner in the room and drinking the hot tea brought by Xiaolan, several people showed envious looks. "Brother Lan, you came as soon as I entered the city. Just tell me if you need my help." When Chu Chen saw how anxious these people looked, he knew something must have happened. Otherwise, he wouldn't be waiting for me at the gate of this house in such a hurry. Moreover, Chu Chen also had a rough guess as to why he came. Chapter 181. The Stink of Wine and Meat in Qinglian City. Brother Chu, I'm really in trouble. You must have seen the scene outside the city on your way here. That's right, Brother Lan should have stockpiled food, right? What are you going to do? Chu Chen saw Lan Tianlei's intention at a glance. For him, it was a very worrying moment, as he did have food in his hands. But I really don't dare let those refugees outside the city in. Once we enter the city, who can guarantee that Qinglian City will not be in chaos? That's why when I saw Chu Chen coming back, I wanted to ask him if he had any good ideas. Brother Lan, this isn't unsolvable. You should adopt a human-to-human approach. And one more thing, keep them busy. People managing people, getting busy. Next, Chu Chen told him the specific steps. Langtiali undesto instanti. After this blizzard, when the snow melts in the spring of next year, there's a high probability that flash floods will occur. Then all the tributaries will converge into the Qinglian River, and the water conservancy facilities in Qinglian City will probably not be enough. So the first step is to separate all the refugees and prevent them from gathering in villages. This is also to prevent them from uniting with each other, which might threaten the governance of Qinglian. Then, among these refugees, a group of fierce and influential leaders were selected. This group of people are given more benefits than other refugees, or their loyalty to the authorities is cultivated in other ways. I believe Lan Tianlei has enough solutions for this. Then the soldiers worked with this group of people and used the work-for-relief method to get them moving. Anyway, there is enough food, so there should be no problem in holding on until next year. Haha, this way, the refugees can survive, riots are reduced, and water conservancy is strengthened. It can be said that we kill many birds with one stone. Lan Tianlei and other officials listened carefully and couldn't help but slap their thighs and laugh. Before this, simply giving out porridge as disaster relief would only make the refugees more and more lazy and develop the habit of begging. Give them something to do, and these people will become more active. Moreover, fatigue will gradually make a person lose the will to resist. You know, how could people who struggle for survival materials every day have the idea of resisting? Brother Chu, I represent Qinglian City. Thank you. After saying that, Lan Tianlei and a group of officials bowed deeply to Chu Chen. Seeing this, Chu Chen quickly stood up. Brother Lan, you are being too polite. There is no need for us to be polite. As a citizen of Daxia, this is also my responsibility. These words instantly elevated Chu Chen's image to a higher level. Even this person without any official position has such awareness. Since he receives a salary, he should think even more about the people. After seeing Lan Tianlei and others off, Chu Chen walked casually toward the street. Look at the people sweeping snow on the streets all the time. There were also maids and mothers wearing jackets and shopping lavishly. The cries of vendors, the noise of people talking on the street, and the sounds of children chasing and playing. It formed a sharp contrast with the thin clothes, dull eyes, and dead silence outside the city. But Chu Chen knew in his heart that this was reality, a reality that could not be changed. Thinking back to that time, wasn't I also riding his little electric car in the freezing rain on that snowy winter day? Each family had a smile on their face as the steaming hot food was delivered to their hands. Chu Chen would not sing the praises of suffering, but he just felt a little touched. Before I knew it, it was nightfall. The entrance of Honglang is still crowded with people. It was originally thought that the blizzard would slow down the business of Honglang. Unexpectedly, the business became more and more prosperous. At the door, Wang Qingchuan saw Chu Chen coming and immediately came to greet him. Sir, you are free today. Do you have any instructions? I have nothing better to do. Why are there so many people in this icy and snowy place? Sir, you don't know this. The colder the weather, the more guests there are. There's food, girls, and warm air conditioning here. Some masters and gentlemen who live here don't want to leave. Oh, there's still such wealthy people. The cost of living in Honglang is not low. If you want to stay here for several days, you must have some money. Following Wang Qingchuan's guidance, they saw a young man in luxurious clothes having fun with several girls. The table was filled with snacks and drinks. Sir, this Mr. One has been living in our Honglang for more than half a month. Damn, it's been staying here for half a month. It seems like it's a big fish. At this moment,
Lan Pingyun also came down from upstairs. When he saw Chu Chen coming, he winked at Chu Chen. Chu Chen waved away Wang Qingchuan and walked upstairs. Pingyun, why is it so mysterious? Sitting in Lan Pingyun's spacious office, Chu Chen asked, Sir, the young master from the Wen family on the first floor just now is quite famous. He is from the Wen family in the capital, and his name is Wen Mao. That would be even better. Let him give us more money. No, I always feel that this person came to Qinglian for another purpose. Hearing this, Chu Chen couldn't help but look up at Lan Pingyun. Isn't the Wen family in the capital a family as famous as the Liu family? The Liu family colluded with the Japanese to rebel, and it was said that Zhou Shixuan dealt with it. It is indeed a bit unreasonable for this member of the Wen family to appear in Qinglian City at this time. It was freezing cold, and there were refugees everywhere. If this guy wasn't completely bored, he wouldn't have traveled a long distance to Qinglian City. Observe first. Report any movement to me immediately. After saying that, he walked out of Lan Pingyun's office. I don't care about the Liu family or the Wen family. As long as they don't provoke me, I'm too lazy to deal with them. But if you provoke me, I can't blame you for being rude. Not long after Chu Chen left, Master Wen Mao, who was in the lobby on the first floor just now, also walked into the room with two girls. As soon as the two girls entered, they were knocked unconscious. In the room, there was already a woman waiting there whose figure and appearance were as good as those of the red romantic girl. Second young master, we found out. Over the past year or so, a man named Tiger Young Master in Masan village has hoarded the most grain. Okay, then Master Ben, I'll go meet him for a while. There's another piece of news. This mister who seems to be the one in the open, but behind him is the boss of Honglingman, a man named Chu Chen. This man seems to have some relationship with Lan Tianlei. Chu Chen, why does this name sound so familiar? When Mao heard Chu Chen's name, he frowned. The Liu family in the capital was taken down by His Majesty, and it was said to be related to a man named Master Chu. Could it be this man named Chu Chen? If this is the case, then you need to think more about this trip. But the family is in a critical situation. If we can't get food, next year's plan will be affected. All right, the situation is urgent. My Wen family isn't even afraid of that person, so why should we be afraid of a wealthy family in this small place? Tomorrow, you and I will go to Masan village together to meet the so-called Mr. Tiger. Chapter 182. Tiger Prince at the entrance of Masan village. If Chu Chen heard the conversation between these two people, he would probably faint from laughing. This is simply looking for death. Brother Huzi has been very tired recently and has no place to vent his anger. You actually thought of provoking him. You're done for. It's too shameful to watch. The next day, early in the morning, a horse-drawn carriage headed towards Masan village with difficulty. Around the carriage, 20 or so men in tight clothes were walking slowly. At the cement road intersection leading to Masan village in Qinglian town, a group of people had just cleared the snow and returned to the village, talking and laughing all the way. At this moment, Wen Mao and his party also walked onto this wide and clean cement road. Hey, it seems that this Masan village is really not simple. This solid road is probably the first of its kind in Daxia. Wen Mao lifted the curtain, looked at the clean cement road, and said. Immediately afterwards, the carriage continued all the way to the entrance of Masan village. Wen Mao took the girl out of the carriage, and a group of guards stood behind him. Looking at the huge iron gate at the entrance of the village, he shouted inside. Wen Mao from the Wen family of the capital is here to visit Master Hu. Please open the door and meet me. The villagers patrolling at the door looked at the scene outside. In an instant, two crossbows were pointed at Wen Mao and the girl through several hidden holes in the wall. Who is Mr. Tiger? Brother Huzi, are there any tigers left in our Masan village? Then another person picked up the intercom in his hand and said, Brother Huzi, someone is looking for you. Huzi is dragging Feng Er's dog, De Huang, to go skiing. He was suddenly startled by the walkie-talkie on his waist and fell straight onto Da Huang. The strong body pressed down to Huang so hard that he cried out. He climbed up and pulled out the intercom. Who is looking for me without any eyes? A young man and a young woman with about 20 guards. They said they were looking for young Master Hu. When Huzi heard the name Hu Gongzi, he frowned. People who were familiar with him called him Huzi, and those who called him Hu Gongzi were the gray merchants. Wait, don't let them in. I'll be there soon. Wen Mao's people waited and waited, but there was no response. The girl beside him said, Second young master, why are you going through so much trouble? How about I go in first and catch that tiger young master and interrogate him for you? Wu Fang, don't let these little things ruin our big plan. Then he shouted inside, Excuse me, is Mr. Hu in there? Please come out and see him. At this moment, several figures appeared on the wall next to the door. Who are you? What do you want from me? Wen Mao raised his head and saw a burly man looking at him with no fear on his face. I am Wen Mao from the one family in the capital. Nice to meet you, Master Hu. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't be so pretentious. Wen Mao was used to a life of luxury at home and had never seen anyone who took him so lightly. Looking at the entire daxia, who doesn't know the status of his Wen family? But considering that this was a country bumpkin, he just frowned and continued to ask Hu Zi in a friendly manner. Mr. Hu, it's freezing cold. Why don't you let me wait and go into the village first, and then sit down and talk with you? Hu Zi smiled at him and said, This is an emergency. If you have something to say it quickly. If you don't, leave quickly. I've been very busy these days and wanted to go to Honglang to relax, but the young master wouldn't allow it. I'm so angry now, why is this person so slow? If you have something to say, why don't you just say it? Wen Mao felt like a scholar meeting a soldier at this moment. I heard that Mr. Hu had hoarded a large amount of food a few days ago, so I came to visit him. I wanted to ask if Mr. Hu could give some of my own family. Don't worry, I will pay twice the market price. What the hell? Buying food? Is this person crazy? Who would be willing to sell food in this freezing weather? Hu Zi was amused by Wen Mao's action, but he was not the kind of person who would act on impulse. He picked up the walkie-talkie beside him and tuned it to Chu Chen's dedicated channel. Chuazi, there's a guy called Wen Mao. Is he your friend? Chu Chen, who was still in Qinglian city, didn't expect the Wen family to act so quickly, but since they had come to Hu Zi, he let Hu Zi solve it. Then he picked up the intercom and said, I don't know him. What is he doing here? I don't know where they got the news that I was hoarding food, and they said they would buy our food at double the price. After Hu Zi told Chu Chen the purpose of Wen Mao's visit, Chu Chen replied, Let them go away. There was no more sound from the intercom. You guys should go now. We don't have enough for ourselves. Let's go now while it's still early. Otherwise, it will be too late, and those refugees outside will eat your tender skin and flesh. After saying that, Hu Zi prepared to leave, but De Huang was still waiting for him to go skiing. Mr. Hu, it's freezing cold, and the world is in turmoil. With such a small village like yours, it's better for you to sell the food to my Wen family. Seeing that Hu Zi had no room for negotiation, Wen Mao threatened him. But who is on the other side? It's brother Hu Zi, who is fearless. Hey, you dare to threaten me? Hu Zi turned around and stared at Wen Mao with a cold look in his eyes. He casually picked up a nearby villager's crossbow, pointed it at Wen Mao, and said, Get out of here right now. If you don't, I'll shoot you through. Ha ha! Since when did a mere villager dare to become an enemy of our Wen family? At this time, the woman next to him also said, Sir, I have said it before, when dealing with these troublemakers, just take them down directly. After saying that, the woman flew towards the wall, ready to take down Hu Zi. At this moment, Hu Zi was the first to pull the trigger of the crossbow at Wen Mao. An arrow flew through the air and headed straight for Wen Mao. But just as the arrow was about to hit Wen Mao, it was caught by a slender hand. The one who caught the arrow was the woman who turned back. Seeing that Hu Zi attacked without saying a word, and the arrow was flying very fast, the woman had no choice but to turn back. After all, your master is the most important thing. Then the woman shouted, Protect the second young master. The 20 or so men in black behind him instantly surrounded Wen Mao. At the same time, 2 arrows flew out from 2 hidden holes in the wall, and one was caught by the woman. The other one pierced straight into the body of a man in black, penetrating deeply into the chest. Even though he was wearing armor, he could not withstand the huge force of the crossbow and fell to the ground and died instantly. How dare you, you rude villain, kill someone from my Wen family. When I catch you, I will definitely skin you alive and tear out your tendons. When the woman saw that a man was shot to death without even touching the other person's hair, she was furious. He took a quick step and rushed towards Hu Zi on the wall. His master was now surrounded by guards, so he had nothing to worry about. Although these arrows are much more powerful than those from ordinary bows and arrows, a master like her can still dodge them. After dodging 3 arrows, the woman suddenly reached the top of the wall. But before she could stand firmly, she was kicked down by someone. How dare you call me mother in front of me? Have you had enough of life? Chapter 183.
The Wen family stockpiles food and intends to start a rebellion. After being kicked off the wall, the woman climbed up and shouted loudly, "Protect the second young master. There are experts here." Wen Mao was also dumbfounded at this moment, because his woman had the strength of the 8th rank. But before he could even see it clearly, he was knocked down the wall. Could it be that there really are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this small Masan village? Combined with what was said about Chu Chen last night, could it be that this person is the young Master Chu who was involved in the destruction of the Liu family? If this is the case, then you have to think carefully about it. It seems that I was too impatient. I originally wanted to take advantage of the cold weather while Zhou Shixuan was busy with disaster relief. Stock up on food and supplies, and strike you while you're sick. 10 days later, we will take the capital in one fell swoop. These food supplies will arrive in about half a month to prevent the Zhou family from counterattacking. Who would have thought that in this small village there would be such resistance? At this time, Mu Shuiqin stood on the wall, looking coldly at the people outside. Anyone who dared to set his sights on Masan village would be disturbing her own comfort zone. How could she tolerate this? At this moment, Chun Qingxian also arrived here. "Sister, calm down. I'll go down and catch it for you." After saying that, he flew down. At this time, the woman saw another handsome master coming down. I was so confused at the moment. Could it be that I had disturbed the nest of a master? Before she could react, she was kicked to the ground by Chun Qingxian. Immediately afterwards, those guards turned into corpses within a few breaths. Chun Qingxian picked up the 2 men who had no resistance and entered the village. He threw them into an iron cage and left them alone. "What should we do, Jimengzi?" Senior sister, just call me Qingxian." "Okay, Jimengzi, let me ask you how to deal with these 2 people." "Well, wait for that second fool to come back. When has the Wen family ever been short of food? The second son of the Wen family must have a different mind." After saying that, Chun Qingxian went up to the 3rd floor of the villa, gulped down a few gulps of wine, and dived into the warm bed. After Chu Chen finished dealing with the matters in Qinglian city, he drove towards Masan village. On the way back, many refugees were mostly taken care of by some soldiers and a few fierce-looking men. Slowly coming towards Qinglian city, Chu Chen looked at these people and thought that Lan Tianlei was quite fast. He probably made plans and assigned personnel all night long. But all this had nothing to do with him. Masan village was still more comfortable. After Chu Chen's car stopped, Mu Shuiqin told him everything about the second son of the Wen family. "You said they were hoarding a large amount of food?" "That's right, the Wen family is the same as the Liu family. It seems that something big is happening in Daxia." After thinking carefully, Chu Chen couldn't help but frown. If the Wen family really took advantage of Zhou Shixuan's overwhelmed disaster relief efforts to attack the capital, it would be hard to say. It seems that I have to get busy again. It is reasonable and necessary for me to stand on Zhou Shixuan's side. First of all, if Zhou Shixuan fell, he would definitely be implicated and would be in endless trouble. Another thing is that under Zhou Shixuan's governance, natural disasters and wars occurred from time to time in Daxia. But this was the feudal era, and it was good enough that Zhou Shixuan could think a little bit about the people. Although the people's lives are not rich, they do not complain or suffer from poverty. So after understanding what happened, he walked toward the iron cage. "It is said that the 2 of you intend to attack our Masan village," Chu Chen said as he looked at Wen Mao and the woman in the iron cage. "You are?" "Chu Chen." Wen Mao, who was feeling aggrieved, looked at Chu Chen with a fierce look. "Not bad. You even know my name. Tell me, how long have you been investigating me? I've long heard of your great name. You're the owner of Honglinmen and a frequent guest of Lan Tianlei. Now, you even have this group of unruly people protecting you. Master Chu is truly at home in Qinglian city. That's all you found? It seems your Wen family is nothing special." Chu Chen shook his head at him, looking unhappy. The Wen family, known as one of the 3 major families in Kyoto, is now one of the 2 major families. "What's the matter? Are you also short of food?" Since you know I'm from the Wen family, why don't you let me go? Otherwise, when my army..." When Mao realized that he had said the wrong thing and quickly shut his mouth. Chu Chen shook his head when he saw this. How could such a big family like one send out a fool like you who is even worse than a drunkard? "What? You're still raising private soldiers? Are you rebelling? Aren't you afraid that I'll tell that Brad Zhou Hong?" After listening to this, when Mao looked at Chu Chen seriously, and then burst into laughter. "Haha, the Zhou family's luck has run out.
In this icy and snowy place, can you fly? Could it be that Lan Tianlei can fly? Mr. Chu, I see that you are a capable person. Why don't you join my own family? In 10 days, the property of Qinglian City will still be yours. He who knows the current situation is a hero. I think Mr. Chu should understand this. Chu Chen listened to his blabbering and couldn't help but feel worried. If we drive there in 10 days, it should still be in time. But these two idiots are still collecting food now. What use will it be in 10 days? Could it be that after occupying Kyoto, they knew that Kyoto's granaries were empty due to disaster relief, so they were on guard against Zhou Shixuan's counterattack? In that case, let's go to Kyoto. As long as Zhou Shixuan is fine, we can be safe too. Besides, even if I don't go, Zhou Shixuan will probably come to find me if something happens to him. Zhou Shixuan couldn't help but remember the powerful strength he showed in fighting Ganpu and eliminating the Japanese. Moreover, the Wen family mobilized troops privately, and Zhou Shixuan probably heard some rumors, so he might have sent people to look for him now. In fact, Chu Chen guessed correctly. At this moment, in Zhou Shixuan's imperial study, Eunuch Wei was reporting to him in a low voice. Your Majesty, there are some unusual movements in the Wen family. Zhou Shixuan frowned after hearing this. Is there any way to deal with it? With the current ice disaster, most of the defenders in the capital are outside the city providing disaster relief, which puts them in a difficult position. I have already sent a fast horse to Yundian. The 10,000 soldiers I sent to Yundian will be able to enter the capital in a few days. We have 20,000 soldiers available all the way to Andu. Is there anyone else going to Qinglian? After hearing this, Zhou Shixuan frowned slightly. Qinglian, Your Majesty, have you forgotten Master Chu's thunderous tactics? Eunuch Wei smiled mysteriously at Zhou Shixuan, and Zhou Shixuan immediately understood. Ha! Lao Wei, you are really thoughtful. How could you forget about that kid? Seeing that Eunuch Wei had almost made all the arrangements, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he seemed to think of something. He turned around and asked, Where is Master Zhu? He has returned to the capital. Your Majesty can rest assured. Now that your own safety is guaranteed, you can focus on disaster relief. Chapter 184. Encountering bandits on a journey to Beijing. With Zhu Liuxiang and Eunuch Wei in the capital, no one in Daxia could possibly kill Zhou Shixuan. As for the Wen family, Eunuch Wei had started investigating it several years ago. The private soldiers they have maintained in recent years are no more than 50,000 to 60,000 people, although the defenders in the capital were busy with disaster relief. But if Yundian returns with 10,000 troops and Andu sends 20,000, there will be 30,000 regular soldiers in total. In addition, there are about 10,000 secret guards in the palace who can be mobilized at any time. In this era of cold weapons, it is no exaggeration to say that these 10,000 secret guards are equivalent to 100,000 ordinary soldiers. Wearing iron armor and holding tempered steel swords, each of them is skilled in martial arts, and each of them could defeat 10 enemies at once. At this moment, Zhou Shixuan was eager for him to come so that he could eliminate this biggest worry in one fell swoop. After Chu Chen interrogated Wen Mao again, he did not get much value from him. So early the next morning, I went to Jimengzi's room. Let's go to the capital. Don't make a noise. It's freezing cold, and there's no red romance in the capital. If you don't go, and Zhou Shixuan is killed by the Wen family, I guess Hongleman won't be able to give you a free meal anymore. As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, Chun Qingxian stood up suddenly. Let's go, hurry up. The explosion-proof vehicle drove out of Mashan village and headed towards the capital. In Qinglian City, there are very few refugees on the roads. I guess they were all taken to some construction site by Lan Tianlei to work and study. Once they left Qinglian City, the number of refugees gradually increased. A day later, the two arrived in Liaozhou City. Liaozhou City is located between Qinglian City and Andu City. The area is vast and the population is large. When traveling from Liaozhou City to Andu City, you need to pass through a place called Wuhua Mountain. The Wuhua Mountain stretches for dozens of miles. During peacetime, soldiers are stationed there to ensure the safety of passing merchants. However, it was freezing cold and the soldiers had no time to take care of it, so gradually a bandit organization called Black Wind Village emerged. At this moment, inside the Black Wind Village, a middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes was sitting in the first seat. The next one is the Song Ming, the leader of the Black Wind Village. Master One, are you serious?
After this is accomplished, this Liaozhou city will be governed by me, the Songming. General, have you ever broken your promise to my one family? Okay, in that case, I'll take the little scoundrels with me to the capital to have some fun tomorrow. This Dat Songming was originally a small sergeant leader who guarded this place during peacetime. He flatters people all day long and seems harmless. However, this heavy snow gave him an opportunity. So, while Shangwan was busy with disaster relief, he took about 200 people to rebel and kill Shangwan. He became the leader of the Black Wind village and named himself the Black Wind General. On the one hand, they were trying to win over young and strong refugees, and on the other hand, they were robbing passing merchants. In less than a month, with the relief food in hand, the team was expanded to more than 5,000 people. This action was noticed by the Wen family, so they sent people to contact them. In the face of so-called huge benefits, that Songming thought that he was not cut out for success and just wanted to be a carefree city lord in Liaozhou City. So the two of them hit it off immediately. The main purpose of the Songming's 5,000 men is to provide external support and intercept any fish that escape from the capital. Another thing is to boost the morale of the One family army. It is the duty of a wise man to do something that does no harm to himself and can bring him benefits. Seeing that the food was almost cooked, the Wen family agreed on a time with the Songming. After leaving him 1,000 taels of silver, he rode away. When Chu Chen and Qinglian arrived at Liaozhou City, they stayed there for the night because of the heavy snow, and it was inconvenient for them to travel. Early the next morning, the two drove to Beijing. Due to the heavy snow, the car could not drive fast, so it was not until noon that it entered the territory of Wuhua Mountain. As soon as they entered Wuhua Mountain, the two felt something was wrong. Not only did the number of refugees increase, but those people didn't look like refugees who had been hungry for a long time. Moreover, their bodies were bulging, as if they were carrying weapons and food. And everyone was heading towards Andu in silence. On the surface, they looked like a super group of people fleeing famine. When they saw Chu Chen's car coming, they all looked curious. At the front of the team, a carriage was moving forward with difficulty. Right in front of the carriage, a snow-clearing team of about 100 people was working hard to clear a path. Since his way was blocked by such a group of refugees, Qinglian dodged and headed forward. After seeing the snow-clearing team and carriage ahead, he turned back. "You idiot, this team is not simple." So he told Chu Chen what he saw. Chu Chen immediately thought that these were probably the private soldiers of the One family, who were heading to Kyoto to gather under the identity of refugees. So I decided to follow along. He had an iron shell and hot weapons in his hands, and with the help of the powerful Qinglian, he did not feel the slightest bit of fear. Even if it's the worst, I still have the ability to enter space and become invisible. At this moment, the Songming was listening to the reports from his subordinates outside the carriage. "You said there was a weird car coming up behind us? One that can travel in the snow." "Yes, General. I seem to have some impression of this thing. It seems we've seen a vehicle similar to this one speeding past here before." After hearing this, the Songming also recalled it. After hearing what his subordinates said, he also remembered it. "In the summer, when I was on duty here, I saw a strange vehicle speeding past. At that time, everyone was wondering what this thing was and how it could be so fast. If I had this magical weapon, I could travel all over the world." So he quickly ordered, "Make way and surround this thing. I want to see who it is." Chu Chen and Qinglian, who were following behind, saw the team suddenly make way. A strange smile appeared at the corner of Chu Chen's mouth. "Jiomingzi, it seems that this car is very conspicuous when it goes out. Everyone wants it. Don't disturb my sleep. You're just a petty thief. Your hidden weapon will do. Don't you see how many people are here? There must be at least 4,000 or 5,000 of them. If they attack us in droves, how can you sleep peacefully?" Qinglian opened his eyes impatiently and glanced out the car window. "You on the right, I on the left." After saying that, he closed his eyes again. Chu Chen glanced at Qinglian next to him and thought to himself, "That's right, if you don't go out, how can I get out the machine gun?" After dividing the work, Chu Chen stepped on the accelerator and headed forward. After walking for dozens of meters, looking at the team surrounding him, Chu Chen confirmed his thoughts. "After walking a few hundred meters, I saw a carriage lying across the front. A group of people were holding steel knives and looking at him coldly. 'Who are you? You've clashed with General Black Wind's troops for no reason. Have you had enough of living?'" Chapter 185.
Silla Masters enter Daxia. Black Wind General? What the hell? When Chu Chen heard this domineering name, he suddenly wanted to laugh. It seems that they're just a group of bandits, so I won't bother with them anymore. So he used the expansion equipment of the explosion-proof vehicle and shouted to the outside. "I, General Filong, need to borrow your passage. Please get out of the way." After saying that, he stepped on the accelerator and the engine trembled. Seeing this, the Tsongming also wrapped himself in a thick coat and got off the carriage. He had seen the speed of this thing before. If this so-called flying dragon general suddenly attacked and hit his carriage, it would be a disaster. But who is he? General Black Wind. He cannot lose in momentum. Otherwise, how can he lead the team? The Tsongming got out of the car and made some room for himself. General Filong, when has there ever been such a person in Daxia? I think you have ulterior motives. What are your intentions in going to Kyoto now? Chu Chen watched the short and lean man get off the carriage. It seemed that this was undoubtedly the Black Wind General. So he parked the car, put on a bulletproof helmet, and climbed out from the roof. A machine gun had been secretly mounted on the roof of the car, but it was covered by the camouflage cloth, so no one could see the full appearance of the machine gun. But Qinglian was still lying in the car aboard. It seemed as if everything outside had little meaning to him. All he had to do was protect the safety of the idiot who climbed out of the roof. Great General Black Wind. Who gave you the title? Could it be that you can also give yourself the title of Great General? Let me tell you the truth. I observed the celestial phenomena last night, and the world is about to undergo a drastic change. This general sees that you are a talent. If you offer me your mount, I will spare your life. The Tsongming saw that Chu Chen was a fake at first sight, so he started to threaten him. After hearing about the great changes in the world, Chu Chen understood that this person was also from the One family. I said that the people recruited by the One family are all fools. They're doing it quietly while there are guns everywhere outside. Hey, you also know the One family? Could it be that you are also from the One family? When did Tsongming heard the word One family, he started to murmur in his heart. Could it be that this person is a friendly soldier? That would be difficult. Killing a friendly soldier seems a bit bad. Yes, I am General Filong, the One family's greatest general. May I ask what this person's name is? Seeing that he didn't look very smart, Chu Chen said something nonsense. Oh, isn't it the flood that washed away the Dragon King Temple? I am the Black Wind General under the command of the One family. After saying that, he walked towards Chu Chen's car. May I ask where Brother Filong came from? Are you here to support the One family? It turned out to be the cheerleading team. Chu Chen lost interest all of a sudden. However, the name to Tsongming is quite appropriate. Brother Tsongming, I have an urgent mission and need to rush to the capital. Please give me some convenience. For such a fool, let's solve the problem amicably if we can. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time. Brother Filong, let's go to the capital together. How about giving me your carriage and riding in it? It would be so convenient. After hearing this, Chu Chen loaded his machine gun with a click. This smart man obviously didn't want to let his car go. Since you came here to get killed, you can't blame yourself. Brother Smart, I'll give you 10 breaths to clear a path for me, or get out of here. Otherwise, I'll be a beast, and it won't be fun to attack you. After saying that, Chu Chen winked at Qinglian. Qinglian lazily got up, sat in the driver's seat, and stepped hard on the accelerator. The huge roar of the engine scared Nada, Tsongming, so much that he dodged to the side. You don't want to drink the toast, so you have to drink the punishment, right? Catch me. The Tsongming, who fell in the snow, suddenly got angry and shouted loudly to the people around him. Those refugee-like people immediately drew their knives and charged towards the bomb-proof vehicle. Chu Chen had already pointed the machine gun at Nada Tsongming. As soon as he gave the order, he started firing a barrage of bullets at him. The famous General Black Wind was beaten into a sieve in an instant. As the 95 machine gun continued to spit out tongues of fire, a large number of people who rushed up fell down at once. Seeing this, no one else dared to rush forward. Qinglian drove the car slowly forward. The carriage in front was frightened and ran forward and happened to block the front of the explosion-proof vehicle. Faced with the Black Wind village army that was eager to fight, Chu Chen had no choice but to replace the drum magazine for the 95 machine gun. After firing 5 or 6 drums, the Black Wind village army left behind hundreds of corpses and fled in all directions in an instant. If the One family knew about this, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. We originally thought that we had replenished 5,000 cannon fodder, but we didn't expect that they would become a mess as soon as they walked out of their doorstep.
The frightened horse dragged the carriage towards the side of the road in one stride. The man shoveling snow in front also dropped his tool and ran away without a trace. Without the obstruction of the carriage, Qinglian drove all the way towards the capital. I say, you idiot, if you don't want to drive, then don't drive. Why do you have to do it this way? Jiumingzi, what you said is not right. Why didn't you go down and kill the enemy just now? Enemy? You call this an enemy, you idiot? Qinglian felt around his body out of boredom, took out a cigarette and lit it. Chu Chen also put away the machine gun and ignored this guy. Since I don't have to drive myself, I might as well take a rest. At this moment, in the northeast of Daxia, a young man in thin clothes was carrying a long and thin knife. He was walking quickly on the snow, heading towards Daxia. Behind him was a huge man wrapped in animal skin and holding 2 copper hammers. Brother, please go slower. I'm having a hard time. The man holding the copper hammer shouted at the young man in front of him. I told you not to come, don't come. I alone am enough to kill the emperor of Daxia. Hee, isn't it said that the girl from Daxia is pretty? I old poo, must go and see her anyway. If Chu Chen was here, he would be able to hear it immediately. These 2 people spoke the language of the Korean country. That's right, these 2 people were also helpers hired by the one family at high price, knowing that there is an inhuman master like Eunuch Wei in the palace. So they invited 2 masters from Silla. The young man's name was Pu Buqing, and the one holding the copper hammer was called Pu Buyuan. The 2 were originally twin brothers, but they didn't know that his father had learned the shunt technique. The 2 people born were one in heaven and one in hell. But the 2 have one thing in common, that is, they have amazing talent in martial arts, but they're only 30 years old. He was already the best swordsman and the strongest man in Silla. This trip to Daxia was also instructed by the emperor of Silla, which was to help the one family and kill Zhou Shixuan. Then he stayed in Daxia and slowly turned the one family into a puppet of Silla. The 2 of them moved very fast, and in just a few breaths, they had already flown a long distance away. Chapter 186. When Family's 80,000 Siege Troops. Qinglian drove slowly on the official road covered with snow and refugees. It would be great if we had a plane. This is too slow. Chu Chen, who was sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly said this. What's an airplane, you idiot? It's a chicken that can fly in the sky. That thing is everywhere in Mashan village. Feng Erjia keeps a lot of them. After hearing this, Chu Chen turned his head and ignored it. I can't say at all. The closer you get to the capital, the thicker the snow becomes. It was not until the evening of the next day that the car arrived at Anda City and Chu Chen took over the steering wheel. These huge guys weighing several tons were about to be dug into the ditch by Qinglian. If you can't use your own space openly, it will be abandoned halfway. But the good thing is that the off-road performance of this explosion-proof vehicle is really amazing. As long as you feed it oil, it will work hard without any slack. Seeing that it was getting late, Chu Chen simply stopped the car, opened the windows and doors, and set up a small truck stove and iron pot at the rear of the car. The delicious steak was frying, which immediately whetted Chen Qingshuan's appetite. He quickly opened a bottle of wine and gulped down a few gulps. Then he picked up a piece of steak and went into his stomach in a few bites. Hurry up, you idiot. This little bit of meat isn't enough to fill your teeth. Chu Chen shook his head after watching this scene. He should have known it would be bad to stew some meat and bones for him. But thinking back, this thing is really not that big. In the snow and ice, who cares about your knife and fork? It's just a matter of a few bites. It took more than 10 pieces to fill the 2 of them, but most of it went into the drunkard's stomach. After drinking a bottle of white wine, Qinglian fell back and fell into a deep sleep. Late at night, a rustling sound woke Chu Chen up. I looked up and saw that there was a zombie siege. I saw that the car was surrounded by all kinds of refugees. Chu Chen turned on the car lights. In an instant, the refugees outside were illuminated brightly. The dazzling light illuminated the snow-white earth and could be seen from far away. At this moment, several refugees who were lying outside the window looking inside were frightened by the sudden light and fell suddenly into the snow. Chu Chen stared outside. This was going to be difficult. To put it bluntly, these are ordinary people who can't survive. You can't just take out a machine gun and shoot at them. Perhaps it was the smell of steak that attracted these people here. So he picked up the loudspeaker inside and shouted outside. It's freezing cold. Everyone should go away. I don't have much food. Although I don't need this thing, I can't give it to you at this moment. As long as they give it, This group of people will be able to overwhelm the explosion-proof vehicle in minutes. Suddenly, he thought of something, got up, and rushed to the center console of the vehicle control. This thing doesn't have a car-mounted sonic disperser. Immediately afterwards, a huge sound emanated. The refugees outside fled outside. When Chu Chen saw that it was working, he immediately kicked the drunkard. Jiao Mengzi, hurry up and drive, let's go. You idiot, are you looking for death? I am sleeping soundly. Stop wasting time. We're surrounded by refugees. Hurry. After hearing this, Chen Qingxian looked outside and was also shocked. Why are there so many people? He immediately climbed into the driver's seat, stepped on the accelerator, and drove forward. At this moment, Chu Chen launched wave after wave of sonic attacks, forcing back those who wanted to move forward. Gradually, the refugees dared not move forward and began to cover their ears. After walking out of the encirclement, Chu Chen threw several large bags of compressed biscuits in all directions. Under the action of gravity, they scattered all over the ground in an instant. Chu Chen picked up the megaphone and shouted, "You can only eat one piece of this thing a day, and then drink a few sips of water, and you can survive for a day." After saying that, he slowly walked out of the circle of refugees. At this moment, the refugees saw something thrown out of the car. In an instant, they swarmed towards the compressed biscuits. Some people grabbed one or two pieces, while those who were lucky enough got a handful. As the crowd gradually dispersed, those who had grabbed the compressed biscuits returned to their own shacks. $1 a day. With water, can you survive for a day? A man in his 30s tightly grasped a dozen compressed biscuits in his hand. He looked at his wife, who was dying of hunger in the shack. Then he bit off a piece with his teeth, chewed a small half of it, and gulped down a few mouthfuls of snow water. In an instant, a feeling of fullness came over me. Madam, we are saved." After saying that, he knelt down in the direction where Chu Chen left. "Thank you for saving my life." Then he stood up and stuffed the half piece in his hand into his wife's mouth. Chu Chen and his companions had already driven several miles away at this moment. The two drove until the early morning before stopping to rest. In the early morning, Zhou Shishuan tossed and turned in his bedroom, unable to sleep. He waved to Eunuch Wei and said, "Old Wei, I feel a little uneasy. Your Majesty, you are worrying too much. The soldiers from Andu have already returned, and the ones from Qinglian will arrive soon." Just as the two were talking, a young man hurriedly came to the outside of Zhou Shishuan's bedroom. She asked the palace maid outside, "Your Majesty, are you up?" After a closer look, this person was either Fang Shuzhen that Chu Chen had seen before, or someone else. "General Fang, why are you so anxious? It's not even daybreak yet." Seeing this, Fang Shuzhen anxiously circled outside the bedroom. At this time, Eunuch Wei pushed the door open and came out. "Shuzhen, why are you so anxious?" Eunuch Wei, a large number of soldiers suddenly appeared outside the capital and are heading towards the capital. "Hey, so fast." After saying that, he brought Fang Shuzhen into Zhou Shishuan's bedroom. "Shuzhen, tell me how they got in." Zhou Shishuan raised his eyes and asked, "Your Majesty, we were careless. Those people disguised themselves as refugees, scattered from many places, and gathered outside Kyoto. At this moment, there are probably about 80,000 troops gathered. There are 80,000 people, including 10,000 secret guards and 20,000 Anda garrison troops, a total of 30,000 people. The Wen family is more than twice as wealthy as mine. But those 10,000 secret guards must not be deployed unless absolutely necessary, unless the capital is captured. Using Anduna's 20,000 to fight against 80,000 has no chance of winning. Even if the defenders who went out to provide disaster relief in the capital returned to the city, there would only be about 20,000 of them. Besides, at this moment, it is estimated that they will not be able to come back." After analyzing it for a while, Zhou Shishuan suddenly came to his senses. "Xu Zhen, notify the 20,000 defenders in Andu to defend the gates of the capital and wait for reinforcements from Qinglian." Fang Shuzhen took the order and left. At this time, a pigeon flew straight into Eunuch Wei's hand. Eunuch Wei tore off the note from the pigeon's leg and took a look at it. His face changed instantly. "Old Wei, why are you so flustered?" Eunuch Wei did not say anything, but handed the note to Zhou Shishuan. Zhou Shishuan took it and looked at it, and his expression changed slightly. It seems that this Scylla has evil ambitions and has always been eyeing our Daxia territory. Chapter 187 Zhou Heng, personally climbs the city wall. Your Majesty, it's all my fault. I made a mistake in judgment. I didn't expect that the Wen family could even invite those two brothers. A few years ago, there was news that they had reached the 9th rank. I'm afraid they are now comparable to Taoist Master Zhu. After reading it, Eunuch Wei knelt down in front of Zhou Shixuan and said, seeing this, Zhou Shixuan helped him up. How can I blame you for this? I underestimated the enemy. After saying that, he looked towards Qinglian again and said, if this is impossible, Lao Wei, please help me send Lao Ba safely to Qinglian or Lin Hai to find his sworn brother. Your Majesty, you must not do this. If nothing unexpected happens, Master Chu should be on his way now. Ha, Lao Wei, it's so icy and snowy. Even if he has a car, there's no way he can get there so quickly. After saying that, Zhou Shixuan still asked the palace maid to wash and change his clothes for him. After a simple meal, he returned to the imperial study. At this moment, a figure flashed out in the corner of the imperial study. Your Majesty, what are your orders? 10,000 secret guards are on standby. After hearing this, the visitor bowed to Zhou Shixuan and disappeared in an instant. One family, since you dare to come, I will make sure you never return. Old Wei, send someone to control all the members of the Wen family. Your Majesty, we were careless. We were originally planning to wait a few days before taking action, but now everyone is probably hiding. After saying this, Eunuch Wei lowered his head again. Okay, Lao Wei, things haven't reached the worst yet. At this time, a guard on the city wall of the capital was suddenly pierced through the head by an arrow and fell head first onto the city wall. Immediately afterwards, Fang Shuzhen saw the sound of horse hooves flying outside the city, splashing up snowflakes. There was a sudden earthquake, and the refugees who were still surviving under the city wall took off their outer clothes one after another. He drew the weapon from his waist and charged towards the city wall. Immediately afterwards, countless arrows flew towards the city wall. In an instant, the sky was covered with clouds, and it seemed as if the sky had suddenly become dark. Fang Shuzhen quickly organized a retreat, and after 2 volleys of arrows, the group had already rushed to the foot of the city wall. The ladders and catapults behind also started moving. Catapults carrying huge stone balls and fireballs smashed towards the capital. Everything seemed to have been rehearsed in advance. The buildings and people in the capital city suffered a lot of damage. The defenders on the city wall also started to move at this moment. Countless arrows flew out of the city. For a time, both sides suffered losses, and the ladders could not advance any further after encountering strong resistance from the defenders. Fang Shuzhen and the defending generals frowned deeply as they looked at the dense siege troops outside. They knew that with so few people, they would not be able to hold out for more than a day before the outsiders broke through the city gates and attacked them. That was just a trial run, and the besieging army slowly retreated. At this time, a team of siege troops holding shields protected a person and slowly walked to the bottom of the city wall. Is that Xu Zhan's nephew on the city wall? Uncle Wen, how are you? This icy and snowy weather is not suitable for such a rebellious act. As soon as Fang Shuzhen saw the person coming, he knew it was the second uncle of the Wen family, Wen Hongshuang, the younger brother of the head of the family, Wen Hongwei. My nephew Xu Zhan, the current emperor, is old and has no successor. The 8th prince is still a possibility, but this world will sooner or later be taken over by foreign tribes. Why do you persist in your delusion? Before he could finish his words, an arrow pierced the shield of the besieger in front of him. Second Uncle Wen, if you retreat now, I can ask my father to give the Wen family a chance to survive. You must know that if you take even half a step forward, there will be no turning back. Fang Shuzhen was about to speak when someone interrupted him. Looking up, I saw Zhou Hong holding a longbow and looking coldly at Wen Hongshuang. 8th prince, this place is dangerous. Please return to the palace. Fang Shuzhen hurried forward and said, Go back. Shuzhen, do you think I can go back? After saying that, Zhou Hong turned and spoke to the soldiers on the city wall. The Wen family has wicked ambitions. They took advantage of the war in Great Xia and the relief efforts of our dynasty to invade the capital. Everyone, how can such people, who abandon the people, rule the world? Out there, the people of Great Xia are starving and freezing all day long. The Wen family is so cruel and ruthless. As citizens of Great Xia, what should we do? Fang Shuzhen was shocked to see Zhou Hong so powerful at this moment. Instantly he shouted,
Drive out the rebels and save the people. 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 Okay, in that case, Zhou Heng, will be on this city wall today, marching forward and retreating alongside all the soldiers. After saying that, he ordered his followers to put on armor and a crown for him, and hanging around his waist was the dogleg knife that Chu Chen had given him. Seeing that the situation was not right, when Hong Shuang quickly ordered the siege troops to retreat. Although I'm inside this shield, God knows if there's a gifted person who can throw a stone ball at me with a catapult. What kind of prince are you still? Just run away now? While they were confronting each other here, Chu Chen and the other two who were driving on the road also felt something was wrong. Jiao Mengzi, you see, the closer we get to the capital, the fewer refugees there are. That's right. From the way here to here, I can't see a single refugee. Chu Chen frowned slightly, as if he had thought of something. Jiao Mengzi, you take a break and I'll drive. If, by the time we get to the capital, the Wen family has already started a rebellion, you can take over the driving and I'll get on the roof. Chen Qingxian nodded to Chu Chen's arrangement and stopped the car. After Chu Chen took over the car, he stepped on the accelerator and sped away. Judging from the situation, the Wen family has probably taken action in advance, so I have to hurry. It's too late. Zhou Shixuan and Zhou Heng will be killed by the Wen family. That will not be fun. After resting for an hour, the besiegers launched another attack, and this time the catapults were aimed specifically at the city walls. Under the cover of the ladders, a large number of siege troops slowly approached. After a while, we arrived at the foot of the city wall. The besieging troops climbed up the city wall using the ladders. The defenders had already prepared hot oil and other things and poured them on the people climbing the ladders. As the torches fell, several ladders climbing the city wall instantly caught fire. Those siege troops who had climbed halfway up were burned or shot, and a large number of them were wiped out in an instant. Looking at the dozens of ladders behind him, Zhou Heng also seemed to be panicking. These 20,000 defenders can hold off 1, 2, and 3 waves, but what about the rest? In 2 attacks, they lost nearly 5,000 soldiers. They were all injured by the bows and catapults. If we continue to consume at this rate, we probably won't make it past tomorrow morning. As the attacking army retreated, Zhou Heng and Fang Shuzhen hurriedly discussed countermeasures with the defending generals. The soldiers were also busy deploying their troops, preparing for the 3rd wave of attack. 8th Prince, you should return to the palace. It is too dangerous to stay here. Chapter 188, Chu Chen drives a car to change the world. Xu Zhen, General, please stop trying to persuade me. I will not leave this city wall until the rebels retreat. Unless they do so, they will step over my dead body. Seeing Zhou Heng's determination to die, the soldiers suddenly felt a surge of heroism in their hearts. The dignified 8th Prince is not afraid, so soldiers like us should fight bravely. So why should we be afraid? This time, the 3rd wave of attack did not arrive until dusk in the afternoon. The routine remains the same, but this time the siege army seems to be planning to storm the capital in one fell swoop. Dozens of vehicles were dispatched to the city. This thing was made of thick wooden boards and was pushed under the city wall. After it fits into the city wall, it becomes an artificial staircase. As long as there are enough siege troops, there is still a great chance of rushing up the city wall. Looking at the dozens of densely packed city-climbing vehicles, the defenders were a little panicked. But with Zhou Heng, Fang Shuzhen, and several generals present, the defenders reacted quickly. Archers shot down their targets from above. The boiling oil and the huge rocks fell down to the bottom of the city wall. For a time, the battle entered a state of intense fighting. But Zhou Heng, who was standing on the city wall with a dogleg knife in his hand, had a very ugly expression on his face at this moment. Several places were breached one after another by the siege army, and some people had already reached the city walls. Although he will be killed soon after coming up, as long as this hole is opened. The two sides were exhausting each other, and sooner or later the remaining 10,000 or so defenders would be completely devoured by them. By that time, the people in the capital would suffer. Once the siege army enters the capital, they will definitely rest and then head towards the imperial city. During this period of rest, they basically committed all kinds of evil, including burning, killing, looting, and so on. So he called Fang Shuzhen and said, "Organize the people to evacuate. This city will be lost sooner or later." No, 8th Prince. Once the people are evacuated, their morale will plummet,
and this will only accelerate the destruction of the city. So what? I can't just sit there and watch the people of Daxia being harmed by the Wen family. After Zhou Heng finished speaking, Fang Shuzhen also fell into deep thought. But, 8th Prince, where can we move to? It's covered in ice and snow everywhere. How can the people of the capital endure this hardship? It seems that there is no better way than resistance at this moment. For this reason, both of them fell silent. Could it be that this world was really going to be taken over by a noble family? At this moment, a black shadow gave Zhou Heng hope. I saw the explosion-proof vehicle driven by Chu Chen and Chen Qinglian speeding through the attacking army. Most of the siege troops had never seen this thing. After several people who tried to stop it with their bodies were knocked away. Wherever the explosion-proof vehicle passed, the attacking troops took shelter. Jiao Mengzi, if a fight breaks out, you drive the car while I go to the roof of the car and give them some sweet treats. Chu Chen stopped the car after he finished speaking. Chen Qinglian took over the steering wheel. Chu Chen went around to the back and instantly turned on the sonic disperser. No one had ever seen such an attack with such a deafening high-decibel sound. They were instantly shocked and stepped back, suffering from severe headaches. Everyone, cover your ears quickly. This is a magical technique, a sonic attack. After hearing this, the commander of the siege army shouted loudly outside. But how could his little noise drown out the sound of the explosion-proof vehicle? In an instant, a large area was cleared around the explosion-proof vehicle. At this time, Chu Chen, wearing a bulletproof helmet, climbed out of the roof of the explosion-proof vehicle through the automatic lifting platform. Through the loudspeaker, he shouted towards the city wall, "Zhou Heng, I'm here to save you." In fact, at the beginning, Chen Qinglian saw Zhou Heng on the city wall through the telescope. After hearing this, Zhou Heng grabbed Fang Shuzhen and said, "Ha! We're saved, Shuzhen. My sworn brother is here." Fang Shuzhen was still confused. 8th Prince, that is? Master Chu. Before the two of them could finish their conversation, they heard a loud explosion. Chu Chen took out a grenade launcher and bombarded the city vehicles. "Drunkard, drive slower. I can't aim. I'm just having fun. Hurry up and blow it up. Yes, right over there." Chen Qinglian slowed down the car and slowly drove towards the vehicles going up to the city. Accompanied by the sound of the grenade launcher and the explosion of the grenade, the siege troops were in a panic. This was a divine thunder from the sky. I originally thought that the city was about to be broken, but I didn't expect such a thing to suddenly appear. After circling the city wall for a full circle, Chu Chen didn't know how many grenades he had fired before he finally destroyed all the wall-climbing vehicles. Then he ordered Chen Qinglian to drive the car towards the crowd. Yes, Chu Chen had already set up the 95 machine gun. Seeing that the city-climbing vehicle was completely destroyed in about an incense stick of time, the siege army was now panicked. As luck would have it, this invulnerable black car was charging straight towards their army. And the direction of this charge was exactly the direction of Wen Hongwei and Wen Hongshuang. As the explosion-proof vehicle approached, the 95 machine gun covered with camouflage cloth on the roof began to rattle. As soon as the first drum of ammunition was fired, dozens of bodies fell in front of the explosion-proof vehicle. For a crowded crowd, this machine gun is simply a life reaper. The explosion-proof vehicle turned around and headed in another direction. Raise your shields and form a battle line. The general of the siege army saw the strange car coming towards him. He immediately ordered the soldiers to raise their shields. But the shields of this era are not even made of iron, so how can they withstand the bullets of the 95 machine gun? As soon as the general finished shouting, he felt a pain in his chest and fell headfirst into the arms of his deputy general. Wherever the clattering sound appeared, a large group of people would fall down. At this time, Chu Chen returned to the car. "Jiao Mengzi, how is your one-handed driving skill?" "Haha, I, Taoist Qingxian, have no problem driving without my hands." Looking at the arrogant Chen Qingxian, Chu Chen didn't care anymore. He then took out a box of police grenades. "Come here, drunkard, watch me operate it." After saying that, Chu Chen bit off the safety with his teeth and threw it out. The grenade was thrown into the crowd and was caught by a siege soldier. The people around looked at the black lump thrown to them and stretched their heads to look at the rare object. But in an instant, these people regretted it. This thing looked insignificant, but it was deadly. Chen Qingxian watched the grenade explode in the crowd and instantly showed great interest. "Ha ha, come on, give it to me, you idiot." Chu Chen gave Chun Qinglian a few instructions, such as just bite it open and throw it away. Back on the roof again. Chun Qinglian had amazing arm strength. Even if he drove with one hand, he could still throw the car accurately into the gathered crowd. Chu Chen looked at the grenade exploding in the crowd and couldn't help but give Chun Qinglian a thumbs up. This is definitely a humanoid grenade launcher. For a while, the sound of grenades exploding and the rattling of 95 machine guns were constantly reaping the lives of the besieging troops. When Hongwei was very anxious at this moment and quickly gave the order to retreat. Chapter 189. Reinforcements from all directions. Looking at the escaping siege troops, Chun Qinglian stepped on the accelerator and headed towards the army command tent. In Chun Qingxuan's words, it's pointless to fight these soldiers, so today we must blow up the command tent. With several explosions, the command tent collapsed, and then several fast horses rushed out from behind the tent. But as soon as they ran out, they were knocked to the ground by Chu Chen's volley of arrows. At this moment, Fang Shuzhen rushed out with the defenders and charged towards the attacking army. The reinforcements from Union City also rushed towards the attacking army. The defenders and reinforcements, their morale greatly boosted, immediately rushed into the crowd. Watching the two armies fighting each other, the besieging army showed signs of fleeing. Chu Chen waved his hand to collect the dozens of empty magazines and retreated into the car. The situation of the battle has turned around, and there is no need for me to continue fighting. The key is the recoil of the 95 machine gun. The shock made his shoulder ache. What's the matter, you idiot? You don't want to fight anymore. Why are they still fighting when they've almost won? But I'm not satisfied yet. Do you still have that thing? Seeing this, Chu Chen took out another box of police grenades from outside while he was still driving. There's another box. Haha. Then you drive, and let me have fun. After saying that, Chun Qinglian stepped on the brakes to stop the car and quickly came to the back. Chu Chen put a bulletproof helmet on him and lifted it up to the roof of the car through a lift. He drove towards the attacking army. Haha, cool, come on, take my divine thunder. Don't run, kid. If you don't run, I won't blow you up. You idiot, I said I wouldn't bomb you, but I didn't say I wouldn't kill you. Chun Qinglian was having a lot of fun playing on the roof. Gradually, wherever the explosion-proof vehicle passed, the siege troops dropped their weapons and knelt down in surrender. After throwing a whole box of grenades, Chun Qinglian sat in the passenger seat with a cigarette in his mouth. At this time, the 80,000-strong attacking army, after leaving behind 50,000 corpses, all the rest knelt down in surrender. The Wan brothers were also beaten into pieces by Chu Chen and were trampled into a bloody mess by the horses and the fleeing people. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Chu Chen drove towards the capital. The smell of blood all over the floor is so overpowering that I'd probably vomit if I stayed there for too long. At this time, Zhou Heng, riding a fast horse and holding a bloody dogleg knife in his hand, also arrived at the city gate. Brother, you saved our entire Zhou family and the entire Great Xia Empire. Please accept my brother's greeting. After saying that, Zhou Heng was about to kneel down in front of Chu Chen. This damn prince must be made to kneel down. If the people spread the news, his achievements will shock the emperor. It's possible that Zhou Shixuan is planning to kill himself. So Chu Chen quickly grabbed Zhou Heng and said, "What are you doing? I don't like this. Since we are sworn brothers, we don't care about these empty formalities. I saved you, and I saved myself, right?" After saying that, he dragged him into the car and drove towards the palace. No, brother, if it weren't for you and Taoist Qingxian, not only would my Zhou family be in jeopardy, but even the people of this world would be plunged into dire straits. The one family colluded with Silla and sold out their country for personal gain. At this moment, Silla has sent experts to take my father's life. Please hurry up, brother. Silla. Chu Chen kept searching in his mind after hearing this. Could it be that Korean country? But this is an imaginary world. There's also a Korean country. But judging from the Ganpu and Japanese who appear before, it is normal to have a Korean. Perhaps this world, although fictional, has a similar structure. However, the only thing that puzzled him was that the coastline of Daxia was very short, which was only the point where Linhai City was located. This is different from the world I live in. But since I have traveled through time, I don't need to worry about him. Just live a carefree life. So he said to Zhou Heng, "Master, isn't that eunuch Wei here?" No, this time they sent two brothers. one named Pu Buqing and the other Pu Buyuan. According to Eunuch Wei, both of them may have reached the level of Master Zhu. Shit, 2 10th grade masters, that's troublesome. I wonder if this Uzi can turn them into sieves with one volley of bullets. When Chen Qinglian heard the names of Pu Buqing and Pu Buyuan, he also frowned. 8th Prince, are you saying that the 2 great masters of Silla have come to Daxia? That's right, Taoist Qinglian. The crisis has not been resolved yet. Okay, good timing, drive faster, idiot. Seeing Chen Qinglian so anxious, Chu Chen looked at him in confusion. It seems that this drunkard has a grudge against those 2. So he stepped on the accelerator and sped towards the palace. At this moment in the imperial palace, Zhou Shixuan and Zhu Liuxiang were sitting at the door of a hall. Eunuch Wei stood behind Zhou Shixuan. Around the hall, the secret guards held their weapons tightly. The entire hall was silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Your Majesty, you'd better go inside and take shelter. Eunuch Wei asked Zhou Shixuan softly. Old Wei, Taoist priest, if I hide now, doesn't that prove that my daxia has no one and cannot resist that little Silla? Your Majesty, these 2 brothers are quite powerful, and I am not completely sure of their strength. What do you want? Zhu Liuxiang also persuaded Zhou Shixuan. Master, you and I are both of this age, and we have seen all kinds of storms. There is no need to persuade us anymore. At this moment, 2 figures rushed in from outside at a high speed. Brother, wait for me. How about we go to the capital and have some fun before we kill the great Xia Emperor? No, stop making trouble, finish your business first, and you can do whatever you want with Daxia. Looking at the 2 people who didn't care at all, Zhu Liuxiang stood up immediately. Eunuch Wei also took a step forward and stood in front of Zhou Shixuan. Haha, everyone says that Daxia is blessed with outstanding people and beautiful scenery. Why are you 2 so nervous? Pu Buqing looked at Zhu Liuxiang and Eunuch Wei and immediately burst into laughter, speaking in poor Daxia dialect. At this time, Zhou Shixuan stood up and walked to Eunuch Wei and said, You 2 have come from afar to take my life? No. Taking your life is just a side job. The main thing is my silly brother heard that Daxia is full of beautiful women, and he plans to come and take a few wives back. At this moment, a black shadow rushed in. The threshold of the hall was completely useless to the explosion-proof vehicle. The explosion-proof vehicle drove straight in front of Zhou Shixuan. Chu Chen hid the 2 Uzis in his sleeves and got out of the car with Zhou Heng and Chen Qinglian. Uncle Zhou, Uncle Wei, why is Taoist Xiaoyao here too? Chu Wazi, has the matter outside been resolved? Zhou Shixuan looked at Chu Chen, who was driving the iron thing, and Zhou Heng, who was holding a dog-leg knife and covered in blood. I knew that the siege troops outside must have been dealt with, otherwise the 2 of them would not have come together. Replying to the emperor, those outside have all been dealt with by my brother's iron car. Before Chu Chen could answer, Zhou Heng stepped forward and saluted Zhou Shixuan to report. Chapter 190, Silla's Grandmaster. Ha, just solved it. Chu Wazi, your uncle asks you for a favor. Take Lao Ba with you. I believe you have the ability to do it. Zhou Shixuan said to Chu Chen with a firm look in his eyes. Well, Uncle Zhou, there are outsiders here. It won't be too late to pick you and the Taoist priest up to go to Qinglian to play after we have dealt with them. After saying that, he opened the side door of the car, facing Zhou Shixuan and Zhou Heng. The meaning was clear. If things were impossible, he would have to get into the car. Even if he was a 10th grade master, he would not be able to break through the defense. Zhou Shixuan pushed Zhou Heng and stuffed him into the car. Chu Wazi, a real man will never do such a cowardly thing, but we must also learn to preserve the fire. Chu Chen closed the car door helplessly and said, Okay, since you are so stubborn, it's up to you. If Zhou Shixuan died today, Zhou Heng would probably be the backbone of the people of Daxia. But if I am here, can I let him die? You Daxia people are so rude. Don't you see we have guests? At this moment, Pu Buqing and Pu Buyuan finally couldn't help it, shouted at Chu Chen and his group. People of Daxia, please accept my wrath. But Pu Buyuan was different. He rushed over with 2 big copper hammers. Fuck, they're fighting just because they don't agree on anything. Just as Chu Chen was about to raise his hands, Zhu Liuxiang came forward with a steel sword in hand. For a moment, we were evenly matched, you with your hammer and I with my sword. Eunuch Wei and Chen Qinglian instantly stood in front of Zhou Shixuan and Chu Chen. And Pu Buqing saw that his younger brother had already held back the only 10th grade grandmaster of Xia. So he smiled, raised his sword, and walked towards Zhou Shixuan. At this time, Eunuch Wei and Chun Qingxian rushed out together, and the two faced Pu Buqing. Seeing this, Chu Chen quickly took out a black shotgun from the car. There's nothing we can do. He's a master of the 10th grade grandmaster level. During this battle, Chu Chen thought of their routine and let the weaker big guy hold Zhu Liusheng back. And this young man with a sword is the ultimate killer. His strength is definitely stronger than that big guy. Only when he faces Eunuch Wei, who is above the 9th rank, and Chun Qingxian, who is also above the 9th rank, will he have a chance to kill Zhou Shixuan. So Chu Chen didn't care about so many things. He didn't know whether this Uzi would be useful against this 10th grade master. That's why I had to take out a shotgun. The power of this thing is not comparable to that little Uzi. When Zhou Shixuan saw Chu Chen walk back to the car, he had a black stick in his hand. Chu Wazi, what kind of magical weapon is this? Well, this thing is still the same as before. It is the only one of its kind in Daxia, my unique hidden weapon. Zhou Shixuan must know the machine gun and grenade he used to kill the enemy. Therefore, the explanation of this hidden weapon is more appropriate and more in line with common sense. Oh, then this hidden weapon could be the one that killed the Ganpu barbarians and the Japanese at Yundian and Linhai. Don't waste your time. Go hide in the car, okay? If you're alive, I'll tell you later. If you're killed, there's no point in knowing. At this moment, Chu Chen wanted to pull Zhou Shixuan into the car. But Zhou Shixuan was stubborn. He considered himself the son of heaven and the emperor of a great country. How could he retreat to the small Silla? Chu Chen was also helpless about this. Okay, then you stay behind me and don't move. By the way, what are these two guys called? They're the great masters of Silla. The thin one is the elder brother Pu Buqing, and the fat one is the younger brother Pu Buyuan. Zhou Shixuan pushed Chu Chen away and continued to answer. Seeing this, Chu Chen pulled Zhou Shixuan behind him. Ha ha ha, our Korean name's so interesting. That's so damn sloppy. Why are you trying to touch me? Go hide in the car with Lao Ba. You forgot I have a hidden weapon. I'm here to protect you. Go to the car. I told you I won't go. With your body, will you protect me? Although Zhou Shixuan knew that Chu Chen was very good at fighting his enemies, according to reports from all sides, he relied on the black steel express train in front of him. If facing the enemy head-on, this guy is just a weakling. What's wrong with my body? I am invulnerable. Invulnerable to swords and guns? Ha ha, true boy, I appreciate your kindness. If things really can't be done today, you can take Lao Ba and escape. With you here, the Xia will not be lost. Chu Chen had no way to deal with Zhou Shixuan, who was stubborn and unyielding. He was just one body length away from him, holding a fully automatic shotgun in his hand, staring closely at the people fighting. Haha, even the number 1 Grandmaster Daxia is only this good. Pu Buyuan broke Zhu Liusheng's attack with a hammer and said arrogantly. Chun Qingxian and Eunuch Wei were unable to defeat Pu Buqing and gradually lost the upper hand. You know, the difference in a great realm is a big distance. Drunkard, fuck him. Use your romantic energy from Red. Yes, 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 fuck him. Chu Chen looked at the people fighting and was so nervous that he almost jumped up. Eunuch Wei, go get him in the deep end. If you don't have any deep end, you won't be afraid. Looking at Chu Chen, who was yelling and jumping around like a monkey, Zhou Shixuan was speechless. What kind of vicious words were these? Doesn't Eunuch Wei have any respect? You stupid bastard, if you have the guts, look at Grandpa. Chu Chen shouted at Pu Buqing. It was not known whether Pu Buqing was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid, but he actually looked towards Chu Chen. When Chun Qingxian saw the opportunity, he stabbed him in the lower 3 parts with a sword. But who is Park Busong? The title of Silla's Grand Master is not earned for nothing. He quickly retreated and avoided Chun Qingxuan's attack. Despicable Daxia people, are you capable of resorting to such despicable tactics? And Chun Qingxian seemed to have tasted the sweetness. Second idiot, scold him. You don't know martial arts, so you don't dare to scold him. Chun Qingxuan's action instantly opened Chu Chen's mouth. Hey, that guy. No, your name is Park Buqing. What was your father thinking? Why did he give you this name? And you, Pubin, are both of you brothers incapable. Look at how big and strong you are. Your thing must have shrunk into a hole because of your fatness. Does your brother do that to you often? Chu Chen bombarded the two of them with verbal attacks, not caring whether they could understand him or not. Zhou Shixuan's face was filled with black lines after hearing this. When at Park Buyuan ever been insulted like this. He shouted at Chu Chen, "You big Siam monkey, after I finish dealing with this old man, I will definitely pull out your tendons and skin you alive." "Hey, Puba Yuen, you speak Daxia language quite fluently. Could it be that you are my Daxia's illegitimate child? Looking at your awful appearance, could it be that you are the son of a brothel madam?" At this moment, Pu Buqing spoke. "Brother, don't pay attention to this man. Focus on the battle. He is just disturbing your mind. Once my brother kills the emperor, I will have a way to deal with him." Chapter 191. The Sprayer Kills the Grandmaster. "Oh, you look so delicate, and you still want to kill me? If you have the guts, look at me again." After Chu Chen finished speaking, he made an international friendly gesture to him. But unfortunately, Park Buqing couldn't understand it and didn't understand what he meant at all. Zhou Heng was in a pitiful situation. Although he had ridden in Chu Chen's car before, it was only an off-road vehicle. He couldn't open the door of this explosion-proof car. I could only bang the windows in the car and look outside nervously. The 5 men fought in a group, and Chu Chen cursed until his mouth was dry. But if you curse for too long, the effect will not be so good. Pu Buqing saw that the fighting power unleashed by the 2 people joining forces was getting stronger and stronger. So he fought and retreated and went not far away towards Pu. "Brother, I leave these 2 to you." After saying this, he forced the 2 men back with one move, then turned around and fought with Zhu Liuxiang. Chen Qinglian and Eunuch Wei also breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this, especially Chen Qinglian, who was almost exhausted at this moment. He just pretended not to let Pu Buqing see, and then he attacked with all his strength. Now that someone had changed, the 2 of them felt a little relieved. But they both overlooked one problem. Although Pu Biyuan was not as strong as Pu Buqing, but he has always been known for his brute force, while Chen Qinglian and Eunuch Wei both have the advantage in physical skills. If we just compare strength, I guess Pu Buqing can't beat Pu Biyuan. This is also Park Buqing's routine, using his younger brother to weaken the endurance of the 3 people, and then kill him in one fell swoop. As long as either he or his brother kills even one person, these 3 people will no longer be a threat. At this moment, the secret guards hiding in the dark, although they have bows and arrows and weapons, are indeed all skilled in martial arts. But in a duel between such masters, the only option is to get killed. Another important reason is that Zhou Shixuan has not given any orders until now. So those secret guards were all standing by nervously on the spot, waiting for orders. Pu Biyuan seized an opportunity when Chen Qinglian was about to startle him and hit him with a hammer. Chen Qinglian hurriedly raised his sword to block, and although he blocked it, he was still knocked back several steps by the huge force. Eunuch Wei, this man is incredibly powerful. Be careful. Shaking his numb arm, Chen Qinglian reminded Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei was also complaining at this moment. "You still have the steel sword to resist, but I only have 1 whisk, and this weapon is more than 1 level weaker." Immediately afterwards, Eunuch Wei was also knocked back by the huge copper hammer. Seeing that he had forced one of his men to retreat, Pu Biyuan swung a copper hammer at Chen Qinglian, who was rushing towards him. But his body was agile and rushed towards Zhou Shixuan. "Haha, fighting requires brains, you 2 reckless men." Chu Chen took a sip of water and saw the big guy coming towards him. He was also shocked and immediately pulled Zhou Shixuan behind him. He pulled the trigger at the hill-like figure. Pu Biyuan was stunned. He originally thought that the boy was only good at talking, so why did he suddenly release such a hidden weapon? But at this moment, he had to admit the fact that his body seemed to be leaking. The huge power of the shotgun knocked Pu Biyuan, who was rushing towards him, away heavily. There were several huge bloody holes on his stomach and chest, and blood was gushing out. Chen Qinglian, Eunuch Wei, and Zhu Liuxiang saw Pu Biyuan shake off the 2 and head towards Zhou Shixuan. They wanted to come up to rescue immediately, but they didn't expect that Chu Chen gave them another huge surprise. Chen Qinglian twisted his body and chased after Pu Buqing, who was shot out by the shotgun. Then with a simple sword stroke, he cut his throat. Immediately afterwards, the 2 joined the team, besieging Park Buqing. "Brother, that brat, I will grind you into ashes." Pu Buqing saw that his younger brother was about to succeed, but was killed by that insignificant boy. He suddenly became so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Immediately afterwards, he burst out with a powerful fighting force, which bounced Zhu Liuxiang and the other 2 away. He flashed and rushed towards Chu Chen at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this, Chu Chen pulled the trigger of the shotgun again, but Pu Buqing's body moved horizontally in an extremely strange way. He dodged a shotgun shot by Chu Chen in one go. What the hell? In a flash, Chu Chen threw away the shotgun in his hand and took out 2 loaded Uzis from his waist. Just as he raised his hand, Pu Buqing's sharp sword stabbed Chu Chen's stomach. At this moment, both Uzis in Chu Chen's hands spewed out tongues of fire. Da-da-da-da, contlis baliches hichi Pu Buqing's body. But Chu Chen was also knocked away by Pu Buqing's huge force and fell to the ground with a bang. Seeing this, Zhou Shixuan immediately ran towards Chu Chen. Chuazi, how are you? Hurry, call the imperial physician quickly. Upon seeing this, Eunuch Wei quickly left the yard. The moment Pu Buqing was hit by the bullet, Zhu Liuxiang came behind him and pierced his chest with a sword. However, his momentum did not slow down, and he nailed Pu Buqing to the door of the hall. At this point, Silla's only 2 great masters lost their lives in Daxia. But Zhou Shixuan didn't look like an emperor at all at this moment. He hugged Chu Chen and kept calling him Chuazi. It seemed as if Chu Chen saw his father. I guess the grass on my grave in modern times is already very tall. After the whole village has finished their meal, will they go to the grave every Qingming festival to burn some paper money and set off firecrackers? At this time, Chen Qingxian and Zhu Liuxiang also rushed to Chu Chen's side. Mr. Chu, how do you feel? You idiot, are you okay? Chen Qingxian said as he reached out his hand towards Chu Chen's chest. After feeling around for a while and seeing no signs of injury, he spoke to Zhou Shixuan, who was nervous and sad. Your Majesty, he's all right, unharmed. Okay, you idiot, wake up. After saying that, he slapped Chu Chen in the face a few more times. Not injured? Taoist Qingxian, I saw the sword with my own eyes. But he reacted instantly, and the words Chu Chen said in a boastful manner appeared in his mind. What's wrong with my body? I am invulnerable to swords and guns. Ahem, stop hitting me, drunkard. If you hit me again, I'll really die. Chu Chen slowly opened his eyes, and what he saw was Zhou Shixuan's anxious old face. Uncle Zhou, let me go, I'm fine, I'll get you a few toothbrushes later. Chuazi, are you okay? Are you really okay? Chu Chen struggled to break free from Zhou Shixuan's arms and sat up. Feeling the pain in my chest, I thought that Pu Buqing was really strong. If I hadn't been wearing stab-proof clothing, I would have been barbecue today. But the group of people in front of me seemed to care about me very much. Looking at Zhou Shixuan's old face, Chu Chen felt that this trip was worth it. Chapter 192, The Emperor Wants a Grenade. When everyone quieted down, they heard the sound of someone knocking on the window from inside the car. A few people looked up and saw that Zhou Heng was already in tears. Fuck, Jimengzi, let that guy out. Seeing this, Chen Qingxian walked to the front of the car and opened the door for Zhou Heng. As soon as Zhou Heng came out, he went straight to Chu Chen. Brother, how are you? Are you okay? I'm fine. I'll get you 2 toothbrushes later. At this time, Eunuch Wei came to Chu Chen with a doctor and a medicine box in his hands. When the imperial physician saw that Zhou Shixuan and Zhou Heng were both there, he quickly knelt down and saluted. No thanks. Check on my brother-in-law and see if he's okay. The imperial physician followed the direction of Zhou Heng's finger and saw Chu Chen sitting on the ground. My brother, the 8th prince's brother, I have to take a good look at him. After saying that, he reached out and placed his hand on Chu Chen's wrist. Chu Chen did not resist when he saw this. He let him see if he wanted to. Besides, this was the imperial physician. In ancient times, he was definitely the best old Chinese doctor. You would not suffer any loss if you check his health. But Chu Chen regretted it soon. I watched the old Chinese doctor closing his eyes, opening them, and frowning. Chu Chen's heart was in his throat. Originally, I just had a little pain in my chest, which was caused by Pu Buqing stabbing me. If this old Chinese doctor finds out that I have a terminal illness or something, I'll be scared to death. If you want money, you have money. If you want supplies, you have supplies. If you want girls, you have girls. But I don't want to go to Taishan Laojun at such a young age. After a long time, amid the nervous expressions of the crowd, the old Chinese doctor finally put down his hand. Young master, there's nothing wrong with your body, but it's still not advisable to have sex too frequently. Damn it, you old man, I don't care about my face in front of so many people. When Zhou Shixuan and the others heard the conclusion given by the imperial physician, they smiled awkwardly and turned their heads away. Chen Qingxian pushed Chu Chen. Haha, You idiot, you still talk about me, look. Get lost. If you keep saying Hongleman, you won't get a free meal. Uncle Zhou, the crisis is over. How about we go sit inside? In order to ease the embarrassment, Chu Chen asked Zhou Shixuan. Yes, let's go inside. Thank you all for your help today. I wish you all the best, master. Thank you for your hard work. After saying that, under the guidance of Eunuch Wei, the group walked into the hall. Chu Chen waved his hand to pick up the shotgun, walked into the car, and waved his hand to put it into the space. In the main hall, a group of people sat down according to their priority. Chu Wazi, I'm particularly curious about your hidden weapon. Can you show it to everyone? Zhou Shixuan asked as he looked at Chu Chen, who was sitting there drinking tea. Uncle Zhou, this is my foundation. Besides, there's only one copy in the entire daxia, so it would be inconvenient. It's okay. Uncle knows you're no mortal. The fact that you can stand before me today is enough to prove your loyalty. In the future, spend more time with Lao Ba and teach him more. Zhou Shixuan is so easy to talk to today. He must be holding something back. It seems that I need to prepare early. Grenades appeared, and among his own firearms, a shotgun also appeared. The machine gun was covered with camouflage cloth, so no one should have seen its true appearance. Now if Zhou Shixuan wants to get it from me, it's most likely the grenade. If you really have to, just make up a lie and say you got drunk and got killed, and you can barely get away with it. If all else fails, give him a few crossbows to play with. Seeing how nervous Zhou Shixuan is today, as long as he doesn't make any unusual moves, he will definitely not attack him in the short term. At least they won't harm themselves when natural disasters and man-made calamities are rampant. Of course, all this was just Chu Chen's precaution. Perhaps Zhou Shixuan never thought of becoming an enemy of Chu Chen at all. Regarding his performance today, at least in Zhou Shixuan's eyes, Chu Chen cannot only come up with so many strange and weird things. Moreover, he has powerful hidden weapons and a body that is invulnerable to swords and guns. With these points in mind, even if Zhou Shixuan had that idea, he would have to consider his own strength. A person who can move through thousands of troops without any harm. Few people would be foolish enough to make an enemy of him. Seeing that Chu Chen didn't want to take it out, Zhou Shixuan didn't ask any further. It is understandable that people don't give up the things that they rely on for their livelihood, but you should force them to do so. Wouldn't that make him a tyrant despised by everyone? And this guy, even if you force him, you still have to consider your own strength. So he quickly changed the subject. Everyone, you have performed great deeds today. What reward do you want? Your Majesty, this is our responsibility. So why would you ask for a reward? As soon as Zhou Shixuan finished speaking, Zhu Liuxiang quickly stood up and replied with a smile. Chu Chen was so disappointed with you. You are so arrogant, and you think it is your job. But no one wants it, and it's impossible for me to ask for it. So he also said to Zhou Shixuan, every man has a share of responsibility for the fate of his country. This is our responsibility. Ah, great. Every citizen has a share of responsibility for the fate of a country. Everyone should learn from Chu Chen, especially old age. After hearing what Chu Chen said, Zhou Shixuan immediately smiled. Zhou Heng also stood up and said, Father, after we have dealt with this refugee issue, I will go and learn from my brother. After hearing this, Chu Chen thought, it's over. Here comes another freeloader. Well, this matter has only resolved a minor disturbance. My people in Great Xia are still suffering. We'll talk about the reward later. After saying that, he waved his hand and drove several people out. Chu Wazi, please stay. The Taoist has been fighting for a long time. Go, and rest first. Chu Chen looked at Zhou Shixuan waving, and just as he was about to stand up and walk out, he was pulled back. After everyone left, Zhou Shixuan gestured to Chu Chen to sit down. Chu Wazi, there's no one else here. Can you let me see that thing? Uncle Zhou, I know what you want to say, but there's really only one of those things, and I don't have any extra for you. You kid, you make it seem like I'm stealing your things. Zhou Shixuan looked at the serious Chu Chen and couldn't help but blush. But then, he regained his composure and said, I heard from Lao Ba that you have a thunderbolt that can break 10,000 armies. As soon as Chu Chen heard it, he knew the real purpose. For Zhou Shixuan, the grenade is far more useful than a shotgun. Uncle Zhou, you're talking about that black lump, right? That drunkard Chen Qinglian threw all of it away today. If there's any more, you need to give me some time. This thing is very troublesome to make, and the finished product is very low. If Uncle Zhou is anxious to strengthen his military, I can offer you something. Originally,
Zhou Shixuan's eyes dimmed after hearing Chu Chen say that the production was difficult. But then he smiled again. Oh, but what is it? Show it to me. Seeing Zhou Shixuan's anxious look, Chu Chen thought that the grenade incident should be over. Then he turned and walked towards the car. When he came back, he was carrying a brand new crossbow. Chapter 193. Crossbow presented to the Emperor. Nephew, come quickly. What is this? It looks like a bow and arrow, but it's not a bow and arrow. When Zhou Shixuan saw Chu Chen take the dark object off his back, he immediately became interested. Uncle Zhou, this is called the divine crossbow. I've used it before against Ganpu and the Japanese. It's powerful and easy to use, much better than a bow and arrow. After saying that, Chu Chen pulled the crossbow in front of him, loaded the arrow, and handed it to Zhou Shixuan. Zhou Shixuan took the crossbow and, under the guidance of Chu Chen, pulled the trigger at a pillar outside the hall door. The arrow stuck firmly into the red-painted pillar and penetrated deeply. The soldier standing by the pillar was startled and rushed into the hall with his sword drawn. Quick, protect his majesty. Feeling the terrifying power of the crossbow, Zhou Shixuan waved his hand to drive the soldiers back. Surprised, he shouted to Chu Chen, Chu boy, how many of these do you have? Uncle Zhou, I think with Dasha's current level, it shouldn't be difficult to make this thing. After listening to this, Zhou Shixuan picked up the crossbow and looked at it. I saw that this thing had a simple structure and was not very complicated. He immediately burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Chu Wazi, you are really my lucky star. After saying that, he handed the crossbow to Eunuch Wei and said, Go and call Zheng Wenkai to me. Zhou Shixuan was very happy at this moment. If only this crossbow could be produced in large quantities. If we build an iron army and equip each member with a steel knife and a crossbow, then we will still be afraid of foreign invasions? After a while, Zheng Wenkai arrived in the hall. Come, Lord Zheng, come and take a look at this. Zheng Wenkai respectfully took the crossbow from Zhou Shixuan and said, Your Majesty, is this a bow and arrow? Chu Chen saw that the visitor was the Minister of Works, an old acquaintance. So he stepped forward and said, Master Zheng, this thing is called the divine crossbow. It is much more powerful than a bow and arrow. After saying that, he strung the crossbow, loaded it with arrows, and taught Zheng Wenkai how to use it. Zheng Wenkai bowed to Zhou Shixuan and walked out of the hall. He pulled the trigger and saw the arrow flying straight out. Next, everyone was stunned. I saw that the arrow was shot at least 50 feet away before it fell to the ground and stuck in the mud. For an ordinary bow and arrow in that era, it was considered good if it could shoot 20 or 30 feet. With such a range, it still requires a strong man to pull it out. This divine crossbow can shoot arrows deeply into the soil from 50 feet away. With this magical weapon, you can fire a row of arrows at the enemy before they rush over. Then which army would dare to invade? Master Chu, this is too amazing. Within 10 feet, I can definitely break through the armor. After saying that, Zheng Wenkai ordered someone to bring a set of armor, walked to a distance of about 10 feet, aimed and shot, and the arrow instantly pierced through the armor. Chu Chen found this a little funny. In this era, most people wore leather armor, so how could it withstand the power of the crossbow? Even the iron armor worn by the general was based on the iron smelting technology of this world. Thinner leather armor should be able to penetrate it. As a Minister of Works, how could he not know the importance of this divine crossbow? All right, Lord Zheng, there aren't many of these things in the Chu state, so take them back to your Ministry of Works and have someone make a replica for them, so they can be used by our soldiers as quickly as possible. I will definitely live up to your Majesty's expectations. After hearing this, Zheng Wenkai raised the crossbow above his head and knelt down to salute Zhou Shixuan. Okay, go ahead. Don't waste Chu Wazi's magical item. Chu Chen didn't say anything, but was thinking just when Zheng Wenkai was about to walk out of the hall. Master Zheng, I have an idea. Please wait a moment. Oh, what good ideas does Chu Wazi have? So Chu Chen told Zhou Shixuan and Zheng Wenkai whether it was possible to enlarge the crossbow and install it on the chariot. Zheng Wenkai reacted instantly to this reminder. Your Majesty, this is a brilliant plan. If we magnify this thing several times, and the arrows are magnified several times, then what is the range? After saying that, everyone became excited. Zheng Wenkai already had a preliminary idea in his mind at this moment. Chu Wazi, this plan was proposed by you.
why don't you help me here in the Ministry of Industry? After listening to this, Zhou Shixuan turned to Chu Chen and asked. At this moment, Chu Chen really wanted to slap himself twice. How shameless, really shameless. If Zhou Shixuan asked me alone, I might be able to refuse. But this happened in front of Zheng Wenkai and others. If I refused, where would the royal dignity be? I, Chu, don't understand the structure of this place either. In that case, I will go to the Ministry of Works with Master Zheng to take a look. Zheng Wenkai was even happier when he heard that Mr. Chu was going. In his eyes, this Master Chu was not only magical, but also of high status, being the sworn brother of the 8th prince. With him joining, I won't be punished too much regardless of whether I succeed or not. So he quickly bowed to Chu Chen and said, Mr. Chu, I'll trouble you. Master Zheng is so polite. Let's go. After saying that, Chu Chen said goodbye to Zhou Shixuan and walked towards the explosion-proof vehicle with Zheng Wenkai. Master Chu, is this the chariot that can come and go freely in the enemy camp? Forget about it. With Daxia's current strength, there's no chance of making it. After saying that, Chu Chen opened the car door for him and motioned for him to sit in. And Jimengzi appeared in the passenger seat as promised. Go back to Qinglian? You idiot. Return to Maoxian Qinglian, go to the Ministry of Works, and build a crossbow. After listening to this, Chun Qingxian didn't say anything. He took out a cigarette and lit it with a snap. Zheng Wenkai, who was standing behind him, stared at the lighter in Chun Qingxuan's hand with his eyes wide open. I wanted to ask, but didn't dare to speak up. Among these officials, many of them knew Chun Qingxian. After all, whenever Zhu Liuxiang came to the palace, she would bring Chun Qingxian with her. Chu Chen turned to look at Zheng Wenkai, took one out of his pocket and handed it to him. This thing, Daxia can't make it at the moment, so I'm giving it to you. Zheng Wenkai happily took the lighter and, imitating Chun Qingxuan's example, pressed the button. Looking at the flame coming out of the lighter, I exclaimed it was magical. He put the lighter in his arms and then showed Chu Chen the way. The Ministry of Works and the Imperial Palace are not in the same place, which made Chu Chen very confused. After crossing a main street in the capital, we finally saw a huge palace. When pedestrians on the street saw Chu Chen's black explosion-proof car, they all showed their goodwill. After all, they had just experienced a great battle outside the capital, and it was said that the 8th prince had even climbed onto the city wall. In the end, a divine chariot descended from the sky, defeated the rebels, and saved the people in the capital. The storyteller in the tea house had already started talking. Chu Chen honked his horn all the way and communicated with the people who showed their goodwill. Only then did he slowly enter the palace. Zheng Wenkai took Chu Chen and Chun Qingxian and walked towards the inner room. But he held the crossbow tightly in his hand. Chapter 194. The young master of the Ministry of Works is Zheng Jing. Master Chu, Taoist priest, this place is simple and crude. Please bear with me. It's freezing cold, but for Chu Chen, it doesn't matter where he lives. Seeing the chariot coming in, many officials from the Ministry of Works gathered around. After all, this is the legendary artifact that killed the rebels. Immediately afterwards, Zheng Wenkai took the two of them to visit the entire Ministry of Industry. Neither Chu Chen nor Chun Qingxian showed much interest in this. But since Zheng Wenkai has invited me so warmly, I can't just refuse him the favor. All right, Mr. Zheng, please quickly organize some people. We both have to go back to Qingyun City to celebrate the new year. Chu Chen didn't want to stay in the capital any longer. The longer he stayed, the more troubles he would encounter. Okay, you two gentlemen, please take a rest for a while. I'll be there soon. After saying that, Zheng Wenkai walked outside and arranged for two maids to serve the two of them. You idiot, I saw you took out a lot of this stuff. Just give it to them. Why bother with all this? Jiumengzi, you don't understand. It's better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. What fish? I want to sleep. Seeing that Chun Qingxian said he wanted a rest, the maid beside him quickly took Chun Qingxian away. Chu Chen was the only one left at this moment. Being bored, he turned back to the car and took out a set of hexagonal screwdrivers and various screwdriver wrenches. There is no way. Considering the level of the Xia, it is estimated that they cannot even dismantle the crossbow. After a while, Zheng Wenkai brought someone to Chu Chen. Master Zheng, are you alone? No, Master Chu has misunderstood. The others are waiting behind. This is my unfilial son, Zheng Jing. Because he has been fond of the art of studying things since he was young, he was summoned to meet Master Chu. Zheng Wenkai, your name is a bit hasty. Seeing this, Chu Chen couldn't help but look up at Zheng Jing. I saw that this man had a handsome face. Unlike other playboys, his eyes were clear. Zheng Jing, meet your uncle. Shit, it's not appropriate to call him uncle right away. Zheng Jing looks about the same age as me. But there's nothing he can do about it, because Lan Pingyun and Murong Shimin are both about the same age as him. It seems that after this time travel, my nephew has learned a lot. But since he calls me uncle, I should at least give him some gift. Get up, do you like this art of studying things? Uncle, Zheng Jing has been fond of studying since he was young. So he is not good at studying and has no achievements. Not good at studying? There is no such thing as physics in this big city. This poor study probably means that one is not good at nitpicking, but in the eyes of modern people, it is not called poor study, but that the world is too ignorant. But this kid has a good father. Otherwise, without any achievements, how could he come to work in the Ministry of Industry? In that case, Uncle will give you a set of tools today. After saying that, he handed him a batch of various screwdrivers in his hand. Zheng Jing took it respectfully and started playing with it in his hand. Master Chu, this tool? Zheng Wenkai looked at the tools in his son's hands and was also curious. But what Chu Chen gave away must not be an ordinary item. But looking at the strange shapes of length and shortness, he couldn't help but look at Chu Chen in confusion. Huh, Lord Zheng, bring us the crossbow. After a while, Chu Chen handed the crossbow to Zheng Jing. Can you see anything? Zheng Jing took the crossbow and looked at it, then looked at the tool in his hand. Uncle, could this be the tool specifically designed for the crossbow? Yes, this divine crossbow can indeed be dismantled harmlessly with this tool. But this tool can do more than just dismantle the divine crossbow. Immediately afterwards, Chu Chen took the crossbow and removed a screw on it with a hexagon socket. Would you like to observe more carefully? Zheng Jing picked up the screw and looked at the screw hole on the crossbow. After a long time, a look of excitement appeared on his face. Uncle, I understand. This thing rotates inside and can firmly fix the two iron objects together. After saying that, he knelt down towards Chu Chen and said, Thank you for your teachings, Uncle. Please accept Zheng Jing as your disciple. What the hell? Why would he accept him as his disciple? This kid's desire to learn is really too strong. In fact, the people Zheng Wenkai had previously sent to install photovoltaic and electrical appliances had all seen screws. It's just that no one cares. As the Minister of Works, Zheng Wenkai was only in charge of the work at the time, so naturally he did not know the secret of the screw. You have a keen heart for learning, but I never accept apprentices, nor am I qualified to do so. So, while I'm in this Ministry of Industry, you'll just follow me. Chu Chen said as he helped him up. Zheng Wenkai and Zheng Kyoto were very happy about this. In Zheng Wenkai's heart, Chu Chen was a godlike figure. If he wants to be a disciple of a god, his silly son is not qualified. But being able to follow him, I learn a lot. Young Kyung, thanks, Uncle. All right, find me a place to dismantle this divine crossbow. After Chu Chen finished speaking, he gestured for the two to lead the way. But for the sake of keeping this divine crossbow secret, only the three of us will be present while I disassemble it. Listening to Chu Chen's instructions, Zheng Wenkai also frowned. With the three of them present, even if I learned it, if your majesty wants to produce in large quantities in the future, I will be exhausted to death. Master Chu, the people from the Ministry of Works, can keep this secret. Just let us know. What if we need a large quantity in the future? Don't worry, I have a way to solve it. Chu Chen glanced at Zheng Wenkai and knew what he was thinking. This immediately made Chu Chen think of modern factories. So he told Zheng Wenkai this set of operating methods. Take this thing apart and distribute the parts, with each place responsible for one part. Then just select a group of people and assemble it using an assembly line method. And that's all. In this way, the manufacturers of accessories don't know what to do. The assemblers are all on the assembly line, each one doing one step. If confidentiality is to be maintained, the people will be separated. This will greatly reduce the occurrence of leaks. After hearing Chu Chen's words, Zheng Wenkai and Zheng Jing understood instantly. Master Chu is truly an amazing person. This assembly line not only greatly increases the speed, but also greatly reduces the occurrence of leaks. It's amazing. Chu Chen was unfazed by Zheng Wenkai's flattery. The only thing that worries him now is the material used for the crossbow. With Daxia's iron smelting technology,
The things produced may not meet the requirements. But Yetye himself doesn't know how to do it, so it seems I have to find a chance to enter the space once at night. Go and see if there are any books on iron smelting. If you have any, you might as well teach it to Zheng Jing. This kid has clear eyes and a strong desire for knowledge. He should not be the kind of person who does evil. When the time comes, I will teach him the iron smelting technology, and I will feel more at ease. Chapter 195, Daxia's First Arsenal. But once this thing comes out, it is only a matter of time before people learn it. The longer this secret can be kept, the more benefits it will bring to Daxia. Then, the three of them came into a house. There are all kinds of things placed inside on a long table. It is filled with various drawings drawn with a brush. Chu Chen was a little surprised when he saw this. It seemed that the Ministry of Industry of Daxia was also slowly developing technology. Among the pile of drawings, a drawing of Zhou Shixuan's three-wheeled motorcycle piqued Chu Chen's interest. This thing? Lord Zheng has also studied it. Please forgive me for laughing, Master Chu. This is Zheng Jing's research room. As for your Majesty's car, this is the first time I know that Zheng Jing is still studying it. It turns out to be Zheng Jing's private research institute. It's really shocking. See how important it is to have a good father. But if you can build that three-wheeled motorcycle, I lose. Chu Chen nodded without saying anything. He took out a set of tools and started disassembling the crossbow. In fact, I don't understand it myself. If I take it apart, I will just show them how the screws are connected. In this modern industry. However, he believed that with Zheng Jing's smart brain, he would be able to understand it. At this moment, Zheng Jing was also watching Chu Chen's operations intently. He looked thoughtful. In a short while, the powerful crossbow turned into a pile of parts. Master Zheng, just measure these items to their exact dimensions and assign them to your subordinates for production. Let's produce one set first, then try to assemble it. I believe it will succeed. Zheng Wenkai smiled and nodded, then picked up the materials and weighed them in his hand. Master Chu, this material is not something Daxia has. With what Daxia has now, I'm afraid that anything we create won't be able to reach the power of this thing. Chu Chen understood what he meant, but there was no good solution at the moment. He really didn't understand the iron and steel-making technology, so he could only look up some books at home at night. So he said to Zheng Wenkai, I can give you an answer about this tomorrow. For the sake of keeping this thing secret, let's stop here today. After saying that, he bowed to the two of them and walked outside. Zheng Wenkai waved his hand and called a few maids, and took Chu Chen into a courtyard. This was a room, he specially made room, for Chu Chen and Chun Qingxian. Chu Chen returned to the room, drove away everyone who wanted to serve him, and flashed into the space. Suddenly, his eyes lit up in the corner of the pile of books. Chu Chen grabbed a book titled, How the Steel Was Tempered. I flipped through it and said, it's a fucking novel. Then, he searched inside for half an hour before he saw some fragmentary information. I sorted out all the book information on A4 paper before leaving the space. He called Zheng Jing over and handed him the stack of A4 paper. Do you know the importance of this thing? Zheng Jing read the information carefully, and his eyes instantly flashed with excitement. Uncle, don't worry. I won't reveal a single word, not even to my father. Chu Chen didn't ask him to do so. Even if it was leaked, it would not be a big deal for him. Okay, now that you know, just go ahead and do it. As for the crossbow, I believe that with your intelligence and talent, I will be able to see the finished product in a few days. Zheng Jing took the stack of papers, knelt down in front of Chu Chen, and then plunged into his private research institute. Bored Chu Chen walked out of the yard and headed towards the streets of Kyoto. He believed that once this high-strength steel was released, the combat effectiveness of the entire Daxia would definitely increase exponentially. Walking on the streets of Kyoto, watching the people coming and going, there is no way to connect it with that disastrous year. Before I knew it, I had arrived at the city gate. Who are you, Mr. Chu? Why are you here? The mighty soldier at the city gate recognized Chu Chen at once and immediately put on a smiling face and said. At this moment, the sound of horse hooves appeared behind him, and Chu Chen quickly moved aside. Getting stepped on by this thing is no joke. But in the blink of an eye, it was Zhou Heng, who had changed his clothes, walking towards the city gate. Behind him followed countless carriages and horses, pulling large, steaming wooden barrels. Brother, why are you here? Come, follow me out to help with the disaster relief. When Zhou Heng saw Chu Chen, he immediately dismounted and walked towards Chu Chen. Disaster relief? How? What's behind you? Chu Chen looked at the impetuous Zhou Heng and couldn't help but ask, "My brother, you may not know that whenever there is a major disaster in Daxia, local officials always come forward to provide porridge and disaster relief. As the Prince of Daxia, it is my duty." After saying that, he wanted to take Chu Chen with him. Wait a minute, it's not ineffective, but it doesn't make much sense." After saying that, Chu Chen pulled him aside and carefully repeated to him what he had said to Lan Tianlei. What about work for relief? What about electing leaders? What about brainwashing? It was all a mess. Slowly, Zhou Heng understood. Then he excitedly shouted to the soldiers behind him, "You guys go and distribute the porridge. I have something to go back to the palace." After saying that, he lifted Chu Chen onto the horse, turned the horse around, and headed towards the palace. "What the hell? Two men riding on the same horse without you even saying hello? What's going on? Brother, why do you still care about these things? Let's go and tell our father about your plan." I got into trouble again without realizing it. In the imperial study, Zhou Shixuan listened carefully to Chu Chen's drooling voice and suddenly became excited. After a long time, "Haha, Chuwazi, you are really my lucky star. Old 8, do as your brother-in-law says and do it immediately." Zhou Heng took the order in a hurry and left. At this moment, only Chu Chen and Zhou Shixuan were left in the imperial study. "Uncle Zhou, I have something else to do at the Ministry of Industry. Please excuse me first." "No rush. How's the crossbow?" Zhou Shixuan turned to look at Chu Chen and asked expectantly. "Okay, looks like I have to waste some more time talking." Then he explained to Zhou Shixuan how to keep it confidential, and the assembly line. And the focus was on handing over the iron smelting method to Zheng Jing. Zhou Shixuan nodded after listening to this. Zheng Jing is a good kid. 3 generations of his Zheng family have contributed a lot to Daxia. His loyalty is beyond words. Let him continue to do his job. "Uncle Zhou, if that's the case, why not give Zheng Jing the manpower and the factory to establish Daxia's first arsenal?" "Oh, arsenal, what is it?" As the name suggests, this arsenal is where weapons are provided to Daxia soldiers. Centralized management like this will not only improve efficiency, but also allow for better control of civilian weapons. Zhou Shixuan pondered for a moment after hearing this. Chuwazi, you are really my lucky star. This is a great plan." Chapter 196, Returning to Qinglian after the capital affairs. Lucky star, you have to tell it 800 times a day, but there is nothing practical to say. At worst, you can reward me with a city or something. Zhou Shixuan thought to himself, "You wishful thinking. It's a good thing I didn't grab you." Looking at the heavy snow still falling outside the window, Chu Chen now urgently wanted to return to Qinglian. "Uncle Zhou, I have to go back to Qinglian once the arsenal is built." "Oh, why are you in such a hurry to go back?" "The people of Masan village are waiting for me to go home for the new year. As the saying goes, whether you have money or not, you should go home for the new year." "Chuwazi, you don't have any money?" "Okay, Zhou Shixuan, you win. I can't beat you." "Okay, don't leave today. Your aunt is thinking about you. Let's have dinner together tonight." "Aunt, isn't that the queen?" "Okay, let's go there. But I have to get ready. The perfume and other things I brought last time are probably used up long ago." So he said something to Zhou Shixuan and headed towards the explosion-proof vehicle. He took out a backpack filled with women's things. Perfume, skincare products, vanishing cream, shampoo, shower gel, toothbrush, toothpaste, small mirror, etc. Perhaps because of the disaster, the dinner was very ordinary. It was just an ordinary family's home-cooked dish. Looking at it, Chu Chen couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the queen. "Chuwazi, did you bring any perfume for me this time? Your perfume is really good. The concubines and generals' wives are so envious of it." Seeing this, Chu Chen quickly took out a backpack. "Your Majesty, this time my nephew has made thorough preparations and will surely satisfy you." After saying that, he took out a bunch of bottles and jars. "Empress, this is for your face. It will keep you young forever. This is for washing your hair, this is for taking a bath, and this is for brushing your teeth. By the way, for your dental health, you need to brush your teeth every day. This also applies to Uncle Zhou and Eunuch Wei." After saying that, he asked the palace maid to get a glass of water and demonstrated how to brush his teeth on the spot. Everyone looked at Chu Chen, who was foaming at the mouth, just like Uzi saw him brushing his teeth for the first time. They all want to catch him and feed him golden soup, which made Chu Chen have to explain for a long time. "Chuwazi, I've lived for decades, but this is the first time I've seen someone say this directly while brushing their teeth." To clean teeth, don't we use willow branches and salt? Zhou Shixuan looked at Chu Chen, who was foaming at the mouth, and couldn't help but ask, Your Majesty, if you don't believe me, lick the back of your hand and then smell it. Zhou Shixuan did as he was told with a confused look on his face. Also curious was Eunuch Wei. But in an instant, both of them began to retch. This smell is so damn strong. No wonder those concubines all attack my lower 3 parts, but are not willing to attack my upper 3 parts. I quickly grabbed a toothbrush and started brushing my teeth like the owner. But since it was his first time brushing his teeth, red and white came out soon. It looked so terrifying that Eunuch Wei was so frightened that he wanted to call the imperial physician immediately. Seeing this, Chu Chen quickly stopped him. Eunuch Wei, everyone brushes their teeth like this for the first time, and you'll be like this too if you try it. Eunuch Wei didn't believe it, so he grabbed the toothbrush. After a while, red and white blood came out. The queen laughed out loud at the sight of this. But even though she was laughing, she took a toothbrush and toothpaste, called the palace maid behind her, and walked into the house. The meal lasted until late at night before everyone let Chu Chen go, because what we brought this time is so rich. Chu Chen was also a little drunk, and he directly moved a dressing table out of the explosion-proof car for the queen. Several boxes of daily necessities were also moved out. With these, they should be able to use them for a year. Chuazi, your car is really big. How can it hold so many things? This question made Chu Chen wake up instantly. So he had no choice but to open the car door for Zhou Shixuan and look at the empty car inside. Uncle Zhou, I came here well prepared. I've been prepared for a long time. Looking at the large carriage and the things Chu Chen took out, Zhou Shixuan dispelled his doubts. Chu Chen, who had returned to the Ministry of Industry, patted his chest and said, Fortunately, we were driving an explosion-proof car this time. It was big enough. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain. It seems that I should go back to Qinglian as soon as possible. If I stay away for too long, trouble will easily arise. After all, there's only half a month left until the Chinese New Year, so let's try to go back for the New Year. Daxia's infrastructure construction speed is still very fast. 5 days later, the Daxia arsenal, led by Zheng Jing, was secretly built within the Ministry of Industry. An assembly line was built. Each process is isolated by a small compartment. For the sake of privacy, Chu Chen looked at the buildings with satisfaction and patted Zheng Jing on the shoulder. You're a smart kid. Work hard. I hope that next year, Daxia's first divine crossbow will be made by you. Uncle, I'll show it to you as soon as I make it. You're talking nonsense, kid. This first one must be shown to His Majesty. Don't harm me, kid. I have to go back home to celebrate the New Year. There are only 10 days left until the Chinese New Year, and I have to leave tomorrow. Otherwise, being dragged into this capital to celebrate the New Year would be extremely uncomfortable. On the second day, Chu Chen took Zhou Shixuan to the arsenal and explained the operating procedures to him. Then he said goodbye. Uncle Zhou, the New Year is 10 days away. I am taking my leave from you. Looking at the neatly arranged arsenal, Zhou Shixuan was also very happy. Go ahead and say hello to my niece-in-law. Oh shit, I can finally walk. After seeing Zhou Shixuan off, he drove out of the gate of the capital with Chen Qingxian. When I went back now, the victims on the road were much more organized. It was probably the result of Zhou Heng's efforts that there were no longer any refugees scrambling for food in the porridge distribution shed. They should have all been pulled away by Zhou Heng to work on infrastructure construction. Looking at the gradually decreasing number of refugees along the way, Chu Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Sometimes it feels really good to do good things. What are you laughing at, you idiot? Chen Qingxian, who was driving, suddenly asked. Xiaomingzi, have you ever helped others? I've helped so many people. Which one are you asking about? How do you feel after helping others? You idiot, are you sick? If you can help, then help. If you can't, then just watch. How can you be in such a good mood? Well, if we don't agree, there's no need to say anything more. Whatever you say is what it is. The snow is still falling, and the whole world is still freezing cold. I wonder what the whole of Daxia will look like after this heavy snow. Chu Chen held a cigarette in his mouth, opened the window, and felt the cold wind. For a moment, I missed the modern society and my relatives and friends. But then I thought, no matter how much I run every day, I can't escape the so-called happy life. That world is probably many times worse than this one. The car sped along without any obstruction, and after 3 days, it successfully entered Qinglian City. Chapter 197. Tiger's heart falls in love with the refugee girl. At this time,
It is only 1 week away from the Chinese New Year. The two decided to stay in Qinglian City for one night before returning to Masan. As soon as the car stopped, Qingxian disappeared. No need to guess, he must have gone to Honglangman. Chu Chen had a more difficult task, looking at Xiaofang hanging on his body, as well as Chuanxiang and Xiuju standing beside him. Could it be that I have to take out the magic medicine that I gave to the Pang Tao at that time? But at the age of 20-something, I can still do that as a living. So how can I just say no? That night, Xiaolan and Xiaodao slept in the same bed. Sister, why did the young master beat Sister Xiaofang as soon as he came back? Xiao Tao, don't talk nonsense. That's not true. Go to sleep. Oh, Sister Xiaofang is so miserable, crying and wailing. Go to sleep. You'll understand when you grow up. Xiaolan took Xiao Tao with her and fell into a deep sleep while Xiao Tao was feeling uneasy. Nothing happened all night, and Chu Chen finally got everyone up in the morning. After friendly negotiations last night, we decided to take everyone back to Mashan village to celebrate the New Year. The Wenxiang Pavilion will be closed during the Chinese New Year. Han Lemin has Lan Pingyun with him, so there is no need to worry too much. Besides, it's Chinese New Year, and everyone is reunited with their families. Who has time to indulge in romance? Of course, single guys like Qinglian are an exception. Otherwise, with Mu Shuiqin there, he could stay in there forever. On New Year's Day, the entire Masan village became bustling with activity. Because it was snowing, Huzi moved all the banquets into the auditorium. Under the illumination of the bright white LED lights, the auditorium was brightly lit with meat in the pot, wine in the jar, and rice in the steamer. Everything shows the prosperous and peaceful Masan village. Outside Masan village, although Qinglian City is strongly recommended by Lan Tianlei's policies, there are always some shortcomings. Before the meal started, Huzi went to the wall for a patrol as usual and instantly found something outside the snow. A girl was supporting an old man as they walked with a staggering gait. The girl was 28 years old, and perhaps it was the long-term hunger that made her look so thin. When I saw Brother Huzi, who was eating so much on the wall, I instantly felt like I saw hope. Big brother, please be kind and save my mother. Seeing this, Huzi pointed at himself and said, You called me? Brother, looking at your burly figure, your family must have enough food. As long as you save my mother, I will be yours. As soon as these words came out, Huzi felt as if something had shot his heart. If he knew what love was, he would definitely say at this moment, I'm in love. But Chu Wazi said that no outsiders should be allowed to enter Masan village, which made Huzi very troubled. But looking at the girl's pitiful appearance and her frail but beautiful face, his hand involuntarily pulled out the walkie-talkie from his waist. Chu boy, can I ask someone to come into the village? Chu Chen looked at the walkie-talkie in his hand in confusion, thinking to himself, is Brother Huzi crazy? What is going on? What's going on, Brother Huzi? Chu boy, there's a poor girl. Can you please? When Chu Chen heard this, he was like, damn, could it be that Huzi is being too sanctimonious, just for a girl? No, besides Hong Langman, whenever Huzi shows interest in a girl, we must check on him. Thinking of this, Chu Chen quickly walked towards the door. Standing inside the big iron gate, looking at the two people outside, I saw that the old woman was breathing out more than breathing in. I guess even if she entered the village now, she would have no chance of survival. The girl looked very weak, perhaps because she had been cold and hungry for too long. When I looked up at Brother Huzi again, I saw him staring at the girl intently, his eyes full of love. Could it be that it really is love at first sight? Brother Huzi, who is this? Chuwazi, I feel so sorry for them. How about giving them some food and letting them come in to warm up? Chu Chen saw that girl's dress and eyes, and she really looked like an ordinary refugee. Since my Brother Huzi likes them, why not let them in? Then he said to the girl outside, Girl, only one of you and your mother can come in. It's up to you to decide. Then he paused and said, Don't blame me for not reminding you. Even if your mother came in, she probably wouldn't survive. The girl said almost without hesitation, Then please, sir, save my mother. I beg you. Oh, you mean to let your mother come in, but then you'll starve to death. Having said that, the girl hesitated for a moment and then nodded vigorously at Chu Chen. Seeing this action, Chu Chen nodded. If the girl still doesn't hesitate, Chu Chen won't let her in. Facing death, anyone would hesitate. Her final choice shows that this girl is a kind person. Okay, Brother Huzi, Bring her in if you like, but that old woman can't be saved. After saying that, Chu Chen turned around and walked towards the village. Damn, it was so cold with wind blowing through the iron gate. Hu Zi was puzzled by Chu Chen's actions. Didn't they say that only one person was allowed to enter? But at this moment, he didn't care about so many things. He quickly opened the iron gate and rushed out. Girl, Chu Wazi has agreed. Come in quickly. After saying that, he carried the girl's mother on his back and strode towards the village. After walking a few steps, he turned around and said in confusion, Hey, what are you doing? Come in. But the young master just now said that he could only save mother. Why listen to him? I'm his brother. He has to listen to me. After saying that, he turned around and walked up to the girl, took her hand, and pulled her in. Then he took the two of them to the Mashan village clinic and asked the doctor to check on her mother. He rushed into the auditorium, scooped up a large basin of broth, and hurried to the infirmary. Second uncle, Brother Hu Zi, is in love. Chu Chen quietly walked behind Chu Dazhuang and said, What happened to your brother Hu Zi? In love. What is love? Go get busy, second uncle. There is no point in talking to him if we don't get along. The key is that I can't talk to him. He turned around and walked towards his second aunt. Second aunt, Brother Hu Zi has fallen in love with a girl. After hearing this, second aunt even threw away the water scoop in her hand. What did you say, Chu boy? Hu Zi has finally gotten the point. Oh, that's great. Tiger finally got it. Which girl is this? What does she look like? What's her family background? After hearing this, second aunt was so happy. The Chu family only had two boys, Chu Chen and Hu Zi, and he had a lot of wives, but they just couldn't have any offspring. One of them is like a blockhead, refusing to understand anything, which makes her very worried. I was so happy to hear that Hu Zi liked the girl. Seeing second aunt's reaction, Chu Chen said it was all within his expectations. So he stretched out his finger and pointed in the direction of the infirmary. Second aunt looked in the direction of Chu Chen's finger and immediately ran over in a hurry with her big but twisted. Chapter 198. The girl from the Feng family is named Feng Fong. When Hu Zi saw his mother coming, he immediately stuffed the food in his hand into the girl's arms. He stood up like a child who had made a mistake. Mom, why are you here? Hu Zi's mother glanced at Hu Zi, ignored him, and walked up to the girl. Girl, what are you calling? Where are you from? How old are you? Is this your mother? The girl was stunned for a moment when she saw Hu Zi's mother asking a bunch of questions right away. He didn't dare look directly at her, but looked at Hu Zi. Girl, this is my mother. At this moment, the doctor put down the hand that was taking the girl's mother's pulse. He shook his head at the girl and Hu Zi. It's too late to save the situation. Please accept my condolences, girl. Looking at the doctor's expression, the girl rolled her eyes and fainted, falling off the stool. Hu Zi was quick to hug the girl and said, Girl, what's wrong with you? Wake up. When Hu Zi's mother saw her son's expression, how could she not see it? He hurriedly helped the girl move onto the bed. When the girl woke up, it was already evening. The first thing he said when he woke up was, How is my mother? In order to stop irritating her, Hu Zi's mother moved Hu Zi away and stayed by her side personally. Your mother and the doctor are still trying their best to save you, but you need to get up and eat something. You are too weak. In fact, the girl is not stupid. She knows that Hu Zi's mother is comforting her. But since she had promised him, as long as she and her mother were allowed in, she would belong to that man. You can't just not eat or drink. It will only make others feel burdened. Or maybe she was extremely hungry. She didn't say anything, picked up the rice porridge and meat soup handed to her by Hu Zi's mother, and started eating. The broth mixed with tears went down his throat. Having escaped all the way, I have already seen life and death, but this is my mother after all, and I'm also a human being. Girl, cry if you want to, but in this world, you should be thankful that you are alive. As soon as Hu Zi's mother finished speaking, the girl burst into tears. After a long time, perhaps the girl had cried all her tears out, and only her frail body was left trembling and sobbing. Okay, girl, take a rest. I'll come and accompany you tomorrow. It is inappropriate to ask about someone's background at this time. Although Hu Zi's mother was anxious, she was not an unreasonable person. I'm Fine. My family fled to Qinglian city. I'm the only one left out of 5 people. I'm still able to hold on. Ask me anything you want. Then, the girl slowly began to speak to Hu Zi's mother. The girl's name was Feng Fong, and she was from Fengjia village, about 60 miles away from Mashan village. A blizzard came and collapsed her house, burying everything in the snow. Grandpa and Grandma were buried in the snow on the spot. The Feng family, who originally had little food in stock, only had a little food left after their old father and brother grabbed some. He took her, her sister, and her mother to Qinglian city to escape the famine. Because it was freezing cold on the road, their father and brother gave most of their food to the three of them. Just a few days ago, he starved to death. In order to keep her old mother alive, her younger sister was taken away by a human trafficker in exchange for a pound of millet. But for two people and a pound of millet, that would only keep them alive for a few days. Coupled with the fatigue from the long journey, he finally collapsed at the entrance of Masan village. Then I met the kind-hearted Huzi. This experience is similar to that of many families fleeing famine. The villagers in Masan village may not know about this, but it is happening all the time throughout Daxia. After hearing this, Huzi's mother felt sorry for the family and also lamented about Masan village. If it weren't for Chu Wazi, perhaps everyone would have fled to Qinglian. Okay, girl, I can see that my boy is in love with you. Although it may seem a bit presumptuous to say this at this moment, as a mother, I definitely want the best for him. When you recover, if you think Huzi is okay, then you can stay. After saying that, Huzi's mother walked out of the room. She came straight to Chu Chen and told him the girl's origin. Chu Chen nodded to Huzi's mother, took out the walkie-talkie, and called Chen Qingxian down. He handed him a bag of bread and said, "Jiu Mengzi, do me a favor. Go ask the girl that Huzi likes." Chen Qingxian took the bread and rushed out. Within an hour, he returned to Masan village. "Aunt, it's almost right." After saying that, Chen Qingxian rushed into the room again. After hearing what Chen Qingxian said, Chu Chen and Huzi's mother looked at each other, and then they called Wang Defa and Chu Dazhuang. Then, several people walked towards the infirmary at the same time. After discussing with Feng Feng, Huzi called a few young men and buried her mother on the mountain opposite the village entrance overnight. Chu Chen saw all this but didn't say anything. Maybe it's the ancient custom. It's not a good idea to bury the body on the first day of tomorrow. After doing all this, Huzi's mother pulled the girl to her side and said, "Girl, today is the new year, and tomorrow is the first day of the new year. All this is over." The girl looked at these people and knelt down in the snow. Feng Feng thanks everyone for saving her life, and thanks Brother Huzi for taking her in. As long as Brother Huzi doesn't mind, Feng Feng will stay by his side, serving him tea and water, and serving him for the rest of his life. Seeing this, Huzi hurried forward and pulled Feng Feng up. It's okay. I don't need to pour tea at home. Chu Wazi gave me a water dispenser." After hearing this, Chu Dazhuang kicked Huzi on the butt and uttered the two words he learned from Chu Chen. "Idiot." Wang Defa shook his head after seeing this scene. How could Huzi, who was so passionate about romance, suddenly become shy? "Okay, now that we're done, Dazhuang, let's go have a few drinks." "Okay, let's have a few drinks. How'd I give birth to this thing?" After saying that, the two of them walked towards the auditorium together. Feng Feng couldn't run around because she had just buried her mother. But in Masan village, each household has one house, and there are no extra houses, so Huzi's mother doesn't care about that. Thinking that this beautiful girl was his daughter-in-law, he took her back to his home to rest. Huzi was stunned on the spot, thinking that he had violated some heavenly law. Why did his grandma suddenly stop loving him? But he was happy at the moment, thinking that Miss Feng Feng must have agreed to be his wife. He turned around and invited his friends to go to the auditorium. "If you're happy, you should drink a few more glasses." After more than 20 years of hard work, Huzi finally got married. Although he is not as good as that Chu boy, he has a lot of women. But it's not that different. Chu Wazi only has one wife, Li Qinglian. As for the rest, if you want it, just invite Chen Qingxian to go to Honglamen. Chapter 199, Snow Melts and Floods Come. The entire New Year's Eve dinner was barely over after Huzi and his group of young people drank until late at night. The next day, everyone rushed to Chu Chen's house early. Roy stood at the door, distributing red envelopes and welcoming visitors. But everyone was tactful and basically left after paying their New Year's greetings. Otherwise, the villa will be packed with them. Because it was a year of great disaster, no one went out to visit relatives. So Huzi was busy from the 1st to the 15th day of the lunar month, arranging banquets in the auditorium every day. The main theme is a carefree attitude. As long as you're a villager in Masan village and want a drink, you can go to the auditorium. After a busy year, it's time to take a break. Chu Chen gave all of this year's year-end bonus to food. In this snowy place, food is much better than silver. There was enough food left in the warehouse on the back mountain to feed the entire village for several years. but giving something for free and distributing it are two completely different things. Due to heavy snow, the roads were blocked and the salt-making workshop was shut down, so Zhou Hong couldn't take back the salt he had produced. So at this moment, Masan village is completely in a state of standstill. Standing on the roof, Chu Chen watched the stream slowly flow into the dam, equipped with a generator at the entrance of the village. Looking at the stream again, I suddenly became thoughtful. Then he hurried downstairs and came to Wang Defa's house. "Uncle Wang, there is something that must be done immediately." "Oh, Chuwazi, if you have anything to say, just tell me. Why come here in person?" Wang Defa enthusiastically led Chu Chen into the house. "Uncle Wang, our stream is too narrow. While everyone is free, we need to widen it as soon as possible. With this weather, the snow might melt any day, and if that happens, a flash flood will form. That would be no joke." Hearing Chu Chen say this, Wang Defa also became nervous. Afterwards, under the leadership of Chu Chen, the two came to the stream. Looking at the vast expanse of white behind him, Wang Defa instantly understood the reason. If the scorching sun comes out and the snow melts and flows into the streams, it will be no joke. "Chuwazi, if you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have remembered. In previous years, the stream was almost full when the snow melted, but this year it snowed so heavily. Just teach me, I'll go back and organize those people and get started." The next day, under the organization of Wang Defa, the young people who had been drinking heavily for half a month took up their tools. They started working beside the riverbank. Chu Chen looked at the lively scene and couldn't help but smile. It is precisely because of such united villagers that Chu Chen feels that everything he has done is worthwhile. It was a full half-month later that this group of people finally stopped. That day, Chu Chen and Chen Qingxian stood on the roof, watching the sun suddenly rise. "Xiaomengzi, do you think our dam can withstand it?" "You're such a fool, you idiot. The sun's scorching. It's probably starting to melt the water. Open the floodgates and release the water." "Fuck, I forgot about this." After saying that, Chu Chen picked up the walkie-talkie beside him. "Brother Huzi, hurry up, call Uncle Wang, bring your gang, and open the sluice gates to release the water." "What? Release the water?" Huzi was drinking hot tea while being served by Feng Fong. He was suddenly startled by this thing, but he always took Chu Wazi's instructions seriously. So he quickly jumped out of bed and ran to Wang Defa's house. At this time, Chu Chen and Chen Qingxian also came out. After a while, dozens of people came to the dam at the entrance of the village and opened the dam under the shouts of several young people. In an instant, the water flowed out. At this time, the water in the rivers in many places throughout Daxia suddenly rose sharply. Lan Tianlei stood by the Qinglian River, watching the water level slowly rise, then turned and spoke to the officials behind him. "Brother Chu is indeed foresight, otherwise this would be another disaster. This is all thanks to your wise leadership, Lord City Lord." The officials behind him immediately started to flatter Lan Tianlei. However, many places in Daxia were hit by disasters because of imperfect water conservancy or late issuance of policies, which had not yet been fully repaired. This is simply adding insult to injury for the people of Daxia. When the people suffer from the disaster, all the pressure will be put on the government. At this moment, Zhou Shixuan felt overwhelmed as he listened to Eunuch Wei's report. The ice and snow melted very quickly, instantly destroying many fertile fields. In some places, floods poured into cities and destroyed houses. Natural disasters, such as mudslides and landslides caused by mountain torrents. Those people who originally thought that they had escaped the snowstorm and could return home after the sun came out. Only then did we realize that the buried houses had just emerged from the snow and were buried again in the mud. "How's things going in Qinglian City?" Zhou Shixuan asked Eunuch Wei. "Qinglian is fine. At least Qinglian City didn't suffer any damage. Although the people are homeless, most of them have been organized by Lan Tianlei and have food to eat and work to do." After hearing this, Zhou Shixuan said, "Go, get on that tricycle, and let's go to Qinglian." Eunuch Wei expressed his understanding of Zhou Shixuan's sudden decision. After this flood, if we don't find a solution, the whole of Daxia will be in chaos. Since Chu Chen can show Lan Tianlei a clear way, he can also show His Majesty a clear way. Eunuch Wei loaded a few oil drums onto the tricycle and took Zhou Shixuan all the way to Qinglian City. At this moment, Chu Chen was looking at the distant flood and the land where the snow had melted, thinking, "Uncle Wang, the weather is hard to predict. The temperature seems suitable, so let's start clearing the land." Clearing land? Wang Defa looked at Chu Chen and asked. Yes, we're reclaiming wasteland and planting sweet potatoes. We must ensure we have enough food in reserve to cope with unforeseen disasters. Who knows what will happen after this flood? There's a saying that goes, after a flood there will be a drought, so we must be prepared. In previous springs it was freezing cold, but this year the sun is shining brightly. Chu Chen believes that after this flood, there's a greater chance of drought. After hearing this, Wang Defa hurried away and called a meeting with the key members of the village to make arrangements. Chu Chen himself also thought of a problem. What if there is a severe drought in the entire daxia? If Zhou Shixuan finds me this week, how should I respond? He really had no experience with droughts. After all, he was a delivery man in his previous life. Then 2 potatoes appeared in his hands. It is said that this thing is drought-resistant. I wonder if it is true. This thing is also a tuber plant, which provides an inexhaustible space for yourself. Things can be taken out continuously from there. If it doesn't work, try finding a piece of dry land, just in case you can grow something. Thinking of this, Chu Chen put the potatoes away again, ready to give them to Wang Defa to try when the fields were full of flowers. Chu Chen was not worried at all about Mashan village, as he could support himself. What worries him is Daxia. Perhaps because he has been traveling through time for so long, he has developed an inexplicable connection with this world. Chapter 200 Sweet potatoes shock everyone. The snow melted very quickly, and after just a few days, all the snow on the mountain disappeared. The small stream in Mashan village has also returned to its previous flow. Hu Zi and his companions also calculated the time and built the dam. The entire Mashan village seemed to have returned to its previous state, as if there had just been a heavy snowfall. At this moment, a 3-wheeled motorcycle arrived outside Mashan village. Zhou Shixuan, exhausted from the journey, shouted as he opened the gate of Mashan village. With Hu Zi's warm reception, he came to Chu Chen's villa. Uncle Zhou, it's only been a short time, and you miss me so much. Chu Chen joked to Zhou Shixuan. Qinglian, hurry up and give Uncle something to eat. My bones are almost falling apart after all this journey. As soon as Zhou Shixuan sat down, he shouted to Li Qinglian. After a while, Li Qinglian brought out a whole plate of sweet potatoes and potatoes. Zhou Shixuan didn't care what it was. He grabbed a sweet potato and took a bite. Hey, what is this, and why is it so sweet? Zhou Shixuan found something wrong as soon as he took a bite, and Eunuch Wei beside him also showed a surprised expression. Uncle Zhou, I know why you came this time, so I offer you this treasure. Chu Chen looked at the 2 surprised people and said with a smile. The red ones are called sweet potatoes, and the yellow ones are called potatoes. Under normal circumstances, the yield per moo can reach up to 50 dan, but in this drought-stricken area, the yield is still unknown. Zhou Shixuan and Eunuch Wei heard that the yield per moo could reach up to 50 dan. He was so frightened that his hand trembled and the sweet potato in his hand fell to the ground. Zhou Shixuan stood up and grabbed Chu Chen's shoulders. Chu, tell me again, what's the yield per moo? The highest yield is 50 dan. Last year, Mashan village should have produced around 40 dan per moo. After Chu Chen finished speaking, Zhou Shixuan was instantly surprised. Haha, Chuazi, you're really my lucky star. Do you have this kind of seeds? How many? Where are they? How do I plant them? In an instant, Zhou Shixuan bombarded Chu Chen with a series of questions. Chu Chen called Wang Defa over. Uncle Zhou, my uncle will tell Eunuch Wei the details. Just know that this thing is good. Then, Wang Defa respectfully explained to Eunuch Wei how to plant, manage, and preserve the sweet potatoes. Moreover, he took Eunuch Wei to the large and small sweet potato sellers in Mashan village. Looking at the well-preserved sweet potatoes in the sweet potato cellar, Eunuch Wei immediately smiled. In the evening, Lan Tianlei also arrived in Mashan village. For this purpose, Wang Defa took him to visit the sweet potato cellar. Standing on the terrace of the villa, Chu Wazi, you said the weather seems a little different from usual. With the scorching sun for days, will there be a drought? Uncle Zhou, I don't know how to observe the night sky, but for many things, it's always better to be prepared in advance. Haha, your previous suggestion of choosing thieves and using them for work relief was a good one. What about this time? What's the best plan? This really stumped Chu Chen, but how could he solve the natural disasters? Could it be possible to tell him that there are inexhaustible supplies in his own space? So he smiled and said to Zhou Shixuan, Your Majesty, I have no good plan for this natural disaster, but I believe that as long as Daxia has enough food, there is no need to worry. Therefore, I am willing to donate all the sweet potatoes in Masan village and provide you with 500 dan of potato seeds. For Chu Chen, this is all he can do. As for the sweet potato seeds from Masan village, I can just take some out when the time comes. Zhou Shixuan thought about it and felt that this was probably all Chu Chen could give for Daxia. Then he bowed to Chu Chen and said, Chu boy, on behalf of all the people of Daxia, I thank you. Who is this? The emperor? When will the emperor salute a commoner? Uncle Zhou, what are you doing? Since I call you Uncle Zhou, isn't it our duty as citizens to help you solve your problems and worries? Seeing this, Chu Chen quickly pulled Zhou Shixuan and spoke. Lan Tianlei and the others were stunned by this scene. This Mr. Chu could truly be called a gentleman. Ha, Chu Wazi, I feel a lot more at ease with you around. After saying this, Zhou Shixuan stopped being pretentious and instructed Lan Tianlei to call the soldiers to take over these seeds tomorrow. Sweet potatoes are now grown on a large scale in Qinglian city, while potatoes are escorted to the capital by soldiers. Regarding the escort, Zhou Shixuan turned and looked at Chen Qingxian. Master, please escort these sweet potatoes to the capital. Chen Qingxian nodded to Zhou Shixuan. He also knew how precious this thing was, and now was not the time to negotiate conditions. If it is grown, the people of Daxia will be able to have enough food to eat in a few years. This can maintain the stability of the entire Daxia. Your Majesty, don't worry. No one can touch these things while I'm here. With Chen Qingxuan's assurance, Zhou Shixuan felt much more at ease. As long as it is not an invasion by another country, there should be no problem. He immediately decided that he and Eunuch Wei would escort Chen Qingxian together, so that Eunuch Wei and Chen Qingxian would be there. I guess there is no one in the whole of Daxia who is so smart as to move this batch of supplies. After staying in Masan village for one night, on the second day, numerous carriages and soldiers appeared in Masan village. Chu Chen waved to the departing carriage and turned back into the house. At this time, Wang Defa felt a little uncomfortable. Chu Wazi, this is given to them. What about us? Don't worry, Uncle Wang. No matter who is missing, Masan village will never be missing. After saying that, he took Wang Defa towards the large warehouse where grain was stored. When Wang Defa looked at the mountains of sweet potatoes and potatoes in the warehouse. Chu Wazi is still smart. Uncle Wang was distressed just now. Don't be offended. Okay, Uncle Wang, let's organize everyone to plant as soon as possible. I estimate that there will be a severe drought soon. After sending Wang Defa away, Chu Chen came to the back mountain alone. Looking at the stream still flowing down the mountain, I couldn't help but feel puzzled. In the original owner's memory and in the past few years, I have never seen this stream stop flowing. I really don't understand where this stream comes from. Although there were many mountains and forests in ancient times with rich water resources, other places have dried up, but this stream has never stopped flowing all year round. However, I don't have any modern exploration equipment at hand, and even if I had the equipment, I wouldn't know how to use it. In that case, let's just ignore it. Even if the water supply is cut off, the survival of Masan village will not be a problem. Even if it doesn't work, I can still take them to Linhai City. It won't be the case that even the sea will dry up. As for drinking water, there is plenty of space available, so there is no need to worry at all. Under official organization, Qinglian City and the capital city planted sweet potatoes and potatoes in the fields. While the weather is good and there is still enough water, we can plant some.